December. The weather in Star City has embraced a rare sunny day. The biting cold wind is brisk yet bearable. Ding ding ding. With the annual graduate school preliminary examination concluded, a throng of candidates emerged from Star City University. After such an extensive period of preparation, they could finally relax, discussing the delightful weather and contemplating where to unwind. Hey, the weather's quite pleasant. After months of preparation, Su Tong, let's go out and relax tonight. His roommate called out to Su Tong, who was lost in thought by the roadside. A weary-looking man beside him waved his hand dismissively. No, you go ahead. I still need to return and prepare for my thesis topic. All right then, but remember, you must learn to balance work and leisure. Su Tong merely smiled in silence. As the crowd advanced towards entertainment venues, Su Tong became the solitary contrarian, murmuring to himself as he walked. The experiment on the lightsaber can progress to the next phase. The material has been resolved to withstand the impact of plasma energy. According to the theoretical framework provided by the system, it should be possible to constrain plasma into the form of a blade. However, shaping the blade presents some challenges. A moment's inattention could lead to a loss of control. Caution is paramount. To his roommates, Su Tong was an enigma. He eschewed gaming, had no interest in entertainment news, and didn't even indulge in television dramas. His greatest joy each day was to scrutinize the latest scientific achievements published in esteemed journals, diligently reading through extensive English reports, experimental procedures, and the most rigorous experimental data, word for word with utmost seriousness. His roommates were often left in awe, initially thinking he had finally discovered the joy of novels, only to find him engrossed in meticulous experimental data. Everyone wondered, with Su Tong's scrupulous demeanor, why had he enrolled at a modest second-tier university like Star City University? As his roommates, we felt a considerable weight of pressure, to which Su Tong simply explained, food poisoning caused me to miss an exam in comprehensive sciences. The expression on his roommate's face was nothing short of remarkable. While we strived diligently to attend a second-tier school, he found himself here due to constraints, with only 3 subjects reflecting his true capabilities. The disparity between individuals could indeed be so vast. Even before nightfall, his roommates began to feel despondent, and thereafter, none dared to inquire about Su Tong's pursuits. Best not to ask. Any inquiry would only lead to a disheartening reality. Splashing cold water on his face. The icy chill jolted Su Tong's senses, bringing him slightly back to awareness as he gazed into the mirror at his haggard reflection. Su Tong sighed. Engaging in research is rewarding, but it can be rather exhausting. Star City University is merely a second-tier institution. Unlike prestigious universities, where rankings and scholarships reflect a sense of camaraderie, Su Tong struggled with interpersonal relations. Thus, the highest tier of scholarships would always remain out of his reach. Now, in his senior year, he found himself absent from the list of candidates for graduate school recommendations. He had once approached his teacher for guidance, receiving an exceptionally impartial response. Based on your academic ranking and scholarship standings, you are not as exceptional as you believe. The perfection of the reply left Su Tong momentarily speechless. As the time for postgraduate entrance examinations drew near and the topic of his thesis project loomed ahead, discussions among his dormitory mates increasingly revolved around work. In contrast to engaging in part-time jobs, Su Tong harbored a preference for scientific research. To embark on a path in academia, securing a place in graduate school was imperative at that moment. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The black technology system is binding to the host. 30, 50, 100, binding successful. Unlocking the first piece of black technology, the lightsaber. The blueprints have been fully dispatched. Please check your records. A system? Black technology? Su Tong was utterly bewildered by this succession of declarations, initially suspecting that his roommates were playing a prank on him. Though he seldom followed entertainment news, he was particularly keen on films depicting futuristic technologies, as the imaginative portrayals often sparked inspiration. The lightsaber, a weapon from the Star Wars franchise, was universally recognized. While it appeared to be a cold weapon, the lightsaber diverged significantly from traditional armaments. When activated, it could virtually slice through anything but soldiers' armor, blast doors, or even modern tanks and fighter jets. Given the slightest opportunity to activate, adversaries would undoubtedly face devastating consequences, ultimately reduced to mere scrap. Such an object, existing solely in the realm of cinema, now claimed to have blueprints released? Su Teng was resolutely skeptical. Yet, upon glancing back, he realized his roommates had long departed, leaving him alone in the dormitory. So, was this no jest? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, a torrent of blueprint information flooded Su Teng's mind. The materials for the lightsaber, its activation state, and methods to shape plasma into the form of blade. At that instant, Su Teng's doubts dissipated entirely. This is real. Transitioning from a state of incredulity to one of sheer rapture, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. A weapon of futuristic technology now had tangible blueprints available to him, and judging by their specifications, it was conceivable to realize even with contemporary technological capabilities. Let us not forget, this was a lightsaber dream for countless men. Moreover, according to the Black Technology Systems guidance, the successful manufacture of the lightsaber would unlock further advancements in black technology. The potential realization of numerous black technological marvels, once confined to the realms of cinema, would be a dream come true for any fervent researcher. Just then, a notification chimed from the class group chat. I love Big Watermelon. The thesis topics have been assigned. Everyone, please select yours and remember to contact your supervisors. Upon careful review, Su Teng discovered a research topic on high-temperature resistant materials, which was an impeccable fit for the creation of a lightsaber. A material capable of constraining plasma would undoubtedly withstand high temperatures. Thus, Su Teng initiated a private conversation with I Love Big Watermelon. Class monitor, if I complete my graduation thesis successfully, will it aid my postgraduate entrance examination? I just inquired, and the teacher confirmed it would indeed be beneficial, providing a positive impression. Beyond that, I am not well-versed. You might consider seeking further information online. Thank you, class monitor. You're welcome. After concluding the private chat with AI Dax Sigwa, Su Teng accessed a question and answer website and posed an inquiry. I have chosen a high-temperature resistant graduation thesis. If I manage to develop a lightsaber, could it potentially earn the award for outstanding thesis? Would it assist me in my future postgraduate endeavors? Before long, several responses began to accumulate beneath the question. Wow, is the poster serious? Is it the lightsaber I envision? Impressive. The level of discourse online has certainly elevated. Teacher, what are you doing, student? I merely requested a high-temperature resistant thesis. Poster, a lightsaber, indeed high-temperature resistant, no doubt. Those above should be more serious if the poster truly succeeds in creating a lightsaber. Not only would it be an exceptional thesis, but it might also attract the attention of university professors eager to meet you and encourage your enrollment. What are you saying, my esteemed academician? Chapter 2. Am I worthy? Thus, for the month following the publication of his inquiry, Su Teng's life transformed into a monotonous routine, oscillating between the confines of his dormitory, where he diligently reviewed graduate school materials, and the laboratory, where he prepared for his thesis project. Fortunately, throughout these 4 years, Su Teng had devoted himself to his studies, allowing him to allocate minimal time to his exam preparations, as the majority of his hours were spent in the lab. This month finally ushered his lightsaber experiment into a new phase. He merely needed to resolve the issue of constraining the plasma shape to turn a creation once confined to the realm of cinema into a tangible reality. The phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Su Teng saw it was his mother. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Son, how did your preliminary exam go today? It was fine. The questions weren't overly difficult. I've heard that the number of graduates is increasing, and many from prestigious universities are struggling to find good jobs. You must put in your utmost effort. Otherwise, even finding a partner will be a challenge. Yes, I understand. Don't worry. I will strive for success in this exam. After ending the call, Su Teng let out a slight sigh. When he took the college entrance examination years ago, his parents were away on business, and in an effort to save time, he opted for a nearby eatery for a meal. Unbeknownst to him, the ingredients were tainted, and shortly after dining, he succumbed to food poisoning. The owner turned pale with fright and immediately called for an ambulance. When Su Teng regained consciousness, it was already late at night, causing him to miss the afternoon's comprehensive science exam. When the results were released, his family encouraged him to retake the exam, as his scores in the 3 subjects only qualified him for a second-tier university. They assured him that another year would yield better results and a higher starting point. However, Su Tung declined their suggestion. At that time, he believed that even an ordinary second-tier university could lead to a better school through hard work. Little did he know that the list for graduate school recommendations would make him acutely aware of life's challenges. Thus, he mused to himself while sifting through the organized thesis documents, if I can successfully create the lightsaber for my thesis, surely I will be rewarded with an outstanding thesis accolade. The advanced technology system merely provided a series of blueprints and theoretical knowledge, akin to offering a solution framework. Ultimately, everything required personal verification. The documentation regarding the lightsaber was meticulously crafted by Su Tung, with each word typed out by him. For every challenge encountered in the experiment, he supplied corresponding experimental data to validate the resolution process. After locating the email address of his thesis advisor, Su Tung sent the entire document forth. Zhang Ying was a renowned scholar in temperature-controlled materials and a disciple of Jiang Ying, who had only accepted 2 students that year. Jiang Ying once remarked, "I have to conduct experiments, so I lack the energy to mentor too many individuals. Those who seek to study under me naturally wish to acquire genuine knowledge. For those sincerely eager to learn, I cannot afford to teach carelessly. 2 students are just right." During the 3 years that Zhang Ying followed Jiang Ying, he experienced his most fruitful period. Not only did he acquire a wealth of knowledge, but his academic attitude towards students also mirrored that of Jiang Ying. At Xingxing University, the thesis advisor known for his strictness was rarely chosen by students, who preferred an easy path through their thesis rather than facing repeated revisions. Late at night, after completing his work, Zhang Ying opened the list sent by the class monitor. Other advisors had 3 or 4 students each, while he had only 1 name under his supervision, Su Tung. Su Tung? Zhang Ying had a vague impression of this student. He never missed a class and was always earnest in his studies, while others either slept or played games during lectures. Su Tung was the sole student who diligently took notes from start to finish. Ding dong. You have a new email. Zhang Ying opened his inbox to find a message from Su Tung. It was likely to discuss the general framework of the thesis. However, the moment Zhang Ying clicked on the email and saw the title, he was taken aback. The importance of high-temperature materials in the manufacture of lightsabers. High-temperature materials? Lightsabers? Wait, I merely assigned you a topic on high-temperature materials. How did you connect it to lightsabers? Furthermore, are you referring to the same lightsabers I am thinking of? In that instant, Zhang Ying deeply questioned whether he had communicated the topic clearly enough, which led the student to wonder how high-temperature materials could be associated with lightsabers. Although Zhang Ying seldom followed entertainment news, he had heard a bit about futuristic technologies in films. Particularly, lightsabers, possessing such a glowing sword undeniably made one the most striking figure in the world. For a long time, Zhang Ying had secretly vowed to create a lightsaber when he grew up. Yet, the moment he became Jiang Ying's disciple, he understood that such aspirations were utterly unattainable. The confinement of plasma would generate excessive heat, and setting aside other challenges, finding a material capable of withstanding that heat was, at present, an impossibility. At least, that was how it appeared to him. Absurd, simply absurd. Zhang Ying felt a surge of irritation. He had merely asked for the completion of a thesis. Instead, Su Tung treated him as if he were a fool. Su Tung, was it? I shall remember you. Despite his anger, the 3 years spent with Jiang Ying had taught him that for any thesis, one should first review the content before making a decision. Historically, many significant theories had been discovered in this manner, contributing to the continuous refinement of the current technological development system. A lightsaber. How I once dreamed of creating one. Upon opening the document and casually flipping through a few pages, Zhang Ying began to take the matter seriously. The data presented in Su Tung's document suggested that everything was indeed possible. His initial dismissiveness faded away as he retrieved paper and pen to validate the claims. Could materials be verified in this manner? To his surprise, this method was indeed feasible. The constraints of plasma can indeed be transformed into such a dilemma. This young man's data is remarkably precise. I am utterly unable to discern any flaws within it. Throughout my 4 years at university, many students have approached their studies with a lackadaisical attitude. This implies that, should one attempt to fabricate a thesis, the supervisor would immediately notice significant discrepancies in the data, leading to a glaring mismatch in information. Key insights would be readily apparent as erroneous. However, from the document sent by Su Tung, the experimental data is lucid, and the theoretical logic is entirely coherent. Even the challenges encountered during the experimentation, along with the thought processes employed to resolve them, are articulated with utmost clarity. Zhang Ying even took the initiative to check the thesis for plagiarism online, and the results came back clean. This indicates that all the experimental methods and ideas presented in the paper are original creations of Su Ting. Many concepts he has never even heard of. And even some established data eludes his comprehension. Am I truly a disciple of Jiang Ying? At this moment, Jiang Ying's mind is consumed by a single question. Am I worthy of such a title? Chapter 3. The viability of the lightsaber. Jiang Ying found himself engulfed in profound doubt, although he had assigned the thesis topic to his student. The conclusions presented in the paper left him bewildered. How could it be that a renowned scholar like Professor Jiang Ying could not comprehend the graduation thesis of his own student? It was not merely a case of falsified data. Rather, the concepts and formulas were so intricate that they eluded even his grasp. Was this what it meant to be a genius? This sense of despair, so long after leaving Professor Jiang, now surfaced through the work of his own student. When he had initially followed Professor Jiang in academic pursuits, the once prideful Jiang Ying had been thoroughly humbled by a brilliant senior. It was then that he recognized the vast chasm that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Later, after a job transfer, he found himself at Xinjiang University. This modest institution revealed to him the stark reality of scholarly standards. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. The esteemed Professor Jiang Ying, known for his rigorous academic standards, was caught off guard by a graduation thesis this very evening. I must share this with my professor. He will surely discern the challenges within. Once Jiang Ying regained his composure, he recognized the paper's intrinsic value. If all the academic inquiries could be validated by his professor, it would signify that the thesis held monumental significance, even if the lightsaber could not be realized. The high-temperature materials and the concepts of plasma confinement mentioned within it each possessed immense economic potential. High-temperature materials could find applications in aerospace, various weaponry, and even in tanks and submarines. The implications of plasma confinement were even more profound. With this realization, Jiang Ying became thoroughly invigorated. No, sending an email might not ensure immediate attention. A phone call was imperative. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 3 in the morning. It was indeed late. In his quest to validate certain data from the thesis, he had consumed considerable amounts of draft paper, and hours had slipped by unnoticed. Gritting his teeth, after sending the email, Jiang Ying resolved to make the call. His professor had always emphasized that scientific research knows no bounds of time. Significant experimental findings must be communicated without delay. After 20 seconds, the call connected. Professor, I have just discovered a paper of considerable value and have sent it to you via email. I hope you can take a look. All right, I will review it now. I apologize for the late disturbance. Professor Jiang was well aware of his student Jiang Ying's character, a diligent and earnest scholar. He compensated for what he lacked in innate genius with hard work. This was precisely why Professor Jiang had chosen to mentor Jiang Ying. Noticing the time, he understood that Jiang Ying would not disturb him at such an hour unless it were of utmost importance. As Jiang Ying knew, Professor Jiang was a prominent researcher in high-temperature materials. A significant portion of the materials used in domestic aerospace had been developed through his research. In the realm of scientific research, he is undoubtedly a leading scholar, the head of the Lonka Institute of Metal Research. As a preeminent figure in his field, his primary concern lies in the advancement of domestic scientific inquiry, with many research projects initiated under his aegis. Despite his considerable renown, Jiang Ying possesses a benevolent disposition. Whether dealing with prodigies or diligent students, he treats everyone with the same respectful attitude. Thus, it is exceedingly rare for conventional papers to catch his attention. This instance of being roused at 3 in the morning by a student to review a manuscript is unprecedented. Curiosity piqued, he opened the email sent by the student, revealing a grandiose title, The Significance of High-Temperature Materials in the Fabrication of Lightsabers. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misread the contents. He recalled that Jiang Ying, upon entering his tutelage, had posed the very first question, Teacher, if I study diligently, can I create a lightsaber? That was the first time Jiang had heard of such a concept. Later, he had even taken the time to search for it, discovering that the lightsaber was a fantastical weapon from a renowned series of films. Though classified as a cold weapon, it stood as the pinnacle of such armaments throughout the universe. Jiang, however, chose not to discourage him, merely advising him to focus on his studies. Subsequently, Jiang Ying never broached the subject again, yet the look of dejection on his face indicated that he had come to terms with reality. Now, he was confronted with a paper precisely on this topic. He surmised that Jiang Ying lacked the audacity to present a frivolous thesis at such an hour. As he continued to peruse the document, Jiang's expression grew serious. To his surprise, it seemed, there was a semblance of coherence. Turning a few more pages, He discovered a data point that directly addressed the ultra-high temperature challenges faced by contemporary aerospace materials. Had he not known Zhang Ying to be a sincere and earnest individual, he might have doubted whether someone had leaked the latest technological advancements. This issue was indeed complex, as the experimental data mirrored their own findings almost identically. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang was stunned. The following page presented a potential solution to this issue, along with the latest experimental data in the appendix. Jiang's eyes widened as he meticulously reviewed the information once more. Indeed, the problem was accurately identified, yet the proposed solutions diverged entirely from their own approaches. Could this truly be feasible? The further one progresses in research and ascends the ranks, the more one's perspective on issues is rooted in scientific rationale. The immediate instinct was to dismiss it as improbable. In fact, one of Zhang's team members had previously proposed a similar idea and even attempted to implement it. However, a fortnight later, reality had proven it unviable. Was it possible that the data was fabricated? No, he needed to calculate. The drowsiness that had previously enveloped him dissipated completely, replaced by a whirlwind of thoughts regarding the viability of this new approach. As more draft papers accumulated and the validation of the data drew nearer, the final answer began to emerge. Jiang Ying stood in stunned silence, for the theoretical approach presented was undeniably feasible. He could not fathom why the students within that team had overlooked this calculation, yet the final outcome could not be deceiving. Thus, this method indeed held promise for the exploration of materials capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Could it be that the concept of a lightsaber was truly attainable? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jiang Ying was engulfed in immense joy. This paper not only addressed the research challenges surrounding ultra-high temperature materials, but also elucidated how to control plasma, transforming its unstable state into one ripe for development. Furthermore, plasma is intrinsically linked to nuclear fusion projects. Should all of this be validated, it would signify that this paper could elevate the technological prowess of Longwood to unprecedented heights. The economic and scientific value behind this discovery is simply immeasurable. Jiang Ying, you have stumbled upon a colossal treasure. Chapter 4. A revolutionary level at this moment. Jiang Ying remained unaware of the profound impact his discovery would have on the domestic academic community. It was past 3 when he sent the email, and now it was already past 7. The absence of a response from his professor seemed to affirm the authenticity of the paper's conclusions. Could it be that the professor had simply fallen asleep? After all, Jiang Ying was over 60, and his vigor was not what it once was. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his professor. Professor. Jiang Ying had just uttered this when he heard Jiang Ying's anxious voice. Where did you find this paper? Is it from an international scientific journal? As Jiang Ying began to comprehend the value of the paper, he also started to speculate about the identity of the first author. The name on the paper was Su Teng, a name he did not recognize among his acquaintances. Could he be of Chinese descent? If so, the author would undoubtedly be abroad. If foreign researchers were to learn of this, Su Teng might never return home. It seems that the research presented in this paper is indeed valid. Otherwise, the professor would not be so agitated. Yet, on second thought, this was merely an undergraduate thesis. The realm of genius is truly terrifying. Jiang Ying replied with a complex tone. Professor, this paper was not published in an international journal. It was written by one of my students. Oh, as long as it's not from an international journal, that's a relief. Wait, something feels off. Jiang Ying paused for a moment and, with a hint of uncertainty, asked, You just mentioned it was written by one of your students. Yes, Professor. I recall you were supervising undergraduates, aren't you? The professor had not erred. This paper was indeed a student's graduation thesis. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The advanced logical reasoning and precise experimental data in the paper were so impressive that one could believe it was published in the esteemed journal Science. He had even considered how to contact authorities to recruit the author, yet now he was told it was a student, a mere undergraduate. Are undergraduate theses nowadays so profound? No, just the other day, my students were lamenting that reading undergraduate theses was utterly exasperating. Therefore, it is not my fault. This student is simply a genius, born for research. The older generation of researchers yearn for the emergence of a new generation of scientific leaders in Longwa. In a moment, Jiang Ying found himself choked with emotion. Jiang Ying, we must retain this student. In a few days, I will send someone, or rather, I will come personally. This paper, concerning plasma and its relation to nuclear fusion, is beyond my expertise, and I do not yet comprehend it. I will send it to them shortly for evaluation, to verify if the theoretical possibility truly exists. Also, you must safeguard this paper. It must not be leaked. Professor, rest assured, I will ensure its safety. Jiang Ying understood his professor's character. He was often composed and steady. It was the first time he had seen the teacher speak at such length. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ying immediately contacted senior officials from the Longhua Metal Research Institute and the Longhua Academy of Sciences, which are among the leading scientific research institutions. Each head of a discipline holds an exceptional status, and when significant results are achieved, they can directly request a meeting to discuss the importance of the experimental findings. Old Jiang, are you certain that we need to convene the heads of various research institutes to take the lead at this moment? Indeed, this paper is worth it. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's resolute response, he promptly picked up the intercom to issue a command. We will proceed as old Jiang has suggested. A meeting will be held in 1 hour. Understood. An hour later, several elderly gentlemen dressed in modest attire entered the Longhua Academy of Sciences. What is the purpose of this meeting? I was in the lab conducting experiments when I received the order to hurry over. Me too. I've never experienced such urgency before. Oldly, do you know what this is about? I've heard it concerns a paper. A paper? The elder inquired, astonished. Emergency meetings convened by the academies typically revolve around discussions of significant research achievements. Specifically, they focus on discussing technological advancements and determining the general direction for future research. But this time, it is due to a paper? What kind of paper possesses such allure? The elders present understood that a paper merely provides theoretical data, and scientific experiments have never perfectly aligned with theory. The experimental process may yield deviations, leading the research in unforeseen directions. Hey, old Fong, have you finished reading? It's my turn now. Only then did the group notice Fong Yi's unusual demeanor. Those engaged in scientific research are often temperamental. If they cannot present tangible results, no one would be convinced, not even if one is a renowned scholar. In previous meetings, Fong Yi was always the one to voice sharp criticisms. His most famous remark was, "Let us have something real. Stop merely theorizing on paper. Show me the experimental data." Yet this time, the usual critic remained utterly silent. His gaze fixed on the paper on the computer screen, not blinking once. Moreover, his breathing gradually grew heavier, indicating that the paper he was examining was of extraordinary caliber, perhaps even groundbreaking. For the academicians present, it was rare for any research achievement to leave them breathless. Old Jiang, based on the experimental data and concepts presented in the paper, plasma can be entirely contained, and even a lightsaber can indeed be created. Fong Yi raised his head, his breath quickening. At that moment, Jiang Ying, seated nearby, nodded steadily, his demeanor unchanged. Humph, at such an age. You still appear as if you have never seen the world. The others nearby widened their eyes, bewildered. What was happening? The individual most known for his sharp tongue was refraining from verbal assaults this time. From his tone and expression, it seemed he had finally found conviction. Old Fong, what does this paper truly convey? Let me see it. Why is it that your breathing has become so hurried? Aren't you the one who relishes in criticism? Now, you seem to have lost that spark. Furthermore, regarding your earlier statement that lightsabers are not merely products of cinematic imagination, how can you assert that they can be created? As everyone inquired of Fong Yi, Jiang Ying promptly activated the projector, illuminating the paper for all to see. For the next half hour, the sound of astonished breaths echoed throughout the conference room. My goodness, this paper, it is of revolutionary caliber. Fong Yi feigned composure, his expression one of disdain. Humph, a bunch of old men who have never ventured into the world. Chapter 5. I have never witnessed such a scene. No wonder the professional critics ceased their barbs during the meeting. For everyone present, this truly was beyond reproach. Although the paper's theme revolved around the creation of lightsabers, the underlying value encompassed multiple disciplines. Jiang Ying, the primary author of this paper, must be located. We cannot afford to let such talent slip away. Indeed, scientific talent has always been the most scarce resource for any nation. As the numerous academicians were astonished, they began to speculate about the identity of the first author. The logical reasoning and meticulous experimental data evident in this paper suggested that its author must have long been engrossed in scientific literature. Conversely, one could infer that the author is likely quite young, as the name Su Tung was unfamiliar to them. Being seasoned scholars, they were well acquainted with established figures in research. Su Ting's absence from their recollection indicated he must belong to a younger generation. In their 40s is often regarded as the golden age for scientific inquiry. It remained uncertain whether this paper had been publicly published or not. A public release would imply increased visibility, and for any nation, the significance of this paper is monumental. Should a lapse occur, and a talent in their prime be lured away by lucrative offers, it would result in a substantial scientific loss for Long Country. As the crowd gazed at Jiang Ying with expressions of both concern and anticipation, she finally spoke. The author's paper has yet to be publicly released. A wave of relief washed over the assembled academicians. This was fortuitous. After all, this paper differed from traditional theoretical works, as it detailed nearly all experimental procedures and addressed potential challenges encountered. It also involved new technology. Once Long Country advances this technology further, it would not be too late to publish what is now considered outdated. Who, then, is Su Ting? The paper indicates he is certainly someone who frequently engages in experimentation. He is likely a doctoral student at a prestigious institution. It is astonishing that a mere doctoral student could produce such a paper. At this juncture, Fang Yi joined the guessing game. If he were merely a doctoral student, I doubt he possesses such expertise. He must be a talent nurtured through a significant program. That makes sense. When Fang Yi, the habitual critic, ceased his critiques, the atmosphere felt somewhat lacking, and the attendees found the absence disconcerting. Jiang Ying observed the discussions unfolding around her. A doctoral student in their 30s or 40s, a talent cultivated within a notable program? Humph, it must be said. You are merely unacquainted with the world, my elderly friends. What era are we in that you cannot dare to speculate boldly? Seeing Jiang Ying's complex expression, the crowd grew impatient. Old Jiang, please speak swiftly. Do not assume we are naive, they urged. Am I mistaken, then? Is it beyond belief that a doctoral student could reach such a level? He must indeed be a scholar vigorously nurtured by a significant initiative. Fang Yi resumed his characteristic critical demeanor. This is how it should be. Others glanced subtly at Fang Yi. TSK, what era is it now? You all appear as if you have never witnessed the world, and yet you still doubt it. You are in your prime, in your 30s or 40s. And even doctoral students from prestigious universities. This paper was penned by an undergraduate student seeking to apply for an excellent graduation thesis. By the way, this undergraduate is actually one of my students. The first two sentences from Jiang Ying left everyone's heads buzzing. An undergraduate wrote this? Moreover, it was merely to apply for an excellent graduation thesis. What does this imply? Is the standard for undergraduate excellence now so elevated? I have only spent a month or two in the laboratory, diligently focusing on my current experiments, rather than having been there for years. This seems quite different from what I have heard regarding undergraduate graduation theses. As for Jiang Ying's last statement, everyone tacitly pretended not to hear it. Your student's student? Pa, shameless, starting to pull connections without even having met the person, preparing to curry favor. They ought to consider whether the other party will ultimately choose them. The professional critic, Fang Yi, remarked, I merely came to attend a meeting today, yet I am profoundly astonished. He swallowed hard and said, so, the school must be, oh, just an ordinary second-tier university. Jiang Ying cast a nonchalant glance at Fang Yi. This person often opposes me, frequently raising counterarguments, demanding that I present authentic laboratory data and specific experimental procedures. Consequently, the two often find themselves in a standoff, faces flushed. Today, it seems I have truly dealt him a blow. An ordinary second-tier university. Haha, who would have thought? You appear as if you have never seen the world. Just look at your flustered expression. Not only Fang Yi, but others were also taken aback, gasping in astonishment. For researchers, time is of the essence. The younger one is. The more vibrant their thinking, and the greater their creativity. The likelihood of inventing something for the new era or proposing new theories increases significantly. If this is an undergraduate, it indicates that their actual age is merely in their 20s. To achieve such a level at a mere 20-something, they envision being in their 30s or 40s. This means they would have an additional 10 to 20 years of experience in scientific research. Everyone present, even those who had yet to meet Su Ting, began to contemplate bringing him under their wing. Your disciple's student? I'm sorry, I have not heard that phrase before. Which school does he attend? Oh, Star City University. Before the sentence could be completed, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open. Everyone turned to see that Fang Yi had already left the conference room. What is going on? Others took a few seconds to react, finally realizing that he had rushed out to seize the opportunity. Goodness, what a shameless old rogue. Taking advantage of our distraction to make a move. This tactic is truly underhanded. I must go as well. Thus, a captivating scene unfolded. In the past, meetings that lasted 7 or 8 hours would proceed without interruption. However, this time, upon hearing the name of Su Ting's school, the meeting abruptly disbanded. Their objective was to directly recruit talent from the institution. Had Jiang Ying witnessed this scene, her jaw would surely have dropped in astonishment. I had thought that after so many years, I had encountered every conceivable situation. Yet, the reality is that I have never experienced a scene quite like this. Gazing at the now empty conference room, Jiang Ying finally came to her senses and promptly dialed Jiang Ying. Just as Jiang Ying finished her call, Jiang Ying's anxious voice came through. We are heading to Xinqing University right away. You must keep a close watch on Su Teng and prevent him from wandering off. Listening to the now silent phone line, Jiang Ying found herself smiling wryly. She had never before encountered a teacher quite like this. Chapter 6. Where is Su Teng? At Star City University, within the confines of the conference room, the president, Luo Sheng, finds himself exceedingly occupied during this period of the year. Coinciding with the graduation of the senior class, he is engrossed in a myriad of meetings, addressing critical matters such as the stringent crackdown on academic misconduct, particularly plagiarism, which warrants immediate and severe repercussions upon detection. Additionally, he emphasizes the necessity of random sampling for the evaluation of graduates' theses, ensuring that the selection of outstanding dissertations remains free from favoritism. After an exhaustive 3-hour deliberation concerning graduation theses, Luo Sheng's head is spinning from the sheer weight of the discussions. That concludes our meeting on graduation theses for today. Let us transition to the next agenda item. He announces. At this juncture, the posture of all attendees subtly straightens as the university, while classified as a second-tier institution with the capacity to enroll graduate students, lacks the authority to admit doctoral candidates. Despite the relatively swift advancement of the university's disciplines in recent years, Luo Sheng remains unsatisfied and harbors aspirations to elevate certain secondary disciplines to primary status. He also aims to secure the university's application for first-tier classification, enabling the establishment of doctoral programs in the foreseeable future. Clearing his throat, Luo Sheng states, according to comparisons from authoritative sources, several of our secondary disciplines have demonstrated remarkable growth in recent years, and we plan to apply for first-tier status. Suddenly, a thunderous noise interrupts him. What is that sound? He frowns, contemplating whether construction is underway nearby. The clamor intensifies, resonating sharply. Everyone in the room exchanges bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Only Jiang Ying appears somewhat dazed, having spent a sleepless night in fervor over a paper, leaving him groggy and unfocused in the morning meeting. However, he recalls a remark made by a teacher, "We will arrive shortly." He had assumed they were arriving by high-speed train. But now it dawns on him that the rumbling must be from an aircraft. Just as this realization strikes him, he observes Luo Sheng, seemingly entranced, uttering in disbelief. Who possesses such audacity to fly a plane here? Another teacher, equally entranced, gazes out the window, murmuring, "President, that aircraft is armed. It's a Wuji the Wuji." A combat helicopter designed explicitly for battlefield engagement prompts the immediate concern among the faculty. Is there something amiss with our President Luo? However, they quickly rationalized that even if there were an issue with him, an official vehicle bearing the insignia of prosecutors would be expected to enter the campus. Not a military helicopter. What is even more astonishing is that it is not just one Wuji, but 5. Luo Sheng, noticing the number, feels a wave of relief wash over him, concluding that he is not the target, as he considers himself unworthy of such attention. In this conference room, I hold the highest rank. If they seek someone, it cannot be me, he reassures himself. Yet, he recalls that one of the teachers present is a renowned scholar in high-temperature resistance. Luo Sheng's gaze shifts to Jiang Ying, who is equally bewildered, his expression a canvas of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I witnessing such a scene? Meanwhile, students attending class are equally taken aback, their heads lifting in unison to gaze skyward. What an astonishing sight! Why has the armed helicopter arrived at our school? This formidable machine, a true weapon of warfare and a national treasure, must signify a significant event. A significant event? Could it be that the principal has embezzled funds? Another military enthusiast pondered for a moment before asserting, "Forgive my candor, but the principal's misconduct alone would not warrant such an occasion as the arrival of an armed helicopter. The principal's corruption pales in comparison. Then what could it be? If it is not a terrorist attack, it must involve an individual of substantial importance." After a few anxious minutes in the conference room, the sound of marching boots echoed distinctly from a well-trained unit. Suddenly, the doors to the conference room swung open. A group entered, led by a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze and a weathered complexion, dressed in civilian attire. His demeanor suggested a man seasoned by the battlefield. Behind him trailed several elderly gentlemen, their white hair and animated expressions betraying their excitement. The middle-aged leader inquired, "Who is Principal Luo?" Luo Sheng immediately rose to respond. "That would be me." Very well, for the duration of this situation, no one is permitted to leave, nor may you send any messages. The surrounding networks have been disabled. I understand, Luo Sheng replied, feeling somewhat diminished in the presence of the battle-hardened man, akin to a quail, acknowledging his comprehension. As long as they were not there to apprehend him, he felt reassured. However, this display seemed excessive for a mere principal. After analyzing the situation, Luo Sheng boldly asked, "May I inquire about the nature of this situation?" The middle-aged man turned to Luo Sheng, his expression calm as he replied, "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a drill. However, if you truly wish to know, it may require your presence for some time." For some time? Luo Sheng thought, incredulous that his casual inquiry would lead to such serious consequences. It must involve a significant experimental breakthrough. Yet, we are merely a modest second-tier institution, lacking even the qualifications to recruit doctoral candidates. No major projects are underway. Who could be behind this? At that moment, the elderly gentleman began scanning the room. One particularly elderly man's eyes lit up as he spotted someone, hastening over and asking, "Zhang Ying, please take us to him." Could it truly be him? No. They were asking to be taken to someone. Is it a student? No, that seems utterly implausible. Luo Sheng mused that such scenarios belong in the realm of television dramas. Not in real life. Where could such absurdity occur? "Teacher, you arrived quite promptly," Zhang Ying remarked upon exiting the conference room to meet the teacher, feeling as though he were caught in a surreal dream. "We shall be there shortly." Indeed. The phrase "we shall be there shortly" took on a new meaning with the helicopter's presence, lending an air of the fantastical to the situation. "Do not waste time with trivialities. I simply wish to inquire about Su Ting. Wasn't it your responsibility to keep a watchful eye on him? The principal has summoned me to a meeting, and I am left with no choice." Zhang Ying dared only to murmur quietly within her mind. "The second laboratory is not far from here. I shall guide you there." In his thesis, Su Ting explicitly stated the location of the laboratory, which is why Zhang Ying was aware of where he conducted his experiments. "Come, let us hasten our steps. If we delay even a moment longer, it may be too late." Upon hearing Zhang Ying's words, the other elders immediately urged him onward. "Hey, Feng Yi, I have my sights set on this one. You cannot act recklessly." "I care not. This promising talent must come to me. It has been far too long since I have encountered such brilliance." Zhang Ying found herself momentarily lost in thought. Feng Yi, head of the nuclear fusion project at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. She glanced at the others around her. Goodness. Each of them held the title of academician. They were practically the backbone of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Now Zhang Ying finally comprehended why military helicopters had entered Star City University and why a multitude of armed soldiers surrounded them. Chapter 7. A helpful group. A throng of individuals made their way toward Laboratory Number 2, among them several venerable elders, their hair a testament to age. Yet they moved with remarkable agility. "Old Feng," I said, "I was the one who first discovered Su Ting. It should be a matter of first come, first served." Before Feng Yi could respond, discontent rippled through the surrounding crowd. "What do you mean by first come, first served? This is not a marketplace. In science, it is the achievers who take precedence, and we must heed the opinions of those involved. Old Jiang, listen to the sentiments of those around you, such as the consensus. Therefore, you should refrain from insisting that this discovery belongs solely to your student." Zhang Ying observed the competitive demeanor of the esteemed scientist around him, his expression betraying a flicker of discomfort. It became evident that the disregard was not personal. Rather, it stemmed from a failure to meet the standards set by others. Just look, a mere paper had prompted several academicians to traverse from their laboratories to witness Su Ting in person. Along the way, they had been persistently vying for his attention. Despite not yet having met him, Su Ting had already demonstrated the lofty heights of genius to Zhang Ying. Some individuals indeed operate on a level that is nearly unattainable, even after a lifetime of endeavor. "Teacher, this is Laboratory Number 2, Zhang Ying remarked, gesturing towards the innermost room of the corridor. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi promptly advanced, and the others quickly followed suit. Everyone had perused the paper. From the progress of the experiments, it was clear that the light sword project had reached a critical juncture. The acknowledgement that the plasma material had been successfully synthesized had been made. The next steps involved shaping it into a sword form, stabilizing its configuration, and ensuring its activation and deactivation functioned correctly. To witness the birth of a product infused with futuristic technology was an exhilarating prospect. The door gradually creaked open, and Jiang Ying and the others stealthily entered, doing their utmost to remain silent. The experiment had entered a pivotal phase where any disturbance could be detrimental. A slight error could result in outcomes that diverge wildly from expectations. At this moment, the experiment had indeed reached its most crucial stage. A deep azure glow emanated from the hilt, gradually coalescing, its form somewhat unstable, appearing as if it were entangled like cotton. Was it a failure? Just as this thought crossed one's mind, the light surged brilliantly, instantaneously assuming the shape of a sword. The surrounding space exhibited a noticeable disturbance, a consequence of the excess energy being released. In the next heartbeat, the fluctuations of energy dissipated entirely and stabilized. A series of ripples emanated through the air, leaving only the ethereal blue light before the onlookers. It's done. Several individuals around him brightened at this revelation. The creation had indeed materialized. Zhang Ying's gaze became somewhat dazed as he recalled the moment he first became a disciple of Jiang Ying, when his initial question had been, "Teacher, do you believe the light sword can truly be created?" At that time, his teacher's gaze had been laden with profound meaning. If you dedicate yourself to your studies, you shall discover the answer. Zhang Ying had then interpreted his teacher's emphasis as a promise that with earnest effort, one day he would achieve his aspirations. Later, he came to understand that the teacher emphasized the importance of acquiring knowledge to avoid such dreams. Now, he witnessed his long-cherished dream realized through the graduation project of a student he had guided. Well, Jiang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes brimming with tears. The lightsaber merely represented a fragment of the achievement. It most profoundly symbolized Su Teng's youth. At such a tender age, just over 20, it was likely that his name would resonate throughout the scientific community for decades to come. At this moment, Su Teng noticed nearly 10 additional individuals in the laboratory. Among them were middle-aged men with piercing gazes, as well as several elderly gentlemen with snow-white hair, some of whom served as mentors for the graduation project. Notably, the elderly scholars regarded him with intense enthusiasm. Who are you? Su Teng speculated that these distinguished individuals were indeed researchers of considerable stature. Fang Yi from the Dragon Academy was among them, while the others appeared to be rather unremarkable elders. He decided not to dwell on them further. Fang Yi was always the swiftest among them, especially since this individual had successfully created a lightsaber. Plasma had a significant connection to nuclear fusion. He needed to make a favorable impression to expedite his ambitious plans for recruitment. The Dragon Academy? Su Teng's mind struggled to grasp the implications. Was this not the highest-level scientific research institution in Longwa? The individuals therein could all be considered true talents in the realm of research. The companions of Fang Yi, naturally, wouldn't possess lowly status either. With this realization, Su Teng understood that the graduation thesis he submitted to Zhang Ying the night before must have caused quite a stir, prompting this assembly of scientific leaders to visit this morning. Xiao Su, the material for the hilt of the lightsaber was also developed by you, Jiang Ying inquired. Holding a blue rectangular piece of material, Fang Yi frowned at the side, thinking to himself that this old fellow's immediate use of Xiao Su indicated a certain cunning. Yes, it was developed half a month ago. Jiang Ying's lips twitched involuntarily, as the timeline of the paper indicated that Su Teng had commenced the lightsaber project a month prior. To have developed a material capable of producing a lightsaber in merely half a month, within a rather ordinary second-tier laboratory. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, Jiang Ying would never have believed such a statement. Yet, the truth remained. "Oh, I'm getting old. Could you elaborate on the specific process?" Jiang Ying marveled at the concepts and methods mentioned in the thesis, seizing the opportunity to inquire directly. No problem. Once Jiang Ying opened the floor, others eagerly sought answers as well. In the realm of science, merit was paramount, despite his youth. Possessing techniques that others lacked could still elevate him to the role of a mentor. Xiao Su, how did you achieve such stability in the plasma? Initially, my intention was to confine it within a specific spatial framework, to create a device reminiscent of an air compressor. However, that endeavor met with failure. Subsequently, my concept evolved to allow its flow solely within a designated area. Among the esteemed academicians of several prominent research institutions, including a pivotal leader of a significant project. These individuals have imparted knowledge to countless students over the decades. Moreover, many others yearn to benefit from their wisdom. Presently, in Laboratory Number 2, this assembly of venerable scholars incessantly cast their queries upon the young man Su Teng, who was merely in his 20s, eagerly anticipating his insights to illuminate their perplexities. At this moment, the lightsaber rests in Zhang Ying's hands, a long-desired object that has finally materialized into reality. Zhang Ying gazes at the lightsaber, and then at Su Teng beside him, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder at how surreal this all is. Why is such a remarkable student not yet considered for graduate school recommendations? This perplexity abruptly surfaced in Zhang Ying's mind. Just then, Su Ting turned to Zhang Ying and inquired, "Teacher Zhang, do you think my paper stands a chance of being recognized as an excellent thesis? That would significantly aid my pursuit of further studies." Chapter 8. Ascending step by step. The words spoken by Su Ting elicited an immediate silence among those present. At that moment, Zhang Ying recalled that the email forwarded to her by Zhang Ying bore the title, "Teacher, does this paper have a chance of being selected as an outstanding thesis?" A singular thought occupied the minds of everyone present. What a dismal institution this is. Were it not for this paper, they would remain oblivious to the brilliance that had been overlooked. A remarkable individual capable of creating a lightsaber, a concept confined to cinema. Within the span of just 1 month, the research on materials that withstand extreme heat offered invaluable insights within this paper. And even experiments on nuclear fusion could draw inspiration from it. Yet, inexplicably, there was not even a list for graduate recommendations. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, Zhang Ying and Fang Yi, leaders in the scientific community, would scarcely believe such a reality. "Xiao Su, I shall speak with Principal Luo immediately," declared Fang Yi, an outspoken critic who was already seething with indignation. Even the usually affable Zhang Ying found it difficult to contain her frustration, and the group swiftly resolved to confront Principal Luo regarding the matter. In the realm of scientific research, it is prudent to avoid entanglements with personal biases. The graduate recommendation list was evidently skewed. A middle-aged man present furrowed his brow and summoned his subordinates, issuing a few directives. He then turned to reassure the gathering. "I have already instructed my team to investigate this matter. In due course, we will provide Xiao Su with an explanation." In truth, all present were acutely aware that, for Su Ting, the opportunity for graduate recommendation had become inconsequential. The significance of that paper was paramount, especially now that the lightsaber had been successfully created, elevating the paper's value to an entirely new echelon. A paper devoid of tangible research materials and one backed by physical evidence are fundamentally disparate in nature. The crux of the issue lay in the collective indignation for Su Ting's plight. Xinjiang University, despite its reputation as merely a second-tier institution, could not afford to commit such a grave oversight. Jiang Ying approached the middle-aged man, stating, "All items from this laboratory must be removed. The data contained within is of utmost importance and cannot be disclosed." The middle-aged man listened intently and nodded, assuring her that everything would be taken care of. His elevated position afforded him a keen understanding of the importance of experimental data. Not only the experimental data, but all records pertaining to Su Ting must be extracted and isolated, ensuring that any critical traces were meticulously erased to prevent exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, in a small conference room, Principal Luo sat upright, occasionally casting anxious glances at the imposing figure of a dark-skinned man in military attire seated beside him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Moments ago, this man had singled him out, indicating he had matters to discuss. The other faculty members in the room bore witness, casting knowing looks at Principal Luo. "What am I so anxious about? I have not engaged in any wrongdoing," he thought to himself, grappling with his mounting trepidation. As the president of Xinjiang University, Luo Xing is indeed an incorruptible official, dedicating all his efforts to the institution, which has been the reason for the university's rapid development in recent years. "What is the situation with this year's graduate school recommendation list?" inquired a dark-skinned man. "The graduate school recommendation list?" Luo Xing was taken aback. "I truly have no knowledge of that." Moments later, the dark-skinned man swiftly entered the conference room and whispered a few words to a middle-aged man. "Everyone has investigated and clarified that President Luo was unaware of the graduate school recommendation process. It was entirely managed by the vice president. Due to having accepted some minor gifts from others, Su Ting's name was removed from the list. Given Su's capabilities, this is indeed their loss." Jiang Ying immediately interjected. "Indeed, I fully agree with what old Fang has said. Su, our Lonka Institute of Metal Research is currently working on a project that withstands extreme temperatures, and we need talents like you to join us." The other attendees were left astonished. How could Jiang Ying, who has always been deemed the most straightforward, so smoothly shift the topic? We hadn't even been discussing this. Fang Yi could no longer contain himself. "Su, I believe that young people should undertake more challenging experimental projects, such as nuclear fusion, which aligns well with one of the concepts you mentioned in your paper." "Old Fang, are you implying that our extreme temperature project lacks challenge?" "Old Jiang, how could you say that? I never suggested such a thing. Merely considering all aspects, Su is more suited for the nuclear fusion project." "You clearly meant that." "No, I did not." As the two continued their heated exchange, others finally stepped in. "Su, the project team at their institute has far too few young individuals. Most are rather senior. You would be better off coming to Jingda. After conducting your research, you could relax and enjoy the campus. If you join us, a professorship will be immediately offered to you. Su, let me tell you, everything they have at Jingda, we can provide at Huaqing. Furthermore, we promise you a housing unit nearby the university. Once you achieve results in your research, there will also be bonuses amounting to several million. The Dragon Kingdom has always placed great emphasis on scientific research, especially with the resource allocation favoring Jingda and Huaqing University, where funding flows freely. Projects worth billions are continuously being applied for, and scholars with research achievements are rewarded generously. Fang Yi and Jiang Ying were taken aback. How did we overlook this aspect? It seems that youth indeed holds an advantage. Just a brief discussion and they grasp the essentials. Professorships are offered with ease. And even housing near the university is casually promised, especially with bonuses included. They exchanged glances, understanding through each other's eyes. No, we cannot allow them to succeed. Su, we can match what Huaqing and Jingda offer. Although, in terms of external reputation, our Lonka Research Institute may not be as renowned as the other two. However, those truly committed to the path of scientific research are well aware that our capabilities are unparalleled. At this moment, Su Ting finds himself lost amidst the myriad of endearing references to little Su. He had contemplated the potential impact of the paper he had published. Yet he never anticipated such a profound resonance. Do I truly wish to become a professor? Although the system had provided him with meticulous blueprints for constructing a lightsaber, he had resolved the questions surrounding it. Nonetheless, within the vast and boundless ocean of scientific inquiry, he recognizes that his knowledge is but a fraction of what there is to learn. One must not become complacent or arrogant. After a moment of reflection, Su Ting spoke. I am genuinely grateful for the support and affection of my elders, but the deeper I delve into research, the more I become aware of my own limitations. I wish to proceed methodically, step by step. I aspire to pursue my graduate studies at Huaqing University and ascend gradually. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding clamor faded away, and all eyes turned towards Su Ting, including the middle-aged man, whose gaze now reflected admiration. Chapter 9. Coming to see God, what do researchers fear the most? They dread stagnation, becoming insular, and believing that their level of research is unparalleled within the country. They feel no need to engage in the rigorous study that once defined their early careers. Over time, as technology advances, their knowledge becomes obsolete. The older generation of researchers rarely succumb to this trap, as they were acutely aware of their nation's technological backwardness and the repercussions of such a state. However, today's youth have not endured the hardships of that era. Many are ambitious yet superficial, placing greater value on fame and fortune. If one were to possess research capabilities akin to Su Ting's, it would be all too easy to adopt an arrogant demeanor. Yet, Su Ting is not of that ilk. In the face of such favorable conditions, he calmly expressed his gratitude for the support of his elders, stating that the deeper he delves into his research, the more he recognizes his own shortcomings, and he wishes to proceed steadily, one step at a time. Listen, this is the attitude that science demands. Were everyone to emulate Su Ting, who would dare to underestimate our nation? How wonderful it is. Jiang Ying, with tears of joy in her eyes, gazed at the young man, increasingly fond of him. Not only is his research level exceptional, but his approach to learning is also commendable. Who does not admire individuals of both talent and virtue? Yet, as one ages, it is easy for the eyes to be clouded. Even the seasoned critic Fang Yi fell silent, finding it impossible to find fault with such a young man. Not only did he refrain from criticism, but he also felt a tinge of regret that Su Ting did not choose to join the Lonka Research Institute, for it meant one less formidable assistant in future experiments. Alas, what a loss for Huaqing University, he sighed. Ha ha ha, Su Ting, rest assured, as long as you desire, Huaqing University will always welcome you. Su Wei said with great delight, envisioning the abundance of future research achievements with Su Ting's involvement. Then I shall trouble my mentor to arrange it, Su Ting replied, calling Su Wei mentor, which pleased him immensely. The others, seeing that matters had been settled, refrained from further discussion, instead whispering to Su Ting, suggesting that graduate students need not always remain confined to their own laboratories. After producing research results, they should feel free to visit. Su Ting readily agreed, promising to come and hoping for their guidance. Su Ting held great respect for these senior researchers. Without their pioneering efforts, life in our nation would not be as favorable as it is today. A middle-aged man summoned a dark-skinned individual and casually issued a few instructions. Turning to the group, he announced, the helicopter has been arranged and is ready for takeoff. Jiang Ying turned to Zhang Ying and exchanged a few words, then added, You have accomplished a great deal this time. I will certainly report your success to the higher-ups. As a teacher, it is my duty to support my students. You too must take care to rest. Jiang Ying waved her hand in farewell. At this moment, Fang Yi stepped forward, grasping Zhang Ying's hand earnestly, and said, "If you ever encounter a student like Su Teng again, please remember to contact me." Upon finishing, Fang Yi handed Zhang a telephone number, signaling him not to forget it. Zhang Ying could only nod stiffly and smile. A prodigy like Su Ting is not someone one can simply stumble upon. The odds are even slimmer than winning 5 million in the lottery. The group then exited the conference room, consisting of the leading figures of the experimental project. Time was of the essence. Were it not for matters concerning Su Teng, they would hardly have left their laboratories. Su Teng followed Su Wei to report to Huqing University, having made the decision to leave Xingqing University behind. Given his current level, there were no professors at Xingqing University capable of guiding him further. Luo Sheng felt quite uncomfortable in the small conference room, peering through the window at the troops and military helicopters. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would never have believed such a thing could happen at Xingqing University, especially concerning the question posed by the dark-skinned officer earlier. His tone was calm, yet the implication of a thorough resolution was unmistakable. Throughout the inquiry, the focus was solely on matters related to graduate school examinations. Was there any practice of accepting bribes to replace others on the list for guaranteed graduate admissions? Do you know whether you participated in this? Initially, Luo Sheng was taken aback by the questions. Considering the uniform he wore, it seemed inappropriate to inquire about matters within the military. Shouldn't such questions be directed to representatives from the Ministry of Education? Faced with the officer's inquiries, Luo Sheng found himself at a loss for words. As this graduate admission process was entirely beyond his purview, he complied without hesitation, and the officer simply instructed him, "Stay here and do not wander around." Luo Sheng could only mumble in agreement, thinking, "Wander? If you asked me to move, I wouldn't dare." Could this incident be related to the graduate admissions? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a significant matter could not possibly be linked to graduate admissions. After initially feeling bewildered, he recalled the identities of the elderly gentlemen who had entered earlier. They were all leaders of research projects, each capable of representing a technological field of manhwa. Several had come, and their expressions indicated they were here to seek someone. Our Xingqing University, merely a small second-tier institution, was fortunate indeed to have several prominent leaders visit in person. Thus, Luo Sheng spent a nervous half-hour until he heard a rumbling sound. Were they departing? The elderly figures, assisted by others, slowly boarded the military helicopter, exchanging farewells and conversing amongst themselves. Among these distinguished elders, one young man stood out, accompanying an elder onto the aircraft, with noticeably more security personnel surrounding him than the others. At that moment, a red dot darted towards Luo Sheng, startling him, prompting him to hastily retreat from the window. Too frightened to open it again. The rumbling sounds gradually receded, and the personnel stationed at the entrance swiftly descended the stairs. A notification chimed on his phone, signaling a new message. Upon opening it, Luo Sheng discovered that the vice principal had been dismissed for abuse of power. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a hasty announcement, almost leading him to believe it was a fabrication. Were it not for the official seal on the document, and the fact that the message had come from his superior, he might have dismissed it as mere gossip. He recalled that the list for graduate school recommendations was precisely overseen by the vice principal. Coupled with the sight of a young man boarding a military helicopter alongside several elders, he exclaimed, "My heavens, dear, come quickly to witness this marvel." Chapter 10. A silent journey from Star City to Kyoto, spanning over 1,500 kilometers. Throughout this journey, Su Wei engaged in incessant academic discussions with Su Ting, actively seeking the latter's insights. The pilots in the cockpit were astounded. They were merely executing their orders, unaware of the specifics of the mission. However, the deployment of a battalion, along with armed helicopters, indicated that the assignment was undoubtedly classified. Initially, one would presume that the individual sent to receive them would be an elder, someone of a similar age to a researcher like Su Wei. Yet, surprisingly, it was a youth who appeared even younger than myself. The pilot mused internally, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. While Su Teng managed his conversation with Su Wei, he pondered the nature of the next assignment from the realm of advanced technology. A lightsaber belonged to the category of cold weapons, and in terms of weapon classification, hot weapons invariably surpassed cold weapons. Thus, it was likely that the forthcoming task would pertain to hot weaponry. Since the creation of the lightsaber, Su Teng had come to appreciate the boundless expanse of science. realizing that making the most of every day was paramount. As the engine's roar gradually subsided, a voice announced, "Xiaosu, we have arrived." In January, Kodo's temperatures were low. Even under clear skies, the wind was biting. Outside stood a gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor. "Teacher, you have arrived." He greeted with a smile, then turned to Su Teng. "This must be Xiaosu. I entrust him to you. Any of his requests must be addressed promptly. Remember, no matter the request. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this duty," was the reply. "That's good to hear." Sui then turned to Su Ting with a smile. "Xiaosu, I still have experiments to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care, Minner." Yunxing, a student of Sui, was valued for his meticulous and earnest nature, ultimately becoming an academician at Hucking University, holding a position of significant authority within the institution. Over the course of 6 years, 3 as a graduate and 3 as a doctoral student under Sui, he encountered numerous prodigies. Yet, in the presence of true scientific giants, even these geniuses exhibited obedience and diligence. It is only through traversing many paths that one truly comprehends the world, fostering a deep-seated respect for these scholarly elders. However, Su Teng shattered Yunsheng's perceptions. This was the individual for whom the teacher had personally rushed from the laboratory to meet. Upon receiving the news that morning, Yunxing was bewildered, almost questioning if it was a new wave of information fraud. Throughout the journey, serving as the second-in-command, Yunxing diligently guided Su Ting through much of the campus, akin to a devoted tour guide. "Little Su, your dormitory has been arranged, and you will have it all to yourself, equipped with the finest facilities. This is the school's cafeteria. Simply swipe your student ID to access the exclusive dining area for faculty. Over there is the library. Should you require any materials, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall have them delivered to your dormitory. A laboratory has been designated solely for your use. If you have any needs, just let me know, and I will take care of the paperwork. Dean, you truly need not go to such lengths. I can explore on my own." Su Teng glanced at Yunsheng's credentials. Having a figure of the dean's stature personally guide him, providing intricate details about the campus's various buildings, felt somewhat unusual. "Little Su, calling me dean seems a bit formal. We share the same mentor, so calling me senior brother suffices." Yunsheng, that sounds just right. Occupying the position of dean, he was adept at reading the room, recognizing Su Teng's slight discomfort, and consequently refrained from insisting further, giving Su Ting a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Little Su, I shall take my leave now. Do let me know if you need anything." "Thank you, senior brother Yun." "What do you mean? It's no trouble at all." As he watched Yunxing drive away, Su Teng called upon the system, yet still received no response. It seemed certain prerequisites were necessary. Su Teng suspected that the tasks issued by the Black Technology System were related to the knowledge he had acquired. In the period prior to unlocking the Black Technology System, he had been engrossed in scholarly articles on plasma beams. Never mind, he thought. He would make the most of this time to recharge. The days that followed were quite simple for Su Ting, revolving around the library, cafeteria, and dormitory, a monotonous triangle. Over a month passed in this manner. During this time, Yunxing did not intrude too much on Su Ting's routine, often inquiring, "Junior Su, have you encountered any issues?" "Senior brother Yun, everything is going well." Out of curiosity, Yunxing decided to check Su Teng's library records. To his astonishment, it appeared that Su Teng had spent an average of at least 12 hours a day in the library. In that moment, Yunxing finally comprehended the disparity between himself and a genius. It was not merely talent, but also perseverance. He realized for the first time how vast the gap between individuals could be. Ding, ding, ding. "Son, I heard the results of the graduate entrance examination have been released. How did you fare? Is today the day the results come out?" Over the past month, Su Teng had immersed himself entirely in the library of Hucking University. It must be said that the abundance of resources and the presence of fellow scholars striving for success fostered an exceptional learning atmosphere, making it easy to lose track of time. "I did fairly well. I've been accepted into the graduate program at Hucking University. Son, if you did well, that's what matters. Even if you didn't get into an especially prestigious university, it's all right as long as you've put in the effort." "Wait, what did you just say?" "I've been accepted into the graduate program at Hucking University. Did I hear you correctly?" "Indeed." The sound of cheers resonates from afar, the tone unmistakably elevated. How is it that you can convey such exhilarating news with such calm words? "Are you still in Star City? We must host a celebration upon your return." Su Ting glanced at the chicken leg in his bowl, then at the book resting beside his seat. "I am currently at Huaqing, quite occupied. Perhaps we can celebrate upon my next visit." Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. Su Tung was not one to revel in festivities. The need for a celebratory banquet seemed unnecessary. What truly mattered was producing significant research outcomes. After ending the call, Su Tung began to scroll through his social media feed. Living up to the stars, embracing the journey, Huaqing graduate student, I have finally arrived. The comments below were uniformly congratulatory. Congratulations, indeed. Fairy Deng, you are remarkable. I am at nearby Kyoto University. We should have the opportunity to exchange ideas in the future. I've heard the food at Huaqing is delightful. May I join you for a meal sometime? Is this Deng Yi? Su Tung had some recollection of this girl. During their high school monthly exams, she consistently ranked second, while he often outperformed her. He did not hold a particularly vivid impression of her. But he knew she excelled academically and was quite beautiful, rumored to be the school S-belle. Seeing that Deng Yi had not received a single reply, he decided to extend his congratulations. After all, gaining admission to graduate school was no small feat were it not for that paper on lightsabers. Su Tung would not have easily entered Huaqing. Congratulations, let us discuss academic matters together when the opportunity arises. Just as he set his phone down, Deng Yi replied, Are you also at Huaqing? Yes. Chapter 11. How could she reply so quickly? This time, it was Su Tung who was taken aback. Observing the dynamics on Deng Yi's social media, he noticed a flurry of comments without any responses, leading him to believe she was absent. Never mind. Let me enjoy my meal first. The system should soon release new tasks, and there are still some subjects I have yet to fully grasp. After the lunch break, I must make a trip to the library. Meanwhile, at a lavish meal with Huang Ling, Deng Yi exclaimed joyfully, Wow, Su Tung actually reached out to me. He mentioned he is also at Huaqing University and invited me to discuss academic matters together when time permits. I got it, but could you please keep your voice down? Everyone around us is staring, Huang Ling urged, tugging at Deng Yi's sleeve. Realizing the attention she had drawn, Deng Yi sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm just too thrilled and couldn't contain myself. The first time Deng Yi encountered Su Tung's name was shortly after entering high school. During the first test of her freshman year, she secured second place while Su Tung claimed the top spot. As she glanced at the class rankings, she silently encouraged herself. Next time, I shall surpass you. Yet, in the subsequent test, she again placed second, with Su Tung leading. Impossible. I will not allow you to outshine me again next time. After countless tests, Deng Yi finally understood that she and Su Tung were not on the same academic level. If excellence could be categorized, Su Tung was a prodigy, while she could only consider herself a mere high achiever. The strong always admire the strong. Over time, Deng Yi began to develop an admiration for Su Tung. On several occasions, she seized the opportunity of needing help with questions to engage him in conversation. Each time, Su Tung patiently explained the concepts to her, even inquiring if she truly understood. It was these small gestures that captivated Deng Yi's heart, leading her to fantasize about a romantic tale blossoming between the top two students in class. However, she soon realized that Su Tung treated all students who approached him with the same kindness. That day, her spirits dampened momentarily. Yet upon reflection, Su Tung became even more alluring in her eyes, and eventually, everyone began to refer to him as the male deity in hushed tones. Some bold girls had penned love letters to Su Tung, but he merely responded with indifference. High school is a critical period. You should focus on your studies. In the aftermath, everyone recognized that while Su Tung was academically gifted, warm, and courteous, he harbored no romantic inclinations. I will surely catch up with you in college. Deng Yi vowed silently, intensifying her efforts in study, hoping to attend the same university as Su Tung. Yet, she later learned that Su Tung had suffered food poisoning and missed a comprehensive examination, subsequently enrolling in a second-tier university. On the day the results were announced, all the classmates were taken aback. What a pity, we never anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events. Indeed, even the academic prodigy may stumble, yet with his capabilities, it is reasonable to presume he will ultimately gain admission to a prestigious graduate school. However, that remains to be seen, as the university experience vastly differs from that of high school. Hey, your words are rather harsh. Remember how patient he was in explaining problems to you when you sought his help? Each matter must be considered separately. I speak only the truth. It was a rare display of anger from the usually good-natured Deng Yi, particularly in front of others. Some merely failed in one comprehensive exam, unlike others who completed all and still scored lower. Subsequently, Su Tung seemed to vanish from sight. Come on, it's been quite some time. Why are you still thinking about Su Tung? Look at you. Your hands are all greasy, yet you're typing a response. Huang Ling had never witnessed Deng Yi in such a state. Throughout their 4 years at university, Dang Yi had always been regarded as a goddess by her peers. Not only was she academically accomplished, but she also possessed fair skin, beauty, and long legs, making her the object of admiration for many boys. Yet, throughout these years, Dang Yi's consistent reason for declining romantic advances had been, "I am not ready for a relationship." Only just now did Huang Ling realize that Dang Yi was not averse to romance. Rather, her heart belonged to someone else. Today, as the two went out for a celebratory meal, Dang Yi ignored messages from everyone else, except for Su Tung. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to invite me. How should I respond? Seeing Dang Yi's cautious demeanor, Huang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Why not invite him directly, mentioning that you were unfamiliar with the surroundings of Hucking University and would appreciate him showing you around? Wouldn't that be too forward? Huang Ling scoffed. If you don't take a direct approach, given Su Tung's personality, do you think he will grasp your intentions? He might forget you right after dinner. It's likely he is solely focused on his research. You have a valid point. I find your reasoning quite astute. Then hurry and act upon it. Inspired by Dang Yi's enthusiasm, Huang Ling felt her own excitement grow. It had been a while since they last met. Surely Su Tung had changed. The two leaned closer together as Dang Yi quickly wiped her hands and typed, "Do you have time the day after tomorrow? I will be reporting to Hucking University then, and I am unfamiliar with the area. Could you help me get acquainted?" After sending the message, they stared at the screen, speculating how long it would take Su Tung to respond. Ding, ding, ding. Having just finished his meal, Su Tung picked up his phone and opened the message. Unfamiliar with the surroundings? The truth is, I am not well acquainted either. During this period, Su Tung had been diligently studying various subjects in preparation for the tasks soon to be released. Perhaps it would be best to be honest. Otherwise, it could become awkward if he led her astray. I'm not very familiar with the area either, as I've been spending most of my time in the library. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a reply. Then where do you usually eat? In the cafeteria. How about this? I'll come to Hucking University the day after tomorrow, and you can show me to the cafeteria. I've heard it's quite large, and I might not be able to find it on my own. Is the school so vast that you cannot locate the cafeteria? Su Tung furrowed his brow, feeling that her statement was somewhat peculiar. Yet, he could not articulate what felt amiss. All right, contact me when the time comes. At that moment, on the other side, Li Guangda, scrolling through videos on his phone, felt increasingly vexed. When Deng Yi updated her social media, he was among the first to see it, promptly leaving a comment of congratulations. Now, 15 minutes had elapsed, and he had mindlessly watched 30 short videos. Yet he still awaited a response to his message from Deng Yi. Just moments ago, his WeChat chimed, and he had hoped it signified a reply from her. Upon checking, he discovered it was merely a response to Su Ting. How could a failed college entrant like you hold such a place in her heart? Why does she still regard you so highly? Years ago, when Su Tung had fallen ill and attended a second-tier university, he had rejoiced at the news. For years had passed, and he had somehow managed to become a graduate student at Hucking. I, too, am a graduate student at Jingda, right next to her school. And I was the one who arrived first. Chapter 12. The clown is myself. Li Guangda, a scion of wealth, excelled academically, and was a prominent figure in school. In the realm of romance, he had never tasted failure, effortlessly winning the affections of even those whom his peers deemed goddesses. With merely a modicum of effort, girls would gravitate towards him, regardless of how swiftly he changed partners. This was of little consequence, as many girls, having heard of Li Guangda's reputation as a dandy, remained eager for his attention. However, there was one exceptional girl from high school, Deng Yi. She not only excelled academically but also possessed an alluring figure. Despite Li Guangda's relentless pursuits, he could not capture Deng Yi's eye. In fact, the distance between them only grew. This predicament tormented him until he discovered that Su Tung was the source of his troubles. Yet what did Su Tung know? He was merely a studious fool, hardly deserving of the accolades of being a refined gentleman and a paragon of virtue. The day the results were announced was the happiest of Li Guangda's life. A much-admired academic had failed to enter a prestigious institution. Ultimately, Su Tung was relegated to a second-tier university, albeit due to food poisoning. A fact that would not alter the outcome. Just as Li Guangda believed he had finally secured an opportunity, he witnessed the ever-amiable Deng Yi publicly express her ire on Su Tung's behalf, leaving him utterly disheartened. In the ensuing 4 years, Li Guangda scarcely heard news of Su Tung, surmising that the once-esteemed scholar had fallen into obscurity, too embarrassed to make his presence known. When he stumbled upon Deng Yi's social media updates, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. At last, an opportunity had arisen. Hucking University and Jing University were mere neighbors. With a little more effort, he was certain Ding Yi would. His daydreams began to take shape, only to be abruptly shattered by Su Ting's message. I am also at Hucking. How could this be? What right did an inconsequential second-tier student have to become a student at a top-tier university? It had to be false. He was undoubtedly feigning success to save face. If he could just expose Su Ting's hypocrisy, then perhaps Ding Yi would finally notice him. Perhaps he could start by investigating the graduation thesis. Every undergraduate must select a supervising professor to guide their thesis. While term guidance, the onus of the work ultimately falls on the student. All graduates' theses can be found on the official website, which also reveals the student's academic caliber. One could discern whether the experimental data had been fabricated. As Li Guangda entered Su Ting's name on the official website, preparing to scrutinize his thesis, he was taken aback. How could it be blank? Was my computer disconnected? No. My social media apps are still active, and notifications are coming through. So why can't I find it? Is there an issue with the official site? When he entered his own name, his thesis appeared instantly. It was indeed there. Let me try again. Blank. Refreshing yielded the same result. No. This was not a problem with the website or the internet. Thus, a bold thought struck Li Guangda's mind. Su Ting must be the one with issues. After the initial shock, Li Guangda was consumed with elation. Haha, Su Ting, you truly are that kind of person. The persona you established in high school was merely a fade. At last, I have caught you in the act. Now, brace yourself. For I shall ensure your downfall and disgrace. Over the past 4 years, Li Guangda has never encountered anyone whose thesis could not be found. Even the most promising talents nurtured by the university, when presenting at international academic conferences, invariably leave a trace of their work on the official website. Su Ting is merely a graduate of an obscure university. In comparison to those scholarly prodigies who present abroad, what significance does he hold? The sole reason for the absence of his thesis is that Su Ting has not completed it. It is even possible that his work faced academic scrutiny, leading to its concealment. Such a person dares to proclaim himself a graduate student of Huaqing University. What merit do you possess? In the library of Huaqing University, Su Ting is engrossed in textbooks related to research on thermal weapons, sensing a strange premonition. The lightsaber is a cold weapon. Yet the system he has acquired appears to be one of advanced technology. Surely, it cannot always pertain to cold weapons. The next iteration may very well be thermal weapons. Meanwhile, a bespectacled chubby fellow seated beside Su Ting is perplexed, glancing from the industrial design standards in his hands to the book Su Ting is studying. We are all here to learn. Why is your subject so different? I am still poring over industrial design standards, whereas your textbook seems to delve into thermal weaponry. Most critically, while the Huaqing library is vast, could such a book truly exist? Why have I never encountered it before? Young man, you appear to be merely an undergraduate. Are today's undergraduates this impressive? I recall struggling immensely just to prepare for graduate school. Yet the textbook in your hands seems entirely unrelated to such preparations. It is likely a resource meant solely for those specializing in thermal weapon research. Such individuals are typically either seasoned professionals or appear much older, commonly characterized by thinning hair. Su Ting, before me, is not only remarkably youthful but possesses a full head of hair. Why, in the library of Huaqing University, would someone exhibit such pretentiousness? The chubby fellow shakes his head. Ding. A new weapon design blueprint. The energy burst gun has been fully issued. The shorter the development time, the greater the rewards. This time there are even rewards. Unlike the previous instance when a lightsaber was provided, it appears that the more advanced technology one completes, the higher the level of the system that gets unlocked. Ultimately, the black technology obtained may become increasingly unfathomable. Reflecting on the history and establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, the path has been fraught with hardship. In the past, on the battlefield, the inadequacy of weaponry caused immense suffering. Many veterans perished in the harsh cold of war. The more I delve into history, the more I am compelled to devote myself to research and development. The reason is singular. At the moment when our scientific endeavors elevate to a sufficient level, I wish to boldly proclaim my findings without reservation. In the territory ahead of the Dragon Kingdom, entry is strictly prohibited. The announcement of a new scientific research project has rendered further time in the library unnecessary. Closing his book, Su Ting opened WeChat and sent a message to Yunxing. Senior brother, I have made my decision regarding the new project. I need to apply for a batch of new materials. The message was met with an immediate response. As long as you say the word, the materials will be dispatched without delay. I will send you a list of the required items shortly. Over the past month, Yunxing had been anxiously awaiting Su Ting's communication, longing for the moment when he could say, "Senior brother, the project has commenced." Finally, that moment had arrived. "All right. Senior brother, I can return the textbooks I borrowed from you. The materials regarding advanced weaponry had all been borrowed from Yunsheng. You can leave them in the library. I will send someone to retrieve them shortly." "Right from their original location?" "Yes." "Excellent. I will arrange that immediately. The relevant textbooks must not be stored in the library." At this moment, a chubby onlooker, peering curiously at the conversation, was struck with astonishment. The WeChat avatar in the chat was one he recognized well. Once, during an event he organized, he had coincidentally added a relevant school leader. The avatar and name belonged to Dean Yunxing, whose authority paralleled that of the vice president. Yet, those around him addressed Yunsheng as senior brother. From the dialogue, it was evident that this senior brother held a significant respect for his junior. The chubby onlooker was momentarily frozen in disbelief, finally comprehending the phrase, "The jester is indeed myself." Chapter 13. Ultimately, it was an unrequited love. While the chubby boy was lost in confusion, Su Tung had already gathered his belongings and departed. Gazing at Su Tung's retreating figure, the chubby boy looked at the book in his hands and suddenly felt the vastness of the world. Despite his diligent efforts, even to the point of losing his hair, he found himself easily outshone by a casually confident young man. "Ah, you forgot to take your book." Just as the chubby boy stood up to retrieve it, a staff member briskly approached and interjected, "I'm sorry, but I need to take this book. It does not belong to the library." Looking back at the staff member's earnest expression, the chubby boy swallowed hard. It dawned on him that some people read books that were not even available in the library, and there were certain works he was not permitted to peruse. Frustrated, he felt utterly exhausted and wished for the world to come to an end. At the moment the staff member confiscated the book, the chubby boy's body slumped, and he slowly sank back into his chair. Goodness, have I been a complete failure all along? Unbeknownst to Su Tung, his seemingly insignificant action had caused the chubby boy beside him to have his spirit utterly shattered. Su Tung was still engrossed in examining the energy weapon provided by the system. The weapon operated on the principle that pulling the trigger releases volatile energy gas into the chamber, where it is ignited by energy from the weapon's power source. The ignited gas then passes through a narrow space in the weapon's activation module, transforming into a powerful particle beam. A crystal prism focuses the particle beam before directing it to the correction chamber, which electrifies the beam to its final energy form. Thus, the critical issues the weapon needed to address included how to introduce the energy gas into the chamber, how to ignite it, and how the particles would converge as they passed through the crystal prism. Su Tung had evolved since before, drawing upon the experience gained from the energy sword and the knowledge he had diligently acquired during this time. The problems requiring resolution were evident from the principles alone. This was merely the theoretical aspect. In practice, a myriad of unforeseen challenges would arise. The greatest discrepancy between experiment and theory lay here. The system merely provided the blueprints. Should issues arise in the experimentation phase, one had to resolve them personally. For an ordinary person, contemplating these matters would induce a frown of worry. However, Su Tung was different. The more challenging the scientific endeavor, the more exhilarated he became, as if his very blood were ignited with fervor. The challenge was significant and intriguing. He decided to return and complete the materials application form. Although the system did not impose a time limit, there was likely an implicit deadline, suggested by the notion that the shorter the duration, the greater the rewards. Thus, he aimed to complete the application promptly to expedite the project's commencement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Tung began to formulate his thoughts, diligently filling out the materials on the application form. A private dormitory was indeed convenient, allowing him the peace to work undisturbed. The only drawback was that the room felt somewhat spacious. 2 hours later, gazing at the densely packed materials, Su Tung furrowed his brow and said, "Why have I written so much? This is merely a fraction of it. Will it be rejected once I submit it?" Just then, a message from Yunxing arrived. "Junior Su, have you finished writing the application materials?" "Yes, I will send it to you now." "All right." Observing the message, Yunxing sensed something amiss. After scrutinizing the text, he finally discerned the inconsistency. It was Su Tung who filled out the application form. Logically, the one in a subordinate position should be the requester. Why then did it feel as though the tables had turned? Why was I, a dignified dean of Huaqing Academy, reduced to such humility? No, I must regain my composure. Even if my junior is a favored student of Mentor Su Wei, this is unacceptable. File transfer successful. Download. Another instant download. Su Tung felt a twinge of unease. Surely, his senior wasn't perpetually glued to his phone, poised to reply to me at a moment's notice. File opened. The development and research of the explosive energy gun, along with the schematic display. Although the title and description appeared mundane, they were nonetheless striking. I truly cannot resist something that seems so plain yet is, in reality, a formidable revelation. Yunxing had previously had the privilege of glancing at Su Teng's thesis. Just the title, Light Sword, had stirred his blood. Now, the explosive energy gun mentioned in this application was not a conventional ballistic weapon, rather. It employed avant-garde thinking to utilize volatile gases as energy. Can gas be harnessed as a means of propulsion? For the first time, Yunxing felt a flicker of doubt. He had witnessed many grand spectacles throughout his life. Yet, he had never encountered a scenario quite like this. If one of his own students had submitted such a report, he would have berated them without hesitation. But here stood Su Teng, capable of making the light sword a reality, prompting him to suppress any doubts of impossibility. As he examined the schematic step by step, his expression transformed from confusion to realization, followed by astonishment, and ultimately culminated in excitement. For it became evident from the schematic that Su Teng could indeed construct the explosive energy gun. Compared to traditional firearms, the explosive energy gun could operate effectively in extreme environments, high temperatures, severe cold, sandstorms. The power of ordinary firearms is fixed, but the explosive energy gun is different. By manipulating the energy output button at the rear, one can adjust the energy level, thereby modulating its power to a certain extent. Most crucially, however, is the issue of firing rate. The explosive energy gun boasts a significantly faster rate of fire than conventional firearms. This implies that if it could be realized, the explosive energy gun would reign supreme in the realm of weaponry, ruthlessly overpowering all others with its unparalleled firepower. Oh, my Yunxing exclaimed involuntarily as he gazed at the schematic. Who said that Junior Su needed to be humble? With the schematic at hand, shouldn't it be I? Yunxing, who feels diminished? At that moment, Yunxing recalled a humorous saying circulating online. Might I inquire if the nation would reward me with a residence should I successfully develop a lithography machine? What are you speaking of, my esteemed academician? Just then, a message from Su Cheng arrived. Senior brother, this time the materials are rather extensive, and we will need to supplement a considerable amount further. Will it be difficult to secure approval? Yunxing promptly replied, What are you talking about, my Junior Su? Rest assured, approval will be granted. I appreciate your assistance. Came the response. It is but a trivial matter, nothing to concern oneself with. After concluding the conversation, Yunxing immediately reached for his phone to contact his mentor. Su Wei. Hello, Professor, this is Yunxing. Ah, it's you. Hold on. You've exceeded the dosage. We need to redo it. After that, Su Wei, somewhat exasperated, said, If you have something to discuss, make it quick. I'm busy. Junior Su, there's a new project. They've just provided me with the materials application form. What? The sound of a chair being overturned echoed through the phone, followed by urgent words. Hurry, I'm quite free at the moment. Let me see his project and the materials application form. Yunxing thought to himself. Ultimately, it was a misguided affection. Chapter 14. Do you have time now? Before Su Teng's arrival, I was always regarded as the exemplary student in your eyes. However, ever since he appeared, apart from inquiries about him, every time I attempted to speak with you, your response was invariably, I'm busy with experiments. While I silently criticized this in my mind, I dutifully transmitted the documents to you. Yunxing's qualifications were insufficient to procure the materials that day, and the only one eligible to do so was undoubtedly his advisor, Su Wei. At this moment, the students besides Su Wei were intrigued. Just moments ago, their instructor had exhibited a somewhat irritable demeanor, but after taking a call, he transformed into a figure of excitement and fervor. Instructor, what is happening? One asked. I do not know, but it appears new research results have emerged, another speculated. A breakthrough that could incite such exhilaration in an advisor must indeed be remarkable. Indeed, just look at the expression on the instructor's face. Oh. The others followed the tone of this remark and turned to gaze, only to be taken aback. Su Wei seemed genuinely exhilarated. His hands trembled, surely a sign of enthusiasm. Over the past month, Su Wei had frequently inquired about Su Teng's activities, receiving the same response each time. He spends all day in the library, seemingly recharging. Recharging? In most cases, those engaged in research seldom linger in libraries. Their true habitat is the laboratory. This is because discrepancies often exist between experimental data and theoretical knowledge. Unless one is preparing to embark on a new project, previously uncharted territory, they would typically first immerse themselves in literature to acquire necessary knowledge. thereby establishing direction. Yet, Su Teng's trajectory was astonishingly advanced, leaving Su Wei in awe. He never anticipated that firearms in practical life could utilize volatile explosive gases as materials. From the schematic, the weapon exhibited great power, rapid firing rates, and adaptability to extreme combat conditions. The energy beams were even categorized. One type, the particle beam, demonstrated significant lethality to humans, with a crucial note stating, difficult to defend against with a lightsaber. Since Su Teng had developed a tangible lightsaber, both it and the accompanying research had been classified as top secret by Long Country. A specialized research team was established to explore it further, and through their studies, they discovered that the lightsaber could indeed deflect bullets. This new weapon, however, possessed energy that even the lightsaber struggled to withstand, should it strike a target. Even armor would offer little protection against its deadly force. The other type was the plasma beam, which proved effective against machines and armor. This was a clear indication of its intended purpose. Whoever was targeted would face obliteration. Teacher, Sushiti hopes the materials will be approved soon. He is awaiting the experiment. Look at him. So young, yet so talented and passionately devoted to research. Such individuals are indeed rare. Su Wei reflected on Yunxing's recent experiences, noting the lack of significant research outcomes, with most news centered on the school's administrative developments. It was disheartening to witness such disparity among peers. Tonight, the materials would undoubtedly be approved, and not only that, dedicated personnel would ensure their prompt delivery. Sushiti mentioned that this was merely a portion of the research materials. Even more would follow in the next phase. Give him whatever he requires. We shall provide it all. I knew it all along. The teacher would undoubtedly comply with every request made by Sushiti, thus preserving the bravado I had displayed in front of him. Everything seems effortlessly manageable. You should learn more from Xiao Su. You haven't produced any significant research achievements over the years. And remember, fulfilling all of Xiao Su's requirements is paramount. As Yunxing read these words, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Although in the teacher's eyes, Sushiti is the finest, the teacher still acknowledges me. If you have nothing to do, avoid complicating matters for Xiao Su. His work is beyond your comprehension. If he requires assistance, you may consider offering your help. Yinsheng. Alas, in the teacher's view, I am merely qualified to be an assistant. That evening, an urgent email was dispatched from Su Wei's inbox, explicitly highlighting the name of the project leader. Approval was granted within 10 minutes, even swifter than when Su Wei applied for the project himself. Later that night, after Su Teng had retired, a procession of trucks entered Hucking. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many trucks? The licenses are all official. I have no idea what they are transporting. It must be some significant experiment. Sigh, how I wish I could participate. Oh, Xiaopeng. Why do you look so troubled? When Xiaopeng returned from the library that afternoon, his roommate sensed that something was amiss. If one were to describe it in a single word, it would be soul-crushed. No, I was merely reminded of some unfortunate matters. Even now, Xiaopeng has yet to recover from the dread instilled by Su Teng. Merely glancing at a chat message felt as if I had traversed an entire century. The disparity between individuals can indeed be so vast. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Su Teng was accustomed to rising early. The morning breeze invigorated the mind. Upon checking WeChat, he noted that Yinxing had not yet replied. Sushiti, all the materials you need are prepared. The laboratory is exclusively yours. If you require an assistant, simply let me know. Of course, I will arrange any subsequent materials you may need immediately upon your request. Yun Shixiang is quite reliable. I just wonder about his research capabilities. If given the chance, I would still need his guidance for any uncertainties. Thank you, Shixiang. Just arrange 2 assistants for me. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged for you. Oh, Yin Shixiang is up this early too? I just sent the message, and he replied instantly. I trust my Shixiang to handle matters efficiently. At that moment, Yunxing, with disheveled hair, felt tears welling up. It was worth maximizing my notification volume, fearing I might miss a message from Sushiti. Indeed, the most heartwarming came from Sushiti. Since the materials have arrived, I shall commence the energy gun project immediately. In the realm of research, Su Ting is perpetually indefatigable. Recently, Yunsheng mentioned a remarkable development. His innovation, the lightsaber, has entered a new phase of research, accompanied by the continuous testing of tangible prototypes. Upon hearing this news, Su Teng felt a genuine sense of gratification. For researchers, the pinnacle of success lies in having their achievements recognized and subsequently promoted on a grand scale. This is a moment of pride for every scientist. And Su Teng is no exception. From the results observed, It appears that the energy weapon is superior to the lightsaber. Should the energy weapon achieve successful mass production, the military technology of Longwa would undoubtedly experience a significant advancement. As Su Ting stepped into the research laboratory, he instinctively silenced his phone. At that very moment, a message from Deng Yi arrived. I have arrived at Huaqing School. Do you have time now? Chapter 15. Listen well, learn well at this moment. Deng Yi donned a flowing white dress, her face adorned with subtle makeup, standing against the sunlight, her silhouette bathed in a radiant glow, exuding a youthful vibrance. Prior to her arrival, Deng Yi had meticulously prepared a strategy. The moment she received her acceptance letter, she was overwhelmed with joy. Huqing University represented the dream institution for many students. How could she not take the time to thoroughly understand it before embarking on 3 years of study there? The more she learned about the school's history, the stronger her sense of belonging grew. However, all her plans were disrupted when Su Ting casually left a message on her social media 2 days ago. The revelation that he too would be attending the same university rendered her speechless. Any inquiries about her familiarity with the campus would leave her stammering. Without a legitimate reason to approach Su Ting, she knew it would be quite challenging to arrange a meeting with him, unless she genuinely engaged him in academic discourse. Everything had initially proceeded as planned, a seamless execution of her strategy. In fact, she even scheduled an early bus to arrive on time, speculating that Su Ting would surely be awake at this hour, as he had always been an early riser in high school. Yet, after waiting for 10 minutes, her unease grew. Could it be that he hasn't woken up? She pondered. Should I call him? No, that would be inappropriate. Su Ting is not one to respond to such whims. Perhaps I could concoct an excuse to ask him an academic question. But that would be absurd on the first day of graduate school. Who in their right mind would inquire about academic matters before even starting? She decided it was best to send him another message, rather than continue waiting idly for the entire morning. Deng Yi was acutely aware of Su Ting's formidable intellect. If she could present him with an enticing academic question, he could very well remain engrossed in the classroom. No, he was likely in the lab at this hour. As she glanced up, she noticed a handsome young man approaching her with a warm smile. Hello, are you lost? He inquired. Deng Yi politely replied, Thank you. I'm just waiting for someone. Mustering her courage, she opened the messaging app and typed, Are you in your dorm right now? As the young man departed, she faintly overheard snippets of their conversation. Why are you back? Someone else has a boyfriend and is still messaging him to come over. Wow, no insults? The messages are exceptionally polite. Damn, why haven't I met a girl like that? Deng Yi felt her cheeks flush. After all, he was not her boyfriend. If he were, she would have converted to Buddhism that very night. In the office, Yunxing observed the 3 students seated across from him. You all know why I called you here, don't you? The other 2 nodded in understanding, while the chubby boy, Tang Haiba, appeared deep in thought. Among the trio, only Tang Haiba found the situation somewhat perplexing, as the announcement issued by Yunxing stated, The lab requires assistance. We are only hiring 3. Initially, others believed they were to assist a prominent figure in research, eagerly inquiring about registration. However, when Yunxing revealed that the position was merely for a graduate student, an eerie silence enveloped the group. After all, this was Huqing University, where only the Army de la Army of graduate students gained entry. Having worked diligently to secure a place here, they aspired to achieve notable accomplishments, not to serve as an assistant to someone else. Surely, you jest. Had it not been for Yunxing's esteemed position, many would have erupted in expletives on the spot. Despite Yunxing later presenting a series of enticing rewards and assurances, interest remained scarce. Research is relentless, and time cannot be reversed. No one wished to squander their precious hours on such an endeavor, with the exception of Tang Haiba. Yesterday, while in the library, he had witnessed a remarkably precocious young man whose brilliance was astonishing. Moreover, he had observed Yunxing's tone towards this individual, markedly humble, even somewhat deferential. The books he perused were off-limits to Tang Haiba, with dedicated personnel assigned to collect them. That evening, a fleet of trucks arrived, unloading their cargo into a separate research facility. The following day, Yunxing sought to recruit assistants. If Tang Haiba believed for a moment that this was unrelated to the extraordinary young man, he would be mistaken. Thus, he took the initiative. This decision prompted others to question Tang Haiba's sanity, perceiving him as just another graduate student aimlessly passing time without tangible results. 2 others approached him, knowing his character well enough to dismiss any notion of recklessness. Odd occurrences invariably signal underlying reasons, and Tang Haiba refrained from elaborating further, confident in his deductions. He merely stated, If you trust me, You might as well give it a try. After all, it's just an assistant role and likely won't consume much of your time. Consequently, the trio found themselves before Yunxing. Given the circumstances, I shall refrain from further commentary. Please sign this agreement, Yunxing instructed. An agreement? The three exchanged glances, mutual confusion evident in their eyes. Presumably, it pertained to compensation for labor. However, upon reading the title, they were utterly astonished, for it boldly proclaimed, Confidentiality Agreement. Goodness. Director, you must be mistaken. Only Tang Haiba's eyes gleamed with understanding. There is no mistake. If you wish to join the experiment as assistants, this must be signed first. The two turned to Tang Haiba, finally grasping the meaning behind his earlier words. While they trusted him, their decision to proceed was met with ridicule from others, who mocked them as mere participants in a 3-year charade at Hucking University. Such idlers exist everywhere. As long as I navigate through the chaos swiftly, no one will notice my aimlessness. Yet, Director Yun's actions clearly indicated that this experiment was unlike any they could fathom, reaching levels beyond their imagination. After the three individuals signed the confidentiality agreement, Yunsheng let out a sigh of relief. He had finally found his assistants. Regarding Su Teng's project, Yunxing indeed wished to participate as an assistant. However, the demands of his workload were overwhelming. Were it not for this, he would have eagerly engaged in the project. Yunxing patted the shoulders of the three and said, "Follow me." 10 minutes later, the four stood before the laboratory entrance. Unlike a typical laboratory, this one boasted heightened security measures, with the presence of several military personnel. Once you enter, the staff within will take charge of your activities. Remember, you have signed a confidentiality agreement, and everything inside must remain undisclosed. I can only offer you one piece of advice: learn diligently from him. Even if you acquire just a fraction of knowledge, it will suffice for your needs. Rest assured, Director Yun, we fully comprehend, the three replied, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. As the door swung open, a youthful figure emerged before them. Chapter 16, We Struck Gold. The expressions of the other two were marked by astonishment. He was the sole occupant of the laboratory, signifying that everything here was under his jurisdiction. So young, and yet fully in charge of this project? They mused, contrasting their own roles, relegating me to that of an assistant. Yet, he had already commenced overseeing projects that required a confidentiality agreement before they could even begin. So, this is the realm of genius? Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have never comprehended the vast disparity between individuals. Only Tang Haiba appeared genuinely exhilarated, as the figure before us was strikingly familiar. The impact he had on me that day was profound. After his departure, I could scarcely even peruse his textbooks freely. Turning around, I noticed that the two had been rendered speechless, much like I had been initially. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Ting turned to see Yunxing entering with 3 students in tow. "Junior Su, I have brought the individuals you requested." "Thank you, senior brother," Su Ting replied, acknowledging Yunxing's reliability in his endeavors. "I had initially anticipated a prolonged search for assistance. How is your project progressing, junior brother?" Yunxing, though holding an official title, had always traversed the path of research and development, harboring a keen interest in the emergence of new technologies, often daydreaming of achieving monumental breakthroughs. However, as he occupied the dean's position longer, entangled in trivial matters, he came to realize that his own research aspirations were essentially at an end. Nowadays, even if he were to engage in scientific inquiry, that pure passion had waned. Yet, he was quite intrigued by his junior brother's project, as it consistently brought forth unexpected marvels. The previous endeavor, the light sword, had transformed a mere fantasy into reality. This time, the energy gun was equally imbued with a sci-fi allure. Who could have imagined that the firearms utilized by those around him employed live ammunition? Where making bullets curve was a challenging feat, Su Teng had taken a significant leap forward, utilizing gas to create bullets that were not only rapid but also powerful. Such imagination was truly commendable. Initially, it had merely constituted a foundational framework, but a coherent vision had begun to crystallize, promising a smoother path ahead. He gestured toward the gun-shaped object resting on the table, rugged and wild, exuding an aesthetic of violent beauty. Apart from Tang Haiba, the other two were utterly dumbfounded, exchanging glances that seemed to convey disbelief. "Is this all real? Did I not perceive it correctly?" Yun Shang, the authoritative dean of Hucking University, commanded both respect and trepidation from numerous students. Anyone acquainted with his background knew that he was a protégé of the esteemed research giant Su Wei, having diligently conducted research under his tutelage and contributed significantly to various advancements. Eventually, he transitioned to the dean's role, seldom engaging in research thereafter. However, unlike certain managerial figures who lack scholarly acumen, Yunxing possessed genuine expertise, earning him greater respect from his students. Individuals like him, who excelled both in research and management, truly garnered admiration. Many young women have spoken of Yunxing in hushed tones, describing him as warm and gentle, possessing a scholarly elegance that, even in his advancing years, radiates considerable charm as a distinguished dean. Yet, within the confines of this modest laboratory, it seems the tone just heard was one of reverence. The young man before them. How old could he possibly be? Even the students under Su Wei's esteemed tutelage hold him in high regard, and Su Wei is a renowned academician in his own right. It is only now that they comprehend the significance of Yunxing's earlier remark. Learn diligently from him, for even a fragment of knowledge gained is a boon. This is not mere flattery. Rather, it is a profoundly genuine piece of advice. Tang Haiba finds amusement in the astonished expressions of the two. What is so surprising about this? Just yesterday, I saw books in the library that I wasn't even qualified to touch. They have dedicated individuals to organize them. And as for my mindset, let us not dwell on that. What lies ahead is inconsequential. Yunxing, well acquainted with Su Teng, had confidently stated that a preliminary approach had already taken shape, suggesting that the ensuing process would indeed unfold with relative ease. One commendable trait of researchers is their straightforwardness. They articulate their needs directly and face challenges head-on. For them, every moment is precious, and meandering not only squanders time but also leads to misunderstandings. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. If you require materials, I will procure them for you immediately, even if it means airlifting them. He assured. It turns out the rumors were true. Word has it that a convoy draped in tarpaulins entered Hucking University last night, accompanied by military personnel, all dedicated to fulfilling his requests. The joy of the two nearly overflowed. As they turned to Tang Haiba, his words concealed a wealth of implications. Well then, I shall be relying on you, senior brother. No trouble at all, he replied. Upon confirming that his tasks were completed, Yunxing turned to the three, advising, in this laboratory, whatever Su Teng instructs, you shall follow without question. Do you understand? Understood, the three responded in unison, affirming their resolute commitment. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Yunxing departed, leaving the trio gazing fervently at Su Teng, a true heavyweight in their midst. Though youthful in appearance, he undoubtedly harbors remarkable achievements unbeknownst to them. Everything has been specially authorized for Su Teng alone. If they were elsewhere, they might ponder whether Su Teng had influential backers. Yet, this is Hucking University, one of the nation's premier institutions, with Yunxing himself wielding considerable authority and his mentors being at the forefront of research. Thus, there is only one conclusion. His research prowess is sufficient to astonish even the Dragon Kingdom. The value of being in Su Teng's orbit is immeasurable. The three silently rejoice, recognizing that those who constantly seek to attach themselves to powerful figures have just missed a splendid opportunity. I am Su Teng. From now on, simply address me by name. Very well, Brother Su. The three of them harmoniously spoke in unison. Such robust thighs, still requiring a name? It is directly arranged by Brother Su. Rubbing his brow, Su Teng did not linger on his thoughts. He proceeded to assign their tasks and roles. In the realm of research, it is divided into numerous intricate projects and processes. In the previous lightsaber project, Su Teng, pressed for time and eager to expedite his thesis, had become an embodiment of toil, personally overseeing every detail. However, with the advent of assistants, things were different. Non-core projects no longer necessitated Su Teng's direct involvement. This was not due to a lack of trust in them, but rather Su Teng recognized that the trio's capabilities were insufficient for tackling the core projects. The secondary tasks, which could be executed diligently following his outlined steps, were far more suitable for them. Research, much like dining, must be approached gradually, bite by bite. Upon receiving their assigned tasks, the three glanced at the project title, Energy Cannon. Chapter 17, Nearly Exposed, the Explosive Energy Gun? What is this contraption? Although the three of them had yet to carve their own paths in the realm of scientific research, they possessed a fundamental level of knowledge. Having gained admission to graduate studies at Hucking University, this attested to their genuine capabilities. As for firearms, surely there was nothing particularly extraordinary about them. Just as they contemplated this, they picked up a brief introduction and were left utterly astounded. Was this truly a product of science fiction? Could someone like me genuinely be part of such a team? And a gun that required no bullets, despite their mental preparation. The three remained rendered speechless by their astonishment. In contemporary times, firearms were typically loaded with live ammunition, with their power reliant on the kinetic energy imparted by the bullets. To some extent, one could assert that larger firearms generally wielded greater power. Yet now, the design depicted in the preliminary diagrams elucidated that this was a weapon utilizing volatile explosive gases as its primary material, shattering the conventional concept of solid projectiles and substituting them with condensed light-based energy pulses, which could even change color depending on the type of particles employed. Were it not for their presence in the laboratory, observing the gradually forming weapon, the trio might have thought they were ensnared in a dream or that Su-Tung was merely jesting with them. Each word on the document was familiar to them, but when assembled, they could not comprehend its significance. Please, spare me. I feel like a mere novice. Is this truly the endeavor I am partaking in? Am I capable of this? I am but a humble graduate student. Unbeknownst to Su-Tung in the distance, a mere schematic had nearly shattered the resolve of the three. The disparities among individuals began to magnify within the research facility. Having experienced a setback, Tang Haiba was the first to recover, turning to observe his two companions who were lost in their thoughts. Am I truly a worthless individual? The sight of their bewildered expressions nearly elicited laughter from him. Is this all? He approached and patted their shoulders, offering consolation. Do not overthink it. Let us diligently pursue research under Senior Su's guidance. Who knows? We might even partake in future significant projects. Indeed, this was an exceptional opportunity. The explosive energy gun, just gazing at the blueprints, stirred excitement within them. The trio began to earnestly engage with the tasks assigned by Su-Ting. At times, when fatigue set in, they would glance towards Su-Ting, who appeared tireless, and a sense of pride would swell within them. To collaborate on research with someone as promising as Senior Su was an immense fortune. Releasing gas into the conversion chamber posed certain challenges. If the airtightness was poor, the gas would disperse immediately, yet if it was overly sealed, new complications would arise. The blueprints provided by the system were merely theoretical. To truly resolve these issues, they had to continually explore and refine the imperfections through experimentation. Turning around, they found themselves standing together, gazing at Su-Tung with a mix of admiration and awkwardness. What troubles you? Despite being summoned by Yunsheng to serve as assistants, the three remained in contemplation. However, Su-Ting did not possess an air of arrogance. He approached every challenge with patience. As time grew late, he found himself at a loss to comprehend what they wished to convey, until he was interrupted by the grumbling of the chubby boy's stomach. It was evidently time for a meal. No worries, everyone go ahead. In the future, such trivial matters need not be brought to my attention, he reassured them. Each individual has a unique constitution, and the mental demands of research can be taxing. Insufficient sugar levels may hinder cognitive function. Therefore, maintaining regular meal times is quite significant in the realm of scientific inquiry. Brother Su, we shall take our leave then. Do not forget to eat as well, they urged. Go on, he replied. As the three bid farewell, their respect for Su-Tung had reached an unprecedented height following the morning's revelations. In the field of research, merit prevails over age. A nagging feeling lingered, as if something important had been overlooked. Su-Ting stroked his chin, contemplating the nascent form of the energy cannon before him. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. A message from Deng Yi read, I have arrived at Hucking School. Do you have time now? This message had been sent at 7 in the morning. Moments later, another message followed. Are you in your dormitory now? 10 minutes later, a third message arrived. I've found the dormitory. Once you finish your tasks, remember to contact me. Didn't we agree to have lunch together today? A wave of realization washed over Su-Tung. No wonder he had felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. It had been at the forefront of his mind. It was now 12:30. He presumed she had yet to eat. He swiftly replied, I've been busy. Shall we have lunch together? The reply came almost instantaneously. Sure. I haven't eaten yet. So quick. The swiftness of her response reminded Su-Tung of Yunsheng, who also replied in a heartbeat whenever he sent a message. Shall we meet at the entrance of the Zijinjiwen cafeteria? Okay, looking forward to it, he sent back, though a sense of unease began to creep in. Previously, Deng Yi had mentioned that this was her first visit to Hucking University and that she was unfamiliar with the campus, which boasted over a dozen cafeterias. Will you be able to find it? You want to get lost, will you? For some universities, getting lost is a genuine concern. There are individuals whose navigational skills are woefully inadequate. If the campus is sufficiently vast, newcomers may indeed struggle to find their way. Receiving the message, Deng Yi felt a tightening in her chest. Had she inadvertently revealed something? No. If it were anyone else, it might truly be a cause for concern. But Su Tung was not that kind of person. She typed back, "I'll ask someone else. I have a knack for navigation." "All right. See you shortly." Su Tung had few hobbies. Research was one, and his other passion lay in culinary delights. The cafeterias at Hucking University were plentiful, yet among them all, he favored the Zijinjuan cafeteria for its affordable and delectable offerings. In terms of finances, Su Tung was not lacking. When Su Wei had recruited him to Hucking University, the promised housing and funds had already been fulfilled. Outside the campus stood a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room apartment that belonged to Su Tung, and he had already taken a look at it. In this locality, the value of the property exceeds 10 million. However, Su Ting is reluctant to reside there, as it is too distant from a laboratory. He finds even his solitary dormitory spacious enough, let alone a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room house. The project that developed the lightsaber has awarded him over $1 million, all of which resides in his personal account, yet he has little inclination to indulge. His foremost thoughts remain entrenched in research. Yun Sheng had endowed him with a campus card, sufficiently funded. He once mentioned, "Your campus card can access any location within Hucking University. Within the campus, you can make purchases directly with a simple swipe, and the card will never run out." Su Ting had dismissed this notion, as he only required the essentials for food and shelter. Why concern himself with such matters? The advancement of technology in Longwa is his ultimate aspiration. Lost in these thoughts, he arrived at the entrance of the Zijinjuan cafeteria, where he immediately spotted Deng Yi standing at the doorway, clad in a flowing dress, adorned with light makeup, radiating an aura of youthful vitality. Chapter 18. A divine assist at the stroke of noon. The cafeteria entrance buzzed with a considerable throng of people. Deng Yi epitomized beauty, effortlessly capturing the attention of those around her, even from a less conspicuous spot. Especially during mealtime, standing at the cafeteria's entrance only amplified her allure. "Stop staring, you fool," muttered the young man, whose ear was being playfully tugged by his girlfriend. "I'm not. I just noticed she resembles a girl I know." "Oh, do tell me more about this acquaintance of yours," she urged, her curiosity piqued. Nearby, Deng Yi craned her neck to peer into the crowd, pondering whether she might be late. Yet, knowing Su Tang's character, she reassured herself that he would inquire if she were tardy. "Hey, isn't that the girl you saw this morning?" a friend asked. "Yes, she was waiting for her boyfriend back then." "Why is it that some people's lives are so different? Such a stunning girl, yet she waits for someone?" "Enough already. My mouth is full of lemons," he replied. "Let us move a bit closer and see who she is waiting for." "All right, I'm curious too." As the two approached, Deng Yi's gaze met theirs, and her eyes lit up. She then took the initiative to walk over. "Wow, she is coming over. Could it be because of me?" Upon this thought, the unspoken words hung in the air, but Deng Yi's joyful exclamation interrupted. "Su Ting, you finally made it." Their smiles froze, and both young men suddenly felt rather foolish. Turning around, they saw a refined young man approaching with a beaming smile. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." "Not at all," Su Tung replied, noticing the awkward expressions on the faces of the two men. "Are these your classmates?" "Not really," Deng Yi observed closely, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, it's you. Thank you for this morning." The young man's demeanor normalized instantly. "No problem. I thought you might have been lost." If Su Ting had been there earlier, I indeed would have been lost, she mused. The young man glanced at Su Ting, who seemed momentarily dazed. There was something undeniably soothing about him, an aura that evoked a sense of calmness, making even the most accomplished individuals feel trivial in his presence. Unbeknownst to him, he sighed softly. "Your boyfriend is quite unique." With that, he departed, leaving no room for inquiries, only envy. Who wouldn't he admire the beautiful and talented Deng Yi? Remaining here would only plant the seeds of jealousy in one's heart. Deng Yi's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "If only he truly were my boyfriend." "What are you saying?" Su Ting's unexpected question startled her. I didn't say anything," she stammered, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. In truth, Su Tung had been keenly attentive to the exchange between Deng Yi and the young man. Initially, my mind wandered as I pondered the resolution of the ceiling and gas issues. Suddenly, my stomach growled, and my thoughts shifted to whether the spicy beef should be drizzled over the rice balls and if I ought to add a small serving of sauce-coated duck. "Let us proceed," I suggested. Deng Yi followed Su Ting, her gaze lingering on his silhouette, which evoked memories of their high school days filled with exhaustion from solving problems. Often lifting her head to admire his figure, she had once envisioned attending the same university as him, only to learn post-examination of his unfortunate accident, leading to a 4-year separation. At last, they found themselves reunited at the same institution, one of the finest in the country. A remark from the young man ignited a spark of planning within Deng Yi. Su Ting must still be single. If that is the case, perhaps I could make my move. Yet, doubt crept in, for years could have altered many things. He might already be in a relationship without my knowledge. I should find a moment to inquire further. As Su Ting guided Deng Yi through left and right turns, the throng of students began to dwindle, and they ascended higher floors. After all, this was a university, and some dining halls were sectioned off. There were designated windows for students and others for faculty. Those of higher rank, like Dean Yunsheng, enjoyed exclusive access to specialized serving areas. Su Tung, a regular patron, navigated this space with ease. His campus card bestowed by Yunsheng proving invaluable for accessing superior cuisine. Dear lady, I would like a serving of spicy beef, accompanied by a small portion of sauce-coated duck. Certainly, the serving lady acknowledged him, clearly familiar with Su Tung. On one occasion, Dean Yunsheng had paid a visit to inspect the dining hall, startling its administrators, who feared there might have been an issue with the meals. Upon his arrival, Yunsheng simply instructed, in the future, should anyone present a special campus card here, ensure their requests are met. The leadership, in eager agreement, wondered what sort of student warranted such attention from the esteemed dean. The following day, the serving lady encountered Su Ting, the one with the special campus card, and her hands quivered with newfound reverence. Young man, should you finish your meal and find yourself still hungry, feel free to return. There will be no additional charge. Thank you, ma'am, Su Tung replied, turning to find Deng Yi gazing at him in astonishment. What troubles you? He inquired. I was just lost in thought, she stammered. The ambience of the dining hall differed markedly, as did the demeanor of the serving lady, and the campus card Su Tung held was a stark contrast to her own. These distinctions clearly illustrated the disparity in their respective statuses. Yet, this was Hucking University. Was it not agreed that she too was a graduate student here? Having entered the same year, how could their pathways and modes of admission diverge so greatly? Did you truly gain admission through the examination, or were you perhaps specially recruited? She pondered, though she had never heard of seniors being specially admitted to graduate programs. Oh, what would you like to eat? Just choose. The flavors here are delightful. By the way, today it is my treat. Upon hearing the final words, Deng Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. The outcome of the meal remained unchanged. Yet the journey was distinct. The person settling the bill had altered, and with it, the mood transformed as well. Just then, Deng Yi felt a pang of hunger and turned her gaze towards Su Tung's exquisitely presented dish. Turning back to the aunt, she smiled and said, Auntie, may I have a portion just like his, please? Certainly, came the reply. As the identical dish was handed over from the counter, the aunt remarked, My dear, you are truly beautiful. You two are simply a perfect match. A blush graced Deng Yi's cheeks as she softly replied, But we are not quite there yet. The aunt, in a seasoned tone, advised, No worries. I've noticed this young man often dines alone. Seize the opportunity, and in time, he will surely be yours. Deng Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Andy, you are truly a divine matchmaker. Chapter 19. The more I think. The more I feel at a loss upon returning to her seat, Deng Yi observed Su Ting skillfully soaking rice balls in a savory beef sauce. The white rice balls mingled with the thick, fragrant liquid, promising an explosion of flavor with each bite. The tender, well-cooked beef was exceptionally soft and not at all tough, and the cafeteria's beef had a remarkably smooth texture. Deng Yi. All the words she had intended to express were swallowed back, and in that moment, she found herself inexplicably hungry. Su Ting looked up at her, bewildered. Go on, you can do this, Deng Yi, she encouraged herself silently. Just then, she caught a glimpse of the cafeteria lady, who offered an encouraging glance in her direction. How have you navigated your 4 years in university? Su Tung, puzzled by Deng Yi's sudden nervousness, pondered for a moment before responding, It's quite simple. Attend classes diligently, complete assignments, and in my spare time, I peruse the latest scientific journals. Deng Yi felt reassured, relieved that he had not been preoccupied with romance. A smile graced her lips, her eyes curving into an appealing arc. Her appetite returned, drawn to the enticing dishes before her. She sampled the spicy duck, finding the heat just right and the texture pleasingly tender. What has caused this sudden shift in your mood? Su Ting asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. However, he refrained from probing further, focusing instead on the meal at hand. Watching University is truly a place of hidden talents, Deng Yi remarked, savoring her food. What is it? Su Tung inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Yesterday, I joined a group of alumni from this year, and today, the chat is buzzing about 2 events. After sipping some broth, she continued, the first matter is that a convoy of large trucks arrived at Huaqing University overnight, their contents shrouded beneath heavy tarps. Some students, startled by the sudden presence of these trucks, initially thought they were unauthorized vehicles entering the campus. Just as they were about to call the authorities, they noticed a military vehicle behind them, leaving them utterly astonished. Seeing Su Tong's baffled expression, Deng Yi exclaimed, "You didn't hear about this? I went to bed early last night. The dormitory assigned by Yunxing is relatively quiet, surrounded by trees that provide excellent sound insulation. Moreover, Su Tong has always enjoyed a high quality of sleep. Once he dozed off, it was difficult to rouse him." "Oh, that must have occurred after you fell asleep," Deng Yi replied. "And what about the second matter?" As they neared the end of their meal, Su Ting took on the role of a supportive audience member. "The second event is that Dean Yun personally recruited assistants in the group this morning. Initially, students assumed it was for some esteemed researcher in need of help, and many expressed interest. However, Dean Yun clarified that he was seeking assistance for graduate students. Consequently, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence, with many falling quiet. Eventually, it was reported that 3 students had volunteered to assist. Su Tung fell into silence, reflecting on the news. Upon this realization, he comprehended the rapid arrival of the materials. They were delivered directly by truck, and even the military had been enlisted. Brother Yun exemplified an exceptionally reliable individual. He had previously indicated that should anything be lacking, he would procure it for me, even if it required air transport. It appears that such declarations were not mere platitudes. Wasteland University truly is an extraordinary institution. Having just arrived, I have already witnessed such an impressive array of resources. The group chat is abuzz with discussions. Why have I not received any notifications? Su Ting pondered aloud. Surely, you have not joined that major group? Major group? It seems that indeed might be the case. I have sent you an invitation. Simply click to join. Upon accessing WeChat, he encountered Wasteland Graduate Student Exchange Group. Request to join. Successfully joined. Once again, he was admitted in an instant. Su Tong felt a twinge of peculiarity. Whether messaging Yun Sheng or Deng Yi, responses came almost instantaneously. Now, joining the WeChat group was no different. Welcome to the new members. This message was barely visible before it was overshadowed by the next. The great beyond. I must say, the assistant summoned this morning cannot possibly be a graduate student. Have any of you heard of a graduate student requiring recruitment for an assistant? Divine arrangement. I was initially skeptical, but you must understand that the message was personally sent by Dean Yun. He never jokes around. The great beyond. Why would Dean Yun never jest? I know not, please. Dean Yun hails from a research background. Who in research would jest about matters pertaining to their field? I am just a little kitty. Can we not separate these 2 issues for discussion? What if the equipment delivered last night and the recruitment of graduate students for assistant roles are interconnected? This statement plunged the atmosphere into silence, creating an awkward pause. Deng Yi, engrossed in the messages, suddenly looked up at Su Ting as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind. Could this be related to him? The thought surfaced abruptly. No, that cannot be. How could it? During high school, I learned about him. His scores were merely a touch higher. Not enough to warrant such absurdity. Equipment transported overnight. This must pertain to a significant research endeavor. The great beyond. Did not 3 individuals become assistants? Why not inquire with them to find out? Tomorrow I shall definitely not play games. My roommate is one of them. I asked him, and he just kept grinning foolishly. I suspect he has been subjected to some embarrassing experiment. Since his return, he has been laughing incessantly, nearly splitting his sides. The great beyond. If he chooses not to speak, why post jokes in the group? Tomorrow I shall definitely not play games. I am being wronged. I speak only the truth. Divine arrangement. In fact, my roommate is the same. Look at my drifting. Count me in. The ambience once again sank into an uncanny atmosphere. If they were not undergoing some embarrassing experiment, it would imply their intellects were functioning normally. When one is filled with joy, laughter naturally follows, a continuous expression of happiness. Thus, halt. I cannot delve further into this line of thought. Following this train of reasoning, it seems everyone feels a profound sense of loss, as if they had ventured all the way to their grandmother's house in search of solace. Just look, the group chat is in a frenzy of speculation. It is baffling how those 3 individuals, now assistants, can maintain such mirth. Deng Yi lifted her gaze to Su Tong, only to find him observing her with an odd expression. What is it? She inquired, instinctively touching her face, suspecting there might be something amiss. The project involving the explosive energy gun is shrouded in secrecy. Those who have signed the agreement are forbidden from uttering a single word to outsiders. Sutong had not anticipated that his newly proposed project would stir such a significant uproar. This is a prestigious institution, a place that many students yearn to attend. Yet, inadvertently, he found himself at the center of the spectacle. Observing the multitude of guesses regarding his identity in the group chat, Sutong experienced a peculiar sensation. I am right here among you, yet you remain oblivious. Have you finished eating? Sutong asked. Chapter 20. Rolling off, I have finished my meal. Dang Yi maintained an impeccable physique, a result of her deliberate control over her portion sizes. Faced with the choice between dining and preserving her figure, she opted for the latter. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Sutong's inquiry left Dang Yi momentarily baffled. It seemed she had nothing else on her agenda. While she was lost in thought, Sutong remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Departing? Just like that? With his tray in hand, Sutong offered an explanation. I've been quite busy lately. We can connect again another time. Dang Yi nodded vacantly. She then watched as Sutong walked away without a backward glance. Only then did she remember something. As a talented researcher, Sutong was someone who adhered strictly to prearranged plans. For instance, if you suggested meeting, he would indeed meet you for a meal, and once finished, he would return to his laboratory to continue his research. This straightforwardness was part of what drew Dang Yi to him. His childlike sincerity remained unwavering. Watching Sutong's retreating figure, Dang Yi sighed. Alas, she would have to seek an opportunity to invite him out again. After all, they both attended Hucking University, making it relatively convenient to find one another, unlike during their 4 years in university, where she was often unaware of his whereabouts. Ding ding ding. New WeChat message. Hi, you must have arrived at Hucking University by now. Who is this? After a moment of scrutinizing the profile picture, Dang Yi recalled the name, Li Guangda. He hailed from a wealthy family, a veritable second-generation affluent individual. In high school, he was quite enthusiastic and performed well academically, though the atmosphere was less than favorable. It was rumored that he frequently changed girlfriends, and he had once initiated a greeting with her out of politeness, to which Dang Yi had merely responded, resulting in little further contact. He was essentially a classmate with whom she was not particularly acquainted. Upon sending her response, Li Guangda replied almost instantaneously. I'm from the neighboring Peking University. I've been in Kyoto for several years and am quite familiar with everything around here. I also know your university well. He paused momentarily, noticing the silence from her end. A few seconds later, upon seeing that no message had come through, he frowned and typed again. You must have just arrived, right? How about I extend my hospitality and treat you to lunch? Lunch. Dang Yi was not the type of girl easily swayed. Her family was well off. She felt no particular interest in someone like Li Guangda. I just finished eating. Finished eating? In that instant, Li Guangda conjured an image in his mind. Previously, Dang Yi had mentioned in her social media updates about wanting to meet someone. He speculated that this meal must have been with Sutong. The more he thought about it, the more irked he became. Sutong was merely a bookworm, no. He was even akin to a thief, deceiving others with his superficial charm while hiding his true self. How could an undergraduate whose thesis was untraceable gain admission to Hucking University as a graduate student? I am determined to expose him. To make you aware of the entire truth, allow me to share a secret regarding Sutong. Initially, Dang Yi had no intention of engaging with him. Their acquaintance was minimal, and his reputation was far from commendable. There was absolutely no necessity to cultivate a relationship with someone of his ilk. However, upon hearing Sutong's name mentioned and the revelation of a secret, Dang Yi's curiosity was piqued. As I spoke, Li Guangda's frustration intensified. What does this imply? When I discuss other matters, you appear indifferent, yet the mere mention of Sutong ignites your enthusiasm. It is worth noting that Sutong's admission to Hucking University was not achieved through conventional examinations. During a meal, Dang Yi also sensed something amiss. The lady serving food at the student window exhibited no trembling hands, seemingly familiar with him, claiming to have seen him frequently. Most importantly, the campus card in his possession differed from her own. Every student's thesis is accessible online, and I took the liberty of searching for his. Do you know what I discovered? Dang Yi instinctively typed a response. Found nothing? Indeed, nothing could be found. This revelation astonished Dang Yi. There are several reasons why a thesis might be absent from the official website. The two most apparent reasons are either data fabrication or plagiarism, resulting in the suppression of the work due to unethical academic practices. Alternatively, it could be that the individual never completed the thesis, or perhaps even failed to undertake the final project altogether. But could either of these scenarios apply to Su Teng? Absolutely not. If such were the case, how could Su Teng possess such a significant advantage at Hucking University? Therefore, I firmly believe that Su Teng must have secured admission through questionable connections. How could a student entering a second-tier university have a thesis that is untraceable online if he was admitted solely based on examination results? Su Teng likely remains unaware that I have uncovered his secret. I shall allow him to revel in his delusions for a few more days. A person of his nature has no place at Hucking University, if one can gain admission through connections. What does that say about the integrity of those of us who diligently pursue our studies? It is utterly disheartening to all students from modest backgrounds. Having expressed all that I wished to say, Li Guangda felt an immense sense of relief. It is essential to be forthright. Deng Yi might not comprehend the subtleties otherwise. Now, Deng Yi will undoubtedly recognize Su Teng for who he truly is. Upon reading this extensive message, she grasped the situation. Li Guangda was merely exhibiting a disdainful attitude. Assuming the role of a condescending critic, they both attended the same high school. How could he be oblivious to Su Teng's academic performance? Furthermore, would he be unaware of the food poisoning incident that affected his college entrance examination? This behavior is purely intended to provoke irritation. Stepping on the once promising Su Teng to gain credibility among others is a hallmark of a petty individual seeking validation. Such characters are all too familiar to Deng Yi after more than 20 years of observation. Have you finished speaking? I have. Li Guangda promptly responded, confident that a person as astute as Deng Yi would ultimately recognize his intentions. Wealthy and academically accomplished, residing just next door at Kyoto University. Opportunities for encounters in the future will undoubtedly be plentiful. Your demeanor is truly repulsive. Li Guangda was taken aback for a few seconds. Could it be that the message was mistakenly sent to me? This is rather different from what I had envisioned. Are you unaware of Su Teng's high school achievements? He has consistently ranked first in his class, while you have never surpassed me. What audacity do you possess to criticize others? Furthermore, his poor exam performance was due to only 3 subjects being tested. What relevance do you even have, incessantly prattling before me? Most importantly, in your quest to vex, you went so far as to search for another's thesis. Have you not considered that its absence from public view could stem from an entirely different circumstance? Depart. Deng Yi has never been kind to those who tarnish her friends' reputations, particularly when they come seeking confrontation. Do you truly comprehend this? The message was sent but ultimately rejected. Gazing at the ominous red exclamation mark, Li Guangda's expression twisted with fury. Chapter 21. Is research so simple? How dare you delete me? Li Guangda gazed at the glaring red exclamation mark, still in denial about the reality before him. He understood that with Deng Yi's intellect, she would grasp his intended meaning if he articulated just half of it. The paper being retracted was merely indicative of academic misconduct or incompletion. He had never contemplated the possibility of an alternative reason for the retraction, as he deemed Su Teng unworthy. University is not high school. Failing the college entrance exam does not guarantee a resurgence in university. Who do you think you are? Did you concoct the tales of the Brothers Grimm? If so, do not blame me for the ensuing consequences. Li Guangda harbored 2 objectives. One was to distance Deng Yi from Su Teng, and the other was to tarnish Su Teng's reputation. Peking University and Hucking were neighboring institutions, intertwined through numerous social networks. After all, students often traverse to the adjacent university during their leisure hours. Coincidentally, Li Guangda was acquainted with graduate students from Hucking's current cohort. Have you uncovered the information I requested? Brotherly, I searched the notice board extensively, but I could not find the name Su Teng that you mentioned. Are you certain? Indeed, it is not there. Could it be that Su Teng is fabricating a story? No, that is implausible. Li Guangda was not intimately familiar with Su Teng. He had encountered that name most frequently on high school ranking lists. Su Teng was perpetually first. A person's character is not easily altered. There was no reason for Su Teng to deceive his classmates, particularly Deng Yi, in such a public arena. Based on Deng Yi's earlier reaction, it appeared she had already met with Su Teng. Yet, how could it be that Su Teng's name was absent from the graduate admissions list? No, that is incorrect. It is more accurate to assert that the absence of Su Teng's name is the norm. The admission lists of top-tier universities, despite being merely announcements, garner significant attention within the graduate admission community. If an admitted candidate is searched online and found to have no undergraduate thesis, what might transpire? Reporting. Indeed, reporting. Others would question how someone without even a thesis could gain admission to a prestigious graduate program. Is this not an affront to those from humble beginnings? Ah, Su Teng, I did not anticipate your connections to be so astutely arranged. Had I not stumbled upon this by chance, I too might have been deceived by your seemingly honest facade. Very well, I understand now. Upon concluding this thought, Li Guangda promptly transferred 500 yuan to the other party. This is your hard-earned money. I appreciate your assistance. Brotherly, this feels rather awkward. I did nothing substantial, merely looked up a name. Accept it. The matter you investigated is of great importance to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification pinged on WeChat. The other party has accepted your transfer. Then, is there anything else you require me to do? Brotherly, Shui Yong had long heard that Li Guangda was a wealthy heir known for his generous nature. However, he was taken aback by the extent of that generosity. After merely checking the published list of graduate students and inquiring with those around him about Su Tong, he managed to gather all the necessary information within an hour. Upon sharing his findings with Li Guangda, he received a transfer of 500 yuan. The ease with which he earned this money was almost addictive. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangda sent a message, indicating that he would indeed require a bit of Shui Yong's assistance. Brotherly, please do not hesitate to utilize my help, Shui Yong replied, seemingly envisioning piles of cash cascading before him. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Su Tong was deeply engrossed in the design blueprints before him. The issue of airtightness had been resolved, and the next challenge was to transform everything into a powerful particle beam. The transformation into a particle beam necessitated the excitation of volatile gases by the energy from the weapon's power source. This excitation posed a significant dilemma, as mismanaging the energy could lead to catastrophic consequences, such as the chamber exploding due to excessive energy. In the distance, Tang Haiba and his companions watched Su Tong's focused silhouette, trembling with trepidation. Ever since they became Su Tong's assistants, they felt continuously overshadowed. The individual before them not only possessed superior talent, but also boasted a vivid imagination and an unwavering concentration far beyond their own. Sitting still for hours, contemplating the blueprints without a hint of distraction was beyond their capabilities. Why do I feel like we are being beaten down more and more since becoming assistants? Tang Haiba mused. He initially thought he was alone in this sentiment, never realizing that true geniuses were meant to be revered from afar. Only Tang Haiba maintained a somewhat stable mindset, for he had spent an entire day being consoled by his parents before coming to terms with the reality of his ordinariness. Even so, he nearly succumbed to despair that day when Dean Yun remarked, "The entire laboratory listens to Su Ching alone," a statement that was anything but trivial. It was only after participating in the project that the trio understood the gravity of the situation. This was not merely another research endeavor. Su Tong was the project leader, responsible for its entirety. In his youth, Haibo realized he had become an assistant to someone who illuminated the daunting complexities of the world. Stop. I cannot allow such thoughts to linger. Tang Haibo resolutely severed this line of thinking, aware that continuing down this path would lead him to question his very existence. Much like his companions. Oh, Su Shixiang is moving. Surely he has resolved the conundrum already? Before heading out for lunch, the three assistants discovered that the experiment had immediately encountered its first major obstacle: ensuring the proper sealing of the explosive gun chamber while introducing gas. Both excessively tight and overly loose seals could adversely affect the chamber. In their understanding, such issues typically required a week or longer to resolve. Given the iterative nature of experimentation, record the data and establish comparative parameters. Test under varying conditions, ultimately discerning the correct answer. However, upon returning from lunch, the trio discovered that Su Tang's experiment had already progressed to the next phase. Wasn't the issue of sealing a concern of the past? In that fleeting moment, they experienced a wave of self-doubt. Had they merely stepped out for lunch or traversed a temporal tunnel? When did scientific inquiry become such a straightforward endeavor? A problem resolved simply by the conclusion of a meal. Furthermore, the situation at hand suggested that the new challenge they encountered seemed poised for resolution as well. This particular issue was evidently more complex than the sealing problem. A low hum resonated through the air as an ethereal blue light began to manifest, initially a mere point. It expanded rapidly. With a resounding thud, it struck the testing panel ahead. A diminutive black hole appeared upon the specialized surface. Had they succeeded? The three exchanged exhilarated glances. Chapter 22. Keeping the rhythm. Although the three did not resolve the core dilemma, they were, after all, assistants in the laboratory, participating in the team's development. Within the project, there was a palpable sense of involvement. The prospect of something that could revolutionize firearm theory had taken a significant step forward, evoking a sense of pride from deep within. The azure glow faded, and the black hole on the special plate continued to hiss, remnants of energy still igniting. Brother Sue, you managed to create a prototype in just one day. Brother, you were truly remarkable. In fact, it took less than 24 hours. One could not help but admire Brother Sue's prowess, as he had produced a finished product in a single afternoon. The three exchanged glances, recognizing the unspoken rivalry in each other's eyes. Goodness, though they all presented themselves as mere assistants, had they secretly begun to compete amongst themselves? And in front of Brother Sue, they seemed utterly oblivious to the camaraderie of their shared journey. Well, it's somewhat different from what I anticipated, Tang Haiba interjected. I suspect Brother Sue is also pleased with the research progress. Su Tung turned to glance at him, softly adding, I still think it's a bit slow. Tang Haiba. The other two. They wished to voice their grievances but found themselves at a loss for words. Why? Despite being engaged in the same research, did everything seem so much easier when collaborating with Brother Sue? Brother, how did you resolve? Tang Haiba attempted to inquire about Su Tung's method of solving the issue. However, he faltered, unsure of how to articulate his question, as they were all unaware of the exact nature of the challenge they faced this time. The frustration was palpable. Brother Sue had already solved the problem, yet they did not even comprehend what the problem had been. Su Ting glanced at the three of them, noticing their eager eyes, and sighed. After addressing the issue of the chamber's ceiling, the next challenge was to ignite the energy within the chamber, with the crucial difficulty lying in how to ignite the gas. Initially, I had several ideas regarding this. One was to employ a standard ignition method, gradually testing the combustible temperature range of the gas. Faced with Su Tang's meticulous explanation, the three were initially bewildered. From a broad perspective, they were merely there to coast along, and it was challenging for laypeople to pose constructive questions on critical issues. Their initial self-definition had been to handle simple problems so as not to waste Brother Sue's time. They had never expected Su Tung would genuinely provide them with detailed answers and insights. Yet now, they understood. Su Ting truly did not mind. If you genuinely wished to learn, he was more than willing to teach you with sincerity. Many university lecturers lacked the patience that Su Tung exhibited. This discussion lasted for half an hour. After a series of analyses, I ultimately decided to employ the second method. Fortunately, the final outcome confirmed that this approach was indeed effective. Upon concluding, Su Ting regarded the three of them earnestly. The three individuals exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Did you understand? One ventured. To be honest, I did, came the reply. What about you? The other two turned to Tang Haiba, who appeared equally perplexed. Initially, this trio, known for their lackadaisical approach, believed that such profound inquiries were beyond their comprehension. However, after Su Tung's elucidation, they were astonished to discover that it wasn't as daunting as they had anticipated. It seemed that even those of their ilk could grasp the concepts. Could it be that in future encounters with pivotal issues, they too could find resolutions? No, they mustn't become overconfident. Ultimately, it was Su Shixiang's guidance that illuminated their understanding. Thus, the trio chorused in unison, Shixiang, thanks to your explanation, we truly grasp it. Really? Indeed. Incredible. The lab has surplus materials, and I will demonstrate the process for you once more. Referencing the schematic I provided, attempt to construct it yourselves. All right, Shixiang. The trio, brimming with enthusiasm, scoured the corner for materials. They began assembling them according to the blueprint. I believe we can accomplish this. I must admit, I share that confidence. After absorbing Shixiang's insights and mentally revisiting the challenge, they realized that the initial complexity was not insurmountable. Oh, I was thinking the same thing. It appears we are all on the same wavelength. Our intellects are not lacking, merely momentarily stifled. A smile crept upon their faces at the thought of successfully crafting a basic energy weapon. An hour later, however, the trio stared at the unyielding materials before them, utterly at a loss. Their minds echoed, I've learned it, truly, it's not that difficult. Their hearts affirmed, indeed, upon reflection, following the steps should lead to success. Yet, their hands protested, what are you rambling about? Not understanding is simply not understanding. One must learn to acknowledge the gap. The stomach grumbled once more. The three exchanged knowing glances. Shixiang had mentioned that if they were hungry, they could eat without seeking his permission. I recall Shixiang saying that at lunch. Shall we head to the cafeteria, then? Agreed. After much deliberation, eating seems the most straightforward. Let us bring a portion for Shixiang. Right. They turned back to Su Tang, who was engrossed in his work, feeling a pang of guilt. At Peking University, in a certain dormitory, Li Gu, are we going out tonight? Forget it. I'm not in the mood. Li Guangdao waved his hand dismissively. His roommate approached. Oh, what has got our Li Gu feeling low? You usually revel in the evenings. Another time. Seeing Li Guangdao's disinterest, the roommate decided not to press further and left with others. Li Guangdao's phone lit up with a new notification. Li Gu. News about Su Tung has already spread far and wide. Has it been shared in all the groups? Indeed. How could I possibly shirk my responsibilities in matters entrusted by Brotherly? That is reassuring. Upon opening the notification, Shui Yong discovered a transfer of 50,000. Good heavens. Brotherly is truly generous. Brotherly, your generosity is indeed excessive, he remarked, all the while bestowing compliments upon Li Guangda. After all, the tasks performed were rather minimal, merely gathering a few associates, applying for a dozen signals, and periodically stirring the pot in various groups. The narrative circulated that a student named Su Tung from Hucking University had gained admission through dubious means, raising concerns about the integrity of the institution. Over the course of a few hours, Su Tung's name became a topic of rampant speculation across all groups, offering 500 to his associates. Shui Yong calculated that he could earn over 40,000 in just a few hours. Truly, Brotherly is a veritable god of wealth. No worries. This is what you rightfully deserve. I will reach out to you again for future matters. Understood. I shall ensure that Brotherly's tasks are accomplished. Both parties found themselves in high spirits. Chapter 23. A band of clowns. When an individual voices a concern, it often goes unnoticed. However, when a collective begins to systematically and purposefully accuse someone, the adverse effects of public opinion inevitably converge upon that person. After Li Guangda's substantial financial intervention, Shui Yong intensified his efforts. Su Ting's name began to flood various social media groups at Hucking University. The vast universe, have you heard? It seems there is an issue with this year's graduate student quota. Tomorrow I will definitely not play games. Just say it plainly. Isn't it someone named Su Tung? I've already seen that name in numerous groups. Destined by heaven. What are your thoughts on this? Tomorrow I will definitely not play games. What else is there to think? Just lying back and observing. The vast universe. I specifically checked just now and discovered that this is indeed the case. His name is absent from the official graduate admission list on the university's website. Destined by heaven. I also searched for papers and found there is indeed no record of any publications. Look at my drifting. So, is it true that a graduate named Su Tung entered through the back door? Tomorrow, I will definitely not play games. Not necessarily, given the lack of information. It's possible this person doesn't even exist within the school. What level of influence would it take for all traces of their existence to vanish? The vast universe. If he truly isn't from our university, what purpose would it serve for others to tarnish his reputation? I find that improbable. The university must have records of him. Amidst the ongoing disputes, someone suddenly shared a video. Wow, everyone, come quick. Someone has anonymously reported our Su Tung online. The crowd eagerly clicked on the video, which featured an individual making an anonymous phone call to report, with their voice altered. The core message conveyed was, Hucking University is recruiting a student named Su Tung, yet his name is absent from the published list, and perplexingly, there are no accessible papers. Everything has been obscured. The vast universe. If this is true, it is undeniably disgusting. Destined by heaven, indeed. It is shocking that such a situation could arise at our university. While some in the group quietly observed the unfolding situation, those who shared the information were filled with righteous indignation. It is truly a disgrace to be classmates with such a person. At that moment, a new message interrupted the flow of conversation. Someone is slandering Su Tung. He is not like that. Oh, just because you say so, it must be true. Do you have any evidence? The audacity of those attempting to exonerate him is utterly revolting. Watching the messages flow in the group, Dang Yi trembled with rage. From the connections surrounding the events, she could surmise that Li Guangda was orchestrating this all along. Everything was aligned against Su Tung, and Li Guangda, with his wealth, was adept at manipulating public opinion. By simply pouring money into the narrative, he could easily mobilize a chorus of voices to sway public sentiment. In the realm of academic research, there is zero tolerance for such deceitful individuals masquerading as graduate students. In the face of evidence, while some may adopt a judgmental stance, the majority choose to believe in the carefully orchestrated narrative devised by Li Guangda. Tang Haiba and his companions, returning from their meal, also witnessed the unfolding of events within the group. What are your thoughts on this matter? Merely a troop of jesters. Had it not been for our confidentiality agreement, I would have certainly engaged in a verbal duel with certain trend followers in the group, making it abundantly clear that my keyboard is no mere plaything. Furthermore, the act of anonymous reporting is rather intriguing. It appears that those behind the scenes are intent on preserving an escape route for themselves. However, Tang Haiba scoffed, stating, "A fallback? Impossible." Once the orchestrators behind the scenes decided to undermine Brother Su, it was destined to lead to one path, a dead end. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the three most significant incidents in Huaqing over the past few days were all orchestrated by the same individual? In no time, we shall witness the final outcome. Let us set these matters aside. The discussions in the group need not concern Brother Su, allowing him to focus on his experiments in peace. Precisely, that is an energy-releasing gun, a revolutionary firearm. And what do those who attack Brother Su in the group amount to? The trio cautiously entered the room. Su Tung remained as he always was, motionless, once again lost in thought. "Brother, I brought you some food," Tang Haiba gently announced. Su Ting remained silent. The three exchanged glances, placing the meal on the table before returning to their respective positions, continuing their research on resolving the energy excitation issue. What appeared to be a straightforward task had been further elucidated by Su Ting. For some inexplicable reason, the solution remained elusive. Indeed, the mind and the hands are perpetually in divergent states. Su Tung was ensnared in contemplation, oblivious to his surroundings, and did not hear Tang Haiba calling him to eat. The current dilemma revolved around controlling energy output. By reverse deduction, if the energy output is low, the energy at the moment of excitation should also be somewhat diminished. Correspondingly, if it is to be linked to the dial, the energy excitation states must be divided into distinct segments, thus the subsequent markings should represent the total energy scale. That was precisely my approach earlier, yet it led to a new quandary. The pen in my hand incessantly sketched upon the paper, correlating the previous issue with the current state. As the drafts piled up on the table, night deepened. The calculations were accurate, if deduced according to the blueprint. This time it should effectively control the energy output. Buzzing sounds began to resonate as the ethereal blue light was reactivated. This marked the 10th experiment. Bang! A beam of small ethereal blue light shot forth, striking the test model. Su Tung promptly adjusted the dial, and as it decreased, the energy diminished correspondingly. All right, let me try a larger portion of energy. Su Tung gradually turned the dial, but this time, bang! A faint explosion erupted, and the chamber was blown apart. Sigh. Is it still not feasible? Gurgle. Just as Su Ting prepared to take a seat, his stomach emitted a low growl. Gazing at the clock, it was 2:30 in the morning. Turning around, he realized he was the sole occupant of the laboratory. Time had flown by so swiftly, it was already this late. On a nearby table, a lunchbox caught his attention, adorned with a note. "Dear Senior, this meal is prepared for you. By the time you eat it, it will likely be cold. No worries, there are some instant snacks nearby. Chocolate, instant noodles, a sausage, and an egg." He sighed, deciding to call it a night. Su Tung, feeling both exhausted and famished, found it increasingly difficult to carry on. After consuming a modest snack, he laid down on the adjacent folding bed, still dressed, and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 24. Awaiting a striking blow at 6:30 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The door to the research room was slowly pushed open from the outside. "Tang Haiba, do you have any idea what time our senior brother returned last night?" "I wouldn't know, but I reckon he wouldn't leave before 1 or 2, came the reply. Encountering a genius who works tirelessly is truly disheartening. Tang Haiba, with the lights still on, chuckled. On one hand, it is despairing. On the other, it compels us to consistently push ourselves towards improvement. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly froze, gazing in a particular direction. What's wrong? Has our senior brother already arrived? The two entered the laboratory, only to find Su Tang, who looked bewildered after being roused from slumber. Did Senior Su actually skip going back to the dormitory and sleep in the lab? This was indeed a bit of a shock. The three, their minds somewhat muddled, now felt quite awake. "Senior brother, you actually slept in the lab." Su Tung rubbed his sore shoulders, saying, "Last night, I realized it was too late to head back, so I decided to stay here. By the way, thank you for the chocolates you left for me yesterday." Tang Haiba immediately responded, "Senior brother, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? What would you like to eat? I can go get it for you." "Damn it, he beat me to it again," thought the other, feeling a tinge of frustration at his own lack of finesse. "No, I'll go myself. I don't want to trouble you," Su Ting replied. "It's no trouble at all," they chimed in unison, exchanging subtle glances. Su Ting was not accustomed to having others fetch him breakfast, and after a night spent in the lab, he felt uncomfortable and a bit dazed. The morning air was refreshing, and a stroll outside would be beneficial for mental clarity. "Did you manage to finish the part 1 explained to you yesterday?" Upon hearing this, The trio immediately wilted, murmuring, "Not yet." "Then hurry up and get to work. You need to digest it well." "Oh, right." In the higher-ranked schools in the country, the atmosphere is invariably better. No matter what time you rise, you will find someone already awake somewhere. At 6:40, it was not particularly late. Yet the flow of people on campus gradually increased. A portion of youtiao, a bowl of mung bean porridge, and a serving of soup dumplings, please. Certainly. Having skipped dinner the night before and only managing a light snack late at night, he felt a bit hungry upon waking, so he ordered a bit more for breakfast. "Young man, why didn't you come for dinner last night?" "I was engrossed in an experiment and lost track of time." "Ah, young man. Meals should be taken at regular times. This is essential for maintaining a healthy body to support your experiments." The golden youtiao, still steaming, wafted a delightful aroma through the air. The mung bean porridge, sweetened with a few extra spoonfuls of sugar, warmed his stomach just right. This was the perfect flavor. As he dipped the golden youtiao slowly into the mung bean porridge, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was from Senior Yun. "Senior Yun." Su Tung could not finish his sentence. The urgent voice of Yunxing broke through. "Su Shitty, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What's the matter?" I replied while sipping my kanji. The sound of Su Ting drinking eased Yunxing's anxiety. It seemed that Su Ting truly was unscathed. 10 minutes prior, as his phone booted up in the morning, Yunxing was met with a report that had been filed against someone, a collective action initiated by multiple individuals. The letter densely populated with signatures, at least dozens at first glance. Accusation of graduate admissions? The title puzzled Yunxing. After all, the lists of graduate admissions were traditionally announced to the public via the official website. In this regard, Huqing University would never engage in any dubious activities. The process was characterized by fairness and transparency. Numerous vigilant eyes were always watching. Any discrepancies would inevitably prompt public outcry, leading to consequences for the involved parties. With the ever-growing influence of the internet, a single word could drown a person in a torrent of criticism. Curiosity piqued, Yunxing scrutinized the letter further. He found no related thesis data for the accused, Su Tung, on the official website. In fact, the name did not even appear on the official list. Su Ting? Could it be a case of sharing a name? The appendix of the report contained screenshots of pertinent information. Upon closer inspection, he noted timestamps from the library and a comment from a social media post. "I am also enrolled at Huqing." Lastly, even conversations between Su Ting's mother and others were revealed. "My son said he was accepted into the graduate program at Huqing. When he returns home, I plan to celebrate with a banquet." At that moment, Yunxing understood fully. Su Tung was not merely sharing a name. He was indeed the Su Shitty under his mentorship. Upon opening the group he had joined, he saw numerous students tagging him. "Dean Yun, are you not going to clarify this?" So Huqing has succumbed to such transactions. Truly disgraceful. Had I not seen the complete evidence, I would have thought this was a fabrication. Hey, enough of this. Just because you can't find a thesis, why not consider other possibilities? The absence of his name on the official list could indicate a special talent. Have you lost your senses? What could a second-tier student possibly have that is special? Are you still trying to defend him? What do you mean by defending? Clearly, someone is deliberately slandering Su Tung. Can't you see that? At that moment, a new message appeared. "I have already consulted a lawyer. Please inform Li Guangda that if he does not cease his actions, he should prepare for a lawsuit." Who is this girl, so fierce? Wasn't she the one defending Su Ting yesterday? I heard her name is Deng Yi. Yunxing's emotions swirled with shock and fury. It was astonishing that someone was spreading rumors against Su Ting. This was a student who had not only garnered the favor of esteemed academicians, but was also striving towards greatness with unparalleled dedication. What right did they have to belittle him? Angered by the recent remarks made by Deng Yi, it appears that a certain individual named Li Guangda has deliberately set out to provoke him. Very well, Li Guangda, is it? You shall await the consequences. Regardless of the forces that may stand behind you, this time you will come to understand the weight of an official strike. However, before that, Yunxing hastily contacted Su Tung, anxious for his well-being. There have been some individuals spreading rumors about you in the group, but rest assured, I shall handle these matters. Su Tung, while swallowing a piece of fried dough, responded, "I shall not delay your breakfast any longer, Senior Brother Su." As soon as he ended the call, Su Ting picked up his phone to check the messages from the WeChat group he had joined the previous day. After spending an entire night in the laboratory, an unexpected incident had arisen. Su Tung was eager to uncover what had transpired that warranted Yunxing's personal call that morning. Chapter 25 Official Statement. Upon entering the group chat, I was immediately inundated with a flurry of messages. Heaven and earth. I heard that someone organized a joint letter of complaint and submitted it to Dean Yun. Destiny's arrangement. I even saw a video on a short video platform where someone reported it. Determined to quit gaming tomorrow, to be honest, adding up my undergraduate years. This is the first time in my time at Huaqing that I have encountered such frequent incidents. Look at my drift. 3 sensational events have occurred within just 2 days. By the way, I asked my roommate, who is assisting a graduate student, what he thought about this matter. Guess what he said? Heaven and earth. An ordinary person would certainly support the complaint, wouldn't he? Look at my drift. Quite the contrary, he merely remarked. A bunch of clowns. Waiting to be sanctioned. Destiny's arrangement. Incredible. Has he lost his mind assisting others? Look at my drift. I doubt it. When I woke up today, I noticed he was gone. I have never seen him leave for experiments this early. Something must have triggered him. After watching for a few minutes, Su Ting grasped the situation. Someone had somehow obtained screenshots of chat records, accompanied by a series of investigative proofs, alleging that their admission to Huaqing University for graduate studies involved some underhanded dealings. What could a second-tier university possibly achieve, especially when even their thesis was untraceable? Fortunately, my family seldom ventures online and remains oblivious to the happenings in the digital world. Otherwise, my parents would undoubtedly call to inquire. Su Tung leisurely savored his steamed bun. His mood as serene as a still pond, even finding it somewhat amusing. The reason for the thesis being blocked was due to the astonishing theoretical knowledge involved. Confidential materials are not readily accessible to anyone. As for the absence of a name, it was because Su Tung had entered through an unconventional pathway, a unique form of admission shrouded in a degree of secrecy, which could hardly be found on the official website. Regarding the swirling rumors, Su Tung had no desire to engage. He lacked the inclination and considered it a waste of time. Since Brother Yun had stated he would handle the situation, Su Tung decided to leave all matters in his capable hands. After finishing breakfast, he set off toward the laboratory once more. Having resolved the issue of energy output control, the next step was to test various characteristics under different environmental conditions. Information spreads rapidly on the internet. Many, while scrolling through short videos, stumbled upon the anonymous report against Su Ting. My goodness, I couldn't believe it. Do even top-tier universities engage in such behavior? What happened to the promised academic integrity? It seems to have devolved into a realm governed by monetary influence. Thank goodness I did not register for the entrance examination at Huaqing University. Otherwise, I might have ended up there. To those upstairs who claim that once you enrolled, you would be treated the same way, sarcastic emoji. I find it curious that the official admission list does not include this individual. How could they assert that he must be a part of Huaqing University? There exists a record of entries and exits from the library. Yet what perplexes me further is the astonishingly detailed information circulating so rapidly, as if someone is deliberately attempting to undermine Su Tung. This is a classic case of victim mentality. Evidence has been presented, yet denial persists. Those who attempt to redeem themselves are destined for failure. The official account of Huaqing University has also come under scrutiny on short video platforms. What a dismal institution. I am fortunate not to have applied. My father mentioned he would grant me $1 million, inquiring if I could report to your esteemed university. Alas, even you have succumbed to such a state. Meanwhile, Dean Yun is convening an urgent meeting. A group of teachers has been summoned early in the morning, an unprecedented occurrence. At the meeting, Yun Sheng wore a grim expression, and the atmosphere was tense. No one dared to utter a word, fearful of being implicated. The official account requires a statement, and urgent documents are being disseminated across various groups, emphasizing our commitment to address this matter with the utmost seriousness. A plump teacher, his cheeks rosy and round, concurred, indeed. We shall take stringent action against students who have gained admission through improper channels. Before he could finish, Yun Sheng shot him a glare. Who informed you that he gained admission through such means? Allow me to clarify, though I cannot divulge too much. I can confirm that Su Tung was admitted through special circumstances, and there are reasons for the concealment of his thesis. Our primary focus is the perpetrators of the rumors. Though the source of their information remains unknown, I can disclose that dealing with this matter seriously means that expulsion will not suffice. The teachers present were left utterly bewildered. Did they hear correctly? The implication was that the online rumors reflected a kernel of truth, yet the reasons were entirely different from their assumptions, not due to favoritism, but rather because— Halt. No further thoughts. Such individuals are often not subjects of curiosity. One misstep could lead to crossing an inexplicable red line, ultimately offending those who ought not to be offended. The meeting concluded, and the attendees emerged, each harboring differing thoughts. Yunxing appeared to have said nothing. Yet it seemed all circumstances had been conveyed. Simultaneously, the official account released a statement. Recently, we have received a report, and the university takes this matter very seriously. An investigation has commenced, and we will address it rigorously, providing a satisfactory response to all. As soon as this announcement was made, Shuiyong forwarded the notice to Li Guangda. Li Guangda opened the document for a detailed examination. It bore the standard red header and official seal. Li Gu. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The official documents are out. A notification will be issued imminently. Haha, Su Ting has nowhere to run now. I remain curious about how Li Gu managed to provoke him. Oh, I couldn't stand him, back in high school. He was merely a bookish fool who ended up attending a second-tier university after failing the college entrance examination. Yet he still pretends to be something he is not. Which is quite irksome. He deserves it. One should not flaunt superiority over anyone, especially not in front of Li Gu. Li Guangda felt quite pleased with himself. A new transfer has arrived. Without hesitation, Shuiyong immediately clicked to claim it. You have received 10,000 yuan. Sigh. This amount is still slightly less than the last time. However, it is acceptable. After all, one merely needs to monitor the release of official documents, which requires little effort. Shuiyong lamented that it is becoming increasingly difficult to earn money from the foolish. Brother Li is truly generous. I knew that following him would never lead me astray. If I work diligently, I will surely be remembered for future opportunities. Absolutely, without a doubt. The moment the official documents were released, all comments echoed a singular sentiment. No way. Is it true that someone really got in through the back door? TSK, I always knew this school was subpar. Those above, truly arrogant, yet I must admit, I no longer regret it. It turns out my inability to gain admission was merely due to insufficient connections. Chapter 26. Different from imagination, the onlookers, who had previously been mere spectators, began to withdraw as the official statement emerged. Goodness, one remarked, even an official statement has been released. Is this an inadvertent confession? That brother is likely in deep trouble. Another commented, he never anticipated that someone would dig up his information. I must say, that influential figure behind the scenes is indeed formidable. They have managed to unearth all of this, a third added. I recall someone defending Su Ting just yesterday, claiming he had hired a lawyer. Another voice chimed in. Perhaps they share a close relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought legal counsel. It's possible she has been blinded, unable to recognize the true nature of such individuals. Since the report was filed, Dang Yi had been closely monitoring relevant information and daily developments. She was certain that Li Guangda was orchestrating these machinations. However, everything seemed to work against Su Ting. The elusive papers. His poor performance on the college entrance examination leading him to a second-tier university. And even the absence of Su Ting's name from the list released by Hucking School were all troubling signs. Were it someone else, doubts about Su Ting's continued enrollment at Hucking would have surely arisen. Yet, having witnessed it firsthand, the different cafeteria line, the unique campus card, everything felt amiss. Coupled with the unfavorable news, this was no mere matter of favoritism. It suggested a path of entry that remained unknown to all. The adverse information hinted at an alternative interpretation, protection. The notion startled Dang Yi. Was Su Ting not merely a student of slightly better standing? According to his own account, he had not engaged in any remarkable actions throughout his 4 years at university. How could he be deemed a figure in need of protection? Yet, from various perspectives, this seemed utterly absurd. Despite her faith in Su Ting, Dang Yi had indeed sought out a lawyer, intending to sue Li Guangda. However, discussions with the attorney revealed that this endeavor would be a fruitless struggle, without concrete evidence to substantiate claims of defamation against Su Ting. Pursuing such a case could even result in a counterclaim by Li Guangda. The potential for financial loss was trivial. The possibility of being compelled to publicly apologize loomed larger. No, Su Ting was certainly not that kind of person. He must have a way out. In stark contrast to Dang Yi's convoluted predicament, Shuiyong basked in his triumph. Brother Yang, you have made quite a fortune these past few days. They exclaimed. Oh, not at all, he modestly replied, his smile betraying his satisfaction. He had received 50,000, only distributing 5,000 among his 5 subordinates. The final 10,000 was divided, with only 1,000 granted to each. In a single day, he simply leveraged his network to disseminate messages within the group and kept an eye on the official documents, ultimately amassing 54,000. The ease of earning money was enlightening. He finally understood the allure of mingling with the affluent. This circle was lavish in their spending, and it was Shuiyong's first experience of such effortless prosperity. Brother Yang, Are you not joining us for dinner tonight? Shui Yong furrowed his brows, realizing that this was merely an attempt to exploit him. He was not the type to be taken advantage of. Perhaps another time, if similar situations arise, I shall call upon you then. At this, the dissatisfaction among his subordinates dissipated instantly. Brother Yong, please remember me. I am your long-lost brother from over a decade ago. We must earn money together. The messages within the group chat continued to flow, all flattering Shui Yong. The prospect of earning money with just a mere flick of a finger was an opportunity no one wished to miss. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could ponder further, someone was at the door. With his roommates absent, Shui Yong went to open it, only to be taken aback. Yun Sheng stood outside, accompanied by the class monitor and several stern-faced teachers, all fixated on him. Do we have class today? Shui Yong's first thought was that he had been caught skipping, but he quickly remembered that there were no classes scheduled for the entire day. What does this mean? I haven't done anything wrong. Especially under the intense gaze of the stern Dean Yun, a shiver ran down Shui Yong's spine. He gulped before speaking. Dean, what brings you here? You are Shui Yong, correct? After a moment of hesitation, Shui Yong admitted, yes, that is me. Very well, you need to come with us. Come with you? What is this about? Shui Yong was utterly bewildered. I assure you, I have done nothing wrong. Dean, you must have the wrong person. As several hands grasped him, Shui Yong considered resisting, for he truly could not comprehend the situation. Wrong person? Yun Sheng scoffed. Are you unaware of the messages you have been disseminating online? Disseminating messages. The realization struck Shui Yong like a thunderbolt. Before being urged by Li Guangda to spread information, he had searched thoroughly, fearing repercussions. The results confirmed Li's claims. The papers were indeed blocked, and his name was absent from the publicly released admission list. Everything favorable was skewed in their direction, and in fact, the official website had just published a formal notice. It was secure. This time, it was genuinely secure. Yet, with Dean Yun's arrival, all of it transformed into a nightmare. Because the investigation was not aimed at Su Tong, but at him. This implied that Su Tong had not entered through connections, but rather by an unforeseen means. Shui Yong, bracing himself, cast a glance at Yun Sheng, inhaling sharply. It was too late for words now. He could only confess honestly, hoping the consequences would not be excessively severe. Perhaps it would merely be a warning. As he was subdued, Shui Yong began to encourage himself to think optimistically. Meanwhile, the students outside the dormitory, who had gathered to witness the commotion, were left in shock. They too had seen the official notice. In such a short time, the authorities had intervened, and it was Shui Yong who was taken away. Each person began to send messages in the group chat. I have a significant announcement to make. The official notice was released not long ago, and decisive actions have already been taken. It was none other than Dean Yun himself who came to exert pressure. But do you know who it is? It is Shui Yong, not the so-called Su Ting. Oh, how intriguing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have misread it. Some in the group expressed disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. In any case, just wait for the official document to be issued. The situation has taken unexpected turns, and those who were initially disinterested are now preparing to witness the unfolding drama online. It was assumed that Su Tong would surely face repercussions. Yet so shortly after, the authorities took action, and it was not Su Tong who was dealt with. This indirectly suggests that the information circulating in the group might be nothing but rumors. That Su Ting, who is absent from the official admission list, holds considerable influence indeed. Chapter 27 must be expelled. As the group engaged in speculation, Shui Yong, who had been taken away, had already divulged everything. So, you are suggesting that this incident was orchestrated by Li Guangda from the neighboring university? Shui Yong nodded in affirmation. There are chat records on the phone. If you examine them, the entire sequence of events will be evident. The phone must be examined, but for now, let us discuss the matter of handling this situation. Upon hearing this, Shui Yong grew anxious. However, he quickly reassured himself, thinking it was not a grave matter, merely a reprimand in the end. His expression was truly irksome. Yun Sheng let out a cold snort. Do you believe this matter is easily resolved? Shui Yong turned to Yun Sheng, confusion evident on his face. Very well. Just wait. This time, even expelling you would be considered lenient. Expelled? What the hell? Expelled? Dean Yun, I was wrong. Grant me another chance. Shui Yong was utterly panicked. As the investigation progressed, the official statement was swiftly released. Upon receiving the report, under the leadership of Dean Yun Sheng, we acted quickly to investigate. Through testimonies from the involved students, we uncovered that this was a premeditated, organized slander. In response, The school assures that it will address this matter with the utmost seriousness. The primary student involved, Shui, will undoubtedly face expulsion from the institution. The investigation continues to delve deeper into the matter. Before the statement was released, some in the group claimed that Dean Yun had taken Shui Yong away, while others questioned the veracity of this information. The rest maintained a skeptical demeanor, quietly awaiting the official statement from the school. As a result, it had barely been an hour since the last statement was issued. The turn of events unfolded too rapidly, catching everyone by surprise. It was not Su Teng who was punished, but rather the mastermind behind the scenes was uncovered. The vast heavens, my goodness. I have never witnessed such a prompt official response in my life. Destiny's grand design. Moreover, it is another individual facing punishment. It is clear that expulsion is the consequence. Observe my drift. Now I somewhat understand why my roommate referred to them as a bunch of clowns. I am merely a little kitten. It appears there will be further developments. I wonder how many others will be implicated. I have no idea from the very beginning. I sensed something amiss. Messages were being sent in the group, and there were short videos on the platform, no matter how you look at it. Someone was manipulating funds behind the scenes. Give me a chance. Initially, I believed that righteous individuals were using money to defeat others. It now seems that there are wrongdoers among the crowd, attempting to frame Su Teng. The vast heavens. To be fair, if we consider it this way, Su Teng is surely. Everyone understood the implication of what was to follow. Su Teng was a protected individual, and to meet the criteria for such protection indicates the value he embodies far surpasses that of everyone present. With the release of the official statement, a wave of apologies began to flood the comments below. Su Teng, I apologize. I did not anticipate the presence of malefactors among the crowd. To be candid, the influence wielded by Shui is rather formidable. I have heard others state that all groups at Hucking are engaged in tarnishing Su Teng's reputation. Furthermore, the short video platforms mirror this sentiment. It is no wonder he deserves such backlash. Spreading rumors warrants severe repercussions, and expulsion from the university is merely a mild consequence. Were it up to me, I would pursue legal action for defamation of my character. The official statement suggests that there are indeed further developments to come. We shall await the unfolding events. And I must admit, the swiftness of Hucking's official response is commendable. I believe your focus is misplaced. Have you not recognized the remarkable capabilities of the elusive figure? Su Teng. The most elated individual in this scenario remains Deng Yi. She did not anticipate the rapid issuance of the official statement, which arrived just an hour later. As stated in the initial declaration, the involved student has been dealt with severely, facing the utmost sanction, expulsion. I might as well submit the evidence I possess. The Shui mentioned in the statement is unknown to her, but she is certain that Li Guangda is the individual at Hucking University tasked with disseminating the rumors. The mastermind behind this is undoubtedly Li Guangda. Never mind, it may no longer be necessary. If Dean Yun could locate Shui, it stands to reason that Li Guangda could also be unearthed, and I shall simply await the outcome. At this moment, Yunxing found himself in a quandary. Having gleaned the entire narrative through chat records and discussions with Shui Yong, he had come to understand the full extent of the events. Out of jealousy, Li Guangda had discovered Su Teng's connection with a girl through social media, prompting him to delve into Su Teng's research and various details. Finding no evidence of Su Teng's admission to Hucking University, he orchestrated the entire affair. Crucially, Li Guangda is not a student of Hucking, but rather a student at the neighboring Peking University. Yunsheng lacked the authority to address Li Guangda's actions and was not well acquainted with Su Cheng's identity. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Su Wei. Recently, has there been any progress in Su Teng's research? Su Wei's inquiry, as ever, cast a shadow over Yunsheng's spirits. All of you are his students. Why do you show such favoritism towards Su Teng? The project has only been underway for 2 days, and I doubt there has been any advancement. Upon hearing this, Su Wei expressed discontent. Su Teng is your junior. How can you be so indifferent? The project currently in progress has the potential to revolutionize traditional firearms. Yes, I'm aware of that, but my junior is currently facing troubles. Troubles? If he requires materials, he should simply submit a request. What is so troublesome about that? It is not that kind of trouble. Rather, someone is spreading rumors about him. Rumors? Su Wei's voice began to rise in agitation. Pray tell, what exactly is happening? The academician is quite busy. He typically focuses on scientific achievements in the news. Regarding the news of daily life, Su Wei remained indifferent. Thus, he was unaware of the recent slander directed at Su Teng. After a thorough explanation from Yunsheng, Su Wei finally comprehended the situation. Li Guangda, is it? A student from Peking University, and so what? I shall promptly place a call to their principal. Su Wei was infuriated. For Su Ting's lightsaber had now become the preferred choice of the secret forces of Longhua. In the realm of cold weapons, it must be said that the lightsaber achieved victory with an utterly overwhelming advantage. He had also examined the energy weapons currently under research, which represented the pinnacle of traditional firearm concepts. Such a scientific genius silently dedicates himself to the betterment of the nation. Yet, who is Li Guangda? A jester who emerges to spread rumors, claiming that a second-tier school is even worthy of attending Hucking School. What have you accomplished? Expulsion. It must be done. Chapter 28. Entangled in one's own web, Li Guangda was now in a state of panic. Upon rising that morning and encountering the statement, he felt invigorated. Justice in the world would ultimately be revealed, and he was the harbinger of retribution against Su Tung. All that was needed was to await the subsequent declarations. However, just an hour later, a new official announcement was released. This was the swiftest official statement Li Guangda had ever witnessed. The outcome, however, was utterly unforeseen. Could it be that he had misread? He could hardly believe it. The statement indicated that Shui Yong had been expelled from the university, and that the matter would be dealt with more rigorously. Dealt with whom, and who else would face consequences? The thought sent a chill down Li Guangda's spine. Shui Yong was his contact, and he was the mastermind behind all the machinations, from the release of the short video to disseminating messages within the group. The sole objective had been to bring Su Ting down. Yet, judging by the statement, it seemed that he was the one on the brink of ruin. His relationship with Shui Yong was purely one of financial interests. With Shui's expulsion, would he shield him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In fact, Shui Yong would likely disclose everything at the first opportunity to mitigate his own punishment. Damn Su Tung. Why was it not him facing the consequences? After failing the college entrance examination and attending a second-tier university, it merely proved that he was an unremarkable student. What had Su Ting accomplished during 4 years of university? Did his thesis merit concealment? Why should he monopolize all the good fortune? It should be someone like me whom Dang Yi admires, not him. Li Guangda's anxiety began to mount. An official statement either should not be issued, or if it was, it would certainly lead to severe repercussions. Those who remained unscathed would inevitably turn their attention towards him. No, there was no need to worry. He was not a student of Hucking but of Peking University. On what grounds could they apprehend him? He had committed no wrongdoing. Who could have anticipated that the concealed thesis would lead to such a predicament? Knock, knock, knock. As Li Guangdao's mind raced with thoughts, the door to the research room was rapped upon. When he opened the door, he was taken aback to find a stern-faced elder standing before him, his brow deeply furrowed. Dean, good day. Li Guangda began, but the elder waved a hand, interrupting him. You are Li Guangda, correct? Yes. An unsettling premonition settled in Li Guangda's heart. Come with me. The dean's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. It would be fine. Everything would turn out all right. His family had connections at Peking University. He had heard that one of them was also a dean. If anything were amiss, a phone call to his family could certainly leverage those connections. He had done nothing wrong. The concealment of Su Ting's thesis was not his fault. Lost in thought, Li Guangda followed the dean through winding corridors until they arrived before an office. Looking up, he saw the principal's office. Why was he here? In that moment, the reality of Shui Yong's expulsion struck him like a bolt, and he knocked on the door. A commanding voice resonated from within. Enter. Principal. The person has arrived. After the dean stepped aside, Li Guangda finally reacted, lifting his gaze to the elderly man with white hair, his eyes filled with trepidation. It seems you are already aware of the reason for my summons. This is for the best. I shall not beat around the bush. Principal, this is not my fault. Oh, not your fault. The principal, seated at the head of the table, was nearly in fits of laughter from rage, pointing at himself. Then, is it my fault? Well, not exactly. Li Guangda dared not meet the principal's eyes. Then is it the dean's fault? No, it is not. With a firm slap on the table, the principal exclaimed in anger. Then tell me, whose fault is it? To investigate others without permission, to incite public opinion online, even reaching out to individuals at neighboring schools to spread rumors. Whose fault is it? Startled, Li Guangda's thoughts became jumbled, and he shouted, It's Su Tung's fault. He should not have concealed the thesis. He should not. Before he could finish, the principal barked, Shut your mouth. With a student like you, I feel utterly ashamed. From this day forth, you are no longer a student at Peking University. Your enrollment is hereby revoked. Furthermore, after a brief pause, the principal coldly added, Prepare yourself for a lawsuit. Wah, what? Li Guangda stammered in fear. Not only was he expelled, but he could also face legal action from the concerned party. Oh, and let me clarify something. It is not Su Ting suing you. You are not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as him. The individual pursuing legal action against you is Dean Yunxing from Hucking University. And do not think that the influence you think you have is formidable. Such forces are insignificant in the presence of Su Ting. Li Guangdao was utterly stunned. The principal's words indicated that a thorough investigation had been conducted into his background, revealing the extent of his connections and how he gained admission to Peking University. What a short span of time it had been. He hadn't even had lunch yet. What kind of person had he provoked? Li Guangda stood frozen in place, motionless. Before lunch, Hucking University released a statement. Upon the confession of Shui, it was revealed that everything was orchestrated by Li from an external school. The primary motive was Li's dissatisfaction, which led him to use money to create a stir online with the intent to defame. We hope students take this as a warning. University is primarily a place for academic research, not a breeding ground for various nefarious activities. The moment the statement was released, it was immediately shared across numerous WeChat groups. Wow, I am genuinely astonished. The official response is so swift. In just one morning, 3 statements were consecutively issued. The behind-the-scenes personnel couldn't even endure a single morning? I am quite curious which external school the statement refers to. My heavens, everyone, hurry and look. The neighboring school has also issued a statement. Quickly share it in the group. Then, yet another document with a red header was forwarded into the conversation. Upon receiving the news from Hucking University, we promptly initiated an investigation, which revealed that an individual, Li, had resorted to online tactics to defame student Su. Furthermore, it was uncovered that Li had engaged in monetary transactions to purchase an undergraduate thesis and had leveraged connections during the graduate entrance examination. Consequently, a decision has been made to expel Li from the institution. What a dramatic turn of events! Accusing others of academic misconduct only to be found guilty of purchasing papers and manipulating relationships during examinations oneself. This situation can only be described as a self-inflicted trap. It is truly astonishing that such individuals exist. The subject, Su Ting, has not even appeared, yet these 2 buffoons have already been apprehended. It is utterly ridiculous. One must wonder, are you not at all curious about Su Ting's identity? Chapter 29. What can be accomplished in 2 days? This phrase sparked the interest of all. An undergraduate devoid of a thesis, a name absent from the official admission list. These elements became ammunition for others to launch their attacks. Yet, in the end, the official statement appeared to side with him. One might ponder whether the recent events at Hucking University are connected to him. Surprisingly, it is indeed plausible. If it were truly him, the implications are staggering upon deeper contemplation. At this moment, the trio in the laboratory was engaged in fervent discussion. My goodness, the matter has been resolved. It was the first time they had witnessed such prompt official responses, 3 statements in a single day, quite extraordinary. The most striking aspect was that their senior had not even made an appearance. Tang Haibo cast an envious glance at Su Ting. While one labors in the laboratory, the institution would subsequently manage all ensuing matters. This is what it means to possess influence. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing this, who would dare believe it? It seemed almost like a tale to be recounted for amusement. If only one day I could have such influence as my senior. You? Best not to dream. One must first possess the capability of such a senior. It was a stark dose of reality, a single remark shattering all their fantasies. The 3 exchanged glances. Yesterday, their senior had elucidated the steps to harness energy excitation. At the time, their minds assured them they had grasped the concept. Yet, even now, none of the trio had successfully passed that hurdle. Su Ting had managed to calibrate the controllable energy scale last night and was now proceeding to the next step. In comparison, their progress was woefully inadequate. To think of catching up to their senior's prowess? Perhaps in another lifetime. If one were to hasten, it could be achievable. But one would need a bed to lie down on and dream well. Senior, it's mealtime. Shall we go eat? Tang Haibo was perpetually the most proactive, reminding Su Ting from every conceivable angle. You all go ahead. All right then. As the 3 turned to exit, they encountered a familiar figure entering Yunxing. Greetings, Dean Yun. Yunxing nodded, his steps unwavering as he proceeded inside. The trio felt a wave of reflection. At a similar age, they were still contemplating their future post-graduation, seeking ways to draw nearer to individuals like Dean Yun. Yet, Su Ting had managed to draw Yunxing closer, unlocking various privileges and even receiving the title of junior brother. Most crucially, their senior seemed to implicitly regard matters with Su Ting as a priority. Once a talent in research, Yunxing understood that Su Ting would not concern himself with the gossip circulating online. If one were to explain it, it would be that they deemed it unworthy of their precious time. As long as it did not interfere with the ongoing experiments, why bother with the rest? However, as a senior, Yunsheng could not swallow this indignation. After all, Su Tung was his esteemed junior. Junior Su, we have identified the two individuals who slandered you. One is a student from our university, and the other hails from the neighboring institution. Both individuals have been expelled from the institution, and as for the instigator, we are prepared to initiate legal proceedings against him for defamation. What do you think, junior brother? Su Ting glanced up and replied, "Thank you for your assistance. Not at all, it is my duty." Technically, both individuals share the same mentor, making them true senior and junior brothers. As the junior brother involved may choose to dismiss the matter, the senior brother cannot simply let it go. How dare they spread malicious rumors about the junior brother online? One cannot fathom where they find their audacity. When Yunsheng learned that Li Guangda had also been expelled, he finally felt a sense of vindication. He had anticipated a rather lukewarm response from the junior brother upon reporting this news. Observing Su Tang's earnest expression, Yunsheng could not help but reflect, indeed, my junior brother is born for research. I cannot quite match his tenacity. Following Su Tang's gaze, he noticed a rudimentary explosive energy gun affixed to the laboratory table. Lacking an outer shell, it was haphazardly assembled from various components, aimed at a nearby testing board. A small, shattered hole on the testing board was visible from this vantage point. Impressive, it seems the experiment is progressing swiftly, he noted. But wait, Yunsheng suddenly realized something was amiss. The project had only been approved for a mere 2 days. What was happening? That small black hole must have been created by this gun. The materials had all passed through Yunsheng's hands, and he had scrutinized each one meticulously. If he recalled correctly, the testing board was infused with rare metals. Coincidentally, the characteristic of these rare metals is that they are exceedingly hard. Moreover, there was nothing in the entire laboratory capable of penetrating the testing board on its own. Thus gazing at the suspended makeshift energy gun, a bold notion surged in Yunsheng's mind, and he inquired with uncertainty, "Junior brother, you didn't penetrate that board with this gun, did you?" "Yes, indeed." Su Ting's affirmation confirmed Yunsheng's suspicion. In that instant, Yunsheng felt a slight dizziness, nearly causing him to falter. He recalled a conversation from an hour ago with their mentor, Su Wei, who had inquired about the progress of Su Ting's experiment. "Teacher, aren't you being a tad impatient? It's only been 2 days. What could be accomplished in such a short span? I suspect my junior brother is still assembling the gun." "Not necessarily. You are underestimating Su Ting's research progress." Though Yunsheng refrained from directly countering his mentor, he remained skeptical. What could possibly be achieved in 2 days? Merely managing to successfully channel gas into the chamber would be an accomplishment. After witnessing the demonstration, he pondered again, what could have been accomplished in 2 days? I have already penetrated the testing board. Even so, Yunsheng remained incredulous and cautiously asked Su Ting, "Junior brother, can this gun fire a shot?" "Fire a shot?" Seeing the eager expression on Yunsheng's face, Su Ting nodded. "Of course, it can, but senior brother, it is wise to remain cautious, as this is merely a rudimentary version. Rest assured, my senior brother is exceptionally cautious with firearms." Su Ting adjusted the knob to its lowest setting, carefully aimed the muzzle at the test plate, and meticulously fine-tuned the apparatus. "Now, senior brother, you may give it a try." "Very well," Yunsheng replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement, reminiscent of his childhood. He directed the muzzle at the test plate, narrowed his eyes, and pressed the trigger. A deep azure light began to coalesce at the muzzle, and he could feel the vibrations coursing through the weapon. Contrary to his expectations, there was no powerful recoil. The entire process was remarkably tranquil. As the azure light intensified to a certain degree, a resounding bang echoed as it shot towards the test plate. The once sturdy test plate quivered momentarily before, in the next instant, a black hole manifested. Chapter 30. You claim this is the weakest power? Goodness. The emergence of the black hole startled Yunsheng, causing him to involuntarily exclaim a curse. He was well aware of the strength of the test plate, crafted from rare metals typically utilized in armor. Once these rare metals reach a certain threshold, they can even withstand missile strikes. The decision to employ this particular type of rare metal for the energy weapons test plate stemmed from extensive testing of existing firearms, ultimately revealing that none could penetrate the plate. Even smaller firearms, such as the Desert Eagle or the formidable Beretta 92F, left merely a slight scratch on the test plate. Yunsheng had anticipated the energy weapon's power would be substantial, but he never imagined it could create a small black hole in the test plate. "Junior Su, Did you just say this weapon's power is set to the lowest level? Indeed. Su Teng's response was perpetually simple and direct. However, Yunxing was far from calm. His face flushed with disbelief. Junior, you must be joking. This weapon's minimum power is capable of piercing the test plate. Do you understand that the metal within the plate is meant to withstand what? It's armor designed to resist missiles. Yunxing's voice rose in intensity as he emphasized this crucial point to Su Teng. Resistant to missiles? I genuinely had not considered that. Last night, I was struck by a single shot and thought it was not particularly sturdy material. It appeared that Su Teng had indeed underestimated the energy weapon's power. Junior, I recall that this type of energy weapon comes in 2 models, correct? Yunxing had perused the principal design diagrams and remembered them distinctly. One model was intended for direct engagement with targets, while the other was designed for breaching shields. Yes, there are 2 models. Which one corresponds to yours? Yunxing forced himself to regain composure. After all, using a weapon designed for shields to breach the test plate was not an extraordinary occurrence. As a disciple of Su Wei, he had encountered a fair share of experiences. Calmness and composure were essential to maintain his image before his junior. Is this one a particle beam? Yunxing tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face, suggesting that if Su Teng spoke so technically, he could only feign understanding. This one has a stronger lethality against human targets. The other, the plasma beam energy weapon, has yet to be designed and is specifically for dealing with armor. Yunxing, wait, are you serious? This minimum energy activation level can obliterate a test plate resistant to missiles, and you were telling me it is primarily for human targets? The plasma beam has not yet been designed, and that one is intended for armor. Do you perceive armor in humans in some fundamentally different way? Yunxing expressed his profound confusion. Despite being a student of Su Wei and having witnessed numerous scenarios, he still found himself perplexed. In your mind, do the armored beings and individuals originate from a distant future? Do you, too, suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower? Researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, particularly those focused on weaponry, commonly harbor a fear of inadequate firepower. The output of individual weapons is perpetually maximized. Junior brother, shall we first indulge in a meal? Su Teng glanced at the design blueprints, hesitating, and finally said, very well, let us dine first. The forthcoming design presented challenges, although the system provided the blueprints. The specific experiments required personal resolution. Gas conversion and energy excitation were matters Su Teng managed to address within 2 days, which facilitated the creation of a rudimentary explosive energy gun. However, the operational conditions for the explosive energy gun necessitate its capability to withstand extreme environments. Regardless of whether one faces sweltering heat or frigid cold, as long as the trigger is pulled, the ethereal blue light will invariably emerge. Yet, concerning temperature, Su Teng found himself utterly stymied. As the contents of the spoon entered his mouth, Su Teng's thoughts were drawn back. The crispy roast duck, slathered in spicy sauce, was simply exquisite. Indeed, dining is a matter of great significance. At this moment, Yunxing, seated across from him, finally registered the situation. Throughout their journey, his mind had been consumed by Su Teng's assertion. The alternative plasma beam explosive energy gun had yet to be designed. What does it mean for a single statement to leave one dumbfounded? It means this particular utterance. I still need to update the teacher on the situation. I have yet to inform him about the subsequent handling of the issue. Just as Yunxing picked up the phone, Su Wei's call came through. Typically, Su Wei refrained from calling Su Teng, uncertain if he was engaged in experiments. For researchers, the most dreaded occurrence is to be interrupted during experimentation. Once inspiration is disrupted, it is challenging to rekindle. However, Yunxing was different. He was purely an administrative staff member, a waste of a promising scientific talent. It is entirely commonplace for a teacher to call a student teacher. Yunxing began, only to be interrupted by Su Wei. How's Su Teng doing? Has he found a solution? Normally, when I call you, you always mention being busy. It is rare for me to reach out. And you immediately inquire about junior brother Su. Indeed, the same teacher can extend differing treatment. It has been resolved. Both primary individuals involved have been expelled from the academic registry, and the school has issued a statement, revealing the truth to the students. That is well. How can my student be treated in such a manner? Is this not a direct affront to my dignity? It seems that when I was misunderstood in the past, you were never this proactive. Yunxing privately grumbled, though he dared not voice such sentiments in front of the teacher. Once a student, always a student in the eyes of the teacher. Xiaosu, how are you? The term sounded rather sour to Yunxing, as he felt a bit unnatural. He had never heard Su Wei refer to him as Xiao Yun. I am right here, enjoying a meal. Very well, please pass the phone to him. Yun Sheng directly handed the phone over, saying, the teacher is looking for you. Oh, Su Teng, who was intently focused on the roast duck, paused momentarily to take the call. Is the roast duck truly that delectable? Yun Sheng pondered, wondering if Su Teng was oblivious to the extraordinary power of his energy cannon. In comparison to what Su Teng had created, the roast duck seemed trivial. With that thought, Yun Sheng felt a flicker of anticipation. The teacher remained unaware of just how astonishing the energy cannon was. From Su Teng's descriptions, it was merely the least powerful version. Xiao Su, don't take those people's words to heart, Yun Sheng advised. I didn't pay them any mind. Good, that is the attitude befitting a researcher. Su Wei's commendations for Su Teng were ceaseless. So, how is your experimental progress recently? Not bad, quite swift. I have produced a simplified version. That's fine. Don't rush the progress. It's all right if it's not completed yet. Su Wei hesitated, for as a prominent figure in research, he was well aware of the typical pace of experiments. What can be accomplished in just 2 days? Yet, it seemed he had missed something. Su Ting had mentioned something earlier. Xiao Su, I didn't quite catch what you said just now. Not bad, quite swift. That part after. I have produced a simplified version. Su Wei? In the next 3 seconds, realization struck him. Su Wei. Chapter 31, The Trio of Water Sports. We can brag for a lifetime. I merely inquired casually, not anticipating that you would indeed produce a simplified version. Su Wei, slightly bewildered, held the esteemed title of an academician and had conducted numerous experiments of varying scales. Typically, projects would span several months or even years. However, he had never encountered a situation where the progress of a project could leap forward in merely 2 days. Could it truly be attributed to advancing age, where one's thinking lags behind that of the youth, to the extent that even the pace of experimental progress becomes unfathomable? He had perused the blueprints for the explosive energy gun. Even if he were to lead the team, it would be impossible to develop a simplified version in less than 1 or 2 months. Revolutionary products often require the most time, as there are no precedents to reference. Conversely, existing products are the simplest to construct, merely needing a template to be applied with slight modifications. Caught off guard and unprepared, Su Wei cautiously inquired, how did the experiment turn out? The power surely cannot be too substantial, can it? He thought to himself, it's acceptable, I suppose. This phrase provided Su Wei with a sense of relief, confirming that the experimental results were within his realm of understanding, albeit with a slightly accelerated pace. Is there not a test panel? I am aware of this. It was specifically approved by Su Wei. The density of the rare metal materials is significantly high. Once incorporated into the armor to a certain extent, it can even withstand missiles. When the test panel was delivered to Su Teng's laboratory, it was intended to ascertain whether the power of the explosive energy gun truly aligned with the exaggerated claims in the schematic. Small firearms were unable to leave a scratch on it. The simplified version of the explosive energy gun would be fortunate to merely cause a scrape. Did it leave a scratch? It penetrated straight through. Both of them replied in unison. The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness, resulting in an immediate silence. After a moment, Su Wei inhaled sharply and uncertainly asked, Xiao Su, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. It penetrated, the 3 words echoed in Su Wei's mind. Really, is that true? Upon regaining his composure, Su Wei was overcome with excitement. Indeed. Senior brother Yun also witnessed it. Su Teng replied with a calm demeanor, not fully grasping why the other was so elated. You have seen the schematic. Does it not clearly illustrate the power of the explosive energy gun? Although the test panel you mentioned is impressive, it surely cannot compare to the explosive energy gun, even if it's merely a simplified version at present. Have Yun Sheng take this call. I wish to speak with him. Yun Sheng shrugged, feeling slighted that while his junior referred to Xiao Su with a respectful title, he was simply called by his name. Yun Sheng, is what your junior said true? Did you witness it with your own eyes? The situation was so astonishing that Su Wei found it hard to accept at first. Yes, master. I indeed saw it and even conducted an experiment myself. Then go to the laboratory now and conduct another experiment for me. Yun Sheng? What is the purpose of this? You are operating the video while making adjustments nearby. I wish to witness it firsthand. The simplified version of the energy cannon possesses such formidable power. One can only imagine how extraordinary the fully developed version would be. For a researcher, the greatest joy lies in the anticipation of groundbreaking technology. To be a witness to such advancements is a thrilling prospect for Su Wei. Yun Sheng turned to Su Ting. The energy cannon was his creation. His absence, even slightly, would evoke a sense of unease. Then let us proceed together, he suggested. After all, they had finished the roast duck, and the progress of the energy cannon was what Su Tung should be most concerned about. In the laboratory, Tang Haiba and the other two were engaged in idle chatter. Do you think once the energy cannon is fully developed, we could also have our names associated with it? One queried. That should be possible, as we are indeed a team, came the response. Tang Haiba pondered for a moment before continuing, yet the word team feels somewhat insincere. Su Shixiang alone could embody a team. Compared to him, we seem to be merely coasting. The other two fell silent, as Tang Haiba's words resonated with the reality of their situation. The core issues had been addressed by Su Tung, who had resolved various challenges of varying magnitudes. When considering the contributions of the three, they appeared to be merely handling minor tasks and serving tea, responding to trivial difficulties. It wasn't that they lacked effort. The disparity was simply too vast. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open. A hurried figure entered, phone in hand, with Su Tung closely following behind. Director Yin, you have arrived. They exclaimed. Director Yin, good to see you. The three, aware of their status difference from Su Tung, promptly rose to greet Yin Sheng. He gestured for them to be seated. Teacher, we have now arrived at the laboratory. Very well, please conduct the energy cannon experiment once more. Understood. Yun Sheng quickly urged Su Tung to sit. Although the energy cannon was a simplified version, its potency was not to be underestimated. The weapon was equipped with numerous fixed supports and an array of buttons, both black and yellow. After witnessing its power, Yun Sheng felt a profound hesitation to meddle, fearing an accidental discharge could lead to dire consequences. While Su Ting was engrossed in the energy cannon, the trio of onlookers succumbed to their curiosity. Who do you think Director Yun is calling? One mused. Given his address, it seems to be a teacher. A teacher? The individual who mentors the director must hold a prestigious position, likely an academician. An academician? The three gasped in astonishment. The title of academician represents the pinnacle of scientific achievement in the Dragon Nation. Those who earn this distinction are not only recognized for their research prowess, but must also have made significant contributions to their field. Among the over 1 billion people in the Dragon Nation, only 697 have attained the title of academician. To have one's mentor be an academician is a mark of great honor. Yet for Su Tung, such esteemed individuals were hastily coming to observe his experiments, reflecting the immense significance placed upon his work. The trio was left in a state of shock. They were aware of Su Tung's remarkable prowess, yet they had not anticipated the extent of his brilliance, their imaginations proving insufficiently vivid. However, if they continued along this line of thought, it became apparent that the three of them were now engaged in experiments alongside Su Ting, regardless of the extent of their contributions or the nature of the experiments conducted. This singular qualification, inscribed in their records, could indeed serve as a source of lifelong bragging rights, impressing countless individuals. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. It must be said, aligning themselves with Brother Su was undoubtedly the most astute decision. Those who had declined the opportunity in the group were entirely oblivious to the treasure they had forsaken. Buzzing filled the air. It was the sound of the energy gun charging. A deep blue luminescence coalesced at the gun's muzzle, accumulating energy with each passing moment. Ultimately, it culminated in a beam of light that struck the testing panel before them, revealing a gaping black hole to their astonished eyes. Goodness! The three exchanged glances. For it seemed they had not misheard. It appeared that the esteemed instructor of Dean Yun had inadvertently uttered an expletive. Chapter 32. A moment of astonishment. Although Su Wei had prepared himself, the moment he beheld the scene before him was still nothing short of shocking. Conventional firearms could only leave scratches, while the energy weapon shattered its target with a single shot. Surely the testing panel transported here cannot be counterfeit? This thought sprang to mind at once. No, that's not right. It was personally inspected. How could there be any question of authenticity? After compelling himself to regain composure, Su Wei became exhilarated once more. If the simplified version possessed such formidable power, one could only imagine the might of the fully realized energy weapon. It could likely obliterate a tank adorned with heavy armor with ease. Xiao Su, splendid work. As a member of the older generation, Su Wei had endured hardship throughout his life, sleeping in cattle sheds, toiling in the countryside, and experiencing days of food scarcity. For him, witnessing the advancement of technology in Longwa was thrilling, and the prospect of capable successors was even more exhilarating. Overcome with emotion, he found himself choking back tears. This unexpected display left Yun Sheng utterly bewildered. What was happening? The teacher was actually crying. The trio of onlookers nearby was equally astonished. Was that testing panel truly remarkable? Why did they not share the same sentiment? Just last night, that very panel had been effortlessly obliterated by Senior Sue's shot. Appearing as fragile as a sheet of paper, it dawned on them that this was merely an illusion. It was not the testing panel that was inadequate, but rather their Senior Sue, who was extraordinarily powerful. From several meters away, the trio still caught the sound of Su Wei's muffled sobs. So, should we pretend we didn't hear that? The renowned academician would surely be mortified if he knew we had witnessed his emotional display. Graduation might become a daunting prospect in light of this. Although Su Tung had also heard it. No, considering Senior Su's stature, even if he did overhear, it would likely amount to nothing. He might even offer some encouraging words, yet the atmosphere had grown rather heavy. The three exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. Perhaps it would be prudent to step outside? A splendid suggestion. Let us discreetly slip away. Su Wei composed himself before inquiring, Xiao Su, I have reviewed your schematics. There are two types of energy weapons outlined, one designed to inflict harm on humans and the other intended for machines. The one you are currently designing is for humans. Su Ting's response remained succinct. The clarity of his answer momentarily stunned Su Wei, leaving him questioning whether he had misheard. At that moment, Yunxing understood this sensation well. Initially, he too had thought his hearing was at fault. After multiple confirmations, he gradually calmed down. It was not that they lacked exposure to similar scenarios, but rather that they had never encountered anything quite like this. The creations designed by Su Tung consistently transcended the realm of imagination. Teacher, you did not mishear. This energy weapon is indeed intended for human targets. As of now, it remains a simplified version. Oh, and by the way, the one we just tested was the lowest energy variant. Yunsheng circled the energy weapon with his phone in hand. In order for Su Wei to gain a clearer understanding, and to ensure that his meaning is conveyed with utmost clarity, he found himself utterly perplexed. From the very moment he encountered Su Tung, it became evident that there was always a missing element between them. Su Tung hailed from a future world, while Su Wei's thoughts were confined to the limitations of the present realm. Well, at this juncture, Su Wei could hardly articulate any other words, resorting instead to an incessant repetition of this single term. As the party directly involved, Su Ting remained unfazed, for he comprehended the immense power that the complete version of the explosive energy gun could wield. Penetrating a heavily armored tank with a single shot was no trivial feat, and the capabilities extended far beyond that. In the face of missiles, the explosive energy gun, which upends the conventions of traditional firearms, essentially stands invincible. Adjusting the energy to its maximum potential, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a struck individual to vanish from existence in an instant. Should such feats prove unattainable, the so-called black technology system would hardly deserve its esteemed title. Little Su, you want to be able to produce the explosive energy gun imminently. Will you? Su Wei inquired cautiously, yet his expression was brimming with anticipation. Not quite, came the reply, which inevitably dampened Su Wei's spirit somewhat. However, he reassured himself that it would not be long before progress was made. Here it comes, he mused, recognizing the familiar scent of challenge. What difficulties had young Su encountered? As he posed this question, Su Wei hoped that at last, the lad would be presented with a genuine conundrum. Conducting experiments is no simple task, and encountering hurdles is perfectly normal. Thus, seeking advice from a senior in such moments is indeed the wisest course of action. Come, ask me. As your senior, I shall speak freely and share my insights without reservation. Su Tung discerned the underlying encouragement and replied earnestly. I have indeed encountered some issues that require your guidance, esteemed teacher. The crystal prism within the explosive energy gun is meant to relay corrections to the gun chamber, which in turn electrifies the particle beam into its final form of energy. This is a prerequisite for the stability of the explosive energy gun. However, the critical challenge lies in the fact that the gun must function under various extreme conditions, while the crystal prism cannot maintain stability under such circumstances. I have conducted experiments, and when the volatile gas reaches a certain threshold, it detonates within the chamber. How then should I balance these conditions? Upon hearing Su Ting's detailed inquiry, Su Wei was taken aback. He had approached this discussion with the intention of resolving a problem, and initially, he grasped the concepts being presented, even engaging in thoughtful contemplation. Yet, as the discourse progressed, the situation grew increasingly perplexing, culminating in the poignant question, how should I balance these conditions? Internally distressed, he nonetheless maintained a smile on his face. Though I am an academician, I do not specialize in this particular theory. Furthermore, There were portions of the schematic you provided that I simply did not comprehend. To be honest, young Su, I must confess that I, too, am uncertain about how to achieve this balance. Just as Su Wei found himself in a quandary, Yunxing perceptively interjected, "Teacher, you still have experiments that you Haven Tea conducted, do you not?" "Ah, yes, yes indeed." Su Wei immediately realized that students can indeed be reliable at times. "Xiao Su, the matters you mentioned require some contemplation on my part. I shall inform you once I have reached a conclusion." "All right." Just as Su Wei was about to end the video call, Su Tung interjected, "Teacher, I have one more thing to discuss." This statement caused Su Wei to feel a surge of anxiety. If another question were to arise, it would still remain unresolved. "Teacher, we now need to utilize the subsequent materials. I have already completed the application form." "Is that all?" Su Wei sighed in relief and responded with a smile. "Please hand the materials form to Yun Shang, and I assure you he will expedite its delivery." "Thank you, teacher." "Not at all. It's no trouble." The Su Tong who requests materials is always far more endearing than the one who poses questions. The research on the explosive energy gun is set to enter its next phase, the testing of extreme temperatures. Chapter 33. Planting lemons in the mouth. A multitude of material documents has been submitted to Yun Shang. The frozen chamber. The separation equipment. Each piece of apparatus is marked with the predetermined quantities. An initial estimation of the materials suggests a total exceeding several million. Brother Yun, the next phase of the experiment requires these materials. Can they arrive sooner? Were anyone else to pose such a question, Yunxing would undoubtedly respond with a curt, "Just wait, we still need to follow the experimental approval process." However, before him stood Su Ting, a disciple endowed with numerous privileges. Yunxing casually caressed the materials list and remarked, "What a trivial matter. Leave it to me. They will arrive by tomorrow." The expedited special approval process is invariably the swiftest. Su Ting nodded, acknowledging that, aside from everything else, his senior brother was indeed quite dependable. Materials and personnel always arrived as scheduled. "Su Shidi, I'm off now. Brother, take care. I may need to trouble you again in the future." "Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever." At that moment, the trio known as the Slacker Squad slipped in, having just finished a phone call. Had they delayed further, they would surely have been suspected of slacking off. Yunxing, who was heading out, regarded the three with a serious expression. "Do your best, and do not betray Su Shidi's trust in you." Just moments ago, they had been so humble, yet here he stood, taking on a serious demeanor. Tang Haiba immediately responded with obsequiousness, "Rest assured, Dean, we will put forth our utmost effort. We have learned so much during these past 2 days with Su Shidi." "So much?" Yunxing, who had intended to leave, turned back and earnestly asked Tang Haiba, "What exactly have you learned?" Tang Haiba's expression faltered, realizing he had overstepped in his flattery. "I am not Su Shidi. How could I be so remarkable? What could possibly be learned in 2 days? I haven't even fully comprehended the schematics. Every time it's like this. My mind says, I understand, while my hands say, you understand nothing. That is more like it. One must be pragmatic. If you haven't learned, you haven't learned. As long as you maintain a proper attitude, everything will improve." Yunxing comforted, patting Tang Haiba on the shoulder. The two others nearly burst into laughter, thinking, "Serves you right for being so sycophantic." Before their amusement could fully take hold, Yunxing continued, "Do not set Su Shidi as your benchmark. You will never reach his level. One must possess self-awareness. Geniuses are not of the same ilk as you." As they watched Yunxing's departing figure, the three fell into a collective silence. In light of such a comparison, their previously cultivated mindset nearly crumbled once more. However, one of them pondered, "Dean, did you inquire about that humble demeanor you exhibited before Su Shidi?" Due to the materials yet to arrive, the upcoming experiment could not commence. Thus, Su Tung decided to explore the vicinity of Huaqing. After all, it had been over 2 months, and he was still unfamiliar with the area. His excursions had primarily led him to the cafeteria. Upon unlocking his phone, a new WeChat message popped up. The school had just released a statement, and it was assuredly not an investigation into him. Haha, the school has issued another statement. Shui has been expelled. I recently consulted a lawyer, and if you decide to sue him, victory is assured. I have delightful news to share, hilariously. Yet another statement has been issued, this time from the neighboring school. I suspected it was orchestrated by Li Guangda. Perhaps you do not recall him, as he was a classmate from high school, rumored to be a wealthy heir, albeit with a rather poor reputation. As Su Ting pondered over Dang Yi's messages, it became evident that she had been closely monitoring the situation since its inception. In fact, she had even sought detailed legal counsel for her own sake, demonstrating a level of concern that surpassed even Su Ting's. He thought it prudent to invite her to dinner, despite her not being of significant assistance thus far. At that moment, a new message notification appeared. Do you have time now? Yes. The swiftness of his reply astonished Deng Yi. Have you completed your experiment? Not quite. I'm still missing a few materials. Shall we take a stroll near the school? Sounds good. After confirming the time and meeting place, Su Tung promptly rose. In truth, the actions of Li Guangda and Shui Yong had not dampened his spirits. He remained indifferent to their endeavors. This was largely due to Yunxing's assurance that he would resolve everything. Su Tung felt a sense of trust in his senior's promise. However, it seemed impolite to ignore a concerned outsider's request for a meeting. With the materials still not having arrived, a leisurely walk around campus might spark some inspiration. The trials of extreme temperatures were by no means trivial. Su Tung had a premonition that he would be stuck on this hurdle for quite some time. Senior, are you heading out? Yes. Are you three joining? In the laboratory, Su Tung's opinions held sway. They had just learned that a new batch of materials was en route, making it an opportune moment to relax. Perhaps we should not accompany the senior, suggested Tang Haiba, displaying insight. After all, they were of a different ilk than Su Tung. If the dean were to see him wandering the campus, he would undoubtedly surmise that Su Tung had encountered difficulties with his experiment, taking advantage of the lull to clear his mind. However, if the trio of slackers were spotted by the dean, it would be difficult to explain, as their experiments perpetually seemed fraught with unsolvable issues. The other two quickly understood as well. Senior, we want to accompany you. We still have yesterday's problems to tackle. Indeed. It is best to focus on research when in the presence of our senior. Su Ting nodded in agreement. Just as he departed, the three began to whisper among themselves. What do you think the senior will do? He'll probably head to the cafeteria, that's where he often goes. I believe he's after something else. Tang Haiba said, feigning mystery. Like what? Do tell. Do you remember the one in our group who mentioned hiring a lawyer for our senior? I do. I even checked her profile. She is quite the beauty. One could even say she is the campus goddess. Consider this. Yesterday, everyone in the group was discussing the senior brother, yet one individual stepped forth to voice support for him. Today, however, the subsequent events remained unspoken. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with ambiguity. Ah, how I envy the senior brother, having the dean's backing and even connections with academicians. Indeed, the most crucial aspect is that there are ladies supporting him from behind. Enough said. I can feel the pangs of envy rising within me once more. When will I ever receive such treatment? Just as Tang Haiba finished his lament, the two individuals gazed at him with expressions that clearly conveyed disbelief. Ahem. Do not look at me like that. I did not mean it in that way. I was merely wondering when I might find a girlfriend. No sooner had he spoken than the two pointed at the schematic diagram and exclaimed in unison, Have you heard about the explosive energy gun? Help. Chapter 34. Couple photos. Not long after commencing her studies, Deng Yi quickly caught the attention of her peers for a singular reason, her striking beauty. Even without makeup, she remained captivating from every conceivable angle. Individuals of such allure often become the focal point of admiration. Thus, merely a day into the academic year, whispers circulated within various research groups about the arrival of a stunningly attractive academic prodigy. Many began to inquire from her roommates, discovering that she was still unattached. A wave of excitement ensued among the students. In prestigious institutions where the academic atmosphere is intense, the burden of studies often complicates romantic entanglements. Many, believing themselves to be young and unhurried, find themselves suddenly in urgent situations when the time comes. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired that very evening, shattering the hearts of many. In a group chat, Deng Yi openly supported Su Ting, a figure they had never encountered, and announced her intention to seek legal counsel. What was this? Wasn't she supposed to be single? It was disheartening to see someone else inciting such envy, just when I had resolved to pursue Deng Yi. Why must I face such a setback? Nevertheless, it was thought that Deng Yi would soon discern Su Tung's true character. Then, a series of official statements began to emerge. The first statement led many to believe Su Tung would be the one under investigation. Some even contemplated treating their roommates to a lavish lunch, motivated solely by joy. However, the second statement left the onlookers utterly astonished, revealing that Su Ting might indeed be a prominent figure, someone to whom they would look up in their institution. No cause for despair. After all, he was merely a graduate student, much like many among them. In terms of status, they were all peers. And with similar standing comes natural competition. Yet, When the third statement was released, the spectators were completely taken aback. The individual behind the scenes was affiliated with a neighboring institution, known for addressing matters with utmost seriousness. This implied that, despite appearing as just a graduate student, Sutung's true identity could be shrouded in mystery. It seemed I had experienced heartbreak before even beginning to pursue a relationship. It appeared as though we were all in the same predicament. Ding-yi, why must fate deal me such a blow? Never mind. I simply wish to inquire, who exactly is Sutung? By the way, have any of you met him? I certainly have not. Unbeknownst to Sutung, who diligently toiled in the laboratory, he had already made an indelible impression on many alumni, etched into their memories. If there were a wanted list for such individuals, Sutung would undoubtedly top it. Ah, here I am. Standing before the statue, Ding-yi waved to Sutung, signaling him. Sutung stepped forward with a smile and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just arrived as well. I was occupied with experiments and missed the news. Thank you for everything you've done for me." A smile blossomed on Ding-yi's face. The autumn air seemed less chilly. "In truth, I haven't done much," she replied, sticking her tongue out playfully. "Shall we take a stroll?" "Sure." "Oh, what does the statue behind you depict?" "This?" Turning to glance at it, Ding-yi remarked, "It commemorates individuals who have made significant contributions in modern and contemporary times." Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Perhaps before long, you'll find your name on this wall as well." "Me? That's unlikely. Even with the existence of advanced technology systems, the development of a lightsaber, and the fact that Dean Yunxing became his senior, as well as academician Su Wei serving as his mentor, Sutung remained humble. His paper was shielded from public view, and he was absent from the admissions list of top universities, having been recruited a month early through unconventional means. Such achievements would be cause for boastfulness in any graduate student. Yet, Sutung did not allow pride to swell within him. The further he walked, the more he recognized his shortcomings. For instance, the experimental challenges of the energy-blasting gun had entered a new phase of difficulty. He even struggled to find a solution regarding the protection of crystal prisms under extreme temperatures. Observing Sutung lost in thought, Ding-yi refrained from interrupting him. Exceptional individuals naturally gravitate towards those even more accomplished, a trait she attributed to her upbringing. In terms of family background, Ding-yi was no less fortunate than Li Guangda. This was why she remained indifferent to the identity of a wealthy heir. "You possess what I have always had. What is so extraordinary about it?" It was the relentless pursuit of progress that captivated Ding-yi, whether in high school or now. Standing beside Sutung, watching him strive towards distant horizons, his image grew ever more vivid in her heart. She had an inkling of the experiments Sutung was involved in, the unique cafeteria windows, the distinct campus cards, and a name that appeared on the notice, Yunsheng. Dean Yun personally led the team to accomplish tasks in the shortest time. Following these clues, it was evident that Sutung's experiments were of a confidential nature. "It seems you've encountered another challenge. No worries with your capabilities. I believe resolution is merely a matter of time." Thus, the intended outing for relaxation transformed into a solitary figure walking ahead, contemplating the impending challenges that lay ahead, while another followed closely, occasionally ensuring he did not stray into the street. From behind, they resembled a couple. "Wait, is that Ding-yi up ahead?" Upon hearing her name, Lu Shuxing suddenly looked up. Indeed, it was her. But wait, there was a man walking in front of her, occasionally pulling him back. Oh, how that action made him feel envious. Wasn't he had said that she was single? How should this situation be interpreted? Lu Shuxing suddenly recalled a matter of significance. She was without a boyfriend, yet under the watchful eyes of numerous witnesses within the group, she declared her intention to sue someone for slander. Could it possibly be Sutung? Sutung? The one not on the admission list? It could indeed be him, especially since he is the one seeking legal counsel. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt both sorrowful and embittered. No, she could not bear to endure this anguish alone. She must share it with the group, ensuring that everyone felt her distress. With a click, she captured a photograph that undeniably resembled a couple's portrait. Click to send. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sutung you have never encountered before, and to this, I can only say, do you not think these two resemble a couple? The once tranquil group chat instantly erupted with excitement. Chapter 35, The Focused Individual is this Sutung? He appears rather unremarkable, one remarked. Unremarkable? Can you manage to have your thesis suppressed while the Dean of the Cloud Academy personally intervenes on your behalf? Another retorted. And can you have Hucking University issue 3 statements specifically for you? A third chimed in. No, you are incapable of achieving anything. You can only sit here. Gazing at the photos with envy, came the response. Hey, enough already. It's not just me who feels this way, regardless of how one looks at it. The two appear to be a couple. Are you not envious? He is talented and accompanied by a beauty, another interjected. Please, just be quiet. I beg you, stop talking. One pleaded. The trio from the laboratory, known for their lackadaisical attitude, found themselves laughing uncontrollably at the messages in the group chat. When Su Ting departed, they had surmised that he must be on a date. They mostly guessed it would be the girl who had been vocal about him in the chat. However, they were taken aback to discover it was Ding Yi. As they laughed, their expression shifted to something more somber. Oh, Su Sr. is out on a date, while I am here, pondering over an array of incomprehensible blueprints. Your words ring so true, yet I feel like crying because I share the same plight. From the photographs, it seems Su Sr. is not particularly invested in her, while she appears quite taken with him. It is said that Ding Yi is the belle of this year's new students. Stop talking. I am already in tears, one lamented. As Su Ting walked, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. This isn't the laboratory. I am surrounded by others. Turning around, he noticed Ding Yi gazing intently at him. Ah, my apologies. I was lost in thought, momentarily forgetting my surroundings, he confessed. Ding Yi understood Su Tung's character well. It was precisely this aspect of him that attracted her. Had he possessed a demeanor akin to Li Guangda's, even his exemplary academic performance would not have caught her eye. Is there a solution to your inspiration now? She asked, tactfully refraining from probing into Su Ting's experiments. Some experiments are inherently confidential, with a possibility of non-disclosure agreements in place. Once signed, even the closest of family members are bound to silence. No, Su Tung replied with a bitter shake of his head. Inspiration had not graced him. He remained perplexed about how to address the issue of the crystal prism at extreme temperatures. How about we grab a bite to eat? Ding Yi suggested, pointing towards the cafeteria. Sounds good. You treated me last time, so this time it's my turn, he replied. All right, she agreed, harboring the thought that this exchange would foster a positive cycle of invitations, thus providing an excuse to meet again. The campus card in Deng Yi's hand could not access those exclusive areas. It was merely valid at ordinary windows. Nevertheless, it still captured the attention of those around her. The woman in the lead must be Deng Yi. Indeed, it is her. One cannot help but admire her waist and legs. No wonder she has been deemed the most striking beauty among this year's graduate entrants. And who might the person trailing behind be? Earlier, messages in the group chat suggested it was Su Ting. Su Ting? The same Su Ting who had issued 3 official statements? The Su Ting Ding Yi mentioned would be hiring a lawyer? Come on, brother, do you need to emphasize it so often? We all know who Su Ting is. Such insistence merely betrays your envy. Let me be frank, I am indeed envious. It feels as though lemons are planted in my stomach, and the sourness flows from my lips. Ugh, please, dear brother, do refrain from such vivid descriptions. It's too relatable. I feel the same way. The two newcomers made little commotion upon entering, yet their identities stirred considerable intrigue. The enigmatic Su Tung made his debut here. The cafeteria, usually bustling with people, had numerous curious eyes upon them. The elite institution's protection of Su Tung was evidently substantial, prompting whispers of speculation regarding his remarkable contributions. As for Su Tung himself, he remained indifferent to the gazes surrounding him, perplexed as to why people were stealing glances in his direction. Until, that is, his attention was drawn by Deng Yi, who had returned with lunch. Here, your favorite dishes, Deng Yi smiled, placing the food before Su Tung. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the aromatic braised duck and spicy beef. The rich beef broth mingling with the rice, releasing an enticing aroma that awakened his palate. Oh, you even know what I like to eat? Su Ting exclaimed, taken aback. For he had not mentioned his preferences, not even realizing them until she returned with the meal. I remembered everything you chose the last time we dined together. Deng Yi replied. Had it been anyone else, her words might have stirred sentiments of affection, yet Su Tung, being the dedicated scholar he was, remained focused solely on the meal before him. Oh, thank you, he said earnestly, diving into the food. Deng Yi smiled in silence, as expected. Noting that he displayed no reaction, his attention entirely consumed by the dishes. In that moment, she discerned Su Ting's passions, research and cuisine. If only I could master both, perhaps I could draw closer to him, she thought, unable to suppress her daydreams. Meanwhile, the onlookers were not just souring their expressions with envy. Their stomachs churned as well. Wow, she smiled. How infuriating. She smiled at Su Tung, and it seemed so genuine. Ah, it appears that talented individuals ultimately find their match, while the less gifted can only watch. Enough, enough. The children are on the verge of tears. The unintentional actions of the two individuals have left those around them feeling as though they have been struck by a bolt from the blue. To claim that they do not feel envious would be a falsehood. It is indeed a profound jealousy that stirs within them. Lu Xuxing, who had been quietly consuming his meal, found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. From a young age, he had always been the quintessential model student, garnering praise from neighbors and eliciting admiration from his peers as he navigated through life. His academic journey had been remarkably smooth from middle school to high school, and even at Hucking University. While some individuals toiled diligently to achieve commendable results, others, like Lu Xuxing, effortlessly excel even while engaging in extracurricular activities. He had always imagined himself to be the type wholly engrossed in scholarly pursuits, having encountered numerous young women along the way. However, everything changed the moment he laid eyes on Dang Yi. He realized that something was amiss. His heartstrings were plucked, and this girl had captured his attention. Chapter 36, Complete Defeat. Lu Xuxing had encountered girls before, including those who were academically gifted, which had caught his attention momentarily. However, those fleeting glances seldom led to anything further. In his own words, a cursory glance might be acceptable, yet prolonged observation often revealed that time would be better spent on studies. The sole exception was Dang Yi. At first glance, she appeared quite pleasing. Unable to resist stealing a few more looks, he found her rather intriguing. Although they had never exchanged words, she had already etched herself into his mind. This feeling was peculiar. Despite their unfamiliarity, he found himself yearning for the opportunity to converse with her. If a romantic relationship could blossom, that would be even more delightful. The only aspect that gave him hope was the knowledge that Ding Yi was currently unattached. However, his fleeting joy was soon overshadowed when he saw her defending Su Tung in a group chat, even preparing to hire a lawyer for a lawsuit. This incited a wave of jealousy within him. To make matters worse, they were seated together in the cafeteria, sharing a meal. I must create an opportunity for myself. After all, Ding Yi is still single, and it is a fair competition, he thought. As this idea took root, Lu Xuxing tidied his tray and nonchalantly approached the pair. Hello, he greeted. Ding Yi looked up from her meal, her gaze settling on him. Who is he? I don't recognize him, she thought, yet she responded politely, hello. With the initial exchange complete, the potential for deeper conversation emerged. Lu Xuxing inquired, so, this is Su Tung beside you, correct? Yes, Ding Yi affirmed. Su Ting, engrossed in his meal, glanced up at the mention of his name. Not recognizing Lu Xuxing, he responded courteously. Is there something you need from me? I've heard quite a bit about you recently. Your name has been making waves at school. I was curious to know what kind of person Su Ting is. As mentioned in the statements, Lu Xuxing said. Oh, I see. Su Ting replied, instantly understanding. With 3 official statements released within a single day, curiosity was only natural. After all, a name not appearing on the admission list yet receiving such protection from the institution must indicate a uniquely talented individual. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary student. Su Ting replied modestly. Many might take pride in such a situation, given the considerable backing he had, especially since his school had made exceptions on his behalf. To not boast about it would seem almost a pity. Don't ask, just know I am a candidate of the official elite program. Yet, Su Ting remained humble, maintaining a low profile throughout the years. Indeed, there are always greater heights and more accomplished individuals. The higher one climbs, the more one comprehends their own limitations. Su Ting's humility was commendable. Given his capabilities, he could easily find himself among the recipients of the prestigious scholarship. I hope to see you at the award ceremony for the special scholarship, Lu Xuxing remarked, aware that belittling a friend in front of a stranger would only tarnish their reputation. His intention was merely to subtly assert his presence before Ding Yi, hinting at his commendable academic performance in hopes of garnering attention. Su Tung held a vague recollection of the prestigious scholarship from Hucking, which could be aptly summarized with a singular phrase, a celestial duel. The participants in the selection process were all genuine academic prodigies, while others fretted over achieving high scores. These individuals had made significant breakthroughs in their respective fields, even producing impressive experimental results. Their defining characteristic was their incessant travel, presenting their findings armed with PowerPoint presentations, often in the grand auditoriums of esteemed institutions, before an audience comprised of equally accomplished students or eminent figures in their disciplines. The world invariably manifests in myriad forms, and the realm of academic excellence exhibits varying degrees of distinction. Ding Yi furrowed her brow slightly as she discerned the underlying implications. It was indeed expected that Su Tung would be approached by others. Prior to any official announcement, no one was familiar with his name. Even after the official statement, When explanations were required for Su Tong, many still harbored a sense of dissatisfaction despite recognizing his name. Hucking is a premier institution where one can only surpass others through merit. Lu Xuxing, after making his statement, fixed his gaze on Su Tong, eager to gauge his reaction. Ah, the special scholarship. I am aware of it. If you have the time, applying for it would indeed be worthwhile. As for myself, I shall see if I have availability when the time comes. If so, I might consider applying. If not, then it shall be as it is. The schematics provided by the advanced technology system are always contingent upon the completion of one project before the next is revealed. The energy cannon remains an uncertain endeavor in terms of completion time, and once finished, it is unclear how long it will take for new designs to emerge. In comparison to these schematics, the scholarship pales in significance. The scholarship merely offers a modicum of validation for one's achievements. While the projects unveiled by the advanced technology system have garnered acknowledgement even from academicians, there is no basis for comparison between the two. Oh, is that so? It appears that in Su Teng's eyes, the special scholarship can only be pursued when time permits. Su Teng spoke the truth, yet to Lu Xuxing, it seemed excessively arrogant. You speak of needing time to pursue it. Do you truly consider yourself a person of great consequence? Lu Xuxing, initially intending to intimidate Su Teng, inadvertently found himself thoroughly outmatched. Infuriating, Lu Xuxing muttered under his breath. Observing the retreating figure of his rival, Dang Yi felt a surge of amusement. Those unfamiliar with Su Teng's character might misinterpret his words as condescension. However, Dang Yi understood that it was not disdain but rather an expression of truth. If one perceives another as looking down upon them, it may well be a reflection of their own inadequacy. Gazing at the ever-smiling Dang Yi, Su Teng inquired, "Is there something that brings you joy?" Dang Yi nodded earnestly, expressing her happiness at the prospect of sharing a meal with him. This sentiment was sincere, as it was indeed a challenge to invite Su Teng out. Observing the smiling Dang Yi, Su Teng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You go ahead and eat. I will wait for you," he said. The surrounding crowd felt a pang of envy once more, for it is truly disheartening to witness a beauty smile at another. Lu Xuxing was someone some of them recognized. He was a somewhat renowned scholar at school and was rumored to be a formidable contender for the prestigious scholarship. As he approached with a fierce demeanor, onlookers anticipated a remarkable display. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he faltered before even showcasing his abilities, suffering a complete defeat. At this moment, Su Teng's name was etched indelibly in the minds of all present. Chapter 37. Who is this? The dinner unfolded under the gaze of all present. Su Teng, however, felt no particular emotions in the realm of academic brilliance. He had never been one to concern himself with the opinions of others. His focus was solely on the tasks at hand, such as finishing his meal. On the contrary, Dang Yi felt somewhat uneasy, acutely aware of the subtle scrutiny from those around her, tinged with an indefinable quality. "I finished." As she lifted her head, she caught Su Teng staring intently at the food in her bowl, murmuring to himself. He was captivated by the rice ball enveloped in sauce, which sparked memories of the challenges encountered during experiments. In that fleeting moment, a breakthrough idea illuminated his mind. If external protection proved ineffective, why not explore possibilities from within? If the internal shield could reach a certain threshold, amplifying the power might indeed counterbalance some of the energy. If a portion of the energy could be neutralized, the derived mathematical formulations could reveal a balance between the two. If this balance were achieved, it would safeguard the crystal prism. Indeed, that was the revelation he sought for so long, manifesting suddenly in his thoughts. When Dang Yi met Su Teng's fervent gaze, the entirety of the preceding moments fell into place. He was undeniably a talent suited for research. Dang Yi sighed. Others might have sought to engage in conversation to foster camaraderie, but for Su Teng, the allure of scientific inquiry overshadowed all else. Even when away from the laboratory, if given the chance, he would grapple with unresolved dilemmas, hoping for serendipitous resolutions. Clearly, that serendipity had arrived. It seemed that for the problems he faced, solutions were already forming in his mind. Su Teng smiled sheepishly, realizing that he was sharing a meal with Dang Yi in the cafeteria, not in the laboratory. Indeed, a glimmer of insight had emerged, yet he felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Me?" Dang Yi responded, perplexed. "To be precise, it is this bowl of rice before you." Su Teng indicated toward the glistening bottom of her dish. Could inspiration truly strike so suddenly? Even during a meal, one could conceive solutions. It dawned on her how formidable a scholar Su Teng truly was. Unbeknownst to her, her understanding of him had expanded yet again. "Then, I suppose you have no time to accompany me for a stroll now?" Dingy inquired. Su Ting smiled apologetically, unsure of how to respond. In truth, the materials had yet to arrive. His senior, Yun, had just messaged him via WeChat, mobilizing backup resources to expedite the delivery. Yet, even so, it would still take until tomorrow. I planned to return to the dormitory. Return to the dormitory? Dingy was taken aback by this statement. Shouldn't you be heading back to the lab? There are some matters in the lab today, so I can only return to the dormitory. If you wish, I could accompany you part of the way. Su Teng's assertion held merit. The paths to their respective dormitories indeed aligned for a portion of the journey. Very well, let us be on our way. As the envious gazes of those around them lingered, the two individuals departed together. At that moment, the group chat erupted with fervor. Hey, who said Dangy has no boyfriend? Can we please refrain from spreading such rumors? Indeed, the sudden shift from opportunity to heartbreak is undeniably distressing. Wow, that was astute. In one sentence, he encapsulated all my tangled emotions. No. I believe his remark reveals his frequent encounters with heartbreak. One cannot articulate such sentiments without experiencing it at least a dozen times. Upstairs, you were impressive. Upon seeing the discussion, the subject promptly shared photographs. One depicted Dang Yi and Su Ting dining together, the woman smiling while the man gazed at her. The other captured them walking out of the dining hall after their meal, the man striding forward while the woman turned back to smile at him. Even through the blurry quality, it was evident that the woman held considerable affection for the man. A crushing blow, indeed. I found myself in tears. Why? Upon arriving at Hucking School, must I still endure such torment? The crux of the matter is, the girl beside me not only possesses striking beauty and commendable grades, but also appears to have eyes only for him. Sobbing quietly, I wondered why we must be treated this way. Hey, why has the person upstairs fallen silent? I suddenly felt disinclined to speak. Life, after all, can sometimes be grasped in a fleeting moment. From this instant, an unofficial list began circulating within Hucking School, titled The List of Those Who Must Be Punished. Curiously, it bore only one name, Su Ting. I'm almost there. Dang Yi paused momentarily, surprised by the swiftness. The campus of Hucking University is vast, typically. One would need to ride a bicycle, and even then, it takes at least 10 minutes to reach a destination. Walking, of course, would take even longer. However, this time, the walking duration seemed remarkably brief. All right. Looking up, Dang Yi realized she had never seen this dormitory before. Apparently, even the sleeping quarters were unique. Well, if we have time, let us meet again. Sure. Without further ado, Su Ting's promises have always held validity. I wish you success in your experiment tomorrow. Farewell. Goodbye. Though it was merely a stroll, Su Ting found himself mentally calculating formulas throughout their walk. By the time he entered his room, he had a fairly solid grasp of the situation. Upon entering, Su Ting immediately seized a sheet of draft paper and began calculating fervently. The paper quickly filled with formulas, accompanied by various diagrams. He sought to compute potential scenarios and their solutions through the diagrams. During this period of intense calculation, a rumbling sound reverberated above Hucking's campus. What is that noise? What is happening at the school? Indeed, why has the campus been so restless lately? If I were not aware that it was a peaceful place, I would assume we were on the brink of war. On the other side, a student leaned out to gaze at the scene outside and exclaimed, Hey, come quickly and take a look. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be entirely implausible to suggest a conflict. What are you babbling about? Murmured his roommate. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. Helicopters, and not just one. Judging by the crates suspended below, they were transporting supplies into the school. But what supplies could the school possibly need? There was food, teachers, and materials. Wait, materials. At that moment, everyone recalled a recent incident. Just a few days prior, a fellow student had been out for a night run when he spotted a military convoy accompanied by a crowd of people. He was startled by the sight. According to the information gathered from that encounter, they were delivering materials to the school. And now, the use of helicopters suggested yet another supply drop. But who could it be? Why was the demand for materials so urgent? The group of graduate students, accustomed to conducting experiments, began to question their reality. In typical experimental procedures, one must draft an application report, submit it for approval, and only then receive the necessary materials. The deployment of helicopters indicated that someone had accessed an expedited channel, bypassing all formalities to deliver supplies directly. Chapter 38. It appears a major news has been unveiled. The group chat has once again erupted with fervor. Who could this possibly be? It is indeed rather extraordinary. Just a few days ago, trucks were delivering materials, closely followed by military personnel. I had thought that this display was already invincible, only to be astonished today by the arrival of helicopters, not just one, but several simultaneously. I have always considered myself a solitary individual, selecting topics that are noteworthy. Yet, we must adhere to the most fundamental principles of experimentation, completing material requisition forms, submitting requests, and ultimately awaiting approval. However, today's events have left me astounded. It seems that aircraft are directly employed for transporting materials. This undoubtedly signals yet another experiment requiring a confidentiality agreement. At this moment, the trio of idle onlookers continues to observe with keen interest. I am uncertain when it began, but they have developed a habit of eavesdropping. Despite having signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting the disclosure of related information within the group, they revel in the speculations of others regarding the identity behind these operations, the classification of the experiment, and how long it might take for them to partake. Such discussions bring immense delight to the trio. The coveted opportunity they desire lies within my grasp. If only they realized that this chance was once attainable for them, yet ultimately slipped away. Wouldn't that be exquisite? Indeed, the joy between individuals is often derived from mutual comparison. The trio has endured countless instances of humiliation at the hands of Su Ting within the laboratory. Yet, merely glancing at the group chat instantly restores their confidence. This is what one might call the joy of eavesdropping. While you remain in the dark, we are privy to the experimental progress on a daily basis. Even Dean Yun and the academicians are keeping a watchful eye. What a pity that we cannot divulge this to them. Otherwise, they would truly understand what it means to experience the utmost joy. Tang Haiba, what are you laughing at? His roommate has been observing him closely, noting his peculiar behavior of returning late these past few nights. Regardless of the hour, he clutches his phone, absorbed in something, occasionally emitting a strange chuckle, as if indulging in a peculiar whimsy. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminded of something quite delightful. Delightful, you say? Your demeanor hardly suggests that you are recalling something joyous. After a brief silence, Tang Haiba tentatively remarked, "Today, I saw an academician choked up in a video." Choked up? An academician? Why would a mere graduate student speak such nonsense? It's remarkable enough to have even glimpsed an academician. You're delusional, his roommate naturally retorted. Look at you. I'm speaking the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. The transportation of materials persisted well into the night, with messages within the group chat soaring like wildfire. After all, the peculiar circumstances of late have been unprecedented. Never before has there been such a commotion. As the protagonist Su Tung remained deeply engrossed in calculations, he remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside until he succumbed to slumber upon his desk. A sharp pain coursed through him as he rotated his stiff neck. Indeed, sleeping at a desk and on a bed is a distinctly different experience. Ding dong. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a new message on WeChat. Su, the materials you required have been delivered yesterday. I personally inspected them, and everything is in order. There it was, his senior brother's unwavering reliability. Thank you, senior brother. I will head to the laboratory right away. You are up quite early, junior brother. In comparison to your efforts, this is nothing. This sentiment was sincerely felt by Su Tung. He was well aware of the experimental procedures, although he could bypass a series of application processes, enabling the materials to be shipped directly from elsewhere. The reviewer was Yun Xing. Typically, Yun Xing did not assume the role of a reviewer. His other identity was that of the dean, a position laden with administrative responsibilities, requiring his signature for a myriad of school-related matters. This constituted a significant portion of his daily duties. The delivery of materials that night was swift, yet Yun Xing faced considerable challenges in verifying the contents. He had not rested, and it was only before dawn that he completed the inventory. This was precisely why Su Ting made that remark. He surmised that Yun Xing's prompt response was due to his sleeplessness. Junior brother, you truly possess a considerate nature, Yun Xing thought to himself, admiring Su Ting. Individuals at Su Tung's level typically fall into one of two categories: those who disdain others, having reached a certain pinnacle of research, rendering them disinterested in engaging with those less accomplished, or those who treat their surroundings with indifference, lacking basic social graces, failing to express gratitude for assistance rendered. However, Su Ting appeared to embody the ideal balance between these extremes. I hope my junior brother's experiments will soon overcome their hurdles, Yun Xing mused. Upon Su Ting's hurried arrival at the laboratory, he found that Yun Xing had already departed. Senior brother Yun is truly a dependable person, he reflected, gazing at the meticulously arranged materials. The task of inventorying and categorizing them was no trivial feat, especially after an entire night of work. He truly had not slept at all. Su-tung resolved not to disappoint his senior brother's expectations. Having already calculated several scenarios on draft paper the previous night, he understood that the crystal prism would shatter under extreme cold and heat. The method involved encasing the crystal prism and providing an inert gas within. Inert gases are characterized by their unreactive nature, exhibiting stability and a resistance to excitation. Within this context, a stable channel is established, specifically designed for the circulation of volatile explosive gases. When these volatile gases enter, they remain unaffected. Furthermore, a series of nanomolecules resembling shields are introduced near the crystal prism, potentially addressing this situation. These nanomolecules are engineered to function thermally. As the surrounding temperature increases, they provide a cooling effect, while a decrease in temperature prompts them to generate warmth. By maintaining a stable temperature, the crystal prism remains insulated from any adverse effects, allowing for a consistent influx of volatile explosive gases while ensuring the prism's protection. Thus, let us commence our experiment. Standing before the newly drawn blueprints, Su-tung begins his operations. Suddenly, the laboratory door swings open, and the trio known as the water-splashing team enters. I must tell you, I was lurking in the group chat yesterday, and the prevailing sentiment was sheer exhilaration, one remarks. Haha, I felt the same, responds another. The group had been speculating about the source of the recent commotion. Most had deduced that it was linked to the recent transportation of materials by truck. Indeed. But they remain unaware that it is us, the third chuckles, relishing their clandestine observation of the guesses. I heard someone even created a graphic depicting the recent dynamics of Huaqing, one of the ads. I saw it too, and I was utterly astonished. Everything depicted was connected to Senior Su. My jaw dropped in awe, truly remarkable. Had it not been for the confidentiality agreement, I would have shouted my admiration for Senior Su. The first to enter, Tang Haiba, turned and was momentarily taken aback. Oh, what's the matter? The two behind him, curious, stepped inside and were equally astonished. The laboratory was filled to the brim with meticulously organized materials, each category distinctly labeled with small notes. This clearly reflects the diligence of the individual who reviewed the materials, having accounted for every minute detail. After Su left yesterday, he did not return, a fact known to all three, as they had departed the lab at midnight, leaving the review of materials to others. Upon closer inspection, the handwriting on the notes appeared strikingly familiar. Isn't this the handwriting of Dean Yun? They collectively realized. Indeed. They had seen Yunxing's script before, as he had visited the laboratory. So, does this imply that Dean Yun personally oversaw the material organization? Unbelievable. The trio exchanged glances, seemingly uncovering a significant revelation. If this were to be disclosed in the group chat, Su-ting might forever secure the top position on the list of those who must be punished. Chapter 39. I, too, am incredulous. The materials have already arrived. Does that not imply that Su-tung will also be present? The trio, acutely aware of their own limitations, understood that their fervor for research could never rival that of Su-ting, regardless of how early they arrived. Su-tung would perpetually be the first to grace the laboratory with his presence. They exchanged glances and ventured deeper into the experimental realm, recalling that they had indeed entered the next phase of their project. If memory served correctly, it pertained to the preservation of the crystal prism under extreme temperatures. Though I lacked the ability to produce a sample, the blueprints indicated that the crystal prism was the very essence of the energy gun. The excitation of energy relied entirely upon it. A slight disruption, even the minutest deviation, could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in an explosion within the gun's chamber. Oh, Tang Haiba, I must say, I underestimated you. I thought you were merely idling about with us, yet it seems you've grasped some understanding, one remarked. Of course. Do you not recognize my capabilities? The trio possessed a theoretical understanding of their tasks. However, they were acutely aware that practical application would prove exceedingly challenging. The phrase "a slight disruption" was to be taken literally. In the context of the experiment, the crystal prism could not withstand even the slightest impact. Not even a minuscule imperfection visible only under a microscope. Such flaws could potentially nullify all prior efforts. Seeing Su-tung's serious demeanor left them momentarily speechless. Senior Su, does this imply you are currently addressing the experiment? It appeared indeed that way. But, Senior Su, did he not encounter this dilemma only yesterday? How is it that he is now? The thought remained unvoiced, yet all three understood. Su-tung's current state was in stark contrast to that of the previous day. Yesterday, he had sat before the laboratory desk, grappling with the blueprints in utter despair. A fitting description would be, I am at a loss, overwhelmed with hopelessness. Yet now, with a headset on his left eye and his right hand deftly maneuvering a robotic arm to affix components to the energy gun. Gas canisters in the background continuously supplied gas to a rectangular glass apparatus. Clad in a pristine white lab coat, Su Ting exuded an unmistakable aura of determination. This time, I must succeed. Inert gas? What purpose does my senior have in introducing inert gas into the apparatus? You ask me? How would I know? Observing his focused expression. Imbued with a sense of seriousness, it conveyed an unspoken message. This time, I truly can. Tang Haiba completed his unvoiced thought. They exchanged glances, and indeed, Su Ting embodied such an attitude. From the circumstances at hand, it was evident that Su Ting's mindset had transformed. Unlike yesterday, when he lacked a clear direction. Today he approached the challenges with remarkable ease. The obstacles along the journey seemed as if they had been meticulously dissected. Every potential entry point, method of approach, and the ensuing complications unfolded before him like a well-rehearsed film, each scene revealing itself with clarity as he grasped the narrative. The sound of gas should manifest in the next instant. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a soft hissing emerged, the sound of inert gas escaping. Upon closer inspection, the so-called passage appeared to be constructed as envisioned. Within it, the gas shimmered with a faint grayish hue, indicative of the injected nanoparticles. The program was already set. When the temperature dipped too low, it would elevate the surrounding gas temperature, stabilizing once it reached an appropriate level. Conversely, if the temperature soared too high, it would lower the surrounding gas temperature, ultimately achieving stability. Everything unfolded as anticipated, a smile gracing Su Ting's face. The mechanical arm, adeptly maneuvering components, began to shape the rudimentary energy weapon, its robust and wild essence gradually revealing itself. So this is what the energy weapon looks like? Its imposing presence was undeniable, provoking an irresistible urge to challenge its might. I would advise against such folly. A single shot could obliterate you from existence. During each test, the three of them were present, gradually realizing that Su Ting had employed the minimum power setting for their safety. After all, they were still within the confines of the school. The maximum power had to be tested in the outskirts, otherwise, a single discharge could yield consequences so severe that even the designer, Su Ting, could scarcely fathom the outcome. As time trickled by, the food brought by his companions remained untouched. Despite Su Ting's love for gourmet delights, such trivial interests paled in comparison to the pursuit of scientific inquiry. Unlike the morning, Yunsheng stood nearby, earnestly observing Su Ting's experiment. After verifying the materials in the morning, Yunsheng had returned home for a brief nap to replenish his energy. It was too long before he arrived at the laboratory. Ordinarily, such diligence would be unwarranted. Experimental projects typically span months, if not years. What could transpire in just one day? Yet, such logic could not be applied to Su Ting. The day before, a simple energy weapon capable of penetrating the test panel had been crafted after just one day's absence. Today, Su Ting had specifically selected materials. If he delayed further, he might miss the most thrilling moment. Indeed, a small-scale cryogenic chamber had been constructed, the glass apparatus filled with gas, identifiable as inert from the labels on the bottle. But why employ inert gas? Yunsheng found himself perplexed not only by this, but by many aspects of the project that eluded his comprehension. The initial creations of his junior were entirely beyond his understanding. Though he could not grasp the intricacies, he recognized the brilliance inherent in these developments. A sense of awe mingled with confusion. Tang Haiba, come assist me in setting the temperature lower. Nearly all preliminary tasks were nearing completion. Only the critical adjustment of lowering the temperature remained. I'm on my way. Just as Tang Haiba was about to proceed, Yunsheng stepped forward to intercept him. You stand aside and observe. I shall take care of this. Director, spare us the superfluous words. Very well. At the scene, the most prominent figure is Su Ting, closely followed by Director Yun. Adjust the temperature downwards. It requires no advanced technological expertise for them to manage. In truth, Yunsheng has long harbored a desire to partake in such experiments, yet since his ascension to the role of director, his focus has been significantly diverted. His encounters have largely revolved around administrative duties, and the realm of research seems to drift further from his grasp. The opportunity to participate in the next phase of the explosive energy gun testing fills him with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Observing Yunsheng, who is diligently adjusting the temperature, the three exchanged glances. Have you ever witnessed a director lending a hand? Never have I encountered such a sight. Not only have I never seen it, but for me, it was even beyond the realm of imagination. Remarkable indeed. I believe that even if we were to share this with the outside world, few would believe it. Witnessing the director, now graced with strands of white hair, meticulously calibrating the equipment only solidified their conviction. If they were incredulous, even we, present at the scene, find it difficult to trust the extraordinary sight before us. Chapter 40. More shameless than I am regarding Yunshin's actions, Su Ting felt little. At this moment, all his focus was captivated by the experiment. Lower the temperature a bit more. This was Su Ting's inaugural endeavor into extreme temperature experimentation, and he dared not be the slightest bit careless. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the readings on the surrounding instruments. Theoretical results indicated no potential issues. However, in the realm of scientific research, actual outcomes rarely unfolded according to theoretical expectations. Ah, splendid. The once omnipotent Dean Huaqing now appeared as a mere subordinate, dutifully compliant. The trio, known for their lackadaisical approach, had witnessed such scenes before, during conversations with academicians. This signified that Yunxing regarded Su Ting as someone of similar caliber to those esteemed scholars. How terrifying. It felt as though they had suddenly uncovered something monumental. Would a lingering gaze jeopardize their future graduations? With humble yet probing glances, the trio dared to observe. A sharp glare from Yunxing promptly redirected their focus. They then resorted to a meditative state, internally reiterating, "I see nothing, merely an unremarkable research assistant." Junior, do we need to lower the temperature further? The automatic temperature control was capable of achieving a certain degree, yet halting immediately was not an option. During this initial experiment, Su Ting exercised utmost caution, gradually lowering the temperature, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Lower it a tad more. The freezing chamber's temperature was nearing sub-zero, and moisture in the surrounding air began to condense. At this juncture, the nanoscale molecules commenced their function. Swirls of grayish-white gas were incessantly at work, waging a battle at the molecular level. To the observers, the most apparent manifestation was that the temperature had not adversely affected the components within the chamber. Even as the temperature decreased and droplets began to form, the components remained remarkably stable. All right, let's pause the temperature adjustment here. Su Ting promptly released the temperature control button and rose to inspect the setup. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but marvel at how his junior had indeed surpassed many around him in certain aspects. Who would have imagined employing such a method to insulate gas temperatures? Judging by the stability of the surrounding instruments, the entire process had unfolded without any unexpected incidents. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be steadfast as Mount Tai. Next, it was time to test the energy excitation, ensuring that the internal air pressure remained unaffected by external influences, thereby preserving the integrity of the components. This was merely the initial step, the most fundamental aspect. What followed would be of paramount importance. Activating volatile, this was the first time Yunxing had glimpsed the inner workings of a firearm. Previously, he had only witnessed the ethereal blue glow coalescing at the muzzle. This time, however, he could clearly discern the volatile explosive gas entering the chamber through the gas valve. The energy crystal at the rear began to activate, igniting the gas much like a flint strikes fire. Subsequently, the energy surged through the internal passages towards the crystal prism. Yet, as it approached the prism, the blue radiance began to exhibit instability. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The erratic current caused the glow to dissipate like a volatile energy sphere on the verge of explosion. Is it not working? No, it can't be. The three of them furrowed their brows, murmuring anxiously. As members of the project team, they too felt the tension, their hearts racing in tandem with the electrical currents. Should this launch succeed, it would signify far more than merely emitting light. It would represent a monumental advancement in the firearms technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Yunsheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Just minutes prior, he had messaged his instructor, informing him of the experiment currently underway in the laboratory. Suwei had promptly responded, instructing him to reach out with any new developments. In a sense, this small laboratory had captured the attention of many. Only Su Ting remained at ease, recognizing that this was a normal occurrence in design. Due to the nature of nanomolecular function, the propagation of gas required a certain lag. To be precise, the glow would accumulate to a certain extent before traveling along the original path of the chamber. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the light advanced along the designated route on the blueprint. Adjusted by the crystal prism, the energy would ultimately be stored. Indeed, this was precisely how it was meant to unfold. Upon reaching the conclusion, Su Tung felt assured. Everything was proceeding as anticipated. Turning to the anxious group, Su Ting inquired, "Who among you wishes to pull the trigger and give it a try?" The four, still tense, were momentarily taken aback. Pull the trigger? But the experiment is still ongoing. Why would you say that? Suddenly, it dawned on them. Pulling the trigger implied that the experiment was proceeding under favorable conditions. The explosive energy gun indeed required the trigger to be pulled to release an energy beam. This signified that the temperature test had succeeded under cold conditions. The three exchanged glances, each displaying a spark of eagerness. I believe this time, I should be the one to pull the trigger. On what grounds? Our contributions have been nearly identical. Nearly identical? You must understand that I was the one who brought you into this project. In other words, without me, you wouldn't even be part of this team, Tang Haiba asserted, adopting a tone of seasoned wisdom, attempting to persuade the two eager individuals with the most straightforward reasoning. In truth, his assertion held merit. Without Tang Haiba and the others, they would not be present in this place. Well, fine then. It was agreed that this would only be the first time. For the subsequent occasions, we would take our turn. Tang Haiba's expression twitched momentarily. You truly are a remarkable individual. How could a mere standard experimental process be transformed into such a contentious issue through your words? Just as he uttered these words and prepared to step forward, a hand obstructed his path. According to your reasoning, should it not be I who arrived first? The three gazed at Yunsheng, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. What are you talking about? Your inclusion in this project was due to me. I sought you out, and had it not been for my initiative, you would have never found yourselves here. Regardless, Tang Haiba genuinely did not anticipate Yunshen's intervention at this moment. After all, you are the dean. You ought to be mindful of your position. Is this truly a matter of disputing who gets to pull the trigger first with the students? Yet, from Yunshen's demeanor, the trio discerned that he was earnest. Goodness. Is there really such a person? Clearly, he is an unyielding dean outside, yet within this laboratory. He has resorted to petty trickery. Listen to what you just said. What do you mean by, without my consent, can you even be here? Remarkable. You are even more shameless than I. Yunsheng, having achieved his aim, secured the opportunity to pull the trigger this time. Chapter 41. Is scientific research really this simple? With a heart full of excitement, I approached the experimental table housing the energy weapon. Here, groundbreaking technological experiments were underway, revolutionizing traditional firearms, each shot capable of piercing through a testing board. From an experimental perspective, the rudimentary energy weapon was already poised to become a standard issue for conventional troops. Extreme weather conditions were not encountered by all military units. However, I acknowledged Su's approach. The Dragon Kingdom's vast expanse stretched thousands of miles, with many border regions often subjected to extreme climates, either frigid cold or sweltering heat. The moment I pulled the trigger, the energy weapon would successfully emit a beam, signifying that soon the troops in those regions would be equipped with such formidable weaponry. Once deployed, the implications would be immeasurable. The prospect of a single shot incapacitating a target was no mere fantasy, and even the most fortified armor would prove futile. Under the might of missiles, the energy weapon was virtually invincible. In this contemplative state, I gradually squeezed the trigger. The force matched that of the previous trial, yet my emotions were markedly different. A familiar hum resonated as the ethereal blue light coalesced in the barrel and surged forth, striking the testing board. It formed yet another black hole, confirming that the weapon's potency remained unaffected. Thus, the extreme cold had been conquered. I turned to check the temperature. It hovered just below zero, around -10 degrees. The trio exchanged glances before erupting in cheers. Su, you're incredible. This experiment has once again succeeded. I had never dared to believe that research could be so straightforward. Such feats seemed confined to the realms of cinema. Yet, Su had shattered that perception. Enough said. In a nutshell, as long as we follow Su, success is inevitable. Momentarily stunned, I realized the black hole on the testing board was indeed real. The 10-degree below zero temperature was also genuine. Although the energy weapon still required refinement, it indicated that border warriors operating within this temperature range could indeed wield it. The dream of a single shot incapacitating a target had transformed into reality. I turned back, overwhelmed with exhilaration, and embraced Su. Junior, you have succeeded. Another technological breakthrough signifies a tremendous leap in our capabilities. After enduring a lengthy journey from past hardships, we had finally progressed significantly, even surpassing the majority of nations. Junior, you as I spoke, my voice faltered. Once a promising talent in technology, my greatest aspiration had always been to contribute to the nation in this field. Regrettably, I had fallen short. Even now, despite holding an enviable position as a director, I secretly felt a pang of regret. Countless times, I had dreamed of my days in the laboratory, and now, at last, I was witnessing the fruition of those aspirations. Dear Senior, there is no need for such concern. In the future, we shall witness the emergence of even more technological marvels, and our capabilities will undoubtedly be further enhanced. Observing Su Ting's comforting gaze, Yunxing hastily turned his face away, wiping his eyes. The junior's words held truth. This time, he simply could not contain his overwhelming excitement. The trio of water sports enthusiasts stood by, utterly mesmerized. This laboratory seemed to possess an enchanting power. It was the first time they had heard an academician's voice. And to their surprise, the elder became choked with emotion on the video call. During the second occasion, witnessing history alongside Yunsheng, they encountered yet another instance of tears. If this trend continues, the accumulation of such poignant memories will only heighten the challenges we face upon graduation. Yunsheng glared at the trio, who remained silent, feigning that nothing had transpired. The three, perceptive to the mood, tactfully shifted the topic, inquiring about Su Ting. Senior, may we also have a chance to try? Of course, came the reply. It would be best for you to experiment several times. Experiments carry a degree of randomness, while the design appears flawless on paper. I still hope you will conduct multiple trials. This will mitigate the element of chance and stabilize the results. I should go first this time, one of them stammered. Very well, you may proceed. The other two refrained from contesting with Tang Haiba for opportunities, as Su Tung had made it abundantly clear that everyone would have a chance to participate. Meanwhile, Yunsheng, with trembling hands, repeatedly dialed his mentor's number, overwhelmed with excitement. As soon as the call connected, he inquired about the results. Su Wei, although not present on-site, was deeply invested in the outcome. For this experiment held the potential to affect significant change. It succeeded. Yunsheng struggled to articulate the words, his voice quaking. On the other end, a heavy breath was heard, as if Su Wei were processing a momentous revelation. Please, repeat that. Even the seasoned Su Wei felt a surge of tension from the studentess' words. We conducted a low-temperature experiment. The temperature was -10 degrees. And Su Ting performed it before our eyes. All data has been automatically saved. I witnessed the energy convergence. The trigger was pulled by me. And I saw with my own eyes how, at -10 degrees, the energy weapon penetrated the test board. Finally, Yunsheng managed to calm his emotions, recounting every detail he had witnessed. At -10 degrees, we achieved success. Su Wei immediately seized upon these pivotal phrases. This indicated that the rudimentary energy weapon was evolving into a more refined version, one that had successfully demonstrated cold-resistant properties. Many soldiers on the frontier could soon put this to use. The thought of rapid firing rates, formidable power, and adjustable energy left Su Wei astounded. My goodness, he marveled, struck by his own thoughts. He had known from the moment the light sword was created that Su Ting was a rare gem among researchers. He contemplated that as long as he afforded the youth a modicum of time, there would inevitably come a day when he would craft something even more formidable, standing atop the pinnacle of science to gaze down upon the masses. Yet, he never anticipated that such a short span of time would lead to his success, designing a powerful energy weapon after merely a month and a half spent in the library. Is this truly the same library at Hucking University that I once visited? Furthermore, the timeline from project approval to commencement has been remarkably brief. Could scientific research genuinely be this effortless? Within just 2 days, he had fashioned a rudimentary energy weapon, and today he has already surmounted the challenges posed by low temperatures. At this rate, could he transform the designs into tangible technological products within a week? Su Wei's breath quickened for a few moments. Turn on the video. I wish to observe the situation on site. Chapter 42. You are to present us with a report. Yunsheng, adhering to Su Wei's instructions, initiated the video. The camera focused intently on Su Ting, who appeared to be lost in thought. Su Wei couldn't help but express his admiration. Initially, Su Ting was merely being nurtured as a talent, yet now he exhibited the potential to become a master in his field. Let me have a word with Xiao Su, he said. Certainly. Yunsheng positioned his phone in front of Su Ting. Individuals engaged in research often require face-to-face dialogue to fully grasp certain concepts. Xiao Su, I have heard that your experiment has yielded successful results. Indeed, under low-temperature conditions, it has proven successful. Just moments ago, I had Brother Yun conduct the first test. Excellent. I would like to observe it once more. Of course, that is not a problem. The trio known as the Water Drifting Team, upon hearing the conversation on the video, dutifully stepped aside. Compared to the esteemed Yun Academy director, the venerable figure on the screen represented the pinnacle of scientific achievement in manhwa. Despite being amiable in Su Tung's presence, this demeanor stemmed from Su Tung's remarkable accomplishments. The experiment he was conducting was beyond the capabilities of most graduate students, and even doctoral candidates or professors would struggle to achieve such results. Each encounter began with the respectful address of Xiao Su, a gesture reflecting profound respect. Should the water drifting team dare to act inappropriately, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. The temperature had been meticulously set, and through the screen, Su Wei could discern the condensation clinging to the surrounding glass. Ordinary firearms left in such an environment for extended periods would likely suffer damage. To put it plainly, they could become irreparably damaged. However, the ethereal blue glow within the chamber of the energy weapon continued to pulse, indicating it was in the process of charging. As he pressed the button, the radiant blue light coalesced, becoming increasingly pronounced at the chamber's opening. Inside, the gas coursed, carrying the light along its path. A familiar buzzing filled the air. The weapon was gathering energy, preparing for launch. With a resounding bang, a portion of the distant test board was obliterated. Although the outcome had been anticipated, witnessing it firsthand was nonetheless awe-inspiring. It had truly come to fruition. With the shot, an arrow was covertly transforming. Su Wei found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend this achievement. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. Xiao Su, splendid. Marvelous. Laughter erupted from the screen, as long-suppressed emotions burst forth. Who claimed that we, the people of Longwa, were inferior to others? Who said we would continue to be bullied after having suffered in the past? From this moment on, Longwa's technology had begun to outpace that of other nations. Xiao Su, has the performance of this energy weapon stabilized? Unlike others, Su Wei's professional acumen led him to consider stability first. If, in such a frigid environment, a catastrophic failure were to occur, it would pose a significant problem. Currently, it cannot be deemed entirely stable, as from an experimental perspective. We have only conducted tests for a few hours. We should extend the testing duration. However, from the perspective of the schematic, stability is inevitable. If the system can maintain stability in the initial hours, subsequent tests are unlikely to fail. Su Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiao Su, we would like to examine this sample further. Given the practical circumstances, the launch of the energy weapon poses no issues, and the environmental temperature is also within acceptable limits. If the Research Institute can expedite its analysis, it can facilitate a swifter transition to mass production. There was another reason Su Wei refrained from voicing. The schematics provided by Su Tung surpassed their comprehension to a certain extent, indicating that they would require additional time to decipher these complexities. Although it may sound implausible, it is indeed the case that professional designers from the Dragon Country needed to analyze a graduate student's blueprints. No problem. Su Tung certainly hoped for the energy weapon to be mass-produced promptly, as the sooner it was completed, the more it would elevate the overall technological standards. Very well. I will arrange for a plane to come shortly. Please wait there. A plane? The trio from the Water Sports Club was taken aback by this remarkable news. Given the frequency, it seemed exceedingly rapid. Just last night, a plane had arrived, and now another was on its way, specifically for the energy weapon before them. The thought that the weapon they had tested would soon be researched in various institutes was exhilarating. I must admit, I increasingly believe that following Brother Tang is a wise decision. I concur. Without that recruitment opportunity, we would not be where we are today. Reflecting on those oblivious individuals made me want to laugh aloud. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Indeed. The three had already begun to envision the peculiar headlines that would soon circulate on the School S forum. Why has Hucking recently been associated with trucks and planes? Is there a significant experiment being conducted in secret? As a member of the public, I envy those involved in clandestine research. If possible, I too would like to join them. How might one become a part of these secret studies? In contrast to the trio's excitement, Su Tung remained composed, as everything was unfolding according to his plan. Just when everyone thought the matter was drawing to a close, Su Wei suddenly uttered a statement. Xiao Su, why don't you come over and lead a meeting? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback, doubting he had heard correctly. Turning around, he hesitantly inquired again. Teacher, did you just say I said you should come over and conduct a meeting? The energy weapon is your personal design, and you are undoubtedly the most familiar with it. While there are various schematics, theoretical knowledge will always differ from practical research outcomes. If you could come over and directly hold a presentation elucidating some experimental issues, I believe it would greatly benefit our research. Even from the perspective of the results of the energy burst gun, it could expedite our mass production process. Yunxing is beside himself with anticipation. From the very beginning, when arranging the flight, to now directly visiting them for a conference. It is evident that Su Tung has garnered significant attention. A mere graduate student, yet he is able to conduct a meeting in front of esteemed academicians. Such occurrences are unheard of. It is utterly absurd. Moreover, this statement carries an underlying implication. The technological sophistication of the energy burst gun is exceedingly high. Even if some academicians were to start from scratch to study it, they would require an immense amount of time. Yunshin's existential doubts are growing. If even the dean praises this technology, how is it possible for someone to design it after merely a month and a half of study in the library? Furthermore, those books were all borrowed from Yunshin's side. In other words, Su's research was entirely self-driven, resulting in a creation that astonished even the nation's foremost academicians in just a month and a half. Is this even human? It feels as though we are residing in entirely different realms. The trio of procrastinators has been thoroughly struck by lightning. I can't be hearing this correctly. Can I? A graduate student presenting to academicians? I, too, feel as if I must have misheard. Yet, my mind insists that I did not. Your essay thought, slap me across the face. Before Tang Haiba could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed across his face. Goodness, that hurts. I tell you, this is retribution. Nonsense, I am merely illustrating what reality entails. The pain has made the trio acutely aware that this is indeed the fabric of real life. It is no dream, nothing of the sort. Goodness, if it were me, I would boast for a lifetime. This is not merely a matter of boasting. I would tell my son, my grandson, and even inscribe it in our family lineage. Tang Haiba, enough, enough. There is no need for such theatrics. What are you pretending for? If it were you, how would you handle it? Me? I would erect a monument, one that bears inscriptions on the gravestone, declaring just how impressive I was in life, even seeking out those who have passed to tell them. The two exchanged glances, silently regarding the other. You really are something. Little Su, what do you think? Listen to that tone. It sounds as if they are pleading for the junior to conduct the presentation. Yet, the teacher was not entirely incorrect. Merely having them analyze it would indeed require more time. Very well, I shall heed the teacher's counsel. Su Tung is also eager for the energy burst gun to be analyzed more swiftly. In the realm of research, one is perpetually racing against time. Once a significant lead is achieved, one will remain ahead in subsequent developments, even to the extent of accumulating to a surprising degree. Very well. I shall now reach out to others to make the necessary arrangements. Academicians have their schedules meticulously organized. They are either in the laboratory or en route to deliver presentations. Simultaneously, the conferences require applications, necessitating sufficiently large and secure venues. Not only the energy weapon, but also the safety of Su Tung, as its designer, is of paramount importance. Thus, it is essential to be thoroughly prepared. Xiao Su, please accompany the helicopter over. It will be more convenient. Certainly, rest assured, teacher. At the moment the screen dimmed. A brief silence enveloped the entire laboratory. The attendees had underestimated the capabilities of the energy weapon and the profound technology it encompassed. Junior brother, what are your thoughts on this? Yunxing's mind was still in a state of overload. Overwhelmed by the thought, you come to give us a presentation to help us better analyze the energy weapon. I have no particular thoughts. I merely need to reiterate the work I am currently engaged in. Listening to Su Tung's casual tone, the trio of slackers and Yunxing were momentarily taken aback. It indeed seemed so, yet it also felt like it should not be so. After all, he is an academician. To give a presentation as the keynote speaker must be a tremendous honor. How could he remain so unperturbed? Yet upon reflection, the lightsaber was crafted by Su Tung. The revolutionary energy weapon was also his creation. It appeared that such achievements were, in fact, rather mundane to him. In tracing his life as trajectory, he was either in the laboratory or on his way to it. As for his fondness for gourmet food, that could merely be regarded as a light-hearted topic. Our junior brother Su seems to embody such a simple demeanor. I am truly in awe. The four of them cast Su Tung a different kind of glance, filled with admiration, exclamation, but most importantly, respect. Such an honor, when placed upon a single individual, would be cause for ecstatic joy. Yet, he remained so composed. He even began addressing the logistics of boxing the energy weapon for transport. Academia should indeed be this pure. Senior brother, allow me to handle this. You need not concern yourself. Senior Su, is there anything else you require my assistance with? Leave it to me. I can manage as well. The trio immediately expressed their willingness, their mindset markedly transformed from the last time. If one does not possess a positive attitude, how can one achieve success in academia? We must all learn from Senior Su. Yun Sheng, too, was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he sighed. If only I had encountered junior brother sooner. perhaps the circumstances would be different. The rumble of the aircraft resonated in the background. Chapter 43. Who is to be protected? It is not unusual to see airplanes. Yet what is peculiar is their incessant return to Hawking School. This phenomenon inevitably invites speculation. In previous instances, their appearances occurred during the late hours of the night, when fewer people were around and visibility was diminished. Hence, while there were some astonished by these occurrences, the numbers were not overwhelming. However, this time, it was in broad daylight, multiple aircraft, not merely one, adorned with an array of weaponry. Even those with little military knowledge could discern that these were combat helicopters. As onlookers gazed up in astonishment at the heavily armed machines, a collective bewilderment arose. What was going on? Why had helicopters been sighted so frequently in recent days? This latest instance was even more outrageous, presenting armed helicopters in plain sight. I had initially believed that my purpose in attending this university was to engage in scholarly pursuits. Yet thus far, my academic inquiries had been overshadowed by a series of encounters with weaponry. Bro, I find your sentiments quite reasonable, as I share a similar intuition. One remarked. But have you ever pondered who is behind all this? Who could it be? Given the circumstances, I would be inclined to believe it could be an academician. Yet that seems implausible, as academicians do not receive such treatment. Indeed, look over there. The arrival of the armed helicopters was only one aspect. Trailing behind them was a substantial contingent of soldiers. These soldiers bore no insignia, yet their synchronized movements and seamless coordination suggested they were of at least special forces caliber. A convoy of soldiers disembarked, methodically establishing a security perimeter. This signified that the surrounding area was now off limits. Thus, we faced the dual spectacle of special forces and armed helicopters. Who could this be for? At that moment, the trio emerged at the entrance. Drawn by the sound of the aircraft, I heard an airplane, one remarked, which seemed redundant given that it had already been stated that an aircraft was arriving for the transport of an explosive device. Before the thought could fully form, Tang Haiba stood frozen in place. Hey, what's wrong with you? Following Tang Haiba's gaze, the reason for his shock became apparent. What he referred to as a single aircraft was, in fact, accompanied by several unmistakably armed helicopters. The glinting missiles beneath them instilled a palpable sense of security among all present. Should the opposing forces dare approach, a barrage of bullets would likely annihilate them. Is this truly the airplane the academician spoke of? It felt markedly different from my expectations. Not only was it unlike what I had envisioned, but upon witnessing these figures, my mind was consumed by a singular thought. I was utterly petrified. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to all. This signifies that, had it not been for Su Tong, they would never have witnessed such a breathtaking situation up close in their lifetime. Turning to gaze at Su Tong, who remained engrossed in the final checks, he affirmed that the experimental conditions of the cryogenic chamber posed no issues. The airtightness was intact, and the temperature was normal. Oh, those blueprints must also be included, along with my personal notebook. A blue notebook, resting on Su Tang, contained a plethora of recorded issues encountered during experiments. For theoretical elucidation, it was of utmost necessity. Turning again, he noticed Yun Sheng was observing him intently. Junior brother, are you aware of what lies outside? Su Ting pondered for a moment. I can hear the sound of engines. That must be an aircraft. And there are a series of other sounds, likely trucks transporting troops. You know all this? Indeed. Isn't it obvious? No, that's not my point. Yun Sheng paused, realizing that the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Don't you have anything to express regarding those outside? Certainly, Su Tong replied after a moment of contemplation, gesturing towards the energy weapon not far away. Isn't this my statement? Yun Sheng was taken aback, for it indeed seemed to be the case. Although the outside world had mobilized countless troops for his sake, the energy weapon within the cryogenic chamber was already his declaration. As a researcher, all he needed to present was his scientific achievement. Other concerns were not his purview. At least, for the time being, that was the case. As he interacted with his junior brother, he increasingly recognized the gaps in his own knowledge. Whether in research or other domains, Yun Sheng consistently managed to pinpoint the critical issues. Suddenly, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed outside. These were the individuals dispatched by Su Wei to escort Su Ting. In truth, even their captain was unaware of the reasons behind such a significant operation. Yet, they had always adhered to orders, refraining from inquiries or discussions. They simply executed what was assigned to them. Comrade Su Tong, we have received orders to safeguard the apparatus within a cryogenic chamber. Oh, it's right over there. Su Ting indicated a direction. The captain waved, and several individuals from the rear approached. Each handled their equipment with utmost care, as the orders indicated that this particular item was pivotal to the mission. Another critical aspect of the task was to escort the young man before them to a secure location. Initially, upon receiving their orders, they were taken aback, for they had never encountered someone so youthful as a key figure in a mission. The documentation they were given indicated an age of 22, an age that was exceedingly young from any perspective, particularly for those engaged in scientific research, while others are still in their nascent stages. This individual bears a portion of the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation, even executing directives issued from the highest echelons. Comrade Su Tung, we have received orders for you to accompany us onto another helicopter. Throughout this journey, we shall ensure your safety. I appreciate your efforts, Su Ting remarked with a smile. No trouble at all. It is our duty, came the reply. With a thunderous roar, another helicopter descended. As Su Tung prepared to approach, he waved goodbye to the assembled group, who stood momentarily stunned, their expressions tinged with existential doubt. From this moment forward, Su Ting's name would echo among a certain circle, a realm of achievement that they could never hope to reach. Why is it that, despite sharing the same age, you exhibit such remarkable prowess? With a rumble as the military helicopter departed, the surrounding security perimeter was also dismantled. The troops returned whence they came, and everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity. So swift, in fact, that the onlookers had scarcely begun to speculate before the individual was gone. Thus, who exactly was aboard that aircraft? What cargo was being transported? And who was the individual that required protection? Chapter 44. I personally arranged the personnel on the other side. Su Wei was in the process of submitting a request for a report. I hear you intend to hold a report meeting this time? Zhou Xing, clad in military attire, furrowed his brow. His discontent was not directed at Su Wei's proposal for a meeting, but rather at the excessively tight timeline. It was already afternoon, and he was informed that a report meeting was to be convened the very next day, involving not only the designers from the weapons department, but also academicians specializing in military technology. Had it not been for Su Wei's earnest demeanor, Zhou Xing would have suspected he was the subject of a jest. Was this even feasible? Certainly not. Did he believe it was as simple as gathering workers for a meeting? Even a meeting of all the workers would require several hours of advance notice. Is there a significant breakthrough in your project recently? Zhou Xing inquired. Each academician had distinct projects, some of which were of great importance while others were not. A groundbreaking achievement in a major project could justify such urgency. No, it is not mine, Su Wei replied calmly. Not yours, and yet you make such demands? Zhou Sheng was on the verge of losing his temper. It felt as though he were being played for a fool. But trust me, it will be worthwhile. Worthwhile? Observing Su Wei's smug expression, Zhou Xing fell into contemplation. He had to admit, there was something unique about the way Su Wei spoke. His words were laden with intrigue, compelling one to inquire further, yet his reticence was exasperating. There was a project belonging to a graduate student named Su Ting. A graduate student's project? Wait. That name rings a bell. Could you remind me whose it is? Su Ting. Zhou Xing's expression shifted dramatically, transitioning from indifference to exhilaration. Was he about to unveil new results? Look at you. I knew that the mere mention of this name would resolve everything. Do not be overly excited. Allow me to elaborate. Zhou Xing was responsible for managing the weapons used by the military. Recently, Su Tung's name had been circulating among their higher-ups. Not for any trivial reason, but due to a particular sword, a lightsaber. In terms of cold weaponry, Zhou Xing believed there was little room for advancement. Cold weapons were nearing obsolescence in modern warfare, as issues easily resolved with gunfire did not necessitate the use of daggers or similar implements. Even if an adversary donned a bulletproof vest and stood before you, inflicting damage would still be a challenge. However, with the advent of the lightsaber, a mere flick of a switch could prove devastating to anyone in proximity. Professionals had conducted tests on its performance, and even the armor of a tank seemed trivial in comparison. Thus, the lightsaber acquired various nicknames among them, including One-Strike Sword. Su Tung had submitted all the blueprints and design plans. Over the past month and a half, the relevant designers had been tirelessly analyzing the weapon's potential. It is said that with just a little more time, a complete analysis can be achieved. Zhou Xing recalled the words of the expert, this designer, without decades of experience in cold weapons, could never have conceived such creations. Moreover, the technological intricacies involved are exceedingly vast. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would scarcely believe such things exist in this world. In conclusion, the expert added, this must have been designed by some academician. Although the choice of cold weapons remains a mystery, one cannot deny the creativity involved. Zhou Xing's expression at that moment was peculiar enough that the expert could not help but inquire, "Why do you keep looking at me in such a manner? After years of experience in weaponry, is there any chance I could be mistaken? Pray tell, who is it that I should pay a visit?" Under the intense scrutiny of the expert's piercing gaze, Zhou Xing reluctantly uttered a statement that left him feeling quite embarrassed. "The designer is an undergraduate student." "This is his graduation project?" "No, that cannot be." The expert expressed his disbelief, until Zhou Xing added, "The lightsaber was crafted over the course of more than a month, utilizing the school's laboratory, all to qualify for the final selection of outstanding theses. As he aims to secure a spot for postgraduate studies." "I cannot believe it." Another expert struggled to articulate after a long pause. "It was designed in just over a month, using the school's laboratory, merely to achieve the status of an excellent project and gain qualifications for further studies. Is that all?" As Zhou Xing departed, he cast a sympathetic glance back at the expert, who appeared to be questioning the very essence of life itself. From that moment onward, Zhou Sheng regarded the name Su Teng with extraordinary significance. It was rumored that a new project was underway. Upon receiving Zhou Sheng's inquisitive gaze, Su Wei stated, "Indeed. It is exactly as you suspect. He has embarked on a new project." "Really?" Zhou Xing inquired. "Indeed, it pertains to the explosive energy gun." Su Wei presented the schematic of the explosive energy gun, which included both the finished design and the final product image, even revealing its approximate power. "Is this real?" Zhou Xing was astounded after a mere glance, as the technological sophistication far surpassed that of the lightsaber. More importantly, it subverted traditional firearm concepts. The explosive energy gun utilizes volatile gases as its energy source. Can gas serve as a raw material for energy beams? Were it not for seeing the designer's name, Zhou Xing would have found it utterly unbelievable. If such a device exists, is there any possibility of presenting it at a conference? Certainly, there is eligibility. However, as soon as these words left his lips, Zhou Xing sensed something amiss. He looked up at Su Wei, questioning with uncertainty, "Are you implying he has succeeded?" The existence of a schematic and the actual feasibility of production are entirely different matters. There exists in this world a multitude of products that reside solely within the realm of concept. Let me think. Zhou Sheng's immediate reaction was one of disbelief, exclaiming, "Come on, really? It has only been a month and a half since the completion of the lightsaber." The complexity of the energy weapon is not merely a slight step up from that of the lightsaber. In terms of engineering effort, it is exponentially more challenging. It was only when Su Wei presented two videos that the atmosphere shifted into an eerie silence. One video showcased a rudimentary energy weapon shattering a test panel, while the other depicted the same weapon, stored in a cryogenic chamber, performing the same feat. Even Zhou Sheng, who was not an engineer, began to question his own understanding of the situation. It was not that I had never encountered grand spectacles before. Rather, I had never witnessed such an extraordinary display. "Can we now proceed to make arrangements?" Su Wei inquired, a smile etched upon his face. "Indeed, absolutely. I shall personally make that call." Thus ensued the following scenario. "What do you mean you lack the time to attend?" "Old Li, let me clarify. This is not merely a matter of time availability." "Su Wei?" "No, it is not his presentation. It is merely a graduate student's seminar." "Oh dear, what are you saying? How can you think I'm jesting?" "Let me tell you, if you choose not to attend, it shall be your loss. If you want me to name names, I shall do so. And I refuse to believe that once I mention the name, you will not come." So confident, are we? Well, listen closely. The name is Su Ting. "Ah, I see you recognize it. Why not consider who is behind the creation of the lightsaber currently under investigation? Just look at your expression. It seems you finally remember." "Very well, I shall see you tomorrow." "Tonight? If you arrive first, that can work too." Chapter 45. Our inescapable duty. As Zhou Xing busied himself with preparations for the upcoming presentation, Su Teng had already arrived at a remote suburban area aboard a specialized armed helicopter. From above, only a handful of houses were visible, surrounded by a landscape devoid of any notable landmarks, resembling a secluded village hidden deep within the mountains. This was indeed the place. One must commend the professionalism. The journey had been remarkably swift and stable, with not a hint of discomfort. Even during the final landing, the pilot executed a casual drift, showcasing his skill. "Thank you for your assistance," Su Ting remarked. "No trouble at all," the captain replied with a sincere expression. "Without your team of talented researchers, our weaponry might still lag behind that of other nations." At that moment, a personnel member approached Su Teng. "Mr. Su, academician Su has arranged for me to greet you. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask." You may call me Xiaozhang. Very well, Su Ting acknowledged, watching as he departed. The captain casually inquired of his team, Mr. Su? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Has anyone encountered him before? One of the team members appeared contemplative. I haven't met him, but I have a brother in another department who mentioned a few things. What kind of things? The captain probed. Wasn't there a plan to equip us with lightsabers? Lightsabers? He recalled hearing about such a weapon. Initially, he thought it was merely a namesake until some units clarified that it referred to the very kind of lightsaber one might imagine. It had transcended the realm of science fiction and become a reality. The captain's greatest desire was to wield a lightsaber, though a cold weapon. The sheer elegance of effortlessly slicing through an object was undeniably appealing. I heard the designer of the lightsaber shares the surname Su, and is quite young, perhaps only in his 20s. At this revelation, the captain and his teammates fell silent, processing the implications. Surname Su, young, in his 20s, every detail aligns. Therefore, the individual we escorted earlier must be the creator of the lightsaber. The frozen capsule they transported must undoubtedly contain something even more extraordinary. With this realization, the captain and the entire team rose swiftly, saluting the distant horizon. Mr. Su, your room has been prepared. It is a single occupancy. The presentation meeting is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow. Should you require anything, simply let me know. Oh, I truly have no needs at the moment. However, Xiaozhang, I have a question that puzzles me. Please, go ahead, Xiaozhang replied, his tone respectful. Su Ting was somewhat taken aback by the deference shown to him. Why is it that everyone passing by stops to salute me? Throughout his journey, anyone in military attire he encountered would pause and render a salute. He had assumed this was customary in this place. Until he noticed a figure clad in the attire of a researcher passing by, the soldiers opposite him remained utterly unmoved. It was then that he realized the distinctiveness of their group, or to be more precise, the uniqueness stemmed from the presence of Su Ting among them. The researchers too paused their tasks, silently observing Su Ting, their gazes imbued with admiration, devoid of any other emotions. At this point, Xiaozhang chuckled, and Su Ting discerned that Xiaozhang's look mirrored theirs. This was a gesture of reverence, for it was well known that the lightsaber was his creation, conceived even in a less-than-ideal laboratory setting. Furthermore, this report meeting was organized in his honor. Rumor had it that numerous academicians, upon learning he was the principal presenter, promptly abandoned their ongoing experiments to attend that very evening. It was also said that the product he was unveiling would revolutionize conventional firearms. Xiaozhang paused momentarily. With someone of your caliber, why wouldn't we pay our respects? Upon hearing this, Su Ting was momentarily taken aback, not due to the report meeting itself, as the participants had been clearly outlined by Su Wei from the outset. What astonished him was the notion that academicians would forsake their experiments merely for him. Had his reputation truly grown so significant? They traveled overnight? Really? Truly? Su Ting couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment, for he believed he had accomplished little more than methodically researching lightsabers and energy weapons. When his mentor, Su Wei, announced the organization of this report meeting, he had assumed it was leveraging Su Wei's esteemed reputation. Yet now, it seemed entirely unexpected. Truly, I comprehend now. Please take me to my room. Su Ting remained in a state of bewilderment. Certainly. After navigating a series of turns, Su Ting was finally settled. Mr. Su, should you require anything, simply press the button on the table. Understood. Thank you. Please ensure you rest well. There is another report meeting tomorrow. Gazing at the button on the table, Su Ting retrieved the schematic of the energy weapon and a booklet from his briefcase. The room was modest, lacking in excessive stylistic adornments. A double bed, a table, a few stools, unremarkable. However, the context of this environment symbolized a different status. 3 months prior, he had been merely a fourth-year student, anxious about graduation, torn between working and pursuing further studies. At that time, with the advent of the black technology system, his singular focus was to create the lightsaber, which would secure him a chance for graduate school. Eventually, he succeeded in crafting the lightsaber, and the opportunity for graduate study materialized. He directly entered the most prestigious university in the Dragon Kingdom and even appointed Su Wei as his nominal mentor. In the subsequent course of his life, Dean Yunxing became his senior, diligently addressing his academic and experimental needs. Regardless of the materials requested, they are invariably satisfied by the following day. Even personal verification of the materials does not impede the progress of the experiments. Everything has transformed remarkably, especially today as he unveiled the research findings of the energy weapon. The instructor organized a presentation in his name, and those invited were eager to attend upon hearing his name. These past 3 months have been a stark contrast between the heavens and the earth. In tomorrow's conference, I shall present myself in the finest manner. For the audience will consist of individuals like Su Tong, who are equally devoted to the Dragon Nation. It is their dedication that has fortified the strength of our nation at this moment. If I can elucidate the details thoroughly, enabling them to swiftly comprehend the energy weapon, I am confident that it will not be long before it enters mass production. To restore the glory of the Dragon Nation is a duty we must embrace. Su Ting slowly unfurled the schematic, scrutinizing every detail. Chapter 46. Never worry about him messing up. Ding ding ding. The bedside bell rang once, only to be silenced by a pair of hands emerging from a distance. It was exactly 8 o'clock. There remained a full hour before the report meeting. This hour was reserved by Su Tong for his own preparations. After completing his morning routine, he adjusted his suit in front of the mirror. The day before, Xiao Zhang had specially delivered the suit and reminded Su Ting to wear it the next day. There were still faint dark circles under his eyes, a remnant of the previous night spent organizing potential questions and key points for his presentation. At 20 past 8, Su Ting appeared in the cafeteria, amidst the bustling crowd. His tailored suit made him particularly conspicuous. Not only was he young, but he was also the creator of the lightsaber and the principal speaker for the forthcoming report meeting. He ordered a bowl of mung bean porridge, with a little extra sugar, along with a serving of youtiao and a tea egg. The cafeteria staff exhibited exceptional enthusiasm, their hands steady as they served. In fact, Su Tong had noticed a peculiar characteristic during his time dining at Hucking University's cafeteria. Every staff member he encountered displayed unwavering steadiness, and they consistently offered him generous portions. "Good luck," he said, smiling at the friendly face opposite him. Around him, whispers began to circulate. He looks even younger than the rumors suggested. Indeed, he was quite handsome. On the surface, who would believe that he was the creator of the lightsaber? I hear he has brought something entirely new this time. Really? You're not lying, are you? I heard it can fire bullets faster than traditional firearms using gas. No way, gas? You're joking, right? Of course not. Otherwise, why do you think the academicians rushed here that very night? I heard several of them pause their own projects just to attend his academic report. To be frank, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't believe a word you just said. But if it's about him, I believe everything you say. Having finished breakfast in 10 minutes, Su Ting stepped into the auditorium, mentally organizing his thoughts as he walked. At 9 o'clock sharp, he ascended the podium clad in his suit. The previously murmuring hall fell into silence in an instant, all eyes fixed upon Su Tong. It was precisely because of him that the gathering was convened. Many older individuals had initially stubbornly refused to attend, citing their age and the discomfort of long flights. They felt there was simply no time to travel such distances when their projects were at critical stages. Even if a graduate student were to request their presence, they would not budge. However, with Zhou Wen's announcement that the speaker was Su Tong, who had developed a new weapon called the explosive energy gun, a weapon that did not require physical ammunition and could fire using volatile gas, the tides began to turn. All the old-timers swiftly changed their expressions, quicker than the speed of Sichuan opera. When did I ever say I wouldn't come? That was never my declaration. Projects? There is always time to continue with them. After all, a day or two is insignificant. Older? When have I ever aged? Let me tell you. For those of us engaged in research, my current age is indeed the golden age. Hurry and bring your aircraft over. I shall depart tonight. No one maintained discipline. All eyes were fixated on the individual at the podium, some filled with skepticism, others with anticipation, while some remained expressionless. If it were anyone else, even merely delivering a few words under such scrutiny from these esteemed figures would likely render their legs weak. Yet Su Ting, standing at the podium, maintained his composure. Undeterred by the pressure emanating from the multitude of gazes, the necessary mental preparations had already been made while seated below. Moreover, he had mentally rehearsed the entire process. It was merely a matter of translating his thoughts back into reality. Clearing his throat, Su Ting slightly bowed and began. I extend my gratitude to all the academicians and weapon design experts who have traveled from afar to attend my presentation. Before taking the stage, Xiao Zhang had briefed him on the entire agenda. The presentation would last 1 hour, followed by 30 minutes for audience questions. If the number of inquiries exceeded expectations, there would be a slight delay. Ultimately, he aimed to showcase the results of this energy explosive gun. My speech will be divided into 2 parts, one focusing on the explanation of the schematic diagram, and the other addressing the difficulties encountered during practical experiments. I trust that many of you have already familiarized yourselves with certain aspects of the schematic prior to your arrival. so I will emphasize key points in my forthcoming explanation, as well as practical issues to be mindful of during the experimentation process. I will strive to allow ample time for questions. This presentation was undeniably rushed. Although a significant number of academicians and designers from the weapons and equipment sector had gathered, not everyone could afford to set aside their tasks and remain attentive throughout. The schematic of the energy explosive gun is classified for the outside world, but those present in this hall possess the means to access it. The individuals capable of attending this meeting are the ones who have promptly engaged with the schematic for research purposes. This meeting is not merely to showcase the power of the energy explosive gun and the latest research findings, as Su Wei has introduced. The goal is to enable those in attendance to grasp the principles in the shortest time possible, while simultaneously addressing imminent issues that may arise during practical experiments. Once these concepts are thoroughly understood, mass production of the energy explosive gun will not pose a challenge. Subsequently, all experiments can be conducted concurrently across the nation. Disseminating the technology among responsible high-level officials will propel the overall advancement of technology in manhwa. Gazing at the audience, Su Ting transitioned directly to the main topic. The so-called energy gun is a comprehensive encapsulation of its rugged and wild characteristics. Traditional firearms fundamentally rely on solid projectiles, which are propelled to strike targets and inflict damage. In contrast, the energy gun primarily utilizes volatile explosive gases as its ammunition. This distinction offers the advantage of fully harnessing the energy inherent in explosive gases. The entire process can be summarized as follows. Pulling the trigger releases volatile explosive gas into the transformation chamber. There, the gas is energized by the weapon's power source. Subsequently, the energized gas passes through a narrow space in the energy gun's activation module, transforming into a formidable particle beam. A crystalline prism then focuses the particle beam and transmits it to the correction chamber, which electrifies the beam into its final form of energy. Consequently, the energy gun possesses characteristics such as rapid firing, extended range, and significant power. However, another crucial aspect lies in its ability to function in various extreme environments. Whether scorching heat or frigid cold, Su Ting strives to elucidate these fundamentals as clearly as possible. The weapons provided by the advanced technology system indeed surpass the current limits of technology to a certain extent. When confronting concepts that exceed one's understanding, providing clear explanations can be quite a challenge. The esteemed academicians and prominent figures from the Design Institute seated in the audience listen attentively, with many taking notes diligently. Su Wei leaned toward the person beside him, remarking, "I told you so." Coming to hear Su explain his latest research achievements is undoubtedly worthwhile. Li Rongxing, with a serious expression, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, had I not attended today, I would have regretted missing this enlightening conference. However, not all academicians and Design Institute leaders are entirely convinced by Su Ting's assertions. The creation of a lightsaber is indeed astonishing, yet it remains merely a cold weapon. Modern battlefields predominantly utilize hot weapons, integrating space warfare, information warfare, and various tactical combinations, which are ultimately the most lethal. Just as in the past when the United States invaded other nations, the entire operation was conducted using drones. The casualty rates for both the United States and the invaded nation reached staggering proportions. It was that very conflict that awakened everyone to the realization that warfare could be conducted in such a manner. While the lightsaber is indeed exceptional as a cold weapon, it is more suited for beheading and infiltration operations. In conventional warfare, wielding a lightsaber is akin to courting death. Hence, Li Rongxing, who specializes in hot weapons, initially felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing about this conference. However, upon learning that others decided to attend and that a new hot weapon, the energy gun, had been introduced, his resistance faltered. This weapon undeniably resembles a product of future technology, a feat that even the pinnacle of modern technology may struggle to achieve. However, the outcome was, Su Wei mysteriously remarked to him, "What you believe cannot be fabricated. Perhaps it exists solely in your imagination." After all, the laser sword was once thought to be mere fantasy. Thus, Li Rongxing truly made his appearance, bringing with him a discerning gaze and a determination to challenge the younger generation during the meeting, imparting the wisdom that there are always individuals more capable than oneself. Yet, from the moment Su Ting began elucidating the principles, Li Rongxing's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He realized that despite his extensive years of research on conventional weaponry, his intellect could not quite keep pace with Su Ting. While we focused on enhancing the potency of traditional arms, he has pioneered a novel approach by centering his studies on gas. The more he listened, the more the previous notions dissipated. In fact, he felt compelled to commend Su Teng's innovative thought process. This is a sentiment only peers can truly appreciate. Overall, it was admiration. A young man in his 20s achieving such feats, imagine what he could accomplish with another decade or two. It is no exaggeration to assert that the weapons designed by Su Teng do not merely signify a leap in Dragon Country's technology by decades. Rather, they herald the dawn of a completely new era of weaponry, distinct from that of other nations. This was precisely why Li Rongxing solemnly stated, "Had I not attended today, I would surely regret missing an intellectual collision that ushers in a new era." Su Wei, brimming with pride, interjected, "Have you considered who his mentor is? I have heard that although Su Ting is your student, you did not impart much knowledge to him. Moreover, his laboratory is at Huaqing University, 1,000 miles from yours. Who is this person spreading such information?" Su Wei expressed his displeasure, curling his lip. "What does that prove? It merely illustrates that I provided him with an ample stage to showcase his talents. You are not even versed in the study of conventional weaponry." Su Wei dismissed Li Rongxing's critique with a scornful shrug. At least in terms of reputation, Su Ting rightfully belonged to him as a student. At that moment, gasps of admiration arose from the audience, acknowledging both the principles discussed and the ingenious solutions presented during experimental challenges. The dialogue between the two ceased. Observing Su Teng on stage, Li Rongxing suddenly remarked, "Did you foresee this outcome?" A hint of satisfaction finally graced Su Wei's lips. "Of course, I have never doubted his capabilities. He only produces results that exceed expectations." Chapter 47. 20 degrees below zero. The explanation of the schematic progressed smoothly, with only occasional inquiries arising from the audience. Those present were either academicians or specialized designers from the weapons department, accompanied by Su Teng, who provided professional insights. Comprehending the material was not overly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the issues encountered during experimentation. As the question and answer segment commenced, Li Rongxing promptly raised his hand, eager to pose a query. Su Wei, seated beside him, casually glanced in his direction. Prior to the meeting start, he had mentioned seeking a particularly challenging problem to illustrate to Su Teng the essence of mentorship from predecessors. Yet now, Li's eagerness mirrored that of a student yearning to resolve his inner curiosities. He inquired how to ensure that the excited gas could accurately traverse the narrow confines of the explosive energy gun's activation template, transforming into a potent particle beam. It is undeniable that Li Rongxing, being a specialist in weaponry, immediately perceived the apparent challenges that could arise during the experiment. Notably, the explosive energy gun's raw material was gas. Should this gas disperse during its passage, it would undoubtedly diminish the gun's potency. More critically, if the gas failed to activate at the designated points or ignited prematurely in incorrect locations, the internal components of the gun could sustain damage or even experience catastrophic failure. The audience, upon hearing Li Rongxing's question, recognized the gravity of the situation and turned their gazes towards Su Teng, anticipating his elucidation. Under the scrutiny of such esteemed figures, many might have faltered. However, Su Teng remained composed and replied earnestly, "The key lies in airtightness. As long as we achieve a certain level of gas tightness in the explosive energy gun, we can create a pressure differential that forms a channel within, guiding the gas along the predetermined path. Consequently, the volatile gas will be activated at the appropriate locations without adversely affecting the internal components." Li Rongxing's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Su Teng's meaning. The audience below quickly understood as well airtightness. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills. It is said that he was also the creator of the lightsaber. Having studied it myself, I know that without substantial knowledge of cold weapons, one could never fabricate such an apparatus. Initially, I pondered whether his expertise was confined solely to cold weaponry. However, it now appears he possesses some understanding of firearms as well. This is not merely a slight understanding. I've heard he spent over a month in the library before suddenly applying for this project. To achieve such proficiency after a month in the library, perhaps I should also spend time there and see for myself. The questioning continued, with most inquiries striking at the heart of crucial issues. For instance, they discussed how to manage the pressure on the internal components to prevent deformation as gas tightness reached a certain threshold. They also deliberated on the energy adjustment for the explosive energy gun via the energy scale knob. Throughout this discourse, Su Teng consistently articulated the answers with clarity and precision, impressing all the distinguished attendees. As Su Teng's performance continued to improve, the prominent figures who had initially come to observe with a sense of trepidation began to relax their furrowed brows. They frequently glanced back at Su Wei, who was seated not far away. How infuriating, were it not for the knowledge that Su Ting was ostensibly a student of Su Wei. I might have considered taking him under my wing as well. And you? I distinctly recall someone arriving at the meeting in a rather despondent mood. The history of that sudden change in demeanor was exposed, prompting a forced explanation from across the room. Ahem. It was merely a case of being jostled on the plane. Nevertheless, having such a student is indeed a privilege. This thought crossed the minds of many, who then turned to cast envious glances at Su Wei. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the corners of Su Wei's mouth curled higher with satisfaction. The QA session had long surpassed its scheduled time, yet no staff member had come to call it to a halt. The number of hands raised was dwindling. At that moment, Li Rongxing stood up once more to pose the question that lingered in everyone's minds. In your schematics, the energy weapon is designed to function under various extreme temperatures. We are eager to learn how you have addressed the impact of temperature on the weapon. We also heard that you have brought samples with you. Could you present them to us? The crowd, which had been engaged in lively discussion, fell into a profound silence. A weapon that existed only on paper and one that had emerged into reality could not be assessed under the same conditions. Extreme temperatures present a formidable challenge for all weaponry. The effects of thermal expansion and contraction apply universally, including to all components. When temperatures plummet to -10 degrees Celsius or lower, maintenance becomes a constant concern. Especially for a powerful energy weapon, a single oversight could spell disaster for nearby allies. All eyes were now fixed upon Su Ting, their expressions brimming with excitement, as they anticipated the unveiling of the tangible object. Su Ting turned to signal the staff to bring forth the energy weapon, addressing the audience, since everyone is so keen to know. Let us use the actual item to discuss this final question. Thud. As the cryogenic chamber containing the energy weapon was brought to the forefront, an audible gasp rippled through the audience. I must be mistaken. The energy weapon is indeed housed within the cryogenic chamber. It seems the chamber has been maintained in an operational state all along. This young man exhibits considerable audacity. Li Rongxing was equally astonished by Su Ting's sudden presentation of the cryogenic chamber. He had witnessed many hardcore demonstrations, yet this level of intensity was unprecedented. Su Wei observed quietly, and upon seeing the astonishment in Li's eyes, couldn't help but think to himself, those unaccustomed to spectacle, what is this to them? Unfazed by the crowd's reactions, Su Ting aimed the projection device at the energy weapon within the cryogenic chamber, ensuring that all present could clearly view it on the screen. The primary impact of extreme temperatures pertains to the crystal prism. Any slight damage to the prism can subsequently affect energy transmission. In the face of low temperatures, the most effective approach is to maintain the stability of the surrounding temperature. Hence, I propose introducing inert gas into the system while simultaneously infusing it with nanomolecules. These nanomolecules have been endowed with specific functionalities, enabling them to elevate the ambient temperature as it decreases, thereby establishing a stable condition. This implies that regardless of how low the surrounding temperature may drop, the temperature within the chamber will remain unaffected, allowing the energy-based weapon to function normally even in frigid environments. All eyes turned to the screen on the podium, which displayed a temperature of precisely -20 degrees. Chapter 48. Because he is Su Ting at a chilling -20 degrees, Chen Rongxin could hardly believe his eyes as he glanced back at Su Wei. The man remained as composed as a monk, exhibiting no signs of urgency. Do you possess such unwavering confidence? The frigid temperature implied that if one were to throw a basin of hot water into the air, it would freeze before touching the ground, shattering into a cascade of silver flowers. For firearms, this represented an even graver challenge. Ordinary steel would become brittle in the cold, easily breakable with minimal force. Seals could fail, and even the tiniest components might be dislodged, careening wildly within the chamber. Each minuscule part could potentially lead to catastrophic malfunctions. At that point, engaging the enemy would be the least of one's worries. Even holding the weapon could result in an accidental discharge that might harm allies. If I lacked confidence, would I have summoned you all here? Su Wei remarked, observing their expressions with an air of disdain. You all look like a bunch of sheltered old men. Though he too had felt bewildered at one time, he mentally noted to erase that thought. He calmly stated, this child's talent is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It's merely a lower temperature. It's not a monumental issue. Chen Rongxin felt a surge of unease as he watched Su Wei, who appeared to be a man well-versed in grand affairs. Then came the nonchalant remark, after all, he is my student. This little feat is nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? Chen Rongxin wanted to retort that as a mere academician in applied mathematics, Su Wei had little connection to the world of weaponry. Besides, He doubted Su Wei could even comprehend the intricacies of what Su Tung had created. Days apart had only exacerbated Su Wei's pretentiousness. Nevertheless, he remained anxiously focused on the distance where Su Chung was. The entire gathering held their breath, fixated on the scene before them, as everything they understood was being upended. While others conducted cold weather tests on firearms by merely placing them in a chamber for a while, Su Chung was transforming the freezing chamber into a home for an energy weapon. It was said that the previous day, the freezing chamber had arrived together with the weapon. A day and a night. Child, one might say, you are remarkably earnest. Even professional firearms testers would be moved to tears. Yet if the energy weapon could withstand testing in such an environment, it would signify the revelation of a groundbreaking mature technology among the many researchers in Longwa. As tension mounted and breaths grew heavy, no one wished to miss even the slightest movement from Su Tung. TCH, a bunch of ignorant old men, Su Wei scoffed. Though he too began to feel the pressure. After all, the weapon had only been placed in the freezing chamber for a short duration yesterday, and now the temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. Su Tung donned specialized rubber gloves for the experiment and slowly extended his hand into the recessed opening, feeling for the trigger of the energy weapon. A profound silence enveloped the room. Click. As the trigger was pulled, a low hum began to resonate. A mesmerizing azure glow began to emerge, illuminating the real-time dynamics on the screen. All present could witness the pin striking, igniting a spark, and the gas catching fire. That faint luminescence traveled down the barrel, advancing through the designated pathway, transforming into a powerful beam of particles as it passed through the narrow confines of the activation module. Subsequently, the particle beam was focused through a crystalline prism and directed into the calibration chamber. The calibration chamber electrified the particle beam, shaping it into its final form, a concentrated energy beam, where the azure light coalesced at the muzzle to its utmost intensity. A resounding bang echoed as the beam struck the test plate not far away. The live footage immediately shifted to the test plate, revealing a small black hole formed upon its surface. This signified success. A hush fell over the crowd. 3 seconds later, a cacophony of applause erupted. Magnificent! We have triumphed. Haha, we have succeeded. The heavens have smiled upon us. I, the ancestors of the Dragon Nation, have always watched over Huaxia. We shall no longer suffer. We have risen. The Dragon Nation has always had successors. Chun Rongxing, his body finally relaxing, gazed at the jubilant faces surrounding him. And like those seasoned researchers who had endured the harshest of times, he was unable to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Su Wei observed the elderly Qin Rongxin discreetly wiping away tears with his sleeve, muttering to himself, "Old fellow, at your age, having weathered countless storms, why the clandestine tears? How undignified." Yet, he consoled himself, a gust of wind just blew in, carrying some sand. The successful test firing of the explosive energy gun was far more profound than it appeared, operating flawlessly in a low-temperature environment. It signified that the warriors guarding the borders could be equipped with this technology. Everyone present understood that shattering the test plate with a single shot indicated immense power. The rare metals within the test plates were primarily employed in spacecraft and tank armor. Thus, it implied that beneath missiles, the explosive energy gun occupies an unparalleled position among traditional firearms. No matter how thick your bulletproof vest, can it rival tank armor? No matter how heat-resistant, can it withstand the extreme temperatures tested in spacecraft? You may boast all you wish, but a single shot could fell even a child. Although the Dragon Nation primarily advocates for peaceful development, it will not tolerate any incursions from other regions. Do you not realize that this is the inevitable outcome? As Chun Rongxing calmed his emotions, he turned to Su Wei and inquired. "No, I am uncertain," Su Wei replied. Uncertain? This time, Chun Rongxing was taken aback. If you were not aware of the outcome in advance, why would you allow him to conduct this experiment in the reporting meeting? Because Su Wei paused, gathering his thoughts. If it were Su Tung, I would trust he would accomplish it. Why? Chun Rongxing instinctively asked. Researchers have always prioritized results until the outcome is revealed. No matter how appealing the theoretical principles may appear on paper, they are ultimately futile. For over a month, he crafted a lightsaber using the school's laboratory. I recall that during this period, he was also preparing for his postgraduate entrance examination. He spent more than a month immersed in books at the library, his days consumed solely by reading and meals. Following that, he embarked on a new project, an energy blaster. Remarkably, he fashioned a rudimentary energy blaster in just 2 days. After the materials were delivered, he dedicated himself to refining the blaster within a single day, even conducting tests at extreme low temperatures. I share all of this with you to convey a singular truth. I believe in him, for he is Su Tung. The final few words were softly spoken, yet each resonated painfully in Chun Rongxing's ears. Turning to gaze at the young man on stage, who exuded politeness and bore a hint of a bashful smile, it became evident that simply because he is Su Ting, it was more than enough. Chapter 49. Application. Testing the effectiveness of the explosive energy weapon exceeded all expectations, astonishing everyone present, from esteemed academicians to the elite designers of the weaponry department. Despite their extensive experience with grand spectacles, they had never witnessed anything quite like this. Consequently, after the conclusion of the report meeting, no one departed. Instead, they all gathered around Su Ting. The accompanying secretary discreetly reminded the attending academicians of an impending meeting scheduled to commence in 2 hours, suggesting that if they hurried to the airport, they could still make it. "I refuse to go. I am utterly fatigued by these incessant meetings," one of them retorted. The secretary persisted, "But it is a national-level meeting." The academician furrowed his brow, suddenly enlightened as if recalling the existence of such a meeting. Alas, while others might be able to decline, this particular engagement is non-negotiable. Should I dare to forego it, subsequent funding arrangements could be jeopardized by the slightest pretext. As he observed Su Ting elucidating his findings, the academician found himself in a quandary. The astute secretary quickly grasped the situation and proposed to arrange for the entire presentation to be recorded. Young Su has specialized diagrams, and his personal notes can be printed as well. The academician discreetly acknowledged the secretary with a glance, recognizing his perceptiveness. "Very well, let it be. If it weren't for my research funding being overseen by him, I would not be inclined to grant him such consideration." The secretary smiled, indicating his complete agreement while feigning ignorance to the academician's complaints. Li Rongxing turned to Su Wei and remarked, "Why don't you step forward and encourage your student?" Glancing at the stage, Su Wei shook his head, saying, "He hardly requires my encouragement. The longer I interact with him, the more I sense an undeniable truth." "What truth?" "Some individuals are inherently destined for research, and Su Ting is one of them." In contrast to Su Wei, who represented the theoretical school, Li Rongxing embodied the experimental approach, focusing exclusively on weapon development. The primary distinction between these two schools lies in their methodologies. The experimentalists demand action, exclaiming, "Stop talking and show me what you can do. Produce a tangible result to silence my doubts." The theorists, on the other hand, maintain, "I will not listen." From a theoretical standpoint, this is indeed the case. "I have accounted for all variables that could affect the outcome. If you fail to achieve results, it is solely your fault, unrelated to the theoretical calculations I have provided." As a result, whenever Su Wei and Li Rongxing convened to discuss academic matters, their conversations often escalated into disputes. Were Su Wei to critique others in a similar fashion, Li Rongxing would undoubtedly retort, "Students produced by theorists ultimately only engage in empty rhetoric." However, Su Ting was the exception, the individual who transformed the explosive energy weapon from mere concept into reality. It was utterly undeniable. Even Li Rongxing, typically inclined to argue, found himself wanting to commend Su Wei for his words. Some individuals are indeed born to pursue scientific inquiry, excelling in both theoretical and experimental realms. Often it incites the complaints of others. "Oh God, tell me, which window have you closed for him?" It seems that those who wish to seek out Su Ting are not inclined to inquire about certain perplexities regarding the energy cannon. Those who truly understand you are often your adversaries. Su Wei was indeed not mistaken. He was preparing to approach Su Ting for a meaningful conversation. As Li Rongxing made his way towards Su Ting, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Who among those present was unfamiliar with Li Rongxing? He commenced his education at the tender age of 3, entered the youth class at 15, and subsequently ventured abroad for further studies. Upon graduation, the United States earnestly sought to retain him, leaving behind the iconic remark, "This individual is worth a division upon his return. If we cannot keep him in America, let him perish here." However, the Dragon Nation would never relinquish him. The days of suffering are eternally etched in the annals of national education, a history forged from blood and tears. Those times indeed witnessed a plethora of strategies, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents. Eventually, Li Rongxing returned. Numerous significant national projects were subsequently launched. When reminiscing about unforgettable days and individuals, there were truly few who left a lasting impression on Li Rongxing. The abundance of geniuses was overwhelming, yet only a handful commanded his attention. Su Ting was the sole exception, observing the crowd parting in unison. Su Ting comprehended the significance of the moment. This individual was likely the most distinguished presence in the room. as anyone stepping out from the assembly could easily make national headlines. Even they had to yield to the person before them, Li Rongxing. The elderly gentleman across from him slowly extended his hand. Li Rongxing. Su Tong was momentarily taken aback. This name resonated profoundly. Sir, do you have any guidance to offer? I have grown old, and my thoughts are no longer as sharp as those of you young people. Regarding your energy cannon, what wisdom could I possibly impart? Li Rongxin waved his hand dismissively. I actually have some inquiries. Please, do share. Su Tong's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. I noticed earlier that during your testing, you operated the energy cannon at its lowest energy setting. The schematic was distributed to everyone prior to the meeting. Upon careful examination, it is evident that you tested at the minimum energy level, as you stated. If we were to adjust the energy setting to its maximum, would it still function successfully? The moment Li Rongxin completed his statement, the surrounding individuals turned to fixate intently on Su Ting. The frigid temperature of -20 degrees in the cryogenic chamber is no trivial matter. The crystal prism's capacity to withstand low-energy impacts does not imply it can endure high energy levels. At such temperatures, the situation is not as simple as 1-1. As energy continues to escalate, it may transform into 1-1 or even 1-in. At this juncture, the energy endured by the crystal prism would multiply exponentially, perhaps even by dozens. As the most crucial component within the chamber, whether it can withstand such energy impacts remains an open question, due to even the slightest damage. The equilibrium of the entire chamber's internal system may be compromised. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion. The surrounding individuals began to ponder this matter deeply. The question posed by Li Rongxing was indeed pivotal. Previously, they had been swept away by excitement, believing that the minimum energy threshold had been validated as safe, thereby neglecting the issue of maximum energy levels. In fact, when considering the entire border of the Dragon Kingdom, areas with temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees are distinctly different. A weapon operating at the minimum energy level could easily incapacitate a small child. In the realm of conventional firearms, it is already at an unparalleled level of dominance. However, one must often contemplate the most dire scenarios. What if a heavily armored vehicle were to arrive? Clearly, a blast energy weapon would struggle to penetrate such armor in a single shot. At this juncture, augmenting the energy output becomes critically important. I have yet to conduct the tests, Su Ting murmured, lowering his head with uncertainty. Although, from a theoretical perspective, there should be no issues. Li Rongxing furrowed his brow. This was a phrase he often encountered during his disputes with Su Wei. However, without practical testing, I cannot assure you. So, Su Ting raised his gaze to the assembled crowd. I hope to request access to an experimental facility to conduct practical tests. Li Rongxin's brow instantly relaxed as he erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 50. The Dragon's Roar. Li Rongxing initially expected Su Ting to persuade him with theoretical data, as this was a common tactic employed by Su Wei's faction. Otherwise, their frequent encounters would not have often devolved into disputes. However, Su Tong's final remark truly resonated with him, sparking genuine admiration from the depths of his heart. This young man, merely in his 20s, undoubtedly possesses immense potential for future accomplishments. The surrounding personnel turned to gaze at Li Rongxing. Although they were well aware of Su Tong's contributions, it was Li Rongxing who held the authoritative position. Let us heed Xiao Su's suggestion and promptly arrange for the laboratory, he declared. Just as Xiao Zhang was about to issue commands, Su Ting called out to him. Wait, may I inquire about the highest specification laboratory you have here? What is it used for? Highest specification? Xiao Zhang pondered for a moment before responding. The highest specification is designated for testing anti-aircraft artillery, but that occurs outdoors. For indoor laboratories, we predominantly test rifles and handguns. Then we shall conduct our tests in the field. The indoor facilities will not suffice. This weapons testing facility is located in the northeastern region of Longhua, an area characterized by deep mountains that effectively shield it from satellite surveillance. A specific hilly area has been cleared for the purpose of testing the newly developed anti-aircraft artillery. However, as of late, this site has primarily been used for testing new firearms, and it has been quite some time since anti-aircraft artillery was last examined. Su Ting's proposal to test the explosive energy gun outdoors left Xiao Zhang momentarily taken aback. As a civilian staff member, he was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. The gun appeared rather unremarkable. Xiao Zhang turned to Li Rongxing, who nodded in agreement. Very well, Xiao Su. Please hold on. I will arrange it immediately. With Xiao Zhang's departure, Su Ting resumed his work on the explosive energy gun, slowly disassembling the securing mechanisms within the freezing chamber. Xiao Su, what are you up to now? Li Rongxing inquired, intrigued. From the situation at hand, it was evident that Su Tong was not merely removing the securing mechanisms. He was also disassembling the explosive energy gun, seemingly intending to install something within it. The energy is gradually increasing, which may result in unforeseen circumstances. To mitigate potential risks, I suddenly recalled the necessity of adding an automatic immobilization device. When the inert gas leakage within the gun barrel reaches a certain threshold, it will indicate irreversible damage to the explosive energy gun. The immobilization device will then activate, directing the energy to discharge in a predetermined manner, thereby preventing chaotic bursts of azure light from the muzzle that could harm those nearby. After Su Ting articulated this notion, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Was this truly a spontaneous flash of inspiration? Could this be the same undergraduate, recently graduated, in his early 20s? It was astonishing that a group of seasoned researchers, some with decades of experience, had never conceived such an idea. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around him, especially the mix of surprise and admiration on Li Rongxing's face, tinged with a hint of regret, Su Ting asked, "What is it? Did I say something wrong?" Surrounded by so many esteemed figures, Su Ting found himself under their silent, unwavering gazes. To claim that he felt no thoughts stirring within him would be a falsehood. Reflecting upon his own words, he realized he had spoken nothing amiss. It was merely a sense of astonishment. Astonishment? A hint of confusion flickered in Su Ting's eyes. "Oh, we are astonished by your exceptional performance, young man. Quite commendable." Li Rongxing approached, patting Su Ting on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. At his age, he had garnered all the accolades one could wish for throughout a lifetime dedicated to research. Jealousy towards his juniors was a sentiment he would never entertain. In fact, he took great joy in witnessing the prowess of the emerging scholars from Manhwa. "Well, one must consider whose student young Su truly is," Su Wei interjected proudly, squeezing his way to Li Rongxing's side. "Student, have some dignity, will you?" The expressions of the prominent figures present shifted to bemusement, who was unaware that Director Su specialized in mathematical research. It was likely that he had not even grasped the underlying principles of the weapon Su Ting had devised. Yet, nominally, Su Ting was indeed his student, which was exasperating. The sight of Su Wei's smug demeanor only intensified his irritation, with Zhang assisting in arranging the experiments. News had swiftly circulated through the camp. After all, those present were individuals of considerable standing, and the impending experiment was no secret. Within 10 minutes, the word had spread throughout the entire camp. "Did you hear about the gun that young Su made? It spent an entire night in the freezing chamber. Do you know how cold it was?" "How cold?" "-20 degrees. My goodness, young Su is rather earnest, isn't he? Low temperature testing. And he actually left it in the freezing chamber for a night. Others typically only do half an hour, perhaps an hour, merely going through the motions. However, that was not the most critical part. After a day, the explosive energy gun still functioned perfectly, obliterating the testing plate with a single shot. I recall that the testing plate contained rare metals, materials used for tank armor and the exteriors of spacecraft. Indeed, both tough and enduring. "I can't shake the feeling that your statement carries some ambiguity," someone murmured. But that is not the crux of the matter. As everyone leaned in, their expressions pleading, "Please, do continue. If you're just teasing us, we'll make sure you regret it during your bath." The individual shivered slightly and hastily added, "I heard that this is merely the minimum energy scale, and the explosive energy gun has further adjustments that can be applied multiple times. A direct application for field testing has been submitted to Secretary Zhang." Field testing? Some attendees momentarily faltered, but then realization dawned upon them. Stammering, one exclaimed, "Field testing is typically reserved for anti-aircraft guns. This location is designated for testing the explosive energy gun." My heavens! The previously lively atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. While the notion had crossed their minds, none had dared to entertain such thoughts openly, for they were all grounded in the realm of reality. A single shot possesses the might of an anti-aircraft artillery. Can this still be deemed a mere firearm? Consequently, all eyes turned towards the researcher clad in a white lab coat within the crowd, seeking validation from him. Ahem, although I too find this rather absurd. The truth remains. However, there is a crucial point yet to be articulated. The crowd gazed at him with intense anticipation, eager for him to continue. The surprises of the day have been overwhelmingly numerous, yet the desire for more revelations was irresistible. Moments later, Xiao Su proposed a concept for an automatic paralysis device. ensuring that the explosive energy weapon would not spiral out of control, and that notion even elicited praise from Academician Lee. Seconds later, Academician Lee commended the idea. The soldiers immediately grasped the crux of the matter. At this moment, a thought emerged among most of them. Xiao Su is barely in his 20s, if given time, or if our nation could nurture more individuals like Xiao Su, then the entire world would surely hear the resounding roar of the dragon. Chapter 51. My student. As a series of orders were issued, the entire base sprang into action. The construction personnel of the Dragon Kingdom are renowned worldwide, earning the esteemed title of infrastructure maniacs. In contrast to other nations, where the construction of a bridge or railway takes several years before the fruits of labor become apparent, in the Dragon Kingdom, an edifice or even a railway can be completed within mere days. Furthermore, the staff at the base are nothing short of elite. Within 10 minutes, a flawlessly fitting framework for the cryogenic chamber was constructed, accompanied by an automated mechanical arm. Due to the absence of an overall test, Su Tung could not guarantee that the energy weapon would not encounter unforeseen issues at maximum output. Hence, deploying a replacement mechanical arm for operations was essential. Even in the event of an accident, personnel would remain unharmed. At that moment, Su Tung was making final preparations. The energy weapon has 5 scales, and theoretically, each major scale's energy output is double that of the lower scales. Unlike previous experimental durations, each scale would last 1 minute, followed by a 5-minute interval before the next trial. Given that this was an outdoor test, the site was specifically chosen for its suitability for anti-aircraft artillery, hard geological conditions, and ample space. This allowed the energy weapon to operate at full capacity and gather stable data for analysis. For researchers, precise experimental data is paramount, as it can unveil unexpected theories. Take, for instance, the renowned double-slit experiment in physics. The peculiarities of light segmentation caught everyone's attention. Explanations based on existing theoretical logic seemed somewhat strained. Yet they did not dwell excessively on it. It wasn't until Einstein took notice and, through numerous experiments, proposed the famous wave-particle duality, earning accolades and igniting a new wave of research into light. Frequent perusal of academic papers made Su Tung particularly attentive to such nuances, leading him to meticulously check the equipment set up by the staff. He ensured everything was positioned correctly and that the sensors were operating with sensitivity. Observing Su Ting's diligence, Li Rongxing couldn't help but admire him more. Talented, with a nimble intellect, humble and respectful to his elders, he even displayed utmost politeness towards the surrounding staff. No, I cannot think further. If I do. Just then, Su Wei's triumphant voice echoed. TSK. Look at that gaze of yours. It's practically dripping with envy. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. He is my student. Li Rongxing's carefully composed demeanor shattered in an instant. What do you mean your student? Su is merely your nominal student, and how can you, a mathematician, keep claiming him as yours? Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend the schematics? Seeing Li Rongxing stammer in frustration brought Su Tung immense satisfaction. Regardless of whether I understand, what's important is that my student does, he retorted. The phrase my student repeated thrice was enough to thoroughly infuriate Li Rongxing. With a cold huff, he sauntered over to Su Tung's side. Xiao Su, the experiment is about to commence. Are you feeling nervous? Glancing at the energy weapon still resting within the cryogenic chamber, Su Ting shyly replied, to be honest, I am somewhat anxious, as this is my first comprehensive test. He added, in front of esteemed gentlemen, numerous academicians, and weaponry experts. I cannot arrogantly assure that the experiment will succeed on the first attempt. Listen to how eloquently Xiao Su speaks. Unlike a certain someone who can only stubbornly repeat, the theoretical data is faultless. Fear not. Scientific endeavors are rarely achieved in a single attempt. Repeated failures are the norm, especially considering you are only in your 20s. Still young and blessed with ample time. At this point, Li Rongxing found himself at a loss for words, as the boastful voice echoed in his mind. After all, my students can comprehend it. My students. Damn. What is happening? Have I been brainwashed? A curse nearly escaped Li Rongxing's lips. Steady yourself. It is imperative to maintain composure before Xiao Su, or there will be no chance to recruit him as a student. Su Ting was puzzled, wondering why Li Rongxing had suddenly lapsed into silence. He must have been contemplating something else. Xiao Su, all equipment has been installed, and everything is ready. As the secretary, Xiao Zhang was quite perceptive, as he could discern from the situation that Li Rongxing and Su Wei had deliberately relinquished command of the scene entirely to Su Ting. All right. Let us commence the experiment. Attention all units. We are entering the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. With Xiao Zhang's final words, the button for the robotic arm was pressed. The mechanical arm slowly extended, guided by real-time infrared imaging, gently approaching the trigger. The firing pin struck within the chamber, igniting the volatile energy gas, which flowed through the designated passage, transforming into a ghostly blue luminescence as it passed through the activation module. Here it comes. Everyone held their breath. Su Ting was remarkably earnest. The energy weapon had yet to be removed from the cryogenic chamber, at a frigid 20 degrees below zero after all this time. Even someone as esteemed as Li Rongxing was internally questioning whether issues might arise. Buzzing. The ghostly blue glow gathered at the chamber, ultimately directed towards the designated test panel. This test panel was slightly larger than the previous one, as it would sustain the energy for an entire minute, rather than just a few seconds. Here it comes. The data has begun transmitting. Everyone curiously gathered around, particularly Li Rongxing, who was eager to see the results. Su Wei muttered from behind at this age. What have you not seen? Why the rush? My student. Ah, why are you pushing me from behind? Step aside. The sensor's needle spun wildly, and the data representing energy values on the diagram soared to the maximum from the very beginning. My heavens, how astonishingly high. I have never encountered a firearm with such extraordinary data. This energy cannon, can it truly be classified as a firearm? Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Observe the peak. It continues to rise. This implies that the energy cannon remains utterly unaffected, and even appears to be gaining momentum. The personnel diligently monitoring the internal data of the energy cannon were left in awe. This device is specifically designed to record the internal metrics of firearms, boasting nanometer-level precision, not to mention even the slightest fluctuation in data, or the mere passage of an ant atop the energy cannon, would be instantaneously documented. However, 30 seconds have elapsed without any response. This statement captured everyone's attention, as they fixated on the sensor's data. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. The data is remarkably smooth, surpassing even the smoothness of your airports. Chapter 52. The overlooked data. A peculiar silence enveloped the entire team present at the site. At that moment, a singular thought permeated their minds. Is this real? Could it truly be? It was not until Su Qing remarked, "The experimental results are promising. Prepare for the next scale in 5 minutes," that the atmosphere shifted. Cheers erupted. Success. It was almost beyond belief. My goodness, this was at minus 20 degrees. Moreover, the power of the energy gun had never diminished. In fact, it seemed to intensify. At that instant, Li Rongxing interjected with a crucial point. Another key aspect is that the interior remained entirely unaffected. Indeed, the expertise of the senior figures was evident as they pinpointed the essential details with precision. Unconsciously, everyone cast a glance at the energy gun still resting within the cryogenic chamber. At minus 20 degrees, it was chilling to contemplate. Yet, it appeared as though it was merely enjoying a warm bath. Just then, a thought emerged. From this day forth, there would be a remarkable entry regarding Su Tung in the secret archives of the Dragon Kingdom, affectionately dubbed the energy gun that enjoys a warm bath at minus 20 degrees. All right, we have 4 more tests to conduct. You should hasten your preparations. While the formality of his words was evident, Su Wei's nearly beaming smile perfectly conveyed the prevailing sentiment. Li Rongxing let out a cold snort. What was amiss? Su Ting sensed an oddity in the expressions of the two seniors. It seemed as though they had said everything yet nothing at all. Never mind. If there were any issues, they would surely communicate them to me. Su Ting focused intently on the experimental data chart in his hands. Unlike the other staff members, he felt little astonishment. For both theoretical and empirical assessments, the output of the energy gun's minimal energy scale was flawless. Indeed, the report gathered this time corroborated this fact. The sensors on the test board clearly displayed the peak energy values, indicating that external output had no adverse influence, as evidenced by the steadily increasing peak readings. Furthermore, the nanoscale sensors within the gun's chamber remained consistently smooth throughout, signifying that the internal environment, whether during the initial firing pin operation or the subsequent energy transmission, left no room for inefficiency. Nevertheless, Su Tung sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Xiao Su. Everything is ready, interrupted his secretary, Xiao Zhang, breaking Su Tung's train of thought. Already? Su Ting realized that since he had become increasingly engrossed in research, the passage of time felt astonishingly swift. All right, let us proceed with the same steps once more. Understood. Xiao Zhang picked up the intercom and announced, "Attention all units. We are about to commence the second scale experiment of the energy gun. All personnel, please prepare. The sensor group is ready. The test board group is prepared. 3, 2, 1. The energy output at the second scale is theoretically twice that of the first scale. This implies that the reactions of volatile explosive gases within the chamber will be considerably more intense. Given constant airtight conditions, the internal pressure will surge dramatically, resulting in more severe impacts on the components. Such conditions will exacerbate the overheating of the barrel, and once overheating occurs, it can lead to irreversible damage to the parts. Even at room temperature, this presents a challenge for the weapon, not to mention the frigid temperature of -20 degrees, with the freezing chamber continuously operating. Can this truly succeed? This thought crossed the minds of all the researchers. Even Li Rongshan, who had been observing closely, found his palms beginning to sweat. In the realm of weaponry, he held undeniable authority. The extremes of heat and cold posed a formidable trial for the explosive energy gun. Buzzing filled the air as the muzzle vibrated, a bluish glow coalescing to its peak. Bang! The sound echoed as it struck the test plate. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, all remained stable. The gauge on the energy sensor, which had initially spun wildly, suddenly stabilized. Unlike the erratic behavior of the energy output at the minimum scale, the explosive energy gun did not behave like a drunken reveler, instead approaching a state of equilibrium. It was almost time. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the scene. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 55 seconds. The internal sensor of the chamber also indicated normalcy, suggesting that the internal environment was stable. 60 seconds. Ding. The mechanical hand, having been set with the appropriate timing, released the trigger, and all settled into stability. After 2 seconds of waiting, the sensors confirmed stability. This meant that this time, it had succeeded once again. "Ha, Xiaosu is amazing, truly a genius," exclaimed one of the researchers. "This is simply unbelievable. Someone slap me to see if I'm dreaming." As requested, a resounding slap echoed. "Damn it, you rascal, that's revenge. Don't run, feel my palm." The onlookers erupted in laughter, a feeling they hadn't experienced in a long time. No. It should be said that this was the first time they felt that conducting research could be such an effortless endeavor. No. It should be that working alongside Su Teng made research feel so easy. Everyone turned to Su Teng, their eyes filled with respect and joy. In research, merit precedes all. Age is of no consequence. Winning their admiration is a simple matter. Merely showcasing your experimental process, report, or results can elicit their respect. But Su Ting was different. He had accomplished all three. This was also the reason everyone at the base had looked up to him from the very beginning. "Ah, little Su. I have truly never encountered such a talent in my lifetime." As Li Rongxing's words hung in the air, Su Wei interjected, "Indeed. One need only observe him to realize." Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly silenced by a forceful command. Silence. The atmosphere remained notably calm, with Su Teng exhibiting an unusual tranquility amid the tension, for he had anticipated the data presented. Through the initial energy output and the stable internal environment list, he effortlessly deduced the results of the second trial within those 5 minutes, albeit purely from a theoretical standpoint. However, having mentally prepared himself, everything unfolded as expected. Still, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The smoothness of the internal environment and the external energy values reaching their peak seemed to hint at something overlooked. Su Ting turned to Xiao Zhang and instructed, "Prepare for the third energy test in 5 minutes." Understood. In truth, all the researchers present had noticed the furrowed brow of Su Teng. Wasn't he everything proceeding smoothly as before? Why did it feel as though something had gone unnoticed? Su Wei glanced at Li Rongxing, his eyes filled with inquiry. The latter shook his head, equally perplexed as to why Su Teng appeared troubled when everything seemed to be progressing without a hitch. Chapter 53. Future Leaders. The explosive energy gun, when employed in combat, does not frequently alter its energy scale within a short duration. This is due to the necessity of strategic troop deployment on the battlefield. Consequently, for several hours, or even an entire day, the energy scale of the explosive energy gun remains a constant value. A steady energy output has minimal impact on the stability of the gun's chamber, often referred to as its durability. Su Teng, having set the interval for experiments at 5 minutes, had his reasons for doing so. The frigid temperature of -20 degrees, the 1-minute period of overheating, and the final 5-minute adjustment were all meticulously calculated to allow the explosive energy gun to undergo rigorous performance testing. Any duration shorter than 5 minutes would result in deliberate damage, while exceeding this time frame would fail to yield optimal results. The researchers surrounding Su Tung, who was lost in contemplation, shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from idle chatter. The hope of a nation largely hinges on the presence of emerging scientific talent. All present could discern that Su Tu was a figure of great expectations. The prominent scientists, such as Li Rongxian and Su Wei, had placed their trust in him. Although he had only been there for a day, Su Tang's earnest dedication to research and his personal integrity had inadvertently won over the crowd. There was an almost imperceptible air of leadership emanating from him. As the 5-minute mark was reached, Xiaozhang swiftly approached Su Tang and, bending slightly, whispered, "Xiao Su. The experimental interval has elapsed." "Very well," Su Ting replied. Just as Xiaozhang turned to give instructions to the others, Su Ting interjected, "Wait, you should gather the team." "Never mind. I will first inspect the explosive energy gun for any issues. Once I complete my examination, I will inform you to proceed with the next experiment." Throughout the 5 minutes, Su Ting remained engrossed in analyzing the data. In his theoretical framework, he believed that the internal environment of the gun's chamber should exhibit some variations. The blueprint for the nanoscale sensors ought to reveal a slightly curved line. As the energy output scale doubled, the efficiency of the volatile explosive gas within would increase. At the moment of initial activation, the data curve would consequently show a slight upward deviation. Following this, as the internal environment of the chamber reached a new equilibrium, the final stability would be indicated. However, the data being uploaded remained as smooth as that of the first stage. It was peculiarly strange. Despite the overall data appearing normal, Su Ting felt an unsettling sense of unease. In the realm of scientific research, meticulousness is never a disadvantage. He recalled how, in the early days, the Dragon Kingdom meticulously calculated data using an abacus, where even a single error necessitated a complete recalibration. This tradition had persisted into the present day. The inability to discern anything from the experimental data compelled him to seek answers within the very essence of the explosive energy gun itself. The cryogenic chamber remains operational, and the energy weapon continues to be ensconced in its frozen state. Su Ting, unaware of the situation, is oblivious to the fact that the weapon has long since earned the moniker of soaking in a hot spring within the cryogenic chamber. The nanoscale sensors serve a dual purpose. Aside from recording data, they can be manipulated to reach desired locations for internal inspections. As Su Ting deftly maneuvers the controls, he murmurs incessantly to himself. The collision pin shows no issues, the transfer channels are functioning normally, the internal inert gas remains at a stable ratio, and the automatic paralysis equipment has not shifted from its original position. Although the system provides Su Ting with blueprints, he is, in truth, the true creator of the energy weapon. For him, the weapon is as familiar as a husband's hand is to his wife, no diagram needed to navigate its every nuance. What is Xiao Su up to? Su Wei muses, perplexed by Su Tung's actions. On the surface, everything appears normal according to the data. Is there an unseen problem lurking beneath? If there were such a hidden issue, Su Wei believes that the chamber's continuous operation is the most significant one. This child is simply too earnest. When he speaks of low-temperature testing, he genuinely means it will be conducted at low temperatures throughout. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been beyond his wildest imagination. Upon hearing Su Wei's inquiry, Li Rongxian feels a sense of satisfaction. If one were to consistently stifle conversation with a single remark, it would be no wonder they appeared dumbfounded, unaware that there exists much in this world that eludes their comprehension. A mathematician boasting about having a student in weaponry, how amusing it is. Check the energy weapon for any hidden issues, he declares, only to notice the peculiar look Su Wei casts his way. Are you foolish? Such an obvious problem. How could I miss it? This statement nearly causes Li Rongxian to lose composure in front of the others. With an air of indignation, he retorts, "You, a mathematician, so brilliant, why not go check it yourself?" Su Wei, unabashed, responds, "You do know I'm a mathematician. This pertains to weaponry. How would I know?" Noting Li Rongxian's increasingly sour expression, he asserts, "What I wish to inquire is whether you can discern any issues with the energy weapon from the data." This question momentarily stuns Li Rongxian. In truth, every piece of on-site data is immediately printed in multiple copies for the esteemed researchers present. Besides Li Rongxian, other eminent weapon designers are in attendance, their decades of experience bestowing them with keen insight. By correlating the schematics and experimental data, they can derive a general understanding of the experimental situation. Yet, after reviewing the findings, all present can only summarize with one phrase. The experiment proceeded flawlessly, verging on perfection. Even Li Rongxian holds this conviction. However, How could one speak so casually in front of Su Wei? He merely remarked, "The energy cannon was crafted by Xiao Su." Being a mathematician, surely you understand that if you are not well versed in a subject, you ought not to pontificate in areas where others possess expertise. There was a semblance of reason in his words, but could it truly be so? Su Wei regarded him with a skeptical gaze. After a meticulous examination, Su Ting gradually returned to the group. "Let the experiment commence." "Very well." Xiao Zhang turned to the others and instructed. "All units are prepared for the experiment." The energy at the third scale had doubled, presenting yet another challenge for the component's load-bearing capacity. Yet, all eyes were fixed on Su Tung with an air of certainty. With him present, success was hardly a formidable task. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Huh, I knew it. With Xiao Su, every scientific endeavor becomes remarkably effortless. One need only consider who Xiao Su is, a leading figure in the future of scientific research in manhwa. Had anyone else attempted to boast about an individual in front of so many esteemed figures, they would undoubtedly have faced reprimand. Yet, this time, there was none. Su Ting, or Xiao Su, had established himself as a steadfast anchor in their scientific journeys. Chapter 54. The first time in life Su Tung, who was initially engrossed in analyzing data, suddenly perked up at the sound of a few remarks. Xiao Su is the future leader of scientific research in manhwa. He is our anchor in life. With Xiao Su, our research has progressed remarkably. The speakers were oblivious to the implications of their words, as they were merely stating the truth based on the current circumstances. As honest individuals, expressing such sentiments should not be deemed inappropriate. However, for Su Tung, the subject of their admiration, a tinge of awkwardness lingered. While it was true that progress had been somewhat smooth, the labels of anchor and leader felt exaggerated. He had anticipated that esteemed figures like Professor Su Wei and Mr. Li Rongshan would chastise them for such flattery, emphasizing that researchers should adhere to scientific principles and focus on empirical data rather than seeking validation from influential figures. Yet, upon turning his gaze, he was met with the delighted expressions of these esteemed individuals, seemingly pleased by the elevation of Su Tung's reputation. Particularly, Su Wei and Li Rongshan wore benevolent smiles. It seemed there was no turning back now. Su Tung turned to Su Wei and smiled. "Professor, I have a question I would like to ask you." "Oh, a question?" Su Wei, still smiling, was about to respond when he caught sight of what Su Chung was holding. "What is that you have there? Is it experimental data?" Upon realization, Su Wei understood that beneath Su Tung's youthful appearance lay a mind far more complex than it seemed. This was reassuring. It meant Su Tung would likely avoid making significant missteps in the future. However, Su Wei felt compelled to temper expectations regarding the inquiry. "Ahem, Xiao Su. Although you are my student, I must admit that I am not particularly well-versed in matters pertaining to weaponry." Well, the first objective was achieved. Next came the diversion of responsibility. Turning to Li Rongshan, Su Wei remarked, "Look, we have the esteemed Li here, universally acknowledged as the most formidable figure in weaponry. How could a layman like myself presume to offer insights?" Li Rongshan, who had been preparing to witness the unfolding drama, felt his smile freeze. Just moments ago, he had been musing about how Su Tung, often touted as his student, was now seeking his guidance. He was eager to see how Li would respond. Before he could voice his thoughts, the question was redirected towards the bystanders. "Ah, you cunning old fox, stealing my student." "Academician Li, the junior has a few questions regarding the experimental data and hopes to seek your guidance," Su Tung continued. Notice how he had previously addressed him as Mr., but now elevated him to academician Li. This shift indicated a newfound formality. Yet, having reached this point, Li Rongshan had no choice but to accept the data. Given the identities present, it was evident that only he was qualified to mentor Su Ting in this particular matter. Upon reviewing the data, he noted that it indeed consisted of real-time figures from the experiments, spanning from the first to the most recent iteration. The dilemma, however, was that he had already reviewed this experimental data. When printed, each individual had essentially received their copy. After consulting with peers in the vicinity and exchanging opinions, a consensus emerged. Perfect, exquisite. Was there something I had overlooked? The energy cannon was crafted by Su Tung. In terms of familiarity, it could not compare to the intimacy between a husband and wife. Thus, let us deduce from the schematic. The experimental data was categorized into two principal segments, with the crux distilled into 2 points. One was the output sampling of external energy values, and the other was the sensitivity sampling within the gun chamber. Both aspects pertain to the energy output of the energy cannon, thereby relating to the energy scale. The two schematics presented stable data. One showcased an unexpected peak, while the other displayed a smooth curve. Yet, the smooth curve prompted a flicker of unease in Li Rongxing. However, he could not immediately pinpoint the source of this disquiet. Noticing Li Rongxing's furrowed brow, Su Tung understood. Being a recognized expert, he possessed a unique insight. Although he could not discern the issue as quickly as Su, his extensive experience allowed him to sense something amiss. The discrepancy lay in the fact that the energy cannon was Su Tung's invention, while Li Rongxing had merely familiarized himself with the schematic. Sir, do you not find the sensitivity curve of the internal chamber rather too smooth? Su Tung began. If we consider the potential for energy values to escalate on the energy scale, the curves at the beginning of each segment should not exhibit such smoothness. Before Su Tung could finish his thought, Li Rongxing interjected. The curve at the opening should display an upward trend, perhaps even a slight rise. Indeed, that was precisely the case. The depth of his scientific experience was evident. He grasped the implications before Su had completed his statement. At that moment, Li Rongxing gazed intently at Su Tung, silently acknowledging, this young man is truly remarkable. Not only did he create the energy cannon, but he can also discern hidden discrepancies from these subtle experimental data. Previously, we had all been blinded by the seemingly successful experiment, entirely overlooking this aspect. Had it not been for your reminder, we might never have realized it. Other esteemed scientists also began to comprehend. Now it makes sense. No wonder Su's brow was furrowed. I had assumed the experiment proceeded smoothly. To be candid, I typically held this belief. Were it not for overhearing the conversation between Li and Su, I would have remained oblivious to any potential issues with the data. Otherwise, how could one claim that Su is the future leader of scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom? Alas, fate seems to be unfair, while others are merely in their 20s. I am over 50 and still feel vastly inferior. Who doesn't he feel this way? Only Su Wei appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth are you all discussing? Why not articulate your thoughts clearly? This beautifully rendered curve on the schematic, and yet, how can it be wrong? In that moment, Su Wei felt the profound disconnect of human joy and sorrow. Xiao Su, what are your thoughts? Li Rongxing has finally come to understand why he needed to examine the energy weapon. When experimental data reveals unexpected anomalies, they are typically attributed to one of two categories of causes. The first category pertains to the experimental apparatus itself, such as sensor malfunctions or errors within the experimental channel. However, this aspect has already been ruled out. The second category concerns issues with the energy weapon itself. Any component, be it the chamber, the firing pin, or the crystalline prism, could potentially be the source of the phenomenon. It is no wonder that Xiao Su stepped forward to investigate the energy weapon. The mere thought of it made Li Rongxing's cheeks flush. While we pondered why Xiao Su had taken the initiative, he had already moved ahead of the crowd to discern the cause. Truly, the youth is formidable. The esteemed researchers surrounding Li Rongxing were taken aback by his statement, as it was, in fact, an inquiry into Xiao Su's perspective. To his recollection, this was a first in his life. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Dilemma. Su Tung was somewhat taken aback. His decision to consult Li Rongxing stemmed from two motives. Firstly, to gain insight into whether Li possessed a distinctive perspective on the phenomenon at hand, and secondly, to seek advice on the most effective methodologies for resolution. Despite having earned a place among esteemed scholars, Su Tung had never perceived himself in such a light. Rather, he yearned for a fruitful exchange with Li, hoping to glean invaluable experience. However, it now seemed that his own opinions held considerable weight. After a moment of surprise, Su Tung spoke earnestly. If we have not discerned any concealed issues within the schematic or the physical apparatus, the optimal approach to address the problem is through experimentation. Therefore, I propose that we continue with our experiments. Nonetheless, from this point onward, all personnel involved in the relevant experiments should maintain a safe distance from the energy weapon to prevent any potential harm. Xiao Zhang instinctively glanced at Li Rongxing, whose stature in the field was unparalleled. Yet, the latter merely nodded in agreement, indicating that they should heed Su Tung's counsel. It was indeed remarkable to witness a senior figure accepting the suggestion of a junior. Xiao Zhang promptly relayed the orders, and the personnel at the base sprang into action. What is happening? Was the previous experiment deemed successful? Why the sudden need to increase our distance? Upon hearing from Secretary Zhang that there were minor issues with the curve, suggesting possible hidden dangers, the personnel grew concerned. Hidden dangers? One individual scrutinized the data graph, noting its smooth and elegant curve. It's more appealing than my ex-girlfriend, for heaven's sake. Surely, it must have been the academician who made this observation. With his extensive experience, he could easily identify anomalies that the rest of them overlooked, who merely admired the aesthetics. As the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the renowned reputation of Li Rongxing, it became apparent that following his recommendations was prudent. However, a keen observer noticed the complex expression on Secretary Zhang's face. Xiao Zhang, what troubles you? You seem quite conflicted. I am indeed quite troubled. Others turned their attention to him. Isn't it what Academician Li said? Who else could it be? Wait, could it be that the suggestion did not originate from Academician Li, but rather from Xiao Su? It dawned on them that it was only after Xiao Su had proactively brought the irregularities to Li's attention that they recognized the issue. The keywords of personal initiative and awareness resonated. The group was astonished. They had assumed Xiao Su was already impressive, yet he had exceeded all expectations. Did even Academician Li require reminders from Xiao Su? Secretary Zhang would not speak falsely. Secretary Zhang rushed over from a distance. Xiao Su, everything is prepared, and the relevant personnel have moved to a safer location. Excellent. Let us commence the experiment. Turning to his walkie-talkie, Secretary Zhang announced, all units are ready. The fourth energy calibration test will commence shortly. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, questions loomed in the minds of all present. Given the declarations of the esteemed researchers in attendance, even the junior members, though skeptical, adopted a more cautious demeanor. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. The final results of the experiment mirrored the previous 3 trials. Yet, this time, no one celebrated. For when the experimental data emerged, everyone observed that the interior of the chamber remained smooth. After a moment of silence, Su Ting inquired of the staff beside him. Are the internal nanosensors functioning normally? He hastily activated the camera and dispatched a series of signals to the nanosensors. Everyone turned their gaze, and at that moment, he felt an immense pressure. It was daunting to be scrutinized by so many. As the camera focused, various dials and parameters began to fluctuate incessantly. A minute later, a staff member reported, confirmed, the sensors are undamaged and all functions are normal. Everything is functioning correctly. Yet, we still cannot identify the cause? Su Ting turned to Li Rongxing and asked, Sir, do you discern any issues? I can barely comprehend anything, Li Rongxing replied. The design of the energy cannon contains elements that elude my full understanding even now. He shook his head and continued, from the experimental results, I cannot detect any anomalies. In fact, everything seems unusually smooth. The surrounding individuals instinctively nodded in agreement. Having remained in the cryogenic chamber for so long, even during testing it was still operational. The critical point was that as the energy scale increased, the visible destruction intensified. The designated testing area for the anti-aircraft gun was already marked by numerous craters, each exceeding 3 meters in radius. Yet, throughout the testing, the ostensibly wild energy cannon remained eerily still, unwavering, hitting its target precisely. My child is not nearly as obedient. Su Ting mused. Could it be possible that we are mistaken? After a moment of hesitation, Li Rongxing voiced his thoughts. The others turned their attention to Su Ting, as he was the most knowledgeable among them. No, there is indeed something amiss. If we cannot identify the anomaly, let us proceed with further experimentation. Very well. Upon concluding, Xiao Zhang directed the staff. Something is off. I must have overlooked something. Su Ting began to mentally retrace the steps, repeatedly contemplating what he might have forgotten. Extreme temperature testing necessitates corresponding environmental conditions. Data recording requires compatible sensors. Nano-level sensors must be set to a specific size that does not interfere. The automatic shutdown mechanism is designed to prevent the energy cannon from going out of control. Wait a moment. I believe I am beginning to grasp something. The crowd observed Su Ting lost in thought. Do you think the energy cannon truly has a problem? One asked. I believe it must, especially since Academician Li acknowledged Xiao Su's hypothesis. However, based on the data at hand, there seems to be no issues, another countered. Perhaps it has simply gone unnoticed. Su Wei, standing nearby, remained in a state of bewilderment, pondering, what on earth are you all discussing? Why can I never comprehend what you mean by problems and no problems? Stepping forward to stand beside Li Rongxing, you asked, do you believe there is a problem? To your surprise, Li Rongxing chuckled and replied, I suspect there is indeed an issue. Why? You inquired. Because he is Su Tong, the creator of the explosive energy gun. This assertion was undeniably formidable, my student. Wait, why do I refer to you as my student? Your laughter seems rather joyful. 5 minutes later, the 5th experiment commenced. A palpable tension enveloped the room. For now, everything would be revealed. If there were indeed a flaw, it would undoubtedly manifest this time. Conversely, if all were well, the data would remain smooth. Begin. The impact of the firing pin ignited a cascade of sparks, and the dense gas was entirely set ablaze. Through the lens, everyone could witness the surging energy in a magnificent display. This was simply astonishing. Gasps filled the air as it became evident that the fifth wave of energy surpassed all previous iterations by an unfathomable magnitude. With this shot, even a heavily armored tank would find itself in jeopardy. A brilliant azure light coalesced at the muzzle, almost blinding in its intensity. "Not good," exclaimed the individual monitoring the internal data of the gun's chamber. Chapter 56. The explosive sensor. Initially, all attention was focused on the external sensor images of the energy cannon, as the output of the fifth-scale energy surpassed all expectations. Even Su Wei could discern from the lens that the accumulation of energy was greater than the total of the previous 4 occurrences. Everyone awaited with bated breath to see if, under the sustained output of the energy cannon for a minute, the solid and robust artillery position would be blasted open with an exaggerated breach. However, mere seconds into the experiment, a staff member's startled exclamation drew everyone's gaze to the real-time footage of the cannon's chamber. Unlike the previous trials, which had displayed smooth curves throughout, this time there was a notable deviation. A peak value suddenly surged forth, reaching a height comparable to that of the external energy output peak. The researchers, having never encountered such an anomaly, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was not merely a matter of failing to contain their emotions. This unexpected data bore significant implications. Su Tung immediately turned his attention to the screen. Has it truly manifested? Earlier than anticipated by several seconds. The surrounding esteemed scientists wore expressions of bewilderment. The prior 4 experiments had proceeded so smoothly that, despite their assertions, an undercurrent of skepticism lingered. Scientific endeavors often diverge significantly from theoretical data, extrapolating outcomes based on theoretical metrics, particularly with a cutting-edge technology like the energy cannon, had far exceeded their forecasts. Su had indeed been correct. Li Rongxin felt a jolt of surprise. Within such a brief span, the experimental data revealed discrepancies from theoretical predictions, reinforcing his conviction. He had encountered many prodigies in his lifetime, yet he had never witnessed such youthful confidence in one's own brilliance, especially in the presence of esteemed scholars. If given time, this individual might truly emerge as a leader of the new era, as others might proclaim. At that moment, a look of concern spread across the faces of those present. For an unexpected occurrence had indeed transpired. Only Su Wei wore a cheerful expression, internally reflecting, those self-assured individuals must now be convinced. My student can identify issues at a glance, while they needed him to illuminate the matter. Rest assured, as long as my student is here, these issues shall not pose a problem. Many began to look towards Li Rongxin, for among them, his experience was the most profound. He had encountered countless similar situations throughout his career. The invaluable experience of a seasoned researcher could indeed be likened to wealth. As everyone awaited Li Rongxin to provide a solution, he swiftly approached Su Ting and inquired, "Su, what are your thoughts?" The surrounding individuals displayed expressions of confusion. "We expect you to take the lead. Why are you directly consulting Su?" Although the circumstances on-site suggested no error, the multitude of esteemed scientists struggled to accept this shift in dynamics. Yet, Li Rongxin held a different perspective. "Why do you look to me? The energy cannon was not my invention, nor was I the one to discover this anomaly. When confronted with unfamiliar fields of knowledge, one must humbly embrace the learning process." Questioning Xiao Su, one wonders what could be deemed embarrassing. At this moment, Su Tung finds himself deep in contemplation. The 5th energy output experiment has evidently surpassed his expectations. The volatile gases within the chamber have reached a staggering utilization rate. Compared to the initial experiment, the 5th trial does not merely represent a 5-fold increase in pressure. For each subsequent energy output doubles that of its predecessor. The components are clearly overburdened, and if this continues, there looms a perilous risk of energy mismanagement. Personnel had long been evacuated from the danger zone. The testing site, designated for anti-aircraft artillery, is capable of withstanding significant pressure. Each experiment yields invaluable data. And given the emergence of unforeseen circumstances, why not allow the trial to reach its conclusion, thus acquiring a wealth of precious insights? A comprehensive analysis would bring us closer to the truth. Gritting his teeth, Su Tung turned to Li Rongxin and earnestly declared, "Sir, the data from this experiment is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to miss it." The surrounding staff had retreated to a safe distance, and the site could endure the energy's impact. "Most critically, I have also established an automatic shutdown mechanism. Thus I implore you to permit the continuation of the experiment. We shall not cease until the very last moment." Observing Su Tang's resolute demeanor, Li Rongxing couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Despite his youth, his determination is unwavering. Furthermore, he possesses the remarkable ability to analyze the situation instantaneously, ensuring safety while gathering invaluable data. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, he acquiesced. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to those present. With a simple command, all personnel swiftly assumed their positions. 10 seconds. The needle on the sensor spun wildly. A series of peaks erupting in rapid succession. The impact pins, the firing channel, the crystal prisms, the entire assembly began to behave erratically, akin to having imbibed intoxicating spirits. Each individual fell into a state of frenetic agitation. The faces of the researchers reflected grave concern, for this indicated that the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. The lenses of the nanosensors began to emit eerie blue glows, dazzling yet perilous. 20 seconds. The energy weapon exhibited an overheating response at the muzzle, distinct from that of traditional firearms. The front end began to show signs of melting. The phenomenon of molten iron emerged, transforming its once ferocious exterior into a grotesque visage. Some began to furtively glance at Su Teng, but his countenance revealed no hint of panic. His psychological fortitude is indeed impressive. 30 seconds. The testing site for the anti-aircraft artillery was ravaged by the relentless output of the energy weapon, leaving behind gaping 10-meter-wide holes. This display of power once again recalibrated everyone's perception. Xiao Su, so youthful, could it truly be that he is the architect of such an unimaginably advanced weapon? It is said he had merely spent over a month studying in the library. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. The damage inflicted upon the energy cannon had become evident to all, its true nature unmistakable from its appearance. A mysterious object, emanating a ghostly blue glow, relentlessly directed its output towards the distant field. Simultaneously, every researcher present, including Li Rongxing, found themselves momentarily bewildered. 4. The quality of this weapon was simply extraordinary. Despite the circumstances, it had yet to falter. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Made in the Dragon Country, quality is always dependable. In the next instant, a loud bang shattered the silence. The sound of the device exploding reverberated continuously. All present were taken aback. What on earth? These were merely sensors for remote monitoring. Why had they all detonated? Moreover, the intensity of the reaction at the scene was remarkably severe. Had the energy reached such a level? In the following moment, all eyes turned towards the distance, where a brilliant ghostly blue light appeared in their line of sight. Chapter 57. Even dogs would shake their heads in disbelief. A single word surged within the minds of all present. Danger. It was not that we had never witnessed grand spectacles before. Rather, we had never encountered such an overwhelming display. During a weapon test, we had already distanced ourselves a full 1,000 meters from the site. Even at that great distance, the dazzling light of the energy cannon was visible. The rare metals, specifically designed for spacecraft materials, were both resilient and heat-resistant. Yet, they could not withstand even a fraction of a second under the minimum energy threshold of the cannon. Now, we faced the 5th energy scale. Even the residual waves could lead to unimaginable consequences. Many began to glance at Li Rongxing and Su Teng. The former tilted his head towards Su Teng, and though he spoke not a word, his gaze conveyed everything. No matter what happens, I trust that Su can handle it. As for Su Teng, despite the complexity of his expression, he remained unperturbed, as if managing a trivial situation. Su Wei, on the other hand, wore a cheerful grin, internally scoffing at the Na'vi old men around him. What kind of challenge is this? In the next moment, a blinding azure light flashed, only to be abruptly extinguished, as if a throttled goose had suddenly wilted. An invisible force enveloped the azure light, and then, like a missile preordained to its target, it struck with devastating precision. The automatic paralysis device activated. Boom. The relentless cacophony of explosions filled the air, lasting a full minute. Even with all present steeling themselves mentally, the ringing in their ears persisted. Furthermore, the intense brightness of the explosions induced a brief state of dizziness among everyone on site. Once the tumult subsided, those who had been clutching their heads exchanged shocked glances. Even the experienced Li Rongxing found himself mentally lamenting, "Good heavens, is this the power of a mere firearm?" Then, a voice emerged amidst the chaos. "By heavens, this truly is the power of a gun." Turning to see Su Wei, one couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. An unseasoned old man, a mere mathematician, dared to assert he had a student adept in weaponry. His persona had crumbled. And rightly so. In that moment, Li Rongxing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, the other weaponry researchers, engrossed in their own thoughts, remained oblivious to Su Wei's unraveling reputation. Even these seasoned experts had to concede that they had never witnessed such a spectacle before. In their minds, a singular thought echoed. Is this truly the power of firearms? As the electrical sounds faded, the scene returned to its original state. Through the lens, everyone could clearly see that the area, once capable of withstanding the force of anti-aircraft artillery, now resembled soft tofu, ruthlessly cleaved apart. Gaping wounds marred the landscape. Grotesque and terrifying. Most shocking of all was the enormous pit left behind, exceeding 15 meters in depth, an abyss without end. An anti-aircraft testing ground? Apologies. But it was hardly impressive. It resembled the aftermath of a convulsion. After adjusting his trousers, one could boldly declare, nothing more than this. Beneath the missile-'s trajectory, the explosive energy weapon undoubtedly reigns as the supreme monarch. The assembly began to recall a particular phrase inscribed on the schematic diagrams. Prior to witnessing the actual experiment, many esteemed researchers were rather skeptical of this assertion. Conventional understanding does not transform in an instant. However, now, upon witnessing it firsthand, the anti-aircraft gun? What a triviality! In comparison, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. The energy of the fifth scale possessed such formidable power. Unwittingly, it felt as though one had traversed the precipice of life and death. Should it strike a human, nay, even beneath the armor of a heavily fortified tank, it seemed a single shot would suffice. If this device were to go haywire, wait, it appears we have been recklessly testing the boundaries of mortality without realizing it. The initial thought that emerged in Li Rongxing's mind was indeed this. Yet, it was swiftly dismissed. Although it appeared as if they were perilously flirting with death, in truth, everything was unequivocally safe. This was due to the automatic paralysis mechanism that had recently activated, akin to an inverted bowl that had absorbed all the energy entirely. This was no trivial feat. The energy output of the explosive energy weapon was exceedingly ferocious, and to contain it so effortlessly could only imply one reason. At the source of energy release, the automatic paralysis device had already absorbed all the energy completely. As for how Su Ting managed to accomplish this, Li Rongxing found himself utterly perplexed. He could only recall one detail. During the report meeting, when he proposed testing the maximum energy scale of the explosive energy weapon, Su Ting had replied, "I have never done this, nor do I know if it can meet the requirements." The subsequent statement was, "But I am willing to try." Within mere seconds, he had introduced the concept of an automatic paralysis device. The crux, having never done it, expressing a desire to attempt it, and moments later, designing the device from the ground up, comparable to the processing speed of a computer. Li Rongxing regarded Su Ting with an unusual gaze. This individual had exceeded his expectations. Yet, almost immediately, a nagging voice echoed in his mind. "He is my student." Blast! The cunning rascal! He turned to find Su Wei, who appeared utterly astonished, still recovering from the explosive display that had transpired. "Well, no matter, his persona has crumbled today, and I find great satisfaction in that." The atmosphere was profoundly quiet. No one uttered a word, for a significant number had yet to recover from their astonishment. Alas! Let us tidy up the scene. It seems the explosive energy weapon is no longer viable, but the recorded data remains crucial and must be preserved. After uttering these words, Su Ting realized something was amiss. Usually, Xiao Zheng was particularly enthusiastic, yet now there was no response. Glancing back, he discovered Xiao Zheng's eyes wide and his double chin nearly emerging. Su Ting turned to survey the assembly of individuals present, discovering that nearly all bore expressions of utter astonishment. Their collective demeanor succinctly encapsulated a sentiment. "Though I do not comprehend, I am profoundly shaken. Is this truly necessary? Xiao Zheng, what has transpired with all of you? It is merely a test of the energy cannon, is it not? Surely, this is quite ordinary." Finally awakening from their stupor, the crowd exchanged glances, each discerning a mutual sentiment of existential doubt reflected in their eyes. What does it mean to say this is simply a test of the energy cannon? Is this truly normal? You dare to label that 15-meter gaping hole outside, along with the multitude of grotesque injuries merely resulting from residual force, as normal? This is the testing ground for anti-aircraft artillery. It is not a fragile construction that crumbles at the slightest touch. Others have soil that is both robust and resilient. Under the scrutiny of so many anti-aircraft tests, it remains steadfast. Yet, you have managed to rupture it in an instant. Enough. A person like Xiao Su indeed deserves to be called the designer of energy cannons. Anti-aircraft artillery? What nonsense! Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Chapter 58. Exaggerated rumors at this moment. Secretary Xiao Zhang finally grasped the situation and promptly remarked, "All right, I shall collect the energy guns immediately, and the experimental data will be preserved in its entirety." In previous scientific endeavors, during moments of failure, colleagues would uplift one another's spirits, encouraging each other to achieve greater heights in subsequent experiments. However, the atmosphere had shifted to a delicate state. Although one could not claim success, there had been no definitive failures either. The fifth energy scale experiment had not reached its conclusion, and the terrifying consequences of an uncontrolled energy gun had been witnessed. Yet, to label it a failure seemed equally unjust. The earlier 4 energy scale experiments had been remarkably successful, devoid of any flaws. The weapon had been meticulously maintained even in low temperatures. Yet, the energy gun had remained ensconced within the cryogenic chamber, never to be withdrawn. Ultimately, molten iron had emerged, and the barrel had melted to such an extent that it had still managed to create a significant breach. In terms of direct confrontation, it was virtually invincible beneath the missile threshold. Could this truly be deemed a failure? If so, what then could be said about the successful experiments of the weapons previously conducted? The expressions of many esteemed scientists were complex, yet Li Rongxing appeared notably more at ease. As if perceiving something, he approached and patted Su Teng on the shoulder. "Xiao Su, these are all scenarios you anticipated, correct?" "What anticipated scenarios?" Su Teng replied incredulously. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he clarified, "Sir, you are indeed correct. Everything before us is precisely as I had foreseen. The automatic paralysis device allows the energy to discharge according to predetermined conditions, and that distant hole was, in fact, a target I had already set. The muzzle had been so severely scorched that its shape was unrecognizable, yet it could still strike the designated target." Although he spoke the truth, Su Ting felt a nagging suspicion that he might have unwittingly portrayed himself as overly grandiose. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rongxing inquired, "Xiao Su, does the automatic paralysis device address the issue of energy volatility at its source?" Su Teng was taken aback. Indeed, the highest caliber of scientific minds in manhwa had the ability to deduce intricate principles from mere observations. He had not even articulated the underlying principle, only described a phenomenon. Yet Sir was capable of inferring the situation and the schematic design. Truly, there are always individuals beyond one's comprehension and realms beyond one's own. "Indeed, as you have stated," Su Ting replied, his words imbued with respect. Remarkably, Xiao Su has devised a countermeasure in mere seconds. With Li Rongxing's pronouncement, many esteemed scientists came to an epiphany. Incredible! Xiao Su conceived a countermeasure in mere moments during the report meeting, even producing the corresponding product instantaneously. Initially, observing the experimental phenomena, they had thought themselves precariously testing the limits of life and death. However, upon reflection, it was clear that from the outset, they had been guided with utmost clarity. Everything was supremely secure. Only Su Wei, an outsider, appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at the admiration on the faces of those around him directed towards Su Ting. His expression a canvas of questions. "What are you all discussing? Have I missed something of utmost importance?" As the staff managed the scene, the energy weapon returned to Su Teng's hands. However, it could no longer be referred to as an energy weapon. The barrel had melted, and its once formidable exterior was now unrecognizable. Residue from the molten metal still clung to its surface, presenting the appearance of mere scrap metal. Yet, this scrap was revered by all, for the energy of the fifth scale is no trivial matter, as long as it lies within its range. It embodies the essence of truth. "Xiao Su, here are the experimental data recorded by the machine. The data monitored by the sensors is continuously uploaded to the regional network for real-time preservation." "Thank you. It's nothing. This is my responsibility." Nowadays, Xiao Zhang held Su Ting in increasingly high regard, recognizing him as a rising star. The first 4 sets of data were smooth, but the last set showed a continuous breach of peak values. The further one looked, the more chaotic the peak values became. Yet, Su Teng wore an expression of exhilaration, for he understood that all truths lay hidden within these tumultuous peaks of data. As Su Teng intently scrutinized the data, Li Rongxing approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Su, this experiment was exceptional. Even if there was a minor error at the end, it was clear that you maintained control throughout." Recalling Su Teng's performance during the entire experiment, it was evident how diligently he had checked for any discrepancies in the experimental apparatus. While others rejoiced in the experimental data, he sensed something amiss and confidently articulated his suspicions. He proactively proposed that the personnel maintain a greater distance for safety. Even during the 5th experiment, he exhibited no signs of panic. What was most astonishing was the flawless execution of the automatic shutdown mechanism, which effectively contained all energy, striking the predetermined target. This was all accomplished solely by Su Ting. Moreover, the energy weapon itself shattered Li Rongxin's prior perceptions. The extensive damage during the fifth test was largely due to the impending loss of control over the energy. In a safe testing environment, even a slight reduction in power would still yield significant results. Reflecting on this, Li Rongxin recalled a phrase that encapsulated his disbelief. Can this truly be classified as a firearm? After noting Su Ting's performance and comparing it to that of the attending researchers, Li Rongxin couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that I look down upon you. Rather, it seems that despite all your research, you are not as remarkable as you believe. The researchers exchanged glances, sensing an implicit critique in Li Rongxin's expression. Where? Ultimately, the experiment still failed. We cannot compare to the esteemed predecessors. Flattered by Li Rongxin's praise, Su Ting humbly replied, not comparable to the predecessors? Li Rongxin turned to glance at the others once more, shaking his head in silence. The once jubilant expressions of the esteemed figures abruptly froze upon their faces. What are you doing? Do not presume we are oblivious to your insinuations. Should there be any advancements in the experiments in the future, do make sure to inform me. However, I must take my leave now. Li Rongxin and the distinguished researchers are currently engaged in significant projects. Their invitation from Su Wei was merely to attend a conference on emerging technologies. Little did they know that Su Ting's exceptional presentation would inadvertently lead to an actual demonstration of the new technology, culminating in an unexpected full viewing of the proceedings. During this time, their phones had been inundated with calls, yet the absence of results had compelled them to suppress their inquiries. Now, the moment had come when departure was unavoidable. Su Ting, recognizing the situation, solemnly assured everyone, "Rest assured, I will expedite the completion of the experiments. Xiao Su, I have faith in you. Xiao Su, keep it up." One by one, they departed, while exaggerated accounts of the experimental tests began to circulate at the research facility. Chapter 59. Low temperature? No, it's a hot spring. Throughout history, tea houses, restaurants, and canteens have always been the most convenient venues for the exchange of information. Particularly within this enclosed base, any significant event occurring swiftly spreads to every corner. At this moment, the exuberant Li Yu, his face flushed with excitement, is sharing the thrilling news he has just received with the surrounding audience. I must tell you, the experimental tests conducted on the anti-aircraft artillery were absolutely spectacular. His words instantly piqued the interest of those around him. Previously, the visitors to the base were predominantly middle-aged individuals or elderly men with silver hair. However, this time, a younger cohort of researchers has arrived, instantly becoming the focal point of conversation. The key detail is that everyone is aware that these distinguished individuals initially came merely to attend a presentation. Yet, due to the extraordinary nature of the conference, it inevitably evolved into a hands-on demonstration. Everyone had heard whispers of Su Ting's creation, the power of the lightsaber. This time, however, it is rumored that an even more formidable weapon, the energy cannon, is being tested. This weapon has revolutionized traditional ammunition design and boasts several energy output modes, absurdly positioning it as a devastating arsenal beneath missiles. Merely hearing such news leaves the audience in a state of restless anticipation. To possess such a weapon would undoubtedly make one the most distinguished figure in the entire base. Nevertheless, only a select few are permitted to partake in the practical testing, while the majority remain at their designated posts. Obedience to orders is the soldier's primary duty. Throughout the day, increasingly louder explosions reverberate at intervals. To claim curiosity is absent would be disingenuous. Finally, they await the arrival of someone well-informed to elucidate the scene. Quick, speak up. Don't leave us hanging at the crucial moments. Be cautious of your backside. Indeed, I have always detested those who speak only half a sentence. One day, I shall. You criticize others, yet you too speak only in fragments. Noticing the curious gazes directed towards him, Li Yu decides to unveil the details. The energy cannon possesses 5 energy scales, thus the experimental tests are divided into 5 distinct phases. Each phase lasts 1 minute, followed by a 5-minute intermission. Curious as to why this arrangement was made, a young researcher named Su explained, this setup represents the maximum limits achievable under normal testing conditions for the energy cannon. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals nodded in understanding. The testing of weapon performance adheres to a series of safety standards. It is not a matter of simply brandishing the weapon and firing indiscriminately. More intricate requirements include environmental conditions, shooting frequency, and accuracy standards. Only through the most scientific testing can the performance of the firearm be accurately assessed. At that moment, an abrupt voice interjected, "Sue, have you retrieved the energy cannon from the cryogenic chamber?" The events that transpired during the presentation had long been disseminated among those at the base. While they may not fully grasp the schematic diagrams, one detail lingered in their minds. During the testing, Sue had placed the energy cannon in a cryogenic chamber operating at a chilling -20 degrees. Their first reaction was one of disbelief, thinking, how can someone be so earnest? It was later reported that the conference concluded splendidly, with the energy cannon remaining entirely unaffected. Attendees expressed their astonishment, admitting their lack of comprehension, yet feeling profoundly shaken. Consequently, the soaking in hot springs experiment became a widely circulated topic throughout the base. Just as the conversation subsided, someone interjected, "Do you really need to ask? It's a practical test, after all. Should your lunar probe necessarily be tested on the moon? Will your wife cake contain an actual wife?" The expression of the individual across the table shifted as the rebuttal struck a nerve regarding his awkward situation, prompting a sheepish apology. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you don't have a wife in reality." Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Liu cleared his throat and remarked, "In this instance, Xiaosu did not bring out the energy cannon. I knew it. How could he not? Wait, what did you say? He did not remove it from the cryogenic chamber?" An eerie silence enveloped the room, as the revelation was utterly astonishing. 20 degrees below zero, was this indeed the frigid temperature I comprehend? Could it truly be a hot spring? At that moment, some began to question their very existence. Was the hot spring experiment merely a nickname or an actual hot spring? Perhaps I should give it a try. No, that wouldn't do. It would be disastrous. Liu was quite pleased with the reactions of this rough crowd. They were so easily astonished by such a mere practical test. If only they knew what awaited them. Their existential doubts would only deepen. In fact, it seemed many had already begun to second-guess their lives, with some contemplating whether to truly test the cryogenic chambers 20 degrees below zero for themselves. Such frighteningly naive individuals. Every increment of energy output from the energy cannon doubles the capacity. However, this only reflects the external manifestation. Internally, the pressure on the chamber's components does not simply double with each increase in energy output. The internal pressure remains constant, and the volatility of the explosive gas alters the internal pressure dynamics, leading to overheating at the muzzle and the effects of extreme cold. As Liu elucidated these points, the seasoned soldiers, accustomed to handling firearms, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Was this truly just a routine test? It sounded remarkably similar to their grueling training sessions. Observing the worried expressions surrounding him, Liu continued, "Even though the esteemed individuals present, including academician Li, have faith in Xiaosu, I cannot say I hold absolute hope that the test will be successfully completed." For the initial energy output experiment, everyone was tense, their palms sweating, as sustaining energy output for a full minute was a far cry from the mere seconds tested during the conference. There lay an essential difference between endurance and a sprint. Nods of understanding rippled through the room. Through the live lens, one can observe the inner workings of the gun's chamber. The firing pin ignites a spark, igniting the gas, which then follows a predetermined pathway before transforming energy through a crystal prism. An ethereal blue light converges at the muzzle, culminating in a resounding crack as it strikes the target. The external energy measuring instruments whirl into a frenzy, with peaks appearing in rapid succession. Witnessing these peaks, the minds of all present converge on a singular thought. Is this truly a firearm? The internal nanoscale sensors remain remarkably tranquil, displaying an exceptionally smooth curve, akin to a mundane remark made when nudging a companion. "Today's overtime has been exhausting. Let us discuss this tomorrow." The attendees, puzzled, exchange glances, sensing an inexplicable shift. As a minute swiftly elapses, a peculiar silence envelopes the venue, for none anticipated the experiment would conclude so seamlessly. It is only when Xiaosu announces, "We will commence the second energy scale experiment in 5 minutes," that the attendees collectively awaken to the reality. At that moment, a singular thought echoes through their minds. Is this it? Is this the frozen chamber? -20 degrees, and this is it? Low temperature? No, this resembles a hot spring. Chapter 60. Identifying the problem, Liu was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. He then announced, "In 5 minutes, the second energy test will commence." Although the initial experiment had been remarkably successful, a lingering uncertainty remained among the spectators. The revolutionary energy gun surpassed conventional firearms in ways they could scarcely fathom, particularly with the continuously operating cryogenic chamber, which added to the complexity of the experiment. Nevertheless, Xiao Su maintained an air of nonchalance as he instructed the staff to initiate the test, seemingly unperturbed by the challenges at hand. Though his words were few, Li managed to ignite the collective imagination of the audience. Some began to recall how, prior to the presentation, Su Tung had leisurely enjoyed his breakfast in the cafeteria. This calm demeanor was far beyond what one might expect from someone of his age. If it were Xiao Su, everything would indeed be effortless, echoed in the minds of all present. As the experiment commenced, everyone fixated on the sensor's gauges. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute passed. While the external energy gauge spun wildly, the internal energy gauge of the gun remained placid. Everything appeared as seamless as before. As the tension in the room began to dissipate, a sense of relief washed over the previously anxious crowd. I knew it. With Xiao Su around, the experiment would surely be a breeze. However, Liu shifted the topic, capturing everyone's attention once more. Amidst the jubilations and admiration for the impeccable data, Xiao Su furrowed his brow, repeatedly scrutinizing the experimental data. Why the frown when success had seemingly been achieved? Some were astute enough to grasp the underlying implications of his concern. On the surface, the experiment had indeed succeeded, an opinion shared by many prominent figures in the weapons department, including academicianly, due to the outstanding results. Yet, Xiao Su perceived an anomaly that eluded the others. I pose a question to everyone, he began, prompting the audience to straighten with anticipation. The moment to showcase their knowledge had finally arrived, and it was in front of such a distinguished assembly. When the internal pressure of a firearm is maintained at a certain level, the efficiency of energy utilization increases. The nanosensors are capable of examining the internal environment of the weapon. Thus, what condition would the imagery at the forefront of the sensor portray? At first, the question seemed somewhat daunting. However, upon closer examination, it was essentially a query about whether the increased efficiency of energy usage amidst a complex internal environment would lead to a rise in imagery or maintain stability without reaching equilibrium. Once this notion crystallized, a number of attendees began to voice in unison, the imagery will rise and become more complex. Precisely, Xiao Su affirmed. At that moment, all the senior figures, including academician Li, had overlooked this detail, as the real-time imagery during the test had been remarkably stable. If that's the case, then perhaps I could design weapons too. It seems those experts are not as formidable as they appear, mused some of the bolder individuals, their minds ignited with wild ideas. Yet, this was merely a reflection of their absence from the scene. If they were present at the scene, they would likely be overwhelmed by the explosive energy of the weapon, shouting in astonishment. How could you even question my intellect? Apologies, but there is none to speak of. The power of the explosive energy weapon is truly formidable. However, Xiao Su sensed something amiss and meticulously examined the weapon's condition multiple times, even checking if the instruments were malfunctioning. It wasn't just the other experts who were baffled. Even academician Li struggled to comprehend Xiao Su's actions. As the crowd pondered the situation, Xiao Su elucidated the circumstances, prompting a collective realization. It took them this long to grasp it? Had it been me, I would have understood much sooner. My sincere apologies, I should not have been so cautious. In truth, I could very well design weapons myself. As the subsequent experiments commenced, a palpable sense of concern enveloped the assembly, for a hidden issue had begun to surface. In such an eerie silence, one often senses the harbinger of impending misfortune. The third experiment proceeded without incident. The fourth experiment also yielded no problems, despite the testing ground for the anti-aircraft artillery being riddled with increasingly larger craters. While the graph remained remarkably smooth, doubts lingered in everyone's minds regarding the validity of the results. Nevertheless, Xiao Su steadfastly maintained his stance, urging the personnel to uphold a safe distance. Thus, the fifth experiment commenced, and the crowd's breaths quickened noticeably, as they recalled the thunderous sounds that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. Such noise could not possibly emanate from the anti-aircraft artillery. Had it not been for the knowledge that the explosive energy weapon was being tested, they might have suspected an enemy was launching missiles at the base. Was the energy at the fifth scale truly that outrageous? One audacious individual speculated that if this weapon were aimed at a heavily armored tank, it might indeed be unable to withstand such force. The fifth experiment commenced, and right from the outset, something felt amiss. The previously smooth curve of the chamber's interior suddenly spiked upwards. This was merely the beginning, as every subsequent second saw the numbers rise. Frenzied thoughts began to swirl in some minds. Apologies, I could indeed become a weapon magnate. Xiao Su was evidently correct, and the atmosphere grew tense among the distinguished attendees. as this signaled the onset of an anomaly, with the experiment teetering on the brink of chaos. The notion of losing control over the experiment sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. If such power were to spiral out of control, it would indeed signify a dire situation. Even from their considerable distance, they could perceive the eerie azure glow. The instruments began to spin wildly, the azure light intensified, and the energy peaked beyond all expectations. Yet, Xiaosu did not halt the experiment. The tension in the air thickened, breaths became shallow, and the instrument's measuring energy erupted with explosive force, the azure brilliance engulfing the onlookers. The experiment was on the verge of spiraling out of control. But at that critical moment, a bowl-shaped dome descended over everything, triggering an automatic shutdown mechanism. As the crowd gasped in awe and stared vacantly at the gaping hole exceeding 15 meters, they began to question their very existence. As the party involved, Su Ting sat in the laboratory, meticulously analyzing the data before him. Shortly after the commencement of the experiment, he had observed this anomaly. It is only now that he dares to ascertain its significance. Assuming the instruments are functioning correctly and the internal structure of the energy cannon poses no issues, a series of internal causes can be dismissed. Thus, only two potential scenarios remain. One involves the integration of nanosensors to monitor internal data, while the other pertains to an automated shutdown mechanism designed to control runaway energy. Although each device appears flawless when examined in isolation, their combination presents a more complex dilemma. Chapter 61. I am merely speaking casually. There exist myriad methodologies for addressing scientific inquiries. Nevertheless, the fundamental process typically entails identifying the problem, formulating a hypothesis, and employing experimentation to elucidate the issue. Presently, the quandary at hand involves nanosensors and automatic paralysis devices, while their individual functionalities remain unaffected. Their conjunction jeopardizes the stability of the apparatus. Reflecting on the fifth energy testing experiment, Su Tung still perceives the peril. The instruments within the testing chamber spiraled uncontrollably, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Even the apparatus measuring energy output succumbed to the surging fluctuations of peak energy, bursting under the strain. Particularly alarming was the astonishingly brilliant azure light. Had it not been for the activation of the automatic paralysis device, the repercussions could have been unfathomably disastrous. The automatic paralysis device is undoubtedly essential. It serves to channel the surging energy to a predetermined location from its source, thereby ensuring that the energy release is directed with clarity. In its absence, should the energy discharge weapon malfunction, there would be no resolution to the issue of uncontrolled energy release. A single misstep could result in a devastating explosion among allied forces, leaving no hope for survival. The nanosensor, too, holds great importance. Its role in continuously monitoring the stability within the energy discharge weapon is irreplaceable. No one wishes for their weapon to transform into a ticking time bomb in the blink of an eye. Thus, one finds oneself ensnared in a vicious cycle. Gazing at the array of data, Su Tung was engulfed in despair. No, there must be a solution. Surely, I must have overlooked something. Boom. The door swung open, and Su Wei entered, immediately noticing Su Tung's troubled expression. After the experiment concluded, all the prominent researchers had departed. Each had their own projects to attend to, having initially come merely to listen to the report. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently witnessed the entire experimental procedure, leaving only Su Wei behind. Unlike others, Su Wei, whose expertise lay in applied mathematics, had not engaged in extensive experimentation. Moreover, his project diverged from the rest, requiring no cumbersome equipment, as it was nearing completion. Consequently, he relocated the majority of the laboratory's materials to this base, a decision that had puzzled many at the time. Su Wei's explanation was simple. Little Su is my student. As his teacher, it is only fitting that I assist him during his times of difficulty. Upon uttering these words, astonished expressions surrounded him. What are you saying? As a mathematician, how can you confidently utter such shameless remarks? I've heard that when Yun Sheng called you, the phrase you repeated most was, I am busy with my project. I have no time. They exchanged knowing glances, opting for silence. Is little Su still troubled by the automatic paralysis device? Su Wei, having chosen to remain, would periodically check on Su Tang, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding his distress. Indeed, my dear teacher, I am at a loss to comprehend why, in isolated instances, there are no errors, yet when combined, chaos ensues. Su Tang has been residing in the base for an entire month. During this period, he has constructed 3 energy explosion guns, setting up both experimental and control groups. One gun is equipped with nanobots, another with an automatic paralysis device, while the final one incorporates both features. Numerous experiments have been conducted during this time, yielding a wealth of data. The first and second guns exhibit virtually no issues, however. The third inevitably leads to complications. Moreover, it no longer adheres to the previously established 4 energy scales deemed safe. Instead, malfunctions manifest even at the 3rd energy scale, resulting in catastrophic failures. Su-Tung has contemplated the possibility of equipping the gun solely with nanosceners to provide real-time feedback on its performance. Yet, this would compromise the ability to ensure accurate targeting in the event of a malfunction. Alternatively, relying solely on the automatic paralysis device is equally unfeasible, as it would preclude real-time monitoring of the gun's status. In the case of ordinary firearms, the lack of real-time data may not pose significant issues. However, for an energy explosion gun, this is untenable. The rationale is straightforward. The destructive power is immensely formidable, akin to wielding a missile without knowing whether it may detonate in the next moment. Weapons of such lethal capacity must attain absolute safety before being deemed operational. Observing Su-Tung's beseeching gaze, Su Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. You seek my counsel? You genuinely inquire of me? Yet, alas, I am equally perplexed. Though you are my student, and I publicly profess that assisting you in times of difficulty is my duty as a teacher, it is indeed unreasonable to expect someone versed in applied mathematics to resolve performance issues of a weapon praised by evenly Rongxing. Of course, I shall not voice these thoughts aloud. They shall remain my silent musings. Turning to meet Su-Tung's earnest eyes, Su Wei's heart quivered slightly. He resolved to approach the matter through mathematical reasoning, believing that if he could persuade Su-Tung with robust theoretical arguments, it would demonstrate his competence in the field. Clearing his throat, Su Wei continued, Allow me to offer an example from my own experience with mathematical projects. I have encountered similar disconcerting situations. If a problem appears flawless, and the entire process yields no errors yet results in an incorrect conclusion, it suggests that your seemingly impeccable calculations harbor oversights. Perhaps your expression is flawed. Or perhaps each datum has been miscalculated. In simpler terms, there must be an issue in the process. I merely suggest that your recent considerations have focused on internal factors, such as whether the flow of nanobots affects the internal channels of the gun barrel, or whether the automatic paralysis device has engaged in some ineffable reaction with the nanobots. However, what if, when all else is in order, the external environment poses an influence? For instance, consider environmental conditions. I recall that the temperature in your cryogenic chamber consistently hovered at -20 degrees. Before Su Wei could finish his thought, he noticed Su-Tung had become momentarily transfixed. Huh? What does this imply? Could it be that something significant has indeed been uncovered? I merely mentioned it in passing. Initially, Su-Tung paid little heed to the preceding remarks, until the phrase about the external environment and the frigid temperature struck him. In an instant, it was as if a light had illuminated Su-Tung's mind. Yes, the external environment, -20 degrees. Why had I overlooked this? It is widely acknowledged that as temperatures rise, gas molecules become increasingly dynamic. Conversely, as temperatures plummet, gas molecules grow more subdued. The impact of -20 degrees extends beyond merely the external surroundings. It also encompasses the internal environment of the chamber. To simplify, the transmission of energy within the conduit is affected. Chapter 62. What angered me observing Su-Tung, who had become increasingly busy, Su Wei hesitated to speak. It is a well-established fact that mathematics serves as the foundation for excelling in other scientific disciplines. A formidable computational ability ensures that one does not err when confronted with a multitude of data. Furthermore, the logical reasoning cultivated through mathematics enables one to analyze problems adeptly. However, the correlation between weapon fabrication and proficiency in mathematics is, without a doubt, tenuous. If you were to inquire, I would confess my ignorance on the matter. I merely offered a few hypothetical scenarios. Yet, judging by Su-Tung's animated expression, it appeared that I had struck a chord, penetrating to the heart of the issue. Could it be that I am, in fact, a latent genius in weapon design? Su Wei's thoughts had taken a rather audacious turn. Su, could it be that the crux of the problem lies in the frigid temperature of -20 degrees? Su-Tung looked up at his instructor, bewildered, pondering. Isn't that what you informed me? Upon seeing this expression, Su Wei promptly clarified. I do not claim ignorance. Rather, I wish to inquire once more. Ah, so you intended to assess my understanding? Su-Tung grasped the situation. Although the temperaments of these esteemed individuals are often peculiar, making it challenging for outsiders to win their favor, Su-Tung felt otherwise. Based on their current interactions, both Li Rongxing and Su Wei were quite amiable. provided one discussed the principles and developmental processes of the explosive energy gun. It remained unclear who had propagated the rumor that they were difficult to please. Reflecting on this, Su Ting spoke earnestly. Initially, I overlooked external factors, as the nanosensors and automatic paralysis system function normally throughout all testing experiments. However, once introduced into the experimental group, issues consistently arose. I speculated that perhaps a flaw existed within a specific region of the gun chamber, which I had yet to identify. As a result, I conducted incessant testing for the past month until I heard your earlier remark regarding external temperature. Given that the two variables are separated, with temperature being constant, the nanosensors and automatic paralysis system remain unchanged, while the dependent variable is the combination of the two. Simultaneously, at low temperatures, molecular movement becomes sluggish. When the internal pressure of the gun chamber is constant, an increase in energy scale results in heightened utilization of volatile explosive gas, causing significant fluctuations in the overall internal pressure. When these two elements are combined, does the sluggish molecular motion not affect the speed of nanosensors within the established pathways? The automatic paralysis device fundamentally controls the drastic changes in energy within the gun chamber. Once the energy exceeds a certain threshold, it autonomously determines that a runaway reaction has occurred. Consequently, when the automatic paralysis device perceives a runaway reaction, a series of chemical reactions ensues. Yet, the reality is that the internal mechanisms of the gun chamber function normally. Under varying electric control signals, current disturbances may arise in a brief span, leading to a perplexing situation where one appears to be out of control despite remaining composed. In simpler terms, it is as if one is perceived to be in chaos when, in reality, they are not. This culminates in an instinctive response. Consequently, from an external perspective, energy can surge to alarming levels, directed forcefully towards a predetermined target. In perilous circumstances, catastrophic failures may also occur. Initially, Su Wei was attentively listening. Although he did not fully comprehend the intricacies, he could grasp the essence, as the academician surely possessed considerable insight. However, as an array of convoluted terminologies emerged, Su Wei found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? Why must you articulate it so clearly when I genuinely cannot comprehend? The young man seemed to have misplaced his bearings. He was merely a modest practitioner of applied mathematics, far removed from the realm of esteemed weapon design experts like Li Roshan. Yet, what could be done? The words had already been uttered. He was still the young man's instructor, albeit in name only. Thus, Su Wei resigned himself to patiently listen, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Internally pleading, "Please do not seek my opinion, do not ask what actions I should recommend next, and do not inquire whether what you are doing is correct." In the next moment, Su Ting solemnly gazed at Su Wei and posed the very question he dreaded. "Teacher, what do you think should be the next steps? Or is what I am doing correct?" The tension in his body instantly stiffened, and with a hesitant glance back at Su Ting, he replied in a strained tone. "Xiao Su, in truth, you are doing quite well." No, that was not entirely accurate. Rather, he believed that the way he was conducting the experiment posed no significant issues. Really? Su Ting turned with a skeptical look, sensing something amiss in his teacher's demeanor, yet unable to articulate the precise feeling. "Indeed," Su Wei affirmed, giving Su Teng's shoulder a firm pat. "This student was astonishingly formidable. When Yun Xing became my pupil and sought my guidance, his inquiries were relatively simplistic, easily addressed. But Xiao Su, consider the nature of your questions. Are you truly untroubled by your conscience for challenging your teacher with such complexities? Your instructor is merely an expert in applied mathematics, not a weaponry savant." Fortunately, Xiao Su was a pure researcher, oblivious to the nuances of Su Wei's expressions. Had it been Yun Xing, there would undoubtedly have been a different flavor to his smile. Regaining his composure, Su Wei prepared to engage with Su Ting more comfortably. "Xiao Su, let me impart this. At times, do not feel compelled to adhere strictly to my opinions. If you sense that I am mistaken, feel free to disregard my counsel. Consider the essence of the matter. The schematic of the explosive energy gun was conceived by you. The product was crafted by your hands. And the automatic paralysis device was an idea that emerged spontaneously from your mind. I am merely an unremarkable old man. Have I offered you numerous references or suggestions? Not at all. There have been none." Su Ting pondered this seriously and realized it was indeed the case. He nodded emphatically. "Indeed, this is wait a moment." Su Wei began to sense an unsettling feeling. By articulating it this way, it seemed as though he appeared somewhat inept. After all, I am, in a sense, the mentor to young Su. Thus, Su Wei sought to amend the situation. Therefore, while my opinions may occasionally bear significance, they are not of paramount importance. Whether you heed them or not is not exceedingly consequential. Alas, it still feels amiss. Enough of this, I am vexed. With that, Su Wei patted Su Teng on the shoulder, signaling him. Since you have reached clarity, you may commence with the forthcoming experiment. I shall take my leave. As he observed his mentor's retreating figure, Su Teng felt a touch of perplexity. The final pat on the shoulder seemed to carry an undercurrent of irritation. Chapter 63. Seek guidance in times of difficulty. It seems that the teacher has become preoccupied with some vexing matters related to the project. As for whether Su Wei has been disheartened due to my influence, Su Teng possesses a clear understanding of the situation. Could it possibly be true? Absolutely not. The teacher is an esteemed academician, while I am merely a nondescript designer of energy weapons. Would it be reasonable for him to be affected by me? Certainly not. Turning his attention, Su Teng found himself entirely captivated by the experiments with the energy weapon. A general direction for the experiments had been established, marking a significant advancement compared to before. The next step would involve verifying whether the hypothesis held true. In the realm of scientific experimentation, this merely constituted the initial stride, specifically, the first step along the correct path. Many regrettable experiments throughout history have met with unfortunate conclusions due to misdirection from the outset. Thus, I should simulate the environment rather than conduct experiments directly with the energy weapon. Su Teng sank into contemplation. The advantages of a simulated environment include the ability to replicate the general conditions and to conduct experiments that pose significant challenges to reality without exhausting excessive resources. For instance, the construction of a lunar lander cannot be executed directly on the moon. Instead, an analogous environment must be created, replicating atmospheric conditions, temperature differentials, and surface environments. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The more complex the environment, the higher the technological sophistication required of the equipment. In a simulated environment, it is nearly impossible to ensure that the devices will function as anticipated. For smaller projects or weapons, success in a simulated environment might suffice. But this is an energy weapon, one that can create a 15-meter-wide hole when tested in an anti-aircraft range. Su Teng would never consider deploying it without absolute safety assurances. In the heat of battle, even a slight margin of error could result in countless casualties. However, practical testing proves to be more challenging than anticipated, primarily due to the production delays of the energy weapons. Over the past month, Su Teng had primarily utilized prototypes he crafted himself for testing. Even with the existence of schematics, the staff could not assimilate the information at the same pace as Su Teng. If there were a panel to display their progress, Su Teng would observe that their understanding was barely above negligible levels, with a glacial rate of improvement. At this pace, it would take years, if not longer, to produce a single energy weapon. Should I attempt to create another energy weapon? This thought arose but was swiftly dismissed. As the specific issues remain unidentified and still only speculative, it would be a waste of time to fabricate another energy weapon. The 3 existing prototypes must remain untouched, as there is still value in continuing the comparative experiments. To halt ongoing experimentation for the sake of a mere hypothesis would be exceedingly imprudent. If the final outcome does not align with this conjecture, then all previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, might I seek the guidance of Senior Brother Yin? The very first name that sprang to Su Teng's mind was indeed this one. Since entering Hucking, whenever faced with difficulties, turning to Senior Brother Yin has always proven to be a sound decision. He would invariably assist, regardless of the hour. Gradually, this notion solidified in Su Teng's mind. Although Senior Brother Yun may not excel in research, as a former researcher, his reliability in other matters is unquestionable. Just as Su Teng was about to grasp his phone, he suddenly remembered this was the base. Senior Brother Yun does not possess the credentials to enter. Yet, the teacher is present. In terms of authority, surely the teacher holds more. Beep, beep, beep. The call rang only once before being answered. Is this perhaps a traditional right between master and disciple? Senior Brother Yin also answered after a mere second. Little Su, do you require any assistance from me? Su Wei initially intended to inquire, Little Su, do you need my help with your research problems? However, before he could utter the words, he was engulfed by the dread he had felt earlier that day. The chaotic electrical signals, the sluggish molecular flow, did these impede the speed of the nanosensors? Each word was comprehensible, yet when pieced together, the entire sentence eluded him. Teacher, I truly need your assistance. Listen, if it were not for the explosive energy guns. Little Su remains quite a considerate child, polite and thoughtful. Yet, the next moment, Su Ting declared, "We lack sufficient explosive energy guns for our experiments. And I hope you can arrange for the relevant staff to facilitate their production." After a brief pause, as if he were carefully selecting his words, he continued, "It would be even better if you could personally participate." "Wait, what are you saying?" Su Wei was momentarily taken aback by Su Ting's barrage of requests. It then dawned on him. Little Su is indeed speaking about the explosive energy guns. He is requesting that arrangements be made for their production, especially that last statement, "hoping for my involvement." The smile that had adorned his face now turned rigid. That was not merely participation. It was akin to directly assuming a leadership role. Retracting his earlier thought, "Little Su, perhaps you are not as considerate as I believed." Clearing his throat, Su Wei feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Little Su, I actually specialize in applied mathematics." Applied mathematics? Senior brother Yun had never mentioned this to me. I had assumed the teacher was a weapons design expert. "Oh, Yun Shing. I have noted this. Why have you not clarified your field to your junior over all this time? I understand now. You must have been secretly retaliating for my prior comments about you." "No, I am not." Su Wei found it particularly difficult to utter these words, feeling almost embarrassed about his own shortcomings. Although, indeed, that was not his area of expertise. "Then how?" Su Ting muttered. When the system issued the task, there was a particularly striking phrase, "completing the task early would yield additional rewards." Although no specific time frame was mentioned, it was unlikely to extend over several years. Nearly 2 months have already elapsed, which is not far removed from the implicit deadline set by the system. As for the final remark, additional rewards, one need not ponder this. Undoubtedly, they would be superior items. A system capable of providing lightsabers and energy guns surely has rewards of an equally high caliber. Absolutely. "Ah, Su, while I am not a maestro of weapon design, do you not know someone who could assist? If he were to partake in the design of the energy gun, it would indeed be a case of achieving double the results with half the effort," Su Wei remarked languidly over the phone. "Who?" In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Li Rongxing. Indeed, if Mr. Li could be involved in the project, the energy gun might truly be crafted in the shortest possible time. Chapter 64. The most powerful assistant. In contrast to Su Ting's unadulterated thoughts, his mentor Su Wei possessed an even more profound simplicity. "You, Li Rongxing, have always stood at the pinnacle of the weapons design department. Throughout this journey, you have confronted numerous challenges and achieved countless successes. Now, this test of the explosive energy gun is truly deserving of your attention. I am eager to see how you will resolve it." At that moment, Su Ting's voice resonated through the phone. "Teacher, I do not possess Mr. Li's contact information." "Of course, you don't. But I do," Su Wei replied. "Leave this matter to me, little Su. I will contact Li Rongxing right away and inform you of the outcome shortly." Indeed, Su Wei proved to be as dependable as senior brother Yun. It was remarkable how, with just a single statement, the teacher assumed full responsibility for the situation, such as the reliable bond between mentor and disciple. "Thank you for your assistance, teacher." "Not at all, not at all." As Su Ting ended the call, a hint of perplexity lingered in his mind. He sensed a tinge of eagerness in his teacher's words. It seems that teacher is also quite invested in the explosive energy gun. Turning away, Su Ting immersed himself in simulating the internal environment of the explosive energy gun. Meanwhile, Su Wei, having hung up the phone, was indeed as impatient as Su Ting had surmised. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, what is taking Old Li so long to answer? Can he pick up the phone as promptly as I do? What if I miss some crucial information? "Hello, what do you want?" "I'm busy with a project." Though Li Rongxing and Su Wei often clashed, their private rapport remained amicable, resulting in a more forthright manner of communication. "Oh, you're busy with a project? I suppose I shall abandon my own endeavors then." "Busy with what?" "I have heard that someone has relocated all the experimental content to the base. Is that truly being busy?" "Clearly, you are simply coveting Su Ting's work." The mask of pretense was abruptly shattered, leaving Su Wei somewhat embarrassed. "You, Li Rongxing, I initially intended not to ensnare you. However, since you reveal yourself to be this kind of person, I shall not hold back any longer. I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you today. But it is not I who seeks you out, it is Su Ting." "Su Ting?" Li Rongxing paused, then promptly recalled what he had said to Su Ting over a month ago upon leaving the base. "If the explosive energy gun yields results, you must inform me." Could it be that there are indeed results? Yet, it has only been a little over a month. No, if it is little Su, perhaps it truly is possible. Li Rongxing's breathing quickened as he tentatively inquired, "Little Su, has the explosive energy gun really been developed?" It was not that he had never encountered powerful weapons before, but the prospect of such a formidable explosive energy gun shattered his previous understanding. Look at you, showing such little composure, your breath betraying your excitement. That once haughty demeanor of yours is easily subdued. Yes, the explosive energy gun has indeed been developed. The flavor is so tantalizing that Li Rongxing is on the verge of losing his temper. Please, do speak swiftly. Yet, the previous issue remains unresolved. Unresolved? The thought of the final shot creating a massive 15-meter-wide hole, only to have its energy constrained by an automatic paralysis device, has drained Li Rongxing's interest, leaving him with a tinge of ennui. The weapon's immense power, if uncontrollable, ultimately serves no purpose. But still, you have a butt? Your entire family must be filled with butts. Xiao Su has discovered a new direction this time. Of course, I must acknowledge my significant contribution to this endeavor. Had I not suddenly deduced this line of thought, Xiao Su would undoubtedly have faced numerous detours. Noticing Su Wei's inclination to ramble, Li Rongxing unceremoniously interrupted his preamble. Get to the point, speak plainly. Oh, how dull. After muttering this, Su Wei solemnly stated, Xiao Su hopes you can participate in the energy beam project, as he requires a new energy beam weapon to validate the new experiment, if successful. The energy beam weapon would be entirely devoid of risks. A new approach, the energy beam experiment, completely devoid of risks. The words may be few, yet each sentence carries significant weight. When these focal points are synthesized, it appears to herald a new chapter in technological advancement. However, I truly have ongoing projects in my hands. Unlike Su Wei, Li Rongxing possesses several critical projects under his purview. These are meticulously arranged within confidential documents and are subject to stringent directives from above. Within the stipulated timeline, completion is imperative, with even the tentative launch date already established. If he were to abandon his current projects to engage in Su Teng's energy beam weapon, although he personally would be willing, it would not be easy to justify to his superiors. Your current projects have reached a pivotal moment, and you expect me to restart elsewhere? Are you jesting? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rongxing replied, the projects at hand have reached a crucial juncture. I cannot attend personally and must delegate an assistant to go in my stead. An assistant? Su Wei scoffed. Do you even realize what you are saying? He is Long Dongsheng. Long Dongsheng. Upon hearing this name, Su Wei understood. Li Rongxing had indeed put considerable thought into this, referring to him as an assistant. Long Dongsheng seemed more like a prodigy of Li's true teachings. Currently, many critical pieces of information are entrusted to Long Dongsheng for management. Throughout this lengthy period, there has been no report of any errors on his part. Within the team, he has consistently been a leading figure of the second tier. Sending Long Dongsheng seems to pose no issues. On the contrary, it indirectly conveys the importance Li Rongxing places on Su Teng. Very well. As long as you believe it will not undermine your assistant's confidence, let him go. Upon hearing this, Li Rongxing burst into laughter. You cannot be serious. Long Dongsheng's confidence will be shaken? Huh. I hope you find yourself laughing in the end. After hanging up, both began to make their respective arrangements. When Su Teng learned that Mr. Li had arranged for an exceptionally capable assistant to come, he was quite taken aback. He understood that Li Rongxing would undoubtedly lack the time to personally participate in the explosive energy gun project. The most probable scenario would have been the assignment of a somewhat experienced assistant. However, this time, it was an assistant who had directly received his profound teachings. Thank you. Teacher. Little Su, you're already my student. No need for thanks. After hanging up the phone, Su Teng turned to examine the meticulously constructed simulation experiment environment. The airtightness was identical, the established pathways were the same. The automatic paralysis device and the nanosensors were positioned identically. And even the adjustable energy at the back was completely uniform. If one were to point out a difference, it would be that the simulated environment could not create a 15-meter hole. Since everything was already in place, let us commence. Su Teng could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 65. I am just an ordinary secretary given that this is a simulated environment test. Su Teng opted for an outdoor experiment. Even the simulated 5-stage energy output could not be contained within the confines of a humble laboratory. A moment's negligence could lead to the complete obliteration of the entire facility. When Su Wei learned that Su Teng had requested an outdoor testing site, his emotions were quite conflicted. As both a teacher and a researcher, he was eager to witness the event firsthand, even if he might not comprehend the intricate details. Standing beside a product poised to revolutionize existing technology and observing the testing progress would undoubtedly ignite his passion. Yet, The thought of inadvertently being asked a common knowledge question by Su Tung left him feeling apprehensive. It would be undeniably awkward to find himself unable to answer a single inquiry as a teacher. Ultimately, he decided it would be best to wait for Long Dongxing to arrive before proceeding. Meanwhile, Su Tung had already commenced the first experimental process. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the explosion energy gun's simulated environment, the first energy scale simulation experiment begins. Through the lens, one could clearly see the tail-end striker igniting sparks, igniting the explosive gas, and transmitting through the predetermined experimental pathway. As it traversed the narrow confines of the explosion energy gun's activation module, it transformed into a potent particle beam. The crystal prism converged the particle beam before directing it into the correction chamber, where a ghostly blue light began to rapidly coalesce at the muzzle. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed as the distant test board shattered. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 70 seconds. The data streaming in indicated that everything was functioning normally. The recorded external energy values peaked higher than the previous test. The internal chamber data initially showed a marked fluctuation before returning to its usual smoothness. Over the past month, Su Tung had refined the explosion energy gun, extending the testing duration to 70 seconds. Initially, he harbored concerns about the possibility of anomalies, such as the internal chamber data being entirely uniform. However, it now appeared that his worries had been unfounded. In fact, the performance exceeded expectations, proving to be both durable and enduring. All the personnel surrounding him turned their attention towards Su Ting, awaiting his next directive. Although Sui held the highest rank at the base, it was evident to all that even he never hesitated to meet Su Tung's demands unconditionally. Moreover, Su Ting was not only handsome but also possessed remarkable research capabilities, making it no disgrace to follow his commands. 5 minutes later, the second energy scale test commenced. Preparations were underway, and Su Tung focused on the broader picture, while specialized personnel managed data recording and compilation. Yet, something felt amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Consequently, Su Ting scrutinized the data images repeatedly, his brow furrowed with concern. 5 minutes later, following the staff's reminder, the second test of the energy cannon commenced. At 2:06 in the afternoon, the second energy scale simulation experiment begins. Unlike the previous tense atmosphere, Su Tung's brow furrowed in concern this time. Upon learning that the ambient temperature could affect the velocity of internal molecules, potentially impacting the automatic paralysis device in the nanosensors, Su Tung conceived a small device, a temperature regulator, also at the nanoscale. In essence, its function was to maintain a consistent temperature within the channel between the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensors, ensuring both remained at ambient temperature. During those 5 minutes, Su Tung meticulously observed the imagery, finally discerning something amiss. Although the internal environmental images of the barrel initially showed an increase, aligning with theoretical data, the real-time monitoring of the regulator exhibited no response whatsoever. It was akin to having concluded a task while the counterpart remained oblivious. This predicament could be explained by 2 scenarios. The first possibility was that the trigger conditions for the regulator had not yet been met, thus everything continued to operate normally, leading to molecular reactions unknown to Su Tung, ultimately resulting in a flawless test of the energy cannon at the first scale. The second possibility was that, in the simulated environment, the necessity of the regulator was irrelevant, allowing all data to emerge perfectly. If the first scenario were true, it was undoubtedly what Su Tung most desired to observe. However, should the second scenario hold, the implications could be dire. The triggering process mirrored that of before, and the sequence beneath the lens was equally smooth. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 70 seconds, until the moment of conclusion. The fundamental data was almost identical to the previous trial, save for a differing peak energy value. At this point, a staff member quietly remarked to Xiao Zhang, Secretary Zhang, "Hasn't the second scale energy experiment already succeeded? Why does Su still appear troubled?" "You're asking me?" The staff member seemed perplexed by Xiao Zhang's animated response. "How would I know? I'm merely an unremarkable secretary. Do you think I can resolve matters regarding the energy cannon?" Originally, Xiao Zhang intended to draw a comparison with Su Wei, but fortunately, he retracted his words just in time. Reflecting on it, he realized the absurdity as a secretary. Why would he suddenly pose such a question? Before he could finish, Xiao Zhang received a sharp slap to the back of the head. "Ouch. Serves you right. Do you think you're Su?" If Su Tung had initially overlooked the issue with the temperature regulator, this time, the smooth data from the regulator was like a bomb detonating before his eyes, impossible to ignore. The energy output had doubled. After all, in a simulated environment, It was indeed doubled. At a temperature of -20 degrees, such smoothness was inconceivable, though he was reluctant to confront the second scenario. Everything before him relentlessly reminded him the second scenario had manifested. Could the simulated environment truly be inadequate? At this moment, Xiao Zhang stepped forward. Hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Xiao Su, shall we commence the third energy scale experiment in 5 minutes?" Su Teng's expression was far from reassuring. An ominous premonition loomed over him. The thought of the 15-meter gaping hole sent a wave of unease coursing through him. Indeed, the staff member had made a valid point. As an inconspicuous secretary, what right did he have to partake in an experiment involving explosive energy weapons? No, this time, there would be no waiting. No waiting? Precisely. They would directly initiate the fifth energy scale experiment. If the situation truly aligned with Su Teng's suspicions, then the entire experimental approach had been flawed from the outset. Proceeding step by step would serve no purpose. It would be better to commence directly with the maximum energy scale, especially since an automatic paralysis device was in place, ensuring absolute safety. The fifth energy scale experiment? Xiao Zhang's face instantly turned rigid. Perhaps it was best to forego the fifth experiment and directly embark on the fourth energy scale experiment instead. As Su Teng spoke, he noticed Xiao Zhang's pallor and recalled the staff member's expression from that day. Although the experiment was undoubtedly safe, it seemed they had all been left with lingering shadows of apprehension. To accommodate their emotions, it would be prudent to start with the fourth energy scale experiment. After all, this would still meet the minimum requirements for experimental testing. Chapter 66. We are to conduct the fifth energy scale experiment. Upon hearing that the fourth energy scale experiment was about to commence, the expressions on the staff's faces grew somewhat rigid. Everyone instinctively recalled the unfathomable 15-meter pit from the fifth scale experiment. The power of the fourth energy scale experiment would likely not be any less daunting. Thus, whispers began to circulate among them. Wasn't there usually a gap between experiments? Why this time? Such a direct approach? I have no idea. I heard it was still the fourth energy scale. Thankfully, it is not the fifth energy scale. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Xiao Zhang admonished. What are you all doing? Let me ask you, what is the most crucial aspect in the military? The others exchanged glances and replied, obeying orders. Xiao Zhang then retorted with indignation. Therefore, if Xiao Su is to conduct the fourth energy scale experiment, do you have any objections? Do you believe it should not be so, or what? As design and production personnel for the explosive energy gun project, do you not realize that many tasks are undertaken by Xiao Su himself? If, and I emphasize if, there were indeed any danger, as long as you look up, you will always see Xiao Su standing before you. Moreover, during that experiment, did you see Xiao Su move even once until the very last moment? Was it not Xiao Su who stood in front of us all that day? Why was Xiao Zhang, the secretary, assigned to participate in the explosive energy gun project? It was precisely to prepare for such situations. The magnitude of the fourth energy scale experiment is indeed terrifying. Who would not be afraid? A moment's carelessness could lead to unforeseen accidents. However, could someone who has gained the trust of both Li Rongxin and Su Wei allow for such accidents to occur? Absolutely not. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhang noted Xiao Teng's last statement, which clearly intended to mention the fifth scale experiment but was altered to the fourth scale. All for the sake of these experimenters. The previous experiment had undoubtedly startled them. It is not worth risking lives for the sake of research in a mere test. Talents are always in demand, and cultivating a qualified individual requires significant funding and time. Although Su Teng was aware of the safety of the automatic paralysis device, he could not convince them otherwise. Since the minimum experimental requirements had been met, conducting the experiment with the fourth energy scale would yield the same results. This was a realization that Xiao Zhang came to understand later. Thus, upon observing the hesitance on the faces of the experimenters, he became particularly incensed, genuinely enraged. The surrounding researchers instinctively lowered their heads. For the truth was indeed as Xiao Zhang had articulated, upon reflection, until the moment the explosive energy gun went out of control. The ethereal blue energy was visible from a kilometer away. Yet, Xiao Su did not budge an inch, standing before everyone in his white lab coat. Unlike the tension and panic exhibited by others, Xiao Su's expression was only slightly solemn, his brow furrowed, as if he were pondering something of great significance. The imminent crisis did not sway Xiao Su in the slightest. In retrospect, even when the energy cannon experienced a molten metal reaction, the automatic paralysis device still enabled it to flawlessly hit its target. Do not hesitate to experiment. Fear not. Whenever you look up, I shall always be ahead of you. Indeed, with someone like Xiao Su among us, what is there to fear? Surrounding individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of shame upon witnessing one another's expressions. Xiao Zhang. I apologize. I truly did not mean it that way. Never mind, I am rather inarticulate. In any case, I shall not waver. Is it merely the fourth energy scale test? What is that in comparison? We shall directly apply for the fifth energy scale experiment. Precisely. If we do not conduct the fifth energy scale experiment today, we shall not depart. Observing the eager expressions of his peers after their apologies, Xiao Zhang began to comprehend the words spoken by Su Wei a month prior when he had chosen to greet Xiao Su himself. Xiao Su, this individual, is always a source of unexpected discovery. Despite being a researcher, he consistently positions himself at the forefront. Whether in theoretical knowledge or practical experimentation, one only needs to look up to forever find him clad in his white lab coat. Strangely enough, the longer one spends time with Xiao Su, the more one instinctively trusts him, as though he could resolve any challenge that arises. It is indeed fortunate that the Dragon Country has a research talent like Xiao Su. One day, the world shall hear the resonant sounds produced by the array of devices he has created. So, this was the meaning behind academician Su's words. Endure. It is merely a bit windy, with a touch of sand. When Su Ting heard the researchers' fervent demand to proceed with the fifth energy scale experiment, he was taken aback. Why the sudden change? The fourth energy scale experiment had met the minimum requirements. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang felt a warmth in his heart. It was as he suspected. The previous adjustments to the energy scale experiment's demands had indeed been made. They had privately deliberated that accuracy in experiments is paramount. The fourth energy scale might not suffice. But the fifth energy scale would undoubtedly meet the criteria. Xiao Zhang's appointment as secretary was not without reason. For instance, he possessed the ability to communicate effectively. Thus, he refrained from relaying the researchers' earlier reactions to Xiao Su, as that would only serve to add psychological pressure on him. The Energy Cannon project already placed considerable strain on Xiao Su, who often spent entire days without emerging from the laboratory. Given this, it would be wiser to frame things differently. Su Ting found himself at a loss for words. Although Xiao Zhang wore an expression suggesting, "I truly did not deceive you." The complexities surrounding these events were unlikely to be as straightforward as he implied. Xiao Zhang was not mistaken. Scientific experimentation indeed aims for the utmost precision relative to the prescribed standards. The data yielded by the fifth energy scale would undoubtedly surpass that of the fourth. At the very least, for the temperature controller within the gun chamber, the data would be remarkably distinct. Under the condition of maintaining constant airtightness, the energy output has doubled, resulting in a significant increase in the utilization of the internal explosive gas. As a series of factors compound, the pressure within the thermostat escalates far beyond mere doubling. Should the thermostat data in this simulated environment remain unchanged, it would unequivocally indicate that this experimental approach is flawed, if not entirely erroneous. There is no need to squander any further time on it. Having comprehended this, Su Ting cast aside his pretensions and gestured to Xiao Zhang, stating, given the circumstances, "I shall not elaborate further. Please instruct all departmental personnel to be vigilant and promptly commence the fifth energy scale experiment." Su Ting's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he articulated each word with precision. "I require all departmental staff to conduct a thorough re-examination of all instruments. It is imperative that no unforeseen incidents occur. This is the most crucial step in validating the hypothesis of the explosive energy gun simulation experiment." Chapter 67 The worst-case scenario. As Su Ting approached the testing site, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. Hurry, hurry, Xiao Su is about to arrive. Have the sensors on the testing board been set up? Yes, came the reply. Not only on the testing board, but all the nearby sensors are in place. Even if Xiao Su accidentally misfires, he will surely hit the board. No sooner had these words been spoken than someone from across the way delivered a slap to the speaker's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Su doesn't he misfire? He aims precisely, intending to hit. Surprisingly, the recipient of the slap did not take offense but chuckled. I think you were right. The atmosphere at the base was filled with an infectious joy. Everyone was exceptionally motivated in their tasks. Su Ting stood somewhat dumbfounded by the scene before him. Logically, the researchers who made it to this base were the Sea Army de la Sea Army, with even his senior brother Yun lacking the qualifications to enter. This underscored the significance and confidentiality of the research projects here. While some lives may be vibrant and colorful, within the Dragon Nation, at least in this base, the lives of researchers were decidedly monotonous, constrained to a rigid routine. Over time, this had fostered an atmosphere that was rather subdued, even slightly oppressive, as the looming deadlines weighed heavily on them. Yet now how had the atmosphere suddenly come to life? It wasn't that Su Ting found anything wrong. On the contrary, he believed a more vibrant atmosphere would be advantageous for research. It was merely perplexing how such a transformation occurred so abruptly. Ah, Xiaosu has arrived. With this announcement, all the staff ceased their work, rising to stand upright around Su Tung. Most notably, he perceived in their eyes a deep respect, admiration, and trust, not from a single individual, but from the entire group. What had transpired? Was it because of me? While Su Ting pondered this, Xiao Zhang rushed over, exclaiming, Xiao Su, as per your instructions, all processes have been thoroughly checked. The instruments are functioning normally. Please indicate the next course of action. Were they treating me as a commander? Su Ting tightened his white lab coat and waved his hand, declaring, commence the 5th energy scaling experiment now. Understood. With this command, all the researchers instantly shifted into high gear. They focused intently on the instruments before them. Su Tung had never disclosed the progress of the experiment to them. However, from his unusual demeanor, everyone understood that something had gone awry, and they had reached a critical juncture. The singular thought occupying the minds of the researchers present was, could the 5th energy experiment of the explosive energy gun truly succeed? Buzzing. Unlike previous experiments, this time the explosive energy gun had plunged directly into a frenzied state. The impact pin did not halt after the first strike. Instead, it continued to collide incessantly, as if it were an unyielding force. The pressure gauge within the chamber spun wildly, akin to a malfunctioning exhaust fan. The passage behind had descended into utter chaos. The narrow confines of the explosive energy gun's activation module were being incessantly expanded, the utilization of explosive gas skyrocketing to unprecedented levels. The crystalline prism resembled a coin-operated carousel, spinning wildly instead of settling into silence. All data indicated that the 5th energy scale experiment had exploded and spiraled out of control. The only image that remained unaffected was that of the temperature controller, calm and unyielding like a seasoned married man, entirely unmoved. Just a moment longer. Let us not halt the experiment yet. At that moment, Su Tung took the initiative to reassure the surrounding staff, for the previous failed experiments had imparted profound lessons. In such circumstances, the personnel would recall the fear instilled by the explosive energy gun deep within their hearts. Without prior warning, panic could ensue, potentially leading to the cessation of the experiment. Having progressed this far, the data from the temperature controller was of utmost importance. Although the situation appeared dire, if the temperature controller could spring into action promptly, everything could still be salvaged. Therefore, the experiment absolutely must not be halted. All right, Xiao Su, do not worry about us. Su Ting turned around to find the expressions of his colleagues remarkably composed, exhibiting a calm that belied the impending chaos of the experiment. You all, hesitating. He intended to inquire, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Zhang interjected, we all believe in you. Turning back, he saw the surrounding staff nodding in resolute agreement. Very well, then, regardless of what transpires, the experiment shall continue without interruption. Understood. Gazing at Su Ting's solemn expression, the words of Xiao Zhang resonated in the minds of all present. No matter the moment, as long as you look up, Xiao Su will always be ahead of you. So, what reason do you have to fear? Indeed, they had no reason to fear. A thunderous roar reverberated through the testing grounds. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. The explosive energy gun was outputting at maximum power, incomparable to any artillery. In the distance, a massive void was forming, debris flying and dust enveloping the area. A deep blue light filled everyone's vision, and even from a kilometer away, Su Wei abruptly looked up in astonishment. Is it coming again? 50 seconds in. The iron-water reaction began. Even with Su Ting employing enhanced materials, he could not prevent the iron-water reaction. The air around them was filled with the sounds of explosions. The hydrogen generated igniting. Compared to the previous instance, this reaction was even more violent. Yet, no one stepped back, for Su Ting remained steadfast. His white lab coat a symbol of unwavering resolve. 60 seconds elapsed, and the explosive energy gun was reduced to a barely recognizable shell of its former self. Even so, it continued to operate, relentlessly outputting energy. Would it truly not detonate completely? Once again, everyone profoundly grasped the significance of Su Ting's earlier declaration. If the energy cannon is not 100% safe, I will absolutely not permit you to use it. Although experiments may falter, one can always place unwavering trust in Su. 65 seconds had elapsed, and the already defunct energy cannon could no longer withstand the relentless output of energy. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued as instruments shattered, and an ethereal blue energy surged forth, expanding rapidly before retracting instantaneously. At the moment the energy reached its zenith, a bowl-shaped formation encapsulated the azure radiance. It compressed violently, and in the next heartbeat, It hurtled towards a distant target. The automatic paralysis mechanism functioned flawlessly once again. Thunderous roars. Several seconds later, the sound of the explosion reverberated back to them. All eyes were fixed on Su Tong, who wore a furrowed brow. For it was only until that very moment that Su had noticed the temperature controller's display remained consistently smooth. This indicated that, within the simulated environment, the experiment had yielded no results. Only physical experimentation could proceed. The worst-case scenario had arrived. Chapter 68. Am I destined to lose? Absolutely not. The atmosphere in the venue fell into an unexpected silence. Judging by the final outcome, the automatic paralysis device continued to function with remarkable stability, even surpassing its previous performance. In the final seconds before the crystal prism detonated, a substantial amount of hydrogen in the air was ignited repeatedly, particularly in the last second. The energy spiraled out of control, producing a cerulean orb of light even larger than before. Nevertheless, the automatic paralysis device successfully contained the energy, directing it towards its predetermined target. In other words, the automatic paralysis device was a resounding success, while the experiment itself was a profound failure. The staff exchanged glances. A palpable hesitation lingering in the air. They seemed eager to speak, yet held back. After all, Xiao Su had yet to voice his thoughts, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Someone urged Xiao Zheng with a glance. This experiment has failed again. Why not offer some words of comfort to Xiao Su? Xiao Zhang shot back. Why don't you go? I dare not. The admission was painfully clear. Xiao Zhang was at a loss for words, surprised by the straightforwardness of the response. However, just because you lack courage, does that mean I must possess it? I am merely a secretary. Is this too much to ask of me? Just as Xiao Zhang finally mustered the courage to speak, Su Ting let out a deep sigh. Ah, as I suspected. Since the simulation experiment has proven ineffective, we shall proceed directly with the physical implementation. As I suspected, the surrounding staff were taken aback. Is this truly the gulf between Xiao Su and myself? The previous two experiments had been so flawless. We had even dared to dream of employing the energy guns and were planning a celebration. Yet, Xiao Su discerned the anomaly within those 5 minutes. Is this why he initiated the 5th energy scale experiment without waiting for a break? This is a scientific endeavor, is it not? Why does it feel as though we are merely divining fortunes, our predictions crumbling to dust? Su Tong turned to see the staff still in a daze. Offering no further explanations, he simply instructed, though our experimental approach was misguided, let us retain all experimental data. Take a brief respite. We will soon embark on the production of the energy guns. Only Xiao Zhang reacted promptly, responding, understood, I will prepare immediately. It has now been confirmed that the simulation experiments indeed cannot resolve the issues surrounding the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensors. Thus, we must proceed with the creation of the energy guns for practical experimentation. Relying solely on the personnel within the base clearly will not meet Su Teng's anticipated progress. It remains uncertain when the assistant assigned by the master will arrive. It is said that he possesses a portion of the master's true teachings. If he joins us, it should expedite the production process. The sooner the energy gun testing is completed, the better. The hidden rewards from the system are simply too enticing. Boom. The doors swung open, revealing 2 figures, Master Su Wei and a young man. Upon seeing Su Tong, Su Wei hurried forward. Xiao Su, has the experiment failed? From a distance, Su Wei observed the cerulean orb of light, now even larger than before. If his assumptions held true, the experiment had indeed faltered. Yes, it has failed. Hence, I am about to initiate the 2nd experimental method. Goodness, how calmly he admits to the failure of the experiment. Immediately thereafter, he is ready to embark on the next phase of experimentation. Xiao Su remains true to his character. Surely, he has already replayed the reasons for the experiment's failure in his mind. Is this the remarkable talent that youth possesses? Not only is he in the laboratory, but he is also on the path to the next experiment. Teacher, the assistant you mentioned last time. Oh, Long Dongxing has arrived, that's him. Su Wei quickly introduced the young man standing behind him. With a slightly receding hairline and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he exudes an air of elegance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Ting promptly stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, welcome, I am Su Tong. The gentleman has already clarified everything before your arrival, right? Long Dongxing was also scrutinizing Su Ting. He was more handsome and younger than myself, and I had heard he was quite a genuine person. Ah. It appears that in terms of external attributes, I seem to be overshadowed by Su Ting. No worries, I shall catch up in the research project. After Li Roxing returned from the base here, some accompanying staff brought back news. They claimed that Su Ting, stationed at the artillery testing base, would become a leading figure in future research endeavors. Such rumors tend to circulate occasionally within certain small circles, proclaiming that someone will achieve greatness in the future. At that time, Long Dongxing paid little heed, as Li Rongxin would always rebut such statements, remarking, "Today's youth are truly too impetuous. They often speak recklessly before any research results are yielded." However, this time was different. Li Rongxin continued to propagate the rumor until Long Dongxing could no longer restrain his curiosity and approached his teacher for clarification. The response he received was simply a succinct statement. "You are inquiring about Xiaosu? Indeed, he is quite extraordinary." Li Rongxing seldom offered praise, having encountered numerous prodigies. The stream of talented individuals flowed, but he was a steadfast figure. Yet, this time he openly commended Su Tong. Such an endorsement carried immense weight. As a disciple, Long Dongxing could not contain himself and asked, "Teacher, do you think I will surpass Su Ting in the future?" "Surpass?" Long Dongxing recalled the momentary pause in his teacher's expression before he replied with profound significance, "You will know once you meet Xiao Su and work alongside him." Thus, he had always awaited this opportunity. Now, he had finally secured a chance to join the energy weapon production project. Long Dongxing replied earnestly, "Indeed. The teacher has briefed me on the essentials. Primarily, we are here to resolve the production issues of your energy weapons, correct?" "Yes, precisely. In a moment. We shall commence the project directly. Would you like to first review the detailed schematics and my experimental manual?" "Certainly." Despite having privately resolved to make significant strides in this energy weapon production project, aiming to solve all the problems that Su Tong could not address in one fell swoop, he ultimately refrained from overstepping. The explosion energy gun project is one that even Teacher Lian holds in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have extracted me from my original project to participate here. However, merely examining the schematic and the experimental manual should be a straightforward task. Su Wei has been watching with a cheerful demeanor by the side. As a person of keen intellect, he has long perceived that Long Dongxing harbors a pressing need to prove that his research capabilities surpass those of Su Tong. He is older than the younger Su and has spent more time in research, even experiencing more hair loss than Su. How could I possibly fail? It is inconceivable. I shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. While this might be the conclusion for an ordinary individual, Su Ting is far from ordinary and thus cannot be considered as such. Just then, Xiao Zhang brought over everything that Su Tong had instructed. "Thank you." "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty." As Long Dongxing opened the schematic and the experimental manual, Xiao Zhang and Su Wei stood quietly by, exchanging glances that reflected mutual anticipation. Chapter 69. Who am I? Where am I? The thick schematic was printed, while the blue experimental manual was handwritten. As Long Dongxing casually flipped through it, he discerned Su Tang's meticulous attitude towards research from the neat lines of text. Indeed, he was a researcher worthy of respect. At that moment, Long Dongxing's gaze shifted to the two individuals nearby. What does this mean? Do they think I cannot comprehend this? What a thought, after all. I am the leading figure of the second phase under my teacher's guidance. Can I truly not understand this? Allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of a researcher, crowned with the power of knowledge. With this mindset, Long Dongxing opened the first page of the schematic. The introduction explained that the primary material for the explosive energy gun was volatile explosive gas. Compared to traditional firearms, its advantages lie in the absence of conventional projectiles. It can be utilized under extreme temperatures and will not suffer damage even with prolonged neglect. Utilizing gas, no projectiles required. Indeed, it is quite revolutionary. As he turned the page, a general diagram of the explosive energy gun came into view. The narrow space of the gun's activation template. How the volatile gas transforms into a particle beam, and the process through which a crystal prism focuses the particle beam before transmitting it to the calibrated gun chamber. I can understand each marked location on the schematic. Strangely, when combined, it appears to be an incomprehensible tome. Wait, it must be my initial glance. I didn't scrutinize it carefully. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, I would surely comprehend it. Long Dongxing, muster your strength, you can do this. After taking a deep breath, Long Dongxing expressionlessly reopened the document. For the explosive energy gun, the airtightness of the barrel is of utmost importance. If other gases inadvertently mix in, not only would it affect the density of the volatile gas, but its efficiency would also diminish. According to the atmospheric pressure formula pGh. This is the most fundamental gas pressure formula. It seems that it is not merely a fleeting glance. I can still grasp its meaning. Turning to the next page, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, overwhelming Long Dongsheng with a plethora of intricate formulas and extensive analytical data. Wait. Maintain your composure. If I examine it carefully, I can understand it. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute later. What in the world is this? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Long Dongsheng's mental state began to unravel. At that moment, he disregarded the opinions of the two individuals around him and directly picked up the blue experimental manual. Generally, the experimental manual documents the specific procedures of the experiment, the encountered issues, and the detailed resolution processes. In the face of incomprehensible schematics, consulting the experimental manual indeed appeared to be the optimal approach. However, as Long Dongsheng confidently opened it, he was befuddled. For although it was recorded as such, the issues detailed were entirely unrelated to the schematic. They pertained to even more profound experimental challenges encountered during the overall experiment. Thus, the experimental manual expands on issues beyond the schematic? Is there truly such a researcher? Am I, perhaps, a false researcher? With a resounding bang, he heard the sound of his own heart shattering. So this is how inadequate I truly am. Did Xiaosu really achieve this? No wonder he is praised by the teachers. I finally comprehend that the words of encouragement were not meant to instill hope in myself. Rather, they were a subtle hint to abandon my dreams. Some individuals are naturally gifted, and it is a lifelong struggle just to glimpse their brilliance from afar. Suwei and Xiaozhang exchanged a glance, both recognizing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Humph. Isn't he just Li Rongshen's disciple? Nothing extraordinary, really. Compared to my students, he still falls short, one remarked. A mere assistant, daring to compare himself to Xiaosu. Now he knows the disparity, came the retort. Just as Long Dongsheng continued to question his existence, Su Tung approached and inquired. The production project for the explosive energy gun has commenced, and the staff is in position. Have you comprehended the schematics and notes? The phrase struck Long Dongsheng to his core. How can I take pride in myself? I, too, am vulnerable. Thus, Long Dongsheng hesitantly replied, Xiaosu, I need you to guide me through the schematics and notes once more. I don't quite understand. Su Tung casually responded, No worries, I'll give you a quick overview. Observing Long Dongsheng's despondent demeanor, Su Tung encouraged him. Initially, Mr. Li and many weapon designers didn't understand either. It was I who explained it all. Rest assured, these concepts are not overly complex. You will grasp them in no time. So my teacher didn't understand these details at that time either. Then it's all right. Long Dongsheng instantly felt a surge of confidence. In comparison, I am not lacking. I am indeed a genius among the leaders of the second phase. Wait, something feels amiss. It was only at that moment that Long Dongsheng realized Su Tung had once lectured the teachers and numerous weapon designers. And where was I? Reflecting on the timeline, it seemed I had been preoccupied with a chaotic array of data. Darn it. Comparisons can be disheartening. They reveal stark contrasts. Never mind. I won't dwell on it. My heart aches. Su Tung sensed something was awry. His intention was to offer comfort. Yet it appeared the other spirits were sinking even lower. Was it my misperception? Surely, it must be my misunderstanding. Although Long Dongsheng was momentarily disheartened, he managed to recalibrate his mindset swiftly, adopting the earnest demeanor of a primary school student during Su Tung's lecture. Renowned as one of the leading figures in the project, second only to Li Rongshen, Long Dongsheng was indeed deserving of the title. The content from the schematics and experimental manual was promptly absorbed by Long Dongsheng right after the lesson. Aside from the initial blow to his confidence, from every angle, Long Dongsheng proved to be a responsible and competent researcher. The addition of such an assistant will undeniably benefit the production of the explosive energy gun. In the days that followed, Su Teng and Long Dongsheng worked tirelessly in the laboratory, their dedication unwavering. Two individuals often sequestered themselves within for days on end, ultimately even relocating a bed inside. Aside from dining and slumber, such a regimen propelled the entire project's progress at an astonishing pace. In scientific research endeavors, two distinct types of individuals are essential. The first is one who can guide the entire team towards the correct trajectory, adept at resolving the myriad challenges encountered within the project. The second is one who can unleash the potential of each member within the project group, thereby accelerating the overall velocity of the team. Su Tung embodies the former, while Long Dongsheng epitomizes the latter. As Su Tung contemplated the imminent creation of the energy weapons, he pondered, could this have been anticipated by the esteemed mentor? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Li Rongshen, a titan of weapon design, had led countless teams and project groups, possessing a profound understanding of what was lacking and what was required. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the two energy weapons, enhanced by Su Tung, were officially completed. With dark circles under his eyes, Long Dongsheng was almost unsteady with excitement. The physical testing commenced, marking the beginning of the official process. Chapter 70. As long as you look up, I shall always be ahead of you. Hurry, hurry. Apply for the use of the artillery testing ground. The practical tests for the explosive energy guns are about to commence. In just 2 weeks, you managed to produce 2 improved explosive energy guns. Naturally, you are unaware of the lengths we went to. Both Xiao Su and Long Dongsheng even slept in the laboratory. Remarkable. This round of testing is even more eagerly anticipated than the last, as the production speed of the explosive energy guns has significantly increased. I hear that Xiao Su has discovered a new approach, theoretically deducing time and again. Ultimately, they were able to flawlessly complete the experimental tests. Consequently, everyone is filled with hope. Will the explosive energy guns finally be in their hands? Imagine a certain covert unit, now gradually equipped with lightsabers, secretly training day by day. They even practice various tactics centered around the lightsaber. No more need to say, every time I think of this, a bittersweet tear escapes my lips. Akin to biting into a large cluster of lemons. We too desire good things, such as an explosive energy gun, to be the brightest star on the street. The researchers clad in white lab coats are animatedly engaged with one another. It is said that this time, the probability of success in the tests is quite high. The individual who had previously been struck spoke enthusiastically. I've heard too. Enough said. I trust Xiaosu the most. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. During this time, a singular thought has taken root in their hearts. Experiments may fail, but one can always place unwavering faith in Xiaosu. Observing the orderly staff, Long Dongsheng could not help but marvel internally. Now he finally understands why the teacher spoke so highly of him. Xiaosu is a consummate researcher, selfless in sharing knowledge. Any queries one may have, he readily answers. His material demands are modest. As long as it fits, he is content, courteous, and humble. Anyone who managed to create an explosive energy gun, even a rudimentary version, would boast about it for a lifetime. But Xiaosu? He possesses none of that awareness. His sole focus is on refining shortcomings and expediting the mass production of the explosive energy gun. His only passion seems to lie in his appreciation for fine cuisine. Such a person, it would be difficult not to admire. Just look at the staff ahead. Many are significantly older than Xiaosu, with extensive research experience. Yet they are still cheerfully and energetically assembling testing equipment. Long Dongsheng couldn't help but recall the question he had once posed to the teacher. Can I surpass Xiaosu? Now, he no longer requires the teacher's response. He knows the answer. No, absolutely not. In this lifetime, it would be a challenge even to catch a glimpse of Xiaosu's back. What does it mean to possess a clear self-awareness? This is it. Xiaosu, everything is ready. Xiao Zhang stepped forward to report. All right, let the testing begin. Orders were issued in succession. The next moment, the entire experimental base resonated with a humming sound. The firing pin struck, igniting the explosive gas, which was compressed and emitted an ethereal blue glow through the designated channel. Bang! The test board was struck, and the sensors atop it whirled in a frenzy, consistently raising the peak values. Waves of data surged upward, followed by a smooth image. The external energy test results appeared normal. The internal environmental readings were also satisfactory. Su Ting fixed his gaze intently on the final instrument, which recorded the thermostat's data. The initial portion of the image ascended, swiftly transitioning into a smooth plateau. The thermostat test results were normal. 30 seconds. 70 seconds. Ding. The mechanical hand, having set the timer, automatically released the trigger. Energy was instantaneously severed. After several seconds of silence, cheers erupted from the crowd. This jubilation swelled like a tide, as everyone joined in the celebration. Having followed Su Tung for so long, they understood the pivotal significance of this moment. If the thermostat's data had shown no response, it would have indicated an indescribable molecular reaction between the automatic shutdown device and the nanoceners. Now, everything was functioning as intended. Thus, our energy weapon project is finally coming to fruition. Indeed, when those enigmatic troops equipped with lightsabers see us next, they will be left in tears of envy. It is splendid, for the diligent shall not be forsaken. Long Dongsheng also wore an expression of excitement, signifying that their efforts were finally bearing fruit. Though the price was a slightly receded hairline, it mattered not. For researchers, such trivialities were to be expected. However, Su Ting waved his hand to signal for silence. Once the crowd's attention was captured, he proclaimed loudly, "We have yet to reach the final experiment. This is merely the first energy scale. There are still 4 more experiments to complete before we celebrate." 5 minutes later, the second experiment commenced. "Understood," Su Ting responded as he resumed his data review. Long Dong Xing, who had been observing closely, sighed. Well, if I can spend my life witnessing Su's silhouette, that would suffice." The experiment log recorded as follows: November 1st, 8:05 a.m. The first energy scale experiment operated flawlessly. 5 minutes later, the second energy scale experiment commenced. November 1st, 8:11, 10 a.m. The second energy scale experiment ran perfectly. 5 minutes later, the third energy scale experiment began. November 1st, 8:29, 30 a.m. The fifth energy scale experiment executed flawlessly. The energy weapon passed all tests and officially submitted its production license application. As Su Ting inscribed that statement in the experiment log, the entire base was already resonating with cheers. They celebrated together, laughter echoing, a joy surpassing even the birth of a child. Ultimately, everyone repeated a single phrase. A name, Little Su. Little Su. Witnessing this scene, Long Dongxing nearly shed tears, for from this day forth, the energy weapon had met all criteria for perfection. This signifies that the Dragon Country has experienced a substantial enhancement in its firearms capabilities. Long Dongxing trembled as he retrieved his mobile phone and initiated a call to his teacher. In the next instant, the call was promptly answered. "Dongsheng, why is it so noisy over there? Wait, does this mean?" "Indeed, teacher. Just as you anticipated, the energy blasting gun project has succeeded." Succeeded? Li Rongxing was astounded, soon succumbing to overwhelming joy. The dawn of a new technological era has truly commenced. "What about Xiao Su? Where is he? I need to speak with him." The normally composed Li Rongxing's voice began to quiver. Xiao Su. As Long Dongxing turned to seek out Su Tingren, he discovered that the figure clad in a white lab coat was standing before the experimental testing station, meticulously engaged in the final validation of the data. Although the project had succeeded, a comprehensive review of the overall data was necessary for a final confirmation. In that moment, Long Dongxing recalled a phrase. "As long as you look up, you will always see Xiao Su." Chapter 71, who says a good student can only have one teacher. After meticulously verifying the experimental data multiple times, Su Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the experimental data completely aligned with the theoretical data, and all the experimental images were flawless. This indicated the absence of any potential dangers. Everything was correct. The energy beam gun project was finally completed. Over the past 2 months, Su Ting had not stepped out of the base, and had even remained in the laboratory throughout. All his efforts had finally borne fruit. Around him, a sea of jubilant cheers erupted. The energy beam gun, a revolutionary concept that challenged traditional firearms, was indeed worthy of celebration. At that moment, the voice of the advanced technology system echoed within his mind. Ding! The energy beam gun mission has been accomplished. Retrieval in progress. The project was completed within the stipulated time frame, and the host played a pivotal leadership role, successfully transforming the blueprints into tangible technology. Rewards acquired. Red Star brand energy liquid. Note: a bottle remains potent for 3 days, indestructible. Researchers who consume it report significant health benefits. Energy points acquired. 1. The next technological set is being searched for. Please stay tuned. Su Ting found himself bewildered by this cascade of system notifications. Compared to the last time, the advanced technology system's voice had become more verbose, even expanding its functionalities. Everything was as Su Ting had anticipated. The system indeed possessed a latent temporal requirement. Why it had not been disclosed was a mystery. Perhaps it was due to insufficient energy. He could see the message, energy points acquired. 1. This suggested that the system had previously endured some calamity, forcing it into a dormant state. The released advanced technology projects were tasks, and the energy points earned seemed akin to recharging the system for its future awakening. As for the statement, successfully transformed blueprints into tangible technology, it hinted at something momentous lurking beneath the surface. Forget it, he thought. The scant clues provided by these few sentences were insufficient to deduce the specifics. However, the Red Star brand energy liquid caught his attention. The small bottle containing the violet liquid made him adopt a serious demeanor. The advanced technology system could provide blueprints for laser swords and energy beam guns, and each description was 100% authentic, certainly not misleading. This indirectly confirmed that the Red Star brand energy liquid was indeed as stated in the note. It was genuinely potent for 3 days and indestructible. What is most crucial for researchers? Is it time? Knowledge reserves? Neither. It is health. The news of sudden deaths is all too frequent, posing a tremendous loss to teams that have painstakingly cultivated talent. If the efficacy of this liquid is as remarkable as claimed, then indeed, I have struck gold this time. For now, it is too crowded, and the experiments are ongoing. I shall wait until there are fewer people around to unveil it. Although Su Tung had always been generous with sharing his academic knowledge, he would maintain complete confidentiality regarding all matters related to the system. This is his greatest trump card. Just as Su Tung was lost in thought, Long Dongsheng rushed over and embraced him excitedly, exclaiming, "Xiao Su, the teacher wants to speak with you." Turning around, he noticed the video on Long Dongsheng's phone was active, and it all became clear. It was likely that, upon the successful completion of the experiment, Long Dongsheng could hardly contain his eagerness to call the teacher to share the joyous news. One can certainly understand this. After all, this technology is revolutionary, poised to upend conventional firearms. It would not be an exaggeration to say it heralds the dawn of a new era in technology. After accepting the call, Su Tung had yet to utter a word when Li Rongshan, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Xiao Su, is this experiment truly a success?" Although he had only spent a brief time with Su Tung, he was aware of his meticulous nature regarding experiments. Previously, under perfect testing conditions, Su Tung had identified anomalies in the data and images, which led to the discovery of potential issues. Therefore, this time, it was certain he would meticulously compare the final data and images, even amidst the surrounding cheers, until the very last moment. He would not consider the experiment a complete success without personally recalculating the results. Thus, when Long Dongsheng called to announce the success, Su Tung was the first person who came to Li Rongshan's mind. Only when the designer and manufacturer himself confirmed the success could the experiment be deemed truly successful. Indeed, as the teacher had anticipated, the explosive energy gun was ready for mass production. All potential issues had been resolved, and this time it was genuinely absolutely safe. It was settled. Xiao Su had conveyed so much. Haha, Xiao Su, I knew you could do it. It is a fortune for our long country to have such dedicated researchers like you. In the future, under your leadership as a new generation of scientific pioneers, our nation's strength will surely soar once more. Long Dongsheng stood nearby, astonished. As the foremost figure in the weapons department, Li Rongshan was a person whose name could be found in textbooks, yet he had never witnessed his teacher so exhilarated. In fact, he had never heard him utter so many words of praise in one breath. Reflecting on it, he realized that the last time the teacher spoke so much was while reprimanding his research subordinates. It was a moment of envy. After laughing for a while, Li Rongsheng's emotions were finally released. As a veteran researcher, he had endured the most challenging times in Long Country's history. During those days of warfare, they lacked even air superiority. When enemy aircraft approached, they could only hide. Freight trains were bombed one after another, and railroads were systematically destroyed. Despite this, they persevered. If one were to ask Li Rongsheng what his deepest lifelong wish was, it would undoubtedly be to see the younger generation of researchers carry on the legacy. The skies of Long Country were now restricted to flying. Had they not awaited this moment? Xiao Su, he had never encountered such a pure-hearted researcher, young, polite, humble, and handsome. No, he could not dwell on it any longer. What does it matter that you are Su Wei's student? Who told you that a good student can only follow one teacher for a lifetime? You, with your unremarkable pursuits in applied mathematics. How can you claim that Su is your student? At this thought, Li Rongshan could not help but exclaim, "Su, I have a project here. It is of utmost importance and is approaching its final deadline. It is highly confidential. I hope you can join our endeavor." Goodness, Long Dongsheng truly could not contain himself this time, mentally cursing. It is not that I, a researcher, lack decorum, but the reality unfolding before me is testing my understanding to its limits. Wasn't it said to be a confidential project? It seems I have never been involved in such projects. Why is the teacher suddenly recruiting someone on the spot? It feels as though there is an urgency to have Su Ting as a student. It is disheartening, like a sour lemon. Clearly, I also had a role in the explosive project. Chapter 72. Aspiring to be a versatile designer before Su Tung could utter a word, Su Wei, who had been quietly listening from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. How can you, Li Rongshan, stoop so low as to poach students right in front of me? Prior to the commencement of the experiment, Su Wei had accompanied other staff members for a tour, having heard that the likelihood of success for this experiment was quite high. Although his expertise lay in applied mathematics, he harbored a profound interest in such revolutionary weaponry. The previous instances of the ethereal blue glow had left an indelible impact on him. The fifth energy scale, one shot, one considerable crater. Were it not for the knowledge that this was indeed reality, he might have thought he was dreaming. Who could resist such a powerful weaponry? If he were decades younger, he might have seriously considered pursuing a specialization in weaponry. Most importantly, he felt compelled to keep a close watch on young Su. When Li Rongxing had departed earlier, his gaze had grown increasingly unsettling. Such an exceptional student like Miaozi must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Following the success of the experiment, Su Wei approached Su Teng, eager to celebrate. However, as he drew near, he overheard Li Rongxing's words. Could he endure such insolence? Certainly not. What did he mean by poaching? Such matters concerning scholars should not be articulated so harshly. Look at you, a practitioner of applied mathematics. What assistance could you possibly offer to young Su on this project? In my view, your presence is merely a waste of resources. Though reluctant to concede, Su Wei had to admit that Li Rongxing's words bore a semblance of truth. No. How could he allow another's ambitions to flourish at his expense? Su Wei retorted defiantly. What do you mean I cannot provide assistance? Admittedly, I may not contribute much to the project itself. However, whenever there are requirements for materials or personnel, both Yunsheng and I are always just a call away, ready to address matters instantly. Noticing that Li Rongxing seemed poised to respond, Su Wei quickly interjected, "It was I who identified the issue with the temperature control this time. Though I may have merely mentioned it in passing, it was indeed my discovery. There is no denying that. Furthermore, do not underestimate me simply because I am a mathematician. Even you, as the foremost figure in weapon design, how much assistance can you truly offer young Su on his project?" Li Rongxing attempted to defend himself, but soon realized that Su Wei's argument held merit, perhaps due to his advanced age. Li Rongxing had never contemplated utilizing air as a raw material for creating such weaponry. Not to mention the subsequent automatic paralysis devices, internal environment monitoring, protection of crystalline prisms, gas direction through established channels, and the maintenance of internal pressure within the weapon. Each of these challenges had been surmounted solely by young Su. Even during the initial practical test of the energy explosive gun, the remarkably flawless image display and energy peak data, along with the smooth contours of the gun barrel, seemed to him devoid of issues. At that moment, he mused, is designing weapons truly such a straightforward endeavor? Especially with cutting-edge technology like the energy explosive gun. Could it genuinely pass every test? If it hadn't been for young Su's insistence, declaring, there are issues, they might not have persevered through to the final evaluation. He, Li Rongxing, and most of the eminent figures in weapon design believe that the energy weapon is now ready for actual production. Despite Xiao Su's youth and my wealth of experience, Su Wei was indeed correct. Observing the speechless Li Rongxing, Su Wei found amusement. Look at you. You are just like me, despite being someone who specializes in weaponry. I feel a sense of embarrassment for you. Therefore, Xiao Su becoming my student, regardless of our differing specializations, is of no consequence. Can you respond to calls as swiftly as I do? Can you immediately address the challenges that Xiao Su faces? Under this relentless barrage of critiques, Li Rongxing fell into silence. The disparity between the esteemed weapon designers and those dedicated to mathematical research is indeed palpable. In a nutshell, none are as unencumbered as Su Wei. There are even times when, due to experimental requirements, he may turn off his phone, severing communication with the outside world. Swift responses? Immediate problem solving? I truly cannot manage that. How infuriating it is to be bested by Su Wei under such advantageous circumstances. I refuse to accept it. The staff who had been standing nearby, along with Long Dongsheng, were rendered speechless. Wait a moment, aren't you both academicians? Each of you is adorned with honors and worthy of being regarded as a venerable elder. Why then, are you breaking down each other's defenses over Xiao Su? Listen. Even using prompt call responses as a point of contention. Not even young lovers are this fervent. You, I. What we say doesn't count. Let us leave it to Xiao Su to decide whether he intends to join my project or pursue his own plans. Thus, everyone turned to gaze at the pensive Su Teng. This time, the pressure shifted to him. If he had not unlocked the black technology system, Su Teng would naturally be inclined to participate in Li Rongxing's project. Not due to its classified nature, but because, as a native son of the Dragon Kingdom, he is inherently a dedicated researcher, eager to contribute his share of strength to this land. Especially after gaining a deeper understanding of history, his resolve intensified. The lesson learned is that stagnation invites conflict. Truth is always within reach. These are hard-earned lessons. However, based on the snippets of voice prompts from the system today, it appears that the black technology system is in a dormant state. The more tasks completed, the greater the energy points accrued, thus shortening its awakening time. Although the nature of the awakened system remains a mystery, the rewards of energy fluid suggest it possesses numerous valuable resources. The technological blueprints provided, though seemingly random, exhibit a discernible pattern upon closer inspection. Lightsabers and energy weapons represent a continually ascending level of technological sophistication, each embodying distinct meanings in weaponry. Therefore, does the black technology system aspire for me to be a versatile designer rather than confining me to a single specialization? Had this been earlier, Su-Tung would have deemed the system as eccentric. Though he harbors a passion for research, he remains within the realm of ordinary humanity, with both energy and capability being finite. Until the rewards of the energy liquid manifested, Su-Tung suddenly realized that the divine or creator often spoken of by people might essentially signify a higher level of technological advancement. To validate this hypothesis, Su-Tung resolved to take a risk. The existence of such an advanced black technology system, currently dormant, undeniably placed a certain degree of pressure upon him. To become a versatile researcher, a solid foundation must be established. However, participating in Li Rongxing's project meant delving into specialized knowledge that had reached the zenith of current research standards in manhwa. Even with the assistance of the system, Su-Tung found himself at a loss. The blueprints for the light sword and energy cannon represented merely a fraction of weaponry knowledge. He did not possess a comprehensive understanding. After careful consideration, he decided to begin with the fundamentals. This approach was essential for aspiring to become a multifaceted designer, for setting clear goals is of utmost importance. Chapter 73. I should have stayed under the car rather than come here. With his resolve solidified, Su-Tung ceased his hesitations. He turned to gaze at Su Wei and Li Rongxing in the video, both of their eyes shimmering with anticipation, eager for Su-Tung to choose them. Meanwhile, Long Dongxing expressed his discomfort, feeling out of place even though he was also a designer on the energy cannon project. Upon completing his task, he realized something profound. I should not be here. I ought to be hiding beneath the car. The surrounding staff widened their eyes, as if in disbelief. They urged, hurry. Let the two of you argue. How can you behave this way? Just as everyone turned to look at the self-righteous individual, his tone suddenly shifted. There are no peanuts, sunflower seeds, or delightful beverages. This is not the proper way to observe. The two prominent figures immediately began vying for Su-Tung's attention, and the expressions on everyone's faces were nothing short of spectacular. It was a sight to behold. As the crowd speculated whom Su-Tung would ultimately choose and whether he would join Li Rongxing's project, a simple yet jarring response shattered their fantasies. Thank you for the invitation, teachers and gentlemen, but I would prefer to leave the base and complete my foundational courses at Hucking. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Su-Tung had declined the simultaneous invitations from two influential figures. He stated his desire to depart the base and pursue his foundational studies at Hucking. Foundational studies. Even Long Dongxing, who had been doodling absent-mindedly nearby, questioned the reliability of his own hearing. The lightsaber and energy cannon, both weapons that had upended conventional understanding, were certainly classified as state secrets. The schematics and relevant experimental data were securely locked within the most confidential archives. That was a certainty. Li Rongxing and numerous other luminaries had even set aside their projects to attend Su-Tung's presentation. An academician specializing in applied mathematics had shamelessly transported his project to the base. All of this was due to whom? Due to you. The one who could design a lightsaber and an energy cannon. My esteemed comrade, Su-Tung. Yet now you claim your skills are insufficient and wish to go to Hucking to complete your foundational courses. Hucking? Does it even deserve you? Which instructor there could possibly teach you? Wait, something feels amiss. If you are not continuing your research in this field, Hucking indeed has a plethora of professors who could guide you. Could it be? Long Dongxing was taken aback by this sudden realization. Not only the staff around him, but even Su Wei and Li Rongxing were astonished. Su-Tung, I must not have heard you correctly, Su Wei remarked, perplexed. Had it been anyone else declaring a desire to complete foundational courses, he would have dismissed them as either jesting or lacking intellect. However, this was Su-Tung speaking, eliminating all prior possibilities. Thus, the only plausible conclusion remained. Are you considering a shift in your research direction? Li Rongxing voiced the question that lingered in the minds of all present. At first, he was utterly bewildered by Su Teng's statement. However, upon further contemplation, it dawned on him that the foundational courses to which Xiao Su alluded might indeed be just that. This implication suggested that, in due course, he would embark upon a new direction. Coupled with prior circumstances, he had previously developed a lightsaber for his thesis project. Initially, he presumed that Xiao Su would continue to pursue research along this trajectory. Yet, after enrolling at Huaqing, he spent over a month in the library. And when it came time to apply for projects, he pivoted to a high-energy weapon, the energy gun. Thus, the likelihood of Xiao Su uttering such a statement could only stem from this rationale. No way, this can't be true. Is there truly someone so extraordinarily gifted? So, expletive censored? Everyone turned in astonishment to gaze at Su Teng. The latter solemnly nodded and remarked, as you surmised. I indeed intend to switch to a new research direction. Goodness. Someone internally cursed, wishing they could express it aloud, but the presence of two eminent figures restrained them. Another individual gasped, confessing they had never encountered such a person in their lifetime. Why? One must acknowledge that an individual's energy is finite, and as age advances. Before he could finish, Li Rongxing fell silent. He often advised others thus, asserting that even geniuses cannot escape this principle. However, he realized that this adage truly did not apply to Su Teng. Limited energy? Excuse me, he had developed a lightsaber and, merely over a month later, produced the blueprints for an energy gun. He had indeed attended the report meeting. Advancing age? What on earth are you saying? I am merely an unremarkable graduate student at Huaqing, just 23 years old. Alas, his attempt to persuade Xiao Su had failed miserably. What a vexation. The thought that Su Wei had also faltered provided Li Rongxing with a slight reprieve. No, he was, after all, Xiao Su's nominal mentor. That only incited further frustration. Everyone stood agape, their expressions vacant. My heavens, what audacious declarations have I heard today? Limited energy? Advanced age? A singular thought emerged in everyone's mind. Excuse me, the heavens did not give birth to Su Teng, and research is an eternal night. A true genius can act as they please. Research direction? Non-existent. Behold the polymath in action. Meanwhile, Long Dongxing, lurking in the corner, made increasingly frantic gestures. Why did I come here? I should not have set foot in this place. Wasn't it better to revel in the title of a second-tier leader, aside from the professors? It's over. The Xiao Su who crafted an energy gun will now challenge the notion of versatility. In comparison, I am indeed a mere failure. He instinctively reached for his phone to contact his parents, pondering the question, Mom, have I always been a failure? Although Li Rongxing found it hard to believe, the reality was indeed as such. Thus, he could only reluctantly utter, well, very well, Xiao Su, should you encounter any difficulties in your research in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Thank you, sir, for your efforts. It is no trouble at all. Li Rongxing logged off at lightning speed, and for a moment, even his steadfast resolve wavered. Can one truly possess the capability to become an omnipotent researcher? It appears, it may indeed be possible. After meeting Xiao Su, this notion seemed less daunting. So, will you still be at the base today? Su Wei also took a considerable time to digest the situation. Perhaps I shall depart tomorrow. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest a while. In truth, Su Teng was far more concerned about the energy liquid as a reward from the system and was eager to experiment with it. What does it mean when researchers proclaim it is beneficial for the body? Xiao Su, you should take a good rest. We will handle the remainder. Thank you, teacher. It is no inconvenience. All the staff instinctively parted ways for Xiao Su, except for Long Dongxing, who remained in the corner, murmuring to himself. Chapter 74. The Elixir of Aesthetic Enhancement in the base. Su Teng was assigned the most spacious dormitory, meticulously arranged according to the esteemed scholar's specifications. The 80-square-meter room boasted a private bathroom, a conference room, a bedroom, and even a floor-to-ceiling window in the living area. Nestled in the remote mountains, the base offered a unique landscape. Whenever the projects became overwhelming, Su Wei found solace in brewing a robust cup of tea, standing by the window to gaze at the scenery outside. On one occasion, when Su Teng visited him, he was lost in reverie, reciting thoughts while entranced by the view. In stark contrast, Su Teng's own quarters were far more austere. Though equipped with all necessities, the predominant feature was the sprawling array of experimental data and schematics. Once, Xiao Zhang inquired if Su Teng was dissatisfied with his room. After a moment of contemplation, Su Teng simply remarked, "It feels a bit too spacious." From that point onward, Xiao Zhang refrained from posing further questions, shutting the door and surveying the room filled with experimental data and diagrams. Su Teng finally exhaled in relief, the project had come to a close. To assert that this period had not been taxing would be a falsehood. For researchers, spending nights in the laboratory is not an uncommon occurrence. The true challenge lies in the overwhelming fatigue that washes over one upon project completion. The experience with the lightsaber had been arduous, yet this time, the energy cannon proved even more exhausting. At that moment, Su Ting nearly lost his balance. Gingerly, he settled onto the sofa and retrieved the reward through the virtual screen, the Red Star Energy Elixir. The 250 milliliters bottle contained a rich, purple liquid, thoughtfully equipped with a small needle aperture for intravenous application. Thus, two options were presented: to consume the entire contents or to administer an injection. He aimed the needle at his body and directly infused the energy elixir. As the purple liquid coursed within him, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being, and the weariness dissipated instantaneously. The liquid flowed from his arm, gradually spreading throughout his body, the invigorating feeling radiating outward. Suddenly, when the purple liquid reached his head, a sensation of pressure engulfed him, as if his mind was expanding in that very instant. The discomfort surged, sweat pouring from his back, the white lab coat straining against the sudden growth of his muscles. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. This entire process lasted 30 seconds. Enduring the pain, Su Ting was initially swayed by the label's assertions. Researchers claimed it was beneficial for the body. He had anticipated a painless experience, a mere injection leading to instant ease. However, it nearly drew a cry from him. Yet, Su Ting assessed his condition. The fatigue had vanished completely, his vision had sharpened, and the fog in his mind lifted. He could instantly engage in data analysis of his surroundings. Was it possible that his brain capacity had increased? It is widely recognized that an expanded brain capacity correlates with a higher level of cognitive development, although he remained uncertain of how far he had progressed. Yet Su Ting was aware that, compared to the past, he no longer experienced such ease of fatigue. His computational speed had accelerated, his physique was markedly enhanced, and even lifting the nearby sofa felt effortless. This cutting-edge technology was rather remarkable. The energy liquid unlocked upon completing tasks boasted such effects. If the next task were to be completed ahead of schedule, surely more good fortune awaited him. Su Ting began to feel a sense of anticipation. Gurgle, gurgle. Nevertheless, his stomach remained unyieldingly hungry. This was fortuitous, as the cafeteria at the base was superb, and this was one of the reasons he was indeed more inclined to remain at the base. Along the way, whenever someone spotted Su Ting, they would greet him. Hey, Xiao Su, off to the cafeteria? During this period, you've worked hard. The master mentioned you would receive a generous meal. Xiao Su, I feel you look even more handsome than before. Before he could finish his sentence, another person countered. What do you mean? Xiao Su is always handsome. Turning his head, he exclaimed, wow. Xiao Su does seem to look even more dashing. In response to everyone's greetings, Su Ting replied one by one. As for the final exclamation of surprise, it was likely the effect of the energy liquid. He had noticed the same when gazing into the mirror earlier. This energy liquid also had a remarkable effect on enhancing one's appearance. The contours of his face were now more distinctly defined. When it came time to serve the meal, everyone tacitly allowed Su Ting to go first. Come on, Xiao Su, our hero, you stand at the front today. Indeed. The success of the Energy Cannon project was largely thanks to Xiao Su. With the conclusion of the Energy Cannon project, all personnel at the base were made aware of the news. Su Ting declined the invitations from Su Wei and Li Rongxing to join their projects. Those who heard the news at that moment were left astounded, repeatedly confirming whether they had misheard. After all, these were academicians of the Dragon Kingdom. This title signified that this group of individuals stood at the forefront of research in their respective fields on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. They were truly eminent scholars in the realm of scientific research. For anyone fortunate enough to become a disciple of one of them, it was an achievement they would boast about for a lifetime. Not to mention, the act of extending an invitation was a rarity. Yet Su Ting had outright refused. The most absurd aspect was that today marked his last day at the base. Tomorrow, he was set to return to Hucking University to continue his graduate studies. And he had heard he would also need to study other foundational courses. This revelation left all personnel at the base momentarily stunned. Foundational courses? Are you planning to explore an entirely new direction? An all-round research talent? When the news was confirmed, the researchers at the base fell silent for several seconds. In light of this comparison, some of them found handling data in their own specialties challenging. Thus, they pondered, am I truly lacking? Yet, have I been oblivious to my own inadequacies? Until Su Wei took it upon himself to counsel everyone, saying, listen, you folks, Do not compare yourselves to Xiao Su. He is a genius. There is simply no comparison. Observe him. Having crafted a lightsaber for his thesis and developed an energy weapon shortly after commencing his graduate studies, he now aspires to become an omnipotent researcher. It is likely that, in due course, he will embark on yet another innovative scientific project. Others may be geniuses, but we cannot compare ourselves to them. Look at me. I often feel. After a moment of consolation, the morale of everyone at the base was restored. Indeed, even academician Su Wei himself has confessed that he cannot rival Su Tong, yet the outcome. The spirits of those at the base stabilized, while Su Wei's demeanor nearly faltered. The more one speaks, the more one seems to reveal their own inadequacies. As the crowd made way, Su Tong graciously accepted, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he stood at the forefront of the line for food. The reason being, he was simply famished. The jovial server was delighted. Ah, it's you. Xiao Su. I know you adore spicy duck, beef, and chicken legs. The servings continued to pile on until his bowl overflowed. Thank you, Xiao Su. You are too modest. This is the treatment you truly deserve. The steaming spicy duck, tender beef mingling with piquant broth, and the golden, oil-dripping chicken legs. Su Ting swallowed hard. He was indeed ravenous. Chapter 75. Why do you find my gaze so strange? Su Ting began to deftly remove the bones from the spicy duck, blending the rich broth into his rice ball. With a mouthful of tender beef, he formed a sizable ball of rice, still dripping with savory juices, and felt an immediate sense of satisfaction after a prolonged period of hunger. Engaging in research is indeed fascinating, yet it is undeniably complemented by the indulgence of exquisite cuisine. Particularly, the generous portions provided by the elder at the base ensured he would never leave unsated. His ears perked up as he discerned hushed whispers around him, the discussions filtering into Su Ting's awareness. Do you think Su can truly become a versatile researcher? One voice queried. If it were anyone else, I would be skeptical. But for Su, I genuinely believe he possesses that potential. Another chimed in. You should have seen the expressions on Academician Lee and Su. They were quite remarkable. I heard Academician Lee even intended to offer Su some advice, but he abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Why did he stop? Someone asked, curiosity piqued. Because he realized Su had far surpassed his preconceived notions, came the reply. After a brief silence, the conversation shifted to other topics. The more I observe, the more I find Su remarkably handsome. Do you think he is in a relationship? Are you interested? The female researcher in a white lab coat adjusted her attire, hesitating before speaking. Look at me, am I not worthy? The diners glanced over, responding earnestly. No, you do not qualify. The carefully curated aura she had crafted crumbled in an instant. Am I truly able to hear their conversation? They are at least 5 or 6 meters away, and they are attempting to speak in hushed tones. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ting surmised it must be the effect of that purple energy liquid. His physical condition had been significantly enhanced, enabling him to catch snippets of their chatter from such a distance. Aside from that, it was rather peculiar to constantly overhear others praising him and even speculating about his romantic prospects. Ultimately, he had to feign ignorance, which felt rather odd. Su Ting consumed his meal with remarkable speed, devouring it voraciously, as he had heard that some single female researchers were planning to approach him for contact information, indirectly probing into his relationship status. This is perilous. It is best not to linger here. The remainder of the day unfolded as the most relaxed for Su Ting. He took a leisurely stroll near the base, bidding farewell to his mentor, Su Wei. Initially, Su Wei had relocated the remaining research projects to the base to witness the emergence of the groundbreaking energy weapon. Now that the experiments had concluded, Su Ting was set to return to Hucking the following day. There was no longer any reason for him to remain. He had upcoming research presentations and new projects awaiting his attention. At the base's helipad, Su Wei warmly addressed Su Ting. Su, I have arranged for the staff to prepare your flight for tomorrow. I've also informed senior brother Yun on the Hucking side. He will be coming to pick you up. Pausing momentarily, he added, although I am uncertain why you have chosen the path of a versatile researcher as a young person. It is commendable to have ambitions and capabilities. I support you fully. The future of research in Longwa lies in the hands of your generation. Due to the privacy concerns inherent in the system, Su Ting found it quite challenging to elucidate his choices. The path of becoming an all-encompassing researcher was equally daunting for him. However, the blueprints released by the system appeared to be random, leaning towards a versatile approach. Completing tasks ahead of schedule would yield rewards, along with energy points. These energy points seemed to possess the ability to shorten the system's awakening time. All these factors compelled Su Ting to embark on the path of an all-round researcher, as he sensed that a significant revelation awaited him behind the system. Rest assured, teacher. I will certainly strive to excel, Su Ting assured. This promise brought a smile to Su Wei's face, for he recognized the child's pure dedication to research. Weapons such as light swords and energy guns, as well as the rewards upon project completion, had not prompted him to inquire proactively. Material possessions held little significance for him, as long as his life was comfortably sustained. Oh, but he did have a fondness for gourmet food, always indulging a bit more whenever a delectable dish was presented, though he would never waste a morsel. In a fleeting moment, Su Wei recalled the most arduous times faced by manhwa. During those days, researchers toiled day and night to create a groundbreaking invention that would astound the world, while their foreign counterparts assumed they were motivated by monetary rewards. In truth, the financial compensation they received for their monumental achievement barely amounted to a few coins. Throughout the ages, some researchers remained purely devoted to their craft. Otherwise, amidst the tumult and tribulations of millennia, the flickering flame of innovation would have long extinguished. This thought stirred deep emotions within him, nearly choking him with unshed tears. Though Su Ting had not inquired, it did not imply that the nation was devoid of genuine rewards. Manhwa today was no longer the manhwa of yesteryears. Su Wei spoke earnestly. Su, in a few days, the state will approve your reward of 10 million, which will be deposited into your account. Furthermore, if your family requires any job adjustments, they may also apply for transfers. 10 million? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback, had it not been for his teacher's reminder. He might have forgotten about the cash reward from the light sword. It appeared that he truly lacked for nothing. Accommodation was provided by the school, and daily necessities could be purchased with the campus card at Hucking, not to mention the ample resources available at the base. Materials were always specially allocated and supplied, with approvals expedited swiftly. One could not help but commend Brother Yoon for his reliability. As for his parents' job transfers, he would need to consult them. Thank you, teacher. I will inquire with them to see if they need any adjustments. Su Wei replied, for any assistance you require, feel free to contact Yoon Sheng directly. I have already briefed him. He will certainly respond to your call promptly. I will be starting a new project soon, so I may miss your calls. It was only after Su Wei departed that Su Ting realized how long it had been since he last saw Brother Yin. He found himself missing him quite a bit. The following day, as Su Ting stepped out of his room, he sensed something amiss. The personnel at the base had gathered, lining the pathway to bid him farewell. Su Ting could not help but call out to the nearby Xiaozhong. Xiaozhong, don't you think they are being a bit exaggerated? The research personnel within the base were predominantly older than Su Ting, with significantly more experience in their fields. After all, he had only been there for a little over a month. To his surprise, Xiaozhong replied with a smile, "This is not something we requested. Rather, it is a spontaneous gesture on their part. I heard that since you are leaving the base today, they specifically requested half an hour to bid you farewell." Half an hour, after all, was not a significant inconvenience. Su Ting, taken aback by such kindness, decided not to decline the gesture. He warmly greeted those around him, though he could not help but overhear sentiments like, Xiao Su is leaving. I feel I may never encounter another researcher as handsome as him in my lifetime. Another echoed, indeed, not only that, but we will never find a young person with such exceptional research skills as Xiao Su. Stop it, another said. If you keep this up, I might just cry. My heart aches. As the helicopter lifted Su Ting into the skies, he finally felt a sense of relief. Why do those few researchers of the opposite gender look at me so oddly? Chapter 76. The Inspirational Trio. A little over a month ago, a helicopter whisked Su Ting away, along with all the materials and data pertaining to the project. Within half an hour, the laboratory, once brimming with activity, was rendered desolate. The trio, known for their languid approach, Tang Haiba and his two companions, immediately disbanded the project on the spot. When Yoon, the dean, delivered the news, the three of them stood in bewilderment, gazing at the vanishing helicopter. What was happening? A project that had only commenced a few days prior had suddenly evaporated? According to Dean Yoon, it was indeed the case. Wait, is such a procedure typical for a legitimate research endeavor? The trio soon realized that the energy cannon was no ordinary project. It could even be classified as highly confidential. All of them had signed non-disclosure agreements. Moreover, all the core issues were solely managed by senior brother Su. Even Dean Yoon was powerless to assist. Oh, now it makes sense. After all, the three of us were merely supplementary. The big shots had gone off to confer with even greater luminaries, so it was only natural for our disbandment to occur. However, why did it leave a tinge of bitterness in my heart? I, Tang Haiba, have been the exemplary child of others for over 20 years. I gained admission to Hucking Graduate School. While I once claimed to be exceptional, I was certainly adequate. Yet, it was only after encountering senior brother Sue that I truly understood despair. Forget it. No more lamenting. I'll just shed a few tears. The languid trio, upon disbandment, decided to indulge in a celebratory farewell meal. In the ensuing month, Tang Haiba experienced an unexpectedly joyful life. Indeed, distancing himself from senior brother Sue's academic path was surprisingly light and pleasant, yet a sense of inadequacy lingered within him. Having witnessed genuine high-caliber talent, he yearned to explore higher realms and behold more splendid vistas. Hucking could not be my terminus. Thus, the languid trio discreetly renamed their group to the Inspirational Trio. Sigh. I truly miss senior brother Sue. I wonder which esteemed individuals he is lecturing now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. What is that? Who is driving a tractor on campus? The students engaged in lectures around him were startled by the noise, turning their gazes towards the windows. Goodness, an aircraft. Indeed, it appeared to be an attack helicopter. Why is it here again? Wait, why am I even saying again? An aircraft? An attack helicopter? In the next moment, Tang Haiba's realization dawned upon him. He immediately turned to the sky not far away. I recall that senior brother Sue had departed in that very direction over a month ago, and now it appeared to be heading the same way. Could it be? No doubt about it. In that moment, the once quiet group of the Inspirational Trio buzzed with excitement. My heavens! Could it be that senior brother Sue has returned? Statistically speaking, the likelihood is high. Does this mean our project will resume? Although all three have been subjected to Su Ting's rigorous methods in the laboratory, deep down, how could they, as researchers, possibly refuse such a project? The energy cannon. It was a project that required a non-disclosure agreement to be signed. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, how many can truly join such projects during their postgraduate studies? None, absolutely none. This is a mark of honor. Although the duration was brief, during those few days, the trio indeed gleaned some knowledge. It remains uncertain, dependent on Dean Yunus arrangements, yet I harbor little hope. Upon hearing Tang Haiba's words, the other two instantly grasped the implication. Compared to Su Tung, the three of them were akin to mere trinkets. From the outset, they were never expected to significantly aid Su Tung in his project. The underlying intention seemed to be to tentatively nurture them. Should they flourish, all would be well, but if not, it would simply be deemed a failed investment. Throughout this past month, Su Tung had not communicated a single word. If he were indeed returning this time, it could only signify one reason, presumably. The project has been successfully completed. Perhaps he has returned to continue his studies and prepare for the next phase of experimentation. In that fleeting moment, Tang Haiba was once again reminded of the dread instilled by textbooks, not those found in libraries, but ones he felt unworthy even to glance at. Sue, my senior, is truly beyond our reach. Meanwhile, the WeChat group for Hucking students began to buzz with excitement. The vastness of heaven and earth. I just spotted a helicopter, fellow students. Tomorrow, I definitely won't play games. Let me clarify. Specifically, it's an attack helicopter, not a conventional aircraft. The vastness of heaven and earth, aren't they all just planes? What is the distinction? The universe's design, the difference lies in the fact that without a certain status in the nation, one is unqualified to board it. As the attack helicopter was developed for warfare. You see my drifting. So, it's possible that an academician has a project near our school. Of course, it's also conceivable that someone else has come to fulfill certain assigned tasks. The vastness of heaven and earth. Have you noticed the increasing frequency of attack helicopters appearing at our school? I love watermelons. Your comment suggests this has been happening since the freshmen enrolled. Freshmen? Everyone thought of Su Ting, who was not on the list. Someone attempted to undermine him, resulting in a complete debacle. It's rumored that someone, donning a silver bracelet, was enjoying free meals within. I love watermelons, let me hypothesize. Do you think it's possible that Su Ting is aboard the helicopter? Ha ha ha. I must be losing my mind to even say such a thing. Su Ting? No one paid heed to that remark. Even if he were a graduate student not on the list, how could he possibly qualify to be transported by an attack helicopter to the school? Forgive me, it's not that I disbelieve, but everyone here is a rational person with some experience. Him? I truly cannot believe it. He is merely a newly enrolled graduate student, perhaps slightly more capable than us. But how significant could the difference be? Others dismissed the notion. However, Dangy absorbed that statement, for throughout this past month, she had intermittently messaged Su Ting. How has your academic journey been lately? Do you have time to dine together? There was no response to any of these inquiries until she finally mustered the courage to ask the pivotal question. Regarding my academic difficulties, I find myself somewhat perplexed. May I seek your guidance? Yet, every message went unanswered. This signifies that Su Tung had indeed seen the messages, but he simply had not accessed the internet. However, in this day and age, where could one possibly be without internet access for over a month, vanishing without raising the concern of classmates? As she gazed at the approaching helicopter, it seemed that Ding Yi had found an answer within her thoughts. The surrounding area had been cordoned off, with security barriers erected. The moment Su Tung descended, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Junior Su, it has been a long time. Senior Yun, it has indeed been a while. Chapter 77, Without a Nation, Where is Home? The once unyielding Yun Xing, often referred to as the epitome of impartiality by his peers, exhibited an ever-present smile in the presence of Su Tung, addressing him affectionately as Junior Su. The warmth of his demeanor was unmistakable. Over a month prior, when Yun Xing first encountered Su Tung, he regarded him as a prodigy. However, he deemed his youth a significant disadvantage, indicative of a lack of experience. In the presence of true luminaries, he believed Su Tung would struggle to present any substantial research accomplishments. In his estimation, without at least 3 to 4 years of experience, Su Tung would fail to garner the attention of the higher echelons. Even if he were to defy expectations slightly, 2 years should suffice, or so he thought. Yet, astonishingly, that time frame was reduced to just over a month. Although Yun Sheng remained unaware of Su Tung's whereabouts and endeavors during that period, he was enlightened when his professor personally called him yesterday, instructing him to pick up Su Tung the following day. It became clear to him that the project on the energy weapon had been successfully completed. Knowing Su Tung's character, Yun Xing was certain that he would not return to Huaqing unless his work was finished. Good heavens! To accomplish such a technological feat as the energy weapon in just over a month, Yun Sheng realized that it was not the reality that lacked magic, but rather his imagination that was insufficient. Was research truly so accessible? In that moment, he regained his confidence in scientific inquiry and opened the archives of his previous research materials. I can certainly do this. 10 minutes later, Yun Sheng pondered. Did Su Tung still need to return to Huaqing? Given his current level of expertise, there seemed to be no one at Huaqing capable of teaching him. The next moment, however, he was disheartened by his professor's words, beginning to question his own life choices. Su Tung returned to Huaqing because he wished to continue studying foundational courses. Foundational courses? Yun Sheng found himself perplexed. Indeed, Su Tung's ambition was to become a versatile researcher. Versatile researcher. Versatile. This phrase echoed in Yun Sheng's mind like an incantation, swirling incessantly until he felt his legs begin to weaken, prompting a moment of clarity. The chasm between a genius and an ordinary person is as vast as the reproductive isolation between two distinct species. No matter, for I am not a researcher, I am merely an administrative dean, and this does not affect me. As long as I fulfill the professor's directive to personalize Junior Su's academic status, allowing him to attend any professor's class and access any subject's materials, he can go wherever he pleases. Wait, Yun Xing began to recognize a blind spot. What if, during class, Su Tung attended a lecture? Would that not imply that I could also be considered his teacher? And since Su Tung's instructor is Su Wei, in this case, the equations would balance. Su Tung, observing Yun Xing's absent-minded grin, decided to break the silence. Thank you for coming to pick me up today, senior. The pleasant reverie shattered, Yun Xing replied nonchalantly. Not at all, it is no trouble whatsoever. Should Junior Su have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall see to them immediately. As a tool, Yun Sheng exhibits remarkable awareness. If he cannot assume a pivotal role, he might as well become a logistical support member. This, too, offers a sense of participation. I feel a bit fatigued and wish to return to rest for a while. All right, Su Shidi, follow me. Your dormitory is attended to daily. By the way, the teacher has informed me of your aspirations, and I have customized your academic status. You are free to attend any class that piques your interest. Should you wish to peruse textbooks from other disciplines, they are all available. Look at that. Brother Yun is ever so reliable. Thank you, Brother Yun. No need for thanks. As Yun Sheng escorted Su Tung to the dormitory entrance, it dawned upon him that after more than a month apart, Su Tung seemed to have grown increasingly handsome. Is it merely my illusion? No. Could it be that engaging in research enhances one's appearance? I have never heard such a notion. Upon opening the door to his single dormitory, it remained as pristine as before. Stepping inside, he discovered that the kettle still contained hot water, freshly boiled. Truly considerate. The teacher mentioned that arrangements could be made regarding his parents' work. It would be prudent to inquire about their opinions first. Had Su Wei not broached the subject, Su Tung would not have made such a request. The explosive energy project is indeed a significant matter for Longhua. Given this benefit, pursuing it would not be a misstep. Only then did Su Ting recall that he had not communicated with his family for over a month and wondered if they might be concerned. As he powered on his phone, it buzzed incessantly. A message from Tang Haiba on WeChat. Su Shitty, are we going to the lab tomorrow? You really have returned. It was only moments later that another message appeared. Su Shitty, are you back? He opened the chat and replied with a simple yes. To his surprise, before he could exit the chat window, the response came almost instantaneously. Wow, Su Shitty, you are truly impressive. Su Ting found himself puzzled. Did he possess some special ability that enabled such rapid replies? Buzzing again, a message from Dang Yi arrived. How are your studies? Do you have time to dine together? Regarding academic matters, I am somewhat unclear. May I seek your guidance? Upon checking the timestamp, he noted it was from half a month ago. Surely, by now, the issue should have been resolved. Su Ting typed, if you have time, let us have lunch together. I'll see if I can assist with your academic queries. In the next moment, a swift reply came. All right, let us meet at the entrance of the Zijin cafeteria at noon. Once again, such promptness. Wait a moment. Why have the academic issues remained unresolved for half a month? It seems rather strange. Never mind. Su Ting scrolled through his missed call notifications. On a day 15 days prior, his parents had called numerous times. Yet, from the following day onward, the call ceased. What could this signify? Su Ting promptly returned the call, and it was answered almost instantly. Hello, son. Have you completed your project? This single inquiry left Su Ting momentarily stunned. Mom. How did you know? Oh, a few people came to our home half a month ago, saying you were engaged in some important project and advised us not to worry. Initially, we thought we were being scammed, but your father recognized one of them as the local director he had met before, which eased our concerns. Just a while ago, the director even personally inquired about how we were doing at work and if we needed to switch to a less demanding job. The thought that sprang to Su Ting's mind was of his senior brother Yun, but he quickly dismissed it. It was likely that the teacher had issued the directive. So, do you want to change jobs? Oh, that's unnecessary. I've been with this organization for over a decade. Starting anew elsewhere would mean getting to know everyone all over again. Besides, you are undertaking projects for the nation. How could we carelessly squander the country's resources? We only hope, dear son, that you can contribute even more to the nation. I saw in the news recently that Longhua has been secretly sanctioned by some country again. Without a nation, where is home? Seeing you contribute more to the country brings us peace of mind. The conversation continued for over half an hour, with his parents rambling on about various trivial matters. In that moment, Su Ting felt a warmth in his heart, while simultaneously anticipating the next blueprint that the high-tech system would present as part of his upcoming task. The objective, the stars and the sea. Chapter 78, the special scholarship, an extra chapter for the character Chiyu. Beep, beep, beep. Su Ting extended his hand to grasp his phone and pressed the off button. Upon glancing at the time, he noted it was 10:50. Thanks to the enhancement of the energy liquid, even after just 1 hour of sleep, all his fatigue had dissipated. His mental acuity had returned to its optimal state. After splashing cold water on his face, he stared at his sharply defined features in the mirror for a moment. Su Ting sighed. Marveling at the prowess of the advanced technology system, he had not anticipated that even one's appearance could be altered. Never mind, he thought. Based on the system's previous timelines, it was unlikely that any tasks would be assigned for at least the next fortnight. He decided to utilize this precious time to delve into fundamental disciplines, aspiring to become a versatile researcher at the earliest opportunity. He had arranged to meet Dang Yi for lunch at 12 o'clock, and since the dormitory was close to the Zijin cafeteria, he would not be late. As Su Ting arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he once again beheld a striking sight. In early November, the weather in Kyoto had begun to cool. Dang Yi was clad in a white woolen overcoat and black knee-high boots, her tall stature attracting the attention of passers-by. Who is that? Someone wondered. With such a visage. It must be Dang Yi. Dang Yi? The one who fiercely defended Su Ting in the group chat? Indeed, it was she. However, merely uttering her name would not garner much attention, as there were many high-achieving students at Hawking. They were not only beautiful but also exceptionally skilled in their fields. Yet, when Su Ting was mentioned, curiosity peaked among the crowd. Since the beginning of the semester, no one had ever seen him or heard of him attending any classes. As if he were a ghost. So, could it be that the person Dang Yi was waiting for was Su Ting? Some onlookers began to pause, eager to ascertain whom Dang Yi was anticipating. A minute later, a sun-kissed, handsome young man with sharply defined features approached from a distance. Dang Yi turned to scrutinize the newcomer and hesitantly uttered, Su-tung? After more than a month apart, he appeared even more dashing. Just like all the readers. Su-tung smiled. You're here early again. It's all right. I just arrived as well. Last time, you treated me to a meal. So this time it's my turn to invite you. Yay. Those gathered to observe were momentarily taken aback. Wait, the handsome fellow who just walked by was Su-tung? Why did some graduate students still possess such a full head of hair, flawless skin, and striking good looks? Some began to comprehend Ding Yi's reasons for defending Su-tung. The two ascended to the counter where the aunt served meals. Oh, young man. You haven't visited in quite some time. I was busy. Auntie, I'd like a serving of oil-salt egg prawns, spicy pork ribs, and crispy roasted meat, please. Certainly. After Su-tung had gathered his meal, he turned around. The aunt caught sight of Dang Yi and whispered, Young lady, how are things progressing between you two? Upon hearing this question, Dang Yi's expression immediately fell. It is unmanageable. I still cannot grasp it. Ah, this is not acceptable. I must tell you. One should tailor their approach to the individual, consider their interests, and align your efforts accordingly. I am well aware of this. Please, share your thoughts, and I shall offer some advice. Engaging in research. Upon hearing this, my expression stiffened slightly, and I nearly lost my grip on the ladle. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, the depths of research are beyond my comprehension. I then diverted the conversation. Is your meal the same as before? Yes. Dang Yi's expression grew peculiar, wondering why the conversation had abruptly halted. She sat across from Su-tung with her meal. The spicy prawns had their shells removed, swiftly stir-fried in hot oil for mere seconds, immediately garnished with seasonings. The golden shrimp meat, harmoniously mingled with the ingredients, exuded an enticing aroma. The spicy ribs were made from premium pork ribs, each piece enveloped in rich broth and adorned with a sprinkle of scallions. The presentation was exquisite. Meanwhile, the crispy roast pork was perfectly charred, releasing a hint of oil. A single bite revealed an explosion of flavor. Su-tung, already famished, devoured his food ravenously, attempting to mask the awkward expression on his face. Thanks to the energy drink, he had overheard Dang Yi and the aunt's conversation. It was only at that moment he comprehended why his academic issues had remained unresolved for half a month. The young woman across from him was not merely seeking assistance with her studies. Her intentions were directed towards him. No, I will try again. As he lifted his gaze, it met Dang Yi's eyes, which momentarily reflected a hint of panic. Did you not mention having academic difficulties? Have you resolved them now? Academic issues? Oh, you mean that? Alas, I did not bring it with me. What now? Remain calm. Su-tung, somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, paused to consider an excuse. Suddenly, an idea struck her. My cat can do a backflip. Would you like to come home with me to see? A moment of inspiration. I left my assignments in my dormitory. Would you care to visit? The atmosphere fell into an oddly tense silence. It was only moments later that Dang Yi realized the implications of her words. How careless. Indeed, it proves that one can be quite thoughtless when in a fluster. Ahem. Perhaps next time. Su-tung broke the awkwardness, burying himself in his meal. In an instant, Dang Yi's face flushed crimson. Oh no, oh no. It will be much harder to invite Su-tung out again in the future. In truth, Su-tung did not dwell on these matters. He was merely contemplating where to commence his studies in foundational courses. Logically, chemistry and physics should occupy the forefront, as they are the quickest routes to innovation. For instance, energy. However, mechanical and biological studies could also suffice, such as artificial intelligence. Ding. A new message on WeChat. He opened it to find a message from Senior Yoon. Dear Su, the selection for the prestigious scholarship at Huaqing is imminent. I have taken the liberty of applying on your behalf. There is no need for you to prepare anything, nor is your presence required for the presentation on the day of the event. You may continue with your endeavors, as all the judges here are well aware of your circumstances. When Yunqing made special arrangements for Su-tung's academic status, it discreetly conveyed certain information to the professors. The message is succinct. The faculty wholeheartedly supports Su-tung in his pursuit of becoming a versatile researcher. Should he wish to attend your small class sessions in the future, please do not impede him. Who is Yunqing's mentor? It is none other than academician Su Wei. With such a distinguished figure firmly endorsing Su-tung's aspirations, it is evident that this young man has made substantial contributions. To hinder his participation would be unthinkable. One might even feel a sense of trepidation about whether they have adequately conveyed their knowledge in his presence. As for the special scholarship, Su-tung is aware of its existence but lacks in-depth understanding. Thus, he inquired of the blushing Dang Yi, are you familiar with the prestigious scholarship at Huaqing? Chapter 79. I also study physics. Dang, he was momentarily taken aback. We were enjoying our meal when this sudden query arose. Wait a moment. She recalled that Su Tung's family background was not particularly affluent. In fact, it was somewhat strained. He had completed his undergraduate studies in Xingxing and had now arrived in Kyoto. Leaving aside the fact that graduate tuition is significantly higher than that of undergraduate studies, relocating to a first-tier city like Kyoto inevitably escalates daily expenses. Therefore, was this an endeavor to alleviate his family's burden by aiming for the prestigious scholarship? Dang, he was astonished. The realm of academic elites indeed differed dramatically. While others contemplated establishing tutoring classes for profit, Su Tung had set his sights directly on a scholarship of exceptional merit. Was this the fundamental disparity in mindset? Understood. Well, do elaborate. Dang Yi composed herself and spoke calmly. The Hucking Special Scholarship had previously selected only a handful of recipients each year, but now, the number had increased to nearly 10. On average, it meant that only one individual from each department would be chosen. The candidates for selection were true prodigies. Some had already published papers as first authors in influential journals during their undergraduate years, and it was quite common for them to present at prestigious international conferences. Naturally, among the selected, there were also Olympic champions. Generally, the process began with an application submission, followed by a defense day when candidates were allotted time to deliver presentations elucidating their academic journeys. During this period, professors would pose questions, and the defense process was public, with other students invited to observe. At this point, Dang Yi paused, deliberately saving the scholarship amount for last to consider Su Tung's feelings, as it was possible he was genuinely experiencing financial hardships. The special scholarship, compared to other grants, offered a slightly larger sum, previously set at 10,000 yuan. It had now been increased by 5,000, totaling 15,000 yuan. Su Tung remained composed, waiting for Dang Yi to finish speaking. Noticing her gaze fixed on him, he inquired, "What is it? Is there something more you wish to say?" "Oh, no, that's all. Thank you." Observing Su Tung's calm demeanor, Dang Yi felt a twinge of confusion. "Aren't you planning to apply for the special scholarship? It seems you were merely inquiring." You don't intend to apply?" "Apply?" Su Ting pondered. Having spent his time in the library before enrollment and participating in the energy weapon project since classes commenced, he was not well versed in matters concerning scholarships. If it weren't for Brother Yun mentioning the special scholarship, he would have remained oblivious for quite some time. However, since Yun Xing had indicated he would assist in the application, he casually inquired about it. As for Dang Yi's question regarding the application, Su Ting reflected. Brother Yun had mentioned he would help with the application and had taken care of subsequent matters. This likely implied that the application was successful. "Yes, I applied." "Really? You actually applied?" "Ah, but that is the prestigious scholarship, the highest accolade offered by Hucking. In the words of the Hucking people, when the time comes and the microphone is turned on, we, the audience, realize that those on stage are engaged in a celestial contest. Why must we, mere mortals, be caught in the crossfire?" Someone once attempted to film a segment to share with the vast online community, yet when the microphone was activated, she became so overwhelmed that she forgot her original intent. Dang Yi unconsciously swallowed hard. She initially believed that attending the same school as Su Tung had already bridged the gap, but to her astonishment, others came here out of desire, their potential far surpassing this place, while she was here merely because this was her ceiling, her only option. She encouraged herself to strive harder. At this thought, Dang Yi felt her cheeks flush, recalling the awkward phrase, "I left my homework in the dorm. Would you like to come and take a look?" Oh no, what a social faux pas. Just as Dang Yi was lost in her thoughts, Su Ting inquired, "By the way, what is your major?" In the nearly 2 months they had known each other, they had only met 2 or 3 times, often preoccupied with either pondering the issue of energy weapons or sharing meals. Now, having decided to embark on a multifaceted research path, he sought to understand Dang Yi's field of study, perhaps to solidify his own resolve on where to begin. "I study physics," she replied. "Physics? Could you elaborate a bit more?" Although slightly puzzled by Su Tung's curiosity, Dang Yi patiently explained. Recently, they had completed classical mechanics, which was an extension of high school knowledge, essentially an elaboration on Newton's laws. Currently, they were delving into electromagnetism and quantum mechanics. In electromagnetism, topics included electric current, magnetic fields, applications of Biot-Savart law, applications of Ampere's circuital law, magnetic energy density, displacement current, Maxwell's equations, and electromagnetic waves. For quantum mechanics, they were studying blackbody radiation, The photoelectric effect, the Compton effect, statistical significance of wave functions, and the famous uncertainty principle, with Schrodinger's cat being a classic example. Deng Yi rapidly conveyed a plethora of information, hastening her pace to avoid losing Su Teng's interest. Yet, he listened intently, with a seriousness she had never witnessed before. At that moment, Deng Yi recalled the cafeteria lady's advice. You should discuss topics that pique the other person's interest to foster communication. Over time, you'll master this. In contrast, her statement about her homework in the dorm felt rather foolish. Su Teng was deep in thought. Electromagnetism? In fact, part of the application for energy weapons and lightsabers relates to electromagnetism. Regarding this, Su Teng was not entirely ignorant. The advanced technology system provided blueprints. Yet much of the knowledge required personal comprehension. The intensive experimental work he had undertaken had enriched his practical experience, though he still found his theoretical understanding somewhat lacking. The most classic doctrine of quantum mechanics is relativity, which is further divided into special relativity and general relativity. In that era, a groundbreaking equation concerning mass-energy equivalence was also significantly involved. The essence of fireworks lies in the loss of mass energy. One could assert that without the expression of the mass-energy equation, the emergence of fireworks would not have been possible, let alone the premature conclusion of wars. Becoming a versatile researcher is not an easy task. Even after consuming the energy potion, Su Teng remained uncertain of his capabilities. The process of learning is inherently gradual, commencing with the simpler concepts. Since he had previously conducted related experiments, he decided to start with physics. At that moment, Deng Yi's voice interrupted Su Teng's contemplation. After all this time, I still do not know your field of study. Me? Well, like you, I also study physics. Upon witnessing Su Teng's smile, Deng Yi's heart unexpectedly raced. Chapter 80. Just find your senior brother. Is happiness truly so sudden? At this moment, a single phrase encapsulates Deng Yi's emotions. Though your smile bears no hint of intoxication, I find myself inebriated like a dog. Steady now, steady. Do not become too excited. Although Su Teng shares my major, allowing me to seek his guidance on academic matters with utmost transparency, the circumstance is quite different. We are not attending the same class. As the university expands and academic demands intensify, even those on the same campus can feel as if they're in a long-distance relationship. Not to mention, they have yet to embark on their romantic journey. So where do you attend classes? Deng Yi resolved within herself that no matter which professor or classroom Su Teng mentioned, she could always respond with, "Oh, I'm familiar with that. The classroom is on my way. We can go together. Where do you attend classes?" Su Teng frowned. Recognizing this as a legitimate concern, graduate courses are generally divided into large and small classes. Large classes consist of foundational courses taken by students from various majors, such as English and mathematics. Conversely, small classes typically involve students from the same major studying essential discipline-specific courses. However, wait, Senior Yun informed me that my academic status has become specialized. I can attend any class I desire. Now, you must tell me, which Professor's class are you in? When Su Teng posed this question, Deng Yi was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, the plan has unraveled. How on earth can I feign nonchalance and maintain the pretense of coincidence? Never mind. I shall adapt as the situation unfolds. Professor Chindua 1. Su Teng searched his mind, but had never encountered this name before. Professor Chun is quite renowned in the field of quantum physics, having once received the Future Science Award for proposing a series of conjectures regarding photon entanglement. He has always maintained high expectations for his students. In the realm of quantum physics at Huaqing, Professor Chen's words carry significant weight. However, his notable drawback is his strict policy against allowing others to audit his small classes, as he believes that a teacher's duty is to nurture their students effectively. If the class size increases, he feels he cannot devote the necessary energy to each individual. Receiving the Future Science Award? Commanding respect at Huaqing? Upon hearing this, Su Teng immediately seized upon a crucial point. Throughout the educational journey, several factors hold paramount importance. One is innate talent. In this regard, Su Teng believed he faced no challenges. Even if he had previously struggled, he discovered that consuming Red Star energy drinks improved his focus. Once immersed in knowledge, Su Teng found it easier to concentrate. The second factor is the teacher. An exceptional instructor is invaluable, capable of elucidating the most profound concepts in the simplest of terms. The attributes Deng Yi mentioned clearly indicate that Professor Chen is a highly competent educator. As for his stringent requirements and restrictions on attendance, This posed no issue for Su Ting. A brief conversation with Senior Yun before class would suffice. Su Ting was uncertain whether the special handling of student status was common knowledge among all teachers. If he were to be interrupted during class, it would indeed be troublesome. A preliminary heads-up seemed necessary. While Deng Yi was still introducing Professor Chen, Su Ting suddenly inquired, "Is there a class on quantum physics by Professor Chen this afternoon?" Yes, there is. The first class is Professor Chen's, she responded, her face a canvas of confusion, adorned with question marks. All right, then I shall accompany you, Su Ting replied. What? Deng Yi, who was still nodding, suddenly froze. Traditionally, after dining together, the two would part ways, with the promise of meeting again another time. Yet, what Su Ting had just suggested was attending class together. It wasn't that she was unwilling. Professor Chen was notoriously strict. There had been instances where friends of classmates had attempted to sit in on his lectures, only to be unceremoniously dismissed without a hint of leniency. He was known among students as the most difficult professor to approach, akin to the stern Dean Yunsheng. Seemingly perceptive of Deng Yi's concerns, Su Ting reassured her. It's all right. I'll just speak to my senior, and we can go together. Senior? Wait, aren't you a newly admitted graduate student? Deng Yi thought to herself. Your senior likely isn't much older than you. Did such conversation truly bear significance? Yet, reconsidering, she acknowledged Su Ting's unique position. He possessed a campus card that differed from hers and intended to apply for the prestigious Hucking Scholarship. Perhaps their networks indeed occupied disparate tiers. Well then, shall we depart? Deng Yi ultimately refrained from querying Su Ting about his senior's identity, opting instead to maintain a semblance of optimism. Indeed, in Yuta Building, room 308, several individuals had already settled within the classroom, engaging in discussions about the upcoming Hucking Scholarship. Hey, Lu Gu, I heard you're also applying for the scholarship, called one student. Lu Xuxing, seated at the front, turned with a smile. I'm just giving it a shot. My qualifications are sufficient for application, after all. However, merely applying does not guarantee success. There is still a defense to navigate, and we are competing against students from other departments. The pressure is considerable, O Lu Gu. Your humility is excessive. In the realm of quantum physics, who doesn't recognize that Professor Chen holds you in high regard? Another chimed in. I heard you even traveled abroad with him to present a report to those foreign scholars, at their own alma mater no less. Just imagining that is exhilarating. Lu Xuxing maintained a smile, his lips curving upward, yet he continuously downplayed his contributions. It wasn't he as grand as you portray. That occasion was primarily Professor Chen's presentation. I was merely a minor assistant, with almost no impact on the proceedings. Look at that, Lu Gu, everything about you is commendable. Except for your excessive modesty. As a mere junior, I ponder why Professor Chen has not taken me under his wing as his protege. Enough of that, this time. Lu Ji's scholarship is undoubtedly secure. I have heard that in our physics department, there were only a handful of applicants. Among those who did apply, none can rival Lu Gu. For over 2 decades, Lu Xuxing has consistently been the exemplary student. Since elementary school, he has showcased an extraordinary aptitude for learning, achieving first place in his class time and again, thus embarking on a remarkable journey of academic success. Upon entering Hucking, he maintained this trajectory. The rigorous curriculum of a prestigious institution indeed poses significant challenges. However, for Lu Xuxing, they are merely relative hurdles. With diligent review, he continues to attain commendable results. This is also the reason why Professor Chen holds Lu Xuxing in high esteem. After several interactions with the student, the stern professor discovered his commendable character, vibrant thinking, and quick adaptability. Thus, when opportunities arise, he is inclined to introduce Lu to the broader world. For Longhua, the cultivation of future generations of researchers is of paramount importance. A principle highly valued by the older generation, Lu Xuxing has indeed absorbed a wealth of knowledge under Professor Chen's guidance. Yet, there exists a lingering unease in his heart regarding a particular girl and a boy. The girl is Deng Yi, the object of his affections, while the boy is Su Ting, a name absent from any lists, someone he has never seen in class, yet who has never been rumored to face any disciplinary actions. Chapter 81. Xiaoxiu, you truly have arrived. It is quite commonplace for a girl harboring a secret admiration to have a crush on someone. No one can guarantee that the person you cherish equally reciprocates your feelings. Hence, it is often said that matters of the heart are fraught with challenges. Rather than expending time understanding others, it is far more prudent to enhance oneself. I comprehend this reasoning. Yet, I find myself unable to resist, particularly when it comes to Lu Xuxing, who has always been regarded as the exemplary child. If it were that Deng Yi favored an individual of remarkable talent and virtue, Lu Xuxing, would come to terms with it. In such a case, I would not feel any distress. But Su Ting, who is he? A graduate student who hardly attends classes and has not been known to partake in any experiments. What achievements could he possibly attain in the future? After all, he is merely a newcomer to graduate studies. No matter how extraordinary he may be, how far could he truly go? Individuals like myself, who have the opportunity to accompany professors abroad and broaden our horizons, are already quite rare. Among that select few, I have yet to hear Su Tung's name mentioned. While I pondered this, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. A man and a woman entered room 308. The woman, youthful and vibrant, was well known to everyone. She was Deng Yi, a fellow classmate. The man, however, was a stranger to me. With deep-set eyes and sharply defined features, my word, he appeared rather handsome. Who is he? Accompanying Deng Yi, could he possibly be her boyfriend? Yet, this is a graduate-level seminar. Previously, students from other classes within the same major attempted to attend, only to be unceremoniously dismissed by Professor Chen. If students from the same major are not permitted to attend, it is even less likely for someone in a romantic relationship to do so. The esteemed professor has always upheld a rigorous academic standard and would not tolerate such occurrences. At this moment, someone stood up to kindly remind Su Ting. "Excuse me, may I inquire if you have perhaps wandered into the wrong classroom?" The closer I looked, the more I realized that this individual was indeed strikingly handsome. Wait a moment. How is it that a graduate student possesses such a full head of hair and such high attractiveness? Goodness, my heart aches. Wandering into the wrong place? Su Ting paused, glancing back at Deng Yi, who shook her head in a gesture indicating no mistake had been made. It seems the esteemed professor indeed does not allow others to audit his classes. However, it matters little. I have already contacted Senior Brother Yun, who had responded, "My dear junior, feel free to attend any class you desire, and if you wish to borrow any materials, just let me know." Thus, would my junior find time to join me for a lecture? Most of the conversation was quite normal, yet that final remark struck me as rather peculiar, which Su Tung instinctively overlooked. As someone who no longer engages in research, what allure could attending a class hold for him? Su Tung has always been courteous in response to others' well-meaning reminders. Thank you, but I am not in the wrong place. This is Professor Chen's class, and I am indeed here to attend. You know Professor Chen and still wish to attend his class? You are indeed quite brave. Upon encountering the benevolent individual across the way, Lu Xuxing interjected. Others had already remarked on attending Professor Chen's lecture, rendering further persuasion unnecessary. Perhaps, after all, there were indeed means to succeed. When Su Ting first entered, Lu Xuxing failed to recognize him due to his significant transformation, an alteration that could only be described as an enhancement of his attractiveness. Goodness, engaging in research, yet somehow emerging with a more abundant head of hair and elevated charm? Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Lu Xuxing would have found such a notion utterly implausible. The definitive clue to Su Ting's identity lay in his voice, which Lu Xuxing, perceiving him as a rival, had noted with particular clarity. With Deng Yi standing nearby, any doubt was dispelled. Apart from this young man before him, Lu Xuxing could conceive of no one else who might occupy Deng Yi's side. So you are acquainted with Professor Chen and dare to attend his lecture. I shall see how you fare. Lu Xuxing had already conjured several scenarios in which Su Ting might be ousted, and the more he pondered, the more amusement he derived, nearly laughing aloud. Meanwhile, the well-meaning classmate who advised Su Ting wore a peculiar expression. Lu Xuxing was not known for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. He would scarcely inquire unless his own interests were at stake. It seemed the striking young man posed no direct threat. Wait, it must not solely be the young man's good looks. It was Deng Yi beside him. Rumor had it that Lu Xuxing harbored feelings for Deng Yi. It now appeared to be true. TSK, has the girl of your secret affection found a boyfriend? How intriguing. Do you truly wish to usurp his love? That is likely a futile endeavor. After all, you do not possess his charm. When it comes to research prowess, that is indeed debatable. Lu Xuxing had accompanied Professor Chen abroad on several occasions in his capacity as an assistant. Perhaps a spectacle was about to unfold. The surrounding classmates began to take note, regarding Su Tung with curious glances. Knowing how challenging Professor Chen's class could be, and yet he chose to attend, this young man displayed remarkable courage. Deng Yi too understood the glances and tugged at Su Tung's sleeve, saying, "Perhaps we should reconsider and attend another professor's lecture." Professor Chen not only forbade unauthorized attendance, but also imposed strict penalties on those who dared to skip his classes. If caught, there would be no favorable outcome. Had Su Ting not mentioned Professor Chen's standing in quantum physics, he likely would not have accompanied her. "Oh, it's fine. I already mentioned that I have been in touch with my senior brother. It will be all right," Su Ting reassured. "In touch with your senior brother?" The expressions of the classmates grew even more peculiar. "Judging by your appearance, you seem quite youthful. Perhaps you're a first-year graduate student. What influence could a first-year brother possibly possess?" In comparison to a professor of future scientific renown like Chen, such a claim seemed rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuxing's delight intensified. "If you are not merely speaking nonsense. Never mind, given your striking looks, I shall assume you are just speaking fancifully. Professor, do hurry. Someone here is boasting about their senior brother's influence surpassing yours. Come swiftly and teach him a lesson." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the window. The distinct sound of leather shoes unmistakably indicated the arrival of Professor Chen. "Quick, everyone, take your seats." "Hush, hush, hush. Silence, please." Professor Chen's approach to teaching still adheres to the traditional values of yesteryears. Students must be seated properly before class commences. Punctuality is paramount. And he harbors a particular disdain for any disruption to the academic environment. Thus, they, as students, were well aware of these expectations. Hastily, they found their places. Ding Yi urgently pulled Su Ting to sit in the back row. The door creaked open, revealing Professor Chen, with his silver hair and impeccably clean suit, his expression stern. Indeed, he was the Professor Chen I remembered. The moment a stranger entered the classroom, he would swiftly reprimand them. Curiosity filled the air among the onlookers. The class, being a small one of merely 10 students, meant that Professor Chen was intimately familiar with each individual, making it easy to discern who was present and who was absent. Ding Yi, noticeably anxious, clutched Su Ting's sleeve tightly. Just then, everyone was taken aback as the usually stern Professor Chen suddenly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, little Su. You truly have come." Chapter 82. What are you saying? Who is Xiao Su? Wait, something seems amiss. Goodness. Professor Chen, known for his stern demeanor, smiled. All the students, even the previously anxious Ding Yi, appeared momentarily bewildered. Among the 10 individuals present, some gaped in disbelief, while others contemplated whether to pinch themselves to affirm the reality of the situation, cautious of the pain it might entail. Yet, none were more astonished than Lu Xuxing. Among these students, he had spent the most time with Professor Chen, well acquainted with his lifestyle and temperament. The professor was always impeccably dressed and had a penchant for cleanliness. He rarely smiled, shaped by his experiences from the era of educated youth. He valued the decorum between teacher and student, placing great importance on respect for the teaching profession and classroom discipline. Consequently, while Lu Xuxing had gained considerable insights under Professor Chen's guidance, he had always approached his studies with utmost diligence, fearful of making any mistakes that might provoke the professor's ire. After all, this was a luminary in the realm of quantum physics. Offending him would yield no benefits. As for the sight of Professor Chen smiling and greeting someone, never had Lu Xuxing encountered such a phenomenon. Did the professor's persona truly encompass such warmth? Before him stood Su Ting, a figure who had never attended his classes and had not been seen in the laboratory. Yet here was Professor Chen, initiating a cordial exchange in class. It appeared that the professor's character was not collapsing. Rather, it was Lu Xuxing who felt unworthy. The bitterness of envy was akin to tasting the sourness of a lemon. Lu Xuxing's face grew taut and flushed, and he even contemplated a hasty exit. The others began to connect the dots. Xiao Su? Which Xiao Su? Wait, there was indeed a Xiao Su. The very Su Ting who issued multiple announcements daily, but had never made an appearance. It was he. And to think he looked so handsome, having been greeted by Professor Chen. It was a stark reminder of the vast chasms that can exist between individuals, a mere fraction of a difference, a remarkable disparity. Would Professor Chen greet me too? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for this development. Did Brother Yun possess such influence? No, it must be the teacher's influence. Su Ting smiled and said, Professor Chen, I would like to study under you for a while. Would that be agreeable? Of course. It would be my honor to have Xiao Su in my class, Professor Chen responded warmly. Though somewhat rigid in certain respects, he was exceptionally accommodating toward genuine talent. The foundation of a nation's strength lies in its research and military capabilities, which play a significant role. As a renowned professor of quantum physics, Chen Duowen held a degree of insight into the recent endeavors of the individual before him. Li Rongxing and several prominent figures from the weapons department had temporarily paused their projects to attend his report meeting. When the project reached completion, Li Rongxing and Su Wei were both vying for Su Cheng's attention. Li Rongxing and Su Wei are both academicians of the Dragon Kingdom. As representatives of the nation's highest scientific achievements, their eagerness to claim Su Cheng speaks volumes. What astonished Chen Duo in the most was that despite his youth and considerable progress in a singular direction, he abruptly resolved to become a versatile research talent. The pivotal point is that both individuals supported him. A young man endorsed by academicians transcends the mere label of being promising. It is more fitting to describe him as a leading figure poised to unveil a new era of scientific advancement. Su Teng, such an individual, is destined for aspirations that reach for the stars and the oceans. How fortunate am I, a humble Professor Chen, to have him attend my lecture. In the realm of research, merit precedes age. Competence is the ultimate measure. Upon hearing Professor Chen's words, Su Teng blushed, modestly responding that the professor's praise was exaggerated. Haha, Su, you truly have a way with words. Now, I shall commence the lecture. If Professor Chen's initial smile towards Su Teng left them in astonishment, his current demeanor was utterly electrifying. Not only did the professor extend a warm welcome, but he also spoke with a smile, declaring it his honor, and proceeded to announce the start of the lecture, which was already 5 minutes overdue, all while maintaining his cheerful tone. The greatest surprise, however, was for Deng Yi. She was left speechless. Did Senior Su Cheng really greet her? What stature must the senior possess? Moreover, Professor Chen was never one to be easily approachable. Yet, it was not merely the seniority that mattered. Su Teng's exceptional talent was paramount. Surely, such treatment must be reserved for someone who has conquered globally significant challenges. Knock. Knock knock. Chen Duowen rapped on the blackboard, signaling everyone to focus. During the lecture, distractions were to be avoided, and attentiveness was crucial. Distractions? Attentiveness? What nonsense! Lu Xuxing's composure crumbled. There was no scene of Su Teng being dismissed. This indicated that he indeed had an extraordinary senior. The critical factor was that Su Teng himself was remarkable. Thus, was the one left stunned in this scenario truly myself? As he observed the knowing gazes of his classmates, Lu Xuxing wished to flee the classroom, yet he lacked the courage to do so. He could only endure the scrutiny of his peers, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Was my research ability truly inferior? No, 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 I must be dreaming. Meanwhile, Su Teng, the focus of attention, remained unfazed by the reactions of his classmates. He had come to prepare for the tasks the system would soon issue. Unlike the last time, this occasion brought forth new developments after the system absorbed a modicum of energy. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a virtual screen announcing the release of the next set of blueprints, 1 month hence. This is the first time the system has displayed the release time of the drawings. Therefore, during this month, Su Teng needs to supplement some foundational knowledge. At this moment, Professor Chen began to expound. Quantum physics is a branch of physics that investigates the laws governing the motion of microscopic particles in the material world. It primarily focuses on the fundamental theories concerning atoms, molecules, condensed matter, as well as the structure and properties of atomic nuclei and fundamental particles. Together with relativity, it forms the theoretical foundation of modern physics. Quantum physics encompasses 2 components. The first is quantum mechanics, which serves as the physical theory at the atomic level, explaining the motion of matter in the microscopic realm. The second is quantum field theory, which examines the fundamental laws of fields and unveils profound issues related to the essence of matter. Sitting next to Su Teng, Deng Yi found it somewhat peculiar that these were merely foundational concepts of quantum physics. Why would Professor Chen start from the very beginning? Was it perhaps for Su Teng's benefit? Casting a glance at Su Teng, Deng Yi whispered, I would like to ask, before attending Professor Chen's class, were you genuinely studying quantum physics? Su Teng pondered for a moment before replying, not exactly. I was previously engrossed in materials regarding firearms. Deng Yi, what on earth are you talking about? Chapter 83, Breach Defenses. Su Teng is not a deceiver, nor does he have any reason to deceive. This implies that his words are indeed truthful. Hucking University offers a plethora of specialized courses, and the library is replete with an extensive collection of textbooks. However, what kind of books exist in the realm of firearms? Does the library truly house such volumes? Aren't we all graduate students? Why does the disparity between us feel as though it spans a century, merely a fraction of a moment? At this moment of existential doubt for Deng Yi, Professor Chen experienced the most joyous class of his entire life. He was perpetually smiling throughout the session, radiating happiness as he taught. Traditionally, Chen Duowen would never don a suit for class. His obsession with cleanliness made him averse to any blemish on his garments. Prior to the class, he received a message from Dean Yun. Su Shidi has just applied to attend your class for this period. I kindly ask for your assistance during this time. Su Shidi? Su Tung. All the professors had been forewarned, and orders from above mandated that the university facilitate Su Tung's access to all courses and materials, aiming to expedite his development into a versatile researcher. While others awaited their turn, I had already been chosen. Ha ha. So this is the elation of being selected. Chen Duowen was delighted and hurriedly changed into a suit, one he had worn when he received the Future Science Award, imbued with symbolic significance. He rushed to class, and upon opening the door, he indeed found Su Ting. Just as rumored, he was talented, humble, and courteous. The more one observed him, the more one liked him. Ah, you mentioned Lu Xuxing to me? That is where you err. How could an ordinary individual, even with a bit of strength, be compared to a true genius? Thus, for the entire class, Chen Duowen's attention was solely on Su Ting. When Su Ting wrote fervently, Chen would slightly adjust his pace. When Su Ting furrowed his brow, a pang of concern struck him. Had he perhaps misstated a key point? And when Su Tung's brow relaxed, he felt a sense of reassurance, pondering whether this individual might truly become the first polymath in the history of manhwa. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates were utterly astounded, their nerves tingling throughout the class. Our Professor Chen has never been seen smiling, yet with Su Tung's presence in the classroom, he taught the entire session with a grin. Have you noticed? Professor Chen is actually wearing a suit for class, a sight we have never witnessed before. The entire class's focus was on Su Tung. I could almost believe I was merely here to accompany him. The students had a private group chat, where previously no one dared to use their phones during class. Now, Professor Chen seemed completely oblivious to their presence, which emboldened them to express their thoughts in the chat. It was only at this moment that some began to comprehend the significance of the several announcements made by Hucking previously. They thought it was not particularly alarming. After all, from the outcome, it appeared that the other party had first besmirched Su Ting's reputation. As a school, it is quite customary for the authorities to provide explanations. However, given the current circumstances, it seems they still perceive Su Ting in a rather diminutive light. Everyone should dare to think a bit bolder. Consequently, someone discreetly captured a photograph of Professor Chen smiling during his lecture and shared it in the group chat. Tian Dadida, is that? Oh my goodness. That must be Professor Chen. What AI does she gua? It is undoubtedly Professor Chen. I distinctly remember trying to attend his class once, only to be dismissed. He stated, I only teach a select group of students, too many, and I lack the energy to attend to them all. Ming Tian Jiao Jin Jubu Diushi Lu. How is it possible that Professor Chen is smiling while teaching? I recall him as a rather stern individual, particularly one who holds traditional values in high regard. Could there have been a mistake in the photograph? What AI does she gua? No, it's certainly ISNTA mistake. I can assure you. Wait a moment. Why is Professor Chen wearing a suit? And I can wapiao e. What? Does this suit have some significance? What AI does she gua? It certainly does. Do you all remember when Professor Chen received the Future Science Prize? He wore this very suit to accept the award. He would not don this suit without a significant occasion. A momentous occasion? Lu Xuxing, who had been silently observing, felt a surge of anxiety. I have a thought that I'm unsure whether to voice. I fear offending Professor Chen. In his eyes, teaching Su Ting is indeed a significant occasion, warranting the wearing of a suit imbued with special meaning. It is no wonder that Lu Xuxing noticed Professor Chen's attire seemed rather formal today. It was evidently in honor of Su Tung. What AI does she gua? What is going on with Professor Chen? Is he going to receive another award today? No, that would require wearing the suit only during the award ceremony. There is no need for it in class. Doesn't TA professor with such fastidiousness worry about soiling his attire? Enough with the questions, enough. I am beginning to question my very existence, Lu Xuxing thought to himself, shouting internally. Kian Hale, it's because a student has arrived in the classroom today. A student? The curiosity of all the onlookers in the chat was piqued. Which student could possibly warrant such attention from Professor Chen? Tian Dadida who? What AI does she gua? Who? The group rapidly filled with inquiries. Kuyen Hao Su Tung. The very Su Tung who never attends class. The one for whom Hua Qing issued several announcements. Then, a candid snapshot was shared. Oh my goodness was the collective thought that emerged in the minds of all the students in the chat. The immediate response was, no, this cannot be true. Someone must be playing an elaborate April Fool's joke on us. Yet, upon seeing the photograph, a perfect profile, sharply defined features, an upright posture. And the beaming Professor Chun on stage, goodness gracious. What AI does she Gua fell into utter despondency. I had tried to audit a single class in my own major, and he refused me entry, claiming he lacked the energy and had to be responsible for those attending his lecture, ultimately dismissing me. As another student, Su Ting, adorned in a suit and wearing a smile, exemplifies the notion of disparity. This is what it means. I love watermelon, I'm overwhelmed. The world is vast, I'm overwhelmed. Destiny's grand design, I'm overwhelmed. A series of responses quickly escalated to 99. It is undeniable that Shin Duo-wen, a luminary in quantum physics, holds a prestigious academic standing at Hucking, well known among his peers. The student who secretly captured and shared the photo felt a surge of joy. There exists a shared trait among humanity. When I am individually overwhelmed, it is quite distressing. However, when I manage to bring that sense of overwhelm to everyone else, my discomfort is diluted. In fact, witnessing their exasperated expressions brings me a certain delight. Look at my drift. Su Ting is so handsome. Who is this intruder disrupting the formation? Meanwhile, Dang Yi, who had been observing, furrowed her brow and silently noted the name. In the next moment, a new voice emerged in the group. I love watermelon. Even if Su Tung can attend, he certainly won't comprehend. I have never heard of such a person in the physics department. Thus, if Professor Chen poses any questions later, Su Ting will undoubtedly be at a loss. And so, Chapter 84, the challenge intensifies. Initially engulfed in existential doubts, Lu Xiuxing believed he was regaining his footing. Quantum physics, a discipline that only began to emerge in the early 20th century, is remarkably youthful when contrasted with classical mechanics, optics, and other branches of science. This nascent status implies that many phenomena remain inadequately understood. Theorems apply under specific conditions. When transcended, they become what is commonly referred to as conjectures. Within this vast domain, there exists an abundance of knowledge yet to be unearthed. However, for the average individual, the most palpable sentiments can be distilled into two words: perplexing and challenging. Merely listening can cause one's expression to darken, with an involuntary thought surfacing. What on earth are you talking about? Why does it feel as though your words are akin to God casting dice, rife with uncertainty? Consider the classic example of S.H.R. Dinger's cat, a feline enclosed within a box alongside a small quantity of radium and a container of cyanide. The decay of radium occurs with a certain probability. Should it decay, a mechanism is triggered that shatters the cyanide container, leading to the cat's demise. Conversely, if the radium remains stable, the cat survives. Traditionally, the understanding is straightforward. The cat is either dead or alive. Yet, in the realm of quantum mechanics, the situation transforms. Simply put, until the box is opened, the state of the cat remains unknown. Thus, it exists in a superposition of being both dead and alive. Do you comprehend this? I do not. Initially, Lu Xiuxing found himself utterly bewildered by this lesson, spending considerable time rationalizing it to himself. From that moment onward, he began to grasp a profound notion. The culmination of science leads to theology, a realization not without merit. It is no wonder that many historical luminaries, such as Newton, gravitated towards theological studies in their later years. Observing Su Ting from a distance, who was at times furrowing his brow and at others fervently scribbling notes. Since the beginning, Professor Chen had imparted a wealth of information, nearly catching up to their pace. How is it that Su Ting, a newcomer to the physics department, could digest so much and keep up with their rhythm? Dream on. Even God would hesitate to throw the dice in such a manner. Consequently, Lu Xiuxing felt a mix of joy and cautious anticipation. Observing Su Ting's earnestness, he thought, just wait until you find yourself in a predicament. Meanwhile, Dang Yi, who had been secretly observing, harbored concerns for Su Ting, as she too had been rendered speechless by quantum physics. You may torment me 1,000 times, yet I shall regard you as my first love. The previous introductory courses had nearly pushed her into a state of withdrawal. Although Su Ting possessed a certain foundational knowledge, did he not mention that it pertained to conventional weaponry? Surely, the knowledge of conventional weaponry and quantum mechanics are unrelated. Or are they? When Chen Duo commenced lecturing Su Ting, he had meticulously planned the overall sequence of the course. Given that Su Ting's time was limited, the challenge of becoming a versatile researcher is exponentially greater than that of a solitary investigator. Dean Yun had also articulated the situation with remarkable clarity. In accordance with Su Ting's intentions, all foundational courses were to be imparted to him with utmost expedience. Within the span of 1 hour, Chen Duowen elucidated a plethora of fundamental concepts, nearly matching the pace of his fellow students. I ought to seek an opportunity to inquire of Su. Merely lecturing may not necessarily deepen his comprehension. Posing questions would indubitably leave a more lasting impression on him. Alas, my tenure as Su's teacher is destined to be fleeting. Yet I find contentment in this brief period. In future encounters with old friends, I can proudly declare, I once taught Su Ting. With a tap on the blackboard, Chin Duo ignited a wave of excitement among the students as this gesture heralded his customary approach to posing questions. Ding, he exclaimed. What if Su Ting truly cannot respond? Other students chimed in. Oh no, here it comes. The assessment is upon us. Lu Shuxing urged, Professor Chin, please do not hold back. Challenged Su Ting thoroughly. Su, having imparted such extensive foundational knowledge, I now wish to assess your understanding. Is that acceptable? The room fell silent at this proclamation. Professor, why so humble? Must you seek affirmation to pose a question? Of course, Professor Chin, it is an honor to attend your lectures. Despite the meticulous arrangements orchestrated by Brother Yun behind the scenes, it must be acknowledged that Su Tong harbored such thoughts. Every seasoned professor has weathered tumultuous times, facing not only external pressures but also internal challenges. To steadfastly contribute to the advancement of our nation is commendable. Su Ting felt privileged to be a temporary student of these esteemed educators. Chen Bowen's countenance brightened. He radiated joy through his humility, clarity of purpose, and youthful promise. The future is indeed in capable hands. To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Such was the sentiment. All right, Su, pay heed. What is the primary focus of quantum mechanics? As the question was posed, a collective thought arose in the minds of the others. Is this it? Is Professor Chin being lenient? The vast ocean outside exceeds the waters he has released. Su Ting momentarily paused but then earnestly replied, in simple terms. Quantum mechanics pertains to discontinuity and probability. In classical physics, the states of all objects are deterministic, whereas in quantum mechanics, the position and energy of particles are fundamentally uncertain. That will suffice, Chin Duo interjected, surprising Su with the abrupt interruption. Notably, Su's memory appeared remarkably sharp, as he seemed to have memorized the textbook verbatim. All right. Su, let us transition to the next phase of assessment. Turning, Professor Chin commenced writing on the blackboard. To excite a hydrogen atom in its ground state so that it emits the longest wavelength in the Lyman series, composed of spectral lines emitted during the transition from the excited state to the ground state. What minimum energy must be imparted to the ground state hydrogen atom? The ionization energy of a hydrogen atom in its ground state is the excited state atom, with an ionization energy of 0.554 eV, has its electron moving in the N2 orbital. Upon viewing the array of written topics, everyone was rendered speechless. I thought Professor Chin intended to flood the entire Pacific Ocean with his knowledge, but it seems we were utterly mistaken. Professor Chin remains the same Professor Chin, showing no significant change due to Su Tong. His attitude towards academia is perpetually serious and earnest. What started as fundamental questions has swiftly escalated into more substantial matters. In just a little over an hour, Professor Chin has primarily outlined basic content, presenting theorems, formulas, and essential definitions. Consequently, he transcribed all the previously mentioned knowledge points into problems. It felt akin to teaching elementary school students some advanced mathematics required for college entrance examinations. He then proceeded to present actual mathematics examination questions from Jiangsu. Now, complete these problems, he said. The notion of leniency? Non-existent. This has undeniably heightened the level of challenge to its utmost. Chapter 85. A mindset in turmoil. All eyes were fixed on Su Teng, eagerly anticipating his next move. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Goodness, Professor Chin is genuinely serious about this. One bystander remarked, I must admit, this behavior has truly opened my eyes. Initially, I believed that Su Teng Sr. had considerable prestige, but it now seems that Professor Chin's line of questioning serves as a stern test for Su Teng. Some students turned their gaze towards Lu Shuxin, for among them, he was the one most familiar with Professor Chin. Lu, Brother Lu, do you think Professor Chin is attempting to put Su Teng under pressure? Originally, the student had intended to address Lu by name, but reconsidered, realizing it would be unwise to be so straightforward, given they would be seeing each other daily. This slight hesitation did not go unnoticed by Lu Shuxing. Goodness. Professor Chin has yet to utter a word, and I almost transitioned from Brother Lu to Little Lu. Lu Shuxing furrowed his brow. If Professor Chin had not shown Su Teng such respect from the outset, he might have perceived this as a form of intimidation. However, the fact that questions were posed to Su Teng first could hardly be construed as a challenge. It was, without a doubt, a sign of esteem. Professor Chun was unlike other educators. Throughout his life, he maintained a rigorous approach to scholarship and harbored hopes for the future of scientific research in manhwa. Thus, the more he valued an individual, the more meticulously he would assess their potential. In simpler terms, he would not let a single drop of talent slip by. Consequently, Su-tung was likely the individual Professor Chen esteemed most in his lifetime. Who else could conclude the fundamentals of quantum mechanics in just over an hour, only to immediately embark on a series of problem-solving exercises? Was this truly an assessment? It felt more like a matter of life and death. Lu Xuxing empathized. If he were in Su-tung's position, after merely an hour, he would be at a loss. Unable to even comprehend the essence of the questions, merely left pondering. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The thought ignited a sense of impotent fury within Lu Xuxing. Why bother with intimidation? Just observe quietly. The student who had intended to interject with, "Little Lu, don't let a little praise go to your head," ultimately restrained himself. At this moment, sitting beside Su-tung, Dangy felt a surge of anxiety. Are you really going to tackle the problems? Other students also cast sidelong glances at Su-tung, sharing the same apprehension. Should anyone dare to approach such a challenge? Surely, one ought not to tempt fate in such a manner. Had it not been for the invigorating effects of the Hongxing energy drink, Su-tung would have hesitated to step forward. However, after consuming the energy drink, the sensations were indescribable. The foundational principles of quantum mechanics were indeed concepts he had grasped after a single explanation from Professor Chen. To the onlookers, the notion of assimilating over an hour's worth of Professor Chen's teachings was utterly inconceivable. Yet, that hour felt interminable in Su-tung's mind. Akin to a file being replayed in slow motion, continuously being retrieved until fully digested. Impossible? I beg to differ. I find it quite manageable. Thus, Su-tung smiled at Deng Yi, saying, "No worries, I am eager to challenge myself." Challenge yourself? Professor Chen chuckled inwardly, reflecting that indeed the youth ought to embrace the unknown difficulties. Meanwhile, the group chat was abuzz with excitement. I love Big Watermelon. So, Su-tung can't answer a single question and is just pretending. Heaven and earth, it's hard to say. After all, if he entered through special channels, he must possess some knowledge. Destiny arranged it. I beg to differ. Professor Chen is renowned for his rigor. I know a senior who once cried after being scolded by him. If Professor Chen poses a question, he certainly won't go easy. I love Big Watermelon. So Su-tung is doomed today, huh? You see me drift. You guys can't target Su-tung just because he is handsome. A bunch of pathetic men. I love Big Watermelon frowned, pondering where this insipid woman had come from. Her words so ungracious, she should be kicked out. Kick failed. Upon clicking on You See Me Drift's profile, he discovered, to his dismay, that she was the group admin. Damn. There are bad apples among the crowd. At that moment, someone in the group shared the latest update. Research is exhausting just now. Professor Chen asked Su-tung about the definition of quantum physics. Had it not been for Professor Chen's intervention, Su-tung would have recited the definition from the textbook verbatim. Research is exhausting. Breaking news, Professor Chen presented a full blackboard of foundational quantum physics problems. Though I barely understand some of the basics, Su-tung is currently solving them on stage. Shortly thereafter, a candid photo was shared. Su-tung, chalk in hand, was at the board, diligently working out equations. Research is exhausting, by the way. I must clarify this photo. It may appear he is moving slowly, but in reality, Su-tung's pace in solving the problems has begun to take off. It's utterly outrageous. With this flurry of updates, the group fell into a stunned silence. No, it cannot be. How could such a person exist? Never before had anyone in the physics department exhibited this prowess. After merely an hour of class, he commenced to demonstrate answers to fundamental questions, and those posed by the notoriously stringent Professor Chen. As Su-tung approached the first problem with chalk in hand, he realized the first question was indeed a fundamental one. The key to solving it lay in applying the experimental laws of the hydrogen atom spectrum. According to the Lyman series formula and the Rydberg constant, the value of n should be either 2 or 3. The longest wavelength spectral line corresponds to n2, which necessitates that the energy provided to the ground state hydrogen atom is HV, where HV 2. Consequently, the result is 13, 6 EV2, 10, 2 EV. The classmates, upon seeing those familiar equations, were utterly dumbfounded. It was not that they were unable to compute it. Rather, it was astonishing that this individual had only attended class for a little over an hour. Some skeptics, undeterred, took out their scratch paper and began to work through the problem. The sound of frantic calculations filled the air, and indeed, the outcome was 10, 2 EV. A collective gasp echoed in their minds as they experienced a moment of disillusionment. Lu Xuxing thought to himself, "Why must you perform such a miracle before us?" But the crux of the matter was not here. As for the second question, Su Tung began to skip steps. Indeed, he was skipping steps. The key to solving this problem lies in understanding that ionization energy refers to the energy required to excite an electron from its ground state to a free state. The ionization energy of a hydrogen atom in its ground state. At this point, Su Ting ceased writing. Instead, he picked up the chalk and sketched a diagram, subsequently filling in the blank with, the ionization energy is 13.6 eV in an orbit corresponding to N5. Another flurry of calculations ensued. The final result was entirely accurate. The entire class experienced a collective shock. How could he skip steps on the second question and still arrive at the correct answer? Were they to be left in despair? Chapter 86. I am quite the enthusiast. An additional update for the summoning of the previous character. Manhwaejia. From the moment Su Ting ascended the stage to tackle the problems, Professor Chin's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. In the professor's eyes, these questions posed no challenge. They were merely rudimentary exercises designed to stimulate one's intellect. Perhaps just a slight endeavor to broaden one's thinking. Su should be able to manage this, though perhaps I should lower my expectations a tad. After all, Su is merely a freshman who has attended just over an hour of class. I might be taking this too seriously. How could there possibly be a student of such caliber in this world? As Professor Chen sought to convince himself of the appropriate manner to respond should Su falter, he glanced up and was met with a series of formulas culminating in the correct answer. My heavens, Upon completing the first question, Su immediately proceeded to the second. Moreover, he began skipping steps. The ionization energy was 13.6, moving within the N5 orbital. Yet another standard answer surfaced. Any lingering doubts that Professor Chen may have harbored transformed entirely into affirmation. Su has indeed comprehended everything. By the time he reached the third question, Su Ting's pace had noticeably accelerated. This particular problem required a bit more application of formulas and a slight shift in reasoning, as one had to consider the energy imparted by the incident light, with a zero representing the work function of the metal, as the angle between the incident photons decreased. Before Professor Chen could complete his thoughts, he observed Su swiftly jotting down the answer. Professor Chen. For the first time, the old professor began to question his own existence. Could quantum mechanics truly be this simple? Surely not. I recall the immense effort I exerted during my first class, nearly succumbing to despair from the onset. Yet now, Su Tung was entirely immersed in the realm of quantum mechanics. The problems on the blackboard resembled a world unto themselves, each question akin to a formidable mini-boss. While he embodied a valiant warrior wielding a sword, cleaving through obstacles, his mind raced with calculations, the frequency at its zenith. Thus the wavelength altered most significantly. The key to solving the problem, according to Einstein's photoelectric effect equation, H.W. It follows that the energy of the incident photon, H, surpasses the work function of the metal, thereby demonstrating that photoelectrons possess a certain kinetic energy. Formulas danced before his eyes like ethereal sprites, swirling around him. Whatever he needed, he grasped with ease. Chalk rapidly diminished, replaced time and again. As he completed the final formula, Su Ting released a breath of relief. At last, it was done. He turned, tossing the unfinished chalk upon the lectern. Raising his gaze, he was met with the astonished expressions of his classmates, some with mouths agape, unable to close them. What on earth? What was wrong with them? Hadn't Professor Chen stated that these were merely basic questions? Could it be that I miscalculated? As the thought crossed his mind, Su Ting turned back and mentally recalculated. A minute later. Indeed, this was the answer. He then faced Professor Chen, who stood at the front, and said, Professor Chen, I have completed it. Please take a look. No response. Professor Chen? Professor Chen. After calling out twice, Chen Duowen finally emerged from his astonishment. Oh, young Su, you have finished. Chen Duowen, who had been standing nearby, had certainly seen that he was done. Yet, he was perplexed. How could one leap from the second problem to mental calculations for the third, yet arrive at all the correct answers? It was as simple as a primary school student glancing at a high school math exam paper in Jiangsu, frowning slightly, and then swiftly scribbling down solutions. 10 minutes later, uttering, it's nothing much. What a trivial problem. You think this can stop me from working? He left nonchalantly, concealing his achievements and accolades. Professor Chen, may I trouble you to verify if there are any errors in my answers? I recalculated mentally just now, and it should be correct. Meanwhile, a fellow student still grappling with the third problem felt utterly drained, wishing for an end to it all. What? I couldn't even solve the third problem, and you've recalculated it mentally? Shin Duowen was equally astonished by this remark. Yet, in the next moment, he was overcome with excitement. This was true genius. And no problem. Before Su Tung could react, Shin Duowen hastily uttered the next line. Young Su, would you like to study quantum physics under my guidance? Experienced researchers share a common trait. They cherish talent. For them, there is no need for secrecy. Upon encountering exceptionally gifted individuals, they cannot help but reach out. The implication behind that statement is a desire to become my mentor. Su Tung found it curious why every seasoned scholar seemed to wish for a disciple of their own in the end. Before he could voice his thoughts, he overheard Shin Duowen muttering to himself, "Oh, no, you have a mission. Forget it. It's disheartening." The bell rang, signaling the end of a significant lecture. Shin Duowen meticulously packed the books from the podium into his briefcase and brushed off the dust from his attire before approaching Su Ting with a serious demeanor. Young Su, I want to take up more of your time. If you wish to attend lectures in the future, just come over. Your senior will send you the schedule. Thank you. Professor Chin. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Shin Duowen waved his hand dismissively as he walked away, muttering, what a pity. If only he were my student. How wonderful that would be. But it's fine. I can boast to those old fellows. Today, I witnessed the birth of a genius, haha. Su Ting indeed planned to attend subsequent classes. However, his upcoming plans would require some adjustments. The system would release the blueprints in a month, although they were random. The overall technological level would undoubtedly rise. Physics encompasses several major disciplines: classical mechanics and theoretical mechanics, electromagnetism and electrodynamics, thermodynamics and statistical physics, quantum mechanics. Merely dedicating a month to the study of quantum physics evidently falls short. With the enhancement of the Hongxing energy liquid, Su Tung decided to challenge himself and picked up his phone. Brother Yin, I have a favor to ask of you. In the next moment, he received an immediate response. Junior Su, feel free to share whatever you need, for I am quite the enthusiastic person. Enthusiastic? Su Ting found this somewhat perplexing, as Brother Yun's reputation among the multitude of students seemed to suggest otherwise. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as unimportant. I wish to delve into the foundational knowledge of all physics disciplines within a month. Goodness. Yun Xing was taken aback by Su Ting's statement. Wiping his screen to ensure he had not misread. Uncertain, he inquired again, Junior Su, you are not jesting, are you? Brother Yun, I assure you, I am not joking. Chapter 87. The romance of a true man. Were it anyone else speaking to Yun Xing in such a manner, he would have undoubtedly lost his temper. To expect him to grasp the foundational knowledge of all physics disciplines within a month? Surely, you are testing my limits. Do you think I am Yin Dorminsheng? Yet, it was Su Ting who posed this request. My dear Junior, Su could never err. If anyone is to be found at fault, it must surely be me, Yin Xing. Fear not, Su Junior. I shall promptly compile the schedules of all the professors. Oh, no. I shall notify every professor from the physics department to convene a meeting, urging them to arrange their courses sensibly, ensuring that Su Junior's days are filled to the brim with learning. Were it anyone else to hear that their days would be packed continuously for an entire month, it would undoubtedly shatter their composure, leading them to question their very existence in class. Su Ting, however, would react differently. The thought alone would invigorate his spirit. The more knowledge one encounters, the humbler one becomes, for he realizes that the mountain of research is infinite, a journey with no end. Should you believe you have reached the summit, it is merely a limitation imposed by your own understanding. I apologize for the trouble, Yin Senior. No inconvenience at all. I assure you that by tonight, I shall have organized all the course schedules and will send them to Su Junior. After dispatching the message, Yun Xing commenced calling the esteemed professors. Their courses, already arranged at the semester's outset, would now require adjustment, a tedious task. Yet, he knew that each professor would be amenable to this request, for Su Ting was a research talent of considerable repute, even among academicians. Yun Senior remains as dependable as ever. Putting away his phone, Su Ting lifted his gaze and noticed his classmates staring at him in bewilderment. As if he were some peculiar creature. What is the matter with you all? Class has concluded. Why do you gaze upon me? Why are we looking at you? Hey, my friend, you truly are unaware of what just transpired? It dawned on them that the entire lecture had been tailored specifically for Su Ting, though somewhat absurd. It was still within the realm of comprehension. After all, the world is filled with geniuses. The absence of one would hardly be noticed. However, the standard answers to the quantum mechanics problems on the blackboard were utterly astonishing. I nearly believed I was not living in reality, but rather a television drama. Someone stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly. Ah, it appears my hearing has failed me. Had it not been for Suji's reminder, I would have remained oblivious to the end of class. Sugu? Su Tung was taken aback by this appellation. Almost immediately, another individual chimed in. Ah, I too owe my gratitude to Suji's timely reminder. Will Sugu be attending class tomorrow? Directly asking Su Ting for his contact information would likely result in rejection. Thus they resolved to approach it indirectly. Tonight, Yin Sr. would finalize all the schedules. As for whether Su Ting would return to class tomorrow, he truly could not say. It was possible, perhaps even probable. Well then, Sugu, see you tomorrow. Farewell, Sugu. As the weather turns colder, please take care of your health and avoid catching a chill. Following Su Tung's impressive display, it is evident to all that if he continues on this trajectory, he will undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the realm of scientific research. Why not embrace the opportunity when one has a formidable ally? As for Lu Xuxing, I must apologize. I am not particularly familiar with this young man. In the midst of the commotion, Lu Xuxing quietly slipped away. It is not that I had never contemplated resistance. Rather, I found that before I could even muster a response, the situation had already spiraled out of control. Where are you going? Su Ting inquired of Deng Yi, who remained seated, still lost in thought. Oh, I have to attend math class shortly, Deng Yi instinctively replied. Ah, understood. Observing Su Tung as he gathered his belongings, Deng Yi could not resist asking, and you? The library. Su Tung had already meticulously planned his course of action. Coordinating the schedules of various professors, as Brother Yin had done, required some time. Even at this late hour, it was a rather pressing endeavor for him. Prior to that, visiting the library was the most prudent choice. There, he would find staff arranged by his seniors, prepared with the necessary materials for his upcoming studies in foundational physics. Reflecting on the system's month-long countdown felt like a reminder to Su Ting. Your future responsibilities will only grow in significance. Do not be swayed by present accomplishments. Only those researchers who continually ascend the peaks of knowledge will advance further. Watching Su Tung's retreating figure, Deng Yi's emotions became somewhat complex. The gap between her and him was undeniably widening. She silently encouraged herself, strive to stand alongside him in the future. For even being a supportive assistant would be a privilege. When the trio known for their lackadaisical attitude rebranded themselves as the inspirational trio, something shifted within them. At least, this was true for Tang Haiba. Gaining admission to a prestigious graduate program is no small feat, and standing out among so many peers is an even greater challenge. Initially, Tang Haibo had intended to take a laid-back approach, merely coasting through 3 years of graduate school before attempting to secure a public sector job. However, everything changed when he joined Su Ji's project. It was his first genuine encounter with the allure of scientific research, prompting an internal exclamation, "Wow! Can those engaged in research truly be this impressive? A public sector job? What is that?" Real men undoubtedly choose the path of scientific inquiry. The concept of an energy cannon, revolutionizing traditional firearm notions, materializing in real life, how exhilarating. With such a weapon, one would forever be the most dashing figure on the street. Not to mention the prospect of creating mechas or warships. Honestly, what man could resist such marvels? From that moment onward, this conviction firmly took root in Tang Haiba's heart. Consequently, he now frequented the library daily. The more time he spent there, the more he began to appreciate the enchantment of learning, becoming utterly captivated and unable to extricate himself. Much like the nuances of romance, where certain unspoken gestures abound between men and women, Tang Haibo consistently opts for the same seat as before. This is because, on that occasion, Su Tung was seated beside him. Ah, how he longed for his senior, Su. During his absence. Now that he has returned, Tang refrains from reaching out, fearing he might intrude upon him. Thus, he finds himself gravitating ever closer to the seat once occupied by Su, hoping to encounter him serendipitously. Perhaps it is best to temper such aspirations. Yet, alas, how he yearns to once again partake in Su's research endeavors. Just as Tang Haibo's mind wandered through these thoughts, a staff member approached, arms laden with books. This individual is familiar to him. He is the very same staff member who assisted Su in collecting books during their last encounter. Chapter 88. A new generation. Tang Haiba's mind raced swiftly as he observed the trajectory of the management personnel approaching his direction. Casting a glance around, he noted that the seat beside him was the most advantageous in terms of both illumination and comfort. Clutching a plethora of books, he pondered. Just as Tang Haiba turned his head, a familiar figure entered, Su Shixiao. Overcome with excitement, he sprang to his feet and waved fervently, calling out, "Su Shixiao." Su Tung paused momentarily, recognizing the little chubby figure before him. It dawned on him that this was the assistant brought by Yun Shixiang, Tang Haiba. The exuberance of Tang's greeting drew disapproving glances from those nearby. Apologies, I did not mean to disturb everyone, Tang Haiba quickly offered, his demeanor somewhat sheepish. The unremarkable appearance of the chubby boy contrasted starkly with the handsome man approaching from across the room. Yet, it is well known that in the realm of scientific inquiry, looks often bear an inverse relationship to one's research prowess. The more handsome the individual, the less likely they are to excel in their scientific endeavors. Once again, the surrounding audience returned to their work, heads bowed. Meanwhile, the management personnel, burdened with a stack of books, turned to Su Tong, seeking his guidance on where to place them. Encountering a familiar face, Su Tong decided to stand beside Tang Haiba, gesturing towards the vacant seat. After a brief tidying up, Su Tong had just settled into his chair when Tang Haiba leaned in, lowering his voice. Su Shixiang, has the project from last time been completed? Bound by a confidentiality agreement, even with the trio disbanded, he remained curious about the progress of the experiment. Yes, it has been completed. Ah, as expected. A tinge of disappointment flickered within Tang Haiba. The rudimentary version of the explosive energy gun had once revolutionized his understanding. The complete version, he feared, could create craters with a single shot. He recalled the explosive energy gun featured 5 energy scales, while the simplified version only represented the first. He was eager to know the true power of the 5th scale. Just as Tang Haiba was about to inquire further, he noticed Su Ting extracting a book from the pile, New Concepts in Physics, Quantum Physics. What could this signify? Wasn't the explosive energy gun classified as a thermal weapon? Surely, there existed a significant distinction between thermal weaponry and new concepts in physics, quantum physics. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that his vision was indeed clear. He glanced back at the array of books: Optics, 4th edition, University Physics, 3rd edition, Electromagnetism. The assortment dazzled him like a chaotic imlang. What compelled one to study such an extensive range of textbooks? Wait. Realization struck Tang Haiba. These textbooks encompassed the entirety of foundational courses within the field of physics. Good heavens. The last time he had encountered Su Shixiang, he had not been so absurdly ambitious. Yet, following the completion of the explosive energy gun project, it seemed as though Su Shixiang had embarked on an academic endeavor at a higher institution. Was it conceivable for one to undertake all these courses simultaneously? Truly. Was this a feat achievable by any individual? Su Ting turned to look at Tang Haiba, wondering why he seemed hesitant to speak. Noticing Su Tong's gaze, Tang Haiba gulped nervously. Senior Su, is this what you need to study during this period? Indeed, Su Ting replied. Wang Defa. For an ordinary person, grappling with a specialized branch of physics would be daunting, yet Senior Su was tackling them all at once. At that moment, Su Tong quietly remarked, to be precise, it is within the span of this month. Tang Haiba was taken aback, feeling as if he had been struck hard. No. It couldn't be a world where I alone am left wounded. He opened the motivational group chat and typed, I saw Senior Su. Really? You're joking, came the reply. How could you speak to your father in such a manner? After sending that, Tang Haiba shared a photo. The profile was striking, the side view was exceptional. It was undeniably Senior Su. However, the other two in the group felt a twinge of confusion. Why did he seem even more handsome after this period? Wow, it truly is Senior Su. I think he looks a bit more handsome. Could it be my imagination? Indeed, Senior Su does look a tad more charming. Tang Haiba internally scoffed, thinking it was because they weren't present. If they were in his position, they would realize how much more handsome Senior Su appeared. Yet, that wasn't the topic he wished to discuss. Tang Haiba typed, take a look at what book Senior Su is reading. He had chosen a favorable angle that captured all the books. 3 seconds later, he was astounded. Having just noticed that the book Senior Su was perusing encompassed the foundational courses of university physics across all specialties. He shared it with his friends, who remarked that it looked staged. If it were anyone else, he might agree. But they had to understand, this was Senior Su. So, based on the implications of the photograph, was Senior Su genuinely intent on studying these subjects? It was only then that Tang Haiba typed, indeed, to be precise. It is within the span of a month. 23 HFA. Pardon me, my fingers went wild for a moment. He continued. Oh dear. My cat just leaped onto the keyboard. Peeking in, Tang Haiba felt quite satisfied. Indeed, as the greats say, suffering must be shared. Once shared, it loses its weight. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, Su Tong remained oblivious to his surroundings, absorbing the content of his textbooks like a sponge. It was only now that he realized the remarkable effects of the energy liquid. His concentration had grown exponentially, and complex formulas became comprehensible with surprising speed. After reviewing them a few times, he could even rederive the formulas, and his brain's computational ability had been enhanced, allowing him to perform mental calculations with ease. Pages of the textbook were turned with fervor, leaving Tang Haibo astonished. Was university physics truly this accessible? As Su Ting extracted a new volume, Tang Haibo, unable to contain his curiosity, approached and flipped it open. The intricate formulas and obscure theorems, coupled with the terminology that felt quite off, evoked a familiar sensation. Indeed, it was not the simplicity of a textbook, but rather the prowess of Senior Su that was evident. When Su Tung reached for the site again, he realized the textbook had already been thoroughly perused. Glancing up, he noticed the clock displayed 9 o'clock in the evening. Unbeknownst to him, over 5 hours had slipped away. His stomach began to grumble. Turning his head, he found Tang Haibo gazing at him with a dazed expression, appearing utterly stupefied. What is the matter with you? Oh, I'm fine. Has Senior Su finished? Yes, I'm off to dinner now. Would you care to join me? In a moment of existential doubt, Tang Haibo shook his head. Dinner? I'm sorry, but I truly have no interest. I must consult my parents to ascertain whether I am indeed a useless individual. As Su Ting sat in the cafeteria dining, his phone chimed. Junior Su, the class schedule is all set. You may attend classes tomorrow. Upon opening the schedule, he was met with a dense array of engagements. For a full 30 days, not a single day of respite was granted. Sipping his warm porridge, Su Tung felt a comforting warmth envelop him. Senior Yun was indeed dependable. With such a multitude of courses arranged, both Senior Yun and the professors must surely be exhausted. Thank you, Senior Yun. I truly appreciate your efforts, and please convey my apologies to the professors. Haha, certainly. As Yun Sheng relayed Junior Su's sentiments to the professors in the room, one quickly remarked, Little Su is far too courteous. Indeed. Today Chen Duowen has been boasting about instructing Su Ting. Haha, who would have thought? I too have been immediately inspired. With Little Su around, the future of research is assured. Chapter 89. Is he really coming tomorrow? That evening, all students of the physics department received an urgent notification. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, the course schedules for all students in the department would undergo alterations over the next month. The revised timetable had been distributed to the class representatives, who were urged to communicate the changes promptly. Upon receiving this news, the group chat erupted with excitement. I was leisurely enjoying a midnight snack and engrossed in a game when my roommate informed me of the schedule changes. I initially laughed at him, thinking how could someone so grown up be so easily deceived? Meanwhile, I was also engaged in a moment of intimacy with my partner, strike-through, savoring my food, when my phone began incessantly vibrating. Upstairs, the audacity, the fury of a single person surged within me, prompting me to expel him from the chat. I had initially thought a scammer had infiltrated our group chat, but then the glaring red document and its official seal blinded me. I could scarcely believe my own schedule was fluctuating as dramatically as the stock market. While everyone exchanged banter, a single statement captured everyone's attention. Goodness. I just compiled all the course schedules from the physics department, and guess what I discovered? Spit it out. I detest individuals who leave their sentences hanging. Did you gather all 7 and summon the dragon? No, it's even more astonishing. I discovered that for an entire month, the physics department's schedule is completely packed. Indeed. You heard correctly. Even the weekends are fully booked. No way, that's impossible. Someone immediately contested. In my 20-plus years of life, I've seen it all. Do you think professors don't require their free time? Do you believe they don't need to publish papers? Surely. You can't be under the illusion that some professors are merely teachers. Everyone expressed their disbelief, yet some inquisitive individuals proceeded to verify the course schedules. Upon matching the data, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their fingers flew across the keyboard. Brothers, I can hardly believe this situation is real. But there's one thing I must tell you, it's indeed the case. Soon, images began to circulate. Initially, they were the adjusted schedules from various majors within the physics department, culminating in a comprehensive Excel spreadsheet that calculated all of the schedules, revealing that starting today, every day for the next month, all physics courses were fully scheduled. The most outrageous part was that all images were crystal clear, allowing scrutiny of every detail without a trace of doubt. The skeptics, eager to find flaws, found themselves at a loss. There was nothing to criticize. The chat fell silent for a few seconds as everyone downloaded the images to examine them. Then it erupted into chaos. I was genuinely astounded. I had never witnessed such meticulous scheduling. This has surely never occurred since the establishment of Hucking. Oh, by the way, darling, I know you're watching. Cursing is my fault. Blame me. I couldn't help it. Why is it always you, you rascal? Quickly kick him out. Upon clicking in, I was met with the message, the other party is an administrator. You do not possess the necessary permissions. How frustrating. At that moment, a message sprang forth. I could only speculate. Could this possibly be attributed to a certain individual, perhaps someone named Sutong? Amidst the cacophony of voices, a sentence analyzing the situation emerged, catching everyone's attention. Sutong? Who is Sutong? Oh, I recall now, the Sutong who has never made an appearance. Him? Surely not. Wasn't it said that he had never attended a single class? Indeed, he has never been seen in the laboratory either. How could such a significant matter suddenly involve him? Meanwhile, the students of Professor Chun, who were eavesdropping, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Although the analysis seemed far-fetched, it possessed a certain logic. Today, the normally exclusive Professor Chun had made an exception. Not only that, but all attention was directed towards him. Today's entire class was dedicated to Sutong. In fact, I saw Sutong in class today. Most people were momentarily taken aback. The events occurring in the quantum physics classroom had yet to spread fully. Wait, is this the Sutong we're referring to? Indeed, it is him. Some became instantly intrigued and urged. Tell me, what transpired today? I feel as though I've missed something monumental. Sutong attended our Professor Chun's class. Wait, is that the same Professor Chun known for dismissing students? I recall someone being thrown out for attempting to audit a class. Those eavesdropping were visibly agitated. This was a significant event within the physics department. Most were eagerly discussing it. Yes, it is indeed that Professor Chun. Yet today he not only refrained from dismissing anyone, but entered wearing the suit he donned when he received the Future Science Prize. His first words upon entering were, Young Su, you've arrived. I knew some would begin to argue with me, but please, allow me to finish. Someone deleted their prepared rebuttal in a fit of frustration. I'm curious to see how long you can fabricate this story. Shortly thereafter, Professor Chun commenced the lecture. Yet he began with the most fundamental concepts of quantum mechanics. Yes, the very basics. We were initially perplexed regarding Professor Chun's intentions. It wasn't until over an hour later, when he began posing questions to Sutong and assigning problems for him to solve on the blackboard, that we realized Professor Chun was conducting a class solely for Sutong. Yes, you heard correctly, it was exclusively for him. The absurdity did not end there. After attending just over an hour of class, Sutong proceeded to solve problems, indeed, actively solving problems in real time. What nonsense! Could this situation become any more ludicrous? Someone could barely contain themselves. Consequently, an image was immediately shared, depicting a young man at the blackboard, solving problems, with Professor Chun observing beside him. This is the situation at the scene. Some might wonder what Sutong could possibly produce after merely attending an hour-long lecture, and indeed, we shared that sentiment until another image surfaced, revealing Professor Chun smiling as he patted Sutong on the shoulder. Everyone knew that Professor Chun was a rather stern individual, seldom smiling unless particularly delighted. For him, joy was exclusively derived from academic pursuits. The skeptics, having deleted all disparaging remarks, quietly set down their phones. Because this individual had anticipated all my predictions, providing sound reasoning accompanied by a clear image, there was simply no room for critique. Students from various disciplines within the physics department were left bewildered. This was quantum mechanics, after all, a nascent field, notoriously resistant to conventional reasoning. Yet, a young man named Sutong managed to conquer all foundational exercises in just an hour and a half of class time, earning commendation from the typically austere Professor Chun. Could he truly be a peer of ours? Is it possible that these courses were tailored specifically for him? Are the mortals of the physics department prepared to welcome a genius? He is coming tomorrow. Is it truly happening? Chapter 90, the familiar prelude approaches. Ding, ding, ding. Sutong extended his hands from beneath the covers to silence the ringing. Compared to others, Sutong led a rather monotonous life. His days were predominantly occupied with scientific research projects or the imminent preparations for such endeavors. With no other recreational activities, his routine was consequently quite regimented, characterized by early bedtimes and early risings. As for those who might inquire whether such a life is not exceedingly dull, I must apologize. The elation derived from completing the photon sword and energy cannon projects is far beyond any fleeting pleasure gained from winning a game. After refreshing himself, he scrolled through the messages on his phone. Today's schedule included optics, theoretical physics, and classical mechanics. If anyone else were to glimpse the densely packed list of courses, they would surely lament. Yet, Sutong remained unfazed. adjusting his appearance before the mirror and silently reminding himself, only 29 days remain, time must not be squandered. Following breakfast, Su-tung hastened towards his classroom. The weather in Kyoto had turned considerably colder by November, making it quite chilling. In the distance, he seemed to overhear voices discussing him. Hey, do you think Su-ting will attend class in the physics department today? He should. Haven't you seen the uproar in the group chat? After all, someone mentioned they spotted him in quantum mechanics class yesterday. I still can't believe it. How could the school possibly alter the schedule for just one person? That's absurd. TCH, you just love to argue. Don't you see that massive red announcement? How could you miss it? Amidst their spirited debate, an incongruous voice emerged. Wow, that guy is quite handsome. What on earth are you doing? Why is it that there is always someone admiring handsome men? Is this really the time for that? The individual turned and paused momentarily. Indeed, he was quite handsome, yet did you not feel that he resembled Su-ting? At that moment, someone reflected that. Judging from the back view in that photograph, it certainly seemed plausible. So, was it truly for Su-tung? Today promised to be exceptionally thrilling. For Hucking was never short of academic prodigies. If any scholarly rivals wished to challenge him, oh, how splendid that would be. Realizing this, they looked up to find Su-ting's figure had already vanished. Exchanging glances, they chorused, "Let us go audit the class." Not all professors in the physics department, like Professor Chin, prohibited guest attendance, especially since the entire schedule had been altered that very evening. Thus, the first class of the day was destined to be extraordinarily lively. Everyone was curious. Did the schedule change indeed revolve around Su-tung? Could someone truly manage to answer all the foundational quantum physics questions posed by Professor Chin correctly within just over an hour? In Rochuan Building, room 405. The lecture hall was already occupied. Although class was not yet in session, Professor Lu Dimming had arrived well in advance. It was quite rare for university professors to arrive early to their classes, particularly someone like Lu Dimming, who, akin to Professor Chin from the previous day, donned formal attire. Restlessly pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at the watch on his wrist, the unusual atmosphere today was far more remarkable than one might anticipate. For instance, the large lecture hall, accommodating 200 to 300 students, was already brimming with eager attendees. More and more students continued to stream in, prompting an exclamation of surprise at the sheer number present. To his astonishment, individuals from other disciplines were also in attendance. However, the most peculiar aspect was that despite the classroom being filled to capacity, the front row remained conspicuously vacant. It was a universally accepted norm to leave those seats empty, reserved for the legendary Su-ting, whose anticipated arrival had captivated many. Numerous students had spent the previous night gazing at Su-tung's photograph for several minutes, determined to memorize his features for immediate recognition upon meeting. As the class time had yet to arrive, whispers and discussions filled the air. An intriguing hypothetical arose. If, and only if, the rumored Su-ting truly graced them with his presence, who would emerge as the stronger figure, he or Liu Yushun? Liu Yushun, a well-respected scholar in optical physics, had established a commendable academic record during his undergraduate studies, while others needed to take examinations to gain admission to Hucking's graduate program. He had been granted direct acceptance. It was a complex matter. If one merely considered reputation, it was clear that Liu Yushun held the upper hand. However, contemplating the implications of the altered course schedule led to a different perspective. Should Su-ting indeed appear in class, it would signify that the curriculum had been adjusted for him, an indication that even the official channels recognized his stature, rendering Liu Yushun a merely accepted student, rather inconsequential in comparison. Initially, Liu Yushun felt a sense of pride upon hearing others discuss him, but as the conversation progressed, his expression darkened. Frustration welled within him. If one had nothing constructive to say, it was better to remain silent. Unlike others like Liu Yushun, who had experienced an effortlessly smooth journey through life, and thus harbored jealousy toward those perceived as superior, Liu Yushun had risen from being an underachiever to an academic elite. His diverse life experiences fostered genuine admiration for true talent. He, too, yearned to witness the genius of Su-ting, who had never appeared on any roster, never attended classes, yet had never been reprimanded. Suddenly, the doors swung open. In an instant, the previously raucous classroom fell into a profound silence, with all eyes turning towards the newcomer. The perfect profile and sharply defined features unmistakably belonged to Su-tung. Stepping into the classroom, Su-tung found himself momentarily bewildered by the attention. Why were so many gazes fixed upon him, filled with palpable anticipation? Ah, little Su, you've arrived. Professor Lu Dimming exclaimed, instantly recognizing him and extending a warm greeting. Having seen Su Tang's photograph, the professor was taken aback by the striking difference between the image and the reality before him. How could a graduate student possess such a full head of hair, achieve such a high level of research excellence, and still exude such attractiveness? He is truly a paragon of talent and charm. Upon witnessing Professor Liu approach with enthusiasm, Su Ting hesitated before inquiring, "Am I late?" The course schedule bore the professor's name, and Su Tang was well aware of it. "What are you saying, little Su? You are not late at all," Professor Liu replied, gesturing towards his watch. "There are still 10 minutes until class begins. It is merely that we have all arrived early." Su Ting glanced over and confirmed that indeed. There were still 10 minutes remaining before the lecture commenced. However, an inexplicable awkwardness suddenly enveloped the atmosphere, particularly for Lu Xuxing, who had come to observe the unfolding drama. He had originally anticipated witnessing Su Tang's embarrassment. Yet, given the professor's exuberance, such a moment seemed destined to elude him for a lifetime. Even if Su Cheng were to struggle with the problems presented, would it truly matter? Not at all, for the dear Professor Liu would surely come to his aid. Here it comes again, the familiar dread of quantum mechanics is about to resurface. The well-known prelude is upon us. Chapter 91, Ion Energy Shield Under Ordinary Circumstances. A 10-minute delay would not disrupt the start of class. However, with the arrival of Su Ting, the main subject, there was no need for further postponement. "Xiao Su, please take a seat in the front," said the professor. Turning to survey the rows of seats ahead, Su Ting could not help but sigh. Being the center of attention, with numerous eyes scrutinizing his every move, was a rather daunting experience for him. As Su Ting settled into his seat, Professor Liu adjusted his suit and began. "Let us commence our lesson. In the realm of university physics, optics is considered a relatively accessible subject, as it requires minimal calculation. Even if one can memorize the formulas and conclusions, one can still succeed." After a brief pause, he continued, "Yet, optics can also be quite challenging, as it often necessitates abstract comprehension." The professor pointed out that mastering 6 fundamental concepts is essential for excelling in the subject: wave properties, interference, diffraction, polarization, quantum characteristics, geometric optics, and modern optics. He emphasized that one of the most significant experiments in light interference is the famous double-slit experiment by Young. These concepts represent the foundation of the discipline. The students present began to realize that the course had indeed been altered due to Su Tang's presence. It seemed that all the professors had been invited specifically to teach him. For the others, these basic concepts served merely as a review. Yet at that moment, Su Ting experienced a sudden epiphany. He recalled the energy beams refracted through the crystalline prism of the energy gun, and the particles confined within the lightsaber. Energy points acquired. 1. Startled by the unexpected system notification, Su Ting found himself momentarily speechless. He had previously been troubled by how to acquire energy points, never imagining that this would be a viable method. Achievement unlocked, mastery of knowledge integration. The notion of a knowledge integration achievement intrigued him. It appeared that his prior analyses had not been erroneous. The advanced technology system had hinted at his potential to become a versatile researcher. But why was that the case? Did it relate to the energy points? It seemed imperative to acquire more energy points swiftly and awaken the advanced technology system. For Su Ting sensed that there were secrets lurking beneath the surface. Consequently, his focus intensified. The surrounding classmates were left in awe, captivated by the steady motion of his note-taking hands and the rustling pages of his book. Some initially expressed skepticism. Just putting on a show. If that's all it takes, I could do it too." They remarked that Lu Xuxing, a prodigy in quantum physics, had not been given a chance to shine yesterday. Otherwise, Su Ting would not have stood out so much. Lu Xuxing, overhearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment and silently wished for their silence. Yet, the person continued. Turning to him, "Why don't you speak up? Is Su Ting really that exceptional?" All eyes turned toward Lu Xuxing, who retorted angrily, "Leave." Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yuxing pondered, can he truly keep up? Although optics may seem straightforward, it is only so in relative terms. In Young's double-slit experiment, the equations for bright and dark fringes are distinct. Bright fringes correspond to the formula 2K, while dark fringes correspond to 2K1. Indeed, the sole difference lies in the addition of that solitary one. Formulas of similar attributes often differ by such a minuscule margin. Memorization in isolation is not particularly arduous. However, when dozens of formulas are amalgamated, retaining clarity becomes a formidable test of one's mental faculties, especially considering that since the beginning, Su Ting has never once revisited his notes. With a sharp clap of the eraser, Professor Liu adjusted his suit and addressed Su, saying, "Su, I shall now assess your comprehension of these concepts. Is that agreeable? What on earth? Could it be that Professor Liu was so humble? The other students were taken aback. Yet, in Liu Deming's perspective, this was no great matter, for in the realm of research, merit prevails. He regarded Su Ting as someone of comparable standing. What an honor. Very well, let us begin. Turning, Liu Deming commenced inscribing on the blackboard. Consider two geometrically identical wedges, one formed by air and glass, the other by air sandwiched within glass. When illuminated perpendicularly by identical monochromatic light, the one producing a greater spacing of interference fringes is. A series of questions was meticulously written down, and silence enveloped the students. The unfolding events mirrored those recounted by Professor Chen the previous evening, exhibiting no semblance of leniency. These questions were but slight advancements upon foundational knowledge. Indeed, some struggling students found themselves utterly bewildered. They recognized the characters on the page, yet when combined, they formed a nonsensical jumble. Li Yuxing pondered deeply. Would he truly stand up? This was no jest. The textbook had only been turned forward, never backward. As they contemplated, Su Ting rose, his figure capturing the attention of all. For the first question, he swiftly pinned the answer. The spacing of the air wedge within the glass is greater. Completely correct. The second question. The third. Everyone was astonished by Su Ting's instantaneous performance, as if he had not paused for thought or hesitation. Rustling papers could be heard as students began to calculate. Quick. You solved the third question. I'll handle the fourth. Wait, how is he already on the sixth question? As more students joined the rapid calculation effort, they finally matched Su Ting's speed. The results were communicated one by one. The second question was correct. The third was correct. All were accurate. Bewildered, they exchanged glances, realizing they had witnessed something extraordinary. Haha, splendid. Su is truly a genius. Liu Professor mused silently, vowing that this was the happiest day of his life. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Su, I shall not delay you for your next lesson. Thank you, Professor Liu, for your guidance during this time. Not at all. It is no trouble whatsoever. Liu Deming hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. As Su Ting's figure receded, the crowd finally grasped the urgency of the moment. Hurry, follow him. The next class is about to begin, they exclaimed. Rush, rush. If we don't hurry, we might lose our seats. Thus, an unprecedented phenomenon unfolded that day. Students from the physics department, and even those from other disciplines, flocked behind a singular individual heading to the classroom. Su Ting paused, and they halted. He resumed walking, and they mirrored his pace. Throughout the day's lessons, everyone felt the formidable presence of a genius. This was the true essence of genius. Yet, this day was merely the beginning. Over the ensuing month, the students transitioned from skepticism and astonishment to disbelief, existential questioning, and ultimately, emotional numbness. On the final day of classes, all the professors convened. Xiao Su, you have completed all your foundational courses. As per your request, you need not attend classes starting tomorrow. I truly appreciate the guidance from all the professors during this time. It is no trouble at all. However, those students might require time to adjust their mindset. Just as he bid farewell to the professors and returned to his dormitory, the long-awaited system notification finally arrived. Ding! New blueprint unlocked. Ion Energy Shield. Chapter 92. Any requirements? Feel free to command the Ion Energy Shield. Su Ting, filled with curiosity, continued to peruse the description of the shield. Ion Energy Shield. The carrier is a wristwatch, which can be worn on the wrist. When not in combat, the shield enters a charging state. Upon activation, it immediately forms an energy barrier capable of withstanding any form of attack. State upon activation, each time an attack is repelled, the shield's energy diminishes, with the percentage status visible in real time at the upper left corner. When it displays 0, it will instantly shatter and enter a new charging state. If the attacks exceed the shield's limits, the Ion Energy Shield will instantly rupture. The above descriptions provide an overview of the Ion Energy Shield's usage and general status. Today's mainstream protective gear primarily consists of riot shields and bulletproof vests. Riot shields are mainly employed for maintaining public order, while bulletproof vests are predominantly used in the face of terrorist attacks and military operations. However, even with these, complete protection against assaults is unattainable. Riot shields aside, the materials of bulletproof vests cannot withstand all types of firearm projectiles. For instance, they may be effective against the bullets of a Desert Eagle at a distance. Yet against rifles, sniper fire, or even Gatling guns in rapid succession, survival is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, The introduction of the ion energy shield from cutting-edge technology suggests that as long as the shield remains intact, one is assured utmost safety. While claims of absolute safety from other products may often be dubious, the system's descriptions are invariably reliable. Su-Tung envisioned a scenario on a battlefield rife with chaos. "Look, someone's coming. Hit me hard." The sound of gunfire erupted, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. When it cleared, the person remained unscathed. At that moment, the adversaries were left in shock, and the captain hastily shouted, "Brothers, run. There's a hacker on the other side. This is truly ineffective. Whoever dares, come forward." Indeed, the anticipation was exhilarating. In comparison, what are riot shields and bulletproof vests? The ion energy shield is undoubtedly the future of warfare. Su-Tung continued to scroll down. Yet he had yet to encounter any technical-related descriptions. As expected, the next entry addressed this. Technical core. The energy shield is an advanced defensive technology that utilizes a charged particle field enveloping the surface of an object, capable of deflecting impacts from various attacks, ranging from solid projectiles to directed energy streams. Blueprint. Incomplete. Energy source. Missing. As Su-Tung delved deeper, his brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the previous two instances, this energy shield was markedly different. Although the advanced technology had indeed unlocked a significant portion of the blueprint, it had only revealed the general shape of the shield and the operational state of the charged particles on its surface. However, aspects such as how the charged particles deflect attacks, the charging process when inactive, and the real-time display of the shield's status were conspicuously absent from the blueprint. More critically, the lack of an energy source was a significant concern. Indeed, the advanced technology system has failed to provide the blueprints necessary for the ion shield's energy source. Energy has always been fundamental and paramount. To this day, the absence of the ion shield can primarily be attributed to this lack. It appears that as the blueprints continue to be unlocked, pertinent technical schematics may also be missing, possibly hinting at the system's intention for me to become a versatile research scientist. However, it remains uncertain whether this is a deliberate act by the system or if the blueprints were inherently flawed from the outset. Thus, regardless of how formidable the system's description of the ion energy shield may be, the initial step must be to address the deficiency in energy. Solar and wind power are not within the realm of consideration. Lost in thought, Su-Tung's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Over the past month, he had thoroughly absorbed all foundational knowledge in physics. If there were a viable energy source to contemplate, it would undoubtedly be the tokamak device. The tokamak is a toroidal vessel that employs magnetic confinement to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. In essence, it features a central annular vacuum chamber surrounded by coils. When electrified, the tokamak generates a colossal helical magnetic field within, heating the plasma to extremely high temperatures to facilitate nuclear fusion. Other energy sources not only lack speed, but also possess limited potency. In contrast, nuclear fusion is characterized by both rapidity and substantial power. Historically, there existed a weapon known as Little Boy that altered the course of warfare. The representative weapon of nuclear fusion, the hydrogen bomb, possesses a potency comparable, if not slightly superior, to that of Little Boy. Having realized this, Su-Ting's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. It seemed he would soon consult senior brother Yun to fill out the application form. At that moment, Yunxing found himself frequently checking his phone. He had heard from the professor that Su, his junior, had completed all foundational courses in physics. In that instant, a dazed look crossed his face as he murmured, "I anticipated Su would be formidable, but I never imagined he would be this exceptional." Over the course of a month, all professors in the physics department reached a unanimous conclusion regarding Su-Tung's capabilities. Given a modicum of opportunity, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure in ushering in a new era of scientific research, and the time required for this would not be extensive. As Yunsheng prepared to marvel at this revelation, the demeanor of the professors took an unusual turn. It became evident that being among Su's instructors, even for a brief period, was an honor. Indeed, it was conceivable that Su's name would someday be mentioned in the annals of physics history. Followed by a note, studied for 1 month at Hucking Physics Institute, teachers included. The thought alone was exhilarating. Indeed, I shared a similar sentiment. Perhaps I might glean a modicum of renown in the future. For these professors, having their names inscribed, even in the margins of physics history, was a source of immense joy. Consequently, some began to revel in their good fortune. Surely, within this room, there could not be anyone who had not yet had the privilege of being Su's teacher, could there? As the clouds of discontent loomed over Yusheng, he suddenly felt as though he had been subtly mocked. He lifted his gaze, casting a frigid glance at the professors surrounding him. The once cheerful atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with everyone pausing for a few seconds. Shinduoan remarked, "I just remembered, my wife called me home. So I must take my leave." Lu Deming added, "My grandson is crying at home. I need to return swiftly." One by one, they departed with remarkable haste. Just as the office door had not fully closed, Yunxing could still hear their uncontrollable laughter echoing in the corridor. Yunxing thought to himself, how infuriating. Those old men are taking advantage of me. Suddenly, his phone buzzed to life. Although he initially wished to ignore it due to his vexed mood, his eyes caught sight of a message from his junior, Sue. He promptly opened his phone, fingers dancing across the screen. The message was sent back in an instant. "Sue, feel free to ask if you have any requests." Chapter 93. The new project. If confronted by others, Yunsheng would certainly refrain from uttering such words. After all, he is the esteemed president of Huaqing and a disciple of the illustrious academician Su Wei. However, when faced with Su Ting, who has already developed lightsabers and explosive energy guns and is embarking on a path of comprehensive scientific research, the situation shifts. "What? You say I was in a foul mood earlier?" "No, that is a narrow perspective. My discontent stemmed from not hearing from Junior Su." The Yun Shixiang's remark seemed somewhat peculiar. Su Ting chose not to dwell on it. "I am preparing to embark on a new project, one that requires innovative materials." A new project? Yun Sheng was taken aback. Was it really happening so swiftly? Hadn't the final physics class just concluded today? With the professor who had been flaunting his knowledge still lingering nearby? Could it be that someone could possess the capability to initiate a research project immediately after acquiring knowledge? Alas, if only I had been as formidable as Junior Su in my youth, I would not have found myself relegated to the position of president at Huaqing. Very well. Junior Su, what materials do you require? You propose that I draft the project application. If my memory serves me correctly, Junior Su has studied optics, quantum physics, nuclear physics, and theoretical mechanics. Based on the projects of the lightsaber and explosive energy gun, I shall venture a bold conjecture. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a message from Su Ting arrived. Let us prepare materials for nuclear fusion. Oh, nuclear fusion. Wait a moment. Yun Sheng felt as if his eyes were deceiving him. Rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the message again, he confirmed it. Nuclear fusion. Wang Defa? Yun Sheng suddenly realized that it was he who had underestimated the audacity of his assumptions. Initially, he had presumed that the research would pertain to minor projects, such as surface atomic structures, electronic structures, and surface vibrations in theoretical physics, or perhaps optical techniques for detecting light scattering from suspended particles and laser interference detection methods. Yet, what did our dear Junior Su propose right off the bat? Nuclear fusion. Goodness, this is undeniably a hot topic in contemporary physical research. Nuclear energy is not only a clean source of power, but also has the potential to yield immense energy. The sun itself is perpetually undergoing nuclear fusion reactions, which is why, after traversing light years, its residual light energy continues to sustain life on Earth. Consequently, achieving controllable nuclear fusion in the future has been a relentless pursuit. Wait, is this truly something that can be accomplished merely by following a professor's teachings for a month? Yun Sheng's breath quickened with excitement, only to be clouded by a tinge of existential doubt. Clearly, I am not a researcher. Yet each moment spent interacting with Junior Su leaves me questioning my own life choices. All right. Yun Sheng trembled as he typed out his message. So, may I inquire about the nature of Junior Su's project? He genuinely could not conceive of what would necessitate nuclear fusion as a source of energy. An ion energy shield. An ion energy shield? Shortly thereafter, a document was sent. The materials application form required a project description, given Su Teng's current position. Even a blank project description could secure the necessary materials. However, he approaches anything related to scientific research with meticulous care, diligently completing the project descriptions each time. Project. Ion Energy Shield. Description of shield status. The ion energy shield, housed within a wristwatch, can be worn comfortably on the wrist. In non-combat situations, the shield enters a charging state, and upon activation, it instantaneously forms an energy barrier capable of deflecting any form of attack. Status upon activation. With each deflected attack, the shield's energy diminishes, and the percentage of remaining energy can be viewed in real time at the top left corner. When the display reads 0, the shield is immediately compromised and enters a new charging state. Should the attacks exceed the shield's limits, the ion energy shield will shatter without delay. As he read through the sections, Yun Sheng's breath grew heavy. Today's peace is merely fleeting and partial. Beyond the borders, wars frequently erupt, and conflicts often arise within the vicinity, resulting in the loss of soldiers' lives. For them, protective gear becomes paramount. Explosive shields and bulletproof vests that can only mitigate a fraction of the damage and are relatively cumbersome. In contrast, the ion energy shield is distinct. Its watch-like design allows for convenient wear, and most importantly, its protective capacity is undeniably sufficient. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable shield. Technological core. The energy shield employs an advanced defensive technology that utilizes a charged particle field covering the surface of an object. It can redirect the impact of attacks directed at the surface from solid projectiles to directed energy streams. What on earth is this? A charged particle field enveloping the surface, steering attacks away from the object. I recognize each word, yet when combined, they elude my understanding. Nevertheless, this does not diminish my astonishment. Indeed, as with previous projects, nothing is simple in the hands of Junior Su. Currently, while lightsabers can be produced, the efficiency is dismally low, yielding only one per month. The technology for explosive guns is not yet fully mastered and is still undergoing refinement. If the ion energy shield can be materialized, it would undoubtedly become a coveted item among soldiers, particularly for those in overseas peacekeeping organizations and those stationed at border defenses. Each shield represents a means to safeguard lives. You mentioned explosive shields and bulletproof vests. Apologies, but those are products we have already phased out. We only sell them to you. Cunning. JPG Junior Su. I will promptly complete the material application form. Will you begin the experiments tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Today has been too exhausting. I need a moment to rest. The month-long intensive course, coupled with organizing the recently released blueprints from the system, has pushed Su Tung's mental stamina to its limits. He desperately requires rest to rejuvenate his spirit. Junior Su, you have worked hard. Please take care of your health. Not at all. I appreciate your concern, Senior Yin. Not a bother, not a bother. Having just finished a conversation with Su Ting, Yunxing trembled as he dialed his teacher's number. Beep, beep, beep. Before the tone could fully resonate, the call was answered by Su Wei. Speak quickly. I am busy. The receiver emitted no sound, only a series of labored breaths. What could this mean? Running at such a late hour? Just as Su Wei was about to terminate the call, he heard Yunxing's quivering voice. Teacher, Su, my junior brother, is about to commence a new project. Su Wei's immediate reaction was one of surprise. So soon? He recalled that Su Tung had stipulated a month of foundational physics study, although he was uncertain why the time frame had to be precisely 1 month. He remembered that today marked the final day of that period. To jump straight from foundational studies to a project? Surely it couldn't be something basic. No. If it were a fundamental project, Yunxing wouldn't be panning so heavily. Could it be? His eyes lit up. And Su Wei began to breathe heavily as well. You, quickly tell me, what is the project? Chapter 94, officially entering the research realm. Dead man. Do not dangle people's taste. Hurry up and speak. Su Shidi had just applied for research materials on nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion? Su Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then inhaled sharply. Although my field is applied mathematics, it does not preclude me from recognizing the remarkable nature of this research direction. Wait a minute. Hasn't he only studied the most fundamental physics courses this past month? Goodness. Is this the overwhelming force of genius? While everyone else is grappling with the basics, it does not diminish the reality that I am superior to you. I understand. Su Wei replied, trembling. If anyone else had told him that mastering the fundamentals leads to such endeavors, he would think they were jesting. However, if it were Su Tung, perhaps this popular research project could indeed yield results. Teacher, this is not the main point. Not the main point? Can't you relay everything at once? Unintentionally, Su Wei began to tremble as well. Then what is the main point? Teacher, I just sent you the document. Yunsheng's words were abruptly cut off as Su Wei hung up. With a heart brimming with excitement, his trembling hands opened the document. Project Ion Energy Shield. An ion energy shield? So, nuclear fusion is merely a supplementary project, not the primary focus of research. Continuing to read. Core technology. The energy shield is an advanced defensive technology that utilizes a field of charged particles covering the surface of an object. It can deflect impacts from various attacks on the object's surface, ranging from solid projectiles to directed energy streams. What is this? Su Wei appeared utterly bewildered. Li Roshan had a point. Even if Su Wei were an academician, as Su Ting's nominal teacher, he truly could not comprehend the specialized terminology and a series of diagrams associated with Su Ting's projects. But what does that signify? A student should indeed surpass their teacher. Justified. JPG, it turns out, the research on nuclear fusion is merely a means to address the energy issues of the shield. Furthermore, this ion energy shield is remarkable. It deflects the direction of attacks. So, as long as the shield's resistance value is full, no one can ever strike me? Haha, truly impressive. No wonder he is my student. Su-wei immediately became invigorated and began filling out the material application form. Half an hour later, through special channels, he commenced uploading the materials and instructed the logistics staff to ensure that the nuclear fusion materials were delivered to the designated location overnight. Just as Su-wei concluded all his tasks and prepared to retire for the night, he suddenly realized something. Oh, wait, there is still something I have not done. Grabbing his phone, he took a photo of the beginning of the project document and sent it to Li Rongxing. My student has recently applied for a new project. And by the way, I heard he is also looking into nuclear fusion issues. To his surprise, the other party responded almost instantly. Although it is merely 3 question marks, Su-wei sensed a profound jealousy lurking behind them. As a teacher, my assistance can extend only thus far. The chill of the evening has settled in, and I shall retire for the night. You shameless scoundrel. You may drift off to slumber with ease, but what of me? At my age, how can I find rest? That night, a procession of trucks entered the Hucking campus. Hey, look, more trucks are arriving. Calm yourself. As a student of the physics department, can you not exhibit a modicum of insight? Over the past month, if one were to ascertain which students faced the gravest challenges, it would undoubtedly be those from the physics department. Su Tung has transcended the simplicity of a mere name. Some underachievers have even taken to reverently referring to Su Tung as Su God, preparing to worship him before examinations. In a couple's inn just outside the campus, one exclaimed, "Wow, I just saw a multitude of trucks entering the campus." The boyfriend, reclining on the bed, remained utterly unfazed, even adopting a proud demeanor. Let me tell you, this is a hallmark of our Hucking. As a student of the physics department, my emotions have long since settled into tranquility. I heard there has been a sensational event in your department that has shattered the egos of top students across all disciplines. Indeed, I was about to share. Never mind, just come up here and take care of it yourself. Ugh. The following day, all students in the physics department noticed an unusual occurrence. The class schedule had returned to normal. Most significantly, those who had been auditing physics courses discovered that Su Chen was nowhere to be found. Wah, I heard Su God is so handsome. I specifically skipped class to see him, and he has just vanished. Yes, I'm equally heartbroken. Meanwhile, Su Tung stood before the laboratory where the energy cannon experiment had been conducted. Brother Yun, you arrived quite early. Yun Xing, suppressing a yawn, smiled and replied, Junior Su. The materials you required are ready. He then turned to reveal Tang Haibo standing behind him. This is the assistant I found for you. Tang Haibo shyly smiled. Good morning. Senior Su. Earlier that morning at 5 o'clock, Yun Xing had made 3 phone calls to the 3 individuals who had previously assisted Su Ting. Junior Su. This experiment will not require as many assistants as the last one. I have a premonition that just one will suffice, and whoever answers the call shall be chosen. The first 2 calls went unanswered, but Tang Haibo's phone rang once before being picked up. Hello, who is this? This is Yun Sheng. You previously assisted Junior Su, and I wanted to know if you are interested in joining again. Senior Yun is starting a new project. I remember that yesterday was the final day of the fundamental physics course. During this time, word of Su Tung's remarkable performance at Hucking's physics department had spread, causing everyone with free time to audit a class. With no ulterior motives, I merely wished to observe the illustrious Su Tung and discern what sort of remarkable individual he truly is. As it turned out, while everyone entered with smiles, they departed with expressions of existential doubt. Amidst the crowd, Tang Haibo nearly exclaimed, "Look at the individual on stage." I participated in the fusion energy gun experiments alongside him. Yet, his excitement rendered him speechless, his face flushed, for he was bound by a confidentiality agreement. When he heard Yun Sheng's inquiry, he felt a surge of joy, nearly leaping in delight. Senior brother, is there another project underway? I must certainly join. What is the point of civil service? True romance lies in scientific research. He attempted to maintain his composure, yet as soon as he spoke, he lost his restraint. Haha, Director Yun, I'll be there immediately. Thus, they were once again met with the same confidentiality agreement in the familiar laboratory. Su Ting recognized him as well, responding with a warm smile. It is a pleasure to see you again. Welcome. No, Senior Brother Su, you are too kind, Tang Haibo replied. Observing the situation, Yun Xing yawned and remarked, Junior Brother Su, I shall take my leave now, so as not to hinder your work. Yes, goodbye, senior brother. Thank you for your efforts. He noticed that Yunxing appeared to have gone a night without sleep. Haha, no worries, as long as it doesn't delay junior brother Su's project, he reassured. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing all the materials laid out before Su Tung and Tang Haiba, each meticulously labeled. Senior brother Yun, you are truly dependable. The research into nuclear fusion had officially commenced. Chapter 95, My dear junior brother, you have truly been a great help to me. Nuclear fusion, also known as nuclear synthesis. Fusion reaction, or thermonuclear reaction, is fundamentally the process wherein, under specific conditions such as extreme temperatures and pressures, two atomic nuclei are drawn together, colliding to form a new, heavier atomic nucleus. According to Einstein's mass energy equivalence principle, EMC, the formation of new atomic nuclei releases a substantial amount of energy. Moreover, the raw materials for nuclear reactions can be derived from water, resulting in byproducts that have a lower level of pollution. Consequently, in comparison to conventional energy sources, nuclear fusion possesses immense advantages. However, the challenges lie in the stringent requirements for both the reactions and the technology involved. A single misstep in the process could transform an energy-producing laboratory into a site of catastrophe. Tang Haibo surveyed the laboratory filled with materials, continuously reassuring himself in his mind. Steady, I must remain composed. This is not a dream. I am indeed participating in a top-secret project. Indeed, I have once again become the assistant to senior brother Su. And I must strive to perform well. As a graduate student, who else could partake in such high-level projects multiple times within a few months? No one, except for me. I shall reap all the rewards in the end. While Tang Haiba was lost in thought, Su Ting turned and called out, Tang Haiba. Upon realizing, Tang Haibo revealed a bashful smile, responding, Senior brother Su, you may simply call me junior brother Tang. Su Ting was slightly taken aback by his enthusiasm but did not dwell on it, saying, Very well, junior brother Tang, please gather the materials we will need next. Su Tung handed him a piece of paper. Understood, I will ensure the task is completed. Su Tung intended to personally handle the equipment setup, feeling a tinge of unease about delegating it to his junior. Nuclear fusion has undergone 3 generations of development. The deuterium-tritium fusion represents the first generation, characterized by its inexpensive fuel yet plagued by the issue of neutrons. The troublesome aspect of neutrons and fusion reactions is that they can react with the walls of the reaction vessel, necessitating costly replacements after a period of use. Shortly thereafter, the second generation of fusion emerged, the reaction of deuterium and helium-3. This reaction inherently does not produce neutrons, although deuterium-deuterium reactions, which do occur, yield a minuscule quantity of neutrons. Compared to the first generation, the second generation has made significant advancements, while the first generation devices had to be situated in remote locations. The second generation devices can be placed in the midst of bustling streets. Before long, the third generation of fusion appeared, the reaction of helium-3 with helium-3, which boasts the advantage of producing no neutrons whatsoever. As Su Ting pondered these developments, Tang Haibo had already assembled all the necessary materials and, with a tone of flattery, inquired, Senior brother, I have prepared all the required materials. Shall we proceed with the equipment setup now? With the atmosphere charged, Su Tung decided to test his assistant. May I ask, are you aware of the conventional methods of nuclear fusion? Oh, is this brother Su's way of testing me? He has finally decided to put me to the challenge. Tang Haiba straightened his chest and, taking a deep breath, declared with great confidence. I am well aware that there are typically 3 methods to achieve nuclear fusion. The first is gravitational confinement. The second is inertial confinement, such as utilizing lasers for restraint. The third method is magnetic confinement fusion, which primarily employs devices like tokamaks, stellarators, and magnetic mirrors. Compared to the other 2 approaches, this one is widely regarded as the most promising. Just as Su Cheng was about to pose the question, why? Tang Haiba interjected, explaining, to elaborate on the third method. The tokamak features a toroidal vacuum chamber at its center, surrounded by coils. When electric current flows, it generates a substantial helical magnetic field within the tokamak, heating the plasma to extraordinarily high temperatures. Thus, as long as the current is sufficiently strong and the coils robust, it does not require excessive energy consumption. As Tang Haiba articulated this, a sudden voice echoed in Su Ting's mind. Ding! The badge's comprehensive effect has been activated. Activated item, energy cannon, nuclear fusion. The effect of the badge? Su Tung was momentarily taken aback, He had received this badge as a reward from the system during his foundational physics course. Initially, he believed it to be merely an accessory granted by the system. However, it now appeared to possess remarkable efficacy. A second after the voice ceased, the details of the energy cannon flooded back to him. When volatile energy gas is ignited, it enters the narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module, where it transforms into a powerful beam of particles. The advantage of the tokamak lies in the fact that as electric current passes through the coils, it is heated, rapidly raising the temperature to meet the requirements for the reaction. Therefore, I can combine the narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module with the tokamak's apparatus. His previously blocked thoughts suddenly expanded, and a multitude of inspirations began to flow forth like a spring. Indeed, considering the entire reaction apparatus, this approach is certainly feasible. The narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module can withstand the passage of a powerful particle beam. From this perspective, it should certainly endure the intense electric current. Compared to the violent fifth energy scale of the energy cannon, what significance does a mere current hold? Nothing more than that. Even if you have come and exerted yourself, I still feel no difference at all. Su Tang's eyes began to shine brighter, and under the influence of the badge's comprehensive effect, a model gradually took shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Tang Haiba stood by, utterly bewildered. What has Brother Su done? What did I say? Wait, let me think. The tokamak device? Yes, that is what I mentioned. But isn't this something anyone with a basic understanding of physics would have heard of? I haven't done anything extraordinary. Observing Su Tang's excited expression, Tang Haiba felt a sense of fear creeping in. Alas, why does Brother Su seem to have uncovered a blind spot, while I remain utterly bewildered, lost in confusion? My face adorned with a myriad of question marks? The closer I draw to Brother Su, the more I sense an encroaching despair. After a brief 3 seconds, Su Tang's gaze gradually returned to normal. At that moment, the voice of the advanced technology system echoed in my mind. Ding, the effect of the badge integration has concluded. Welcome to Trigger again. How curious, this advanced system behaves with the courtesy of a waiter. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that during the duration of the triggered effect, Su Tang had already discovered the solution. Su Tang lifted his gaze to the dazed Tang Haiba across from him and remarked, Junior brother, you have truly been an immense help to me. Tang Haiba? Chapter 96. For he is light, what have I just done? Surely, I did nothing more than recite knowledge known to all. At this moment, Tang Haiba felt somewhat bewildered, yet he dared not voice his thoughts or move, silently observing Su Tang as he diligently assembled materials, fearful of interrupting him. Everything unfolded precisely as Tang Haiba had surmised. The apparatus selected by Su Tang was indeed a tokamak device. The definition of high temperature is set at above 1000 degrees Celsius, a threshold beyond which a person's body would commence carbonization. However, nuclear fusion demands an extraordinarily high temperature, as its very essence lies in the splitting of atomic nuclei through intense heating. The proximity of atomic nuclei is at the femtometer scale, which engenders significant repulsive forces between them. To overcome this repulsion, immense kinetic energy is required. Under such conditions, the temperatures necessary for nuclear fusion typically soar to several million degrees Celsius. Indeed, several million degrees Celsius. Ordinary equipment cannot withstand such temperatures, nor can it achieve such levels of heating. Thus, the advantages of the tokamak device become evident as electric current traverses the immense coils. Reactions occur that continuously elevate the temperature. After numerous repetitions, the magnetic effects of the current will raise the temperature significantly. But our laboratory seems incapable of withstanding such high acceleration. Tang Haiba mused silently. At that moment, Su Tang, having assembled the rudimentary tokamak device, turned and remarked, I suspect you are contemplating that even if we construct the apparatus, the laboratory cannot sustain such high acceleration. Tang Haiba's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Senior Su possesses the ability to hear others' thoughts? How was I unaware of this? Let me test your knowledge. Do you remember the general process of the energy explosion gun? The energy explosion gun? Although puzzled by Su Tang's sudden reference, Tang Haiba lowered his head, pondering. The essence of the energy explosion gun lies in harnessing volatile explosive gases, which are then channeled through the narrow confines of the activation module to form a particle beam. Wait a moment. I seem to have overlooked something. Rewind, quick rewind. The activation module, the narrow space. His gaze shifted to the coil associated with nuclear fusion, where the electric current's magnetic effects amplified the temperature. Inspiration surged within him. Senior, are you suggesting that we could refine the narrow space of the activation module from the energy explosion gun for application in the tokamak device? Su Tang smiled and nodded. To his surprise, this junior brother Tang is not lacking after all. With just a slight nudge, he grasped the concept. If that is the case, Tang Haiba's eyes sparkled with realization. The magnetic effect of the electric current is related to the number of turns in the coil and is directly proportional. To elaborate, the greater the number of turns in the coil, the stronger the magnetic effect of the electric current will be, resulting in a faster increase in temperature. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the number of turns in the coil is inherently constrained. It cannot be wound indefinitely, which reveals a flaw in reality. However, the narrow confines of the energy gun's activation module are indeed a high-speed reaction mechanism. Without it, the volatile gases passing through would never transform into a supersonic particle beam. Astonishingly, both elements are necessary, suggesting the potential for a harmonious amalgamation of the two devices. Goodness! Su, my senior, is truly formidable. Is this the genius who can complete the foundational physics course in a month, leaving even the most brilliant physics students in a state of self-doubt, while earning accolades from esteemed professors? Following Su, without a doubt, is a wise choice. Regardless of the experimental process, one can always place their trust in him. As he observed the spark of understanding in Tang Haiba's eyes, Su Ting realized he had grasped the concept. So, do you now comprehend what I am endeavoring to create? Yes, I understand, Tang Haiba replied with a smile. Not all who engage in research are altruistic, nor does everyone wish to share their insights with others. Even in academia, competition lurks in the shadows. Knowledge has entered an era of monetization. Yet, despite Su's remarkable prowess, he remains ever generous with his knowledge. In situations like this, other seniors might remain silent, believing that if you can comprehend, it is your fortune. If not, it signifies a lack of destined connection. Contemplating this, Tang Haiba felt a lump in his throat and asked, Su, why are you willing to teach me? Su Ting, who was in the midst of constructing the apparatus, paused and looked up, questioning, why do you ask this? Why? Indeed, why do I pose this question? In the rich culture of our dragon nation, education is traditionally devoid of discrimination. Perhaps I have grown weary of witnessing academic disputes arising from scholarly issues, Tang Haiba murmured. Because individuals like you are a rare sight these days. Rare? Su Ting was taken aback, reflecting on the matter. The academic realm has witnessed numerous disheartening phenomena, such as the fierce competition for first authorship, instances of data fabrication in significant experiments, and the subsequent failure of other laboratories to replicate the results published in prestigious journals, leading to public skepticism. Ultimately, such absurdity culminated in the tragic suicide of a mentor. Yet, where darkness exists, there must also be light. Even the faintest glimmer can surge forth like a mighty tide. I, Su Ting, am willing to be that beacon of light. With this thought, Su Ting smiled, remarking, however, your statement implies the existence of another kind of person. He patted Tang Haiba's shoulder in encouragement, adding, as for why I am willing to teach you, it is simply because you are my assistant, and that reason alone suffices. Should you wish to inquire further, I would say this. There have been predecessors who devoted their lives to preventing our generation from engaging in battle, enduring the clamor of warfare themselves. Since there have been such individuals in the Dragon Nation over the past decades, it stands to reason that there will continue to be such individuals in the years and centuries to come. I merely wish to accomplish the ion energy shield. By chance, you are here, eager to learn, and I happen to possess the knowledge. In a myriad of words, one truth resonates. Without a nation, what is a home? The scientific endeavors of the Dragon Nation must indeed be carried forth by capable successors. The final few sentences, although uttered softly, reverberated with profound significance. Tang Haiba felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up instantly. He began to understand why Su Ting differed from their group. A person who is pure in their dedication to science does not concern themselves with trivial matters, such as money, entertainment, or other distractions. Pursuing a public office? Apologies. But the true romance of a man lies in the pursuit of scientific inquiry. Ding Yun, along with the esteemed figures behind him, held a respect for Brother Su that extended far beyond mere academic achievements. As he gazed at Su Ting assembling the final activation module, Tang Haiba silently vowed, no matter what happens, you can always place your trust in Brother Su, for he embodies the light. Chapter 97. Who constructs modules on the first day? Meanwhile, not long after Yunxing departed from the laboratory, his phone began to ring. Who could it be? Calling me so early in the morning? Have they no sense of decorum? Yunxing grumbled to himself, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve the phone. Just as he was about to end the call, he noticed the name saved in his contacts, Teacher. Instantly, he was jolted awake. Teacher, why are you calling me so early? Before he could finish his sentence, Sue interrupted. Have the materials we applied for yesterday arrived? Did it delay Xiaosu's experiment? Yun Sheng, who had previously worn a smile, found his expression twisting in distress upon hearing this. Indeed, I should have known better. I should have realized that my hopes were misplaced. Ever since the arrival of Junior Su, I, Yun Sheng, have become nothing more than a tool. Woe is me. In comparison, it is clear that Junior Su truly cares for me. At least he would comfort me, urging me to rest early. The materials have arrived, and Junior Su is already preparing for the experiment. I just left the lab. That is good. Hearing this brought a sense of relief to Yun Sheng. Sue seemed to ponder for a moment before hesitantly asking, You haven't delayed Xiaosu's experiment, have you? I can't believe this. My composure has shattered. In the past, you would remind me to take care of my health. Yet now, you only inquire if I have hindered Xiaosu's research. Is this how you perceive me? Oh wait. Yun Sheng suddenly realized that he truly could not comprehend Junior Su's experiment. He had struggled to understand the schematic of the energy gun from the outset. Alas, what could I expect? I am merely an unremarkable disciple of the Applied Mathematics Academy. Those technical matters are indeed beyond my grasp. So it appears that my presence there would only impede Junior Su's research. Coming to this realization, Yun Sheng felt an ache in his heart. Thus, like a despondent soul devoid of aspirations, he replied, I did not delay Junior Su's research. I left immediately after sorting the materials. You spent the night organizing materials? Sue seemed to latch onto the crux of the matter. Yun Sheng's breath quickened. Indeed. His teacher still cared for him. That night, just as Yun Sheng prepared to cast a spell, he was abruptly interrupted by Sue. That is good. Yun Sheng, teacher, did you call me this early solely to vex me? Sue fell silent for a moment before cautiously asking. Was it when you left that Xiaosu commenced the experiment? Although Yun Sheng found this a bit peculiar, he earnestly responded, Yes, that is correct. Sensing that his teacher had ulterior motives, Yun Sheng curiously inquired, Teacher, what exactly were you hoping to ask by calling? I merely discussed Junior Su's project with Li Rongsheng last night. Merely discussed? Yun Sheng furrowed his brow. Teacher, your choice of words seems rather understated. Given my understanding of you, should you not be exuberantly boasting instead? Although Li Rongsheng felt quite frustrated. He articulated a crucial point. Utilizing nuclear fusion as the core of shield energy is a commendable idea. However, it is fraught with numerous challenges. The most significant among these is the realization of controllable artificial fusion. To be more specific, the pressing question is how to achieve the extreme temperatures required for nuclear fusion reactions. Even with a tokamak device, which employs magnetic fields for acceleration, it necessitates the utilization of colossal coils and exceedingly high voltages. As you know, I possess a modicum of knowledge in this area. No, you are utterly uninformed. In truth, you are merely an unremarkable academic in applied mathematics. Yun Sheng began to dismantle this notion internally. Therefore, I contemplated whether it would be prudent to assign Xiaosu to a different laboratory. At Hucking, it seems the voltage levels are insufficient to provide such formidable power. The teacher's observation appears to hold merit. During Yun Sheng's brief research career, he recognized that different locations have varying electrical voltage standards. In some regions, the voltage is not only elevated but also rarely experiences outages. Conversely, in others, the voltage is relatively lower, with lesser priority and occasional power interruptions. Indeed, nuclear fusion demands such high voltage levels. Just as Yun Sheng prepared to return to the laboratory, Sue remarked, It's really no issue. After all, this is merely the first day. It is exceedingly rare for researchers to have all their equipment set up on the very first day. Indeed, how could that possibly happen? Yun Sheng mentally echoed this sentiment. Subsequently, the two fell into a moment of silence. In the presence of other researchers, such circumstances would indeed be implausible. However, both simultaneously recalled the energy weapon project. Initially, it had been much the same. It seemed like no time had passed before Su Tong commenced testing the rudimentary energy weapon. Yun Sheng had even personally assessed the weapon's performance. The sturdy testing board appeared as fragile as paper before the first energy scale. Thus, with this thought, both could not help but exclaim in unison, Shall we take another look? Others may not be capable, but Su Tong is not someone to be compared with the ordinary. All right, you go ahead and take a look. I'll await your call. Understood. Teacher, I shall go at once. In the laboratory, Su Tong was currently assembling the final piece of the puzzle. As this was the first test, and he intended to create a simplified version, he did not exert much effort. A silver circular device lay on the table, with a permanent magnetic pole inserted at its center. Surrounding the silver ring were coils that provided a parallel magnetic field, thus facilitating the acceleration of the plasma current in the evacuated interior. This represents the most fundamental tokamak device. However, today, the coils on the exterior of this device were enhanced with narrow white spatial modules, serving as the activation module for the energy weapon. Certainly, these ignition modules are not placed haphazardly. The current within an energized magnetic field possesses a specific direction. Disorganized placement merely serves to diminish the kinetic energy of the plasma current. The orientation of all ignition modules has been meticulously calculated. Gazing at the scattered sheets of white paper strewn across the table, Tang Haiba felt an overwhelming sense of numbness. This was due to witnessing firsthand how Su Tong, within a mere 10 minutes, calculated the orientations of over 100 ignition modules for explosive energy guns. Indeed, over 100 modules, each with its unique angle. Su Tong's speed of calculation at that moment shattered Tang Haiba's previous understanding, leaving him to ponder, is there truly someone in this world capable of such computation? Yet, his esteemed senior, Su, accomplished it effortlessly. Finally, it was done. As the last ignition module was positioned, Su Ting exhaled deeply. Now, the true experiment was about to commence. Chapter 98, Success, yet not entirely so. Su Ting waved his hand behind him, signaling that the experiment could commence. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds, still no response. Turning around, he found Tang Haiba in a daze, his eyes vacant and speechless. For Tang Haiba, this moment was far beyond his wildest imagination. Ordinary researchers often had projects measured in months, if not years, but here with Senior Su, research felt remarkably accessible. After all, on the very first day, he had managed to assemble all the apparatus. Wait, why do I say again? Junior brother. Tang Junior brother. Tang Junior brother. Snap out of it. The once-dazed Tang Haiba finally regained his clarity, looking at Su Ting, who was persistently calling his name, and his thoughts gradually returned. They were currently in the laboratory, about to initiate the first ignition of nuclear fusion. He certainly wished to leave a good impression on Senior Su. This would undoubtedly lead to numerous future research opportunities. Junior brother, were you feeling unwell just now? Su Tong, observing Tang Haiba lost in thought, assumed he might have caught a cold from not sleeping well the previous night. What? No, not at all. How could I possibly be unwell? It's just that your operation was truly astonishing. I have never seen anyone calculate the placement of over 100 templates purely by hand within 10 minutes. It seemed that Senior Su had indeed tempered his performance a bit during the recent physics course. Well, go ahead and pull the power switch. We need to energize this. Unlike other methods of confining nuclear fusion, the tokamak device primarily relies on magnetic confinement, and the external indication simply required energizing it. All right, I'll do it right away. Tang Haiba's tone brimmed with excitement. After all, this was a nuclear fusion project. Although it was merely a small auxiliary energy project, it still held the prestige of being a world-class endeavor. What an honor it was for me, Tang Haiba, an unremarkable first-year student, to partake in this. Moreover, the experiment before them had a substantial chance of succeeding. With a heart full of enthusiasm, Tang Haiba pulled down the power switch. The silvery tokamak device gradually illuminated. To facilitate differentiation during the experiment, Su Tong had installed white conductive phosphor on the coils of the tokamak and blue conductive phosphor on the activation module. According to Su Ting's plan, the experiment was divided into 3 parts. The first phase involved activating the tokamak device. During its operational stage, the white conductive phosphor would be used to monitor whether the tokamak was functioning correctly. A low humming resonated as the current coursed through the coils. The rhythmic sound of tapping followed, and brilliant white light illuminated the tokamak device. A flicker of white light shone briefly before returning to a steady glow. At that moment, only the final white light remained. Tang Haiba and Su Tong turned their heads, fixating on it intently. Senior Su, we can do this. It will undoubtedly succeed, Tang encouraged. Su Tong's breathing quickened slightly. According to theoretical calculations, powering it should pose no issues. Suddenly, the last white light illuminated the room. Fantastic! Tang Haiba exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. The first step of the experiment had achieved resounding success. In Ronchuan Building, Classroom 308, the individuals present abruptly noticed the fluorescent lights overhead flickering. What could this mean? Is the voltage unstable? This is a first for me. No worries, it's a minor glitch. Let's remain optimistic and eliminate the first erroneous assumption. The The school's voltage should be adequate to support experiments conducted within its premises. Before he could finish his thought, a series of loud pops echoed through the room. Everyone looked up to find the fluorescent lights directly above bursting. The metallic connections of the lights were charred black, leaving the students who had yet to finish speaking feeling quite embarrassed. In the laboratory, Su Ting inquired, "How long has the first part of the experiment been running?" "It has been 1 minute," came the reply. "Good. Let us proceed to the second phase." The tokamak device's experiment does not immediately transition to the second part upon the success of the first. The apparatus requires a period of operation for observation. 1 minute is precisely the limit Su Ting had theorized. In his theoretical design, he accounted for the school's voltage. Although the tokamak device in the laboratory is but a small entity, it consumes a significant amount of power. Beyond 1 minute, the electricity consumption in other areas of the school would be impacted. As for why they did not relocate to another research base, the experiment had not yet reached that stage. Even with special channels, transporting Su Ting and the experimental apparatus via helicopter would incur time costs. Each task issued by the Black Technology System is governed by certain time constraints. If necessary, conducting part of the experiment at Huaqing and submitting a report for approval would yield a more efficient use of time once everything is set in place. For the second phase of the experiment, upon the successful operation of the first part, the activation module for the energy cannon on the coils is to be engaged. Utilizing this module for accelerated performance, Tang Haiba approached the power switch, standing before the blue power button, declaring, "Senior, I am ready." "All right, let us commence the second part of the experiment immediately." Without hesitation, Tang Haiba pressed the blue power button. The blue lights illuminated, each activating in intervals corresponding to each coil unit. In this segment of the experiment, the required voltage will be diminished, and the activation of the energy release gun's initiation module will occur at intervals of 1 coil unit. This approach, as determined by theoretical calculations, will engender a formidable helical magnetic field within the tokamak device. The moment the magnetic field is established, the plasma current within the vacuum tube will experience a significant acceleration under the influence of the energized magnetic field. Should the voltage remain at the level established in the initial phase, there exists the potential for a momentary loss of control. The experimentation must proceed with meticulous caution. Abruptly maximizing the power could impose an immense strain on the apparatus. The hum has intensified compared to previous trials. Will it remain under control? Observing the azure glow emanating from the energy release gun's initiation module, Tang Haiba felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty. This apprehension stemmed from the profound impact the energy release gun had previously imparted upon him. The instruments indicated a rapid escalation in internal temperature. At that moment, the door to the laboratory swung open. Chapter 99. A more potent source of energy throughout this journey, Yunxing continually endeavored to convince himself. How could it be so soon since I left the laboratory? Even if the experiments I conducted were not focused on ion energy shields, they were nonetheless aimed at addressing energy issues through nuclear fusion experiments. Nuclear fusion, after all, is not an endeavor that can be accomplished with mere ease. I recall that even a small-scale nuclear fusion experiment requires a day or 2 to set up the apparatus. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived within the confines of the laboratory. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing this sound, Yunxing looked up. A nearby street lamp flickered a few times, as if struggling with insufficient voltage. In the next instant, it exploded. What? It exploded. How could the school's power supply be unstable? Suddenly, a thought struck Yunxing, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Surely, it cannot be Su Shidi? Approaching the laboratory door, he pressed his fingerprint, and the grand entrance swung open with a thunderous sound. As he hurried inside, Yunxing was left utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, while organizing materials, he had deliberately researched and refreshed his knowledge about the tokamak device. Before him, the silvery ring was precisely the tokamak apparatus referenced in his studies. The brilliant white light and the distant roar of power resonated in the air. My heavens! Had the teacher just relayed to me Li Rongxing's thoughts? Su's idea is indeed commendable, yet the nuclear fusion project remains a challenge of global magnitude? A challenge of global magnitude? Are you telling me that this is a world-class dilemma? Then what is this device before me? In that instant, Yunxing felt a flicker of doubt. It is not that I disbelieve the expertise of these esteemed figures, but after witnessing Su Shidi's project, I wondered if they were simultaneously herding cattle while pursuing scientific research. For Su Shidi had conducted the experiment in under an hour, and judging by the scene, the experiment was progressing remarkably well. Even though Yunxing was merely a disciple immersed in applied mathematics, he could discern that this tokamak device was unlike any other. The silvery coils were adorned with blue components, each positioned uniquely. This must be the accessories from the energy blast gun. The ethereal blue luminescence was something he had only recently encountered in the energy blast gun project. Upon first sight of the blue apparatus, he had been reminded of this. Why would Tsushita incorporate this? Unintentionally turning his gaze towards the rising temperature on the instrument and the blue components illuminating every second. Is this even compatible? He understood now. Tsushita had adapted the energy blast gun's components to the tokamak device, and the results were exceedingly promising. Trembling, he grasped his phone, his hands moving clumsily as he struggled to type. Teacher. Tsushita, the experiment has commenced, and I am present on site, fearing I might disturb them. Unlike Yunxing's excitement, Su Tung was intently focused on the temperature curve of the instrument, mentally calculating the data on site. The rate of temperature increase was significantly swifter than that of a conventional tokamak device. Turning to observe the voltage seconds of the plasma current, he noted that with the activation of the energy burst gun startup module, the speed was rising in direct proportion. This indicated that the kinetic energy of the plasma current within the instrument remained unmitigated, consistently ascending. It also reflected that the experiment had been progressing in accordance with theoretical calculations thus far. In other words, it was quite safe. The last energy burst gun startup module was nearing activation. If stability could be maintained for 2 minutes, they would transition into the third phase of the research. With a soft click, the final blue light illuminated. In that moment, the voltage seconds of the plasma current instrument and the internal temperature gauge began to surge alarmingly. The buzzing noise intensified, and the silver exterior of the instrument began to exhibit specks of black. Tang Haiba instinctively swallowed hard, fully aware of what this signified. The most critical experiment of the second phase was upon them, simultaneously due to Su's modifications to the tokamak device. It was enduring stress that it was not meant to withstand during this period. Will the device explode? Just as this thought crossed Tang Haibo's mind, Su Ting pressed a red button. With a series of popping sounds, the black spots on the instrument's exterior began to vanish. What is this? Tang Haiba was left in a state of shock. He had stood beside Su while he assembled the instrument, yet he had never realized that the red button held such a function. This was inspired by my work on the energy burst gun project, Su Tung explained. When he decided to modify the tokamak device, he had anticipated this outcome. The energy burst gun startup module would cause rapid temperature increases and surges in internal pressure, which implied that the original tokamak might not withstand the strain. Under the achievement badge of integration, Su Tung connected the particle beam of the energy burst gun, discovering that it could serve as a means of attack, but naturally. It could also function as a maintenance tool, capable of eliminating the black spots on the material. This would help to maintain a balance of pressure within the material, preventing damage. Thus, in those final 2 minutes, both he and Yunxing, who stood in the corner, were fixated on the progress of the experiment. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The device shifted slightly, causing both Tang Haiba and Yunsheng, except for Su Tung, to tense momentarily. At 1 minute and 35 seconds, the device stabilized. 2 minutes. The experiment was a success. Tang Haiba turned to Su Ting, who immediately declared, "Proceed to the third phase of the experiment." In truth, Su Ting was not merely conducting a straightforward nuclear fusion experiment. Given the current experimental circumstances, a significant breakthrough had been achieved in the globally challenging nuclear fusion endeavor. From the schematics provided by advanced technology, the energy assurance for the ion energy shield is nearly complete. Although it may seem like a mere 2 minutes on the tumultuous battlefield, a soldier can activate the shield and, with vehicles operating at full throttle, traverse directly from the front lines to a position not far from the command center. The straight line between 2 points is the shortest distance. Other forms of armor necessitate evasion from fire points, yet a soldier equipped with the ion energy shield is different. He may remove his earplugs and courteously inquire, "What are you saying?" As a competent soldier, must one avoid the overlapping fire of others? Instead of circumventing danger, one could simply advance boldly with the ion energy shield deployed. However, the unexpected achievement of earning the badge integration is noteworthy. The modified tokamak device signifies that should the third phase of experimentation prove successful, the ion energy shield will receive an even more formidable power source. Is this something to be relinquished? Certainly not. Chapter 100, unveiling a new era of technology as Su Ting announced the success of the second phase of the experiment. A new message arrived on Yunxing's phone. The experiment had commenced? When Su Wei received this information, he initially thought his eyes were deceiving him. After all, How much time had passed since yesterday, when Li Rongxing had mentioned it? Su Wei had taken the initiative to research that the most effective apparatus for nuclear fusion is the tokamak device. Surely, constructing such equipment would require a considerable amount of time. After all, for the past month, Xiaosu had been learning only the fundamentals of physics. Not exactly a prodigy under the tutelage of a master. So, what were the results of the experiment? Su Wei swallowed nervously, logically. One would expect that results had yet to materialize. However, this was Xiaosu we were discussing. With the previous success of the energy cannon project, he began to daringly speculate. Even if there were no significant advancements, surely there would be some conclusions drawn. Very, very perfect. Oh, it was indeed perfect. I knew Xiaosu would arrive at some conclusions. Wait, perfect. Su Wei finally grasped the gravity of the situation. You're not deceiving me. Are you? Are you aware of the implications of what you're saying? This is a nuclear fusion experiment. Just shy of exclaiming, you must be joking. Teacher, I am not deceiving you. The experiment is genuinely perfect. Realizing that mere words would not convince his teacher, Yunxing stepped forward to take photographs. The internal temperature gauges, the plasma current S voltage and time, and most importantly, the modified tokamak device. After viewing the images, Su Wei, initially astonished, soon succumbed to euphoria. Haha. Xiaosu is truly born for scientific research. The experiment was flawlessly executed. Was Xiaosu now on the verge of creating an ion energy shield? Su Wei had personally pinned the project application. Thus, he understood that the purpose of conducting the nuclear fusion experiment was solely to generate a powerful energy source for the ion shield. No, it appeared that Junior Su intended to proceed to the next phase of experimentation. Next phase of experimentation? Su Wei felt puzzled. Hadn't the energy already been generated? At that moment, Yunxing sent another message. Based on the on-site observations, the blue lights on the modified tokamak device had not all illuminated, suggesting that Junior Su intended for them to be fully lit. Blue lights? Only now did Su Wei realize that the tokamak device Yunsheng had sent was indeed different from the documentation he had reviewed. What are these components? How could Xiaosu, after merely a month of foundational courses, have modified the apparatus? Is it true that a genius can act with such impunity? According to my observations, the blue light components on the device are part of the energy cannon's accessories. Accessories from the energy cannon? Upon reading this statement, Su Wei was left speechless. Goodness, can a genius truly act with such liberty? The projects in question are distinctly different. One pertains to offensive capabilities while the other is related to defensive gear. Both, however, have been subjected to remarkable modifications. Moreover, the experiment has achieved resounding success. This joy derived from having such a prodigious disciple fills me with elation. And I simply cannot bask in this happiness alone. I must share it with that old fellow, Li Rongxing. Su Wei typed, I understand. Yunxing paused, taken aback by the message. Why did it seem that the teacher was unusually composed this time? When Su Wei closed the dialogue window with Yunxing, he hesitantly opened another conversation with trembling hands. Haha. The next moment, Li Rongxing replied. Yesterday, Su Wei had informed Li Rongxing about the new project, and he was aware that today marked the commencement of Su Teng's latest endeavor. Although he felt a tinge of disbelief regarding Su Teng's swift completion of the nuclear fusion project, he could not help but harbor a flicker of hope. What if some results were indeed forthcoming today? After all, this was a nuclear fusion project, theoretically the cleanest energy source, the most potent, with the most abundant raw materials, water, also referred to as the boiling water experiment. Just as he was about to inquire about the progress of the experiment from Su Wei, he was greeted by a jubilant, "Ha! This individual must have some peculiarities. Who begins a conversation in such a manner?" As a researcher, could he not temper his emotional state? Su Wei, having typed those 3 words, repeatedly reminded himself internally, stay calm, must remain calm. Do not let your hands tremble, or you will be unable to type. Yet, the moment his fingers touched the keyboard, they began to quiver with excitement. I must tell you, little Su, this time the experiment cue, Li Rongxing, upon reading this message, felt a headache coming on. Well, you old rascal, if you can't even type properly, what has happened with the experiment? In truth, Li Rongxing had a vague inkling. For researchers of their age, emotional excitement rarely escalated significantly. Unless something monumental transpired, one would not lose control of their emotions. And today, the new experiment by Little Su commenced, with the first project aimed at resolving the energy issue of the ion energy shield. Hence, nuclear fusion was prioritized for experimentation. It is nuclear fusion, after all. Su Wei's excitement suggested that, Nuclear fusion had indeed been resolved? No. It is not a matter of disbelief. It is simply that I have never witnessed such a scene. If it could be resolved so swiftly, even the smallest nuclear fusion device would represent a monumental breakthrough. Little Sue has completed the experiment on nuclear fusion. Just now, Yunxing sent me a message, of course. Little Sue has made some modifications to the tokamak device. Shortly thereafter, several images from the site were sent to Li Roshan. The silvery white ring was adorned with several blue halos. The blue components were from the energy gun project, which Little Sue had ingeniously integrated into the tokamak device, resulting in the experiment's flawless success. I must say, my students are truly remarkable. I wonder what you all are actually accomplishing in your daily research endeavors. Given the pace of your scientific pursuits, I find myself questioning whether you are simultaneously tending to cattle in the fields while conducting your experiments. Su Wei's messages have left Li Rongxing utterly perplexed. What on earth? A modified device? Or perhaps components from a previous energy weapon project? The experiment was flawlessly successful. Are you jesting with me? Yet, the instruments, those illuminated blue lights, all attest to the authenticity of the situation. Each revelation has left Li Rongxing in awe. Is research really this straightforward? Has the curtain truly risen on a new era of technology? Meanwhile, in the Hucking laboratory, Tang Haiba, under Su Tang's direction, pressed the blue button. The third phase of the experiment has commenced. If successful, the issue of energy for the ion energy shield will be completely resolved. Chapter 101. A new generation of mobile firepower repository unlike the previous experiments in the second phase. The procedure for the third phase was as follows. The tokamak device was initiated, with an initial portion of voltage introduced to activate all the energy gun ignition modules. Once the experimental state stabilized, the voltage would be returned to its normal level. If no issues arose within 5 minutes of stability, it would indicate the successful implementation of the rudimentary energy source. As for why Su Tang hesitated to elevate the voltage to its normal value from the outset, it was due to the inherent unpredictability of the energy gun ignition modules, which, when combined with the coils, could instantaneously accelerate the ion currents. Otherwise, during the second phase experiments, the temperature instruments and the plasma current volt-second instruments would not have exhibited erratic spikes in their readings, resembling the effects of consuming counterfeit liquor. Moreover, there were still over 100 units in total, each meticulously placed based on calculated positions. According to theoretical data, the plasma current had been accelerating from the moment it entered the device. Su Ting was genuinely apprehensive that if the full voltage were applied immediately, the modified tokamak device might catastrophically fail before he could react. Senior Su, I am commencing now, declared Tang Haiba from a distance. With a nod of acknowledgement from Su Ting, Tang Haiba pressed the white button beside him. A low hum resonated as the ambient noise diminished. Only half the current began to flow into the device. One by one, the blue lights atop the coils illuminated, signaling the activation of the ignition modules. In contrast to the second phase, a delicate stream of blue electricity began to manifest, entwining around the activated modules. What is this? The unfolding scenario exceeded Tang Haiba's comprehension. Why were the ignition modules also conducting electricity, and why was it emitting a blue glow? Instinctively, he recalled the energy gun project he had joined 2 months prior. Even the faintest glimmer of that azure light had the potential to shatter the testing board. Could it be that this blue luminescence posed a risk to individuals as well? Nearby, Yunxing furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the device's potential failure, after all. The materials for nuclear fusion, such as uranium, plutonium, 239, deuterium, and tritium, were merely challenging to extract but not unattainable. Instead, his worry was directed towards the safety of his junior, Su. Genuine talent is exceedingly rare to cultivate. He had never encountered another like Su in his lifetime. Should I intervene and caution Su? As Yunxing contemplated this action, he suddenly recalled a conversation with Su Wei, who had once told him that in the laboratory, regardless of any anomalies, as long as Su remained composed, all was proceeding as planned. The perceived dangers were, in fact, not dangers at all. For Su would always take the necessary precautions to ensure safety. While the experiment might potentially fail, one could always place unwavering trust in Su Tang. With the final sound, all the activation modules sprang to life. Silver and bright halos intertwined, captivating yet perilous. The surrounding instruments began to whirl frantically. The temperature gauges and the plasma current's volt-second instruments surged to unprecedented heights. This had already surpassed the ordinary requirements for nuclear fusion. Tang Haiba and Yunxing stood wide-eyed and agape nearby. Though one was an assistant and the other an ordinary disciple of an esteemed academician, Both possessed the capability to consult relevant data through software. Wow, so impressive, as expected of my senior brother. Wow, so formidable, as expected of my junior brother. The two simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging glances before silently turning their attention back to the experimental conditions. The blue luminescence swirled incessantly around the circular apparatus. Upon closer inspection, one could discern black spots beginning to emerge within the silver circle's walls. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they would be eradicated. The pressure between the inner walls remained in a state of equilibrium, indicating that the experiment was still proceeding as planned. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Their expressions grew increasingly tense, for this was nuclear fusion. Even a small fragment contained immense energy. Moreover, the activation modules continued to accelerate. It was more thrilling than riding a roller coaster at an amusement park. The only reason they remained patient and silent was that Su Tung had not yet issued the next directive. As long as senior brother Su remained silent, it signified that the experiment was secure. Just as Tang Haibok contemplated this, Su Ting suddenly instructed, Tang junior brother, press the black button to restore the voltage to the level of the initial experiment. Oh, all right, Tang Haibok instinctively replied. His mind processed the command, restore to the voltage of the first experiment. What does this mean? Does it imply that the voltage for this experiment is merely halved? As an assistant, Tang Haibok was unaware of the complete procedure for the third part of the experiment. He only sensed that the unfolding events had taken on a somewhat terrifying aspect. But the voltage was still insufficient. Had it been anyone else, he might have hesitated. Yet before him stood senior brother Su. You can always trust senior brother Su was not merely a slogan. It was a sentiment deeply acknowledged by all researchers who collaborated with Su Ting. Yunxing around them looked on in astonishment. They were to double the voltage to achieve the final intensity of the experiment. Goodness! If this energy source were indeed realized, how formidable would the ion energy shield be? If other technologies were also viable, the output of the fifth energy scale of the energy cannon could seemingly be completely warded off. Was this truly just as described in the introduction? A personal shield, suitable for ambushes and decapitation operations. Personal shield? Apologies for my lack of knowledge. But it seems to me that the shield could withstand even small missiles. Once the shield is activated, all firepower is rendered ineffective. If I were to wield an energy weapon and hang an unactivated lightsaber at my waist, I would be unstoppable in solo operations. Forgive my confidence. But I would be a harbinger of death on the battlefield, a new generation of mobile armament. With this thought, Yunxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This experiment must succeed. Tang Haibok gritted his teeth and pressed the black button. As the voltage surged to double its previous level, a resounding bang echoed in the eyes of the three onlookers. The blue glow of the activation module began to extend beyond the confines of the circular ring. Its form thickened and gradually spread outward, writhing like a serpent. Surrounding metallic objects began to explode. Chapter 102. Failure, yet not completely lost, Dean. Is everything all right? I harbor a small inkling of concern. Yunsheng turned to observe Tang Haibok's pallid expression and inwardly mused. What do you mean by a small concern? It is clearly a monumental one. Yet when it came to responding, he remarked, what are you doing? Look at Xiaosu, he hasn't uttered a word, so what peril could there possibly be? If only you could speak without stumbling, I would undoubtedly believe that you are unfazed, Dean. The pulsating blue luminescence was captivating. However, the thought of the extreme temperatures associated with nuclear fusion rendered such a lure perilous. The theoretical calculations indicated that the initiation module, due to its proximity to the charged coils of the tokamak device, would trigger a magnetic reaction. In simpler terms, as the experiment progressed, the external initiation module would also become electrified. The faint current would escalate alongside the output, resulting in the current scenario. Contrary to the mindset of the other two, Su Tung remained composed, knowing there were contingencies in place. Under the badge of integration, the automatic shutdown mechanism had been ingeniously modified. With it in place, loss of control? An impossibility. In the energy weapon project, despite the fifth energy scale's chamber being in ruins, it ultimately managed to discharge energy towards its intended target. 30 seconds. 1 minute. The plasma current surged like a wild stallion within the vacuum pipeline. No matter how fiercely it charged, breaching the device remained unachievable. The expressions of the two onlookers began to soften. From the prevailing circumstances, aside from the slightly dazzling blue glow, everything seemed relatively unaltered. They exchanged glances, each finding trust in Su Ting reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Yunxing approached Su Ting and softly inquired, Junior Su, how long does this experiment need to run? Typical nuclear fusion experiments are measured in seconds. Even the best recorded duration in Long Country was a mere 1,000 seconds, approximately 16 minutes, but that pertained to large-scale equipment and standard nuclear fusion experiments. Su Teng's endeavor, however, had undergone significant modifications. Over 100 initiation modules were stacked atop the coils, presenting a formidable impact. The second phase of the experiment had already surpassed conventional nuclear fusion, and now they were entering the third phase. Yunsheng calculated in his mind, for an experiment of this magnitude, a duration exceeding 1 minute surely represented the upper limit. To his astonishment, the operation persisted for 5 minutes, just surpassing 1 minute and 30 seconds. 5 minutes? Yunsheng felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. The next moment, it was indeed 5 minutes. Even as a disciple of a renowned scholar in applied mathematics, he comprehended the significance of those 5 minutes. If successful, today would mark a miraculous birth of a new form of energy. Buzzing. This was the sound of excessive voltage load. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounding metallic objects began to emit a crackling sound under the influence of static electricity. 3 minutes passed, and the blue electric serpents began to extend outward, manifesting blue particles in the air, neutral particles affected by ionization. Tang Haiba, intrigued, reached out to touch them. With a sharp crackle, the blue particles detonated in his palm, leaving traces of black lines. Pain. That was his immediate sensation. His second feeling was, could this be the very energy source for the shield? Senior brother, are you truly not deceiving me? The power of ionization can assimilate even neutral particles in the air. If you suggested using this as a small-scale explosive device, I would believe it. Once that energy is released, the vicinity would likely be reduced to ashes. Yunxing was equally astonished. Indeed. As his mother had said, the more enchanting, the more perilous. Ionization phenomenon. Su Teng began to furrow his brow in contemplation. This was an unforeseen circumstance. The rate of energy accumulation was alarmingly rapid. At that moment, Tang Haiba leaned closer and asked, Su Senior Brother, should we halt the experiment? Gazing at the instruments feverishly recording data, Su Teng shook his head, stating, no, continue. The time has not yet come. Understood. As time ticked by, the other two felt as though it was dragging, while Su Ting remained focused. It was perplexing. Why did time seem to stretch, when typically moments spent in the company of others flew by? For minutes and 50 seconds. At this juncture, the surrounding air began to exhibit blue electrical phenomena, and several data recording gauges started to explode. Fragments of glass flew about in chaos. Yet, what astonished Yunsheng and Tang Haiba was not merely this chaos. It was that, regardless of the tumult around them or the surging blue currents, the modified tokamak apparatus remained steadfast. Indeed, it had not shattered thus far. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have believed Su Ting to be a sorcerer, bestowing a protective buff upon the device. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. The two exchanged glances, delight evident in their eyes. Success is imminent. However, Su Ting, fixated on the instrument data, suddenly frowned. The temperature began to plummet, like a waterfall cascading downwards. Something is amiss. The apparatus is still operational. The voltage remains stable. Everything appears normal externally. The temperature should be stable or slightly elevated. If it is dropping sharply, it signifies that the experiment is spiraling out of control. Just as this thought crossed his mind, all the blue lights from the activation module converged into a singular point, akin to a black hole absorbing light. This is dire. Su Senior Brother, run. There is danger. Tang Haiba and Yunsheng instantly reacted. In the entire laboratory, even if all experimental apparatus were to explode, Su Teng must remain unharmed. For he is the venerated leader of the next generation of scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the two individuals sprang into action, approaching Su Teng with the intent to whisk him away. Yet, Su Teng maintained an air of calmness, reassuring them, do not concern yourselves with me. I am perfectly fine. Perfectly fine? The two turned to witness a scene that would leave them astounded for a lifetime. A concentrated blue light was poised to release its energy at that very moment. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a slender beam of red light shot forth from the modified device's rear, promptly encasing all the blue light like a bowl. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of energy-laden explosions echoed, yet they could not breach the confines of the red bowl. Tang Haiba and Yunsheng stood, wide-eyed and speechless, taking in the spectacle. What on earth is this? This is astonishing. Soon, realization dawned upon them. Su, are you saying one ring secures a flaw? Is the experiment entirely under control? Su Ting let out a sigh. Judging by the circumstances at hand, the experiment had indeed failed, though not entirely. Meeting their puzzled gazes, Su Ting elaborated, this is the automatic paralysis device for the energy explosion gun project. After modifications, I repurposed it for the nuclear fusion project. Rest assured, given the experimental setting at school, I would not commence without absolute safety measures in place. Chapter 103, The Indulgence of a Genius. Thus, was everything truly under the control of Brother Su during the experiment? In those final moments, the blue light was on the verge of exploding. Yet Su Ting managed to handle it adeptly. Conducting experiments alongside such a prodigy is indeed a source of reassurance. The two exchanged glances, only to find Su Ting's brow furrowed in concentration. Standing nearby, Yunsheng and Tang Haiba wore expressions of complexity. From the circumstances at hand, it was evident that Su Ting had succeeded in the context of nuclear fusion. He had ingeniously modified the tokamak device, and the second phase of the experiment had already met the standard requirements for ordinary nuclear fusion. However, if one were to consider Su Ting's initial experimental objectives, this attempt could be deemed a failure, albeit one that faltered in the last few seconds. Sighing once more, Su Ting remarked, Tang, could you please tidy up the site? There are shards of glass scattered everywhere. Do be careful not to injure yourself. He continued, I've saved the experimental data. I need to analyze it in real time to determine where the issue arose. Upon hearing Su Ting's request, Tang Haiba quickly replied, Brother Su, there's no need for such formality between us. I may not be of much help with the data, but rest assured, I will ensure the place is spotless. Looking up at the clock on the wall, he added, I'll go fetch some food for you, brother. What would you like to eat? Food? Su Ting glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 11:50. How about some soy sauce duck and fried chicken legs, along with a bowl of mung bean porridge? Understood. Tang Haiba's tone was notably obsequious. On another note, Yunsheng interjected, I won't disturb you further, brother. I still have some updates to relay to the teacher. You've worked hard. Not at all, not at all. Once outside the laboratory, Yunsheng eagerly pulled out his phone to call Su Wei. Beep. The phone rang, and it was quickly answered. Hurry, tell me how the experiment went. Su Wei inquired with urgency. From the moment Yunsheng began relaying the details of the experiment, curiosity had taken root in him. This was a nuclear fusion project. According to Li Rongxing, whoever could resolve this issue would significantly elevate the nation's technological standing and energy. The resources were abundant, and the power immense. Had it not been for the knowledge that Su was conducting the experiment, he would have been unable to resist calling. Teacher, Su, brother, succeeded. It was a simple statement, yet Yunsheng struggled to articulate it. Succeeded? Truly, succeeded. What happened? You need to clarify this for me. In truth, during the latter part of the third phase of the experiment, Yunsheng had gleaned everything through his exchanges with Tang Haiba. The second phase of the experiment equated to that of ordinary nuclear fusion. The third part of the experiment aims to pioneer a new form of energy. Thus, Yunsheng declared that the nuclear fusion experiment had been successful. When Yunsheng divulged everything he knew to Su Wei, he heard the increasingly intense sound of inhalation from the other side. Initially, I believed that Xiao Su merely intended to conduct a standard nuclear fusion experiment. However, it turned out that Xiao Su was developing a new generation of energy. Moreover, he resolved the challenges of ordinary nuclear fusion experiments within just one morning. Li Rongxing, you still assert that your group of researchers is not merely grazing cattle while conducting scientific research. It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but your progress is truly hard to believe. Xiao Su's assistant is merely a first-year graduate student. And you? You are a group of bona fide advanced research talents. This cannot stand. I must share this remarkable news with them. Ahem. Yunsheng, you have done excellently. The teacher is now fatigued and requires a proper rest. Just as Yunsheng concluded his report, he appeared utterly bewildered. What are you saying, my teacher? You are not the one conducting the experiment. Oh, right? You are an academician of applied mathematics, so what kind of fatigue are you experiencing? Just as Yunsheng was about to remind his teacher to take care of his health, the call was abruptly terminated. Yunsheng. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. It appeared that the teacher was not fatigued, but rather eager to share his joy with someone. Upon this realization, it seemed I had become Yun the Tool Man Sheng. Woe is me. At the very moment Su Wei ended the call, he immediately opened his contacts and found Li Rongxing's number. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the call was connected. This was the fastest Li Rongxing had ever connected a call, for he knew today was Xiao Su's experiment. Despite the fact that nuclear fusion is undoubtedly a globally significant challenge, he had conversed with this seemingly ordinary academician of applied mathematics just the night before. Yet, deep down, he still hoped to hear of a groundbreaking development from Xiao Su's experiment. Before he could even speak, he heard Su Wei's triumphant voice. Li Rongxing, you still claim that your researchers are not grazing cattle while conducting research. Li Rongxing, what are you talking about? Although we often bicker, to start with such a provocative statement seems a bit much. Just as Li Rongxing was about to retaliate, Su Wei anticipated his response. I must tell you. Do not even think of retorting. My student, Su Ting, has officially resolved the issue of nuclear fusion today. Resolved? Damn. It seems I have no retort for that. But, are you telling the truth? Don't speak. I know you want to ask if it's real. Let me show you a few pictures. Su Wei once again interrupted Li Rongxing's preliminary spellcasting. By the time Yun Sheng entered the laboratory, Su Tung had already commenced the second phase of the experiment. From that moment on, he captured the entire experiment on film. A flurry of images streamed in, instruments measuring internal temperatures, plasma current voltsecond meters, the comprehensive video of the second phase experiment, and the blue radiance from the energy gun's activation module in the third phase, culminating in the ionization phenomenon occurring in the air. In the final moments, the chaotic blue light converged and was immediately ensnared by a red bowl. What is this? Li Rongxing was taken aback. It wasn't that he was unfamiliar with the tokamak device. Rather, the apparatus in the video seemed to transcend the ordinary. It appeared to have undergone certain modifications. Moreover, that blue light felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered before. Wait, blue energy gun. Li Rongxing was stunned. Had Xiao Su merged two projects together? Is this the hallmark of genius? To act with such audacity? Chapter 104. He seems a bit proud. Bonus chapter for gifts. Li Rongxing fell into deep contemplation. The explosive energy gun was a project centered on weapon development, while nuclear fusion was purely a matter of physics. How could these two realms possibly intertwine? In his quest for clarity, he meticulously magnified the transmitted images. At first glance, a silver-white ring emerged, resembling a conventional tokamak device. However, an additional element presented itself, a blue apparatus encircling the exterior. What could this be? Upon further magnification, he observed the narrow spaces within, and suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He recognized the schematic. He had perused it before, even after returning to his own project. He occasionally referenced the diagrams alongside the notes printed by Xiao Su. If one were to speak of the entire intricate structure of the explosive energy gun, it seemed that only the ignition module remained. If memory served correctly, this module was responsible for igniting the volatile explosive gas and accelerating the particle flow. Thus, could these concepts truly converge? Realization washed over Li Rongxing, his eyes widening in astonishment. The explosive energy gun comprised at least 100 minuscule components, which had long hindered their complete understanding of the technology. Amongst these many parts, could they truly identify one that was ingeniously modified for integration into the tokamak device? Li Rongxing gasped in disbelief. Was this the creative ingenuity of youth? It was utterly terrifying. Yet, he corrected himself. The ignition module indeed accelerated the particle flow. As it was fixed within the explosive energy gun, and the particle stream traversed through predetermined channels, who couldn't achieve linear acceleration? However, within the tokamak device concerning nuclear fusion, the energized coils exhibited disorder, with their orientation constantly fluctuating. The resultant helical magnetic field, when passing through the ignition module, possessed a specific direction. When aligned, kinetic energy would accumulate. Conversely, if opposing, kinetic energy would diminish. This implied that all ignition modules had to be placed in designated positions. Otherwise, the plasma would fail to reach the requisite temperature. In fact, the temperature could potentially decrease. Yet, the second part of the experiment was flawless. After a moment of dazed reflection, Li Rongxing trembled as he murmured, "No, it cannot be." He scrutinized the details and, just as he had surmised, observed that each ignition module was uniquely positioned. Thus, over 100 ignition modules had all been placed according to the design specifications. Moreover, the Hucking Research Lab lacked a supercomputer to handle the data, leading him to wonder if Xiao Su had calculated everything independently. This was overwhelming. Li Rongxing was genuinely astonished. Let alone the subsequent third part of the experiment, where the air had been ionized. Those vibrant blue molecules had been meticulously controlled by Su Tung from beginning to end. "Hey, why are you silent? Aren't you usually quite impressive?" he remarked. "Strange, last night you were quite the expert. even enlightening me on nuclear fusion. Why is it that no one dares to utter a word now? Is it that they have been disheartened? At this moment, Li Rongxing leisurely remarked, I believe you are correct. We, as researchers, seem to be, indeed, tending to our fields while conducting our scientific inquiries. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. How delightful. You call me an ordinary applied mathematics researcher, yet what are you? Merely a researcher who tends to cattle. How ridiculous. In the Zijing cafeteria, Tang Haiba, who had just tidied up, was waiting in line at the window. Meanwhile, the people around him began to converse. I must tell you, the school's voltage seems rather peculiar today. Indeed, during our physics class, the fluorescent lights exploded. What do you mean by that? Wasn't there a recent shipment of materials to a laboratory? When I passed by earlier, even from hundreds of meters away, I noticed all the nearby lights had gone out. Gone out. Does that imply they exploded? Yes. It's rather strange, no matter how high the electrical load at the school. There shouldn't be any issues with electricity supply, unless... Unless what? Speak up quickly, or I shall make you regret it, one man threatened. And the intimidated individual paused, his body tensing as if recalling something dreadful, hastily declaring, unless the school's laboratory is conducting experiments with exceptionally high power consumption, such as nuclear fusion. Tang Haiba, who had been eavesdropping, felt a sudden chill and stiffened. Nuclear fusion? Don't jest with me. The electrical capacity here couldn't possibly support that, even on a small scale. Another chimed in, exactly. Even small-scale nuclear fusion is impossible unless a modified device is employed. Modified tokamak, you say? Why not just fly to the heavens and stand beside the sun? If that were feasible, nuclear fusion would have succeeded long ago. Thus, one erroneous conclusion could be dismissed. Someone is not conducting small-scale nuclear fusion with a modified device at the school. Upon hearing this, Tang Haiba, who had been tense, instantly relaxed, nearly bursting into laughter. The misunderstanding was cleared. At that moment, it was Tang Haiba's turn to get his meal. Auntie, I'd like a serving of braised duck, a roasted chicken leg, and a bowl of mung bean porridge, with sugar added, please. Certainly. The men behind him resumed their discussion. Today, there's another peculiar phenomenon. The entire physics course schedule has reverted to its original state. Indeed, even the tormentor of all physics prodigies, Su Xin, did not attend. What a pity. I heard he skipped class. I hoped he would continue to challenge those scholars. So did I. I also heard Su Xin is particularly handsome. At that moment, another man, lost in thought, remarked, Su Xin's absence coincides with the school's voltage issues. Do you think there might be a possibility? A possibility? The other two exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implication. You speak of Su who, after completing all foundational courses in physics, ingeniously modified apparatuses at school and subsequently conducted small-scale nuclear fusion experiments. Another individual interjected, suggesting that the school's unstable voltage was linked to his endeavors. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Observing their engagement, he felt a surge of joy. Yes, you big-headed fool. Do not jest. Conducting small-scale nuclear fusion experiments through modified apparatuses after merely a month of foundational coursework. What are you even saying? Firstly, such a feat is utterly implausible. Secondly, it is undoubtedly a flawed assertion. Indeed, this is a scenario that even television dramas would shy away from depicting. At that moment, the aunt had prepared the meal and presented it to Tang Haiba. Classmate, here is the meal you requested. Oh, thank you. Turning around, Tang Haiba straightened up, casting a proud glance towards the three individuals in the back row as he strode forward with purpose. The other three exchanged bewildered glances. Did you not sense a hint of arrogance in that chubby fellow just now? Indeed. It was as if he were conducting small-scale nuclear fusion experiments with modified apparatuses at school. Precisely, what a delusion. Chapter 105. You can always trust Senior Su. Throughout the journey back to the laboratory, Tang Haiba wore a smile. He had certainly overheard the conversation among the boys earlier. The modifications to the device and the research on miniature nuclear fusion were, indeed, not his doing. However, he had participated in the project. As a first-year graduate student. Was this not a privilege? Beep, beep, beep. After fingerprint authentication, the laboratory doors swung open with a resounding thud. Tang Haiba called out from within, Senior. Your meal has arrived. It's time to eat. All right. The fragrant, steaming sauce duck and the golden, crispy chicken leg, glistening with oil, were accompanied by a few vibrant red chili peppers for garnish. Su Tong mixed the rice with the golden chicken leg and took a hearty bite, savoring the delightful flavors. Before combining it with the sauce duck, the gnawing hunger dissipated entirely, leaving only a sense of fulfillment. When it comes to hobbies, Su Tung had two. One was gourmet food, and the other was scientific research. After finishing his meal, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, he drained the bowl of mung bean porridge and turned to Tang Haiba, saying, "Thank you, Junior, for bringing the food." Tang Haiba, who was tidying up, immediately replied earnestly, "Senior Su, there's no need to mention it. It's no trouble at all. But, has the cause been analyzed yet?" When Tang Haiba rejoined Su Tung's project team, he made a silent vow. This time, he would learn as much as possible. New technologies have the power to transform lives. And although he would never become a person like Senior Su in this lifetime, simply having the opportunity to be part of Senior Su's team was worth it for him. After all, to have participated in those groundbreaking research projects that could alter the future was undeniably impressive. In the entire project, Tang Haiba's role was that of an assistant. In other research projects, a first-year graduate student in such a position would hardly receive any attention. Whether one could learn anything depended entirely on luck. Even if one asked questions, others might not respond earnestly. But Senior Su was different. He was always selfless, willing to share knowledge as long as one was eager to learn. Hearing Tang Haiba's words, Su Tung was taken aback. During the previous project involving the energy cannon, his junior had not shown such enthusiasm. Was he genuinely eager to learn more? A smile crept onto Su Tung's lips, as he had indeed deduced the reason. When Tang Haiba realized this, he was astonished. "Wow, so quick. Senior's efficiency is remarkable. I merely took a moment to fetch the meal. And it hasn't even been half an hour yet." Just as he was about to inquire further, Su Tung interrupted. "Hold on. Let me test you." "Test me? Stay calm. This is a chance to impress Senior. Opportunities to gain favor in front of him should not be missed." Tang Haiba straightened his attire and replied earnestly, "Senior, please go ahead. It's just one question. There's no need to be so serious." Throughout the entire experiment, what issues do you believe arose? Tang Haiba found himself lost in the memories of the experiment. In the first phase, the activation module remained dormant, and the only anomaly observed was excessive power consumption. In terms of the overall experiment, the voltage could not be deemed problematic. In the second phase, half of the activation module was engaged. As the experiment progressed, the only irregularity was the emergence of small black dots within the silvery circular ring. This startled him momentarily, considering that this was a nuclear fusion experiment. A trivial error could potentially lead to unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, when Su Shixiang pressed a switch, the black dots vanished, thus they were not a concern. This left only the third phase of the experiment, where the activation modules were fully engaged. The voltage was initially halved before being raised to normal levels. The earlier phases had presented no significant issues until the appearance of a blue luminescence, causing the surrounding air to exhibit signs of ionization, with blue particles bursting forth from his palm. Upon recalling this, his eyes sparkled with realization. "Shixiang, I believe I have deduced the cause." "Oh, do share," Su Ting replied. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Haiba eagerly interjected, "The ionization phenomenon." After uttering this, he looked at Su Tung with an expression of anticipation akin to a student yearning for a teacher's affirmation. Indeed, it is the ionization phenomenon. With Su Tang's confirmation, a smile of delight spread across Tang Haiba's face. "Do you know the specific reason?" The suddenness of the inquiry caused his smile to falter. He shook his head, internally chastising himself. Alas, one must not be too exuberant. Humility, like Su Shixiang, is paramount. Su Tung then stood up, swiftly producing a small blackboard, and began sketching the modified tokamak device with chalk. The cause of failure in the third phase, to summarize, was electromagnetic interference, which subsequently triggered the ionization of the air. The tokamak device fundamentally relies on charged coils to create a vast helical magnetic field within, aiming to heat the plasma to extreme temperatures. However, Su Ting circled the activation module surrounding the coils and inquired, "What is the purpose of this device?" "I understand," Tang Haiba immediately responded. "The confined space is designed to accelerate the plasma within the vacuum tube more rapidly. Precisely, one could say it serves to augment the kinetic energy of the plasma." At this point, Tang Haiba recalled the stack of white papers on the table, which were meticulously calculated by Su Shixiang to ensure that the kinetic energy of every plasma passing through the activation module was enhanced. If there were only a single activation module in close proximity to the charged coils, it would not pose a significant problem. However, what if over 100 activation modules were simultaneously activated in such close quarters? This revelation struck Tang Haiba, for he had personally pressed the button to activate the modules. He understood that those blue lights were the luminescent powders that would reveal their colors when electrified. Thus, Tang Haibao murmured, as the voltage begins to rise. More activation modules are engaged, and those carrying a faint current will attract one another. The blue glow thickens. Gradually, ionization will occur in the air. So this is what it is. Tang Haibao comprehended, and his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Incredible. His senior brother is truly remarkable. Indeed, regardless of the experimental process. Even if the outcome is unfavorable, one can always have unwavering faith in Senior Su. Raising his head, Tang Haibao's gaze was filled with a bubbling excitement. Senior brother. I understand now. Shall we begin? Chapter 106. Advancing ever further on the path of all-encompassing research that gaze. Su Tong was momentarily taken aback, and then a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Intriguing indeed. After all, Su Ting had interacted with numerous researchers along his journey, yet such excitement was a rare sight. The most profound memory was during the final sprint phase of the energy weapon project, laboring in the laboratory alongside Long Dongxing. It was then he first witnessed such fervor reflected in another's eyes. Well then, let us commence. For Su Ting, engaging in research was a cherished pastime. Tired? Such a notion was non-existent. A man's interests are manifold, nurturing virtual companions, striving towards enigmatic visions, and in the future, piloting a towering mech. Indeed, no man can resist the allure of giant robots, much like the childhood aspiration of becoming a beacon of light. Tang Haibao adeptly scurried to one side to prepare new materials. Although a dream-filled assistant, his current capabilities were insufficient, relegating him to a supportive role. When confronted with new challenges in research, the general procedure unfolds as follows. Analyze the experimental process and identify the cause of failure. Once the cause is disowned, one proceeds to design a new experiment aimed at rectifying the issue. Now, the cause had been identified. The proximity of the ignition modules to the coils was too great, leading to the ionization of air. Su Tong's insistence on achieving flawless execution in the third section of the experiment stemmed from a desire for formidable energy. With this, the duration of the ion energy shield's operation would be prolonged. In the battlefield, every moment is of the essence. Each second represents a vibrant life at stake. Thus, the voltage intensity must remain unchanged, commencing with half the required input before reverting to the original state. The number of ignition modules cannot be reduced. Each component is essential for the acceleration of plasma. Should any piece be omitted, the designated velocity would remain unattainable. The distance between the ignition modules and coils is also fixed, as every position of the ignition module has been meticulously calculated, with specific angles predetermined. A mere shift would transform the plasma's passage through the constricted space from an increase in kinetic energy to a reduction. Through such meticulous analysis, Su Ting realized that many elements must be preserved as they are. So, what should be done? Su Ting fell into deep contemplation. Senior brother. All the materials are prepared, Tang Haibao interjected. After a moment of silence, Su Ting replied, Yes, good. What seems to be troubling you, senior brother? Did we not identify the cause? Turning to Su Ting, he noticed him gazing upward, lost in thought. The lights were somewhat glaring. Such brightness could adversely affect senior brother's vision. Tang Haibao approached and adjusted the switch to dim the lights slightly. Su Ting raised his head, shielding his eyes with his hand, noticing the change in brightness. Upon uttering these words, Su Ting's eyes sparkled with realization, and he reiterated, the lights. Instantly, he turned to fix his intense gaze upon Tang Haibao. Oh my, senior brother, what has happened to you? Please don't look at me like that. It's a bit frightening. To my surprise, Su Ting chuckled and said, Junior brother, you have truly been a great help. A great help? What have I done? As far as I recall, I merely turned off the light. Is that enough? Upon reflection, Su Ting's earlier distress stemmed from the fact that the modified tokamak device and its startup module could not be altered. Indeed, even the slightest change in position was out of the question. The recent fluctuation in the brightness of the overhead light had drawn his attention to it. It is well known that incandescent bulbs contain inert gases, which serve a protective function. If ordinary air were to fill an incandescent bulb, the tungsten filament would be prone to rupture under prolonged illumination. The momentary change in brightness prompted Su Ting to consider the protective gas within the bulb, inert gas. Inert gases are chemically stable and resist reactions. The inability to alter anything indicated that the introduction of ordinary air during the third experimental phase would inevitably result in ionization. But what if the surroundings were filled entirely with inert gas? Even with an electrified coil and a startup module present, It seemed that this could resolve the issue entirely. After all, the success of the energy blast gun project was precisely due to the inclusion of inert gas. Tang Haiba, who had been grappling with his thoughts for some time, finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been on his mind. Senior brother, may I inquire what you were thinking just now? Oh, it was merely about inert gas. Inert gas? Seeing the bewildered expression on Tang Haiba's face, Su Ting patiently elaborated. Oh, I see. After listening, Tang Haiba's eyes lit up with understanding, and he silently marveled. Senior brother is indeed extraordinary. Had he not explained this to me, I would never have thought of it, just from tidying up the materials and turning off the light. Lo and behold, the solution to the experiment has emerged. It turns out that scientific research has always been challenging. It is merely that senior brother is remarkably talented. For other researchers, even if they grasp the solution, creating a sealed space within the modified tokamak device is no trivial task. The entire process is far from simple. However, these challenges do not apply to Su Ting, who has personally crafted both the energy blast gun and the lightsaber. It is widely acknowledged that if a researcher is not also a skilled craftsman, they cannot be considered a good researcher. Thus, in the time that followed, Tang Haiba watched in astonishment as Su Ting skillfully sketched the design of a sealed space, perfectly calculating all dimensions. Then, the processes of polishing, welding, and installation unfolded seamlessly and elegantly. There was no waste of materials, nor any excess. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Tang Haiba's mind. Precision distinguishes butchery from surgery. Even if Brother Su were to abandon the realm of scientific research, he could still become a legendary craftsman in the field of craftsmanship. At that moment, as Su Ting contemplated wiping the sweat from his brow, a towel was offered to him. Looking up, he saw Tang Haiba smiling shyly. Although I cannot assist you in other areas, I am quite proficient in this. Thank you. I will commence the new experiment in 3 minutes. After wiping away the perspiration, Su Ting placed the modified device onto the table. He retrieved a sheet of white paper and embarked on a new round of calculations. This time, he was determining the optimal amount of inert gas to introduce into the apparatus. While inert gases serve a protective function, they cannot be added indiscriminately, as this would adversely affect the acceleration within the confined space of the activation module. Tang Haiba stood quietly beside him, observing the intricate formulas that unfolded on the white paper. He silently marveled, reflecting that Brother Su, capable of both calculating and personally refining and producing products, was truly advancing further along the multifaceted path of scientific research. Chapter 107, 5-Minute Countdown, Part 3. During the initial 4 minutes of the experiment, everything proceeded without incident. But the complications arose in the final seconds. To elaborate, it seemed to coincide with the rapid decline in temperature. Su Ting extracted the real-time data from the experiment, revealing the temperature readings within the apparatus. The preceding graphs displayed a steep ascent, yet in those last few seconds, the line plummeted as if propelled by bungee cords. If memory serves, the voltage seconds of the plasma current also experienced a drastic decline. As Su Ting spoke, he retrieved another image from the instrument, which displayed the exact voltage seconds of the plasma current. Thus, in those final moments, the ionization of the air reached its zenith, and the azure glow affected the acceleration within the narrow confines of the activation module as the plasma traversed the constricted space within the vacuum tube. The alteration in position resulted in a reduction of kinetic energy rather than an increase. The external instrument's readings corroborated this, a decline in internal temperature and voltage seconds. So that was the cause. Tang Haiba stood beside him, momentarily bewildered. What on earth is my senior talking about? I understand each word, yet the combination eludes me. Furthermore, my senior is truly remarkable. A mere change in the brightness of an incandescent bulb led to the hypothesis of inert gases, and from the real-time instrument data, he began to reverse engineer the entire process. Is there truly such experimentation? If this event were to be chronicled in future history books, would the title read, "Astonishing. The variation in incandescent light brightness paves the way for a new energy milestone"? How does this differ from the apple falling and the subsequent formulation of Newton's laws? Su Ting remained oblivious to Tang Haiba's expressions, continuing to muse. The internal space possesses an automatic paralysis device. Thus, the inert gas need not be filled excessively. As the internal air pressure remains stable, the activation module and the automatic device have been modified by me, ensuring that the injected inert gas is evenly distributed under their influence according to the equation for liquid pressure pGh, and because pp liquid density, gh, when the densities are equivalent 50%. At this juncture, Su Ting paused, seemingly in disbelief. Is it truly only 50%? Could this successfully mitigate the ionization phenomenon? This ratio exceeded his expectations, as the proportion of inert gas injected into the energy cannon was far greater than 50%. Meanwhile, Tang Haibo had long since sunk into a state of profound contemplation. He was beginning to grasp a profound truth. Science serves as the foundation for transforming human life, while mathematics is the cornerstone that enables science to effect such transformations, based solely on this segment of formulas and reasoning. Even the esteemed Mathematics Academy of Hucking would surely be outclassed by Brother Su. Wait, it appears that Dean Yunxing has a background in applied mathematics, and I have heard that his mentor is an academician in the same field. If Brother Su were to attend classes at the Mathematics Academy, he would undoubtedly enroll in Dean Yunxing's courses. In this case, Brother Su is a student of an academician, while the dean is his instructor, when both sides of the equation are equal. Tang Haibo suddenly feels he has uncovered a significant blind spot. Quick, stop, Tang. Do not ponder further. Meanwhile, Su Tung has finally grasped why the calculated result is 50. This is because the modified tokamak device has a silver-white inner ring that is indeed a vacuum, and the activation module has not entered the inner vacuum environment. It merely utilizes the narrow space combined with the calculated angles to provide accelerating kinetic energy from the exterior. The energy burst gun project directly penetrates into the acceleration zone, whereas the external interaction is an entirely different scenario. So that is it. With this understanding, Su Teng lets out a sigh of relief. The more complex the project, the more one cannot overlook any minute detail. This is because many manned spacecraft in aerospace have faced catastrophic failures simply due to a loose screw. Such a small oversight could cause a screw to snap during atmospheric re-entry, resulting in a rapid change in pressure and ultimately an explosion. Well then, let us commence. Su Ting turned to Tang Haibo and stated. The latter instinctively lifted his gaze to check the wall clock. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, not yet 3 minutes. What more can I say? Just one thing. Brother Su, who walks the path of all-encompassing scientific research, is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Here. This is the proportion of inert gas to be infused into the device. Remember, 50%, no more, no less. Tang Haibo's expression tightened as he solemnly replied, Brother, rest assured, I will complete the task. A new round of experiments is being diligently prepared. The issue with the experiment has been identified, along with the solution. Next comes the repetition of the previous experiment. This time, success is assured. A spark of excitement shone in Su Teng's eyes. Only he, who has truly modified the device, understands the immense power that the energy provided could yield if the third part of the experiment succeeds. The second part of the experiment is akin to a standard nuclear fusion experiment. However, the second part only activates half of the starting modules. The third part will engage all the starting modules simultaneously. Is it simply a one-to-one relationship? No, it is at least double. If the 5-minute sustained experiment passes, today, at this very moment, we could indeed usher in a new generation of energy. Brother, I will now pull the circuit breaker. Yes, let us begin. Bang. As the circuit breaker was pulled, the activation modules began to gradually come to life. Tap, tap, tap. An increasing number of blue lights began to illuminate. Buzzing fills the air, the sound of plasma beginning to accelerate within the vacuum tube. The internal temperature and current voltage surge dramatically, akin to the euphoric effects of intoxication, spiraling into a state of chaotic exhilaration. In stark contrast to previous experiences, Tang Haibo's demeanor is remarkably composed, devoid of any anxiety. For even disregarding the inert gas introduced, the presence of an automatic shutdown mechanism ensures absolute safety. The red, bowl-shaped energy encapsulates all the blue energy, creating an astonishing spectacle. Such a narrative would be unimaginable even in science fiction. Danger? It is non-existent. As long as a senior mentor is present, even the most perilous of experiments remain impeccably secure. After all, can a versatile researcher be trifled with? At last, the final activation module is fully engaged, ushering the experiment into its most critical phase. The next 5 minutes commence a countdown. Chapter 108, The Master of Modification Buzz. 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 The sound of electricity gradually intensified. The entire modification apparatus was sealed, allowing only a glimpse of the blue light pulsating from its center. 5 seconds. The internal temperature gauge surged past its previous peak, with the plasma current's voltage and time metrics climbing sharply. Tang Haibo, standing nearby, could not help but swallow nervously. Compared to the last experiment, the current data was astonishingly powerful. Was it due to the introduction of inert gases? He felt as though the plasma within the vacuum tube had unleashed its true potential. Swish, swish, swish. The paper recording real-time data continued to print incessantly. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The duration had surpassed the halfway mark, and all appeared stable at the site. Could this truly be viable? Tang Haiba's face flushed, his expression brimming with excitement. After all, this was the modified tokamak apparatus. It was incomparably superior to a typical miniature nuclear fusion experiment. As a first-year graduate student at Hucking, he felt incredibly fortunate to partake in such a surreal experience. While Tang Haiba was lost in thought, a familiar sound pierced the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He paused momentarily, then realized. The ionization phenomenon. The proximity of the activation module and coils was too close, and through Su Tung's explanation, he understood the underlying issue. Contemplating this, he mentally reviewed the inert gas proportions Su had provided: helium, He, neon, Ne, argon, Ar. Every type of gas introduced was accurate, and the 50% ratio was also correct. The procedure involved initially activating half the voltage, stabilizing, and then returning to the original voltage, which was also executed flawlessly. Thus, the ionization phenomenon would surely be resolved. Unlike before, this time the hissing sound did not continue to escalate. In fact, as time passed, the sound began to diminish. A surge of energy, followed by a decline, and then exhaustion. Before it could persist, they had already surpassed the peak phase. For minutes and 50 seconds, the sound of electricity had vanished, leaving only the steady blue glow, flickering gently. The final 10 seconds approached. Su Ting turned his gaze sharply to the temperature gauge and plasma current voltage meter. As long as their readings remained unchanged, success was assured. 10, 9. Su Ting's breathing became labored, and Tang Haiba, standing beside him, felt the tension and began to gasp audibly. This was the dawn of a new energy era. 5, 3. The data on the instruments remained remarkably stable. 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. The preset time had elapsed. The apparatus began to power down automatically, and the readings began to decline as the blue activation modules extinguished, one by one. This is a triumph. The two exchanged glances and erupted into cheers. Ha ha, we did it. Su, you are incredible. Tang Haiba began to celebrate. His entire being animated as he waved his arms and shouted joyously. Public service? A miraculous turnaround in the game? I beg your pardon. But such matters pale in comparison to the exhilaration of pioneering a new era of scientific achievement. In contrast, Su Tung remained remarkably composed. He observed the now stabilized modified device, his hands tightly clutching the printed data images. Exhaling the pent-up air within, he realized that the energy required for the ion shield had finally been successfully obtained. At that moment, the voice of the advanced technology system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on resolving the energy issue. Energy points acquired, 1. Total energy points, 3. Su Ting was taken aback upon hearing this. Is this a new method of acquiring energy points? The blueprint provided this time is incomplete. The energy component is missing, and the blueprint does not even hint at how to create the energy necessary for the shield. So, simply completing the section for which the system did not provide a solution will also yield energy points? The voice did not cease at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on modifying the existing technological apparatus and successfully completing the experiment. Badge acquired. Modification Master. Modification Master? A badge, no less. This is truly an unexpected delight. Previously, Su Tung had unlocked the badge integration, which had greatly benefited him while studying the fundamentals of physics and conducting experiments. He felt the advantages of the badge as the knowledge he acquired merged in an entirely novel manner. To sum it up, it felt as though he had activated a cheat. Now, another badge has arrived, which is simply marvelous. Gazing at the black badge that suddenly appeared in his mind, Su Tung could not resist examining it mentally. Modification Master. When tackling world-class challenges, there is a certain probability of modifying existing technology and enhancing the success rate. The badge flickered, displaying the experimental process. Su Ting installed the explosive energy guns activation module onto the tokamak device, calculating specific angles on sheets of white paper. To ensure experimental safety, he further modified the automatic paralysis device and affixed it to the apparatus. Soon after, the activation module was engaged, emitting blue light and accelerating kinetic energy. Just as the third part of the experiment was on the verge of spiraling out of control, the Red Bull gathered all the blue energy together and absorbed it. Is this The process of my experiment? Su Tung was astonished. He had initially believed the advanced technology system was merely a tool for distributing blueprints. It now appeared that it also recorded the experimental process and issued badges based on the outcomes. If one were to evaluate it, it is undeniably quite intelligent. Although the badge's description did not specify the exact probabilities or the rates of success. However, it is conceivable that as subsequent experiments progress, the probabilities will undoubtedly increase. Initially, triggering the effect of the badge, comprehensive integration required deliberate action. Now, it often occurs inadvertently. Su Tung was quite pleased with today's experiment. Not only did it resolve the energy issue, but he also obtained the badge modification master. By this calculation, the completion time for the ion energy shield would surely be significantly shortened. At that moment, the originally exuberant Tang Haiba hurried over and joyfully exclaimed, "Senior Su, let us head to a restaurant to celebrate this momentous occasion. I shall treat you." Were it not for the confidentiality agreement, Tang Haiba would have seized this opportunity to boast. Unfortunately, that was not an option. They could only celebrate at the restaurant together. A restaurant? Su Ting glanced at the clock, which read 9:30. At such an hour, the cafeteria was likely to have little to offer. They would indeed need to dine out. No worries. Let us go to the cafeteria. I have a campus card. A campus card? I have one too, but the issue is that at 9:30, there isn't much food available. However, upon seeing the campus card Su Ting produced, Tang Haiba was taken aback. This card appeared to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 109. The joy of conducting research with Senior Su. Tang Haiba initially intended to express his skepticism about the cafeteria's offerings, but that sentiment was swiftly swallowed. Judging by this peculiar campus card, it wasn't that the cafeteria lacked quality dishes. Rather, it was his own unworthiness that rendered him unqualified. While he was lost in thought, Su Tung had already turned off the power and tidied up everything. "Junior brother, let us depart now." Yes. It wasn't he that Tang Haiba doubted himself. Although his research skills paled in comparison to Senior Su's, as a privileged second generation, he had certainly experienced the world. He was determined to discover what culinary delights awaited him in the cafeteria of Hucking, a place he felt he had yet to earn the right to enter. Let it not be said that I boast, but should there be no exquisite dishes, I shall ensure that today's celebratory banquet presents my senior with a lavish feast. After all, the energy developed in our laboratory has pioneered a new generation of power. Su Ting led the way, with Tang Haiba following closely. Upon ascending the stairs and approaching the serving lady at the cafeteria, before they could utter a word, the lady warmly greeted them. "Young man, you have finally arrived." Huh? Tang Haiba was perplexed. Why was this cafeteria worker so enthusiastic at this elevated window? Her gaze towards Senior Su was so fervent it seemed she wished to wed her daughter to him. "Madam, were you waiting specifically for me?" Su Ting also found it curious. Though he frequented this place, he didn't come every day. Why did it seem as though she had been anticipating his arrival? Indeed, you researchers truly endure great hardships. While we may lack formal education and cannot contribute to your scientific endeavors, in matters of cuisine, we are certainly more knowledgeable. Today's celebratory feast is undoubtedly dedicated to you. Celebratory feast? Su Tung and Tang Haiba immediately seized upon this significant phrase. Typically, the cafeteria staff would not possess such knowledge unless someone had specifically informed them. Who could it be? As this thought crossed Su Ting's mind, he realized the answer: Brother Yun. Previously, when he had visited, the second phase of their experiment had already succeeded. For them, the success of micronuclear fusion was indeed a monumental occasion. Regardless of whether the third phase would succeed that evening, it was already a worthy cause for celebration. Then, about today's menu, madam. Shall we indulge in some delightful dishes? Tang Haiba inquired bashfully, his words laced with anticipation. Certainly. Here, take a look at the menu. Choose for yourselves. The ingredients are assuredly fresh. A handwritten menu was presented. The moment Su Tung grasped it, Tang Haiba leaned in to observe and was left utterly stunned. Holy cow! King crab, Australian lobster, Italian white truffle, Spanish iberico ham. This is simply outrageous. Among the exquisite ingredients, there lies a treasure trove of culinary delights. Is it truly possible that such items are found within the confines of a cafeteria? Some of the finest restaurants do not even possess these ingredients. Is this truly reasonable? It is not that I have never witnessed such a spectacle in my life. Frankly, this scene is beyond the realm of my imagination. Moreover, this is merely a glimpse of Western ingredients. Turning the page reveals an array of Chinese delicacies: river eel, butter crab, and fragrant Tibetan pigs. To think that some of these items are practically unattainable in the market. Tang Haiba was utterly astonished, as the current situation was far beyond comprehension. Were it not for his own eyes bearing witness, he would have believed it to be a jest. Upon seeing these ingredients, Su Ting furrowed his brow and inquired, "Was this arranged by my senior brother? However, with so many ingredients, how could one possibly consume them all?" At this remark, Tang Haiba's expression became somewhat peculiar. His senior brother's first thought was about waste and the inability to finish the meal. The cafeteria lady's eyes lit up, recalling that she had expressed similar sentiments to Dean Yun earlier that afternoon. The dean's response had been reassuring. "Rest assured, it is all in moderation, and I trust that my junior brother will present an alternative choice." Before the lady could respond, Su Ting turned and said, "Have you all had your meals? If not, why not join us? This celebration banquet is not solely for those of us involved in the project. You, the vital support staff, are equally important." My goodness. How remarkably similar this is to what the dean had said. Earlier that day, Dean Yun had stated, "My junior brother is a person of pure intentions. If you believe in my words as dean, then do not eat dinner tonight. For, my junior brother will say, the celebration banquet is not just for him, but also for you, the equally significant support staff." In that instant, the onlookers, ladies and gentlemen alike, were taken aback. They genuinely trusted Yun Xing, having not eaten. Yet they were merely curious, and a slight delay in their meal was of little consequence. Yet, to their surprise, the junior brother spoken of by Dean Yun truly embodied such purity of heart, and his words echoed identically. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then elated. A wave of emotion washing over them. If only everyone could embody such spirit, who would dare to oppose? Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us heed your words. Quickly, take your seats. We shall commence cooking forthwith. Here are some biscuits to nibble on while we wait. Tang Haiba was left speechless. This scene seemed to be something only a person like his senior brother could orchestrate. One must wonder, had Dean Yun anticipated such a scenario? Otherwise, why would both Western and Chinese ingredients be present? Following my senior brother, I have learned that it is not merely about research. It seems the very air around us has grown sweeter. The sounds of cooking utensils clattered in a continuous symphony. As bowls of exquisite dishes were presented, the steamed crimson king crab, the butter-dripping yellow crab, the sliced ribbon fish garnished with scallions and drizzled with rich sauce, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the lively atmosphere. This celebratory feast brought together 2 students and a group of uncles and aunties seated around the table. Come, you two, taste my culinary skills." Su Ting cracked open a crab shell, savoring the crab roe, the delightful flavors filling his mouth as he exclaimed, "Uncle, your cooking is truly remarkable." "Haha, indeed. If there's a chance, come to my home for dinner every day." "Hey, Lowly, what are you doing? Someone merely complimented your cooking, and you're already thinking of marrying your daughter off to him, making him like a son." "What? Nonsense. That is not what I meant at all." "Still trying to deny it?" "That is precisely what you meant." Tang Haiba, holding a steaming slice of fish, glanced back and forth. "This atmosphere is truly wonderful." No. Tang Haiba shook his head. Turning to observe Su Ting, who was savoring his food slowly, he secretly mused, "I should say, collaborating with Senior Su on research is truly delightful." Chapter 110. The 7-foot frame. A nation cannot be promised, nor can you, for the previous explosive assistance Mushroom Lord. An additional update. Beep, beep, beep. A hand emerged from beneath the covers, swiping across the phone screen to silence the alarm. The time read 6:30. The winter in the north was exceedingly frigid. However, the solitary bedroom arranged by Yun Sheng was adequately warmed. In the past, Su Tung had been accustomed to an early bedtime and an equally early rise. Now, enhanced by the Red Star energy solution, his physical constitution had ascended to a higher echelon. Even 5 hours of sleep sufficed for him. Simultaneously, Su Tung sensed that as time progressed, the Red Star energy solution would be completely assimilated. He wondered if his junior brother would manage to rise on time today. After all, how could last night's celebration banquet lack libations, even if Yunxing had not brought any? The aunts and uncles in the cafeteria knew that the young man before them had undoubtedly accomplished a significant project. Otherwise, the imperial crabs and Australian lobsters, various top-tier ingredients, would not have found their way to the cafeteria. Su Ting was not fond of drinking, especially with more research to pursue the following day. Thus, after a bit of persuasion, they ceased their attempts. The result. Tang Haibo had indeed indulged, continuously exclaiming, "Doing research alongside Senior Su is truly exhilarating. The romance of real men lies in scientific endeavors." Civil service? What is that? One's life goal should be the vast cosmos beyond the stars. The inebriated uncle almost unwittingly promised Tang Haiba a marriage agreement with his parents, but fortunately, he was swiftly escorted away. Su Ting tightened his coat and proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. A rich bowl of mung bean porridge, generously sweetened, was accompanied by steaming golden youtiao, which he soaked in the porridge until softened, savoring the warm dish. The experiment from the previous day had been an unqualified success from the on-site observations. The modified tokamak device, coupled with the discharge mechanism, could indeed serve as an energy source for his shield. The overall effectiveness was remarkably promising. The continuous testing lasted 5 minutes, but there was a startup time to consider. If everything was accounted for, 7 minutes would pose no issue. This implied that the technical requirements for the shield had been met. The simplified version of the ion energy shield could operate at full speed on the battlefield for 7 minutes. 7 minutes. So much could be accomplished in that span. Just imagining a solitary soldier calmly activating the ion energy shield amidst heavy artillery fire. Wielding a lightsaber in one hand and an energy blaster in the other filled him with exhilaration. Regarding the progress of the previous project, Yunxing would periodically provide updates, also seeking Su Ting's insights to resolve various production challenges encountered. Not long ago, Su Tung had heard Yunxing mention that the production of a lightsaber had reached a monthly output. This was merely from the first armory fully mastering the technology. As the technicians disseminated the production techniques, the rate of lightsaber manufacturing would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, the mastery of the energy blaster technology had already reached 50%. In a short time, the first completely independent arms factory capable of producing explosive energy guns will emerge. From the current perspective, the global environment appears to be relatively secure. However, Su Tung harbors an unsettling premonition. Upon receiving the Magic Modification Master Badge yesterday, the Advanced Technology System revealed the entire experimental process. It seemed to assess whether the host qualified for the badge based on the experimental outcomes. The intelligence of the system was astonishing. Yet, given the current technological capabilities of Blue Star, it is impossible to produce the schematics for such projects, let alone the advanced technology system itself. Therefore, Su Tung felt a sense of urgency, hoping to acquire more energy points to awaken the system from its slumber, as if something significant was concealed within. After finishing the last spoonful of hot congee, he looked up and met the eager gaze of the cafeteria lady. "Young man, are you done?" "Yes, I'm finished." As he handed the bowl back to her, she asked enthusiastically, "Young man, are you still single? Let me tell you, dating is essential. I have a relative with a daughter." Su Tung felt a shiver run down his spine and replied earnestly, "Auntie, with my 7-foot stature, I can't pledge my heart to the nation, let alone to you." What are you saying? What nation? What heart?" The enthusiastic lady was momentarily taken aback by his sudden words, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "Excuse me." He hurriedly made his exit, observing Su Tang's swift retreat. The lady's smile grew even brighter. "Oh, I like this young man more and more. Indeed. I even invited him yesterday to come to my house for dinner whenever he wishes. It's no problem at all," chuckled Oldley with his ladle in hand. "Oldley, that's quite unseemly of you. Other young men invite you to a celebratory feast, and you want to play the role of his father." Oldley's expression darkened as he retorted, "And you have the gall to criticize me? You just wanted to be his mother for a simple breakfast." "Ah, what a good son. Damn, how dare you take advantage of me." Meanwhile, Su Ting rushed to the laboratory, not out of fear of the cold, but because completing the tasks as soon as possible would unlock the next technological advancement. This was crucial for the enhancement of Dragon Kingdom's technological prowess. Additionally, the modified tokamak device combined with the discharge apparatus had grown somewhat large. It needed redesigning to reduce its size to that of a wristwatch face. Only then could the requirements for the ion energy shield be fulfilled, as the design specifications indicated it should be worn like a wristwatch. Beep, beep, beep. Upon fingerprint verification, the laboratory doors swung open. Su Ting was taken aback to find 2 individuals before him, the petrified Yunxing, holding breakfast, and the grinning Tang Haiba. "Senior brother. You're here so early? Huh, why is senior brother frozen?" Last night, the celebratory feast was held to commemorate Su's completion of the second phase of the experiment. During the evening, the teacher had inquired about the status of the third phase from Yunxing, who had responded accordingly. "I have examined the design blueprint by Su Shidi, and the third section entails the complete activation of the startup module. Although my understanding is limited, It is evident that achieving full activation presents a challenge that exceeds merely doubling the difficulty. Sushiti. It would be commendable if you could finalize the experiments for the third section within this week. At that moment, Sue nodded in agreement and emphasized the importance of coming to observe the progress today. 4. Xiao Su's experimental advancements often appear somewhat alarming when compared to others. To my surprise, shortly after entering the laboratory, I noticed the assigned assistant, Tang Haiba, tidying up. I casually inquired about the celebration dinner from the previous night. Tang Haiba immediately exclaimed, "Director Yun, the celebration feast was absolutely splendid. I have never tasted such exquisite ingredients in my life. However, the director is truly remarkable. How did you know we would complete the third section of the experiment last night?" As long as the ingredients were exceptional, that suffices. Wait, the third section of the experiment was indeed successful. I sensed the significance of that statement. Could it be that I merely took a nap last night? Surely, I did not inadvertently sleep for an entire week. Chapter 111. The Golden Blueprint. Yunxing now realized that he still lacked the audacity he desired. In the presence of his junior, Su, he felt liberated to explore any scientific concept. So, during the few hours of my absence, my junior successfully identified the issue and resolved it. Just as Yunsheng pondered his life choices, Su Ting's voice broke through his thoughts. Senior Yun. Senior Yun. Oh, Junior has arrived. Having resolved the energy dilemma yesterday, he intended to commence the Ion Energy Shield project early today, hence his presence. Listen, is that human language? The casual tone. After a considerable pause, Yunsheng finally inquired, "Did you bring breakfast for your junior? Would you care to indulge?" "Oh, thank you, senior. However, I have already eaten." Already eaten. Some individuals truly possess both talent and diligence. Tang Haiba, standing nearby, brightened up and tentatively asked, "Director Yun, about that breakfast, Before he could finish his sentence, Yunxing interrupted with a wave of his hand. Scram. "Oh, very well." Swiftly, Tang Haiba began to tidy up. As a scion of wealth, he had attended numerous banquets, and though he had indulged a bit yesterday, he was not intoxicated and thus sobered quickly, rising at 6. His morning activities startled his roommates, who noted his waning interest in public service exams, frequently muttering, "A true man ought to engage in scientific research. I must diligently learn from my senior." Observing his junior prepare for a busy day, Yunsheng quietly withdrew. After this considerable time, he had resolved to heed his mentor's advice, to refrain from interrupting his junior's research endeavors, and should assistance be required, he might consider stepping in. He had grown somewhat desensitized to Su's astonishing research pace. Even if, in a few days, Su were to inform him that he had constructed a mech, well, no, the mech would still be exhilarating. Silently dialing a number, Yunxing heard the phone connect immediately, with a tone reminiscent of a languid fish. He reported to his mentor, teacher, Junior Su successfully completed the third part of the experiment last night. Yes, indeed. He has already begun preparations for the Ion Energy Shield. Before he could finish, the line was met with a series of beeps. All right, I understand. Teacher, you must be quite exhausted with the project. Do take a rest. Alas, the once most adorable student had transformed into Yun, the Tulxing. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tang Haiba, having completed the cleaning, stood quietly beside Su Tong. Although he did not fully grasp most of the schematics, he was clear about the annotations. The Ion Energy Shield was described as, can be worn on the arm like a watch. In its inactive state, it enters a charging mode. The energy issue had indeed been resolved, yet new challenges emerged. The sealed, modified tokamak device, coupled with the discharge apparatus, had notably diminished in size. Yet it still exceeds the requirement. It cannot be worn on the arm. So, will the senior brother still make modifications? However, it seems that this cannot be modified further. Regardless of how one looks at it, the volume is compressed into the smallest possible space. At this moment, Su Tong, lost in contemplation, indeed triggered the badge, Modification Expert effect. Modification Expert. When tackling world-class challenges, there is a certain probability of enhancing existing technology through modifications, thereby increasing the success rate. Ding. You have chosen to trigger it actively. Triggered item, Ion Energy Shield. Triggered object, the modified tokamak device and its discharge apparatus. Analyzing. Assessing the dimensions of each component. Evaluating the effects of each component. Generating new modification blueprints. Blueprint production in progress. 5:50. Su Tung beheld a torrent of gray streams swirling ceaselessly in his mind, spurred by the badge's effect. Upon scrutinizing with his mental prowess, he discerned that beneath this torrent lay a wealth of specialized knowledge. As he reached out to touch it, the gray streams seemed to have finally found their outlet, surging forth in a cascade. Whoosh! A vast expanse of knowledge churned within Su Teng's mind, causing a sharp pain to pierce his head. Were it not for the transformation induced by the Hongxing energy solution, he might not have withstood the onslaught. AD 100. Ding! Modification blueprint production successful. The torrent subsided, and Su Teng gasped for air. Senior brother, are you all right? Should I call a doctor? Tang Haibo had been observing nearby, perplexed by the unfolding events. Despite the senior brother doing nothing but gazing at the blueprints in the modified apparatus, why had his expression suddenly turned tense? Moreover, it grew increasingly worse with time. Director Yun, a true professional in post-production, had not only prepared all the materials, but also had a specialized medical team stationed not far from the base. All it would take was for Tang Haibo to press a sky blue button, and within 3 minutes, a team of doctors clad in white coats would arrive. No, it's not necessary. After a moment of adjustment, Su Teng's breathing became easier. Compared to before, his mind now housed a golden blueprint. To be precise, the modified energy blueprint. Really? Tang Haibo felt a twinge of anxiety mixed with concern. Indeed, Su Teng replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with newfound fervor. Seeing the spark of enthusiasm in Su Teng's gaze, Tang Haibo understood that the senior brother truly did not require a doctor, because what lay ahead was the senior brother's moment to shine. Su Teng tore off a sheet of white paper and began to sketch the blueprint produced by the badge modification expert. The volume was not the primary concern. When it was slightly larger, it could simply be proportionately scaled down. The crux lies in how to ensure that the efficacy remains unchanged after the reduction. The pivotal aspect of the initiation module resides in maintaining the calculated fixed positions in the confined space for acceleration. Therefore, all other elements may be discarded. The critical points of the tokamak device include the coils and the vacuum conduits. Thus, all extraneous components can also be eliminated. To ensure the absolute safety of the apparatus, 2 aspects are paramount. One pertains to the modified automatic shutdown mechanism, and the other concerns the inert gas infused within the device. Hence, the aforementioned points are essential, while some other elements can be omitted, and some can be proportionally diminished. As Su Teng's design gradually took shape on the blank canvas, Tang Haibo stood by, utterly captivated. Just moments before, he had been troubled over how to reduce the apparatus to the size of a watch face. Yet, in those fleeting seconds, Su, lost in thought, inhaled and exhaled, and suddenly, everything seemed resolved. Why was I pondering, breathing heavily, and feeling drowsy? Gazing at the various dimensions of the components on the paper, Tang Haibo comprehended the solution to the proportional reduction dilemma. Chapter 112. The Research Rampage. At this moment, Su Teng's neural activity surged with extraordinary vigor as he found himself unexpectedly rewarded with a golden blueprint upon triggering the badge mod master for the first time. Although he was uncertain of the quality of the golden blueprint, one thing was abundantly clear from the scene before him. This blueprint was formidable. Furthermore, in comparison to the badge comprehensive understanding, the effects of Mod Master were significantly more potent. While comprehensive understanding provided a fleeting moment of exhilaration, quickly fading into lethargy, Mod Master induced a sustained and escalating excitement, growing ever more intense and enduring. The spatial capacity of the equipment was incessantly compressed, and under the influence of the badge, Su Teng began to perceive an array of extraneous objects. Cut it out. This is utterly unnecessary. A pipe? What on earth would a modded device require a pipe? Should I leave an opening? No, I shall directly set the program. If it is lost on the battlefield, it will become the enemy's trophy, transforming it into a bomb. TNT? How trivial. The scale is too small. Its power ought to be akin to a miniature missile. Do you dare to claim my possessions? A trophy? Nonsense. It would merely serve as the death knell to rattle the gates of hell. Listening to Su Teng's mutterings, Tang Haibo was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside other considerations, his senior brother now exuded a formidable presence. Typically, a researcher outside their domain could be easily manipulated, much like a fledgling chick. Yet now, his senior brother seemed to evoke a sense of intimidation. The power of TNT diminished? Dream on. Would you like me to grant you a death knell capable of cracking open the gates of hell? He suddenly recalled a saying. A researcher who cannot instill fear in their enemies is not a worthy researcher. There was something he had just noticed. His senior brother possessed a robust physique, far from the frail image often associated with researchers. Beneath the white lab coat lay a surprisingly formidable build. Thus, If the day ever came when the Dragon Kingdom required it, his senior brother could personally engage in the fray. As the ion energy shield activated, with a lightsaber in his left hand and a rapid-fire energy gun in his right, a gang of intruders stormed into the laboratory, shouting at the researchers in the distance. "Listen up, all researchers. If you comply obediently, you shall live." Before the statement could be completed, one of the intruders was swiftly knocked down by a single punch from Su Tong. "I beg your pardon, what was that? I believe I heard you say you want me to comply obediently." Tang Haibo gasped in shock, urging himself to halt his thoughts. He could not afford to dwell further. Taking a slow, deep breath, Su Ting examined the blueprint, finding it flawless. Thanks to the effects of the Mod Master Badge, the modded device had shrunk to the size of a watch face, now meeting the system's blueprint requirements. The exhilaration in his mind began to dissipate, and he was unexpectedly intrigued to discover that the effects of the Mod Master Badge included a fervent enthusiasm. Fervor, the passive effect of the Reformed Master, is triggered, instantly activating brain cells and guaranteeing a 100% increase in productivity. The sole drawback, it may appear somewhat intimidating to onlookers. Intimidating? 3 exclamation marks in succession. Such usage is uncommon within the system, unless particularly. Turning abruptly, Su Ting was taken aback, for he noticed that Tang Haiba, standing nearby, wore an unusual expression. What is wrong with you?" "Oh, senior brother. Have you completed the blueprint? You seem a bit frightened." Upon hearing this, Tang Haiba immediately replied, "No, I'm not. Really not." Faced with Su Tang's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Haiba hesitated momentarily before confessing, "It's not so much fear, it's just rare to see another side of you, senior brother." "Another side?" Su Ting was momentarily stunned. Which side? He had thought his senior brother was solely proficient in research, yet it now appeared that if chaos were to ensue, he could swiftly intervene and resolve matters. Is that not a good thing? Tang Haiba was momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, is that not a favorable aspect? A researcher who cannot handle rioters is not a commendable researcher. Senior brother, I understand. I will take better care of my health in the future. After persuading Tang Haiba with reason, Su Ting turned to personally begin modifying the reform device. Clang, clang, clang. As he watched the props fluttering about and the samples being rapidly assembled, Tang Haiba continually pondered. Is there anything in this world that senior brother cannot accomplish? Surely not. Oh, I know. Senior brother definitely cannot bear children. Upon hearing this, Su Tong brandished the reform device and said to Tang Haiba, "Prepare for testing. This time we will directly apply the maximum voltage. No need to reduce it by half." All right. With the power issue resolved, they could now proceed to the next phase. According to the introduction provided by the cutting-edge technology blueprint, the ion energy shield is not a conventional physical shield. When inactive, it can be worn like a wristwatch for charging. Upon activation, it employs a charged particle field on its surface to deflect all energy attacks. Thus, the initial challenge lies in how to manifest this shield. Should it be miniaturized and then projected outward? No, that is absolutely impossible. Current technology lacks such spatial compression capabilities. Moreover, the techniques outlined in the blueprint do not address this aspect at all. From this perspective, it resembles holographic projection technology. Recently, Su Tong had studied all the foundational knowledge in physics. He possessed some understanding of this technology. Conventional holographic projection utilizes the principles of interference and diffraction to record and reproduce a true three-dimensional image of an object. The initial step involves employing the principle of interference to record the optical wave information of an object, capturing the diffuse light being formed under the illumination of a laser. A separate portion of the laser serves as a reference beam, directed onto the holographic plate, where it superimposes with the object beam to create interference. This process converts the phase and amplitude of each point of the optical wave into varying intensities within space, thereby recording the entirety of the optical wave information through the contrast and spacing of the interference fringes. The subsequent step utilizes the principle of diffraction to recreate the optical wave information of the object, marking the imaging process. The hologram functions akin to a complex grating. Under coherent laser illumination, a linearly recorded sinusoidal hologram's diffracted light wave typically yields 2 images: the original image, also referred to as the initial image, and the conjugate image. No, it is certainly not merely a technique of holographic projection, for such projection lacks the capability of shielding, let alone the capacity to carry charged particles. Just as Su Tong became immersed in contemplation, the badge integration was passively triggered. Chapter 113. The dual-core configuration. A series of notifications began resonating within Su Ting's mind, heralding the activation of the advanced technology system. Ding. The badge of integration has passively triggered. Triggered project. Ion energy shield. Target of trigger. Composition of the shield. Analyzing. Optics, mechanics, quantum physics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, physiology. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated the analysis. Processing at 50%. Never mind, let it be. In the next moment, a torrent of insights surged through Su Ting's consciousness. The modified device could provide a formidable source of energy, with internal coils capable of generating a powerful magnetic field. Why not harness this immense magnetic force to alter the surrounding environment? When the device is activated, it can produce the necessary shield ahead. The previously confining thought process was instantly liberated. Indeed, it is the magnetic field. For the modified apparatus, the energy generated far surpasses that of conventional nuclear fusion. In other words, once the device is triggered, a magnetic field will emerge within the modified structure. Su Ting had previously treated the materials to diminish the magnetic field produced within the modified device. Now, to utilize this magnetic field, an apparatus akin to a guide is essential to direct the excess magnetic force forward, thereby forming the desired shield. What should be employed as a guiding element? Su Ting fell into deep contemplation while the badge's effective integration entered its countdown phase. Remaining inspiration time, 10. Acoustics? No, that won't do. Thermodynamics? Also unfeasible. Remaining inspiration time, 5. Then, physiology? Ugh. Why has yet another peculiar concept intruded? Go away. Mechanics? Inspiration time, 0. At that moment, as the thought crystallized, Su Ting's eyes lit up. Yes, precisely, it is mechanics. Pure mechanics might not suffice, but what if a dual-core mechanism were installed on the modified device? To put it simply, it would function similarly to an electromagnet. One side would be the North Pole, and the other the South Pole. The North Pole within could generate energy, while the South Pole on the exterior would repel and form a circular shield. To elaborate further, one core would create a strong field, while the other could emit a potent magnetic field. The advantage of this configuration lies in its ability to not only control the shield's attributes at will but also to conserve energy. Yes, this is the idea. As Su Ting emerged from his moment of inspiration, he coincidentally met the puzzled gaze of Tang Haiba. Junior brother, what is the matter with you? Oh, it's nothing. Just finding senior brother a bit odd. Odd. Seeing Su Ting's bewildered expression, Tang Haiba ultimately chose to voice his thoughts. It just seems that every time a problem arises, senior brother enters a state of deep contemplation. Moreover, once emerging from the state of contemplation, every perplexity is effortlessly resolved by my senior. While the initial success may have been attributed to fortuitous circumstances, the subsequent occurrences are undeniably peculiar. Tang Haibo begins to harbor doubts, pondering whether his senior is akin to a high-speed celestial computing machine. How is it that meditation can unravel conundrums, while I, upon entering a meditative state, soon succumb to fatigue? Could it be? Is my senior poised to reveal the true secret to me? Anticipation dances across Tang Haiba's visage. Mastering the foundational courses of physics within a month has left even the most accomplished scholars questioning their existence. Is my senior's unparalleled secret finally to be bestowed upon me? I am at a loss. Each descent into contemplation accelerates my cognitive faculties and physiological state. Could it be? Su Ting paused momentarily before continuing. This is attributed to my being termed a genius. The phrase "the reason for being a genius" reverberated enchantingly in Tang Haiba's mind. Thud, thud, thud. It was as if countless arrows had pierced his heart. How foolish I am, truly. The acknowledgement of Su Shixiang as a genius is common knowledge. Why did I even inquire? Surely, remaining silent would have been prudent? Clearly, Su Shixiang had already been rather discreet. In that instant, despair clouded Tang Haiba's eyes. Oh, my senior. Indeed, your explanations are straightforward. Unbeknownst to Su Ting, he remained oblivious to the disheartened expression that had overtaken Tang Haiba. The advanced technology and the badge were matters he could not disclose. Thus, he fabricated an excuse, redirecting his focus to the modified device in his hands. Now, the task at hand is to devise a dual-core apparatus. With a conceptual framework in place, the first step is to ascertain the positioning of the dual cores and how to construct them. Problems should always be tackled starting with the more manageable ones. Hence, determining the position becomes the foremost challenge. Should it be situated within the modified device? Swiftly, Su Ting extracted the schematic of the modified apparatus. Among the primary components are an automatic paralysis device, a startup module, and a miniature tokamak device. The automatic paralysis device is non-negotiable, as safety is paramount. The startup module has been compressed to its minimal form, while the miniature tokamak device is utterly impractical due to space constraints. Thus, considering the various outcomes, internal placement is unfeasible. External space must be contemplated instead. Furthermore, the proximity of the dual cores should be maximized. With this clarity, Su-Tung has formulated a plan regarding the positioning of the dual cores. Within the modified apparatus, he has intentionally reserved a central location. In the initial design, even if the modified device inadvertently became the spoils of the enemy, it must never be utilized by them. Thus, a designated chip, pre-programmed, was reserved at the core. This chip contains the DNA information of its intended user. Should the information differ, a forced activation would result in immediate detonation. Furthermore, this location also coincides with the chosen site for the dual core. Here, the magnetic field is at its strongest, and due to the presence of the chip, it possesses the most robust defenses compared to other locations. Now, the shape has been finalized. The modified device has been transformed to the size of a dial. And to avoid drawing the enemy's attention, the ion energy shield remains dormant, resembling a watch. Consequently, the chip is designed to be integrated into the points of the hour and minute hands, with the dual core taking the form of the hour hand. Indeed, it is the hour hand. Su-Tung joyfully sketched the appearance of the hour hand on the schematic. However, Tang Haiba, having finally gathered his thoughts, found himself once again engulfed in a state of confusion upon seeing that hour hand. Senior brother, it seems you have once again fallen into deep contemplation. So, have you perhaps resolved yet another conundrum? Chapter 114. I merely went to grab a meal was genuinely inclined to inquire of. Senior brother, what is it that brings you such joy from merely drawing the shape of an hour hand? Yet, past experiences compelled every fiber of his being to resist such a question, for it had become evident that some words, though individually comprehensible, when combined, rendered one utterly speechless. Scientific research is not akin to answering multiple-choice questions. One cannot simply select the shortest or longest option when faced with uncertainty. Uncertainty remains just that, uncertainty. Even under duress, one cannot conjure solutions from thin air. Thus, quietly organized an array of data and schematics, gradually endeavoring to analyze previous problem-solving methods through the lens of his senior brother's perspective. Catching up to him seemed an insurmountable task. He could only hope to participate in his senior brother's projects in the future. After all, aligning oneself with was akin to gaining a significant advantage over other research laboratories, advancing several years, if not decades, in scientific endeavor. As surmised, had indeed resolved a series of minor issues, such as the shape of the ion energy shield when inactive. Though seemingly a mere aesthetic concern, it bore immense significance. Previously, the designs provided by the advanced technology system depicted the energy cannon with a rugged, almost menacing exterior, and at that time, had not yet grasped the implications. He had merely followed the blueprints. However, the absence of certain components in the schematics for the ion energy shield had illuminated the fact that such a formidable and rough exterior was most congruent with the nature of the energy cannon. Just as the front of a sports car is sculpted to be aerodynamic to reduce air resistance, the appearance of the energy cannon was designed to withstand various extreme weather conditions. Similarly, the shape of the inactive ion energy shield was intended for concealment. Yet, found himself in deep contemplation, not due to the resolution of previous issues, but rather ensnared in a new challenge. The positions and shapes of the dual cores had been confirmed. The task now lay in the creation of these dual cores. If one were to liken the dual cores to a large magnetic pole, then the magnetic fields within the modified device in the external environment were inherently opposite, with the hour hand shape representing the central section of the magnetic pole. The advantages were apparent. Withdrew a fresh sheet of paper and began sketching a demonstration. Upon activation, as the triggering device had consistently functioned as a wristwatch, the magnetic field remained within a controllable range, allowing it to be transported wherever needed. In simpler terms, the distance was manageable and predetermined. In the vast expanse of a battlefield, such predetermined distance might seem trivial, even negligible. However, in the face of life and death, minor flaws often find themselves yielding to greater concerns. Yet, should one find themselves embroiled in urban combat, such distances could indeed prove troublesome. No. Distance is not the issue. Just as was on the verge of falling into a cognitive trap, he suddenly realized that the modified miniature device could be activated in 3 distinct forms, one of which was the conventional method of nuclear fusion. One method involves activating half of the launch modules, while the final approach entails fully activating all the launch modules. Each of these three activation methods yields distinct magnetic fields due to the varying number of activated modules. The distance at which the shield forms can, in theory, be regulated. By conducting an experiment utilizing all three activation methods based on dual-core technology, relevant data regarding the distances can be acquired, guided by the dual-core mechanism. The internal magnetic fields can be separated, resulting in one field representing positive magnetism and the other representing negative magnetism. However, the dual-core system is not without its drawbacks. It is fragile and vulnerable to attacks, and any damage could lead to significant complications. As Su Tong continued to ponder these thoughts, a rumbling sound interrupted him. Was that hunger? Su Tong paused, recalling that he had only recently finished breakfast. Upon glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already 12:30. Where had Tang Haiba gone? Should he invite him to lunch? Just then, the lab door swung open with a loud thud. Tang Haiba entered, greeting Su Tang with enthusiasm. Senior brother, I figured you must be hungry. Come, the meal is still warm. I just brought it over for you. Su Tang, momentarily taken aback, responded, Thank you. Junior brother. Oh, senior brother, you're being too polite, Tang replied. Upon unveiling the steaming dishes, Su Tang was greeted by a vibrant array, yellow millet peppers and a rich broth containing clearly visible ribs, garnished with chopped green onions. Another dish, exuding a delightful aroma, was Peking duck accompanied by spicy sauce, and lastly, a side of stir-fried broccoli. He dipped a rib into the broth, the heat and spice of the millet peppers igniting his taste buds. Taking a bite of white rice, he savored the crispy Peking duck dipped in the spicy sauce. Chewing thoughtfully. At that moment, Su Ting understood why a small serving of stir-fried broccoli was included. It was meant to temper the spiciness. One could not deny that Tang Haiba had put thought into this meal. Su Ting couldn't help but steal another glance at Tang, who was smiling shyly. How do you find the flavors, senior brother? He inquired. Quite good, Su Ting replied. That's a relief. I was worried today's meal might not suit your taste. Typically, Su Ting would inform Tang Haiba about the dishes he wished to have brought back, but this time, he had become so engrossed in his experiment that he had inadvertently forgotten. Sitting beside him, Tang Haiba noticed the sheets of paper filled with dense calculations and diagrams. In the few hours leading up to lunch, he had reviewed the entire experimental process. Now, gazing at the notes filled with terms like dual core, guidance, and various design schematics, he fell into a contemplative state. Was the intention to extract the magnetic field from the modified device? The needle-like apparatus was evidently designed for guidance, with one part representing positive magnetism and the other negative, testing the magnetic field distances through the activation of the launch modules. Thus, he further determined the distance of the magnetic field. The deeper he gazed, the more he felt as though his thoughts had been abruptly pierced by a stick, flowing with remarkable clarity. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Goodness, what a brilliant approach by my senior. To immediately employ the modified device is truly ingenious. Moreover, the dual-core system served the purpose of guiding and segmenting, alleviating the need to expend considerable energy developing new components to achieve dual-core functionality. Furthermore, he recalled that the foundational principle of the ion energy shield was to facilitate the movement of charged particles, thereby deflecting attacks. The shield, generated by the magnetic field, makes it no challenge to allow charged particles to flow within it. Hence, considering this, could it not be that the ion energy shield project would vastly exceed expectations? Tang Haiba's expression suddenly ignited with excitement. After all, he had merely stepped out to grab a meal. Chapter 115. The modified dual-core guide device from the well-structured plan. It is evident that this was not a project hastily conceived within a mere half-hour. Rather, it resembles the culmination of a week's, or even several months' worth of meticulous preparation. Did I truly just venture to the cafeteria for a meal, rather than across the ocean for sustenance? The sound of Su Tong drinking water interrupted my thoughts, and I must admit that Tang Shidi is indeed observant. Through our interactions over time, he learned of my fondness for spicy food and thoughtfully brought along a portion of vegetables. However, this is exceedingly spicy. As we prepare to test the shield's range in the upcoming experiment, should we not use my junior brother as the standard for measurement? No, that would be inappropriate. I cannot jest with my junior brother, for it could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Turning to Su Shixiang, whose face had turned red from the spice, I expressed my apologies. I'm truly sorry, Shixiang. I merely requested a hint of chili. The school chef must have misunderstood my request. It's fine. Just be mindful next time. Now, let us commence the experiment, he replied. Upon hearing that a new experiment was about to begin, excitement illuminated Tang Haiba's face. All right, I shall prepare immediately. Following the materials and blueprints provided by Su Tong, Tang Haiba cheerfully began his search in the laboratory. Throughout one's life, there are myriad states of being. Yet, if one were to speak of the most captivating, it would invariably be the sense of accomplishment. Just a few hours prior, Tang Haiba was oblivious to the experiment Su Shixiang was about to undertake. Now, with a grasp on a crucial aspect, he felt a surge of confidence. What? You claim I was previously meek? No, that was merely a momentary desire for silence. Su Ting had clearly delineated the experimental procedure. First, to construct the dual-core guiding device, and subsequently, to test the shield's range under 3 distinct activation states. The internally modified device generates a magnetic field, the origin of which lies in the direction of the current flowing through the coil. The requirement for the shield's generation is the creation of magnetic fields with varying properties, which implies that the direction of the current must differ. The realization of differing current directions caused Su Tong's brow to furrow. While generating distinct currents within the coil is not particularly challenging, the task of placing different currents within a single coil to produce magnetic fields of varying properties poses a significant challenge. Any science major would likely retort, I'm sorry, but I truly do not comprehend the properties you reference. They might even inquire, are you certain this is a problem feasible for humanity to solve? Acknowledging this complexity, Su Tong began to sketch furiously on a blank sheet of paper. Should he create another modified device? Then, through the dual-core guiding apparatus, induce currents in varying directions? No. Upon reflection, it still boils down to a single coil, and that does not present a solution. The criteria for evaluating cutting-edge technology have never been publicly disclosed. Even now, as it lies dormant, an intelligent assessment standard persists. Otherwise, it would not have previously recognized his experimental processes and awarded him the badge of modification expert. Oh, the badge. Su Ting realized he had overlooked a crucial piece of information. Ding. Host thoughts detected. Shall we activate the badge, Master of Modification? Activation. The effect of the badge is being triggered, activated. Triggered item, ion energy shield. Triggered object, dual-core guidance device in the generation of opposing magnetic fields. Analyzing. Evaluating the dimensions of each device component. Assessing the effects of each component. Generating new modification blueprints. 1. 30. 100. Golden blueprint has been generated. With a final sound, a pure golden blueprint materialized in Su Tong's mind. Another golden blueprint? Although Su Tong was unaware of the significance of the golden blueprint, based on the previous modified device, it was evident that the golden blueprint represented something of considerable quality. Focusing his consciousness on the blueprint, he flipped a page, revealing the information within. Modified dual-core guide. Shape description, as slender as a needle. Performance description, capable of withstanding the energy impact of the 3rd experimental phase. Use it with confidence. It is indestructible. Parameter description, 10,230,000,000 WS, 1575, 13 millimeters. Observing the series of descriptions, Su Ting couldn't help but marvel internally. The advanced technology system was indeed formidable. Without the reactivation of the badge, Master of Modification, he would have been at a loss on how to create the dual-core guide without augmenting the modification device. Moreover, the performance parameters were astonishingly impressive. Measured in seconds? It's not that I haven't seen anything like it. Apologies. But I truly have not encountered such figures before. Even the power descriptions for the explosive energy gun project were not this intimidating. Overall, everything seemed satisfactory except the performance description was slightly less than serious. However, that was inconsequential. From a certain perspective, the data indeed indicated it was indestructible. With such a powerful output, the guide could still withstand it. At that moment, Tang Haiba was joyfully rushing over with the gathered materials. Senior brother, look, these are all the items you need. Before he could finish, he was taken aback. Because, what was his senior brother doing? Lost in thought again. No, that's not the key. The crucial point was, why was his senior brother still holding a pen in that contemplative state? The most terrifying part was that while others were struggling to keep awake, scribbling chaotically on paper, often forgetting what they had written, his senior brother's closed-eye sketches were remarkably clear. Even I, as an observer, could discern the details. Wait, this isn't just random doodling. This is a design blueprint. Tang Haiba's speculation was not incorrect. Su Teng was indeed drafting a design blueprint. To elaborate further, it pertains to the depiction of the design within his mind. The badge, Master of Modification, triggers the emergence of a golden blueprint in Su Teng's consciousness. In terms of efficiency, drawing with closed eyes allows Su Teng's mental acuity to amplify, enabling a flawless reproduction of the golden blueprint residing in his mind. Thus, the situation observed by Tang Haiba came to be. The modified dual-core guide, being somewhat elongated, becomes an integral part of the modified device. The deeply embedded segment branches out into over 100 fine ends, each connecting to an activation module. Consequently, during the conductive phase of the coil, a portion of the current travels through these fine ends, subsequently passing through the automated paralysis mechanism. Ultimately, under the guidance of the automated paralysis device, a reverse current is generated, giving rise to a magnetic field of a distinct nature. Su Teng murmured to himself while completing the final touches on the modified dual-core guide. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld perfection. It was indeed the golden blueprint from his mind. As he turned to call out to his junior apprentice, he was taken aback by the latter's expression of bewilderment. "What is wrong with you?" Su Teng inquired cautiously after a moment of hesitation. Chapter 116, Dazzlingly Handsome. What is the matter with me? At this moment, Tang Haiba's expression was one of utter bewilderment. When I cast a question mark, it was not indicative of any flaw on my part. Rather, I perceived an anomaly in my senior brother. I had merely stepped away to retrieve some materials. And in such a brief span, my senior had managed to produce the design blueprints with his eyes closed. Were he to open his eyes, Tang Haiba, might have found it more acceptable. After all, my senior's outrageous antics were not a novelty. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had indeed done this with his eyes shut. What was more astonishing was that he had meticulously labeled all the dimensions, and that revamped dual-core guide, which branched out into over 100 fine extensions. Over 100 fine extensions! Tang Haiba's mind was in a state of chaotic lamentation, and suppressing his thoughts was quite unbearable. Yet, upon turning to see Su Teng's concerned gaze, he thought better of it. Very well, I shall concede my lack of sophistication. For I am but an ordinary graduate student at Huaqing. What insight could a mere graduate student possess? Regardless, my senior's extraordinary feats were not a recent development. Senior. I am fine. The succinct utterance emerged from Tang Haiba's lips, yet it was delivered with considerable difficulty. Really? Su Teng hesitated. For Tang Haiba's eyes, compared to before, now held a glimmer of doubt, a hint of existential questioning. Indeed. Well, everyone harbors their own secrets. Since my junior brother is reluctant to share, let us proceed with the completion of the revamped dual-core guide. According to the golden blueprints unlocked from the cutting-edge technology system, all the required materials are available in the lab. The only troublesome aspect lies in those 100 or so fine extensions. After all, each of these extensions must connect to the activation module, and we need to create an even longer fine extension for the automatic paralysis device. But for Su Teng, who had developed a profound understanding through the Red Star energy solution, is this truly a problem? Not at all. Su, the true craftsman, is on the scene. If the installation must occur atop the activation module, the revamped device will need to be disassembled. Upon realizing this, Su Teng turned to inquire of Tang Haiba. Junior brother, you don't mind disassembling the revamped device, do you? Tang Haiba, momentarily lost in thought, promptly responded, Senior, leave it to me. It will be no trouble at all. Previously, when Su Teng completed the revamped device, he had intentionally designed a switch-like mechanism for future disassembly ease. Seasoned artisans often employ such foresight. For what equipment exists that does not require maintenance? One must always leave a means for future convenience. Very well, once you have disassembled it, call for me. With that, Su Teng redirected his attention to the revamped dual-core guide. If we were to branch out over 100 fine extensions, it necessitated that each extension be sharpened and distinct, ensuring that each could be affixed to the activation module. The slender end, which is separated from the automatic paralysis device, must serve as the main component and, compared to other parts, should possess a certain degree of hardness. Su Teng mentally reviewed the process he was about to undertake. Only after he had firmly committed every measurement and detail to memory did he open his eyes and unhesitatingly grasp the nearby cutting machine. The sudden sound startled Tang Haiba. Turning around, he beheld Su Teng, clad in a white lab coat and donning protective glasses against bright light. With his left hand gripping a long object and his right hand maneuvering the cutting machine, the loose-fitting lab coat still revealed the definition of his muscles. The sparks emitted illuminated Su Tung's features, accentuating the contours of his face. Tang Haiba couldn't help but swallow, his mind fixated on a single thought: strikingly handsome. I never anticipated that my senior, who initially seemed merely scholarly, would appear even more dashing in the role of a craftsman. Apologies for my crude exclamation, but honestly, who could refrain from such a reaction? The juxtaposition of a researcher and a rogue in a suit is quite the conundrum. I had thought the only disparity between my senior and myself lay in our scientific endeavors. Yet I now realize the gap is far greater in terms of appearance and charisma. At that moment, Su Tung's entire focus was on the material before him, as he suddenly noticed a progress bar materializing before his eyes. Indeed, it appeared the instant the cutting machine began its work. Project, Modified Dual-Core Guide, Golden Blueprint, Progress Bar, 3. 5. Helpful note: if successful on the first attempt, an unexpected surprise awaits. Such phenomena had never manifested before. Therefore, Su Ting was particularly engrossed, oblivious to the changes in Tang Haiba's expression from a distance. As the sparks danced from the cutting machine, the progress bar surged rapidly. Progress bar, 30. 60. Helpful note: do you know why the progress is escalating so rapidly? Because this is the first time I've witnessed someone using a cutting machine to slice through mere millimeters of material. Su Tung momentarily paused, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had sensed something amiss previously. It was only now that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was, indeed, a cutting machine. A few millimeters, equivalent to the thickness of a pencil lead, was being expertly managed by Su Ting. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would struggle to believe such precision could be achieved. Progress bar, 100. Congratulations, host, on completion. Reward, 1 energy point. Permanent activation of the Golden Blueprint Badge. Badge, Golden Blueprint. Some individuals appear to be exceptionally skilled artisans, crafting devices with precision measured in mere centimeters using cutting machines. Yet beneath this facade lies a dedicated researcher. The outcome: when producing items from the Golden Blueprint, 100% critical production efficiency is triggered. A series of alert sounds from the system left Su Ting momentarily stunned, quickly followed by ecstasy. Energy points? Another energy point has materialized. If this reasoning holds true, it seems that accomplishing the impossible in other domains could also yield energy points. Coupled with the 3 energy points previously obtained, he has now accumulated a total of 4. However, the crux of the matter lies not merely in the quantity, but in the acquisition of yet another badge. Su Tung has already experienced the effects of this badge. To some extent, it offers the potential to create miracles. It appears that as the number of energy points increases, the expansion of the black technology system becomes ever broader. When Su Ting removed his glasses, eagerly anticipating the sight of the crafted, magically modified dual-core guider, he found himself in awe. Before him lay an object radiating light. Indeed, it was glowing, a golden light. Could this be the effect that the Golden Blueprint was originally intended to produce? Chapter 117. A serious experiment. Previously, Su Tung had unveiled the Golden Blueprint, which was intended for the modified tokamak device. However, this occasion was markedly different. When the dual-core guide was completed, a golden light emanated, and Su Ting observed new virtual information: modified dual-core guide, quality, golden project, ion energy shield, performance, meets the requirements for a segmented magnetic field and can further satisfy project demands. Project demands. The black technology system is not prone to superfluous words. The additional statement plunged Su Tung into contemplation. Could there be an issue he had overlooked? At this moment, Tang Haiba, who had been observing the entire process, was utterly stunned. Initially, when his senior used a cutting machine to slice over 100 materials with 1 centimeter bifurcations, he managed to convince himself to comprehend the situation. After all, his senior's prowess was not built in a day. Yet now, he found it hard to believe. The object was glowing. A golden light. Was he truly not dreaming? Why would anything emit golden light? Tang Haibo hesitated, caught between words. Ultimately, he resolved to convince himself. Very well. Perhaps it was his lack of experience. After finally gathering his thoughts, Tang Haibo stepped forward and said, "Senior, should we, begin the new experiment?" He was uncertain about his own statement, but one thing he was sure of: his senior had once again fallen into a contemplative state. Su Ting, roused from his reverie, looked up and responded, "New experiment? Oh, yes, we are indeed to commence a new experiment." It was astounding that the modified dual-core guide had been successfully created. The next step was to integrate the modified dual-core guide into the system. Connecting over 100 bifurcations to as many activation modules within a miniature modified device was no trivial task, at least for Tang Haiba. Asking him to weld the modified dual-core guide seemed an insurmountable challenge. This operation was downright perilous. From dawn until dusk, achieving 10 welded ports would be a monumental accomplishment. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his senior, who was donning white rubber gloves, and thought to himself, if my senior takes charge, he could probably finish it in a day. After all, he had undertaken similar tasks during the energy gun project. Oh no, one day might be too ambitious. Half a day? No, it would be commendable if he could complete it before lunch. Su Ting paid no heed to Tang Haiba's shifting expressions. As he prepared to grasp the modified dual-core guide, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, badge. The effects of the golden blueprint have been triggered. Effect. When crafting a product from the golden blueprint, a 100 critical production efficiency is activated. Is this truly possible? Su Ting was taken aback when, merely by donning gloves and grasping the modified device along with the dual-core guide, he inadvertently triggered the badge's effect. It was akin to someone doubting your capabilities. Only for you to retort, underestimate me? I am still capable. Yet, he pondered, why did the badge activate instantaneously? Wasn't it supposed to be linked to the golden blueprint? Wait a moment. Indeed, both items were crafted according to the golden blueprint. The modified device was constructed based on it, and so was the dual-core guide. Hence, when both devices were derived from the golden blueprint, could the badge's effect truly activate without delay? Su Ting began to comprehend the prerequisites for the badge's activation. Trigger effect time has commenced. As the system announced this, the world before him began to transform. Branching paths became vividly discernible. Even the sharp glimmers at their tips were visible. Simultaneously, the passage of time around him slowed dramatically. Su Ting's focus intensified, and a golden radiance began to envelop his vision. Each maneuver he executed was a flawless welding act. The system's voice occasionally echoed in his mind. Kind reminder, this welding session is remarkably perfect. Kind reminder, maintain this momentum, and you may encounter unexpected rewards. In the eyes of Tang Haiba, Su Ting's technique was exceedingly swift, indeed, the kind of rapidity that could create an afterimage. Within mere minutes, Su Ting had once again reshaped Tang Haiba's perception. I stand beside him. Yet I cannot even perceive Su's actions. Does such speed truly exist in the world? 20 years of solitary practice pales in comparison to Su's prowess. Oh well, at this point, I shall no longer be astonished by anything my senior does. What have I not witnessed in my life? Having grasped this notion, Tang Haiba endeavored to keep pace with Su Ting's movements. Ding, the trigger effect time has concluded. In that instant, Su Ting set down the device and exhaled slowly. While the badge's effect was beneficial, it also rendered concentration a challenge. Compared to other badges, this time's activation, pertaining to the golden blueprint, was undoubtedly several times more potent. Yet, it also left Su Ting's spirit somewhat weary, akin to having entered a sage-like state. So, the badge's effect is fundamentally triggered by mental energy. If my mental energy were to increase, could I possibly activate multiple badges simultaneously? Ding. Unexpected reward has been issued. Reward for energy points. For energy points? Su Ting was momentarily stunned. This was the first instance the system had granted such a substantial amount. Thus, as the project's difficulty escalates, the energy points also multiply. With the previous points, I now possess a total of 8 energy points. Turning to Tang Haiba, Su Ting instructed, clear out a portion of the laboratory space to test the shield formation distance using 3 different methods to activate the modified device. Oh, certainly. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Haiba inquired with genuine concern, Senior brother, you appear somewhat fatigued. Would you care to take a brief respite? His hesitation stemmed from the fact that, from the commencement of the welding process to its conclusion, he had remained steadfastly by his senior's side. Despite the earnest nature of the experiment, the heavy breaths and the subtly weary gaze of his senior could easily mislead one into thinking that their endeavor was rather frivolous. However, he pondered, why could such an ostensibly straightforward experiment lead to such exhaustion in such a brief span of time? Tang Haiba felt a flicker of curiosity. Su Ting waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You should focus on tidying up. Very well. Since his senior chose not to elaborate, the attentive junior naturally refrained from further inquiries. After a 10-minute closure of his eyes to rejuvenate, Su Ting's mental acuity returned to its former vigor. Senior brother, all preparatory tasks have been completed. Chapter 118. My confusion when it comes to addressing core issues. Tang Haiba may not be able to resolve problems immediately. However, when it concerns fulfilling the tasks assigned by a senior, he is undoubtedly an expert. As Su Ting entered, he observed the modified device secured atop a handstand, accompanied by a mechanical arm for operation. Safety is always paramount during experiments. The new apparatus undergoes testing exclusively through mechanical means beforehand. The area ahead has been entirely cleared in accordance with Su Tung's experimental requirements. The theoretical calculations indicate that the safety distance of several meters is ample. The primary objective of this experiment is to test whether the shield can be formed and to measure the distance at which the shield manifests under 3 different activation methods. Senior, may we commence now? Tang Haiba instinctively swallowed, his heart racing. Engaging in hands-on experimentation with new technology is far more exhilarating than merely observing from the sidelines. Indeed, Su Ting nodded. Shall I take the lead this time? Please do. The quality of the modified dual-core guide is represented by a golden blueprint. Failure? That is simply out of the question. Furthermore, unexpected results may even arise. This marks the first occasion Su Tung combines products from 2 golden blueprints. Tang Haiba took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and slowly pressed the operation button of the mechanical arm. The arm extended gradually, tapping the red button on the watch face. The watch face features 3 small buttons in red, yellow, and blue. The order from left to right corresponds to standard activation, half activation of the launch module, and full activation of the launch module. Buzz. A faint hum resonated as the watch face vibrated slightly. The space ahead rippled like the surface of water, followed by the slow emergence of a transparent screen. Is it truly possible? As he beheld the gradually coalescing circular screen, Tang Haiba's breath grew heavy, and his complexion flushed with excitement. With a final clang, the 2 clearly witnessed a circular screen materialize not far in front of them. From this vantage point, they could even discern a slight distortion in the surrounding space. This is the manifestation of a strong magnetic field. Senior, we have succeeded. Tang Haiba's voice trembled with exhilaration. Previously, during the energy weapon project, he had been merely coasting along, struggling with critical issues. Yet, for this ion energy shield, he comprehended the essential processes involved. For him, this is the first true contribution he has made to a national-level project. Yes, I understand. Su Ting's calm demeanor was unsettling. It seemed he had anticipated success all along. You may proceed to test the strength of the shield because, before Su Tung could finish his sentence, he saw Tang Haiba rushing forward, fists raised in enthusiasm. Thud, thud, thud. So solid. Is it really this impressive? Did I truly create this? Oh, no, was it rather a project in which I participated? In truth, Tang Haiba has always harbored a slight regret in his heart, lamenting the fact that he was unable to witness the complete testing of the explosive energy gun. Now, with the ionic energy shield, he finds an opportunity to exert his strength. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. Thus, a series of sounds echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Su Ting. For some reason, in this moment, I suddenly find my junior brother to be rather foolish. The gauge beside him continued to illuminate. Su Tung murmured, at a distance of 0.5 meters, the power generated by the shield remains unaffected, indicating that my junior brother's attack has been futile. He looked up at Tang Haiba, who was energetically throwing punches and kicks, then silently lowered his gaze again. No, it's not that my junior brother's attack was ineffective, but rather that he had done his utmost, and the ionic energy shield felt nothing at all. The display on the modified device indicating energy levels remained perpetually full, suggesting that the first phase could be sustained for a considerable duration. Given this, it was time to commence the next phase of testing. Accordingly, Su Ting pressed the button to interrupt the test. Bang! In the midst of his vigorous demonstration, Tang Haiba, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. He lifted his head, confusion filling his gaze. What had just transpired? Ahem. The first phase of testing can conclude now. We may begin the second phase. Upon hearing this, Tang Haiba executed an agile roll, eagerly inquiring, Senior brother, may I operate it again? Yes, you may. All right. In that moment, he was as exhilarated as a miraculous draw from a lottery, a 200-pound figure filled with glee. The yellow button, the second activation method for the shield, activating half of the starting module. The moment he pressed the button, a resounding bang echoed. A portion of the air ahead exploded, distorting the space to some degree. Unlike the previous method that required time to generate the shield, this time it was an instantaneous creation. This aligns closely with theoretical calculations. As half of the starting module is activated, the resulting magnetic field is stronger, and the duration is consequently shorter. I wonder about the activation distance. Su Tung suddenly froze, for he realized. This time, the shield formed bore a significant difference compared to the last. The most striking aspect was its color, golden. Tang Haibot turned his head sharply, questioning Su Ching word by word. Senior brother. Why? Why is it golden? Am I seeing things? The object created by the cutting machine was, in that fleeting moment, golden. I can understand. After all, the angle of sunlight varies. But the color of the shield is golden. Forget it. I truly cannot comprehend this. Not only was Tang Haibo taken aback, but even Su Ting, the founder, was equally astonished. Particles exist in the air, and there is an effect known as the Tyndall effect. The fundamental principle is as follows. When a beam of light passes through a colloid, a luminous pathway can be observed from the direction of the perpendicular incident light. The most quintessential phenomenon occurs at sunset, when one can witness a brilliant corridor in the air. This immediately conjured an image in Su Ting's mind. For based on current scientific understanding, the shield formed by the magnetic field turning golden is the most plausible explanation. Yet, in the next moment, Su Ting swiftly dismissed this notion. No, that is incorrect. Employing the Tyndall effect to elucidate the shield's golden hue is utterly untenable. Earlier, upon pressing the first button, such an occurrence did not manifest. Now, the angle remains unchanged, and the environment is constant. The only variable is that half of the activation module has been engaged, therefore could this be the inherent effect of the golden blueprint? But what could this possibly signify? Chapter 119, Testing with the Lightsaber, an extension on why airplanes fly. Senior brother, shall I give it another try? The sparkle of eagerness shone in Tang Haiba's eyes. Try what? Su Ting inquired, recognizing the exuberance in his gestures. Be cautious, Su Ting advised. Rest assured, senior brother. I shall exercise utmost caution. I am a professional tester. Typically, assessing the strength of a shield does not entail a direct assault, as it bears little significance. However, the primary objective of this test was not merely to evaluate the shield's resilience. It was to record the distance attained upon activation and gather other essential data. The laboratory resonated with persistent thumping sounds. Su Ting leaned closer to observe the data displayed on the instruments. The results aligned closely with theoretical calculations, revealing a distance of 0.8 meters. The energy fluctuations on the dial exceeded those of the initial test and exhibited a gradual decline, indicating substantial energy consumption and a limited duration. The temperature of the dual-core guide did not rise noticeably, suggesting that the golden blueprint indeed withstands greater power output. Judging by the schematic components, the dual-core guide should be the most fragile element of the ion energy shield, as its form resembles that of a clock hand. With a relatively slim profile, it branches into over 100 terminals and activation modules, necessitating the capacity to endure varying currents. A mere exertion could potentially lead to a fracture. Yet now, employing the second activation method, 3 minutes had elapsed, and the temperature curve remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the electrical flow. Well, all data from the second experiment has been meticulously recorded. The values from the instruments indicate remarkable stability. The only anomaly present was the unexpected golden glow, which did not provoke any further reactions. Just as Su Ting prepared to initiate the third activation method, his gaze caught the energy value momentarily surging upward. Surely, I must have misread. Why did the energy value spike? He paused to contemplate. The generation of the shield necessitates energy consumption, with the entire apparatus relying solely on the modified tokamak device for power output. Hence, the energy curve should not exhibit an upward spike. The only explanation could be an issue with the equipment. No, that possibility can be dismissed. The devices requested by Senior Brother Yun underwent rigorous inspections. Even if there were faults in the laboratories at Huaqing, such a malfunction would be implausible here. Thus, only two possibilities remained. One, the shield had transformed into a golden hue. The other, Su Ting glanced up at Tang Haiba, who was fervently exerting himself. It was because the shield was under attack. From the schematics provided by the cutting-edge technology, it appears that the shield is capable of deflecting various forms of attacks. Currently, only a portion of the work has been completed, establishing a magnetic field that allows the shield to manifest its potential. The aspect of deflecting attacks, specifically enabling the movement of charged particles on the surface of the object, has yet to be developed by Su Ting. Hence, the attack from Tang Shidi was not redirected by the shield, but instead transformed into energy that the shield absorbed, subsequently converting it into energy value. This audacious notion exhilarated Su Ting. From the circumstances observed at the scene, there was no evident input of energy. The only conceivable source of energy input was the vigorous thumping performed by Tang Haiba. The more Su Tung analyzed, the more he became convinced of this. The previously unclear function of the golden radiance emitted by the shield was elucidated by the unintentional thumping from his junior. If this were the case, the distinction in the previous two experiments lay in whether the activation module was engaged. The third part of the experiment involved activating all the modules. Following this line of reasoning, the golden glow would intensify, and the shield's capacity to absorb and convert energy would become increasingly pronounced. Without hesitation, Su Ting pressed the final button. The next moment, a loud bang echoed, followed by a pain cry. Ouch, that hurts. Oh my. Before Tang Haiba could finish his lament, he exclaimed in surprise, for the shield before him was entirely golden. Unlike the previous occasion where only part of it had turned golden, this time it was fully illuminated, nearly blinding Tang Haiba. Shi Xiang, this. Before he could complete his thought, he was interrupted by Su Tang's urgent voice. Shitty, hurry, go ahead. Go ahead. Go do what? Tang Haiba looked bewildered. His expression somewhat peculiar. Test the hardness of the shield. Oh, I see. I thought you had some strange hobby. Although puzzled by this remark, Tang Haiba complied obediently. After all, if it pleased his senior to watch, it was merely a performance, and he could showcase himself for a day and night without issue. Taking a deep breath, he began to thump again, the sound this time resonating with a heavier timbre than before. The effort of his performance was evident even in the sound. Meanwhile, Su Ting's gaze was fixed intently on the energy value gauge, unwilling to overlook any detail. If my intuition serves me correctly, this time the fluctuations in energy value will be more pronounced, and the timing will accelerate. Before he could finish his thought, the descending numbers on the energy gauge suddenly spiked slightly. Hiss. Su Ting's breath caught in his throat, tension mounting. Did I misread that? No. Let us try again. It might just be an anomalous occurrence. As a pragmatic researcher, one would not regard a single instance of rising data as a definitive measure, for it lacked substantiation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the data experienced a sudden fluctuation. Although the magnitude was slight, it was remarkably apparent against the backdrop of a continuous decline. Almost immediately, the fluctuations began to occur more frequently. This was no mere illusion. It was indeed real. Su Ting abruptly lifted his gaze to behold Tang Haiba, who was gesticulating animatedly. The energy generated from a punch is inherently limited, yet it continued to rise. This indicated that the efficiency of energy conversion for the shield was alarmingly high. If it could be transformed into another form, could it not mean that the shield, while depleting energy, could simultaneously recharge? The more one strikes me, the stronger I become. Given the circumstances, one could initially eliminate the tests involving gunpowder. If we were to exclude tests akin to gunpowder, what other substances could be examined? Chairs, tables? No, that is not quite right. Wait a moment. At that instant, the most fitting weapon materialized in his mind, a lightsaber. Indeed, a lightsaber. Meanwhile, Tang Haiba, noticing the change in Su Tung's expression, ceased his actions. Have I made a mistake? As Tang Haiba pondered this, Su Ting retrieved his phone and dialed the number for senior brother Yun. Chapter 120, is this really not a magical weapon? Ding ding ding. The phone rang once before Yun Sheng promptly answered it. Although I cannot offer my junior brother any assistance in the realm of scientific research, when it comes to logistical matters, can anyone claim to be more proficient than me, Brother Yun? Absolutely not. Junior brother, have you encountered any difficulties with the project? Before I could finish my sentence, Yun Sheng halted abruptly. It felt peculiar. For others, a phone call typically revolves around funding issues or some daunting challenge. Yet, it seems that my junior brother always calls because of a phase of success in his experiments, necessitating the requisition of subsequent materials. Difficulties? Su Ting pondered his words, and indeed, from the situation at hand, complications had arisen. Brother, you are correct. Some troubles have indeed surfaced. Oh. Yun Sheng's interest was piqued. Since his acquaintance with Su Ting, he had never heard such phrases from him. Who would have thought that my junior brother would experience such a day? This is what a genuine researcher should be like. Let us delve into the nature of the troubles that have beset my junior brother. Well, I need a lightsaber as a test subject. Oh, so it is merely a lightsaber. Yun Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. What audacious words is my junior brother uttering? A lightsaber? This is what he deems a minor inconvenience. Moreover, the terminology he employs? Test subject. As for the project my junior brother is currently undertaking, Yun Sheng is well aware of it. The ion energy shield, which he had personally inspected and evaluated, was not long ago. Just the day before yesterday. His junior brother resolved the energy issues required for the shield. So today, now, To mention the necessity of using a lightsaber as a test subject signifies that the shield has been successfully developed. What the heck? Is this truly the issue my junior brother is facing? I was foolish, naively believing that he was genuinely stumped by some scientific quandary. In reality, it is merely a matter of applying for the test subject he requires. Can this even be categorized as a problem? A genuine researcher would refer to such matters as trivial inconveniences. Indeed, my junior brother is capable of anything. I wonder, is there truly a problem in this world that my junior brother cannot resolve? I think not. Though Yun Sheng is a former researcher, he, adhering to a pragmatic spirit, could not resist inquiring with a tone of curiosity. Junior brother, the issue at hand is this? You mean to say you require a lightsaber as a test subject? Yes. In response to Yun Sheng's inquiry, Su Ting wore a somewhat bewildered expression. The laboratory lacks a lightsaber, and I require one as a test subject. Does that not encapsulate the insurmountable dilemma I face? Yun Sheng, you make a compelling point. I find myself rendered speechless. The disciple's shield. Although Yun Sheng had almost anticipated the outcome, he could not help but inquire once more. In many situations, people have already arrived at a conclusion in their hearts. What remains is merely the need for a definitive answer. It is quite satisfactory. At least a phase of success has been achieved. This tone of relief made Yun Sheng's facial expression twitch involuntarily. Quite satisfactory? Disciple, your shield experiment has only been underway for 2 days. To achieve such significant results in merely 2 days can hardly be deemed just satisfactory. If other researchers were aware of your inner thoughts, they might very well question their own existence in an instant. Am I truly a full-time researcher? From any perspective, I seem to be more of a part-time researcher, juggling both academia and pastoral duties. Is the disciple intending to test the hardness of the shield? Although using a lightsaber to assess the shield's durability is somewhat unconventional, it can still be considered a valid method of testing. But it is not merely that. Not merely. What other applications could there be? This remark from the disciple successfully piqued Yun Sheng's interest, causing his ears to perk up. The lightsaber. The energy blaster. Every project the disciple undertakes transcends current technological comprehension. Could it be that the shield possesses additional functions beyond its impressive hardness? I am rather curious. I just discovered through the energy testing device that when the shield is under attack, it can, to a certain extent, convert that damage into stored energy. In simpler terms, when the shield activates its second defensive mode, the golden shield converts energy into its own power. At this stage, we are using attacks beyond gunpowder as our test subjects, hence the need for the lightsaber. Yun Sheng, whose brain was momentarily overwhelmed, inadvertently filtered out Su Teng's subsequent remarks. What? You mentioned a golden shield? I recall you telling me that the shield is generated due to the creation of a magnetic field, correct? Moreover, the most outrageous aspect does not lie here. Rather, it is that the golden shield can absorb damage and convert it into its own energy reserves. You strike me. The harder you hit, the more exhilarated I become. Not only do I grow more exhilarated, but I also grow stronger. The more you strike, the less likely you are to breach the shield. Surely, I'm not hearing about some fantastical weapon. Wait a moment. Lightsabers and energy blasters are not weapons that current technology can produce either. Then, perhaps it is nothing after all. Senior brother. Senior brother, are you still listening? Oh yes, I am. Yun Sheng took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions, and responded enthusiastically. Disciple, rest assured, I will apply to the teacher right away. I apologize for the trouble, senior brother. Not at all. You are far too courteous, disciple. However, if you intend to conduct the lightsaber tests, the laboratory at Hucking should not be used as a testing site. It seems you will need to venture outside once again. The laboratories at the school, after all, are subject to various limitations. For instance, the venue, the crowd, the power. The activation of lightsabers and the collision of ion energy shields will undoubtedly create quite a commotion. It is improbable that such tests could take place at the Hucking laboratory. Su Ting is well aware that his previous stay at the Hucking laboratory was merely to conserve time. Now that the testing has entered a new phase, the laboratory over there is fully equipped to handle everything. Naturally, there is no need to remain confined to the Hucking laboratory. All right, I understand. Please arrange it, senior brother. It's no trouble at all. After hanging up, Yun Sheng danced with excitement, then took a deep breath to calm his emotions. A golden shield capable of absorbing energy, surely. His teacher has never encountered anything like it in his lifetime. Thus, Yun Sheng pulled out his phone and dialed his teacher's number. Beep, beep, beep. Before the tone had fully sounded, Su Wei promptly answered, eagerly inquiring, quickly tell me, Has there been a breakthrough in Xiao Su's experiment? Chapter 121. I am quite familiar with this. Listen to that tone. It is quite hurtful. Never mind, never mind. After all, how could a teacher be at fault? He is merely someone who cherishes talent. As a former researcher devoid of scientific achievements, it is only natural that I am not held in high regard. Yunxing composed himself and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Teacher, Su's experiment has made groundbreaking progress. No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laugh erupted from across the room. Ha ha, indeed, he is my student. I knew young Su would excel. He is indeed commendable. However, dear teacher, it is unnecessary for you to keep reiterating that he is my student when it is just the two of us here. Who, indeed, would not understand whether I can comprehend those design blueprints? Tell me, does young Su require further approval for materials? Or perhaps a new testing facility? Despite the outward emphasis on the term student, Su Wei was well aware that providing guidance to Su Tung had become unfeasible during the explosive projectile project, let alone the current ion energy shield. Who says a teacher must always surpass their students? Being able to furnish the necessary materials and facilities at the right moment can be deemed a significant achievement in itself. Indeed, a testing site is required. But more than that, a particular item is also needed. Yunsheng deliberately left a hint. A particular item? You mean, as long as I can manage it? Before Su Wei could finish, Yunsheng interrupted with a spell, light sword. Oh, what did you just say? Su Wei questioned his own hearing. If it were something else, it would be manageable, just a matter of a piece of paper with prior approvals. For suiting S project? Speed is of the essence in Long Country. However, the light sword is not feasible. In Long Country, only one armory can independently produce it, with a production rate of merely one sword per month. Those produced swords are reportedly allocated to special units currently undergoing intensive training in a certain location within Long Country. Even Su Wei, without a valid reason, cannot request the transfer of a light sword. The crux of the matter lies not here, but in why Su Ting would choose a light sword as the testing subject. While he may not grasp the principles illustrated in the diagrams of the ion energy shield, he can still comprehend the textual summaries. For instance, the first point states, charged particles covering the surface deflect any form of attack. Means of attack, from solid projectiles to directed energy flows. Does this not imply that the shield can deflect thermal weapon attacks? Thus, the testing targets would encompass various firearms, even explosive projectiles. So this implies that the experiment is not yet fully completed? No wonder Yunxing referred to it as a breakthrough rather than a completed experiment. Then, did young Su mention why he intends to use the light sword as the testing subject? When Su Wei posed this question, Yunsheng, holding his phone, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ah, finally, teacher, you have begun to play along with me. Speak up. What is it? The atmosphere suddenly became charged with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Yunxing quickly explained. Junior Su mentioned that his shield has 3 activation methods. When activated by the second method, the shield turns golden. This golden shield can absorb damage and convert it into energy for storage. Therefore, Junior Su wishes to propose using the lightsaber as the first test subject. In the midst of this rapid exchange, Su Wei found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth? A golden shield? It can absorb energy, convert it, and store it? If the second activation method is already this impressive, how extraordinary must the third be? Am I living in a television drama? Could such fantastical weapons truly exist in this world? Noticing the silence on the other end, Yunxing felt a twinge of pride. Teacher, I suppose you haven't heard of this before, have you? Haha, I knew it. As an elder, one must admit their age. I can believe that someone as young as Junior Su will someday create a spaceship and venture beyond the Milky Way. Calm down, calm down. Su Wei took a deep breath to steady his emotions before replying, I understand. I will arrange for someone to pick you up shortly. Inform Junior Su that if we're using the lightsaber, we will need to go to a rather distant location. All right, teacher, beep, beep, beep. Before he could complete his sentence, the call was abruptly cut off. Yunxing thought to himself, initially, you addressed others as dear students. Yet now you frequently say, I am tired from the project, I need a break. Now, in front of you, I can't even finish a single sentence. Meanwhile, in a laboratory at Hucking, Tang Haiba was utterly dumbfounded. What did I just hear my senior say? He mentioned that with the second activation method, the shield turns golden and can absorb energy, converting it into new energy for storage. So when the shield is activated, feel free to strike me. The more you hit me, the more energy I can gather. And this is merely the second activation method. What about the third? Wouldn't the energy conversion efficiency be even greater? Is this a bug in the system? No, If the shield exceeds its intended strength, it would shatter instantly. No wonder my senior wanted me to demonstrate earlier. Moreover, there's another critical point: the lightsaber. Indeed, my senior has applied to use the lightsaber as the test subject. Wait, why is there a lightsaber? Tang Haiba suddenly recalled that the most striking memory of his senior was his involvement in the energy cannon project. Although he did not reach the final experimental phase, he was part of the project. Afterwards, his senior returned and initiated the Ion Energy Shield project. Could it be that the lightsaber was developed by his senior previously? Oh dear lord. Tang Haiba felt as though he had stumbled upon a blind spot. No wonder his senior's name did not appear on the regular admission list. He recalled a particular account on a QA website that had previously posed a query: if I create a lightsaber, can I secure a recommendation for graduate studies? At that time, he had responded with a light-hearted remark: "What are you talking about, my esteemed academician?" Now, upon reflection, his chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized into clarity. Alas, it turned out that the request for assistance had come from his senior, and it was indeed true. How foolish of me, truly. I had never considered that the myriad of inquiries online, seemingly frivolous, might actually stem from genuine circumstances. Contemplating this, Tang Haiba's gaze dimmed. The lightsaber, like the energy blaster, undoubtedly belonged to a classified project. What remained was beyond his reach. I understand. It's simply the dissolution of the experimental team that day. I am all too familiar with it. Thus, Tang Haiba, with a heavy heart, approached Su Ting and said, "Senior, I am leaving now." Leaving? Su Ting looked up, puzzled, and inquired, "Where are you going?" Chapter 122. It is wonderful to have you, though reluctant to confront the truth. Tang Haiba responded earnestly. "Senior brother, it is no longer a matter of applying for the lightsaber as an experimental subject. I believe the lightsaber is undoubtedly classified at the same level as the plasma energy gun and the ion energy shield." At this juncture, Su Ting grasped the situation. "So, do you think you are unqualified to continue with the experiments?" "Yes, but it's all right. I understand the arrangements from above." Tang Haiba deliberately perked up. "As long as you contact me the next time you return, I will be utterly content." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Su Ting. "You have signed a confidentiality agreement. You will participate in the entire process." A few succinct words left Tang Haiba momentarily speechless. Participate in the entire process. Really? Is it true? Su Ting nodded. Was the joy arriving so swiftly? Tang Haiba could hardly believe it. Had it been anyone else speaking, he would have been skeptical, thinking, "You are not much older than I am. What authority do you have?" Yet, standing before him was the chief designer and manufacturer of the plasma energy gun and the ion energy shield, a figure whose worth was equivalent to an entire research and development team. For Su Ting, he merely lacked an official title. When he spoke, everyone listened, even Dean Yunxing and academician Su Wei. "Thank you, senior brother. I will surely strive to do my best, I promise. Furthermore, for a graduate student, the options available are not numerous. Broadly categorized into two paths: continuing education or stepping into the workforce as a proud employee. Continuing education necessitates a review of the research achievements accumulated during graduate studies. Engaging in research is no trivial endeavor. It generally requires a sound experimental approach and a reliable mentor to produce valuable scholarly papers in the shortest time possible. Each journal has a different impact factor. Publishing as the first author in a prestigious journal significantly reflects one's value and enhances competitiveness. If one could participate in a top-secret project as part of a team during their graduate studies, even if it meant serving the higher-ups, many would willingly accept. However, this was not something senior brother typically demanded. As long as one exhibited a thirst for knowledge, he would patiently provide answers to any inquiries. Su Ting's statement about participating in the entire project has, to a considerable extent, influenced Tang Haiba's academic trajectory. With such a sum, pursuing a doctorate and passing theoretical assessments would be highly desirable. This was also the reason Tang Haiba found himself speaking recklessly. "It's all right, I understand. You should rest well." Although Su Ting prioritized research above all, this did not imply he was oblivious to the well-being of those around him. Previously, in the plasma energy gun project, Tang Haiba had exhibited a rather lackadaisical attitude. In the current project concerning the energy ion shield, he distinctly perceives a transformation in his junior's mindset, a willingness to dedicate one's life to scientific research. Given this, assisting his junior seems a trivial matter. Moreover, the prospect of positively influencing those around him, thereby enabling their improvement, is precisely what Su Ting has long anticipated. The ability of manhwa to transcend its arduous phases relies not on a solitary individual, but rather on a collective of selfless individuals who are willing to endure solitude. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a fingerprint verification echoed from the laboratory door. In the next instant, the door swung open with a resounding crash, revealing Yuxing. Panting heavily, after receiving the call, Yunsheng had raced over, believing that some messages are best conveyed in person. Junior, everything has been arranged. Soon, someone will come to escort you. The unit assigned to the lightsaber configuration is located in a more remote area of the rainforest, he explained. Su Ting produced a bottle of water from his side and said, I appreciate your efforts, senior brother. Please have a sip. You are too kind, Yunsheng replied. The more time he spent with Su Tong, the more he realized that the common flaws typically associated with prodigies, such as arrogance and eccentricity, were entirely absent in his junior. On the contrary, his junior remained perpetually humble and courteous, a quality that seemed ingrained in his very being. Upon receiving the water, Yunxing's gaze shifted, and he suddenly spotted Tang Haibo seated in the corner. Oh, what is an outsider doing here? He wondered, inadvertently choking on the water. Although Tang Haibo had signed a confidentiality agreement allowing him to participate in this project, it did not imply he could continue his involvement with the unit conducting the lightsaber experiments. Cough, cough, cough. Both Tang Haibo and Su Tung hurried forward, expressing their concern. Senior brother Yun, are you all right? Choking on the water was inconsequential, yet Yunxing queried, why are you still here? Upon seeing Yunxing's confounded expression, Su Tung elucidated, Tang is also a participant in this project. For the upcoming experiments, I require an assistant. Now it made sense to Yunxing. Su Ting intended to cultivate talent. This was undoubtedly a positive development. With Su Ting's backing, it would not be difficult for Tang Haibo, bound by a confidentiality agreement, to accompany him in the experiments. After all, the project's initiator and chief designer was none other than Su Tung himself. Politeness and humility marked Su Ting. And this time, he added a consideration for the future of scientific research in manhwa. For a nation to become a stronghold of scientific inquiry is never the endeavor of a solitary figure. It is a narrative of one leading while many contribute from behind. Such as Su Ting, how could one not admire him? Yunxing's eyes shimmered with a peculiar intensity. If only someone like Su Tung had been in their team back then. Perhaps I too would don the white coat and never remove it for the rest of my life. Tang Haibo, observing Yunxing's sudden silence, looked anxious. Is it still not possible? He watched as Yunxing stepped forward, firmly patting Tang Haibo's shoulder. You must strive with unwavering determination. For peace is not a permanent state. In the past, our nation endured profound suffering, with the fiercest of battles leaving the Sichuan army decimated. Only 1 in 100 returned. The future of our nation's scientific endeavors rests upon your shoulders. Tang Haibo, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure, his gaze resolute as he declared, Rest assured, Director Yun. I, Tang Haibo, shall never shed my white coat. Observing the conviction in his eyes, Yunxing murmured softly, Very well, very well. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of engines echoed above. Yunxing announced, Your transport has arrived. The doors swung open, allowing a gust of cold air to sweep in, causing Su Ting's white coat to billow dramatically. As he turned, the bright lights of the laboratory illuminated his face. Brother Tang, let us depart. All right, came the enthusiastic reply from Tang Haibo, who followed Su Ting with palpable excitement. This was his inaugural experience fully engaging in a top-secret project. Receiving validation from both Su Ting and Yunxing. Yunxing, standing within the laboratory, watched as the two ventured unflinchingly from the light into the encroaching darkness. A look of deep satisfaction adorning his features. There is no such thing as tranquil times. Rather, there are those who bear the burdens for you. While some may choose leisure, others, like Su Tung and Tang Haibo, devote their lives to the pursuit of science. Our nation is truly fortunate to have individuals like you. Chapter 123. What if fate dictates obscurity? At this moment, all personnel at a mysterious base nestled in the mountains were summoned urgently. Just a minute ago, an order from the higher-ups had reached the hands of the base's highest leader, Li Zhonghao, to fully cooperate with Su Ting's research endeavors and meet all his requirements. If it were anyone else, Li Yonghao would have expressed confusion, for their unit was a special task force wielding lightsabers, and no ordinary research team could rival their status. However, upon seeing the name Su Tong, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This individual was the initiator of the lightsaber and energy weapon projects, hailed as the future leader of scientific advancement in manhwa. Notably, He was a coveted talent among the academicians, renowned for his exceptional youth and creativity, whose projects even garnered the admiration of titans like Li Rongxing. As the foremost possessors of lightsabers, they held deep respect for such a person dedicated to serving the nation. They had long sought an opportunity to express their gratitude to Su Ting in person. "Commander, is there something you wish to announce that warrants this late assembly?" inquired Yuan Firen, the captain of the lightsaber squad, unable to contain her curiosity as she noticed Li Yonghao's silence. "Indeed, Commander, we still have training to complete," echoed another. "Just grant us a little more time. Our tactical plan centered on the lightsaber is on the verge of success." "Yes, we are in the final stages." Shortly after the successful creation of the lightsaber, the higher-ups collectively approved the establishment of a new special task force focused on developing new tactics centered around the lightsaber. This unit was specifically designed to simulate the severing of vital strategic cores. In simple terms, due to the lightsaber's relative stealth and formidable nature, their squad was being trained under the standards of decapitation operations. All 4 members took pride in being selected for the lightsaber squad. For this weapon had previously existed only in the realm of science fiction, and now it was a tangible reality within their grasp. It felt like living in a dream. The only drawback was that they had yet to encounter the legendary Su Tong, let alone express their gratitude personally. Li Yonghao turned to face them, smiling as he said, "The reason I called you here is to assign you a task of greater significance." Greater significance? The 4 were momentarily bewildered. Surely, nothing could surpass the importance of developing lightsaber tactics. It couldn't be. Wait, if there were new weapons testing, that could be a possibility. A sudden epiphany struck Yuan Firen, and she blurted out, "Commander, you don't mean that individual is coming to our base, do you?" "That individual? Which individual?" The other 3 members of the squad turned to her, confusion etched on their faces. "What do you know? Clearly, we have received no intelligence." Seeing the bewildered expressions of her comrades, Yuan Firen sighed and pointed to her unactivated lightsaber. If Su Ting, the lightsaber creator, were to arrive, the tactical considerations would indeed become inconsequential. The 3 individuals paused, astonished. "Su Ting, is he really coming?" they exclaimed in unison, their breaths quickening with anticipation. "Commander, the captain hasn't miscalculated, has he? He is truly on his way?" Li Yonghao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, to become a captain and develop new tactics centered around lightsabers requires a sharp intellect. He had said nothing, yet they were able to deduce so much. With a smile, Li Yonghao confirmed, "Indeed, Su Tong is en route, and he will arrive shortly. I hear he is bringing a new experimental project with him." "Is he truly coming? And with a new experimental project?" The astonishment was palpable. Just over a month ago, news had spread that he had completed the development of a new weapon, the explosive energy gun. It was a weapon even more formidable than the lightsaber. So this time, was he bringing something even more powerful than the explosive energy gun? Members from various bases, aside from the lightsaber squad, even the logistics team in the kitchen, felt their spirits ignited with fervor. A genuine genius in scientific research. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant sky. Li Yonghao looked up, his face beaming with joy. "Listen, they are almost here." This was Tang Haiba's first experience aboard a helicopter. More crucially, it was the first time he recognized the impressive drifting skills of the pilots within the military. He was so impressed that he found himself wanting to ask, "Could your instructor teach me this skill as well?" With a thud, the cabin door swung open. "Please ensure your safety." "Understood." As Tang Haibo stepped out alongside Su Ting, he casually glanced back and noticed the pilot saluting Su Tong's back with the utmost respect. Although it was merely a fundamental gesture, it ignited something deep within Tang Haiba's heart. If dedicating my life to scientific research means remaining obscure, so be it. Should the nation prosper, I am willing to sacrifice my life and blood for it. Silently, Tang Haibo returned the salute. Having walked just a few paces, they were met by 5 individuals approaching them. The leader, with a steadfast gaze, donned a military uniform adorned with numerous medals. The other 4 followed closely behind, their expressions brimming with excitement. Military attire and medals are typically reserved for significant occasions, indicating the great importance the entire base placed on Su Tong's arrival. Has my senior brother's status risen to such heights? And judging by those medals, the leader's rank is indeed quite elevated. Little Su, I am Li Yonghao, the head of the base. You may call me Uncle Li. It is quite late, and I appreciate your efforts in traveling thousands of kilometers. Li Yonghao's warmth was palpable. As rumored, Su Tong appeared remarkably youthful. For ordinary researchers, this age marks the beginning of their scientific journey. Yet for Su Tong, He had already attained heights unattainable by most. It is no trouble, it is our duty. For those in research, time is the most precious resource, Su Tung replied, demonstrating his humility. Su Ting then inquired, is the lightsaber squad present? With his privileges, he was aware that a team was currently developing new tactics centered around lightsabers, as the ion energy shields required their utilization. Thus, he decided to be direct in his questioning. Yes, they are here, replied Li Yonghao, stepping aside to reveal 4 individuals behind him. The 4 were utterly astonished, youthful, modest, promising, and wholly dedicated to their research. Such pure-hearted researchers commanded respect from the depths of one's heart. Suddenly, Yuan Fearon called out, attention. In unison, the 4 individuals straightened their posture, their backs erect. Salute, they declared, raising their hands to render the most precise salute to Su Ting. Observing the fervent expressions in their eyes, Su Ting was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly comprehend the situation. He too adjusted his stance, straightened his back, and returned the salute with impeccable precision. Chapter 124. A guiding light. Just as the crowd was about to speak, a clear voice resonated. Goo goo goo. Everyone present turned to look at Tang Haiba, who blushed and said, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm hungry. Su Ting, having consumed the Red Star energy drink, had significantly enhanced his physical resilience and was now better able to withstand hunger. However, as an ordinary person, Tang Haiba found it difficult to maintain control after a long journey of several thousand kilometers. Li Yonghao chuckled, no worries. The kitchen has long prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome you. The Lightsword team, being a secret unit of the Dragon Kingdom, underwent rigorous training that demanded immense physical endurance, and thus the logistical support was exceptionally robust. Plentiful dishes were brought forth, each bowl steaming profusely. Human lamb, adorned with red and green peppers, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, the fragrance of sesame oil wafted invitingly. Spicy beef skewers, tender beef threaded onto skewers, drizzled with chili oil and garnished with scallions. Braised pork, generous chunks of fatty and lean meat, fried to a crisp, exuding oil and accompanied by a rich broth. Just observing, Tang Haiba couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. The distinction between a military mess and an ordinary dining establishment lay in the unwavering steadiness of the serving staff, whether uncles or aunts, who never wavered in their duties. The portions were generous, ensuring no one would leave unsatisfied. Moreover, the culinary skills were commendable. Li Yonghao noticed the two and urged, dig in, don't be shy. Conducting research can be mentally taxing, and if I fail to ensure you replenish your energy, that would be my negligence as the leader. Tang Haibo glanced at Su Ting, who nodded slightly. Thus, he ceased to hold back. As they ate, Li Yonghao conversed with Su Ting, saying, we won't conduct experiments tonight. You must be tired from your long journey. A good rest will serve you well, and we can proceed with the experiments tomorrow. Indeed. Su Ting replied with a gentle nod. This was also his intention, as he needed to contemplate certain experimental details. Only Tang Haibo responded vaguely. After the meal, Li Yonghao personally escorted the two to their assigned accommodations. Each had a private room, complete with a living area and bathroom, furnished with various stationary supplies. However, Su Ting's room was slightly larger. Ensure you rest well. Ample rest is conducive to mental clarity, which is vital for research, he advised. Thank you, Uncle Li. Not at all, not at all. Once the door was closed, Su Ting did not immediately rest, but instead fell into a contemplative state. The generation of an ionic energy shield is predicated on a modified device that provides a magnetic field, which, under the influence of a dual-core guide, transforms into various properties. This, in turn, allows the shield to materialize, capable of withstanding attacks. Moreover, the activation of the light sword encompasses a crucial property. It constrains the magnetic field. Therefore, this upcoming test can, to some extent, be perceived as an interaction between the two magnetic fields. As the thought process reached this point, a conspicuous issue emerged. Given the influence of magnetic fields, could they potentially interfere with one another? The moment this notion surfaced, it was promptly dismissed by Su Ting. Both entities operated within their own magnetic fields, and theoretical calculations indicated that such a problem would not arise. Moreover, the formidable nature of the golden blueprints surpassed Su Ting's expectations. Under the enhancement provided by the two golden blueprint products, those concerns would be rendered moot, especially with the existence of the modified automatic paralysis device. Tomorrow will reveal whether the shield can indeed convert the energy of the lightsaber as anticipated. Rising from the table cluttered with formulas, Su Ting extinguished the lights and retired for the night. Meanwhile, not far from the house, Yuan Fearon turned to the team members and remarked, "You all saw that he has fallen asleep. You should also rest. It is cold." Tang Yuan, with a dissatisfied pout, retorted, "From an age perspective, Captain, you are slightly older. Let me handle the duty roster. You should go to sleep." Lu Baran silently nodded in agreement. The youngest member, Wang Duoyu, tightened his military uniform, demonstrating through action that he would heed none of their words. Li Yonghao observed the scene before him, a look of contentment on his face. Among this group of silent contributors, there would always be one who served as a guiding light for others. Beep, beep, beep. As the alarm sounded, Su Ting awoke. While washing up, he mentally planned the experimental procedures for the day. The protocol for today's experiment was as follows. First, secure the shield. Once activated, the team members would engage the lightsaber for output. Based on the instrument's data response, it would be determined whether energy conversion was indeed feasible. The primary objective of the experiment was to ensure safety, preventing harm to the test personnel. After testing all 3 activation methods, they would proceed to a new experimental approach. One individual would activate the ion energy shield, while another would engage the lightsaber, testing in real combat whether the shield remained intact as long as energy reserves were not depleted. With that in mind, Su Ting prepared the experimental flow centered on the lightsaber. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Tang Haiba, who stood smiling at him. "Good morning, senior brother," he said. "Why are you up so early?" Su Ting asked, momentarily taken aback. "Well, I didn't sleep well last night," Tang Haiba replied. The image of the previous night involuntarily surfaced in Su Ting's mind. Tang Haiba, famished and enamored by the culinary skills of the cooking team, had resorted to eating directly from a bowl. Instead of mockery, the surrounding team members regarded him with approving glances. After all, this was what family was about, maintaining a harmonious rhythm at the dining table. Thus, with a complex expression, Su Ting inquired, "Did you overindulge?" In an instant, Tang Haiba's face flushed crimson. "Where is this? This is merely a trivial reason. There exists another reason as well." Upon encountering Su Ting's puzzled gaze, Tang Haiba remarked, "This is my first time at a base of such high confidentiality, participating in a project. I am so exhilarated that I find it hard to sleep." "I see." Su Ting understood. He stepped forward and patted Tang Haiba on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "There's no need to worry. As long as you study diligently, opportunities to engage in such projects will not be scarce in the future." Tang Haiba was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. Could it be that his senior brother was hinting at something? Indeed, his senior brother must be alluding to it. For someone like him, who aspired to tread the path of scientific research, receiving his senior brother's blessing was the most delightful news. "Senior brother, I shall undoubtedly become a reliable assistant in your future projects," Tang Haiba silently vowed to himself. Chapter 125. Reflecting on humanity to understand gains and losses. As Su Ting made his way from the accommodation area to the dining hall, he encountered numerous individuals along the path. Regardless of whether they were researchers clad in white lab coats or military personnel in uniform, each would pause to greet him. Su Ting, in turn, would respond with warmth and enthusiasm. To be candid, Tang Haiba, having grown up in this environment, was genuinely astonished by his senior brother's remarkable popularity among others. Many were meeting Su for the first time, yet behaved as if they had been friends for decades. Is it due to his reputation? No, that cannot be the case. The respect Su Ting garners is entirely attributed to his exceptional research capabilities. Each weapon project is not only advantageous for the Dragon Nation but also serves as a guiding beacon. More importantly, it is Su's character that has moved one esteemed academician after another. This is the true reason behind the respect he receives. Tang Haiba inhaled deeply, reflecting. By using history as a mirror, one can discern the rise and fall of fortunes. By employing people as a mirror, one can clarify gains and losses. The ancients do not deceive me. The dining hall was filled with a cacophony of activity, yet the moment Su Ting entered, everyone silently rose and saluted him. This unique base, nestled within the rainforest, existed for the sole purpose of developing tactics exclusive to the lightsaber. Simply put, without the existence of the lightsaber, this mysterious contingent would not exist. Everyone was acutely aware that the creator of the lightsaber stood before them, this young man. Were it not for him, would lightsabers exist in reality? Apologies, but one might have to wait another decade or several for that. Thus, for these individuals, Su Ting was deserving of their salute upon their first meeting. Tang Haiba, unaccustomed to such grandeur, was left speechless. In contrast, Su Ting remained composed, standing tall. He returned the salute with precision. He had experienced similar reverence during his previous visit to the anti-aircraft artillery testing base. Even the day after completing the energy weapon project, all personnel had gathered spontaneously to see Su Tung off to the helicopter. Those queuing for their meals willingly relinquished their positions upon noticing Su Tung. "Come, Su. You go ahead." "Thank you," Su replied. "Oh, why are you being so polite? It is only right." The other person quickly responded, simultaneously thinking, just as Captain Yuan said. "He is courteous and charming. Is it not fitting for someone like him to lead the new generation of research in the Dragon Nation and strengthen our national power?" The cooks were equally welcoming. They had met Su the previous evening. They especially remembered Tang Haibo, who had boldly taken a bowl for his meal, demonstrating his adaptability to military life. A large serving of soup dumplings, a cup of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs were prepared, with breakfast in hand. Su Tung casually sought out a seat. The large steamer of soup dumplings contained 10 exquisite morsels, their translucent skins revealing no oil beneath, indicative of the chef's exceptional skill in sealing all the fillings within the dumplings. He picked one up, and Su Tung gently bit into the skin, causing the juice to burst forth instantly, splattering in his mouth. How fragrant! The tender, silky flesh, swallowed alongside the steaming, rich juice, filled his mouth with delightful aroma. Without hesitation, he reached for another. This one turned out to be seafood, shrimp skin. It was well prepared, devoid of any fishy odor. Su Tung savored it slowly, taking a sip of rich soybean milk, cracking open a tea egg still steaming. Opposite him, Tang Haibo didn't even lift his head. Compared to him, Su Ting's portion was considerably smaller. At that moment, he overheard others discussing nearby. Some time ago, during my leave, a comrade mentioned that Xiao Su had completed a test of a new type of weapon at their anti-aircraft testing ground. A new weapon test? Others were taken aback. Unlike topics discussed among women, the subjects that captivated this group of men in the army would always be tanks and artillery. The iron torrents of warfare. The most anticipated would always be new weaponry, especially if it was associated with Su Tung's project. Indeed, no doubt about it. Another person, deliberately chewing slowly, wore an expression that suggested, "You inquire first, and I shall reveal later." Another one leisurely sipped his porridge, seemingly casually remarking, "I seem to recall someone borrowed a few thousand last month, promising to return it a few days ago." The triumphant expression immediately faded, and he whispered, "My buddy told me the project is called the Explosive Energy Gun." The Explosive Energy Gun? The name alone sounds incredibly fierce. Naturally, it is quite formidable. The speaker straightened his posture, pride radiating from his face. "Let me tell you, the most remarkable aspect of this gun is that it does not require physical projectiles." "What? What did you say?" Someone was taken aback. Are there firearms nowadays that do not require physical projectiles? Is it truly a gun? Or if it is a gun, how powerful could it be? Indeed, it does not require physical projectiles. Observing his astonished comrades, the speaker mused, "TSK, a bunch of unworldly folks. If I were to discuss the subsequent testing phases, your buns would surely drop from your mouths." Noticing the crowd's expressions of bewilderment, yet deep shock, he continued, "I've heard it utilizes a type of explosive energy gas. You all know about explosive energy gas, right? This point, I need not elaborate." "No, I do not know," the borrowing team member boldly retorted, his face clearly demanding clarification. "Well, the crux is not here. The crux is that the explosive energy gun has 3 energy scales, capable of adapting to any extreme weather conditions in combat. During testing, it was even conducted in a cryogenic chamber. The team member skillfully navigated through the confusion, managing to astonish everyone. Testing in a cryogenic chamber? That is utterly absurd. The most outrageous part was that during the 3rd energy scale test, it directly created a 15-meter-wide hole in the anti-aircraft testing ground. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is a chasm of 15 meters. Have you heard of Li Rongxian, the esteemed academician? He has unequivocally affirmed that the maximum potency of an explosive energy weapon could be deemed invincible, falling below the category of missiles. Invincible, indeed. As asserted by the formidable weaponry expert, academician Li. You would dare to refer to this as merely a gun? With a snap of his fingers, the speaker turned to look. On the adjacent table lay a half-eaten bun, and the individual widened his mouth in astonishment. The effect is remarkable, he nodded appreciatively. So this weapon, haha. I presume you are about to voice concerns regarding safety. Another individual nodded, surprised at having been so astutely anticipated. Rest assured, it is entirely safe. For that 15-meter chasm was created under conditions of malfunction, It is said that there exists an automatic paralysis device within. That day, the device was activated, preventing the explosive energy chamber from being consumed in flames, while still successfully hitting the predetermined target. In light of this comparison, the lightsaber seems somewhat less appealing. After a minute of silence, someone seemed to come to a realization. So this time, Xiaosu's project is the lightsaber. The explosive energy weapon. With this juxtaposition, expectations for this project have risen considerably. It is rumored to be an ion energy shield project. And furthermore, this shield appears capable of absorbing energy. A shield that absorbs energy? The more you strike me, the stronger I become? The group collectively turned to face Su Tong. Having finished his breakfast, Su Tong silently rose and stated, "Junior, we must take our leave." Very well. Chapter 126. The first collision of sword and shield. Initially, the discussion among the few individuals was subdued. However, as the conversation progressed, everyone's interest was piqued, and their voices grew louder. Thus, Tang Haiba learned of the final results of the energy gun experiment. 3 energy scales, a complete cryogenic chamber experiment, absolutely safe, as there is an automatic shutdown device. It creates a 15-meter wide hole, and the performance is guaranteed to be safe. The most crucial point is invincible below the missile level. And this invincibility has been personally acknowledged by academician Lee. This invincibility is indeed invincible, although I did not participate in the final project. I was present in the laboratory during the initial stages of the energy gun's development. I can consider myself a member of the team. In that moment, witnessing someone drop their bun in shock and seeing everyone turn to gaze at them with astonishment, Tang Haiba truly felt the allure of scientific research. It was a pure joy, the joy of earning the respect of all. This was the first time in his life he felt proud to be part of a significant scientific endeavor. Especially when they emerged, all eyes were upon them. At that moment, a thought abruptly crossed Tang Haiba's mind. I am ordinary, yet I am also magnificent. The journey ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. Meanwhile, the light sword team of 4 was engaged in conversation at the testing site. Captain, do you really think the shield tested by Xiao Su is as extraordinary as they claim? In this special base nestled within the rainforest, everyone held considerable authority. The light sword project itself is classified, let alone the purpose of establishing this base, to develop strategies centered around the light sword. Therefore, Li Yonghao did not impose restrictions on the content of the experimental project. Last night, he had been occupied arranging for relevant personnel to organize materials, prepare equipment, and clear the testing area. By the next day, nearly everyone was aware of Su Tong's purpose for coming here. After standing guard late into the night, the light sword team managed to steal a brief moment of sleep. Upon awakening, they overheard the discussions among the relevant experimental personnel. The shield was remarkably strong, revolutionary even, capable of withstanding any weapon. They particularly noted the most outrageous claim: the more you hit me, the stronger I become. What does it mean to say, the more you hit me, the stronger I become? Is this a legitimate, oh no, a normal shield? Yuan Fearon tightened his grip on the light sword and hesitated before speaking. That seems unlikely. After all, they are engaged in scientific research. A bit of exaggeration is understandable. Isn't it common for people to embellish performance? Scientific research inevitably involves funding. When projects are submitted, many individuals, in pursuit of financial support, tend to embellish their proposals with grandiose statements. Over time, researchers develop a habit of slightly exaggerating. Exaggerating performance? The youngest member, Wang Duoyu, furrowed his brow and said, "Captain, hasn't the light sword always been a weapon of fantasy until now? In the present context, it has indeed transformed into a weapon of reality." Yuan Fearon, Tang Yuan, Lu Baran. The atmosphere momentarily descended into an awkward silence, as your assertion undeniably held merit. Li Yonghao, who had been silently observing, nearly burst into laughter. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to turn. It was Su Tong and his assistant, Tang Haiba, approaching. In stark contrast to Su Tong's composed demeanor, Tang Haiba appeared flustered and rushed, clearly a novice in experiments of this caliber. Li Yonghao stepped forward. "Xiao Su, everything you mentioned is prepared. Shall we commence the experiment?" Nodding, Su Tong replied, "Let us begin." According to the planned experimental procedure, the shield would first be activated using the initial method, allowing a member of the lightsaber team to take the stage. Subsequently, the 4 would take turns to test it, assessing whether the shield could withstand the impact. The rationale for allowing each of the 4 to attempt it was that, while the lightsabers were largely similar. There were subtle distinctions in their details, oscillation frequencies, energy release. This was also the most effective means of testing the strength of the ion energy shield. After all, the ultimate goal of the shield was to provide an exceptional configuration for individual soldiers. Each additional second of durability could potentially influence the final outcome of the mission. Amidst the speculations, the ion energy shield, presumed to be formidable, was expected to be a relatively large entity. Not only the lightsaber team, but even Li Yonghao felt a sense of curiosity. Existing shields were physical entities, inherently large and lacking the concealment of a lightsaber. Until Su Tong removed the watch he had been wearing on his left wrist and secured it to the testing platform, ultimately activating it. Boom! The air ahead erupted, creating a disturbance in the space. A transparent shield materialized before everyone. Yuan Firen, Tang Yuan, Lu Baran, W. Wang Duoyu, Li Yonghao, other staff members. Let me clarify, it is not that I lack experience, rather. The situation at hand is that this fantastical shield truly exists. Can a watch transform into a shield? Moreover, the surrounding air has been disrupted. Without exception, the expressions of those present reflected a previously heard saying, "The harder you strike me, the more exhilarated I become." It now appears that it is absolutely impossible to dismiss as mere exaggeration. Instead, it seems our imagination has been rather limited. At this moment, the lightsaber team gazed at the transparent shield in the distance, and then at their still inactive lightsabers. In such a comparison, the lightsabers no longer seemed indispensable. In truth, the shield was quite appealing, as the inactivated lightsaber remained. Tang Haiba, who had been observing the expressions of the crowd, was on the verge of laughter. Look at your faces. TSK, TSK, TSK. This hardly amounts to anything. The latter two methods of activation are truly magical. Su Tong clapped his hands. Capturing everyone's attention, we shall now commence the first phase of testing, starting with the captain, one by one. Prior to this moment, they had perused the experimental procedure. All that was required was to activate the lightsaber and strike the shield. Yuan Firen took a deep breath. Honestly, he felt quite uncertain at this moment. Could the activated lightsaber truly breach the shield? Before witnessing the ion energy shield, he had deemed it a certainty. But now, everything was about to unfold. Buzzing. The lightsaber in his hand was activated, emanating a crimson glow. As the captain, his lightsaber boasted the highest oscillation frequency and the greatest energy among the four. Surrounding him, the onlookers were riveted, their gazes fixed on the lightsaber and the ion energy shield. This marked the inaugural clash between sword and shield. Who would prevail? And who would falter? Chapter 127. What on earth? Are you cheating? Everyone's attention was fixated on the crimson lightsaber. Yuan Firen took a deep breath and struck the shield before him. The red lightsaber effortlessly penetrated the shield. Then, a resounding bang echoed. The shield shattered? Yuan Firen was momentarily bewildered. Huh? Is that it? I hardly exerted any force. What does this mean? I merely swung casually, and the shield broke? At that moment, all those around exchanged silent glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yonghao discreetly turned to Su Tang, pondering, is this part of Xiaosu's plan? In truth, it indeed aligned with Su Tang's theoretical calculations. The first activation method of the shield was incapable of absorbing energy. He merely wished to test whether the shield's strength could withstand the lightsaber. Clearly, it could not. Without lifting his gaze, Su Tang stated, next. Standing beside him, Tang Haiba maintained his composure, calmly recording various experimental data. Tang Yuan, with a complex expression, stepped forward, observing the reactivated ion energy shield, silently contemplating. The captain's lightsaber oscillated at the highest frequency, making it unsurprising that it shattered the shield, while mine operates at a slightly lower frequency. Perhaps, lost in thought, he swung his lightsaber down. Bang. Unsurprisingly, the shield was again shattered. Tang Yuan. Next. At that moment, having meticulously recorded all data, Tang Haibo spoke. Senior brother, the data is in. The shield under the first activation method cannot withstand the lightsaber. Yes, I see that. As anticipated. We shall commence the second activation method in 3 minutes. Understood. Raising his head, Su Ting noted that the atmosphere had become oddly tense, especially among the lightsaber team. The four seemed hesitant to speak, as if they had committed some error. Su Ting paused, then comprehended, addressing the group. The results of the previous experiment were anticipated. That was merely the most basic activation method. There are 2 more activation methods to follow, and from the second onward, things will be different. Anticipated? There are 2 additional activation methods? Everyone was taken aback. This could be foreseen? Moreover, why does the shield possess 3 activation methods, while the lightsaber only has 1? Su Tong turned to Tang Haiba and said, Junior brother. Understood. The moment the mechanical hand was pressed, the second activation method of the shield was initiated. Unlike before, the air ahead abruptly exploded, and the shield instantly formed. This time, it was golden. Li Yonghao, the lightsaber quartet, W other staff members. Oh wait, why did the shield turn golden, despite being the same shield? Merely changing the activation method has upended my expectations. Su Ting calmly spoke, suggesting, this time, let the 2 of you participate together. Then, as if recalling something, he added, by the way, do remember to prioritize safety. Safety? Everyone paused in confusion. After all, when wielding a lightsaber against a shield, what safety precautions were necessary? Shouldn't the shield itself be the one requiring attention? Yuan Firen pondered for a moment and turned to Wang Duoyu, saying, for the initial test, let's take our turn first. Agreed. This was indeed a consideration on Yuan Firen's part. The distribution of lightsabers was based on the significance of the team members. Yuan Firen wielded the one with the highest oscillation frequency, while Wang Duoyu held the lowest. This combination ensured a relatively even distribution of energy during each experimental strike. Buzzing. The red and blue lightsabers were activated as the 2 stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side of the shield's edge. Based on their experience, every type of shield would possess weak points under pressure. Due to material processing, achieving uniformity was impossible. This implied that striking the weak points could produce maximum damage with minimal force. Historically, such weak points were found either at the edges or at the center. They exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them, and simultaneously struck at the edge. Bang. The sound echoed, reminiscent of their previous attempt, yet the outcome was entirely different. The 2 activated lightsabers, one blue and one red, were effortlessly blocked by the shield. To the spectators, the shield's surface merely rippled, akin to a stone cast into a pond, showing no signs of disturbance. They exchanged surprised glances, realizing the situation was unlike their expectations. It was far too easy. Was the weak point not at the edge, or perhaps not this particular edge? They decided to strike the entire edge before considering the center. All right. As the 2 strained to devise a way to breach the shield, Su Tong remained fixated on the data, unwavering. In the laboratory, it had taken Brother Tang some time before energy absorption became apparent. Given the strength of the lightsabers, the duration should have been brief. Just then, as this thought crossed his mind, the instrument measuring energy levels began to fluctuate. Subsequently, it soared. Wow, brother, look at this data. Tang Haiba exclaimed, utterly astonished. The modified device provided a finite amount of energy, meaning that once depleted, the shield would vanish and enter a new charging phase. Yet, according to the current readings, energy levels were rising. This signified that as long as the lightsabers continued to strike, the shield could remain active indefinitely. What? You call this cheating? With such high energy conversion efficiency, how could it be deemed unfair? This truly validated the initial hypothesis. The more you strike me, the more invigorated I become. So this is the allure of the golden blueprint? No, it shouldn't be phrased that way. It should be described as the charm of the synergy between 2 golden blueprint products. What if I were to produce 3 or even more golden blueprints within the project? Would that not be? Su Ting's thoughts began to take on a dangerously bold nature. Meanwhile, Yuan Firen and Wang Duoyu were fatigued and had been replaced by 2 eager participants. Although they were uncertain about the nature of the shield, it appeared as though the previous duo had intentionally eased off. The shield activated through the first method shattered upon mere contact, while the absurdity of the second activation method's shield was hard to believe. Furthermore, the duration for which this shield remained active was remarkably prolonged. It was rumored that the ion energy shield was powered by a specific energy source, and given the elapsed time, the energy must surely be dwindling. The 2, filled with enthusiasm, stepped onto the stage, determined to uphold the reputation of the lightsabers, beginning with their efforts. 5 minutes later, gazing at the still imposing shield, their inner thoughts echoed, what on earth? Are you cheating? Chapter 128. Do we don protective suits? First additional update. It is not that I am unwilling to accept the situation. Rather, it seems exceedingly absurd. The mindset of the 2 team members appears somewhat reclusive. You are merely a shield, while we wield luminous swords. Could you not consider the sentiments of our radiant blades? Although both are shields, the distinction lies in the activation methods. The ultimate outcome resembles the contrast between substandard products and those crafted in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Tang Haiba meticulously organized all the data and presented it to Su Ting. Holding the information in his hands, Su Ting engaged in profound contemplation. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that it mirrors the second activation method utilized in the laboratory. It indeed has the capability to convert the impacts endured by the shield into energy absorption, which can be immediately harnessed for the shield's benefit. This aspect suggests a notably high efficiency in energy conversion. The efficiency of energy transformation has perpetually been a challenge across various domains. Simply put, if the efficiency could be doubled, humanity's frontiers could potentially expand by a similar measure. Should we analyze the golden blueprints? This notion abruptly surfaced in Su Ting's mind. Observing the situation at hand, it became apparent that the shield's energy was continuously accumulating, as indicated by the data detection instruments. The efficiency of this conversion is astonishingly remarkable. If such energy transformation could be applied to other machinery, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. No, that is unfeasible. The shield's energy transformation efficiency is entirely due to the modified tokamak device and the enhanced dual-core guide. This indirectly highlights the power of the golden blueprints. These two golden blueprints were distributed during the Black Technology Systems project assessment, and to a certain extent, they are exclusively applicable to ion energy shields. Alas, what a pity. Su Ting sighed, and at that moment, Tang Haiba, standing nearby, was filled with confusion. What was happening? Why did his senior brother appear to be sighing? Was the experimental data not satisfactory? Indeed, those who are exceptional tend to impose higher standards upon themselves. Setting aside the experimental data, Su Ting raised his gaze to address the assembled crowd. In 3 minutes, we shall commence the testing of the third activation method. Understood, came the collective response. The preceding data had already substantiated the laboratory's hypotheses. The shield with the second activation method could absorb energy, growing stronger with each strike delivered upon it. Thus, it was only natural that the third method would align with the laboratory's findings. Once I have amassed sufficient energy, I will be able to rebound damage. Compared to the second activation method, this represents the ion energy shield's most formidable weapon, capable of inflicting unforeseen harm upon the enemy. However, it remains uncertain whether this rebounding damage is subject to distance limitations. In the previous laboratory experiment, Tang's junior brother faced the shield directly. Moreover, the experimental conditions at that time did not permit for alternative testing methods. Wait, something seems amiss. Su Ting suddenly recalled the blueprints obtained from the advanced technology. Ion energy shield. Summary: a field of charged particles enveloping the surface of an object, capable of deflecting attacks directed at that surface, from solid projectiles to directed energy streams. After meticulously reviewing the details, Su Ting finally discerned the anomalies. Firstly, the current shield had yet to incorporate the charged particle field on its surface. Nonetheless, even in its absence, the shield was able to withstand the onslaught of a lightsaber, converting its energy and even reflecting damage back. Secondly, the blueprints initially provided by the advanced technology were fundamentally different. The present capabilities and the shield's current manifestation were purely coincidental. In other words, without the golden blueprints, the ion energy shield would not have exhibited such effects. However, the advanced technology system did not originally furnish this design. Suddenly, Su Ting's eyes sparkled with realization as he identified a critical oversight. Are the blueprints provided by the system merely the fundamentals? This is without the enhancement of the golden blueprints. If, through the project, the advanced technology system's evaluation is passed and the golden blueprints are obtained, then the resulting product would far exceed the original capabilities of the advanced technology system. Moreover, throughout the experimental process, various badges could be acquired to augment one's abilities. If that is the case, this is an auxiliary system, one that empowers individuals to become significantly stronger. Faintly, Su Ting felt as though he had uncovered the essence of the advanced technology system. Following this line of reasoning, could it even alter the course of a civilization? The mere thought startled Su Ting at first, but soon he recognized its validity. Thus, if this virtuous cycle continues, I could genuinely alter the trajectory of a civilization. At that moment, a seed was sown in Su Ting's heart. Had he not suddenly considered the golden blueprints and the schematic of the ion energy shield, he would not have been able to reverse engineer this subtle mystery. Senior brother. Su Ting looked up, meeting Tang Haiba's expectant gaze. The time had come to commence a new round of tests. Oh, I see. Just as Su Tung was about to speak, he abruptly turned to inquire, by the way, is that anticipation in your eyes directed towards something? Tang Haiba paused in surprise. Oh, is it that obvious? Indeed, quite conspicuous, Su Ting nodded. All right then. I was just recalling how you activated the shield's third initiation mode in the lab. Last night, I was injured by the shield. You see, when I struck it with my fist, the shield sent me sprawling to the ground. If it were them. Tang Haiba pouted and continued. But that was a lightsaber, senior brother. Wouldn't you feel a twinge of anticipation? Such reasoning indeed held merit. Upon hearing Tang Haiba's remarks, Su Tung became intrigued. Wait a moment. Indeed, this is a lightsaber. Just as the four individuals wielding the lightsabers turned their gazes towards him, Su Tung solemnly declared, we shall now commence the third round of shield testing. However, prior to that, you four must don protective suits. Protective suits? The four were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances filled with mutual confusion. Why must we wear protective suits? Is this not a test of the shield's strength? To be candid, while our lightsabers cannot breach the strength of the shield, isn't it rather demeaning to suggest we require protective gear against it. After all, this is a lightsaber. Standing nearby, Li Yonghao was equally astonished upon hearing Su Tung's statement. Xiao Su, did I mishear you? Did you just say they need to wear protective suits? Chapter 129. Are you truly going to showcase your talents? Indeed, Uncle Li must equip them with protective gear, for the forthcoming experiment may pose certain dangers. This measure is taken solely for their safety. As the supreme commander of the lightsaber base, Li Yonghao is acutely aware of the extraordinary capabilities that the lightsaber possesses as a weapon. Now, Su Tung has proposed that the four-member lightsaber team don protective clothing for testing. Wait a moment. Su Ting is the very creator of the lightsaber. Even if they are aware of Su Tung's expertise as the manufacturer, it becomes evident to Li Yonghao. Realizing this, he waved his hand and instructed the staff accordingly. Proceed as per Xiao Su's request. Procure the largest protective suits available, fully encompassing, covering every part of the body, including the face. Understood. Although the lightsaber team felt a tinge of confusion, they complied with the order. Obedience to commands is the duty of a soldier, especially when such orders are meant to safeguard their well-being. Brother, shall I commence? Tang Haiba inquired eagerly. Knowing that the third activation method generates a shield capable of reflecting damage. Given that the testing subject is the high-tech lightsaber, curiosity was only natural. Yes, Su Ting nodded. At the moment Tang Haiba pressed the button. Bang, bang, bang. The air ahead erupted in a series of explosions as the shield materialized instantaneously. Unlike the previous test, where only a portion gleamed gold, this time, the entire shield radiated a dazzling golden hue. Wow, the shield is entirely golden. Its color surpasses even that of gold. It is simply magnificent. I yearn to possess it. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, one would scarcely believe that such a shield was crafted by Su Tung. Furthermore, a crucial point emerged. During the first test, there was no gold present, resulting in the shield shattering immediately. In the second test, with half of it golden, the lightsaber could not breach it. Now, in the third test, it was entirely golden. Someone continued. Moreover, Su Tung insisted they wear protective suits, asserting it was for their safety. Hence, unexpected occurrences are certainly anticipated. The second experiment had already tipped the scales against the lightsaber, so what would this trial bring? A certain defeat. Now clad in protective suits, the four members of the lightsaber team furrowed their brows in concern. They had come to a realization. Su Ting, the creator of the lightsaber, was also the architect behind the ion energy shield. No one present understood these two pieces of equipment better than he. Oh, and this time, all four of you will participate together. During the test, should you inadvertently face a counterattack, do not panic. That is a normal outcome of the experiment. After all, this is a testing phase, not a battlefield, Su Ting kindly reminded them, aware that any injury sustained could represent a significant loss for the entire base. Understood. The four responded, their expressions turning grave. Counterattack? Normal experimental conditions? Is not the primary focus of a shield experiment to test its strength? Why does a counterattack occur? The members of the lightsaber squad are beginning to grasp the situation. It seems that in comparison to their lightsabers, the ion energy shields conceal other capabilities yet to be revealed. The recent experiment left them with a peculiar sensation. Why does the shield's energy seem to persist? As if it were absorbing the energy from their lightsabers? Captain, what should we do? The other three turned to Yuan Firen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Just like last time, We will pair up and strike the shield from different angles, starting with the lowest oscillation frequency. If there are no unforeseen developments within 2 minutes, we will increase the frequency. Under their command, the lightsabers possess 2 oscillation frequencies, one low and one high. This modification plan for the lightsabers was sent out through Yun Sheng after Su Tong completed the project for the explosive energy gun. And all subsequently produced lightsabers included this feature. Typically, the lowest oscillation frequency suffices. However, having learned from the setbacks during the second experiment, Yuan Firen decided to set the frequency to its maximum for this critical phase of the shield experiment. It was time to discover which force was superior. Thus, the 4 members paired off, exchanging glances, taking a deep breath, and drawing their lightsabers. The hum of activation resonated as all 4 lightsabers ignited simultaneously, each radiating a distinct hue, creating a striking visual spectacle. If one were to overlook the golden shield and the protective gear they wore, this time, unlike before, the lightsaber squad was no longer limited to basic slashing maneuvers. They executed the tactics they had been practicing, treating the shield as a genuine adversary. With thrusts, upward slashes, advances, and sharp turns, a series of deft movements astonished Tang Haiba. Wow, this quartet is incredibly formidable. They communicated seamlessly without the need for words, conveying messages through mere glances. Beside him, Li Yonghao wore a look of satisfaction. These 4 had been selected from thousands of elite personnel, representing the pinnacle of solo combat capabilities for their nation at this stage. Furthermore, the tactics they employed were entirely their own invention. They had dedicated ample time to practice within this rainforest. So this is what peak performance looks like, compared to the choreographed actions on television. Tang Haiba felt that the imagination of the scriptwriters was, to some extent, constrained. The expressions of pride among the surrounding staff were palpable. For the initial objective in constructing the base was to cultivate the lightsaber squad. The overarching goal was clearly articulated: to advance towards the world's top individual combat standards and to forge the most formidable single-soldier unit. These 4 individuals were destined to become a decapitating force that would instill fear in their enemies. I have already heard that their tactics are on the verge of success. In retrospect, my earlier imagination was certainly limited. Indeed, just then, an incongruous voice emerged. Allow me to express this. While one may indeed possess charm, have you not noticed that the shield remains utterly unscathed? The crowd? Upon closer inspection, it is indeed true. The allure is undeniable. Yet, regardless of the relentless strikes from these 4 luminous swords, the shield withstands their assault. Just then, a figure is sent hurtling backward. Upon closer observation, it is none other than the youngest among us, Wang Duoyu. What transpires? Why has a test subject been propelled backward? Is this some form of acrobatic performance? No. That cannot be. It is inconceivable to showcase talents in such a setting. Scientific experimentation is a matter of utmost seriousness, particularly in the presence of so many witnesses, which adds an element of social embarrassment. Wang Duoyu, equally bewildered, reflects, was I not just assessing the strength of the shield? At that moment, I sensed a force rebounding against me. My thoughts are still in disarray. Suddenly, 3 more figures are thrust backward in quick succession. The crowd. How is it that everyone has been sent flying? Surely, you cannot be genuinely performing talents, can you? Chapter 130. 1 against 3. The atmosphere at the scene descended into an eerie silence, particularly for Li Yonghao, the head of the light sword base, who had just been boasting with great pride about the performance of the 4 members. Yet, mere seconds later, he was met with a stinging reality check. The other staff exchanged glances. It must be said that the tactical maneuvers of the light sword quartet were impressive, showcasing a remarkable synergy, where a mere glance could convey their intentions. However, the final outcome was rather ungraceful. To everyone's disbelief, the light sword team failed to breach even the ion energy shield. Steady now, don't laugh. We mustn't laugh, Tang Haiba admonished himself, feigning a stern expression, deliberately ignoring the plight of the light sword team. Compared to the dismal circumstances he faced in the laboratory the previous day, the 4 in front of him were certainly enduring a harsher fate. Had it not been for the fact that they were in the heart of the light sword team's domain, he would have burst into laughter. Su Tong, however, focused on a different aspect. As he perused the experimental data, he noted that the 3rd activation method indeed yielded a higher energy conversion efficiency. Previously, the data had fluctuated in increments of 10, but just moments ago, it surged in increments of 50. The energy was even beginning to feed back into the modified apparatus. The sudden tilt in energy indicated that the accumulated energy had been retaliated against. He glanced at the four members, who were sitting nearby in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, it was at the moment they were sent flying. The duration was shorter and the force greater than he had anticipated. Thus, it could be inferred that the greater the impact endured, the stronger the resistance exhibited. From an experimental standpoint, the corresponding data had been obtained, confirming the safety of the ion energy shield. At least, as long as the energy levels were not fully depleted, the shield would remain intact. Should they initiate the next round of experiments? Thus far, all experiments had been confined to the equipment. They had yet to commence trials with actual human subjects. Meanwhile, the Light Sword Quartet finally came to terms with reality. This was undeniably a crushing blow. They had diligently practiced their tactics for over 2 months, reaching the final stage. They were in perfect sync, capable of understanding each other's next moves with just a glance. Yet, they couldn't even breach the shield. What was amiss? Were their light swords deficient, or was Su Tung's newly developed ion energy shield simply too formidable? Captain, should we conduct another test? The three exchanged glances, understanding the implication behind Tang Yuan's words. The oscillation frequency activated by the light swords had been at its lowest. Would there be a possibility of breaking through the shield if they set it to the highest frequency? They decided to wait and see. After all, Su Tung had yet to speak. Everyone was aware that despite Su Tung being the youngest, even the base commander, Li Yonghao, often deferred to his counsel. Just as all eyes turned to Su Tung, he made his decision. The ion energy shield has been validated for safety. Thus, a new round of experiments is set to commence. The experiment proceeds to its next phase. Su Ting directed his gaze towards the four-member lightsaber team and stated, "The upcoming experiment involves selecting one among you to don the watch and activate the ion energy shield. The other three will adjust the oscillation frequency of their lightsabers to the highest setting and simultaneously launch an assault on the individual. The shield is inherently designed for solo combat. If we were to assess efficacy, it is evident that the outcome for the lightsaber team would be optimal." Initially, Su Tong harbored the notion of eventually equipping them with the ion energy shield. What? One of us can wear that watch? Although the experiment entails one person being struck by three, this is merely a superficial observation. The ultimate result will undoubtedly reflect a single individual overpowering three. In fact, by simply activating the fully golden shield, one could achieve such an effect without any need for personal engagement. The four of them unconsciously swallowed hard. Being adults, there was no need for unnecessary deliberation. Both the lightsaber and the ion energy shield were desirable. Moreover, Su Tung had not designated a specific individual, implying that through internal communication, they could become the first to don the ion energy shield since Su Ting. The moment to test the unity of the team had arrived. They would certainly not let a trivial watch incite discord among them. Wang Duiyu spoke first. "I believe that since ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom has valued humility. Among us four, I am the youngest, so it is only fitting that my brothers allow me this opportunity." The other three were taken aback. Lu Baran, who was relatively stout, remarked, "You usually don't speak much. What's with you now?" Wang Duiyu silently adjusted his glasses and said, "Just for today, I feel I can take the lead in speaking." However, before he could finish, the three collectively interrupted him. "No, you cannot. Captain, given that Wang Duiyu has stated he is the youngest, he has plenty of time ahead, so I believe we should not consider him first." "I concur." At that moment, Yuan Firen turned to Wang Duiyu and shrugged. "You see, everyone thinks the same way. It is hard for me to disagree." Wang Duiyu attempted to salvage his proposition, "But these are their opinions. I wish to hear the captain's thoughts." "Do you truly wish to hear?" Indeed, this was perhaps the most resolute statement Wang Duiyu had ever made. "I agree." Wang Duiyu. Haha. Tang Yuan launched a merciless sarcasm. "So, Captain, I think." Before Lu Baran could complete his thought, he was interrupted by Yuan Firen. "Hence, it should be me first." Tang Yuan. Lu Baran. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the three, Yuan Firen spoke with unwavering confidence. "As the captain, it is imperative that you all heed my commands. Moreover, the testing of new weaponry invariably harbors elements of instability, placing me in a perilous situation. Your audacity is truly appalling." The three of them inwardly vented their frustrations. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken agreement reflected in the other's eyes. "In that case, Captain, do not fault us for showing no mercy." Indeed, the oscillation frequency of the lightsaber was not set to its highest level. "We remain uncertain whether the shield can withstand the onslaught. Let us proceed. It is the hour of the hunt." The trio nodded in silent accord. In an instant, the lightsaber team found themselves in tumult. At that moment, Tang Haiba entrusted the ion energy shield to Yuan Firen, attentively explaining the activation method for the third level. A minute later, Yuan Firen nodded at Su Tung. The 1-against-3 duel mode was officially initiated. Chapter 131, Initiating the Firearm Shooting Test, Additional Gift Update. Although the 3 team members were eager to unleash their frustrations on the captain, they maintained a facade of professionalism. "Captain, we won't hold back. Let's begin." The trio exchanged glances, synchronously activating their lightsabers. The buzzing sound resonated louder than before. Su Tung had devised an experimental protocol. This time, the 4 members of the lightsaber squad were to improvise. Albeit with one stipulation, Yuan Firen was only permitted to activate the ion energy shield. In other words, he was destined to be the target. To the others, the outcome of this experiment seemed inevitable. Yuan Firen would surely be defeated. 3 lightsabers, each operating at maximum oscillation frequency, launched a concerted assault. The energy of the shield was expected to shatter in under a minute. However, Su Tung perceived the situation quite differently. If the other 3 could endure for a full minute, it would be commendable. As the third method of the ion energy shield was activated, a resounding bang echoed as the air before them erupted. The golden shield re-emerged. To the onlookers, it appeared golden, while Yuan Firen viewed it from within as transparent. The shield activated at a distance of 1 meter in front of him. Even if the energy were to rupture, the shield's disappearance would still ensure Yuan Firen's safety. But would the shield truly shatter? Absolutely not. After more than 2 months of collaborating on new tactics, their mutual understanding had deepened significantly. Among the 4, Wang Duoyu was agile, Yuan Firen was power-oriented, while the other 2 possessed their own unique traits. With a shared glance, the trio initiated their assault. Wang Duoyu charged from the side with remarkable speed, leaping just before reaching the shield. He swiftly switched his lightsaber from his left hand to his right, bringing it down forcefully against the shield. Yuan Firen, steeling himself, extended his left hand adorned with a watch. Deliberately colliding with the shield, bang, the clash of the lightsaber and the shield produced a dull thud. The golden and sky blue energies collided. Tang Yuan and Lu Baran approached from either side simultaneously. The former swept his lightsaber upward from the lower left, striking the shield with tremendous force, while the latter thrust his lightsaber towards the golden surface of the shield. Bang bang, 2 muffled sounds resonated almost simultaneously. The surface of the golden shield began to ripple, expanding like waves on water. The bystander Li Yonghao widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it truly withstand such an onslaught? This was the highest oscillation frequency of the lightsaber. When the factory first delivered the lightsabers, he had conducted an experiment himself, using the armor of an aircraft carrier as the target and setting the oscillation frequency to its peak. The result had effortlessly sliced through the material, as smoothly as water gliding over skin. Yet now, 3 individuals were attacking together at the highest oscillation frequency. Could it be? Had it truly fended them off so easily? No, that was not quite right. The shield's surface shimmered with rippling waves. This was a crucial matter. The previous tests had never encountered such a phenomenon. At this moment, Tang Haiba swallowed hard, his expression tense. Could it truly be incapable of withstanding this? He furtively glanced at Su Tung, who appeared remarkably composed, indicating that the experiment was indeed without flaw. Meanwhile, the other staff members were astounded. This shield possesses remarkable properties. The lightsaber had already been activated to its maximum oscillation frequency. Indeed, I recall witnessing the commander employing aircraft carrier armor materials as the test subject. May I point out that Wang Duoyu's hovering ability seems rather impressive? That observation is somewhat peculiar. The hovering duration is merely 3 seconds. And besides, cannot you see he is descending? Some had just begun to ponder this when an unexpected shift in the situation occurred. The ripples, reminiscent of water waves, began to reverse, flowing from the outer regions toward the core, as if the energy of the lightsaber itself was being absorbed by the shield. Celestial blue and other hues began to intermingle with the golden glow. What on earth is this? Li Yonghao could no longer contain his exclamation. Tang Haiba abruptly turned to Su Tung, who was intently focused on the energy value detection instrument. At that moment, the reading skyrocketed. Once they surpassed the crimson warning line, the energy surged forth in a violent release. Su Tung suddenly looked up, a golden radiance enveloping everyone's vision. Boom. The trio wielding the lightsaber was sent flying backward. Unlike the previous incident, this time, their velocity was markedly greater. Thud. 3 fine lines appeared on the ground. Yuan Firen, W. Li Yonghao, other researchers. As realization dawned, the crowd rushed towards the 3 who had been flung away. Yuan Firen was the swiftest, reaching Wang Duoyu first, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" As she spoke, her hands frantically searched for any visible wounds or indications of injury. Meanwhile, Wang Duoyu's gaze began to clear from its prior confusion. "Captain, I'm fine." "Really?" "Indeed." Looking up, they noticed the other two team members also rising from the ground, signaling an okay gesture to Yuan Firen, indicating they were unharmed. "Xiao Su, what? What just happened?" Li Yonghao was so overwhelmed that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, repeatedly stammering, this. Ah. If Uncle Li wishes to inquire about their being propelled away, that was anticipated. The shield undoubtedly absorbed energy from the lightsaber and rebounded it. If he questions whether they sustained injuries, I can assert with certainty that they did not. I had thoroughly assessed those protective suits before allowing them to wear them. They are sufficient to withstand the energy impact. What? Is this even possible? Tang Haiba was taken aback. Did his senior brother merely analyze the preceding experimental data? How could he manage to calculate everything so astoundingly? In my eyes, those figures merely appeared pleasing or satisfactory. At this moment, as everyone settled their emotions, a realization began to dawn upon them. The ion energy shield is truly extraordinary. In that final second, he absorbed the energy of the lightsaber, only to redirect it back to the others. If the lightsaber can be deflected, wouldn't that imply that various munitions could also be intercepted? Then, with the individual soldier's shield deployed on the battlefield, they could charge forward unabated. Energy absorption and subsequent rebound. Could this be the real-world equivalent of invincibility? Just as everyone turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Ting, he spoke slowly. Half an hour later, we will commence the firearm shooting test. Chapter 132. Should trust exist, it would surely be crimson weapon testing? When the crowd heard this phrase, they were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of elation. If the ion energy shield could withstand even a lightsaber, then firearms would pose no challenge at all. Yuan Firen reluctantly removed her wristwatch and handed it to Tang Haiba, who had come to collect it. "I am merely curious," she mused, "if the firearm test passes. To whom will the ion energy shield be allocated first?" Tang Haiba was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you ask that?" "Oh, it's just pure curiosity. By the way, it was Wang Duoyu who wanted to know." Standing beside them, Wang Duoyu interjected. "Captain, actually you." Silence. "Oh, very well." Observing the eager glint in Yuan Firen's eyes, Tang Haiba chuckled. "I have indeed heard my senior brother mention this matter." As soon as he spoke, the other three members of the lightsaber team subtly turned their heads, feigning indifference. Yet, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "My senior brother said that the shield technology is allocated for individual soldiers." "Oh, individual soldiers." That referred to our team, indeed. The tension in the lightsaber quartet began to dissipate. In the next moment, another rather unpleasant comment followed. "However, my senior brother did not clarify whether it would be allocated to the energy cannon, or..." Tang Haiba muttered as he walked away. "Indeed, the energy cannon." The four of them suddenly awakened to this realization, alongside the ion energy shield currently in development. Su Tung had thus far only created two pieces of technology. One was the lightsaber, and the other was the energy cannon. In terms of compatibility with the shield, both were viable options. To elaborate, the energy cannon was an even better match. After all, on the battlefield, simply enduring attacks is not a viable strategy. Output is the key to resolution. The lightsaber primarily relies on close-range output, whereas the energy cannon represents the true path of ranged engagement. Moreover, chronologically, the energy cannon was developed subsequent to the lightsaber, making it somewhat superior. The quartet exchanged glances, each betraying a hint of concern. Those who had not experienced the advantages of the ion energy shield could not fully comprehend its merits. Yet, now, they had all witnessed its efficacy. The bonds of camaraderie had begun to fray in that moment, and even the captain boldly commanded, "No, we four must devise a way to secure the shield for Su." Indeed, the ion energy shield must be utilized by all four of us. A shared glance confirmed their mutual understanding. As long as they refrained from discussing who would ultimately receive the ion energy shield, they would remain good comrades. Meanwhile, Su Ting was engrossed in reviewing experimental data. The increase in energy levels is satisfactory. The three activation methods for the shield are also problem-free. The modified dual-core guidance system, which initially seemed the most vulnerable, has also passed testing. Even when struck by a lightsaber from all angles, the shield remains unaffected. Remarkably, on-site tests revealed that the shield absorbs energy and reflects damage, with a conversion time surpassing all theoretical expectations. All evidence indicates that the ion energy shield functions exceptionally well, presenting no issues. However, One crucial detail remains. Charged particles do not cover the surface of the shield, nor does the shield itself generate these charged particles. Could it be that this fundamental technology is of no significance? This notion briefly flickered in Su Teng's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. No, that cannot be correct. Any technology highlighted by the black technology system must hold considerable importance, a fact corroborated by previous experiments. The current effectiveness hinges on the modifications made to the golden blueprint. Without these alterations, the shield might not withstand the onslaught of a lightsaber attack. Su Teng began to mentally retrace the tests yet to be conducted. All data had been examined, the device proved sound, and practical tests confirmed its efficacy. Yet, at this moment, a revelation struck Su Teng, illuminating the key aspect of this technology. Observing him in deep contemplation, Tang Haiba and Li Yonghao exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. Tang Haiba pondered why his senior brother was perpetually in a state of deep thought over what seemed to be mere experimental data, albeit perfect data. Was there truly an issue to be found? The results of the last test demonstrated the shield's strength, as it had successfully repelled the lightsaber attacks. Li Yonghao reflected on the insights shared by the esteemed academicians. Regardless of the magnitude of experimental success, the heart remains solely devoted to scientific inquiry. Su Teng was indeed remarkable. As they marveled at Su Teng's focus, he lifted his head and spoke. Uncle Li, I would like to propose a modification to the upcoming experimental process. A modification? Li Yonghao felt a twinge of confusion. Why would he suddenly wish to alter the established experimental protocol? The original plan had been straightforward, within the lightsaber team. One individual would don a watch to activate the ion energy shield while another would fire a weapon. Everyone believed this procedure to be flawless. For the performance of the ion energy shield had captivated all. To declare it the next generation of shield technology would not be an exaggeration. If you were to ask me whether firearms could breach the shield, I would regard you with bewilderment. What are you pondering? Thus, when Su Teng suggested an adjustment to the experimental process, Li Yonghao found it peculiar. Uncle Li, I have just calculated that the shield. Li Yonghao interrupted Su Teng with a wave of his hand, speaking earnestly. Su, there's no need for you to explain. If you suggest a change, I will implement it immediately. Everyone present, myself included, has absolute faith in your judgment. Hearing these words, Su Teng was momentarily taken aback. Immediately lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, Su Teng noticed that the members of the lightsaber team and the testing staff nodded in unison, acknowledging his glance. In the next moment, a chorus of voices resonated. We have unwavering faith in you. You have empowered us, and we shall trust you without reservation. Their voices rang out, piercing through the clouds. Su Teng harbored no doubts about their words, for their gazes were resolute, and their tones were affirming. If miracles were to manifest, they would undoubtedly be crimson. If trust were to flourish, it too would be tinged with the same hue. Very well, let us alter the experimental procedure. The watch remained affixed to the testing platform, just as it had during the initial trial. However, the rear section of the platform was now enveloped in a layer of kinetic testing material and equipped with a variety of kinetic measurement instruments. The onlookers maintained their distance from the experiment, controlling the entire process through mechanical arms. The meticulous preparations bore a striking resemblance to the moment of a firearms test or the impact of a shield, where untoward incidents might ensue. Chapter 133, Simplified Version. When all the equipment had been assembled, Tang Haibo spoke up. Senior brother, half an hour has passed. Yes, let us begin. The distinction of this test compared to the previous ones lay in the addition of a button. First, they activated the shield, and then, using another button, they initiated the mechanical arm to operate the firearm, firing bullets at the shield. At that moment, many in attendance shared a common thought. Once the ion energy shield was activated, it would undoubtedly withstand the bullets discharged from the firearm. In fact, even Tang Haiba, poised to press the button, harbored this belief. The experimental procedure entailed activating the shield in 3 different ways, followed by an analysis of the data. When Tang Haiba pressed the blue button, a resounding bang reverberated through the air. A transparent shield slowly ascended, and he glanced back at his senior brother, who nodded in encouragement to proceed. It will surely be fine. Tang Haiba pressed the red button. Bang! Echoed the sound of the Type 95 automatic rifle. The sharp crack of gunfire caught the attention of those nearby, who were momentarily stunned. Upon looking up, they discovered a portion of the material behind the experimental table had been dented inward. The realization struck. The shield had failed to stop the bullet from the rifle? Impossible. The most astonished were the members of the lightsaber squad. Captain, please strike me. I must be dreaming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp slap was heard. What the hell? Captain, this is personal vendetta. I wasn't the only one who rushed for the shield. Not at all. You explicitly asked me to hit you. Lu Boran retorted angrily. I meant a gentle tap, not a slap to the face. Then let me ask you, are you awake now? Lu Boran. Yes. Tang Haibo, serving as a test participant, was equally astonished and stammered. Senior brother, could this be a malfunction of the experimental apparatus? Although the first activation method failed to withstand the lightsaber, it should have been able to block the bullets from the Type 95 rifle. After all, it is merely a bullet. How could it pose a threat to the shield? Su Ting remained composed, as though he had anticipated the experiment's outcome, calmly stating, let us proceed to the next round of testing. The subsequent test involved a semi-golden shield. Very well. The semi-golden shield was known to withstand lightsabers and even absorb energy. His senior brother had mentioned that the critical factor for the shield's energy conversion lay in whether its surface was golden. Therefore, this time, it should undoubtedly succeed. As the buttons were pressed in succession, everyone observed the semi-golden shield, silently reassuring themselves. This time, it would surely work. The previous failure was merely due to not activating this particular method of initiation. After all, it was just a Type 95 automatic rifle. Could it possibly exceed the kinetic energy released by a lightsaber? The lightsaber squad had previously conducted tests utilizing contemporary mainstream weaponry to activate the lightsaber. The conclusive outcome revealed that an activated lightsaber could indeed deflect bullets. Furthermore, when set to the highest oscillation frequency, the lightsaber could even cause bullets to ricochet a certain distance. In a comparative analysis, the Type 95 automatic rifle paled in significance alongside the lightsaber. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed, and yet another target was pierced. The atmosphere became eerily silent, as if the crowd required a moment to digest the astonishing reality before them. Yuan Fearon silently turned to glance at Lu Boran, who trembled slightly and hastily exclaimed, Captain, I am fully awake. There is no need for you to strike me again. The other two teammates discreetly distanced themselves. As long as I remain silent, you will find no opportunity to speak. Just as Tang Haiba was momentarily lost in thought, Su Ting's calm voice broke through. Commence the third test. Understood. The third activation method involved fully engaging the activation modules, transforming the shields into a resplendent gold. Less than an hour prior, the lightsaber captain, Yuan Fearon, had activated the shield, braving the full brunt of the assaults from the other three lightsabers set to maximum oscillation frequency. In under 10 seconds, the trio was propelled away, their protective suits entirely ruptured. Even as Tang Haibo replayed the prior events in his mind, he remained engulfed in skepticism. Was I merely still groggy? Or had the Type 95 automatic rifle undergone some arcane modifications by a senior? But that couldn't be, for I witnessed the personnel retrieve it directly from the armory. A similar doubt haunted Li Yonghao's thoughts. The ion energy shield could withstand the lightsaber, yet faltered against the humble Type 95 automatic rifle. Was reality truly this fantastical? Or was I still dreaming? Several times he contemplated inquiring Su Ting, but upon seeing the latter's utterly composed demeanor, as if he had anticipated the outcome, he hesitated. Anticipated? Li Yonghao felt he had stumbled upon a blind spot. Moments later, the unadorned sound of bullets striking the testing material rang out. Tang Haiba was utterly flabbergasted. I pressed the button, I activated the shield, I fired the gun. Oh no, have I inadvertently damaged the shield? It was designed to withstand activated lightsabers. Why then did a mere Type 95 automatic rifle breach its defenses? It was not only Tang Haiba who was taken aback, but the entire audience as well. Research personnel pondered. Has the instrument malfunctioned? Is the Type 95 automatic rifle counterfeit? The lightsaber quartet questioned. How is it that the lightsaber cannot breach the ion energy shield, yet the Type 95 automatic rifle can? If both are equivalent, does that imply my lightsaber is inferior to the Type 95 automatic rifle? Li Yonghao mused. Should I offer some consolation to Su, as the atmosphere has grown rather heavy? Just as Tang Haiba was lost in his thoughts, preparing to apologize, I heard Su Ting's calm voice. All right, the experiment ends here. Just as I had suspected. The researchers were astonished, and the lightsaber team appeared utterly bewildered. Li Yonghao, the head of the base, pondered a phrase in his mind before cautiously inquiring, Su, did I understand correctly that you said the experiment aligned with your hypothesis? Indeed. In certain respects, the experiment was quite successful. Quite successful. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. How could a shield that was penetrated by a Type 95 automatic rifle be deemed successful? Observing the puzzled expressions around him, Su Ting elaborated. The shield is currently incapable of withstanding firearm fire, as the ion energy shield is still in its rudimentary version. What? The ion energy shield is a rudimentary version? Chapter 134. Are you the fabled perpetual motion machine? Everyone's minds were buzzing. Why did the shield fail to withstand the fire of the Type 95 automatic rifle even when activated at the third level? They speculated on numerous reasons. Perhaps the equipment was malfunctioning. Did the Type 95 fire in the wrong direction, fortuitously hitting the kinetic testing material? More absurd theories emerged. Could it be that the activation method was flawed, and wearing the device on the wrist could enhance the shield's success rate? Yet, one critical point eluded their consideration. The ion energy shield was merely a rudimentary version. Xiaosu, are you serious? Li Zhonghao asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Su Ting nodded affirmatively, indeed. In the preceding half hour of preparation, Su Ting had been reverse engineering the schematic and experimental procedures. The black technology system would not overlook such a pivotal technology, since the schematic indicated that the charged particles covering the surface could divert attacks. This was the most crucial aspect of the technology. Even if a golden blueprint emerged, it could not be altered. The current shield could deflect attacks from a lightsaber, which differed from firearm assaults, and the reverse analysis suggested that even the third activation method of the shield could not withstand gunfire. The final tests confirmed this. The shield lacked the coverage of charged particles, ultimately rendering it devoid of essence. This is all just a rudimentary version. The surrounding researchers expressed their bewilderment. After decades of research, they had never encountered such an absurd situation. This was merely a simplified version, and the experimental results had been predicted accurately. Was scientific experimentation truly this straightforward? How could one predict experimental outcomes before the conclusion? Were the results not akin to SCHR Dinger's cat? A bespectacled researcher pondered his words carefully. Xiaosu, you mentioned that this ion energy shield is a rudimentary version. May I inquire what the complete version entails? Ah, the complete version. That's an interesting topic. Su Ting contemplated for a moment, then grabbed a sheet of white paper and shaped it into the form of a shield. The current shield primarily utilized a modified dual-core guidance system to generate magnetic fields of differing natures. The activation of a lightsaber inherently involved magnetic fields as well. Thus, when the two magnetic fields collided, a certain level of interference would arise. The magnetic field of the ion energy shield, generated by a modified device, was significantly stronger than that of the lightsaber, ensuring that the lightsaber would inevitably falter against the third activation method of the ion energy shield. Listening intently, the four members of the lightsaber team felt a complex swirl of emotions. So from the very beginning, our failure was preordained, was it not? Alas, our fate had been designed long ago. Su Ting continued, stating that it was labeled a rudimentary version due to the absence of one critical technology, the coverage of charged particles. On a blank sheet of paper, some small dots were drawn, representing charged particles. When these charged particles move in a specific manner across the surface of the shield, they form a particular type of defense. The bullets fired from firearms possess kinetic energy, and upon striking the stream of charged particles on the shield's surface, a deflection effect occurs. The surrounding researchers were left with buzzing heads. They could comprehend every word and grasp the general principle, yet, if asked to take action, they would be at a loss, fumbling to find a way out. However, the crux of the matter lies not here, but in. Why was it that Xiaosu could conceive of such an idea? This is a pivotal question. While a sudden flash of inspiration can be understood by all, after all, researchers are young and occasionally struck by creativity. The reality is that the lightsabers and energy blasters were all products of his own making, especially this current ion energy shield. Can a person truly experience such a multitude of flashes of inspiration in just 2 or 3 short months? Are you perhaps the legendary perpetual motion machine? The atmosphere fell into a hush, stunned by Su Ting's exceedingly advanced knowledge. Until a series of gurgling sounds broke the silence. The crowd turned abruptly, and the individual in question, Tang Haiba, blushed and said, "I'm sorry, I'm hungry." As the group stood momentarily at a loss for words, Li Yonghao clapped Tang Haiba on the shoulder, laughing. What is there to apologize for? Researchers are human too and naturally need to eat. Come on. The kitchen staff is waiting. I heard they prepared some exquisite dishes today. Really? Tang Haiba's eyes sparkled. Indeed. When Tang Haiba turned to Su Ting, the latter smiled and said, "Let us go. Let us have a meal first and see what delicious offerings await us today." Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the base, a group was engaged in hushed discussions. I heard today they are testing the strength of the shield with the lightsaber. Which do you think is stronger? The lightsaber or the shield? If you ask me, the lightsaber is definitely stronger. After all, the shield is still in the testing phase. Have you forgotten that the lightsaber can slice through the armor of an aircraft carrier? That makes sense. Before the thought could be fully articulated, it was interrupted by another voice. What do you mean it makes sense? Don't you know what happened at the testing site today? What happened? The other three immediately turned to inquire. With a smug expression, the speaker replied, "Let me tell you, there are 3 ways the shield operates." As he spoke of the shield turning golden, his tablemates gasped. The second testing method, where the lightsaber could not penetrate, elicited further gasps from the crowd. The third method, where the energy of the lightsaber was rebounded, drew astonished reactions, especially when the 4-man team with the lightsaber turned against the shield on the spot. It was simply unbelievable. Certainly, the most absurd situation is not here. Is this not the height of absurdity? Pray tell, do not keep us in suspense. If you were so adept, why not venture into the realm of novel writing? The individual shot a glare at the speaker and retorted. The most ludicrous aspect is that Su Tung himself confirmed the ion energy shield remains rudimentary. Otherwise, it would not have faltered against the bullets of the Type 95 automatic rifle. Ah, now it becomes clear. The group finally comprehended. How could such a formidable shield withstand a lightsaber yet falter against a Type 95 automatic rifle? They almost found themselves doubting their own confidence. At that moment, someone announced, "Su Ting has arrived." The crowd turned, and there he was, entering alongside Li Yonghao. Upon their entrance into the cafeteria, the entire assembly instinctively rose. In an instant, applause erupted like thunder. Chapter 135, Is this possible? What is happening? Why is everyone applauding? Tang Haiba, standing at the back, felt a bit dazed until he spotted the staff member by the table. Oh, it's them. All personnel at the base possess considerable authority. Otherwise, they would not have the privilege to enter the facility centered around the lightsaber squad. Therefore, Li Yonghao had not issued any orders to prohibit the participating staff from disclosing details about the shield experiment. It is likely that the first group to rush into the cafeteria has already shared today's experiences. If it were me, at this moment, I would sincerely applaud and extend my best wishes to my senior brother. Unlike Tang Haiba's astonishment, Su Ting remained calm. In the face of the resounding applause that surged like ocean waves, he stood at attention and saluted slowly, saying, "Thank you all." "Xiao Su, what are you saying?" "We should be thanking you instead," someone chimed in. "Indeed, had I not heard others speak of it, I wouldn't have known our shield technology was so formidable." "Xiao Su, keep it up. You will surely accomplish your goals." Beside him, Li Yonghao observed quietly, reflecting, "In my life, I have encountered many individuals, but it is truly a first to meet someone like Xiao Su, who is wholly immersed in research with individuals like him. The dawn of a new era in scientific research is assured. The future of manhwa is secure." As they walked along, people parted to make way. The jovial chef asked, "Xiao Su, what would you like to eat today? Choose freely. We have a wide variety of dishes. The spicy crayfish, spicy chicken, and a serving of broccoli, please." "Certainly." With a heaping plate of food in hand, Su Ting fell into contemplation. The portion was indeed quite generous. However, the presentation was undeniably appealing. Over 20 vividly colored crayfish were artfully arranged, each sprinkled with white sesame seeds and chopped scallions. The rich aroma wafted towards him as he picked one up, oil dripping down. Upon tasting it, an explosion of savory broth flooded his mouth. The flavor, his tongue instantly felt both numbed and overwhelmed. He pinched the head, deftly peeling back the shell to reveal tender white meat enveloped in the sauce. Exquisite. The spicy chicken was equally drenched in red oil and chili, enveloping the meat. Hiss. Su Ting inhaled sharply. It was exceedingly spicy. It seemed the heat had truly permeated the dish. What he initially perceived as an excessive portion gradually diminished at an astonishing rate. One must admit, when a meal is exceptionally flavorful, one tends to indulge unwittingly, leading to weight gain. From elsewhere, whispers of discussion emerged. "Haha, look at Xiao Su devouring his food, and I am eating heartily as well. What does this indicate?" Before the thought was complete, it was interrupted. "It indicates that others are genuinely hungry, while you are merely a glutton." "Damn, that is not at all what I intended to convey. Forget it, I'm annoyed." After a brief silence, the conversation shifted back to the ion energy shield. Originally, the lightsaber was the most closely guarded secret of this base, capable of effortlessly slicing through the armor of an aircraft carrier. In their understanding, there was nothing that a lightsaber could not sever. If such a thing existed, 2 lightsabers would suffice. However, now, a rudimentary version of a shield could stand firm against a lightsaber's might, which was truly far beyond their current comprehension. How long do you think it would take for Xiao Su to create a complete version of the shield? As for why no one questioned the possibility of Xiao Su being unable to produce a full shield, it stemmed from the belief that, in scientific endeavors, failure during experimentation is a common occurrence. The absence of failure would be more abnormal. If others might spend a lifetime on such a task, and given that the chief engineer is Su Ting, I would estimate around 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months is, in the realm of groundbreaking scientific technology, hardly considered lengthy. In fact, it could be deemed excessively brief. Yet, everyone present felt that this time frame was perfectly reasonable. 2 to 3 months? I think that is still not audacious enough. Let us be a bit bolder. How about 1 month? 1 month? Some widened their eyes in disbelief. It takes 10 months to bear a child. Isn't that a bit too audacious? Everyone fell silent. And one declared, just one statement, half a month. Hey, can we not be so outrageous? Meanwhile, as Su Ting polished off a large bowl of food, his thoughts returned to an earlier project. The explosive energy gun project took over 2 months, and upon completion, it was deemed an outstanding achievement by the Black Technology System, earning him the reward of Red Star Energy Liquid. In terms of the Ion Energy Shield project, the technological level was expected to surpass that of the explosive energy gun. Thus, the potential time frame provided by the system would also begin to expand. Following this line of thought, the minimum potential time frame would be approximately 3 months. And now, since the day the blueprints for the Black technology were obtained, it had not even been a week when Su Ting produced an ion energy shield that exceeded the level of the principal diagrams. Although the results were a product of the emblem and golden blueprints, the Black technology system did not concern itself with such details, indicating that it did not matter how the ion energy shield was constructed. As long as the cumulative time was shorter than 3 months, another reward would be granted. To claim indifference towards the rewards of Black technology would be a lie. The effects of the Red Star Energy Liquid are known to those who have experienced them. The current challenge, then, is how to address the issue of covering the magnetic field. Su Ting contemplated. The modified tokamak device cannot be altered further, as it serves as the core of energy input. It had already undergone modifications once, and subsequently, the dual-core guide had been integrated. Attempting to create over 100 branches anew might lead to disaster. Thus, attention must turn to the original magnetic field for adjustments. Su Ting gazed down at the watch adorning his wrist. Unlike ordinary timepieces, it possessed only a solitary hour hand. Ding, badge, integration achieved. Triggered item, ion energy shield. Triggered subject, how to address the issue of charged particles accumulating on the surface of the shield. Analyzing. The magnetic field inherently contains charged particles. Thus, the challenge lies in facilitating their flow across the shield's surface, which can be rephrased as, how to extract a portion of charged particles from the magnetic field. As a sequence of notification chimes resonated, Su Ting's eyes began to sparkle with newfound clarity. An idea, previously unconsidered, was surging into his consciousness. I am so full. Tang Haiba felt thoroughly satisfied with his meal. One cannot deny that being remembered by the kitchen staff has its advantages, particularly in the generous portions they dispense. Lifting his gaze from his bowl, he noticed Su Ting lost in contemplation. Tang Haiba was taken aback. What? Can one solve problems while having a meal? Is that even possible? Chapter 136. Immersive Experimental Operations. It is not that Tang Haiba harbors any unique thoughts regarding his contemplative senior brother. Rather, each time his brother emerges from deep thought, he is invariably able to resolve the issues at hand. Even if he cannot find a complete solution, he always offers valuable insights. At this moment, just as Tang Haiba had envisioned, the effect of the badge, integration, has indeed sparked a new line of thought for Su Ting. If he were to introduce charged particles from an external source, he would need to contemplate how to enable their flow over the magnetic field of the shield surface. However, if he resolves the issue internally, such considerations become unnecessary. By segmenting the direction of the current, allowing it to diverge into 2 distinct paths as it traverses the modified dual-core guide, he can achieve this. The divergence of these 2 directions will ensure that the flow of charged particles across the shield's surface adheres to a specific pattern, precisely fulfilling the requirements of the ionic energy shield. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. In scientific research, cultivating a viable line of thought is paramount. The fundamental prerequisite for a successful scientific outcome is the establishment of an appropriate conceptual framework. Thus, the next step is to segment what passes through the modified dual-core guide. Glancing at his watch, Su Ting, under the sustained influence of the badge, integration, further broadened his perspective. The watch, with its hour hand, What remains is merely the minute hand. The entire dial represents the core of the ionic energy shield, and overall, the magnetic field presents a unified direction. The segmentation of the minute hand can indeed achieve such an effect. Everything appears to be proceeding according to plan. So it is. Su-Ting exhaled slowly, surprised to realize that a simple meal in the canteen, prepared with enthusiasm by the kitchen staff, had triggered the effects of the badge integration, resolving his immediate dilemma. Strikingly, it seems that the activation of the badge's effects has become increasingly frequent, transitioning from active engagement to passive triggering. One cannot deny the efficacy of the badge. However, its tendency to induce deep contemplation does present a somewhat undesirable side effect. As Su-Ting emerged from his reflective state, he found himself locking eyes with Tang Haiba, whose astonishment was palpable. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he queried. "You were just enjoying your meal. What caused such a sudden change?" "With that bewildered expression in your eyes, one might think I had devoured your plate of Chinese cuisine." "Senior brother, do you?" Tang Haiba cautiously rephrased. "Have you perhaps conceived another approach to resolving the shield?" You were aware of this too?" Su-Ting was taken aback by this remark. "I haven't uttered a single word. How did you deduce that?" "Wow, you truly have an idea?" Tang Haiba exclaimed. "I merely ventured a bold guess." "And you respond with, 'Congratulations, you were correct.' Is it necessary to be so stimulating? It's even more surprising than the large serving I had last night." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Haiba sensed something was amiss. He altered his tone, saying, "Senior brother, you know I did not mean it that way. What I intended to convey was my astonishment at how swiftly you managed to resolve all these issues." While Tang Haiba indulged in his meal, he overheard discussions among those nearby. Comments such as a couple of months, 1 month, or even the last 2 weeks echoed in his ears. He found their imagination rather lacking. In his mind, he speculated, "What are you all thinking? How could senior brother possibly be that kind of person? Trust me, he will resolve it in no more than a week." However, upon finishing his meal with delight, he suddenly realized that his extraordinary senior brother was venturing further down an extraordinary path. The senior brother himself admitted, "I now have a clear idea." Goodness. Did he just dine in the Milky Way? Looking down at the shells of the spicy crayfish beside him, he recalled the grilled squid he had devoured. No, the cuisine of the Milky Way surely could not be this delectable. "Senior brother, does that mean?" Tang Haiba cautiously and expectantly posed a question. "We shall immediately commence new experiments." "Very well." As the two rose and made their way out, those who had been discussing the timeline were left dumbfounded. "Did you just hear that?" One of them still held chopsticks in hand. "I heard it." Another responded, his mouth still full of beef, his words muffled. "So, the issue we thought would take months to resolve was settled over a meal by Xiao Su?" "It seems so." The group slowly lowered their heads, gazing at the spicy crayfish, spicy chicken, and the broccoli in another's bowl, attempting to extract a glimmer of inspiration or insight from their stalled experimental projects. It was infuriating. Why, despite being of the same species, did their research paths diverge so drastically as if they were not even of the same kind? In a laboratory within the base, distinct from the testing site of the morning, various materials lay in disarray. These were collected according to the material list previously submitted by Su-Ting. Each item bore careful labels categorizing the materials, prompting Su-Ting to think of his senior brother Yin, far away in Hucking. However, the base for the light sword project and the laboratory from the last energy gun project were classified at the same level of secrecy. One thing remained unchanged. Yunsheng still lacked the qualification to know the location of this base. The function of the dividing needle was akin to that of the modified dual-core guide device, indicating that both manufacturing processes were similar and utilized the same materials. Coupled with the prior experience of crafting the modified dual-core guide device, completing the required dividing needle was not a daunting task. "Senior brother, are you truly capable?" Tang Haiba observed Su-Ting lost in thought and hesitated before cautiously inquiring. As of now, he still could not fathom how a mere meal could yield such a solution. The platter of spicy crayfish appeared to offer no inspiration, aside from simply evoking a sense of deliciousness. All he desired was another serving. A trivial matter. Su-Ting confidently replied, having just been contemplating whether the forthcoming manufacturing process might encounter any errors. With each new creation, he instinctively rehearsed the procedure in his mind to avert any unforeseen circumstances. In the next moment, the sound of the cutting machine resonated throughout the laboratory as Su-Ting adeptly maneuvered various instruments. Despite it being his first encounter, he operated them as though he had already familiarized himself with them 1,000 times over. Immersive experimental operation? This term suddenly surfaced in Tang Haiba's mind. No way. Is this even possible? A look of profound curiosity filled his wise eyes. Senior brother, you look so impressive operating the cutting machine. Wait. That's not the thought I should be having. I need to dispel it quickly. Chapter 137. Remembering is every weapon. Tang Haiba finally managed to expel that peculiar thought from his mind and turned to observe his senior brother's operation with earnest attention. Compared to the previous procedures conducted in the laboratory, this time, his brother's use of the instruments was noticeably more deliberate and measured. When this notion surfaced, the first thought that crossed his mind was, Senior brother, you were cheating last time. No, that couldn't be. This isn't a literary work where such a notion exists. It was likely that this was his brother's first attempt at crafting a product, and his skills were not yet polished. Gazing down, he noticed his brother's hands moving deftly. Ahem, perhaps I was overthinking it. There was no lack of skill on his brother's part. However, judging by the current situation, the object in his brother's hands seemed oddly familiar. As the shape began to take form, Tang Haibo recalled the modified dual-core guidance device. Indeed, it is that very thing. The only distinction being that when my brother constructs this, it does not emit a golden glow. Indeed, the previous modified dual-core guidance device was crafted from a golden blueprint. In contrast, this current pointer was merely a product of the Black Technology System, badge, comprehensive understanding. There existed considerable differences in essence. Not to mention that the previous fabrication had triggered the manufacturing effect of badge, golden blueprint. While its quality was not as formidable as that of the golden blueprint, it could still perfectly meet the requirements. Do not inquire further. The answer is Su True Artisan Tongue. Observing Su Tung skillfully open the dial and place the pointer within, Tang Haiba could no longer contain his curiosity. Senior brother, what effect does this pointer possess? With a bang and a crack, as Su Ting secured the cover of the core dial, he turned to inquire, I previously shared the schematic of the ion energy shield with you. I would like to know how the concept of the shield is described in that schematic. Concept? Senior brother, if you are asking me about that, I can certainly answer. Recalling the knowledge of the schematic from memory, Tang Haibo responded, the ion energy shield is a protective barrier that applies a field of charged particles covering the surface of an object. It can deflect attacks directed at the object's surface, from solid projectiles to directed energy flows. At the moment Tang Haibo recited this, Su Ting asked, which of the technologies have we not yet pursued? Which technology? Upon hearing this question, Tang Haiba fell into contemplation. Given his brother's character, it surely pertained to the implications of that previous inquiry. Deflecting attacks? No, it was contingent upon possessing something to deflect those attacks, namely, the charged particle field covering the surface. Tang Haibo recalled that Su Tung had explained this to the researchers during the practical testing phase. However, at that time, he had been too awestruck to truly grasp why the Type 95 automatic rifle could penetrate a shield that even a lightsaber could not. The idea of enveloping the shield with charged particles presents two primary methods. One involves introducing new charged particles, while the other entails manipulating the inherent magnetic field to achieve the desired configuration. Following this line of thought, Tang Haibo reached a profound understanding. The needle crafted by his senior brother was designed to partially extract the current from the modified dual-core guide. Consequently, a directed flow of charged particles would manifest upon the surface of the shield. Thus, he pondered, have we truly succeeded in creating the complete version of the ion energy shield? Senior brother, does this mean you have indeed constructed the full-fledged ion energy shield? Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Haibo began to stutter as he articulated his realization. Observing the inquisitive gaze of his senior, Su Ting calmly affirmed, theoretically, that is indeed the case. Astonished, Tang Haibo exclaimed, my goodness, senior brother, you are remarkable. He could hardly fathom that the issue had been resolved so effortlessly. Initially, Su Tung had merely suggested he had a solution in mind. Now, however, it appeared that every problem had been comprehensively addressed in one fell swoop. Reflecting on the matter, he wondered if the allure of his senior brother's spicy crayfish had played a role. Ultimately, he dismissed such speculation, attributing it to a matter of intellect. Following their lunch, Tang Haibo resolved to maintain a balanced mindset. With palpable excitement, he urged Su Ting, senior brother, please activate the shield so I can witness it. Step back, if you would. Given that this was a recent success, the theoretical range of the shield should remain unchanged. Nevertheless, prudence dictated a cautious approach. The first activation method was initiated. With a resounding bang, the air before them erupted. Unlike the previous instance, this shield was instantaneous in its manifestation. The generation of the shield had accelerated. Standing before it, Tang Haiba observed the disturbed space, noting the flow of certain entities. This was a macroscopic observation of the charged particle stream. At that moment, Su Ting was also monitoring the real-time data from the instruments, all readings remaining stable. The imagery from the instruments indicated that the charged particle stream was indeed moving in a directed manner, exhibiting orderliness. Based on the activation characteristics, no issues were apparent. Su Ting turned to Tang Haiba and instructed, "Attempt to strike the surface of the shield using any method you choose." Understood. With a series of bangs, he unleashed his most proficient martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, Su Ting remained focused on the data displayed by the instruments. The current on the shield showed no significant changes, however, it had fluctuated momentarily, observing the slight increase of several microamperes in the current, which swiftly stabilized. Su Ting pondered thoughtfully. The variations in the current indicated that his junior's attacks were indeed ineffective. Glancing at his junior, who was energetically performing, Su Ting suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed by the spectacle. "Stop, stop, stop." Just as Tang Haiba extended his arm, he heard these words and, failing to coordinate his body in time, fell to the ground with a thud. "Senior brother, please feel free to instruct me on anything you need." Before Su Ting could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Tang Haiba casting a spell. "I'm perfectly fine. This minor injury is nothing to worry about." "Very well. Go inform Uncle Lee that the ion energy shield is ready for the next round of practical testing." Understood. With a sudden burst of excitement, Tang Haiba performed a dramatic role. Previously, there were speculations in the cafeteria suggesting that his senior brother would require 2 months. Some even boldly conjectured it might take over a month. Today, they would witness just how formidable his senior brother truly was in the realm of scientific research. "Wait." Su Ting called out to Tang Haiba, who was about to dash out. "Tell Uncle Lee to bring out all available thermal weapons from the base, remember. All of them." Chapter 138, The Days We Spend as Bystanders in This World. What? Please repeat what you just said. Li Yonghao found himself somewhat bewildered. An evening stroll to aid digestion had become a cherished ritual for him. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted Tang Haiba rushing towards him, panting heavily. His most vivid impression of this plump individual was that he consumed meals from a basin, a person of genuine substance. In the base, being able to eat heartily was a positive sign, indicating significant energy expenditure. As Li Yonghao prepared to greet him warmly, Tang Haiba interjected, interrupting his preamble. "Sir, our senior brother has requested a practical test." "Oh, a practical test? That's no issue. We conducted an experiment this morning." As he glanced back at the breathless Tang Haiba, intending to offer a word of comfort, the latter continued speaking. Senior brother said, "This practical test should utilize all available thermal weapons." All thermal weapons? If the request had come from anyone else, Li Yonghao's first thought would have been that they were jesting. His second thought would have been to demand a written apology, while his third would be to tell them to get lost immediately. However, the requester was Su Ting. Joking? Absolutely not. A written apology? Unthinkable. Get lost. No. If I were to do anything hostile towards you, it would certainly be I who would have to leave. The light sword base was established with a focus on developing tactics around light swords. This meant that there were not an abundance of thermal weapons available. Compared to the original base where the explosive energy rifle was developed, there was a lack of armed defensive forces. Upon reflection, the base did possess a variety of weapons: the Type 95 automatic rifle, AK-47, Barrett, 82 heavy sniper rifle, Gatling gun, anti-infantry mines, anti-tank mines, RPG launchers, anti-aircraft artillery, surface-to-air missiles, and a few armed helicopters. The thermal weapons in the base are indeed limited. That should suffice, right? Yet, I wonder what Junior Su intends to accomplish with such a modest arsenal? Wait a moment, could it be related to the shield? A bold thought surged into Li Yonghao's mind as he cast a stunned gaze at Tang Haiba. The latter beamed with joy. "Sir, the ion energy shield has been successfully developed by our senior brother." Successfully developed? Li Yonghao was momentarily taken aback. Before dinner, they had all witnessed firsthand at the testing grounds that the ion energy shield could not withstand the bullets from thermal weapons. Even a standard Type 95 automatic rifle could penetrate the shield. The implication of now using all available thermal weapons for a practical test suggested that the shield was indeed a complete version. Li Yonghao inhaled sharply. It was not that he had doubted Su Ting's capability to create the shield. Deep down, he believed Su Ting would surely succeed. The crux of the matter lay in how much time it would take. In the realm of scientific research, one often finds oneself merely on the brink of a breakthrough, a mere step away from success. Yet, A decade may pass, and one might still find themselves at that same precipice. However, Su Ting shared a meal with me in the cafeteria at noon. I distinctly recall the dishes he ordered: spicy crayfish, fiery chicken, and broccoli. Did he achieve enlightenment simply by finishing a meal? Is this the hallmark of true genius? Despite my current engagement in tasks seemingly unrelated to experimentation, even the most mundane act of dining can yield profound realizations. It appears that this is the essence of unbridled genius. Li Yonghao set aside his tumultuous emotions and stated with solemnity, "I understand. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Inform your senior that the practical test will commence in 20 minutes. Understood, sir." Although Li Yonghao possessed the authority to mobilize all weaponry within the base, practical testing diverged significantly from mere strike experiments. It required meticulous planning, the coordination of research personnel, and the establishment of various experimental apparatuses. 20 minutes felt rather constrained for orchestrating such extensive live-fire testing. With that, Li Yonghao immediately set about making arrangements. Military orders are as solid as mountains, devoid of frivolity. As the announcement was posted, the base entered a state of heightened alert, leaving everyone in shock. Was the enemy preparing to launch an attack? The Lightsword base, established just over 2 months ago, was now facing its first Level 1 alert, with all research staff entering combat readiness. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone behind him playfully struck him on the head. What on earth? Can't you read the announcement in its entirety? No wonder you always place last in theoretical tests. Let me take a closer look. Upon inspection, his astonishment grew. Wait, this was requested by Su Ting? Are you questioning Su Ting's request? No, not at all. The individual hastily denied, for in just 2 short days, Su Ting had become the most illustrious figure at the Lightsword base. The 4 members of the Lightsword team and their superior combined could not eclipse Su Ting's brilliance. The explanation that followed pertained to the necessity of practical testing for the ion energy shield. Upon reflection, this statement implied that the ion energy shield had indeed succeeded. The questioned individual paused, recalling the golden shield that had been obliterated by a single shot from a Type 95 assault rifle before their launch. Though still somewhat hesitant, he continued to follow the narrative. The announcement did indeed suggest this interpretation. Therefore, our Su Ting no. Su God managed to elevate the shield's performance to its pinnacle simply by partaking in a meal? Are you implying that a mere lunch resulted in the creation of the shield? Clad in white coats, the latter struggled to utter a few words. It seems. Yes. I recall that within our base, the array of advanced weaponry included not only the Type 95 automatic rifle but also the AK-47, the Barrett 82 heavy sniper rifle, the Gatling gun, anti-personnel mines, anti-tank mines, the RPG launcher, and anti-aircraft artillery. As the names of these formidable weapons were revealed, the other party immediately interjected. Stop speaking. I implore you. Please. Cease sobbing. With a swift motion, the door swung open, and a guard at the threshold announced loudly, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare the testing grounds." Understood. The two promptly composed themselves, responding in unison. They then exchanged glances, a silent understanding blossoming between them, one that had eluded them until now. This time, both were acutely aware of the sentiments they wished to convey. On the days we merely exist among mortals. Chapter 139. Objective. Ensuring the experiment's success during these 20 minutes, Su Ting was engrossed in testing various parameters of the ion energy shield. After adding the minute hand, there were notable changes in the shield's activation. The initial activation method required time for the shield to fully materialize. However, it has now transformed into an instantaneous response, effectively resolving the temporal issue associated with the first activation method. Most crucially, even with the first activation method, the shield can still convert energy. According to the comparative data from the instruments, the difference lies in a slightly lower conversion efficiency compared to the latter 2 activation methods. Undoubtedly, the most significant change is its ability to redirect incoming attacks. Indeed, it can divert the impact directed at the surface of the shield, ranging from solid projectiles to directed energy. In simpler terms, as the shield activates, the minute hand on the dial begins to move. Golden energy flows toward the shield in synchrony with the movement of the minute hand. Thus, from a macroscopic perspective, one can observe the shield's surface shimmering with ripples as the air before it is explosively displaced. This phenomenon illustrates the directed flow of charged particles across the shield. When Tang Haibo resorted to his most primitive martial arts techniques once again, he discerned an extraordinary difference. Each punch he landed on the shield altered its direction of impact, upward, downward, leftward, rightward. The most astonishing moment arrived when the shield glimmered in gold. He nearly struck himself with a rebounding punch. Had it not been for his swift retraction, he would have inadvertently hit himself. Impressive results, Su Ting mused. The shield is remarkably powerful. I desire one. Tang Haiba thought to himself. Beep, beep, beep. The 20 minutes had elapsed. As he flexed his fists, Tang Haiba remarked, Senior brother, time's up. We can depart. Yes, I will head over now. With all instruments powered down, Su Ting approached the fixed frame and removed the watch, fastening it onto his wrist. Let us go. I yearn to witness the limits of the ion energy shield firsthand. At this moment, trailing behind Su Ting, Tang Haiba was consumed by a singular thought. If I possess such a watch, wouldn't I be the most striking figure in the space? This notion was not confined to Tang Haiba's mind alone. Meanwhile, at the base's testing site, the gathered crowd pondered in disbelief. Even now, I can hardly believe it, replied a lab-coated researcher standing beside him. Do not say you doubt. I, too, find it surreal. Who resolves issues merely over a meal? You disbelieve because you cannot achieve it. That does not imply others are incapable, Yuan Fearon retorted mercilessly. The researchers clad in white lab coats seemed to feel as if 1,000 arrows had pierced their hearts, ultimately leading them to the guillotine of Noxus. Although it is quite painful, it appears that what others have said rings true, rendering any rebuttal utterly futile. The anguish does not solely afflict the researchers in white coats. Each member of the lightsaber squad has expressed that the morning's experimental tests were particularly harrowing. Chronologically speaking, the lightsaber is the first product birthed by Su Ting. The fantastical has materialized into reality, and the elation felt by the four when chosen for this endeavor is beyond description. In the midst of border skirmishes, there are occasions when heavy weaponry is eschewed, as its deployment would escalate the friction and conflict to an unmanageable degree. Thus, in choosing weaponry, one opts for cold steel. Defensive tools such as blast shields are also selected. The lightsaber squad is designated as a special unit, potentially tasked with handling emergency conflicts at the borders or even serving as an infiltration team into enemy encampments, while others brandish daggers and tridents. We activate our vibrantly colored lightsabers, each with distinct oscillation frequencies. The mere thought of such a scene is exhilarating. Consequently, the training regimen of the lightsaber squad is exceptionally rigorous, driven by the desire to meet the requisite standards and embark on specialized missions. Behold, this base established in the rainforest owes its existence to our formation. Yet, what has transpired? With Su Ting's arrival, the lightsaber squad has become privy to additional intelligence. Over a month post the lightsaber's creation, Su Ting completed the project on the energy blaster. It is said that this weapon features 3 energy settings, adaptable to various extreme environments. Its most astonishing characteristic is its power. Even a heavyweight like Li Rongshan has proclaimed, below missiles, the energy blaster is invincible. Such a revelation is staggering. In comparison, what is the lightsaber? Shortly after the energy blaster project, Su Ting introduced another innovation, the ion energy shield. The morning's practical test has illuminated for the lightsaber squad the fact that even the rudimentary version of the ion energy shield can withstand the lightsaber. Hence, will the lightsaber soon be relegated to the status of obsolete merchandise? Alas, the lightsaber squad finds itself in a lamentable predicament. The energy blaster boasts greater power than I do. Even the basic ion energy shield can thwart my attacks. One can only ponder what weaponry will be employed in the forthcoming practical assessments: AK-47 rifles, Barrett, 82 heavy sniper rifles, Gatling guns, anti-infantry landmines, anti-tank mines, RPG rocket launchers, and anti-aircraft artillery. Is this truly meant to test the strength of shields? This is utterly absurd. The four are left in a state of bewilderment. Even in a minor skirmish, such an arsenal seems excessive. Yuan Fearon wearily lifted his gaze, glancing at the helicopter stationed in the distance, his brow twitching slightly. It is rumored that this machine is also set to engage. Let destruction reign. I am utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the lightsaber seems rather lackluster. At this moment, Li Yonghao spotted 2 individuals approaching from afar and promptly made his way to greet them. Xiao Su, the experimental procedures have been completed as per your instructions. He then presented the meticulously reviewed experimental project sheet. Su Ting tasked Tang Haiba with finding someone, not merely to convey the results of the measurements, but also to deliver the experimental project list to Li Yonghao. According to Su Ting's arrangements, all thermal weapons at the base require testing. Personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching the experimental site to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The testing of the weapons is conducted in a progressive manner, starting with those of lesser power. Similar to the laboratory in the morning, the ion energy shield is affixed to a stand, activated by a robotic arm. Behind the shield, A small wall is constructed, filled with various instruments designed to measure kinetic energy, thereby recording the actual kinetic energy of the bullets upon impact. This time, Sutung's objective is to ensure that the instruments fail to record any kinetic energy from the bullets. In other words, the experiment must be foolproof. Chapter 140. Absolute Defense. Sutung meticulously reviewed each experimental project. Even when entrusted to the personnel at the base for arrangement, he would subsequently conduct a thorough inspection. It was not due to a lack of trust, but rather an understanding that in the realm of significant experiments, caution is paramount. A minor error can lead to catastrophic consequences. This principle is particularly evident in scientific research. The researchers clad in white lab coats observed Sutung as he diligently verified and marked off items on the experimental checklist, engaging in hushed conversations among themselves. Previously, I had been skeptical of the accolades bestowed upon Sutung by others, but having witnessed his diligence firsthand, I have come to believe in their truth. Indeed, I too share this sentiment. It was only after meeting him that one could truly comprehend the understated nature of the praises directed towards Sutung. Someone once remarked to me that all geniuses possess a degree of arrogance. Should anyone utter this statement again? I would retort without hesitation. There are two types of geniuses. One is Sutung, and the other encompasses the rest. Sutung will always surpass the latter. Agreement. Consensus 1. 5 minutes later, Sutung handed the experimental project list to Tang Haiba, who stood behind him, stating, "The experiment begins." Li Yonghao promptly seized the intercom, announcing, "The experiment begins." Understood. For this experiment, everyone positioned themselves several kilometers away from the actual testing site. Surveillance cameras and ultra-high-definition lenses were strategically placed to ensure that every aspect of the experimental procedure could be observed with clarity. Tang Haibo glanced back, and upon receiving Sutung's nod, took a deep breath and pressed the button on the control panel. Bang! The arrowhead erupted instantaneously. The shield activated in an instant. Sutung turned to check the energy value on the apparatus, and the numbers appeared normal. He measured the microvolt current on the surface of the shield, and the data displayed a steady image. As he observed the movement of the second hand through the lens, he noted the golden energy flowing steadily with each tick. This indicated a positive phenomenon. Everything was functioning as intended. At this moment, all present were astonished, engaging in soft discussions. Wow! I remember that the first shield activation had a time delay. Indeed, but now it activated instantly. The key is not just that. Did you notice the additional second hand on the dial? This remark drew everyone's attention to a single lens. Through the real-time, ultra-high-definition camera, they not only observed the newly added second hand on the dial, but also a stream of golden energy coursing above it. Is this really plausible? Why is there golden energy flowing along with the movement of the second hand? Oh, right. In the next moment, he recalled the subsequent 2 activation methods, in which the shield transformed into a golden hue as well. Comparatively, was this logical? Absolutely logical. What could possibly be unreasonable about this? By the way, have you noticed that the surface of the shield is also flowing with something? Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, scrutinizing closely. Indeed, there were water-like patterns flowing across the surface of the shield, akin to a stream of charged particles. Huh? Who's speaking? The crowd looked up to find Tang Haiba standing beside them, a broad smile adorning his face. This smile, the more one gazed upon it, seemed increasingly off-putting, almost boastful in nature. Darn, how vexing. A singular thought surged through the minds of the assembled researchers. This little chubby fellow, though he appeared earnest in his meals, was far from simple-minded. Just look at him, speaking half a sentence and then falling silent. What, pray tell, is the function of those charged particles? One could not help but inquire out of curiosity. Tang Haiba gestured. Just wait and see. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of gunfire erupted. It was the 95 type automatic rifle. In the next moment, a thud echoed. This was the sound of bullets striking the shield. Unlike the earlier instance when a bullet had shattered the shield, this time it stood resolute. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Had the circumstances been different, Tang Haiba might have been unable to resist singing along to the rhythm. It was not due to my distraction. The rhythm was simply too compelling to ignore. This sound. Someone discerned that something was amiss. Typically, a shield under attack could only yield 2 outcomes. It would either be shattered or withstand the assault with force. A strong defense would produce a dull sound, not this melodious tone, which indicated the attack had been deflected. Someone could not contain their excitement and exclaimed. Those deep in thought paused. Indeed, it was as such. By redirecting the attack, the shield would not emit that heavy sound. Combined with Tang Haiba's earlier statement, the crowd's eyes lit up, murmuring, "So that's how it is, we understand now." As the minute hand traversed the dial, each movement propelled golden energy. This golden energy enabled the surface of the shield to generate streams of charged particles. The steady motion of the minute hand represented the fixed movement of charged particles upon the shield's surface. At the moment the shield was assaulted, the established flow of charged particles would deflect the incoming attack. This was the source of the melodious sound as bullets struck the shield. Beside them, Tang Haiba was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, they truly were researchers with exceptionally high confidentiality clearance. With just a nudge from me, they could deduce the approximate working principle of the shield through real-time observation. Impressive. No wonder there was an instrument for measuring microvolt currents present. They now comprehended that this device reflected the state of the charged particle flow on the shield in real time, indicating whether it was functioning normally. At that moment, an abrupt voice broke through the air. "You, look there. The energy value instrument is also showing fluctuations." The crowd turned, all eyes fixated on the digital display as its readings flickered once more. This was energy transformation? I recall this to be the very first activation method of the shield. Could it truly begin to convert energy even before the golden variant is unveiled? My goodness. How terrifying. A series of gasps began to resonate throughout the scene. If such reasoning holds, to what extent would the energy conversion efficiency of the shield's third activation method reach? Is this the complete version of the ion energy shield? In comparison, what, then, can be said of the simplistic version of the ion energy shield from this morning? It turns out, defensive weapons can achieve such remarkable prowess? No, this cannot be classified merely as a defensive weapon. It is but a shield. Given the current technological level, this seems rather beyond the scope of possibility. Thus, the ion energy shield equals absolute defense. Meanwhile, the quartet wielding lightsabers clutch their chests. Enough, enough. If you continue, the child shall not be able to bear it. The lightsabers appear to be rather unimpressive. Chapter 141. Is it reasonable to fire 10,000 rounds in a minute? How proud can I be? In truth, I am as fragile as glass. The hearts of the lightsaber quartet are profoundly desolate at this moment. They never anticipated that they would unwittingly become mere background figures, especially amidst such a lavish test of advanced weaponry. The Barrett M82 heavy sniper rifle, with a caliber of 12.799 millimeters, has garnered significant attention from multiple nations during the drone warfare in the United States. This has sparked a sustained fervor among global manufacturers for the development of large-caliber sniper rifles. The .50 caliber ammunition, particularly those with a full metal jacket, can effortlessly penetrate body armor rated below level 4 and many walls. Furthermore, the added kinetic energy of the M82 enables it to surpass its peers in penetrating hard armor and level 8 ballistic glass to eliminate targets, at least in theory. In urban warfare, utilizing walls as cover is commonplace. After all, in the eyes of the onlookers, no matter how formidable your bullets are, can you shoot through walls? Oh, this is the real world, not a video game with wall hacks. Bang. Before you can finish your sentence, the Barrett M82 heavy sniper rifle will teach you a lesson. However, in the actual test footage, bang, bang, bang. The series of muffled sounds reveal that the Barrett M82 is firing with fervor. Yet the wall behind the shield remains utterly intact. The instrument's measuring kinetic energy displays smooth, unyielding data, showing no reaction whatsoever. This shield is astonishingly robust. It defies belief. Given the current state of technology, offensive weapons and defensive equipment are never balanced. In the eyes of many, offense is the best defense. Thus, defensive equipment seldom ensures an individual's complete safety. The blast shield they bear and the bulletproof vest they wear merely provide psychological comfort to the users. In other words, they offer a semblance of protection, preserving a relatively intact appearance when they come under attack. As for the shield before them, it has successfully withstood the Barrett M82 heavy sniper rifle upon its first activation method, something unheard of. Su Tung has been intently monitoring the energy value displayed by the instruments, which can reveal the limits of the shield's endurance. The moment the energy value dissipates, that is when the shield is breached. All right, it is time to test another weapon. Li Yonghao, standing nearby, promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie and announced the commencement of the next weapon test. Understood, came the immediate response from the other end. The Gatling gun is renowned worldwide for its unique design and firing principle. The Gatling automatic mechanism operates on a rotating barrel principle, utilizing a set of transmission mechanisms to rotate multiple barrels around a common axis, thus enabling continuous fire. Through this principle, numerous countries have adapted it for use in firearms, small-caliber naval guns, and anti-aircraft artillery. The Gatling gun within the base is also a modified version of this weapon. After all, this is the lightsaber base, a facility of the highest confidentiality category in the Dragon Kingdom. Is it reasonable to have weapons capable of firing 10,000 rounds in a minute? Indeed, it is. Just as the experiment was about to progress further, Su Tung decided to halt the proceedings. As he perused the documents, he calculated in his mind. The ammunition consists of tungsten core armor-piercing shells and meticulously crafted high-strength rifle barrels, ensuring that the projectiles are launched with extraordinary initial velocity and precision. They possess remarkably high shooting accuracy and the capacity to engage multiple targets, achieving a destruction rate of 96 against supersonic targets traveling at Mach 3. However, the energy measurement instruments indicated that the conversion efficiency of the minute hand was not particularly high. The series of shots from the Barrett 82 heavy sniper rifle, while not damaging the shield, did result in a gradual depletion of energy. Moreover, the firing rate of the modified Gatling gun within the base seemed rather excessive. 10,000 rounds in a minute? Is this truly still considered a machine gun? Perhaps it would be prudent to conduct a second test of the shield. Although all personnel were at an absolute safe distance, the frequency of the machine gun could easily obliterate the testing wall behind it. Better to err on the side of caution. From his mental calculations, there was a 40% probability that the first type of shield would be breached. However, by activating the shield in a second manner, it could be guaranteed to withstand the assault. Su Tung stepped forward and pressed the red button. Bang! The air before the shield erupted, and unlike before, the complete version of the ion energy shield enveloped the entire material testing wall behind it. Notably, within the golden shield, rippling waves could be clearly observed. All right, let us commence. As Su Tung uttered these words, Li Yonghao promptly picked up the intercom. Begin. The personnel within the base were all too familiar with the Gatling gun. After all, it was capable of firing 10,000 rounds per minute. It was the epitome of overwhelming firepower, rendering any adversary without a place to hide. Especially for the researchers. A singular thought dominated their minds. Could it truly withstand the onslaught? These weapons in the base, often referred to as artillery, were indeed underestimated. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they were interrupted by the unmistakable sound of gunfire. Through the lens, everyone could see the Gatling gun, glowing red, which had not ceased firing since its activation. Moreover, the flames appeared to grow ever higher. In that moment, the energy value instrument surged dramatically. Why did the data from that instrument spike? Did this imply that the shield was on the verge of destruction? Confused members of the kitchen staff began to inquire. This live test was open to all. Everyone in the base had the privilege to observe. Turning around, they noticed the researchers in white lab coats, their eyes wide and mouths agape, resembling scientists who had never witnessed such a spectacle. Tang Haibo recognized the uncle who often served him meals and complimented him, saying, "This person is good, easy to get along with." He then quietly explained, "Brother, it's precisely the opposite of what you imagine. This indicates that the shield's effectiveness is remarkable." Remarkable? Through the lens, all the bullets began to deviate at certain angles. Simultaneously, a melodious rhythm resonated. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Goodness! The rhythm was strikingly reminiscent of a Christmas carol. Everyone observed as the water patterns on the golden shield continued to ripple, growing ever larger. It was almost time. Only a few seconds remained. Could it truly defend against everything? Da-da-da-da. The Gatling gun, spewing flames, abruptly ceased fire. The barrel gradually came to a halt. The venue fell into silence. The shield remained golden, and the test wall behind it was unscathed. This signified that the shield had successfully blocked all the bullets. Incredible! This shield is formidable, as expected from a project initiated by Xiao Su. It is indeed powerful. At that moment, a deafening explosion interrupted the jubilant cheers of the base personnel. Chapter 142. Witnessing a moment of miracle, the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. What was happening? Hadn't the modified Gatling gun exhausted its ammunition? The next round of weapon testing had yet to be announced, so from whence did that explosive sound emanate? Could it be an explosion from the powder magazine? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yonghao was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily seized the intercom and shouted, "What is going on? Where did that explosion come from? Find out immediately and clarify the cause for me in the shortest possible time." Before he could finish speaking, Su Ting interrupted him while casting a spell. "Uncle Li, do not be alarmed. This is a normal occurrence." Normal occurrence? Li Yonghao was momentarily taken aback. It had not seemed so just moments ago. Observing the confusion in his eyes, Su Tung began to elucidate. When the shield is golden, There are two scenarios. One is that it can convert the impacts it receives into energy to be stored within the shield. Noticing the eager expressions of those around him, Su Tung continued, the second is the ability to release excess energy. Just like when Captain Yuan activated the shield and sent the other 3 wielding lightsabers flying. This is another function of the shield, to rebound damage. Rebound damage. Upon hearing this term, everyone was momentarily stunned. The experiment earlier that morning, the trio wielding lightsabers being flung away, had not prompted much thought at the time. Initially, they believed the shield's intensity was simply too great. However, upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar. The shield's strength shouldn't correlate with them being sent flying. Now, with Su Tang's explicit explanation, it was clear this was the reason for the rebound damage. Damn, did I hear that correctly? The shield not only withstands impacts, but also possesses such an effect? Is this the sort of innovation that a leading figure in future scientific research can produce? Is this really a shield? Someone unconsciously voiced their bewilderment. Another researcher in a white lab coat, with vacant eyes, remarked uncertainly, this should be a shield. Following this, all gazes turned towards the images on the screen. The open area before them was marked by numerous small craters. The soil had vanished, leaving only the remnants of black smoke at the edges. Lifting their eyes to observe the real-time status of the shield through the lens, it remained golden, its surface still rippling like water. This shield certainly has a temper. What kind of ordinary shield behaves like this? You strike me, and I want to simply endure. You scoundrel, taste my rebounding damage. The individuals within the laboratory could not help but swallow hard. That was a modified Gatling gun capable of firing 10,000 rounds per minute, despite its unassuming exterior. It could easily take down aircraft without issue. The furious whirring would surely impart to pilots a true understanding of what it meant to face real brutality. At this moment, the shield not only passed this test, but also revealed another advanced feature. How should I put it? In a single phrase, I desire it. What? You ask why I don't research it myself. Are you joking? If I could develop such a device, would I be standing in the audience, astonished? I would have long been up there, calmly directing the entire experiment like Su Ting. The members of the lightsaber squad exchanged glances, understanding unspoken sentiments through each other's eyes. Yuan Firen, you understand what I mean, right? This device has exceptional performance. Tang Yuan, indeed, it aligns perfectly with my temperament. Lu Baran, when paired with the lightsaber, it is simply a match made in heaven. Wang Duoyu, everyone, hold on a moment. Don't you think the energy weapon that complements the shield best is the explosive energy gun? The other 3, shut up, don't speak. Wang Duoyu was promptly kicked out of the group chat. At this juncture, Li Yonghao finally emerged from his state of shock. Initially, his mind was consumed with thoughts of, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? But now, he had finally grasped his purpose, to ensure that the ion energy shield must remain within our lightsaber base. After calming his emotions, Li Yonghao spoke. Xiao Su, shall we proceed to the next test? From the experimental process, following the Gatling gun, there were anti-infantry landmines, anti-tank mines, RPG launchers, anti-aircraft guns. At first, he harbored a flicker of doubt. After all, in the morning, the shield had failed to withstand even a Type 95 assault rifle, and yet now, its performance had skyrocketed. It seemed there was no cause for concern. But, he wondered, no, could it be? The group was taken aback. Hadn't the shield test yet to be completed? Why had the testing ceased? The situation on site appeared to follow a clear experimental protocol. Just as someone was about to interject, Su Ting spoke again. This time, we will alter the experimental procedure. In 10 minutes, let all firearms attack the shield. All weapons, attack the shield. This statement detonated in everyone's minds like a bomb. What the hell? Did I mishear? That was the first thought. Everyone turned to Su Tung in unison, seeking confirmation through their gazes. They saw him calmly nod. Holy cow, this is incredible. Am I dreaming? A flurry of exclamations erupted on sight. My apologies, I haven't uttered profanity in many years, and I understand that individuals of our stature should maintain decorum. However, all weapons at once? Who could withstand such a spectacle? I nearly thought someone was teasing me. Yet, I was astonished to realize that perhaps it was I who lacked experience. Li Yonghao also opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long while. In mere seconds, his emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. Initially, I believed that Xiao Su intended to abandon the endeavor, and I sought to dissuade him. However, I soon realized that Xiao Su was aiming for something grander, planning to unleash all weapons simultaneously. Li Yonghao repeated this phrase internally several times, yet it remained unvoiced. Nevertheless, I acknowledged my lack of experience. Turning to gaze into Su Teng's resolute eyes, Li Yonghao clenched his teeth and addressed the intercom. Everyone clearly heard his command. Activate all weapons on the experimental project and fire at the shield in 10 minutes. Affirmative. Even the operators found the situation outrageous. Yet, one unwavering conviction prevailed among them. In the realm of scientific research, regardless of the experimental process, one could always place unwavering trust in Su Teng. In fact, during the brief interval when the crowd was astonished by the shield, Su Teng had already deduced a rough formula from the experimental data. The semi-golden shield was capable of withstanding the individual test of all weapons. This was due to the shield's energy conversion efficiency, which allowed its strength to be consistently maintained. As the saying goes, the more you strike me, the more exhilarated I become. Furthermore, through his calculations, he theorized a third activation method. The fully golden shield could withstand the simultaneous assault of all weapons. Now, the moment to witness a miracle was upon them. Chapter 143. Energy value crosses the red line. New Year's bonus update. Don't ask, it's just impulsive. I, a researcher clad in a white lab coat, carefully organized my thoughts before whispering. I find it somewhat hard to believe. Observing the gazes of my colleagues turning towards me, I hastily clarified. It was not a lack of faith in Xiao Su, but rather, this truly seemed exceedingly implausible. Indeed, it was beyond the realm of believability. This sentiment was not mine alone. It resonated with everyone present. The visual impact of anti-personnel mines and anti-tank mines is relatively subdued. After all, the former is designed to disrupt vehicles and personnel, while the latter aims to penetrate the armor of tanks. From a distance, the effect is merely a loud bang, followed by a crater appearing on an otherwise smooth surface. However, the scenario drastically shifts with RPGs, anti-aircraft guns, and attack helicopters. The RPG, a portable anti-tank launcher colloquially known as a rocket launcher, is primarily designed to fire armor-piercing warheads. It is utilized for close-range assaults against tanks, armored vehicles, and fortifications. Unlike the singular bang of an anti-tank mine, the RPG is shouldered and, upon firing, emits a pronounced whoosh followed by a resounding bang as a massive fireball erupts. The visual spectacle is nothing short of explosive. As for the anti-aircraft guns, their primary targets are aircraft, helicopters, and other aerial entities. They typically possess a long barrel, high initial velocity, extensive firing range, rapid firing rate, and remarkable accuracy. The rocket anti-aircraft system housed within the base has been specially modified. With 32 tubes capable of simultaneous launch, it boasts a wide spread and high lethality, coupled with minimal firing noise and rapid discharge. To encapsulate its essence within its range, it is the embodiment of truth. The visual effect can be described as a cacophony of bang, 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 while you remain in a state of astonishment. A barrage of flaming projectiles descends from the sky. As for the attack helicopters, need I elaborate? They were specifically developed for the battlefield. The reason our nation has achieved brief periods of peace is precisely because we possess these astonishing weapons that instill fear in foreign adversaries, deterring them from rash actions. Look at the densely packed airborne weaponry below. Now, observe the ion energy shield, whose carrier is merely a small wristwatch. It appears identical to a conventional timepiece worn on the wrist. Given such a disparity in size, can it truly withstand a simultaneous volley from all these weapons? A researcher in a white coat quietly posed this question to Tang Haiba, who stood nearby. The members of the light sword team exchanged glances, subtly drawing closer, donning expressions of indifference as they eavesdropped. If it were someone else, I would not be able to. Tang Haiba glanced up at Su Teng, who was engrossed in calculations on a sheet of paper. Taking a deep breath, he asserted with unwavering conviction, "I believe in my senior brother." At that moment, the countdown clock read 10 minutes, stretching out into an eternity as all eyes remained fixated on the relentless passage of time. Beep. 10 minutes have elapsed. Li Zhonghao glanced at Su Teng, who nodded in response. With everyone's gaze upon him, Su Teng calmly pressed the black button. Bang. A golden shield materialized in the frame. And through the screen, everyone could observe the minute hand leisurely traversing the chart. The golden energy flowed, and the ripples on the surface of the shield moved at a swifter pace than before. Now that preparations were complete, Li Yonghao picked up the intercom and announced, "Attention all units, in 10 seconds, all weapons will commence firing for a duration of 30 seconds. The duration of 30 seconds was determined after rigorous calculations by Su Teng. The third activation method for the shield had improved energy conversion efficiency, resulting in an exceedingly high stored energy value. After 30 seconds, the shield would begin to rebound damage. After all, this was a testing site, not a battlefield. With such potent energy damage rebounding, it was uncertain what might transpire with continuous fire. Understood. The personnel in the control room instinctively inhaled deeply, their tension palpable. The light sword base had been established for over 2 months, during which they had conducted weapon tests. However, they had never unleashed all the firearms simultaneously. Some even began to retrieve earplugs, aware that even from such a distance, they would undoubtedly hear the explosions. Li Yonghao quietly adjusted the volume to its lowest setting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. With Li Yonghao's command, all weapons in view erupted into action. Through the lens, the observers witnessed the ground stirred by dust, courtesy of the Barrett 82 heavy sniper rifle. Rat-tat-tat, the Gatling gun, glowing red, unleashed a staggering 10,000 rounds per minute. Bang, bang, bang. The terrain before the shield was pockmarked with craters from the mine series. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rockets, trailing flames. Soared forth. The anti-aircraft guns unleashed rounds in unison. The roar of the helicopter's engine drowned out. All that could be seen were the mounted weapons below, firing relentlessly, erupting in flames. At that moment, as all weapons discharged simultaneously, the personnel in the control room felt their long-standing fear of firepower dissipate. Behold, how magnificent the spectacle in the frame. Explosions, pure artistry. When every weapon struck the golden shield, the dazzling flames compelled the onlookers to involuntarily close their eyes, even through the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yonghao wisely kept the volume at its minimum. Yet the sound still caused hearts to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. From several kilometers away in the control room, dirt continuously fell from the ceiling. The first thought that crossed everyone's mind was, the firepower coverage truly instills a sense of security. The second thought was, goodness, can such formidable firepower be effectively blocked by that small golden shield created from a mere wristwatch? The intensity of this encounter is truly unprecedented. Everyone turned to observe Su Teng, who remained composed at the console, impervious to the surrounding turbulence. The microvolt meter measuring the shield's surface surged dramatically, indicating a torrent of charged particles fiercely impacting the shield, confirming its integrity. Upon hearing this analysis, the crowd followed Su Teng's gaze toward the cameras positioned behind the shield. Despite the chaotic barrage of ammunition, the data on the kinetic measurement wall remained remarkably stable. Every bullet that struck the shield was deflected effortlessly. Indeed, under such relentless assault, the shield proved to be secure, showing no signs of compromise. The shield's energy levels began to escalate alarmingly, nearing the critical threshold, as Su Teng had calculated. The third activation method for the shield achieved an astonishing efficiency in energy conversion. The shield's hue started to radiate brilliantly, a pure golden color threatening to burst forth from the screen. No, it can't be. Everyone instinctively held their breath. In the next moment, all weapon fire ceased, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with some sensing the acrid scent of gunpowder. It really held up. This was the first thought that crossed their minds. A distinct sound echoed. The energy level had surpassed the critical threshold. Chapter 144. Is the cooked duck flying away? Happy New Year. The atmosphere began to shift gradually. The initial joy of the shield successfully withstanding all weapon tests had quietly dissipated, leaving behind only a palpable tension. The energy levels, having crossed the warning threshold, showed no signs of halting. Instead, they continued to rise steadily. Through the lens, one could discern the golden radiance before the shield, growing increasingly bright, as if it were brewing an impending storm of emotions. The first reaction among the onlookers was, could the shield be on the verge of exploding? The second thought followed, we are still quite far from the testing site. It should, hopefully, not affect us. The small team wielding lightsabers and the culinary staff remained relatively unfazed. However, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats found their hearts racing anxiously. They could not help but replay in their minds the tales of spacecraft failures due to loose screws, culminating in catastrophic disintegration mid-flight. The golden hue of the shield was so blinding that it felt almost unbearable to behold. A researcher standing beside Tang Haiba quietly inquired, will there be issues with the experiment? Issues? Tang Haibo glanced at Su Teng, who stood calmly at the instrument panel, observing the readings with an air of tranquility. No. There will be no issues. Noting the lingering unease in the researcher's eyes, Tang Haiba asserted confidently, if the experiment were not absolutely safe, my senior would not have commenced it. Just as the words left his lips, the golden energy reached its zenith. In the next instant, the expanding gold flooded the entire frame. A series of explosive sounds echoed. Boom, 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 as the ground before the shield was forcibly upheaved. From various angles, onlookers witnessed the earth being tossed up in clouds of debris. 10 seconds later, as calm descended once more, the testing site revealed multiple deep craters, the largest of which appeared to be approximately 5 meters wide. Is this truly the shield? Is this the shield technology one remember? Why is the ion energy shield developed by the SU project exhibiting such volatility? The researchers were left dumbfounded. In contrast, the culinary staff could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "The readings have now stabilized within the green safety zone." Everyone turned to the energy gauge. Indeed, the current readings were as safe as if nothing had transpired moments before. Just as someone was about to question Tang Haiba, he preemptively elucidated, after the shield endures damage, the majority of the energy converts into a reserve power source, akin to recharging. Meanwhile, another portion of the energy is reflected back. Gazing at the series of deep craters before the shield, the largest measuring nearly 5 meters in diameter, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Something felt amiss. Yet they could not quite pinpoint the discrepancy. At that moment, Su Ting remained oblivious to the expressions of those around him, diligently comparing various data points, murmuring to himself. The energy levels of the shield had descended into the safety zone, with no further fluctuations observed. Simultaneously, the microvolt meter on the shield's surface remained stable, devoid of any anomalous readings. The performance of the shield is remarkably stable. The water patterns on its surface maintain a fixed orientation, indicating that the flow of charged particles continues to move normally after sustaining damage. Everyone turned to listen attentively to Su Tang's musings. Su Ting then glanced at the camera positioned behind the shield. The lens on the kinetic energy wall remained intact and scathed. The real-time data on the kinetic instrument consistently read 0, confirming that no bullets had penetrated the shield. The rebound damage also exhibited stability. Therefore, the experimental results have been revealed. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, some flushed with excitement. The ion energy shield has passed the practical test. We have succeeded. Turning around, Su Ting proclaimed this final statement to all present. "Ha ha, we did it. I always knew we would succeed in the end. How astonishing it is that such a small device can withstand attacks from all weapons. With Xiaosu around, no challenge is insurmountable. Incredible! So this is what genius looks like. Our nation is fortunate. Our research capabilities are beginning to surpass theirs." At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Xiaosu! Xiaosu!" The surrounding individuals were taken aback, but soon realized what was happening. Gradually, hands were raised, fists pumping in the air, chanting, "Xiaosu! Xiaosu!" Following suit, everyone joined in unison, "Xiaosu! Xiaosu!" The sound was powerful as they turned to look at the young man in the white lab coat on stage. Faced with this unexpected situation, Su Tang was momentarily stunned. He then smiled at everyone, stepped back, and slowly bowed deeply to those around him. Silence ensued. In the next moment, applause erupted. The older researchers, witnessing this scene, murmured, "With Su Ting, our nation shall surely reclaim its former glory." People have always been accommodating towards true geniuses. Minor flaws that do not cross boundaries are easily overlooked in the eyes of the public. And such a humble, polite, and pure scientific talent. Who could not admire that? It is a genuine fondness from the heart. Observing Su Ting as he bowed, Li Yonghao began to contemplate. Despite the ion energy shield being merely a small device, its strength is astonishing. Based on the on-site tests, it can withstand missile strikes. Yet, that is not the most crucial aspect. The key lies in its ability to rebound damage. Turning to the deep crater captured by the camera, Li Yonghao mused. Although Tang Haibo mentioned only a portion of damage being rebounded on the battlefield, that portion could amount to 60 or 70%. That's outrageous. The prototype is right here, and our base is the Sword of Light base. Given our authority, applying to retain the ion energy shield should not pose a challenge. Moreover, we need the schematic. It is essential for Xiaosu to teach these researchers. Time is of the essence, for besides the lightsaber base, there exists another facility dedicated to the research of energy cannons. Although I believe that the ion energy shield would be more aptly suited for the energy cannons. How foolish of me, the perfect match remains the lightsaber. Meanwhile, the lightsaber quartet was quietly calculating their own strategies. Yuan Fearing mused. "I think the shield should first be allocated to the captain." Tang Yuan interjected. "What are you saying?" "Captain, you used it last time." Lu Baran added. "Indeed. I believe it should." Wang Duyu chimed in. "That's right. It should be used by me." Thus, as Su Ting approached Li Yonghao, the lightsaber quartet stealthily closed in. They contemplated what phrases to employ in order to secure the ion energy shield. Before they could utter a word, Su Ting spoke first. Uncle Lee, I would like to request something. Ha, young Su, do not hold back. Whatever your request, I shall attend to it immediately. Then I shall speak. I wish to take the ion energy shield to the energy cannon base. Li Yonghao? The lightsaber quartet? What is this? The duck that was already in the pot is about to fly away? Chapter 145. This is my country. My home. Su Tung's contemplation was not unexpected. Rather, it was a synthesis of certain pragmatic circumstances. The first point to consider is the comprehensive understanding derived from the Black technology system regarding the ion energy shield. This shield possesses the capability to deflect attacks directed at the surface of objects, ranging from physical projectiles to directed energy flows. The efficacy of the shield against physical projectiles has already been demonstrated through recent experiments, as evidenced by the deep craters left behind. However, concerning the subsequent energy flows, contemporary technology lacks any surplus weaponry designed to counteract them, the sole exception being the explosive energy gun that Su Tung had constructed some time ago. Thus, he proposed to conduct tests of the ion energy shield at the explosive energy gun experimental base, as it was imperative to ascertain whether it could withstand directed energy flows. The second point lies in the fact that the Black technology system has yet to indicate the completion of the project. When the light sword and explosive energy gun reached the conceptual summary of their operational principles, the system promptly delivered a completion notification. This suggests that, according to the system's evaluation, testing directed energy flows is essential. Concurrently, Su Ting harbored curiosity about the nature of the rewards that this project might yield, as well as the duration required to unlock new technological blueprints upon completion. His intuition hinted at the existence of undisclosed matters behind the Black technology system. In Su Tung's recollection, the technology of the explosive energy gun had not been fully deciphered by the Dragon Nation. To a certain extent, the emphasis placed on the light sword did not match the prominence of the explosive energy gun. It would be unlikely for others to successfully request the transfer of the explosive energy gun. However, if the applicant were Su Ting, the request would undoubtedly be approved. Yet, Su Ting pondered why he would engage in such actions. He would prefer to complicate matters for himself rather than allow the Dragon Nation to squander resources on such transfers. Therefore, he resolved to bring the ion energy shield to the explosive energy gun base. Meanwhile, Li Yonghao and the quartet from the light sword team remained oblivious to Su Tung's internal deliberations. What they heard was a cacophony of references to the ion energy shield in the journey to the explosive energy gun base. Under normal circumstances, the five of them would not be in a hurry. However, when the discussion turned to the explosive energy gun, it was simply unthinkable to remain calm. Li Yonghao's smile faltered, and the worst possible scenario had indeed materialized. After a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired, "Su, do you really have to go?" His voice trembled involuntarily, reminiscent of a lamenting maiden in a secluded chamber. Su Ting sensed the unease in his tone and, piecing together the earlier events, realized that Li Yonghao feared that his visit would result in the ion energy shield becoming a mere test subject at the explosive energy gun base. Amused by this thought, Su Ting quickly reassured him, "Uncle Li, there is still one crucial test that needs to be conducted for the ion energy shield." He gestured toward a sheet of white paper, indicating the conceptual diagram and emphasizing, testing the directed energy flow is indispensable. At present, the only weapon that meets this requirement is the explosive energy gun. Upon hearing this, Li Yonghao and the four members of the lightsaber team exhaled in unison, expressing their realization. So that's how it is. Huh, why did they all say it together? The five of them were momentarily taken aback. Alas, it turns out that I am not the only one preoccupied with the ion energy shield. How vexing, we had all agreed to be lifelong friends. Li Yonghao's expression shifted slightly as he forcefully redirected everyone's attention. So, Xiao Su, will you come back when the time comes? Come back? Su Ting was momentarily stunned by this inquiry. The tone was strikingly familial. Turning to observe the eager eyes of the researchers clad in white lab coats, the earnest gazes of his comrades in the kitchen brigade, and the steadfast looks of the lightsaber team, he realized that his time spent here had indeed been brief, less than 2 days. Unintentionally, he had garnered a status in their hearts that surpassed even that of the lightsaber team and base leader Li Yonghao. If he were to pursue a singular path in research, hearing these words and gazing at the people before him would undoubtedly compel him to stay. However, the crux of the matter was that Su Tung's aspiration was to become a versatile researcher. He could not remain long at any secret base of Dragon Country. Yet, in such a vast nation, Where could one not feel at home? The boundaries of the nation are, in essence, the very places we call home. Su Ting turned and smiled, saying, Uncle Lee, Dragon Country is my home. As long as you are in Dragon Country, my heart will always be with you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, if you truly miss me, Uncle Lee, I will come to find you at the lightsaber base when the time comes. After a brief pause, everyone came to a realization. Indeed, isn't Dragon Country everyone's home? We have distanced ourselves from our families, arriving in these unknown places, often for years or even decades. What is it all for? It is for the overall peace of Dragon Country. When hearts are united, distance ceases to be a barrier. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Li Yonghao, along with the lightsaber team and most individuals within the base, were aware of Su Ting's ambitions. For them, Su Ting's goal of becoming a versatile researcher was common knowledge within their scientific community. Dragon Country was also doing everything in its power to pave the way for Su Ting, for he had independently completed the lightsaber, the explosive energy gun, and the ion energy shield. He was regarded as a scientific hero in everyone's eyes, and they firmly believed in his capabilities. By the way, Su Ting seemed to recall something and softly said, Uncle Lee, after the ion energy shield completes testing at the explosive energy gun base, I will apply to establish a new base. I hope the ion energy shield can be independently developed and manufactured in the armory, just like the lightsaber. Yes, I am aware of that. In truth, Li Yonghao's desire to retain the ion energy shield was merely a fleeting thought. He understood that when the ion energy shield successfully passed testing, it would not be utilized as a sample, as Dragon Country currently possessed no alternatives. The first step involves the establishment of a new research base, with the successful deconstruction of ion energy shield technology enabling independent production. For the nation, the essence lies in the emergence of groundbreaking high-tech innovations. Li Yonghao remarked, I shall seek approval from the higher authorities. Thank you, Uncle Lee, he continued. Upon hearing this, Li Yonghao chuckled heartily. Not at all a bother. Encountering someone as dedicated to pure scientific research as you, young Su, makes my life worthwhile. Such is the spirit of the older generation, who remain devoted to the Dragon Nation until their final days. The sight of promising successors brings them immense joy. There was once an academician who, in the final moments of his life on a hospital bed, continued to work. The nurse urged him, please take a rest. He replied, no, I fear that if I close my eyes, I may never open them again. This is my country, my home. Chapter 146. Wait a moment. This plot is inaccurate, an extra for chocolate. On the other side, within the explosive energy gun's base, numerous researchers clad in white lab coats were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the final section of the schematic. Since Su Ting completed the explosive energy gun project, over a month had elapsed. Utilizing the schematic and the experimental manual provided by Su Ting, the analysis had finally reached a commendable 90%. However, in this final step, everyone found themselves at an impasse. It was only at this juncture that they truly comprehended the extent of Su Ting's scientific prowess. After all, he had accomplished this monumental task single-handedly in just over a month. In contrast, the base housed dozens of personnel, each one seemingly equivalent to an entire research team. At times like this, Fong Yi, seated at the highest point, often found himself with a throbbing headache. As a renowned critic within Lonka Institute in the research community, he had frequently berated those beneath him. He often experienced a disconcerting illusion. Were these juniors truly the vanguard of the new generation in scientific research? It seemed improbable. He could not shake the feeling that they were merely meandering through their work while pretending to engage in serious research. At this thought, the image of a young figure in a white lab coat intruded upon his mind. Unconsciously, he sighed, reflecting on how long it had been since he last heard from Su. He had heard tales of Su's aspiration to become a versatile researcher, leaving behind a legacy as a graduate student at Hucking. Completing the foundational knowledge of all disciplines within the physics faculty in just a month was indeed extraordinary. Why hadn't he come to Lonka Institute? I could certainly use his talents. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door disrupted Fong Yi's contemplation. Come in. Upon hearing his voice, the person outside swiftly opened the door. It was his secretary. I mentioned that we shouldn't be disturbed during meetings, Fong Yi chided. The secretary hastily replied, an urgent message has just arrived from above. What urgent message? Fong Yi inquired, irritation knitting his brows, mentally resolving to unleash his ire regardless of the content of the message. Since becoming an academician, he had wholly embraced his role as a critic. There was no one he feared reprimanding, only those he felt required a gentler touch. After all, as a researcher, One must have the courage to speak the truth. This was Fong Yi's guiding principle. The secretary relayed that Su Ting was expected to arrive at the explosive energy gun base shortly and wished to borrow the explosive energy gun for product testing of a new project. To Fong Yi's ears, it sounded like a cacophony. Borrowing the explosive energy gun for product testing of a new project? Who dared to request such a thing at this critical juncture? Did they not realize the explosive energy gun was at a pivotal moment? Did they presume they were dear little Su? Fong Yi's brows furrowed in anger as he exclaimed, "Why should he be allowed to borrow it? Who does he think he is? You go and tell him." Upon hearing these words, the secretary lowered his head, thinking to himself, "Here we go again. I'm going to get scolded. Why does this critic have such a penchant for reprimanding others?" However, after a prolonged silence, he realized he had not heard anything further. Upon raising his gaze, Fong Yi found himself momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The other party, uncertain, inquired, "Who did you say was coming?" "Oh." The secretary cautiously interjected, "Su Ting. It has been communicated from above that he is on his way." "Su Ting. My dear comrade, Xiao Su." With a raised brow, Fong Yi recalled just moments ago thinking of him, and now he was en route. "Truly, my beloved Xiao Su is remarkable." Elated, Fong Yi declared, "Inform the higher-ups that it is unnecessary. I shall go personally." Suddenly rising, he knocked over the chair he had been seated upon. Bang. The closed door elicited a collective gaze of astonishment among those in the conference room. Someone tentatively queried the secretary, Is what you said true?" "Indeed," the secretary replied with conviction. "In the face of notorious skeptics within the scientific community, I am meek. However, before you rascals, I shall strike with unwavering resolve." Bang, bang, bang. Chairs toppled as the startled attendees sprang to their feet. "Goodness, Xiao Su is coming. Everyone, let us hurry. Finally, we can resolve the lingering issues surrounding the energy cannon." Furthermore, the secretary mentioned he is bringing a new project, which requires the energy cannon as a testing subject. Could it be another successful experiment? I must concede, true genius is indeed formidable. I wonder if Xiao Su accepts students. Observing the suddenly vacant conference room, the secretary was taken aback. "I have only just arrived, yet the name Su Ting holds such captivating power over you all? There are even those eager to become his students. Ugh, how shameless." At this moment, Tang Haibao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement, trepidation, and anxiety. He never anticipated flying in a helicopter twice within 3 days, both journeys transitioning between clandestine bases. Upon reflection, this might very well be the pinnacle of his life. The previous base was the lightsaber facility, while the one he is heading to is the energy cannon base. Speaking of the energy cannon, Tang Haibao had participated in it for a time, yet his greatest regret lies in not witnessing its final outcome. He remains unaware of the cannon's form or its power. Soon, his regrets will be fulfilled through Brother Su. At one fleeting moment, Tang Haibao even questioned whether Brother Su was indeed Su Dorimanting, who exists to fulfill the aspirations of individuals like himself. As the helicopter began its descent, a throng of researchers clad in white lab coats awaited below. Upon opening the door, the pilot turned to salute, saying, "Wishing you a successful experiment." Su Ting replied with a smile, "And wishing you a safe journey." Almost immediately, a group of researchers surged forward upon disembarking, particularly an elderly gentleman at the forefront, who approached with remarkable enthusiasm, practically running. "Please, take your time," Su Ting urged, hastening to assist, anxious to prevent the elder from falling. "No worries, no worries." The elder chuckled, looking up and saying, "Xiao Su, we meet again. Do you remember me?" "Oh, who might this be?" Su Ting scrutinized the scene and, of course, recognized him. "My name is Fong Yi. As for the others, they are merely unremarkable old gentlemen. Their names are of little consequence." Such a method of introducing oneself is truly unforgettable. "Academician Fong, I certainly remember you," he chuckled. "Ah, young Su, you are too polite. Just call me Uncle Fong and let us become acquainted." That request seems a bit odd. Uncle Fong? Very well. In just a few fleeting seconds, the surrounding researchers were left in astonishment, as if their perceptions had been shattered. "Wait a moment. This narrative seems amiss. Aren't you the notorious critic of the scientific community? Why do you exhibit such warmth and kindness? For over a month, when you scolded us, it was quite a different demeanor." After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Yi began to address the matter at hand. "I hear you require the use of an energy cannon to complete your testing?" "Indeed. What is it that necessitates an energy cannon?" Fong Yi's inquiry piqued the curiosity of everyone present, as they were well aware of the formidable power of the energy cannon. Below the level of missiles, it is invincible. Chapter 147, The center of attention, if one were to speak of the greatest curiosity, it would undoubtedly be the researchers clad in white lab coats surrounding the scene. After more than a month of intensive study, they have begun to grasp the true horror of the energy cannon unleashed by Su Tung. The RPG rocket launcher and the Gatling gun pale in comparison to the might of the energy cannon. Particularly concerning are the energy levels indicated on the cannon. While the first two tiers are somewhat manageable, the third tier's energy scale is an unfathomable enigma. A pit 15 meters deep stands as a testament to its power. Is there anything in this world capable of withstanding the energy cannon? Absolutely not. I do not exaggerate when I say that even the developer, Su Tung, could not possibly create armor that could withstand its onslaught. Amidst the multitude of inquisitive gazes, Su Tung took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I am here today to test the ion energy shield. Theoretically, it should be able to withstand the energy cannon. He continued, according to the calculations. Even the third energy tier should be countered by the ion energy shield. As his words echoed, a peculiar expression spread across the faces of the crowd, particularly among the researchers who had just internally dismissed the notion that any armor could provide protection. Su Tung had just asserted that the third tier of the energy cannon was not as formidable as they had believed. Were it anyone else, Fong Yi, known for his critical demeanor, would have surely challenged the statement. However, the speaker was Su Tung, a man who never trifled with scientific matters. Just as he had once marveled at the theoretical paper on lightsabers, he now stood before them in this secretive base dedicated to the energy cannon. Fong Yi inhaled deeply, striving to quell his excitement. What exactly is the ion energy shield? Su Tung raised his wrist, displaying the watch he wore. This is it. What is this? Gasped the crowd in unison, astonished by the disparity between their expectations and reality. In their minds, a shield was a tangible entity. To withstand the chaotic output of the third energy tier of the energy cannon, one would presume a large, physical shield would be necessary. Some had even been scanning the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of the assistant hiding the shield away. Yet, upon looking up, they found Su Tung simply showing them his watch. Had it been anyone else, there would have been immediate rebuttals. You must be joking. Su Tung, however, perceived their bewilderment and understood. The energy cannon facility was enclosed, and the ion energy shield was a novel project. Their ignorance was to be expected. After all, dismantling an individual's entrenched beliefs is no simple task. Su, perhaps you could demonstrate it for us? Although Fong Yi was infamous for his skepticism, his passion for research was undeniable, especially regarding something so promising that claimed to withstand the three energy tiers of the cannon. All right then, please step aside. As the space expanded, all eyes were drawn to the watch adorning Su Tung's wrist. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air, and a transparent shield materialized before the crowd, rippling with what appeared to be flowing water patterns. Astonishing, so magnificent. A few spectators inadvertently let slip their admiration, revealing their awe. In that moment, even Fong Yi couldn't help but think, is this the ion energy shield? How I long to possess it. Wouldn't I be the most dashing individual in Longwa if I did? During the ensuing 20 minutes, the personnel at the base were diligently assembling the apparatus for the impending experiment. According to the experimental protocol designed by Su Tung, all individuals were to maintain a safe distance from the testing area, employing mechanical arms for operations. The ion energy shield was to be activated first, followed by the initiation of the energy cannon. Each type of shield activation corresponded to a specific energy scale test for the cannon. The setup was nearing completion, with researchers clad in white lab coats frequently glancing at the secured watch, their curiosity evident. Hey, is this really necessary? One muttered, noticing that his companion had directed his gaze towards that same spot countless times. In these 20 minutes, I've seen you look that way at least 800 times. Oh no, make that 801. The individual being called out merely scoffed. Please, you have no right to criticize me. When Su demonstrated, you were obviously watching, and yet you've looked over there even more than I have. Caught slightly off guard, the latter feigned composure, retorting, nonsense. How dare you tarnish my reputation without cause? But before he could finish, the other began reporting data. You've looked that way 1,000 times. Oh no. Now it's 1,001, 200 more than me. Damn it. How could he count my glances while focusing on the ion energy shield? In the next moment, he seized the intercom to announce the completion of the experimental preparations, abruptly closing the topic. Thank you for your hard work. You may now leave the site. Through the camera, Su Tung observed the entire process of the staff tidying up, instructing them to power up and confirm the equipment's accuracy. In matters of research, Su Tang's meticulousness was beyond reproach. Not a bother, Not a bother, several staff members murmured to themselves as they exited, finding it easy to be distracted. In the brief interlude, Su-Ting swiftly calculated the testing data for the energy cannon alongside that of the ion energy shield, theorizing that the shield could indeed withstand the cannon's force. Each of the 3 activation methods for the shield could convert the damage inflicted upon it into energy. Now, it was time to validate the accuracy of the theoretical data. Fang Yi turned to Su-Tong, asking, "Shall we commence the experiment now?" The surrounding staff gradually acclimated to the scene before them. They had never anticipated that the renowned critic of the scientific community could exhibit such a commendable temperament, especially when addressing his juniors. However, as a developer of 3 independent projects, Su-Ting found it quite natural for the critics to shatter their own personas. After all, they had just overheard the classic exchange between the 2 staff members. "In just 20 minutes, you've monitored the shield more times than I have." Su-Ting nodded in acknowledgement. The experiment commenced. With Fang Yi's command, various instruments and devices were activated. The microvolt meter readings on the shield's surface were normal. The shield's energy readings were normal. The camera behind the shield displayed normal conditions. The internal temperature data of the explosive energy gun was also normal, as each piece of experimental equipment reported normal data. The highly anticipated experiment reached a critical juncture. Suddenly, the air erupted as the shield was activated. Chapter 148. Beyond expectations, is this truly the ion energy shield? The researchers observed through the lens, their expressions filled with astonishment. They marveled not only at Su-Tong's project progress, but also at his remarkable ingenuity. Lightsabers, explosive energy guns, ion energy shields. Each invention represented a significant advancement. Furthermore, Su-Tong's youth in the realm of scientific research was strikingly apparent. Buzzing echoed, the sound of the explosive energy gun being activated. Tang Haiba peered through the lens towards the testing grounds, witnessing the inaugural clash of spear and shield. Memories of the project details flickered in his mind. The explosive energy gun pierced the test plate effortlessly. The ion energy shield successfully withstood the weapon's firepower test. Could the charged particle stream truly deflect the Azure energy attacks? Turning to his senior, who was intently analyzing instrument data, he noted the calm expression on the latter's face. In the next moment, a resounding bang jolted him back to reality. At that instant, a beam of azure light, as thick as a chopstick, struck the shield. Contrary to expectations, the shield did not falter. Everyone could see this clearly through the lens. As the azure beam impacted the shield, the surface rippled dramatically, swirling in a clockwise frenzy. Boom! The azure light was redirected, refracted at an angle to strike the soil beside it. Immediately, the personnel at the instruments began reporting their findings. The microvolt data on the shield's surface remained normal. The amplification rate within theoretical parameters. The energy conversion values of the shield were stable, slowly increasing. It would reach the red alert zone in approximately 1 minute. The internal temperature data of the explosive energy gun was also normal. Sustained firing was possible, according to the established experimental protocol. The first test lasted 1 minute, the second 50 seconds, and the third 40 seconds. Given the explosive energy gun's immense power and the shield's ability to reflect damage, Su-Ting determined that this was the safest duration within the experimental framework. Exceeding this time would be a perilous gamble, even for him. This was not a battlefield. The sustained output of such formidable weaponry could result in incalculable harm. Even weapon testing must remain within a defined safety range. Boom, boom, boom. The azure light continued to be refracted by the shield, the explosive sounds resounding persistently. For Su-Ting, these were merely anticipated outcomes calculated in advance. However, the experimental personnel present could not maintain their composure. Many wore expressions that could no longer disguise their astonishment. They whispered amongst themselves. Incredible. The explosive energy gun was indeed deflected. Indeed, that azure light could penetrate even an aircraft carrier's armor. I had thought that no shield technology in the world could withstand the explosive energy gun. Yet now, I realize I was mistaken. My thinking has been confined. To be honest, I truly desire this ion energy shield. As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding individuals regarded him with peculiar expressions as if to convey, "Hey, you are a researcher from the energy weapon base." Confused by their gaze, the researcher inquired, "What, do you all not desire it?" After exchanging glances, they responded in unison, "No, we want it too." How hypocritical, such a disdainful yet earnest attitude. A minute later, click, accompanied by this sound. The pre-programmed mechanical arm resumed its operation. The ion energy shield deactivated, and the energy weapon returned to tranquility. Only the staff remained engrossed in data. The electrical readings began to decline. Stabilizing, the data appeared normal. The energy levels reverted to their initial state, and the figures were consistent. The crowd turned their gaze towards the energy weapon, wondering if the readings there were also within normal parameters. The temperature data of the weapon had returned to normal. The internal explosive gas levels had decreased according to theoretical predictions. At this moment, the laboratory fell into silence. In the next instant, a collective cheer erupted. Haha, incredible, it truly succeeded. The shield has indeed withstood the output of the energy weapon. Remarkable, this is a promising omen. All data resides within theoretical limits. Among the most exhilarated was Fong Yi. Standing beside Su Tang, witnessing Su's calm demeanor throughout the experiment. Such composure could stem from two possibilities, either indifference towards the experiment or profound confidence in the entire situation. The final data confirmed his intuition. Su Ting was indeed self-assured. All experimental data fell within theoretical parameters. Could one question such a person? No, absolutely not. Su Ting clapped his hands, and the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to him. 3 minutes later, the second round of experiments commenced. Having received the responses, Su Ting pulled out a blank sheet of paper, meticulously calculating in conjunction with real-time data. Even after the initial phase of success, his diligence remained unwavering. If there were more individuals like Su Tang in the scientific community of Manhwa, would other nations still dare to provoke us? Certainly not. Yet, there is no need for concern. More individuals of his caliber will undoubtedly emerge in the future. Fong Yi shifted his gaze towards Tang Haiba, who stood nearby. Anyone brought over by Su Ting surely possessed unique qualities. At this moment, Su Tang was engrossed in continuous analysis, integrating real-time data. Feedback indicated that the energy converted by the shield was effectively mitigating damage. In simpler terms, the converted energy accelerated the movement of charged particles on the shield's surface. Otherwise, even with the first activation method, the rate of energy increase could not be so rapid. Thus, it seems that the shield's response to energy flows and physical projectiles varies in conversion rates. The energy flow conversion is swift, while the latter is comparatively sluggish. The subsequent experiments should follow a similar pattern. The most pivotal point is that the rebound damage is not as terrifying as previously tested at the lightsaber base. Prior to the test, Su Ting harbored concerns regarding a particular issue. The rebound damage from physical projectiles was already formidable, creating numerous deep craters in the vicinity. Faced with a blast energy gun, one could only be left in utter astonishment. It was conceivable that the testing site might be entirely obliterated. However, upon analyzing various data, it became evident that the shield transformed all the energy flow damage into charged particle streams on its surface. Consequently, the subsequent tests did not exhibit such astonishing rebound damage. At that moment, Tang Haiba stepped forward to remind, "Senior brother, the time has come. All right, let us commence the next experiment." With the press of a button, a resounding bang echoed. The moment the shield manifested, everyone was rendered speechless. Goodness, why is the shield golden? Hey, this is beyond the scope. Chapter 149. The scripts are all the same. They could never have anticipated that the color of the shield could also change. Moreover, the shield was not a tangible entity. It was generated through the activation of a magnetic field. Can the magnetic field also change color? This is utterly unreasonable. Buzzing. The output of the second energy scale of the energy cannon emitted a cerulean glow, with a diameter reaching 0.5 meters. And the utilization rate of the volatile explosive gas achieved 60. The enhancement in data brought about an immediate sensation, a staggering increase in power. Everyone instinctively turned to focus on the real-time footage of the shield. Bang compared to earlier, everyone could see the shield quiver under the impact. The golden hue dimmed instantly, and the water patterns on the surface of the shield were suppressed to the point of invisibility by the cerulean light. The various parameters related to the shield's instruments began to soar dramatically. Could it be? Is it going to break right from the start? Someone involuntarily pinched their own flesh. Ouch! In the next moment, the person beside him exclaimed, "Why are you pinching me? I'm nervous so?" Looking into the sincere eyes across from him, the former honestly admitted, "I'm sorry, I fear pain." Damn. Before they could engage in further conversation, someone in the crowd gasped, "Look, the data is starting to decline." Following the direction of his finger, everyone saw the energy value of the shield gradually decrease, while the data on the microvolt meter began to rise. Turning their heads, the golden glow in the real-time footage was increasingly suppressed by the striking blue light, with water patterns swirling counterclockwise. Boom, boom, boom. As before, the cerulean light refracted onto the adjacent ground. Clods of earth began to fly, and on the other side of the camera, large craters appeared in the testing ground. The energy cannon was still blocked. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would suspect someone was fabricating a video. That was a cerulean beam with a diameter of 0.5 meters. I never imagined there could be anything in this world capable of withstanding it. 20 seconds, 40 seconds. No one was speaking anymore. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the shield's data. Energy values, microvolt numbers, and all data related to the ion energy shield remained steadfast and stable. 50 seconds. Click. With that final sound, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Because everyone was utterly astonished. The shield's performance was exceedingly effortless. You speak of the energy cannon? What? That's not even my sibling. It's hardly worth boasting about. It can't even breach my shield. Su-Tung continued to observe the real-time data, calculating in his mind. In the previous experiments, I had added intervals, believing the shield required cooling time. From the observations at the site, it appears that the ionic energy shield, when confronted with an energy flow, does not suffer significant rebound damage. Rather, a substantial portion of the energy is transformed to sustain the operation of the charged particle stream. The pivotal point lies in the data. When faced with energy flow weaponry, the energy possessed by the shield becomes crucial. There is no need for a cooling period. Thus, the interstitial time for experiments becomes redundant. At that moment, Tang Haiba stepped forward and spoke. Senior brother, the test is complete. Shall we commence the next round of experiments in 3 minutes? Su-Tung raised his head and replied, No, we shall begin immediately. Very well. Just as Tang Haiba was about to turn back and announce the 3-minute delay, he paused, uncertainly asking, Senior brother, did you just say we start now? Indeed. Standing beside him, Fong Yi's response was markedly quicker. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, Did you all hear what Xiao Su just said? We are starting the 3rd round of experiments immediately. What are you all doing? Is this the attitude of a researcher? Clearly, you are slacking off. I could find a random coward who would outperform you. In the face of the crowd, Fong Yi's commanding presence instantly activated. The researchers clad in white coats felt a familiar dread wash over them. In truth, Fong Yi himself was uncertain why this time there was no need for an experimental gap. However, it mattered little. Xiao Su, speaking up, assured, As long as I trust him, that is sufficient. Look at the 2 experiments already conducted. Do I need to complicate matters? Not at all. Xiao Su's performance has been impeccable, with the entire experimental process under his control. In my life, I have never experienced such a sensation. It turns out that research can sometimes be this straightforward. I must seize the chance to send Xiao Su to the Lonka Institute. After all, ISNT that the path of comprehensive research. We can learn there too. Why must one remain in Huaqing? It has been far too long. By the way, that unremarkable old man Su Wei from the Applied Mathematics Department should be freed by now. If he ISNT released soon, I'll need to find an opportunity to give him a proper lecture. The other staff members were oblivious to the thoughts of the strongest critic in the research community. Merely gazing vacantly at the shield within the camera's view, we initially believed that the semi-golden shield represented the ultimate scenario. Little did we know that there existed a fully golden variant. Moreover, when viewed from within, it appeared transparent. Only from the outside did it reveal its complete golden hue. Is this magic? No, it is undoubtedly sorcery. Science is supposed to be the epitome of rationality. Yet why do some individuals exploit the guise of scientific inquiry to cast spells? Previously, there was some apprehension regarding the ethereal blue light emitted from the 3rd energy scale, which had a diameter of 1 meter. Upon careful calculation, the diameter of the 2nd energy scale is 0.5 meters. When doubled, it becomes 1 meter. The activation mode for the 2nd shield is semi-golden, while the final activation mode is fully golden. The amplification factors remain consistent across all parties. For the 2nd time, you falter. For the 3rd, do you still harbor hopes? A mere dream. Understand this clearly. All researchers are akin to viewers whose anticipation of a plot twist has been cruelly spoiled. The thrill dissipates in an instant. Observing the cerulean glow of the energy cannon, a flicker of pity ignites in the eyes of the onlookers. Alas, what a foolish child you are. It is evident that you are incapable, as the conclusion has already been predetermined. With a resounding thud, the cerulean light collided with the shield, producing a dull reverberation. Once again, the golden radiance was swiftly subdued. Subsequently, the energy readings began to decline gradually, the golden glow overpowering the cerulean light, ripples swirling in a counterclockwise direction. Even the script was identical. Boom, 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 the same refracted beams violently struck the ground. The sole distinction from the previous occurrence was that this time, the light was broader and longer. With a soft thud, the experiment reached its definitive conclusion. In that moment, Su Tung stood frozen in place. For Chapter 150 at this moment, Su Tung's mind resonated with the long-forgotten voice of the advanced technology system. Ding! The Ion Energy Shield project has been completed. Searching. The potential reservation time has not been exceeded. The host played a significant role throughout the project, successfully transforming the blueprints into tangible scientific products. During the production, the blueprints were successfully improved, resulting in the creation of a golden blueprint product. Evaluation in progress. Rating S. Rewards are being extracted. The rewards have been successfully retrieved. Amplifier. Blueprint incomplete, capable of doubling the power of any product within 1 minute. The amplifier will be destroyed after 1 minute, without affecting the weapon. Ion Energy Shield Expansion Technology. Blueprint incomplete once the blueprints are completed. It can transform the Ion Energy Shield into shields for other products. Gene Potion Complete Blueprint, a lower-tier version of the Red Star brand energy liquid, providing a certain degree of enhancement. Energy points acquired. 5. Total energy points. 9. Side quest unlocked. The Legend of the Academic God. How could it possibly exist in only one university? The host is requested to choose any university to join in the coming days. Kind reminder, from that day forth, everyone will recall the terror of being dominated by the academic god. Countdown to unlock new technology, 20 days. Initially, Su Ting was bewildered by the cascade of system notifications. Although he had anticipated a generous reward, he never expected the advanced technology system to bestow such an abundance. Unlike the previous rewards, this time, several unique items emerged. The first surprise was the blueprints. Su Ting was astonished that the system's rewards could also yield blueprints. Although incomplete, they appeared formidable based on the system's descriptions. The effect of the amplifier was described as doubling the power for 1 minute. If installed on a lightsaber, a blast gun, or the Ion Energy Shield, even in a disadvantageous situation, this sudden surge in power could potentially turn the tide. The lightsaber's maximum oscillation frequency would double. The third energy scale of the blast gun, with its ethereal blue glow, would expand from a diameter of 1 meter to 2 meters. The Ion Energy Shield, now entirely golden, would increase its surface area, providing protection for a greater number of individuals. Particularly, aside from the blast gun, most current weapons are projectile-based. After the Ion Energy Shield absorbs more firepower, it would ultimately rebound the damage. Wouldn't this create a significant division on the battlefield? With the rebound damage capable of clearing the area? You strike me now, but in the end, it is I who strikes myself. Moreover, the critical point is that after the amplifier is destroyed, the weapon itself remains unaffected. So, does it truly have a weakness? As Su Ting immersed himself in contemplation, he discovered a note. Due to the incomplete blueprints, only one can be successfully produced per day. Upon reading the sentence, Su Tung's expression twitched slightly as he grasped the implication. Even if the nation's munitions factories churn out tens of thousands in a single day, only one may prove effective. Alas, the incomplete blueprints can indeed influence reality. This revelation led Su Tung to question for the first time whether some elements within the black technology system are related to theology. Upon further reflection, it seems that if even an emblem can be acquired, then perhaps nothing is truly impossible. To Su Tung's astonishment, just after completing the Ion Energy Shield project, a reward was unveiled. Shield Expansion Technology, Blueprint Incomplete. From the blueprint, it was evident that due to its incompleteness, critical expansion technologies were missing. Currently, it could only be worn as a wristwatch, serving as equipment for individual soldiers. However, Su Ting harbored a persistent feeling that, once the shield expansion blueprint was completed, it could potentially be applied to various technologies, such as everyday transportation, military equipment, and aerospace. Alas, it is a pity that the black technology system did not provide any means to obtain the complete blueprint. It appears that it will all depend on whether luck favors him when he draws rewards in the future. As for the subsequent reward of Gene Potion Complete Blueprint, it appeared to be a potion aimed at enhancing physical constitution. The accompanying note read, "Prolonging life, immune to ailments." Indeed, it resembled a lower-tier version of the Red Star energy liquid, significantly inferior to the previous reward he had received. The energy points accrued were the highest thus far, suggesting that the speed of project completion and the emergence of golden blueprints could influence the quantity of energy points gained. What surprised Su Ting even more was the subsequent side quest, the Legend of the Scholar God. The considerate note accompanying it felt rather awkward. What does it mean? From that day forth, everyone will remember the fear of being dominated by the scholar god. Can a legitimate black technology system really include such a considerate note? It seemed more like an over-the-top remark. Despite his complaints, Su Tung resolved to undertake this side quest. After all, this was the first side quest from the black technology system, and who knew if it might yield yet another emblem. It must be said that the effects of the emblems were remarkably beneficial. After using it several times, Su Tung grew increasingly fond of this item. It appeared that, as energy points increased, the system was becoming ever more intelligent. The only dilemma remained: which school should he attend? Though he felt a twinge of reluctance towards his teachers, Su Wei and Brother Yun, he understood that this was a path he must traverse. Embarking on the journey of universal research would inevitably mean that Su Tung would not remain at any one school for long. Little Su, Little Su. As he was called repeatedly, Su Tung gradually emerged from his contemplation of the black technology system's rewards. Huh? Are you all right? Fong Yi inquired cautiously. At the moment the ion energy shield succeeded, all the staff began to cheer. For this moment, we have once again borne witness to the birth of a miracle. The shield not only deflects harm but also reflects it. My goodness. The crowd nearly thought they were dreaming. Only Fong Yi, who had been closely observing Su Tung, sensed something amiss. Why is Su talking to himself? Is he exhausted? Oh, it's nothing. Su Tung turned to Fong Yi with a smile and explained, I was contemplating whether the ion energy shield could be expanded. Listen. This is the essence of a true researcher. While others were cheering, Su Tung, the project leader, began to ponder the potential for further advancements in the shield's technology. Su, don't overexert yourself. The ion energy shield has only just been completed. We ought to celebrate first. We can address future matters later. Uncle Fong, you are absolutely right. Fong Yi glanced around, observing the jubilant celebrations surrounding him. Indeed, the atmosphere was perfect, and the people were present. It seemed some pent-up thought should also be expressed. Su, there is something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 151. A sudden sense of unease observing Su Tung's perplexed expression, Fong Yi smiled, attempting to bridge the gap between them with a warm demeanor. Ah, Su, given the festive atmosphere, may I inquire if you have been at Hucking for a few months now? Tang Haiba, standing nearby, became instantly alert. He understood that the renowned critic from the Dragon Institute was subtly questioning his senior's duration at Hucking, hinting at ulterior motives. Yes, it has been nearly 3 months. Su Tung replied. 3 months, you say? Tang Haiba interjected, confused. What constitutes a long time in your perspective? Today, in light of this joyous occasion, I wish to share some delightful thoughts with you. Fong Yi continued, momentarily pausing, his smile unwavering as he endeavored to adopt a more amiable tone. In the past, after failing to recruit students from Su Wei, he had reflected deeply on his approach. Although the Dragon Institute may not have the same renown as Hucking in the eyes of the general populace, those who embark on a research career are acutely aware that the overall capabilities of the Dragon Institute are not inferior to those of Hucking. So, why did he falter that day? Upon reflection, Fong Yi concluded that his demeanor had not been sufficiently welcoming. People often labeled him a critic, but even critics can exhibit warmth. Resolute in his newfound understanding, Fong Yi's tone grew increasingly amiable. You see, having spent such an extended period at Hucking, shouldn't you contemplate exploring a different environment for your studies? For instance, I merely suggest the Dragon Institute is truly commendable. Its overall strength is on par with Hucking. And not only I, but many esteemed professors here have been eager for your arrival. Whenever I meet them, they inquire, why hasn't Su come yet? He ought to be here. Given your commitment to a well-rounded research path, pursuing further education at an institution like the Dragon Institute is certainly worthwhile. As the celebratory sounds around them gradually diminished, Fong Yi's increasingly congenial voice echoed throughout the expansive laboratory. The surrounding researchers were taken aback. Wait, is this esteemed academic actually encouraging Su to further his studies at the Dragon Institute? Although there was no apparent flaw in his suggestion, it was perplexing. This was the famed critic of the research community, known for his scathing remarks, which were not necessarily contingent upon reason but rather his current mood. During the month-long analysis of the explosive energy gun, the researchers had finally grasped what it meant to be scrutinized from every conceivable angle. You can't even calculate this? And you claim to be a doctoral student? I could pluck a random shepherd from my field, and they would compute it faster than you. Adding inert gases. How is this gas your relative? Are you too reluctant to let it go? You can't even decipher the automatic paralysis device. Are you that eager to indulge in the banquet? Yet now, with every mention of little Sue and the old professors who miss you. His demeanor was so congenial that one couldn't help but wonder, is little Sue perhaps your long-lost grandson? As Fang Yi was about to introduce the strengths of Lonka Institute, Su Teng calmly interjected, I am going to Lonka Institute. Xiao Su, please do not be so hasty in rejecting my suggestion. I am aware that Hucking has certain. Fang Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. Uncertain, he sought confirmation. Xiao Su, did you just say? I am going to Lonka Institute. Those 5 succinct words enveloped Fang Yi in warmth for the remainder of the day. Haha, splendid. I must tell you, those venerable professors will be utterly delighted. There were 2 primary reasons that influenced Su Teng's decision. The first was that the advanced technology system had unlocked a side quest. The system never issues tasks devoid of rewards. Completing this one, even if it does not yield a badge, will still provide some fundamental compensation. Su Teng was still lacking in energy points. The second reason was that Fang Yi was indeed correct. Every institution boasts its own distinguished disciplines, and the strength of these disciplines stems from the presence of renowned experts within the institution. This is especially true for top-tier schools. Su Teng, pursuing an all-encompassing research path, would not remain at any one school for too long. Sigh. When Tang Haiba heard this news, he let out a deep breath. He was acutely aware that a day would come when he would part ways with his senior brother, and he had initially thought it would be during the next project. No worries. As long as I persevere, there will still be opportunities to join my senior brother's team in the future, he reassured himself. As a graduate student, he had already participated in 2 top-secret national projects, marking a high starting point. As long as he continued to work diligently, his future was destined to be bright. While everyone was curiously watching the recordings and data of the ion energy shield, Su Teng quietly exited the laboratory to find a tranquil spot. For him, the process of transferring his academic status was effortless. There was no need for him to handle any preparations. He simply intended to share the good news of the project's completion and his thoughts with 2 individuals, his mentor, Su Wei, and his senior brother, Yun Xing. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang and was answered almost instantly. Xiao Su, do you have some good news to share with me? Typically, Su Wei would not call Su Teng. Although he was ostensibly Su Teng's instructor, it was well known that Su Wei could not comprehend the complexities of Su Teng's work. The reason for not calling was simple. He did not wish to disturb Su Teng. Whenever a project was completed, Su Teng would always inform him at the earliest opportunity. Yes, teacher. The ion energy shield project has been completed. It has passed the practical tests. The words "the project is complete" left Su Wei momentarily speechless. Wait, let me think for a moment. I remember the project commenced 3 days ago, and prior to that, Xiao Su had attended a month-long foundational physics course at Hucking. So, it was completed in just 3 days. Is it truly possible to finish such a project in that time frame? The shield, a mere wristwatch in its physical form, utilizes a magnetic field to generate a protective barrier capable of deflecting not only projectiles but also energy streams. This seems rather preposterous. In the next moment, Su Wei suddenly realized. Haha, Xiao Su is my student. How can it be absurd that my pupil has completed a groundbreaking shield technology in just 3 days? No worries, no surprise, it's all part of the normal operation. Haha. When will Xiao Su return? I shall arrange a celebratory feast for you. Oh wait, I will also make time to join. Upon hearing Su Wei's warm words, Su Teng took a deep breath and slowly replied, Teacher, I have just made a decision. I need to leave Hucking for a while. Leave Hucking? Though somewhat perplexed, Su Wei did not dwell on it. Well, after all, one is not a machine. Xiao Su, you have completed 2 projects in succession and acquired so much knowledge during that time. A break is indeed warranted. Teacher, that is not my intention. Su Wei? Not your intention? What does that mean? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 152. In fact, my seniority is even lower so, Xiao Su. What do you mean? When these words escaped Su Wei's lips, they were tinged with a tremulous tone, reminiscent of a couple sensing the impending end of their relationship. I had just consented to Academician Fang's request to join the Lonka Institute. Alas, so it is. In that moment, Su Wei felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. That scoundrel Fang Yi, my student, had merely been subjected to the explosive energy gun as a testing subject. And yet, you clandestinely poached my student. I had thought your treacherous heart had long since withered. Who would have imagined that after all this time, you still lingered on this thought? Truly, one fears not the thief who steals, but the thief who remembers. After mentally cursing Fang Yi, Su Wei let out a gentle sigh. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome. A versatile researcher would inevitably not remain in one place for long. Prestigious institutions each possess their own dominant specialties, and for Su Tong, being confined to a single school is simply not a worthwhile endeavor. While ordinary individuals aspire to achieve excellence within their field, Su Tang's ambitions must at least encompass the stars and the vast ocean. For him, the journey through various institutions of higher learning was unavoidable. Little did he expect this day would arrive so swiftly. Then again, he mused, I am Xiao Su's first teacher. In any case, I have not lost out. From a certain perspective, whenever Xiao Su is mentioned, the first name that will arise will undoubtedly be mine, Su Wei, not your Fong Yi. In this regard, I have the upper hand. How delightful. Just as Su Teng contemplated how to console his teacher, he was taken aback to find that Su Wei had already consoled himself. Fear not, I shall manage my own comfort. Su Wei's tone began to rise. Haha. Then I wish Xiao Su all the best on his journey in versatile research. No matter how far you go, do not forget your teacher. Su Teng. Why do I feel something is amiss? Nonetheless, he continued in accordance with Su Wei's words. Teacher, rest assured. As your first student, I certainly will not forget you. Listen. Xiao Su is simply endearing. The title of first teacher carries a delightful resonance. After some cordial exchanges, Su Teng retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. Beep, beep, beep. As the tone sounded, it was promptly answered. Junior Su, have you encountered another dilemma? Speak freely. I shall certainly assist you in resolving it. Given Yunsheng's limited authority, there are certain matters he is not privy to. He still believes that Su Teng has returned to the Hucking laboratory. That tone. It reminded Su Teng of their first meeting. When his plane had just landed at Hucking, he had stepped out, and his senior had approached him. Wrapped in a loose coat, with a beaming smile asking if he needed anything, even guiding him to familiarize himself with the Hucking environment. As an academician at Hucking, Yunsheng's time was indeed precious. Yet, no matter when Su Teng sent a message requesting materials, he could always compile them promptly. Several times, I personally spent the entire night meticulously checking the materials, finally reassuring myself while battling dark circles under my eyes. All the materials have been verified, and notes have been affixed for reference. On that particular day, I mentioned that I needed to attend all the foundational courses in physics for the coming month, even convening all the professors in the laboratory for a meeting. By that evening, I had organized the entire class schedule. With such a reliable senior, who would dare to refuse? Su Teng sighed deeply and slowly spoke. Senior, today's call is not about needing materials. Rather, I bear good news. The ion energy shield project has succeeded, capable of not only deflecting projectiles, but also withstanding the maximum energy output of an energy weapon. Completed? It can indeed block projectiles and even withstand energy flow output? Yunsheng had perused the schematic of the ion energy shield, though he hadn't fully grasped the professional intricacies. However, some general phrases he understood, such as partial derivative attack, from solid projectiles to energy flows. He recalled the night Su Teng left, the shield's essence was merely a wristwatch. To think that the watch could possess such capabilities after the shield was formed was truly astonishing. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this project was completed in just 3 days. Given such a brief time frame, some might not have even finished their tasks. On the way back, a top-secret national project was successfully developed, surpassing current technological advancements. One must admit, my junior is truly remarkable. With this thought, Yunsheng inquired, Is Junior coming back today? Shall I prepare a celebratory feast for you? I won't be returning today. Just as Yunsheng intended to respond. It's all right. Junior should rest well. Su Teng had already promised academician Fong that from today onwards, he would be studying at the Lonkin Institute and had informed his teacher as well. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The news had arrived too abruptly. Yet Yunsheng's capacity to absorb it was far swifter than Su Wei's. After a moment of contemplation, he envisioned a scenario. The academician Fong mentioned by his junior was likely Fong Yi. And the reason Yunsheng was aware of this elder was primarily because he was notorious in the research community for his sharp criticisms. During his studies under Su Wei, he had witnessed the exchanges between Fong Yi and his teacher, culminating in a disheartening defeat for Su Wei. Since that day, the naive Yunsheng had come to realize the harsh realities of this world. Indeed, some individuals seemed to be born solely to criticize. Fong Yi could engage in relentless criticism from every conceivable angle. When he aimed to critique you, it was not necessarily due to any wrongdoing on your part, but rather contingent upon his mood. Compared to other lesser critics, Fong Yi's distinction lay in his status as an academician. Indeed, he was the very type to mercilessly criticize you, compelling you to bow your head in apology. Although Su, my junior, had stated it quite simply, I agreed to academician Fong's request. The unfolding of events is undoubtedly not as simple as it seems. The only merit of this renowned critic is his appreciation for talent. Thus, regarding Su Tung, he must be, dear Su, why do you not join us at Lonka Institute? I have been missing you immensely, or rather, as he would say, many esteemed professors have been yearning for your presence. Just accept my request, for how could a person destined for a versatile research path refrain from attending lectures at other institutions? Oh, how peculiar it is to conjure such imagery at our age. Yet, based on Su Tang's experiences, my mentor was Su's first teacher, and I was his inaugural senior. You, on the other hand, are merely the second instructor. In the realm of academia, a notable critic possesses an even lesser standing than I. Haha, this notion strikes me as exceedingly amusing. Unintentionally, Yuncheng burst into laughter. Su Ting? Chapter 153. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same robe. Apologies, my dear junior brother. I suddenly thought of some intriguing matters, which I usually manage to suppress. Just as Su Tung was about to speak, Yunxing immediately interjected. It is indeed a fortunate event for you to attend the Dragon Science Institute, as engaging in comprehensive research is no trivial endeavor. You will acquire a wealth of knowledge from various institutions. This will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors, and I eagerly await the news of you emerging as a leading figure in the next generation of scientific research. Thank you, senior brother. I appreciate your support during this period. What are we saying? It is my fortune to know someone as genuine as you. After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. In this world, there exists a group of individuals who selflessly dedicate themselves for the greater good of the nation. They remain anonymous, sacrificing their lives, often with scarcely any time to meet their families. Do they regret it? Su Ting glanced back at the meticulously safeguarded explosive energy gun and ion energy shield. For others, scientific research may seem a lonely path, fraught with insurmountable challenges and devoid of entertainment. Yet for Su Ting, every difficulty encountered during the research process was resolved, culminating in the joy of completion, surrounded by a room full of enthusiastic researchers. The crux of it lies in the enhancement of the nation's scientific prowess and its global influence, elements that have always been intricately linked to his own existence. So, why regret? With great power comes great responsibility. In Su Ting's heart, he had intertwined his destiny with that of the nation. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from behind. Senior brother. There you are. Today, our comrades in the kitchen have prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate our achievement. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. The Ion Energy Shield is a classified project, yet Su Tung successfully completed it in just 3 days. Such astounding speed would garner no objections, regardless of how extravagant today's celebration might be. The shorter the completion time, the fewer resources consumed, ultimately leading to a swifter transition to mass production. For the Dragon Nation, this is indeed a momentous occasion. Comrades, Tang Haiba's words reminded him of all the individuals he had encountered along this journey. The Sword of Light team, Li Yonghao, everyone at the Sword of Light base, and the present Tang junior brother, Fong Yi, along with all those at the explosive energy gun base. Throughout this journey, Su Tung had never walked alone. Countless members of families shared in his choices. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same robe. With this thought, Su Ting turned and placed his arm around Tang Haiba's shoulder. Haha, junior brother, you must eat heartily today. The kitchen staff, honest and earnest, prepared to serve. At that moment, Tang Haiba sensed a distinct change in his senior brother. Typically, Su Tung would not exhibit such warmth. Perhaps it was the elation following the project's completion. Undoubtedly, this version of his senior brother was far more inspiring to follow. In a bustling restaurant, researchers clad in white lab coats engaged in lively discussions with the culinary team. I seem to have overheard some intriguing information regarding the Ion Energy Shield. Oh, pray tell. Another researcher, savoring a fine mouth, inquired with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Rumor has it that the project on the Ion Energy Shield has not been underway for long. Why don't you take a wild guess at the timeline? If you want me to guess, then my interest is piqued. Let me think for a moment. I heard that the energy cannon project took over a month to complete. If I were to venture a guess, I would boldly say half a month. Half a month? You call that bold? You might as well be bolder. The surrounding researchers were visibly taken aback. Come on, half a month to resolve a project isn't bold at all. This is scientific research, not a trivial matter. The Ion Energy Shield is not only capable of deflecting bullets but can withstand even energy cannons. From a technological standpoint, the shield's sophistication surpasses that of the energy cannon. Yet, it had not even been half a month. Today was ostensibly a celebration, a moment of joy. However, with that remark, the mood of those around grew somber. Are we truly on the same planet? One might mistakenly believe we are not of the same species. The individual sipping Mount I cautiously interjected, 7 days? Surely that must be enough. Just 7 days? If that were the case, would I even bother telling you? What do you mean by that? You are also a researcher. Oh, wait, judging by your attire, you belong to the culinary team. Damn. Why is it that those from the culinary team can speak so assertively? Is it because they are unburdened by their own expertise? Just wait. I shall find a way to challenge you today. As I turned to seize the steaming sweet and sour ribs, I suddenly heard a cough. What the hell are you coughing for? Before I could finish, I looked up to see Fong Yi, a notorious critic in the research community, glaring at me with disdain. My confidence faltered instantly. This was not an opponent I could afford to provoke. What are you doing? Just stretching. Let me see you stretch. Before I could even prepare to stretch, I heard my colleagues exclaim, What? 3 days? Are you serious? Am I misperceiving the world? Or is the disparity between people truly this vast? At that moment, all those gathered to hear the gossip felt their minds buzzing. While others in their 20s had completed the energy cannon in just over a month, followed by the ion energy shield in merely 3 days, I had spent over a decade in research, merely gazing at other schematics and notes, unable to fully dissect even the energy cannon in over a month. The mouth I had just tasted suddenly seemed considerably less palatable. Fong Yi observed the disillusioned researchers around him, secretly smirking to himself. How amusing it is to compare the agricultural researchers with my esteemed students. Speaking of which, I wonder why my dear student, Xiaosu, has not yet arrived. It has been quite some time since we last met, and I find myself yearning for his presence. Suddenly, as the door swung open, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. With a decisive stride, Su Teng, the protagonist of this celebratory banquet, entered first, closely followed by the elated Tang Haiba. In that instant, the once bustling restaurant fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned towards Su Teng, clad in a pristine white coat. And a singular thought crossed their minds. With his presence, regardless of how future circumstances may unfold, the nation would remain intact and the people would enjoy peace and prosperity. This white coat would forever serve as a guiding beacon for researchers like them. Chapter 154. The codename of a group as Su Ting took a few steps outside. Fong Yi, who had been seated in the center of the hall, immediately rose to greet him with eagerness. Xiaosu, has everything been arranged? If that unremarkable old man Su Wei threatens you, do not fear. I shall persuade him on your behalf. In Fong Yi's eyes, Su Wei, this ostensibly ordinary elder, was someone he typically would not engage with. After all, he was merely an academician in applied mathematics. What was there to be so arrogant about? However, for the sake of Xiaosu, Fong Yi had afforded him a few extra glances. How could one, who could not even comprehend a student schematic, dare to incessantly proclaim that others were his students? If he dares to obstruct, Fong Yi, will ensure he once again experiences the terror of being dominated by words. I have spoken with the teacher, and he supports my move to the Dragon Science Institute. That seems more acceptable, though something feels amiss. Others are Xiaosu's first teacher. I am the second him. The second teacher is generally superior to the first teacher, so there is nothing wrong there. Now, Xiaosu, why don't you share some reflections? Reflections? Su Teng was momentarily taken aback by Fong Yi's sparkling gaze. Wasn't he tonight a celebration banquet? Wait. This banquet commemorates the success of the Ion Energy Shield project, and I am the overall leader of the project. It seems fitting to utter a few celebratory words before the commencement. Turning to the numerous researchers clad in white lab coats, he pondered how every individual present had distanced themselves from their hometowns. Some returned home only once every few years, while others' families had been unaware of their work for over a decade. Silent dedication, selfless contribution, these were the labels each person bore. Reflecting on this, Su Teng suddenly felt a genuine urge to express his thoughts. Well then, I indeed have some words to share. A simple circular stage had been erected in the center of the cafeteria. Su Teng slowly ascended, gazing at the captivated crowd surrounding him, and took a deep breath. I, Su Teng, have not walked the path of research for long, merely a few months, to be precise. Initially, I did not think too much about it. My sole desire was to enroll in a better school during my graduate studies. During my thesis, I chose a topic, within which I developed the lightsaber. Consequently, I succeeded in my admission to Huaqing, where I met my first teacher, academician Su Wei, and my senior brother, Yun Sheng. They aided me immensely. I still remember needing materials and my senior brother filling out the application forms for me. even staying up all night to meticulously organize the materials. The following day, I noticed the evident dark circles beneath his eyes. As he paused, the audience responded with warm laughter. Ah, during that time, I also gained a junior brother. The crowd turned to look at Tang Haiba, who stood nearby, grinning foolishly. It must be said that many in the audience envied Tang Haiba's good fortune in their hearts. During my graduate studies, I had the opportunity to participate in a top-secret national project. For me, this was undoubtedly a remarkable addition to my resume, paving a smoother path towards a future in scientific research than many before me could have anticipated. Subsequently, I embarked on the project of the energy explosion gun. At first, I did not dwell on it too much, simply focusing on executing the task at hand with utmost diligence. I understood that the energy explosion gun represented a revolutionary advancement compared to existing weaponry. We had once lagged significantly, burdened by numerous painful lessons. Now, with a product capable of transforming current firearm technology emerging, how could I, Su Tong, an aspiring researcher, possibly forego such an opportunity? These resolute words commanded the respect of those around me. Why were they willing to leave their homes and join such classified projects? Was it in pursuit of a better life? No. Choosing these endeavors meant distancing themselves from entertainment and the bustling life. They willingly embraced solitude. Driven by the aspiration for a brighter future for our nation, the history of our homeland, Dragon Country, is replete with shame. A single anti-aircraft gun could dominate vast coastal territories, dividing land and denying even our own people access. How could we ever forget that humiliating chapter in our past? When the nation fell, where did our homes reside? If a technology capable of revolutionizing current firearms were presented to them now, would they refuse? Absolutely not. Fortunately, I was not without luck. Before long, I had developed a rudimentary version of the energy explosion gun. After observing the experimental process, my instructor invited me to the base to lecture esteemed seniors. Initially apprehensive, I soon discovered that the veterans were far more amiable than I had imagined. As the project progressed and each challenge was surmounted, I experienced profound psychological satisfaction. Upon reflection, I realized that if I were to define my contribution, it would be the pride of offering my service to our homeland and witnessing its strength grow, especially at the moment the energy explosion gun project reached completion. When I adjusted it to its maximum energy scale and saw a cerulean glow erupting from the testing grounds, creating a deep crater, a thought suddenly struck me. Had we possessed such a weapon in the past, would we have evaded the stigma of humiliation? Would we have been able to safeguard our homes and our country? Would history have been spared so much sorrow? At this juncture, righteous indignation was evident on the faces of everyone present. How could we ever forget those painful histories? Su Tang's tone began to rise. I had once questioned myself whether this scientific life was too monotonous, whether this path was too solitary. Yet, as I engaged in the Ion Energy Shield project, carried that watch to the lightsaber base, and then to the energy explosion gun base, I began to comprehend that it was not life that was monotonous, but rather the human heart. It is not individuals who are lonely, but rather the will. I have never been alone. We are a collective. As the saying goes, though we may lack garments, we share the same cloak. When the final words were uttered, some researchers clad in white coats could no longer contain themselves. An unusual emotion surged into their minds. It is not life that is monotonous, but the inner self. It is not individuals who experience loneliness, but the will. Throughout this journey, have we ever truly been solitary? Guarding the borders, rushing to disaster-stricken areas in the dead of night. In this land, there are always those who quietly engage in the same endeavors. For the Dragon Kingdom signifies not merely an individual, but a multitude. Chapter 155, Successors. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into applause. The sound radiated outward from the center, gradually escalating from a gentle murmur to a thunderous roar. Standing below the stage, Tang Haibo gazed at his senior brother and murmured, "Knowing my senior brother and embarking on a career in research is the wisest decision of my life." In the distance, tears glistening in his eyes, Fong Yi exclaimed, "With juniors like Xiao Su, we truly have successors." Slowly raising his right hand, he offered a perfectly executed salute. At that moment, everyone in the cafeteria, in unison, raised their right hands and performed the same salute. "With you all here, how could I ever feel alone?" Su Ting silently replied. Subsequently, the celebration banquet commenced in earnest. Tang Haiba was not mistaken. The feast was indeed sumptuous. Sweet and sour ribs, tender ribs stir-fried with caramelized sugar, artfully stacked and sprinkled with white sesame seeds, adorned with vibrant green garnishes, beneath which wafted a rich, aromatic broth. Oil-splashed shrimp, Small shrimp were chosen, plunged into heated oil until perfectly crisp. The shells turned a vibrant red, delicate yet firm, releasing their succulent flesh with the slightest touch, a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity. Ah, this is savory, Tang Haiba thought, momentarily pausing amidst his voracious eating. Wait a minute, isn't my senior brother focused solely on research? How does he know all this? Lion's head, crafted from a blend of fatty and lean pork, hand-cut into small pieces and combined with the finest broth, these meatballs were plump and robust, reminiscent of a lion's majestic mane. Su Ting sipped the clear broth, then took a bite of the lion's head, the juices bursting forth on his tongue. Delightful. Subtle yet satisfying, rich without being greasy. Just as the kitchen staff approached to engage Su Ting in conversation, they paused in astonishment. What is happening? Why does Xiao Su seem like a culinary critic at this moment? The effort invested in crafting this broth was no small feat typically. These researchers in white coats would merely utter simple phrases like, not bad, or very good, despite their extensive education, reluctant to offer genuine praise. Yet Xiao Su succinctly captured the essence in one remark. One could not help but think, a genius, indeed, is simply different from the rest. The celebration continued into the late hours of the night, with Tang Haiba ultimately emerging as the star of the evening. He successfully made a lasting impression on the kitchen staff at the explosive energy weapon base, as burly men patted him on the shoulder, declaring, "Brother, your hearty appetite is commendable. Sharing a bowl in front of so many is something a true brother can appreciate. Next time you come for food, I promise to give you extra." Tang Haiba struggled to swallow his food, then looked up earnestly and asked, "Are you serious?" Of course, more genuine than pearls. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang, and a hand emerged from the covers to silence it. The celebration banquet had stretched late into the night. With numerous bottles of Maudai consumed, and many had taken to drinking directly from the bottles. Such behavior was understandable. After all, the Ion Energy Shield project is a substantial endeavor, and the swift completion of such a highly classified initiative is indeed a cause for celebration. Fang Yi also informed Su Ting that he had submitted an application to the higher authorities and that a secret base for the Ion Energy Shield would soon be established. During this period, Fang Yi lowered his voice and inquired of Su Ting how long it might take to analyze the technology for mass production, should they succeed in deciphering the Ion Energy Shield. In the recent experimental tests, Fang Yi was astounded by the shield's strength. The third energy scale of the explosive energy gun could create a 15-meter-wide crater, yet the shield withstood it effortlessly. Most remarkably, the shield is capable of converting damage into energy it requires. Throughout his decades of life, Fang Yi had never encountered such technology. Su Ting, after a moment of contemplation, replied earnestly that it might take nearly a few years. Indeed, he was not mistaken. His ability to create the Ion Energy Shield within 3 days was entirely due to the effects of the badges. The combination of 3 badge effects resulted in the emergence of 2 golden blueprints. One should not underestimate these 2 golden blueprints. Their enhancement resolved all core issues of the shield. However, both the modified tokamak equipment and the dual-core guide are not easily decipherable. With the completion of the Ion Energy Shield project, there are 19 days until the next technological blueprint is unlocked. The side missions must also be addressed promptly. If the planned tasks are completed by this morning, he would need to head to the Lonka Institute in the afternoon. At the conclusion of yesterday's celebration banquet, the staff from the Explosive Energy Gun project invited Su Ting to explain the final challenges of the explosive energy gun this morning. Diagrams and notes ultimately serve merely as theoretical representations. Many issues arise during actual experimentation. The project has reached its critical juncture. Resolving this issue will allow the explosive energy gun to officially enter the production phase. Although mass production is not yet feasible, this marks a significant step forward. Additionally, there is another task today, testing the amplifier. Su Ting had noted the amplifier's schematic when the rewards were unveiled yesterday. From the blueprints, it did not appear overly difficult. The key lies in the synthesis of several knowledge points, and Su Ting possesses sufficient confidence in this regard. Armed with the badge of comprehensive understanding, he is assured that the complexities of these knowledge points will not confound him. The ability to double the damage for a duration of 1 minute is indeed formidable. Regrettably, only one can be manufactured per day. As Su Ting walked, he pondered these matters, only to realize he had arrived at the laboratory entrance when someone called his name. "Xiao Su, over here." A bespectacled individual waved at him from a short distance away. "Oh, I'm here." Upon opening the door, Su Ting was momentarily taken aback. At last night's celebratory banquet, no one hindered the researchers from indulging in libations. In Su Tong's recollection, today would likely witness many sleeping until the afternoon. The individuals he anticipated encountering were merely a handful. However, upon pushing open the door to the laboratory, he was taken aback to find it filled to capacity with eager faces, all gazing at him with anticipation. "Young Su," one of them began. "We heard from Academician Fong that you would be departing the base this afternoon for a new project in 20 days. We didn't want to waste your time, so we all arrived early." Another chimed in, "Indeed, young Su, your time is far too precious to squander compared to ours." A third added, "We are eagerly awaiting the development of your new project." Upon hearing these remarks, Su Ting responded with a smile, "Actually, I have brought something new for you today, and it is quite intriguing." Chapter 156. The first energy amplification gun. The term interesting uttered by Su Tong captured the attention of the researchers present. In contrast to them, Su Ting possessed a far broader perspective. After all, it was he who conceived the energy amplification gun and the ion energy shield. "Su, please share your insights with us," one of them urged, more pragmatic in approach. "Just tell us if we can also create such a device." Despite Su Ting's youth, the gap in their research capabilities was substantial. "Ah, you can certainly manufacture it," he replied, "but as it stands, it is merely a prototype." As he spoke, Su Ting pulled over a blackboard and began to write, "Amplifier. For 1 minute, it can double the power of any weapon. After 1 minute, the amplifier shatters, but the weapon remains unaffected." He continued, "Drawback. Only one can be produced per day." The researchers were momentarily taken aback by this statement. One could not help but inquire, "Su, does this mean that regardless of how many we attempt to produce in a day, only one will be functional?" "Indeed, that is the flaw," Su confirmed. "It is precisely why I refer to it as a prototype." The questioner paused, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. After all, it was labeled a prototype. Su Tong had previously immersed his mental acuity in the blueprints and identified the underlying issue. The reason it was a prototype lay in the absence of a core component. If Su Tong were to leverage several badges to enhance the success rate, he could achieve better results. However, for ordinary individuals, the manufacturing process resembled a matter of probability. Due to the missing core, the probability of successfully producing an amplifier each day was fixed, thus limiting it to one successful unit daily under certain conditions. Su Tong continued to sketch the schematic on the blackboard. The amplifier resembled a bottle cap device, with its amplification principle based on the central point being endowed with double the energy. This foundational concept dictated the placement of the amplifier at the muzzle of the weapon. Badge. Integration achieved. Effect triggered. Triggered item. Amplifier. Triggered subject. Analysis of amplifier schematic. The once unclear concept underwent remarkable enhancement under the badge's influence. Every detail of the amplifier was magnified, with crucial components being dissected and both planar and sectional views observed from various angles. Su Ting's hands moved swiftly, chalk dancing across the blackboard, leaving the multitude of researchers in awe. Goodness, is such a schematic truly conjured from mere imagination? One pondered. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have believed Su Ting memorized the amplifier schematic. It was astonishingly clear. Even Academician Fong could scarcely achieve such clarity. In truth, I now believe that our inability to fully analyze the energy amplification device after more than a month is not a reflection of our shortcomings, but rather a fault of Academician Fong. From the principal diagram drawn by Su Tong, it seems that even a graduate student could replicate it. As an observer, I find your assertions to be quite reasonable. Suddenly, Tang Haiba, who had been standing by and watching the spectacle, felt as if he were being subtly criticized. Darn it. With a slight pout, he repeatedly mused inwardly. This is precisely the situation when Academician Fong is absent. If he were here, would you dare to speak so boldly? Unlike Tang Haiba and other researchers who merely stood by, Su Tong had already gathered all the necessary materials by the time he completed the schematic. "Brother, all the materials you need are here," he said, presenting the items. Su Tong paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. It's my duty," he responded, casting a slightly provocative glance at the assembly of researchers below. TCH, a bunch of amateurs, utterly lacking in insight. The audience was taken aback, and a collective thought emerged. Seriously? Isn't he just an assistant? Is such fervor truly necessary? What surprised everyone was that immediately after Su Ting elucidated the theoretical framework, he commenced work on the energy amplifier right before their eyes. It is well known that theory and practice are often worlds apart. Many can eloquently expound on theoretical concepts, as if failing to secure a Nobel Prize would be a personal affront. However, when it comes to executing experimental procedures, they falter. Su Ting, on the other hand, seamlessly transitioned from theory to practice, his movements fluid and graceful, embodying the essence of hardcore execution. 3 minutes later, a circular device materialized before the audience, reminiscent of an edible milk patch, albeit with a small red button atop it. He positioned the amplifier at the muzzle of the gun, and, upon pressing the red button, it sprang to life. By the way, to instill your confidence, I made 3 of these, Su Ting added, brandishing the other 2 devices before the crowd. Now, let us discuss the challenges faced by your energy amplifier project. His entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable fluidity. Researcher A remarked, "Oh, what about the energy amplifier project?" Researcher B replied, "Don't you recall? We invited Su Ting today specifically for the energy amplifier project." Researcher C chimed in, "Right? Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten the main purpose of today." Researcher D concluded, "So, do you not think that what academician Fong once said might indeed hold some truth?" Upon hearing this final statement, a wave of realization washed over everyone. Darn it. Are we truly the esteemed researchers that the nation values? It seems otherwise. I have also observed the progress of your energy amplifier project. In fact, a similar question was posed in the notebook I previously provided to you. Please turn to page 22. The room fell into an expectant silence, the only sound being the rustling of pages. You are confronted with 2 challenges. One pertains to the low conversion efficiency of volatile explosive gases, while the other concerns the issue of the crystal prism's oscillation and deviation. The gas is introduced into the confined space of the activation module through a predetermined pathway. I have previously designed this channel, and to ensure its stability, I infused it with inert gas. In this moment, Su Ting's every gesture captivated the attention of the researchers below. Those seated here are among the nation's most elite scientists, even some of them, despite their silver hair, maintained unwavering gazes. 30 minutes later, the final conundrum regarding the explosive energy gun was resolved. 1 hour later, the facility produced its first explosive energy gun. The amplifier commenced its inaugural experiment. Chapter 157. Senior brother. The news of the successful test quickly spread throughout the base of the energy weapon. "Hey, have you heard? The final challenge has been conquered, and the first energy weapon has finally been created," exclaimed researchers in white lab coats as they conversed loudly in the cafeteria. They had arrived early to avoid delaying Su Ting, and many had not yet had breakfast. Furthermore, they had been teased by the culinary staff the previous day, prompting them to assert their contributions to research. A bowl of fresh mung bean porridge, it must be hot, and the youtiao should be freshly fried. An older man at the cooking station turned to a bespectacled young man, who held his head high, brimming with confidence. "Ah, the energy weapon has finally been created." "Indeed. Remember, the mung bean porridge." Before he could finish his sentence, the older man interrupted him, casting a spell of rebuke. "If it weren't for Xiaosu, could you have resolved this so quickly? An energy weapon in just half an hour? I know who was giving orders from the side. Some individuals, despite their youth, seem to have mastered the art of boasting." With these remarks, the bespectacled researcher felt his confidence wane, finally muttering, "The mung bean porridge, well, it could be cool, and the youtiao, as long as it's not leftover, should be fine." On the other side of the base, Fong Yi stood with a group of staff members. The final technical issue had been resolved. "I must admit, after attending a lecture by Xiaosu, I am genuinely impressed. The amplifier is quite promising." This statement captured everyone's attention. In contemporary technology, there are myriad methods to enhance the power of weapons, all fundamentally rooted in improving their design and load capacity. However, the notion of utilizing external devices to amplify power is virtually unheard of. At that moment, Fong Yi, usually the one to boast, chose silence. "Why speak when the more you praise Xiaosu, the more gratifying it is for me?" Su Ting inspected the instruments thoroughly, confirming that everything was in order. Meanwhile, Tang Haiba hurried over. "Senior brother, the checks are complete over there, and everything is fine." "Good, let us begin." This test was solely aimed at determining whether the amplifier functioned and if it could indeed double the power of the energy weapon. To ensure a more pronounced effect, they would initiate the test from the 3rd energy scale. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, eager to witness the emergence of something novel. Buzzing. The familiar hum resonated. In the next moment, a beam of ethereal blue light erupted, blinding everyone in its wake. Boom! The hard ground in the distance was instantaneously reduced to powder, revealing a deep pit exceeding 15 meters in depth before the astonished crowd. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A sudden thought emerging in their minds. What if an amplifier could enhance the power of the explosive energy gun? Mining could indeed become the optimal choice. The deep blue glow continued to radiate, accompanied by a deafening roar. Su-Tong was the first to grasp the situation, promptly slamming his palm onto the control button. This practical test was still operated by a mechanical hand. Without absolute certainty of safety, no one would dare to handle the weapon personally. With a soft thud, the energy output from the explosive energy gun ceased. Su-Tong couldn't help but exhale in relief. The effectiveness of the amplifier exceeded all expectations. Witnessing such formidable power, a sense of regret was filled within him. The only drawback was the daunting sight of the massive pit in the distance. What a mess to clean up. Could this contraption truly last for only a minute? When initially explained, the crowd had been skeptical. After all, a minute seemed so brief. In the chaos of battle, it hardly seemed capable of making a significant impact. But now, it appeared that with a few more explosive energy guns and amplifiers, just give me 1 minute, and I could save the world. The entire battlefield would be transformed. This felt even more exhilarating than consuming counterfeit liquor. As soon as someone uttered this statement, Fong Yi retorted sharply from beside him. The critic immediately escalated the situation. Counterfeit liquor, all you can think about is counterfeit liquor. I reckon your mind has been muddled by it. When we were analyzing the explosive energy gun, you didn't seem this enthusiastic. Upon seeing the amplifier's effect, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Why don't you build one yourself? In the vast testing ground, no one dared to provoke Fong Yi's bad temper. After all, he was the head of the explosive energy gun facility. Even esteemed academicians like Su Wei would not escape his scorn. Uncle Fong. Su-Tong had yet to finish his sentence when Fong Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Xiao Su, what were you saying? His smile was warm, and his expression so natural that one would hardly believe he had just been reprimanding someone. The person being scolded clenched his fists in response. I'll leave the diagrams and notes regarding the ion energy shield to you. It was astonishing that the facility had already fully analyzed the explosive energy gun and could independently produce it. I hope the shield can be deciphered soon as well. When Su-Tong departed from the Lightsword facility, he entrusted the diagrams and notes of the ion energy shield to Li Yonghao. Every facility operated under the utmost secrecy, and the researchers admitted were among the nation's elite. Although Fong Yi spoke in such a manner, it was merely a comparison to someone of his caliber. The researchers within the facility were vastly superior to ordinary personnel. Both the Lightsword facility and the explosive energy gun facility had resolved their respective production challenges. It is not an impossible task to assign the shield to the researchers at both bases for technical analysis. What? You say Su Ting is acting independently? My apologies. The lightsaber, the energy cannon, and the ion energy shield. These 3 projects have a chief coordinator who is well informed. The directive from above is clear, to fully support Su Ting in all his scientific endeavors. In fact, Fong Yi will not only refrain from obstructing this approach, but will actively endorse it. What of the renowned critics in the scientific community? These individuals have weathered the most arduous times in manhwa and are seasoned veterans of research. With a wave of his hand, Fong Yi summoned the project leaders, who hurriedly approached to take the documents from Su Ting. Although the blueprints appeared to be mere scraps of paper, the value of the technologies they represented was beyond measure. Senior brother. At this juncture, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Tang Haiba was acutely aware that this farewell could span several years. Without Su Ting, he would never have resolutely committed his life to the pursuit of scientific inquiry. Because, Chapter 158, Professor Su Tang Haiba originally aspired to pursue a career in public service. However, it now appears that the allure of scientific research far surpasses that of civil service. The emergence of a groundbreaking technological marvel as a tangible reality is infinitely more gratifying than merely engaging in calculations within an office. Su Ting approached Tang Haiba, patting him on the shoulder as he encouraged, "Keep striving. I look forward to your future contributions to my projects." Really? Tang Haiba's eyes sparkled upon hearing these words. Yes, truly. During their previous encounter at the energy gun project, Su Ting had perceived Tang Haiba as somewhat of a slacker. Yet, this time, as he entered the shield project, Su Ting distinctly sensed a newfound determination within him. It was as if he were a wealthy heir who, failing to excel in academia, would be destined to inherit a family fortune. A sudden, unbidden thought crossed Su Ting's mind. "Senior brother, I shall see you again," Tang Haiba declared. "Indeed, farewell." In the distance, a helicopter stood ready for takeoff. Everyone at the base spontaneously gathered to bid Su Ting farewell, reminiscent of the previous gathering at the lightsaber base. Watching Su Tung's silhouette as he boarded the helicopter, a collective thought emerged among the crowd. Such a dedicated researcher is a rarity, and one can only hope for his meteoric rise in the future. Among the crowd, a member of the cooking team, holding a spoon, remarked to the white-coated researchers around him, "If you ask me, little Su has a far superior palate when it comes to gourmet cuisine than any of you." Nonsense. How can you make such baseless claims? A researcher in a white coat blushed, convinced that this was an absurdity propagated by the quarrelsome cook. "Humph. Then tell me, what did you think of that lion's head dish last night?" After a moment of silence, the latter hesitantly responded, "It was delicious." "And you?" The cook pressed the other researchers nearby. "Was it strong? Nice?" The last individual pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "What the heck?" "It was rich." The cook's fist clenched in triumph at this revelation. "It was light yet rich, not greasy at all," he proclaimed. "What about you lot? Such ignorance is truly embarrassing. From now on, the Yotu will undoubtedly be served cold." The researchers who had spoken earlier exchanged glances, trembling slightly. Damn, who was it that uttered what the heck? Such embarrassing judgments. Meanwhile, seated within the helicopter, Su Ting began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. The side quest appeared peculiar, lacking a designated time frame or specific parameters for completion. This ambiguity allowed for a multitude of approaches. For instance, akin to his initial experience at Hucking, where he completed all foundational physics courses within a month. At the very least, for all the underachievers in the physics discipline, they remembered the dread of being under Su Tung's command. Naturally, the final outcome was not limited to mere underachievers. All the top students from various disciplines were made aware, through the advocacy of physics scholars, of the existence of a Su Tung who far surpassed them all. Surprisingly, without specifying the time and method, this task is not urgent. Su Tung immersed his mental energy into the system, reviewing another reward previously acquired. Gene Potion, complete blueprint, a lower-tier version of the Red Star energy liquid, offering a degree of enhancement. In a certain light, this reward stands out as the most advantageous among the three provided by the advanced technology system. The amplifier's blueprint is incomplete, and it comes with stipulations. It will enter a state of destruction after a minute's duration. The shield expansion technology also possesses a fragmented blueprint, lacking the most critical technique, rendering it incapable of being extended to other applications. However, the gene potion can be synthesized with a sufficient understanding of biological knowledge, in conjunction with the current blueprint. The crucial point lies in the system's annotation. Extends life, immune to all ailments. With the advancement of technology, various illnesses have proliferated. This is particularly concerning for researchers, as premature death is an unsolvable dilemma. The system's annotations have always been pragmatic. Being immune to all ailments genuinely implies invulnerability. For Su Ting, who aspires to pursue a versatile scientific path, mastery of biology is inevitable. Yet, he remains uncertain if the blueprint activated by this advanced technology pertains to the biological realm. Your inquiry has been noted, and the system will kindly inform you that this time it is not biological. What is happening? How can the system respond to my thoughts this time? It is utterly unlike the system I was previously bound to. In the next moment, a considerate reply echoed in his mind. Due to an increase in energy points, certain functions have begun to unlock. Energy points? Indeed, it is this element. It seems my prior conjectures were not unfounded. With this thought, Su Ting became immediately intrigued. Why are energy points necessary? Were you in a dormant state before? The surplus energy points can fully awaken the system. It indeed was in a dormant state previously. What was the reason for your dormancy? This time, when Su Ting posed the question, he received no response from the system. Instead, he was met with a series of static crackles. Damn, this thing can also freeze up? Su Ting was taken aback. He never anticipated that the considerate AI advanced technology system could also exhibit moments of ineptitude. With this in mind, he quickly shifted the topic. What type of blueprint will this one be? Physical. The advanced technology system seemed to suffer from some aftereffects after freezing. Insufficient energy? Each energy point can only unlock a segment of dialogue for a limited time. Su Ting promptly confirmed this notion. But what specific type is it? Weaponry? Shield? Vehicle? His inquiries went unanswered, culminating in a succession of static sounds. Alas, what a pity. Su Ting sighed inwardly, resolving to seek an opportunity next time to uncover more truths. However, he had already gleaned a most valuable answer. Each energy point acquired could be exchanged for a conversation with the advanced technology system. Shao Su, awaken, we have arrived. He had immersed his mental faculties within the advanced technology system, appearing to be in slumber. Fong Yi, believing Su Ting to be fatigued from his recent endeavors, refrained from disturbing him. After all, my dear student had undertaken 2 consecutive projects. What harm is there in resting? Are we mere machines? It is a jest. My student may rest whenever he pleases. In truth, had Su Ting not consumed the previous reward, the Red Star energy liquid, he would have struggled to endure the intensity of the research. Not only would he face the loss of his charm, but hair loss would also be inevitable. Yet for Su Ting, not only did he avoid hair loss, but his allure also increased. Have we arrived? Su Ting opened his eyes to indeed find himself near the Lonka Institute. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Fong Yi. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention to you. Professor Su. Professor Su? Su Ting was taken aback. Chapter 159. Not a junior disciple? The address of junior disciple caught Su Ting off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observing the bewildered expression on Su Ting's face, Fong Yi chuckled. Given your contributions, the title of professor is most fitting. This time, my request to transfer you to the higher-ups not only received approval, but also came with an additional directive. Henceforth, our comrade Su Ting shall be a professor at the Long Institute of Technology. Come, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the institute. Fong Yi amiably patted Su Ting on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. Just a few months prior, Su Ting was preoccupied with concerns regarding his graduate studies. After successfully completing his thesis on the lightsaber, he became a student of an academician and entered Hucking through a special admission process. It marked his first experience of flying in a helicopter, and he was greeted personally by the president of Hucking upon his arrival. On that inaugural day, the president accompanied him as well, and now, he had become a professor at the Long Institute of Technology. By age, he would undoubtedly be the youngest professor in the institute. Moreover, he was accompanied by an academician, the pinnacle of scholarly achievement in manhwa. If this were not a reality, Su Ting might have mistaken it for a dream. Ah, here we are at the dining hall of the Long Institute, where the food is quite delectable. Fong Yi's words interrupted Su Ting's reverie. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Prior to this, Fong Yi had taken the effort to understand Su Ting's preferences. As a dedicated researcher, if he had to name a genuine interest, it would be his love for gourmet cuisine. Thus, Fong Yi's first destination for Su Ting was the dining hall of the institute. Having gone to great lengths to secure this promising student, he narrated the details of the dining hall while discreetly observing Su Ting's reactions. Internally, he mused. It seems my information was indeed accurate. Just look at Su's eyes shining with anticipation. I've certainly struck a chord with him. Fortunately, he had arranged for a sumptuous lunch at the dining hall today. Fong Yi glanced at his watch and remarked, "Oh dear, it seems it's nearly noon. Shall we dine first, and then explore your accommodation?" Upon hearing this, Su Ting looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and inquired, "Really? See, I've completely got him under my spell." Fong Yi responded with an increasingly warm smile. "Indeed." Su Ting replied enthusiastically, then followed Fong Yi to the dining hall upstairs. At that moment, the students of the Long Institute who had arrived early were utterly astonished. Having witnessed the unfolding events, they questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them. Did I just see the infamous critic of the research community? Not only did he refrain from criticism, but he was also exceptionally amiable. Ah, you noticed too. I thought I was seeing things. To the students, Fong Yi had always embodied a rather villainous persona. As the saying goes, when Fong Yi smiles, the unpredictability of research ensues. You will never know what the next utterance from a critic's lips might be, while others who insult you may still be challenged. This particular individual, a renowned academician, poses a different dilemma. How dare you contradict me? I shall make you comprehend the true essence of despair. But what did they perceive? A famous critic seemingly attempting to curry favor with a young man beside him. Just now, it was academician Fong who was trying to appease that youthful figure. A bespectacled, slender lad hesitantly inquired, "I too find it plausible. Hey, Zhang Yuji, could that possibly be your junior?" Someone turned to the robust man beside him and asked. Zhang Yuji, the foremost disciple of Fong Yi. The most notable distinction between him and Yun Sheng lies in his formidable research expertise. Yun Sheng exudes the aura of a frail scholar, whereas Zhang Yuji, with his stout physique, gives the immediate impression, is this not a domain for academia? What is a mere kitchen apprentice doing here? No, that cannot be. As Fong Yi's leading senior disciple, he is well aware of all students under his mentor's wing. Moreover, it is not the beginning of the academic year. There are no new juniors to speak of. However, The preceding interaction was undeniably ambiguous. As the senior disciple, he had never experienced such treatment, leaving him somewhat insecure. He added, "It should not be the case." At that moment, a sudden voice broke through, "I have discerned the truth." The crowd turned to gaze at the bespectacled youth, who adjusted his glasses with an expression suggesting he had seen through it all. Not a junior, nor a new student. There could only be one possibility. You managed to capture my interest with just a single statement," the bespectacled lad declared confidently. Perceiving the attention of the crowd, therefore, that young man must be the illegitimate son of academician Fong. There are always individuals who astound with their audacity. With sheer ingenuity, he overturned everyone's assumptions. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence, followed by a collective gaze directed at Zhang Yuji. The corners of Zhang Yuji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Well, I underestimated you, you bespectacled genius. Such logical prowess. If you are so remarkable, why not proclaim it before our teacher instead? Ha ha ha, look. Did I not hit the nail on the head?" No wonder young Shi claimed he was not a junior. It seems he was already privy to the truth. Zhang Yuji could hardly fathom that the logical prodigy's reasoning was not the final revelation. Indeed, there was an ultimate version. Moreover, goodness, it appears I was implicated in this too. Initially, I thought remaining silent would spare me from involvement. Little did I anticipate that the blame would be placed squarely upon me, with even the gap sealed with superglue. Zhang Yuji lifted his gaze, utterly stunned by the expressions of those around him. My word, you cannot truly believe this, can you? Behold, observe how he has begun to evade responsibility. The bespectacled young man promptly interrupted his preliminary incantation, delivering a conclusive argument. Zhang Yuji's fist hardened in anger as he exclaimed, "Your mother's grocery prices inevitably surge. Your grandfather's chess strategy requires incessant gestures, and your attempts at League of Legends are destined for failure. Look, see how agitated he has become. Today's gossip board at the Dragon Science Institute has ample material. Goodness, he truly intends to write about this? Brothers, let us make our escape. I possess an alibi." Meanwhile, a succession of steaming dishes was being presented. As an esteemed academician, Fong Yi naturally frequented a dining hall unlike that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, Su Ting was taken aback to discover that the room was not solely occupied by him and Fong Yi, but rather a multitude of individuals, among whom included Chapter 160, 1,000 words condensed into one. The esteemed deans of the Dragon Science Institute, along with the principal, were gathered in an elegant private room. Before entering, Su Ting could hardly fathom that the cafeteria housed such a refined space, especially with prominent figures from the institution present. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair stood up, warmly grasping Su Ting's hands, and said, Young Su, you must have endured quite a journey. To welcome you, we have arranged a banquet here in the cafeteria. I hope you do not mind." At this juncture, Fong Yi aptly introduced, "This is Principal Huang of the Dragon Science Institute. He was once my mentor." Mentor? Su Ting was taken aback. In his recollection, renowned figures in the research community were typically not the ones to pass down their wisdom. Yet, here was Principal Huang, despite his age, exuding a genuine scholarly elegance that left a favorable first impression. Unlike Fong Yi, who, except in Su Ting's presence, often gave the impression of being difficult to approach. So, from whom did Fong Yi acquire his acerbic skills? Of course, I do not mind. It is my honor to meet Principal Huang and all the esteemed leaders. Oh, young Su, such words. It is we, the elders, who are honored to encounter someone of your caliber in our lifetime. Indeed, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely dare to believe that someone could truly embark on the path of an all-encompassing researcher. By the way, young Su, your conferment ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 in the morning in the school's grand hall. You must be there punctually. I hear representatives from the military will also be in attendance. A conferment ceremony and military representatives as well? This revelation left Su Ting utterly bewildered. Typically, the process of becoming a professor did not involve such formalities. It merely entailed receiving an official document from higher authorities, which would then be publicly announced on the university's website. Even when appointed, the ceremony was quite mundane. However, in his case, the situation appeared rather extraordinary. Why was there to be a conferment ceremony, and why would military personnel be present? It seemed that his ceremony was not merely a routine affair. Huang Yongsheng, perceiving Su Ting's astonishment, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. In previous years, they have also sent representatives. I suspect this visit is related to some routine evaluations of specific projects. Although Huang Yongxing had once been Feng Yi's teacher in the hierarchy of the Dragon Kingdom, he did not hold a stature comparable to Feng Yi's. After all, Feng Yi was an academician, while he was merely the principal of the Dragon Science Institute. Consequently, there were many matters he remained unaware of, such as Su Ting being in charge of a top-secret project or that he had just returned from a classified facility. He only knew that a formal document had been issued, designating Su Ting as a specially appointed professor. In his mind, the military's presence was certainly not due to Su Ting. They were merely conducting routine inspections of certain specialized projects. Thus, the conversation continued. With an air of anticipation lingering in the room, Su Ting responded with calmness, revealing no thoughts on the matter. Only Feng Yi's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, for he was bound by a confidentiality agreement, rendering many topics unsuitable for discussion. Nevertheless, as Su remained silent, I chose to pretend not to have overheard. The essence of criticism was stifled, and it was somewhat uncomfortable. After all, this was my former teacher. I could not afford to voice any discontent. Patience was essential. Come, let us enjoy the dishes. Otherwise, they shall grow cold. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted entirely to the dining table. The round table was adorned with an array of steaming dishes. Kung Pao chicken. The chicken, meticulously diced, was accompanied by peanuts, chili peppers, and vibrant greens, with a hint of red oil seeping through, creating a visually appealing contrast of red and green. Su Ting scooped a morsel with his spoon and savored it slowly. How is it? Huang Yongxing inquired with an expectant gaze, for this gathering was a welcome feast for Su. If the guests were dissatisfied, it would pose a problem. In the next instant, Su Ting blurted out, red yet not spicy, spicy yet not overwhelming, richly fragrant with a robust flavor and tender, crispy meat. I was taken aback. The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned. What evaluation had we just heard? Surely, this must be professional. Wait, aren't you involved in scientific research? Feng Yi was equally astonished. At the celebration the previous day, he had heard Su Ting's commentary on lion's head meatballs, but he had not taken it seriously. Now, however, it seemed that his student possessed some degree of expertise in culinary matters. Come, try this next, Huang Yongxing urged, pushing the mapo tofu towards Su Ting. The delicate tofu was piled high, steaming, with a bowl filled to the brim with red oil, garnished with chopped green onions. Su Ting took a spoonful and gradually placed it in his mouth. At that moment, his tongue tingled, the spiciness surged, and he could not help but gasp from the heat. Mapo tofu, one of the traditional dishes of Sichuan cuisine, had transitioned from a humble home-cooked meal to an international delicacy upon its arrival in other countries. Gazing at the mapo tofu before him, Su Ting suddenly recalled a recipe he had casually flipped through earlier and remarked, the essence of mapo tofu lies in its numbing, spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, tender, fresh qualities, known as the 8 principles or the 8 maxims. The numbing sensation comes from sprinkling an appropriate amount of ground Sichuan pepper upon the tofu as it cooks. The best choice is the Han Yuan tribute pepper, which imparts a pure and invigorating flavor. As for the spiciness, one should use the oil chili made from the Dahong Pao peppers from Longtan Temple to prepare the Dabanjiang. With each of Su Ting's explanations, the entire audience was left in awe. What on earth? I recalled someone mentioning that Su was an all-encompassing scholar in the realm of scientific research. How is he now enlightening us on the history of culinary dishes? Several deans discreetly took out their phones to search for information, and upon comparison, good heavens, was he a human calculator? Everything he uttered was spot on. So, is his primary profession that of a versatile researcher, while his side endeavor is that of a culinary critic? This is perplexing. Can these two utterly unrelated fields truly converge upon the presence of an unexpected professor? In my recollection, engaging in scientific research is an arduous endeavor, fraught with the toll of declining aesthetics and receding hairlines. Yet, observe the strikingly handsome Xiao Su before me, devoid of any signs of hair loss. Am I not of the same species as he? At this moment, the deans, engrossed in their mobile devices, feel a profound sense of numbness. Why should my mere intention to partake in a meal subject me to such disheartening revelations? This fear of being overshadowed harkens back to their academic days, when they were intimidated by genuine prodigies. Moreover, those senior and junior colleagues from that era pale in comparison to this youthful professor's extraordinary prowess. We are all researchers. Why does your foray into culinary critique venture so far afield? How infuriating. Is it possible that true genius lies in the ability to transition from exhausting research to becoming a food critic simply by dining in the cafeteria? No. Yet, the more I observe Feng Yi, the more I am captivated. In a multitude of words, one sentiment prevails: my student is truly exceptional. Chapter 161. The jester among us. During this welcoming banquet, the esteemed deans found themselves in a rather uncomfortable predicament, their expressions growing increasingly rigid as remnants of past fears, once dictated by genius, resurfaced. In stark contrast, Fang Yi's spirits soared with each passing moment. Once satiated, Huang Yongsheng clasped Su Teng's hand and remarked, "Ah, Su, consider the Dragon Institute as your own home. Feel free to voice any requests directly to me." He then added, "By the way, you might not have my contact information yet. Come, let us exchange numbers." Since Huang Yongsheng ascended to the position of president, he had come to realize that many matters in reality could no longer be perceived through the lens of his former research-focused mindset. Yet, despite the years that had elapsed, he remained genuinely elated for every emerging talent in the realm of scientific inquiry. The prosperity of the nation hinges upon a continuous influx of research talent, rather than relying solely on the aging cohort of predecessors. While he might occasionally misjudge, he was certain that his student, the renowned critic in the research community, Fang Yi, would never be mistaken. As they prepared to depart, Huang Yongsheng could not resist reiterating, "Su, remember, do not forget tomorrow." Su assured him, "Rest assured, I will arrive punctually." The meal, though consumed in a relatively brisk fashion, still spanned nearly half an hour. Fang Yi escorted Su Teng to his assigned accommodation, which, in stark contrast to other professors' lodgings, comprised a spacious 3-bedroom apartment with all necessary amenities. Everything was commendable, save for one minor flaw. It was somewhat larger than ideal. It evoked a sense reminiscent of his previous residence at Hucking. "Su, is there anything that does not meet your satisfaction?" Fang Yi inquired. Su Teng took a moment to survey the space before responding, "No, primarily." His pause prompting Fang Yi to listen intently, "It's just a tad large." Fang Yi chuckled inwardly. I never anticipated that size could be regarded as a flaw. He decided to disregard the comment and deftly shifted the conversation. "Su, I recall you dedicated a month at Hucking to mastering the fundamentals of physics. Do you have any plans or requests this time around? Feel free to share." "I have conversed with the president and the other deans," he continued, "and should you wish to enroll in any course, we, the seasoned professors, are more than willing to accommodate your needs. Although the student body at Dragon Institute is limited, there are still a few attending classes, unbeknownst to others." Su Teng possessed a system that allowed him to advance before embarking on new projects. During his flight to the Dragon Institute, he had contemplated this matter. The reward he received from the system, the gene reagent, was something he was eager to experiment with over the next 19 days to see if he could successfully create it. Naturally, he did not intend to use it for himself. The Red Star energy liquid surpassed the gene reagent in quality. His vision was to produce it for those around him. For instance, parents, Su Wei, Yun Sheng, Tang Haiba, Fang Yi, and even the researchers within the base. Illness has persistently been a formidable challenge that the scientific community must confront. The phrase heavenly jealousy towards the gifted often conceals profound sorrow. Some individuals, if granted a bit more time, might indeed pave the way for a new era. Throughout the extensive history of humanity, genuine geniuses have never been in short supply. Biology is the discipline that he currently prioritizes in his learning journey. Additionally, there is physics. The energy points he previously acquired have successfully facilitated a brief dialogue with the system. The subsequent projects will still pertain to physics. However, in this particular field, Su Ting no longer needs to seek out other professors for instruction. For him, after completing the foundational courses, he can entirely rely on self-study, sourcing knowledge from various journals, literature, and textbooks. This time, there is no need to trouble professors to adjust their schedules. Speaking of necessities, I genuinely require a biological laboratory to undertake research for a small project. Biology is Su Teng's forte. During university, he extensively engaged with various literature. A small project? It still necessitates the use of a biological laboratory. This morning, Fang Yi witnessed firsthand the remarkable amplifier under its enhancement. The power of the energy cannon nearly exceeded his imagination. Just 2 days prior, Su Teng had arrived at the energy cannon's base equipped with an ion energy shield. Moreover, Fang Yi, through his own privileges, learned that the lightsaber is Su Teng's graduation project. Throughout this journey, he has consistently accompanied Su Teng. Now, suddenly informing me of a small project in biology. Oh my, is your range of knowledge truly so limited? No, wait, just a minuscule fraction. Fang Yi felt a twinge of insecurity. as the renowned critic in the research community experienced a rare sense of helplessness on the path of scientific inquiry. It was akin to a mere mortal catching a glimpse of divine radiance. Xiao Su, what biological project are you planning to undertake? Fang Yi managed to utter, fervently reassuring himself internally, it's all right. Although my specialty lies in physics, I do possess a smattering of understanding in biology. As long as it's not too outlandish, I can still assist Xiao Su. I will never become a teacher like Su Wei, who provides no help. Gene serums aim to enhance human capabilities. If successful, their efficacy could be somewhat beneficial. In my projected design for the project, they could confer immunity to diseases, at the very least extending life and preventing ailments. The atmosphere grew notably quiet. Fang Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, gene serums. The projected design claims to confer immunity to diseases, extend life, and prevent ailments. You dare to call this a small project? My heavens! Despite being surrounded by fellow researchers and holding the esteemed title of an academician, I find myself feeling as though I do not belong in this moment, as if I should retreat to the shadows beneath the vehicle. Genetic agents pertain to the realm of genes, which encompass the complete nucleotide sequences required to produce a polypeptide chain or functional RNA. They underpin the fundamental structure and characteristics of life, encapsulating all the information pertaining to genetic lineage, blood type, reproduction, growth, and apoptosis. You claim this is merely a modest project? Each year, unprecedented cases emerge, and countless nations have invested immeasurable resources into the field of medicine. There are numerous projects that begin with budgets in the hundreds of millions annually. Many yearn for longevity and immunity from ailments. Yet now, you speak of it as a trivial endeavor. Oh, wait. In comparison to the completed projects of young Su, this does indeed seem rather insignificant. At this moment, these thoughts raced through Fang Yi's mind. Young Su would never deceive. Every word from young Su is truthful. Thus, am I akin to the esteemed Su Wei? Though I am Su Ting's mentor, I find myself bewildered by the projects he undertakes. The fool is right beside me, and the fool is, in fact, myself. Fang Yi felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 162. Kidney removal without anesthesia? Maintain composure, remain calm. This is nothing extraordinary. After all, I am not alone in this. The unremarkable application of academician Su Wei is similarly unremarkable. In terms of contributions, I far surpass him. If he can manage, why can't I? Fang Yi forcibly steadied his mind and spoke in as normal a tone as possible. So, Xiao Su, shall I find some assistance for you? Assistance? Well, although the assistance I usually find cannot assist with critical issues, having an extra pair of hands certainly alleviates many trivial tasks. Simultaneously, Su Ting hoped to influence more individuals. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged, Tang Haiba. I hope junior brother Tang can truly appreciate the experience gained from these two projects and elevate his academic pursuits. Oh, if only the black technology system could eventually develop artificial intelligence. Su Ting sighed softly within himself, then turned to say, well, I'll trouble you, teacher. Listen to how sweetly he addresses his teacher. This surely brings a sense of achievement to Fang Yi. No wonder Su Wei is always reluctant to let people go. So, Xiao Su, do you have any specific requirements for the assistant candidates? Generally, in research projects, outsiders without expertise are not welcomed. They not only fail to contribute, but may also hinder progress. Yet, Su Tong is different. The projects provided by the black technology system tend to be so avant-garde that even professionals in the field may not be of much assistance. Thus, an awkward situation arises. To Su Ting, individuals from both within and outside the field are largely the same. Their presence is inconsequential. Moreover, due to Su Ting's unique path, he is pursuing a multifaceted scientific research approach. Many assistants might not even comprehend what Su Ting is working on. For him, nurturing an idealistic individual is far more rewarding than cultivating someone with rigorous professional expertise. Teaching someone to fish is preferable to merely giving them a fish. Hearing this, Fang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately solidified his choice for the assistant. All right, I will first take Xiao Su to the laboratory. Then I will reach out regarding the assistant S selection. Thank you for your help, teacher. Oh, it's no trouble at all. How could it be a bother? Each time he is addressed as teacher, Fang Yi's heart swells with joy, and he secretly hopes that Su Ting never forgets to do so. When all the resources of a top-tier university are open to a single individual, the benefits that can be reaped are often unimaginable. Many aspire to receive special treatment, as it symbolizes acknowledgement of their status by others. However, in Su Tong's eyes, he does not feel particularly special. As a devoted researcher, special treatment? Isn't it merely to expedite the production of the gene reagent? Beyond that, what else could there be? The biological safety laboratory is primarily classified into 4 levels. From level 1 to level 4, with level 1 being the lowest and level 4 the highest. A level 1 biosafety laboratory is equipped with structures and facilities, safety operating procedures, and safety equipment suitable for handling microorganisms known to pose no pathogenic risk to healthy adults, such as those utilized in general microbiology teaching laboratories. Conversely, a level 4 biosafety laboratory is designed for handling pathogenic microorganisms and their toxins that present a high risk to human health, are transmitted via aerosol, or have unknown transmission routes with no effective vaccines or treatments available. There are only a few level 4 biosafety laboratories globally, with merely 2 located within the entirety of the Dragon Country. As the sound of a beep echoed after fingerprint unlocking, Fong Yi introduced Xiao Su. This is the level 4 biosafety laboratory. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall refrain from disturbing you and will attend to contacting my assistant. Thank you, teacher, Su Ting murmured, turning his gaze toward the instruments nearby. The biosafety cabinet serves the purpose of gene testing operations. The real-time fluorescence quantitative PCR is utilized for gene amplification and analysis. The gel imaging system is for the analysis of gene products. And the ultramicro UV spectrophotometer operates in a wall-mounted capacity for disinfection and sterilization. On the other side, as Fong Yi exited the laboratory, he eagerly retrieved his phone, scrolling through contacts until he found one and dialed. The phone rang only to be answered almost immediately. Teacher, do not speak, just listen. I have found you an assistant. Hurry to the level 4 biosafety laboratory. Assistant work? Zhang Yuji was momentarily bewildered by Fong Yi's statement. You. Wait, am I not your student? In a certain sense, I am your inexpensive labor. Oh no, your beloved assistant. Why are you now pushing me away? The thought of deception crossed his mind. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yuji lifted the phone, rechecking the number. Indeed, it was his teacher's mobile number. Could it be high-tech number spoofing? What would a poor student like him gain from that? Sacrificing a kidney without anesthesia? Peculiar thoughts flooded Zhang Yuji's mind. In the next instant, without receiving a response, Fong Yi began to express his frustration. Hello? Why are you silent? Is there something wrong with your ears? You can't hear me? Oh, you seem rather defiant. I am looking out for your future, and you dare to ignore me? Who gave you the audacity? The experimental results are yet to be revealed, and you still have the gall to act tough in front of me. Zhang Yuji thought to himself, now, that sounds about right. It must be my dear fiery teacher. The same old flavor. But why would I need to go to the level 4 biosafety laboratory? After all, I am studying physics under your guidance. Biology, physics? You cannot confuse 2 disciplines merely because the terms share similarities. Forget it. I'm hesitant to speak up, fearing it may be too late and complicate my doctoral graduation. After all, without remarkable achievements, I feel like my contributions are insignificant, unworthy of rebuttal. Teacher, I'm on my way. That's the spirit. I shall await your arrival. At the moment Su Ting articulated his assistant's requirements, Fong Yi had already devised a plan to recommend his student to Su Ting. Although the critics appeared merciless, they genuinely cared about the academic progress of the students. According to Su Ting, this is a project, implying that following the biological endeavor, the next undertaking might focus on physics. As his most esteemed student, Zhang Yuji, Fong Yi ardently hoped for him to accompany Su Ting to broaden his horizons. After all, the products of these projects are nothing short of revolutionary. With that, Fong Yi leisurely dialed the head of the biology department, requesting the arrangement of an assistant to be sent over. P.S. The next chapter marks the beginning of the 2nd volume. The forthcoming narrative will transcend mere scientific research, encompassing themes of warfare. To clarify, mechas will emerge in the mid-narrative. But they will not be the ultimate weapon. We shall enter an era of interstellar exploration. I have trimmed numerous subplots involving commerce and romance. I will strive to craft a compelling story, as this is my first attempt at a lengthy narrative. I hope for your continued support. Thank you. Chapter 163. What constitutes a true genius? 5 minutes later, Fong Yi spotted a bicycle racing towards him from a distance, its rider pedaling furiously. Faintly, he could hear a hurried voice from behind. Dean, please slow down. In a mere 10 seconds, the bicycle executed a flawless drift, accompanied by the screeching sound of brakes, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the laboratory. The rider leapt off the bicycle and exclaimed, "Where is Xiao Su? Hurry, let me see him." Before him stood Lu Bowen, the dean of the School of Biology. Just 5 minutes ago, Fang Yi had called him, and he had mentioned being preoccupied in his office. How could such a short span warrant such urgency? Really, at his age, being a thin old man in his 50s or 60s, was there any need to rush like this? It was excessive. Xiaosu is my student alone. I merely suggested that a student you deem promising could assist in the laboratory. Your bicycle must be on the verge of combustion. Moreover, you dared to drift in front of me? On a bicycle, no less. Fang Yi's latent propensity for sarcasm was beginning to awaken. Teacher, I have arrived, stammered Zhang Yuji, who had sprinted over. Professor, are you all right? Was the subsequent inquiry from Cheng Duorong, who had come to assist his teacher. It's fine. I'm glad you both are here. Let us go inside together, Fang Yi replied, turning to validate his fingerprint at the laboratory entrance. Cheng Duorong, upon noticing Lu Bowen's reassuring nod, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was only at that moment that he sensed something amiss. Fang Yi was renowned at Lonka University. No one was oblivious to this mentor's reputation. In fact, many aspired to join his team. For the title of academician symbolized a wealth of latent resources. For instance, when pursuing research projects, funding applications often saw the state generously allocate the highest grants. Furthermore, when delivering reports, the remuneration was always of the utmost caliber. Zhang Yuji had once accompanied Fang Yi on a business trip to present a report in another city. Upon arriving at the airport, they were greeted by top-tier officials who escorted them to the VVVP lounge, laden with exquisite fruits and delicacies, where staff members offered the warmest of smiles. In that moment, Zhang Yuji was utterly taken aback. Who knew such services existed within an airport? It felt like a paradise. It was only when the plane was about to take off that they were called to board. What was this? It was the intricate nature of human relationships, ensuring that every moment of an academician's time was treasured. Yet, there was also an element of fear surrounding Fang Yi, for he was a leading figure in the fields of applied physics and material physics in the Dragon Kingdom. He held his students to rigorous standards. Failing to meet his expectations would result in a relentless barrage of criticism, making one acutely aware of their shortcomings. Indeed, some individuals are adept at delivering scathing remarks without ever repeating themselves. Thus, one must ponder, why would an academician of physics find himself in front of a biology laboratory? Moreover, the robust student nearby must be a protege of academician Fang. Cheng Duorong recalled overhearing some remarks during lunch, speculating that academician Fang had an illegitimate child. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating! What sensational news! Yet, upon turning, he immediately noticed his teacher's urgent strides, prompting him to dismiss the notion internally. No, I cannot subscribe to such baseless tabloid gossip. This is a level 4 biological containment laboratory, one of only 2 in the Dragon Kingdom, for most biology students. Merely entering this facility to conduct experiments is a noteworthy achievement. Surely, those who dwell within must possess extraordinary talent, perhaps even geniuses who would cause academician Fang to bow in deference. As the door swung open, a youthful figure emerged before the crowd. With a tall and imposing stature, even clad in a lab coat, his well-defined musculature was evident. One might think he could easily win a bodybuilding competition. Most strikingly, he was undeniably handsome. Wait, can one achieve aesthetic appeal in biology? Cheng Duorong pondered. At that moment, Su Teng, who was shaking a test tube, heard the door and turned with a smile. Greeting, teacher, you've arrived. Teacher? What is happening here? Zhang Yuji was bewildered. Wasn't he his physics instructor supposed to be his mentor? Why was there a biology student present? Xiao Su. Oh no, Professor Su. I've sent over the assistance you requested, Fang Yi stated, opting to address Su Teng as Professor Su in front of everyone, aiming to establish authority in the eyes of the 2 assistants. Professor? The last 2 people's minds went blank. This individual appeared younger than I. How is he a professor? And why is he referred to as both teacher and professor? Are they discussing separate matters? Meanwhile, Lu Bowen stepped forward, excitedly shaking hands. Professor Su, it's wonderful to see you again. I apologize for not being able to welcome you earlier due to prior commitments. Fang Yi interjected, promptly introducing Lu Bowen, Dean of Biology at Lonka Institute. Su Ting quickly grasped the situation, replying, Dean Lu, no worries, you're too kind. I'll treat you to dinner soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's eyes gleamed with delight. You said it, Professor Su. I shall hold you to that. Excellent, excellent. Fang Yi was nearly fuming with indignation. How cunning. The old man is quite strategic. After all, Lu Bowen, being the dean of Lonka Institute, was well aware of Su Teng's background. Professor Su, What project are you undertaking this time? His curiosity also stemmed from a desire to comprehend the intricacies of Su Ting's work, as various facets hinted at his exceptional capabilities. Just then, Fong Yi produced several documents from his pocket. If you wish to know, first sign the confidentiality agreement. Lu Bowen swiftly took the documents and inscribed his name with a flourish. The other two individuals, already numb from the proceedings, hesitantly followed suit under Fong Yi's urging. Thus, 1 minute later, the enclosed laboratory resonated with the astonished exclamations of the three. What gene reagent? What invulnerability to all ailments? What? You call this a minor project? Lu Bowen remarked, indeed, a rising star in the realm of versatile research. Cheng Duorong expressed his disbelief, saying he never imagined such a research endeavor could be deemed a minor project. Zhang Yuji, a physics major, was astonished to be summoned by his professor to participate in such an initiative, especially since he had heard the professor referred to as a polymath in research. Throughout the remainder of the day, the laboratory was filled with the sounds of Su Teng's directives: real-time quantitative PCR, activate; ultraviolet spectrophotometer for microsamples, activate. In just a few short hours, the two came to understand the true essence of genius. Chapter 164 Progress. 1% beep beep beep. The sound of the alarm was abruptly silenced by Su Ting. The experiment from the previous night extended until 10:30, with two assistants accompanying him for meals. It must be said that the cuisine at the Lonka Institute was indeed delightful. The two assistants also met Su Teng's minimum expectations. However, he was somewhat taken aback by their demeanor as they left the laboratory. They bore expressions that hinted at being profoundly affected by something. Today marked Su Teng's professorial conferment ceremony, and fortunately, he granted the two assistants a day off. The schematic of the gene reagent was beyond the comprehension of Cheng Duorong, who specialized in biology. It was only a little past 8, allowing him the opportunity to enjoy breakfast first. Following his appointment as a professor, Su Ting received a special meal card, affording him privileges distinct from those of ordinary students. Nevertheless, he had already experienced this during his time at Hucking. Student, what would you like? The cafeteria lady greeted the standing Su Teng warmly, while inwardly pondering. This young man is quite handsome. How is it possible that such a striking figure exists within the research-focused Lonka Institute? With looks like that, he could easily debut in the entertainment industry. A bowl of spicy beef noodles and a boiled egg. Oh, and a cup of hot soy milk, please. Certainly. The lady adeptly took the meal card from Su Teng's hand and swiped it. Wait a moment. This seems off. The usual student card is not like this. It appears to be a professor's card. Student, you aren't a student, are you? Her words attracted the attention of surrounding students. The latter part of her statement was hesitantly articulated. You are a professor, aren't you? Professor? The students in line began to process the information. The Lonka Institute is unlike other universities, where undergraduates are exceedingly rare. Graduate and doctoral students abound. Moreover, among all educational institutions, the Lonka Institute was established primarily for research. It has significantly contributed to projects such as the first hydrogen bomb and artificial Earth satellites. Many aspiring researchers set their sights on this institution for their academic journey. Yet now, a young professor suddenly appears to have breakfast. During a season when there are no personnel changes, could it be that he was parachuted in? Some students started to connect the dots. I heard there is a professorial conferment ceremony taking place at the auditorium today. Are you aware of that? Initially, I thought the news was fabricated. Indeed. Professorial conferment ceremonies are rare. Typically, they are reserved for the appointment of tenured professors and other significant events. This individual before us appears remarkably youthful, and I have not heard of this professor prior. A well-informed student interjected casually. Almost immediately, everyone realized that this comment seemed to contain critical information. Someone turned to inquire, "Are you serious?" Of course, if I were lying, I would wager my entire lifetime of being single on it. Very well. The individual who turned away felt a hint of unease. A face unfamiliar to him held a card typically reserved for professors. Realization dawned upon him. A young man beside him emerged, adjusting his glasses, allowing the lenses to glimmer. The truth was unmistakable. This person was indeed the focal point of today's academic conferment ceremony. At last, you've acted like a normal person, someone nearby mused inwardly. Wait, didn't you say yesterday that this individual was the illegitimate son of academician Fong? A few began to recognize Su Teng, sparking a debate. Is that so? Oh. The person you mentioned yesterday is my twin brother. You must have mistaken him. At that moment, Su Teng was oblivious to the chatter surrounding him. The steaming bowl of spicy beef noodles before him boasted a rich red oil broth, crowned with a perfectly fried egg, golden and inviting. He lifted it, took a bite, and was met with the satisfying crunch of the crispy egg white. The cooking was impeccable. A sip of the broth warmed his stomach, dispelling any chill within. He deftly picked up the beef with his chopsticks, savoring its tenderness and delicacy. The primary reason for its excellence lay in the freshness. The quality of the beef was undeniably superior. As he slurped the thick, creamy noodles, he relished the authentic flavor. Those around him stared in astonishment. Something felt amiss. If the ceremony was indeed held in his honor, why was he so leisurely? It took someone a while to articulate the observation. Perhaps he simply did not care much for the accolades. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than they turned to the bespectacled young man, each face displaying a mix of skepticism and disbelief. In this era, could there truly be someone indifferent to the title of professor? After all, this was the Lonka Academy, a place of considerable prestige. With a sudden motion, Su Ting rose and glanced at the time on his phone. Arriving half an hour early should pose no issue. The others hurriedly stuffed their breakfast into their mouths, mumbling, "Hurry, let us catch up." Meanwhile, the auditorium had been prepared with a red carpet, and all personnel were in position. Huang Yongxing frequently checked his watch, muttering, "Xiao Su, have you lost track of time? Why has Ti arrived yet? Is he lost?" With this thought, he turned to Fang Yi and asked, "Did you fail to clarify the location?" Ugh. Fang Yi almost let his frustration spill over. It had always been him placing blame on others. Now, he found himself bearing the brunt of it. Wait. Composing himself, he reminded himself that this was once his teacher. Thus, Fang Yi forced a smile and said, "Calm down. Today he is simply arriving half an hour early." What is wrong with half an hour? Have I ever? His sentence trailed off as Huang Yongxing realized he had never waited for anyone half an hour in advance. He typically arrived just as events were commencing. Except for this occasion. At that moment, Su Tung had arrived at the entrance. "Ah, he is here." Huang Yongxing promptly stepped out to greet him. The moment Su Tung entered the auditorium, the students following behind were utterly astonished. Goodness, it appears that he is indeed the protagonist. Moreover, have you all noticed that the principal has already come out to welcome him? This isn't even the most significant part. Did you observe that the esteemed figure behind him is none other than the renowned Fang Yi? Someone immediately interjected, "Academician Fang, the notorious critic, has also come out to receive him. Hurry, capture this moment on camera. Haha, the Gossip Society of Lonka Institute finally has fresh material." At that instant, a voice from the cutting-edge technology system echoed in Su Tung's mind. Ding, side quest, the legend of the scholar. Progress, 1%. Why has the side quest suddenly activated? Chapter 165. Overlooked details previously. The conversation had revolved around figures of high stature, such as the principal and academicians, rendering side quests unrelated to them. Turning around, I instantly spotted a few heads emerging not far away. It seemed they had some connection to the matter at hand. Judging by the current circumstances, could it be that the side quests were linked to one's renown? It was even possible I might not need to make an appearance to complete them. After all, I had never unlocked a side quest before. From any perspective, Su Ting was quite curious about the rewards that awaited upon completion, particularly because the effects of the badge were remarkably beneficial. The rewards offered were undeniably appealing. Previously, Su Tung had been troubled by how to accomplish the side quests, especially during the period when the advanced technology system had not unlocked any projects, leaving him to focus solely on analyzing genetic agents. Now, however, it appeared that a new method to navigate the current situation had emerged. As Huang Yongxing approached hurriedly, he grasped Su Teng's hands and exclaimed, "Ah, little Su, you have arrived." His tone was warm and familial, akin to that of a direct elder. Behind them, Fang Yi couldn't help but scoff inwardly, reflecting on how just moments ago, an elderly gentleman had anxiously assumed that Su Tung had lost his way. Su Ting found himself somewhat bewildered by the situation. Upon arriving, he had deliberately checked the time, which was half an hour early. Now, it was merely a little over 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Was it truly common for a principal to arrive this early for an event? Did not others typically make their entrance just before the proceedings commenced? This script seemed to deviate from the norm. "Principal Huang, have I arrived late?" he ventured to ask, only to be interrupted by Huang Yongxing, who replied, "Not at all. The ceremony is still over 20 minutes away. I merely came to ensure that everything was properly arranged at the venue." "Thank you, Principal Huang. Not at all a bother." The more Huang Yongxing interacted with the young man before him, the more he cherished this rising star. In his decades as a principal, he had encountered numerous prodigies, most of whom bore their own flaws, such as arrogance, a common affliction among geniuses. Others could be quite irksome, such as those who were prone to disparaging remarks. The quintessential example of this was Fong Yi, who often remained unrestrained by anyone in his life, save for himself. If those individuals represented one extreme, Su Ting embodied the other. He had never considered himself exceptional and always engaged with others in a tranquil manner. This is a realm my outspoken student shall never attain. Despite being a well-regarded veteran educator, his reputation had suffered due to having a student known for his caustic tongues, one who was notably esteemed within the Dragon Academy. As they continued their conversation, Huang Yongsheng casually inquired, "Little Su, do you find anything unsatisfactory about the venue's arrangement?" The question regarding the venue was one that was not typically posed by Huang Yongsheng. However, it was unexpectedly a professor who had been appointed from above. It is rumored that he is a student of Fong Yi. To some extent, Su Tang's opinions weighed heavily on him. Glancing around, he noticed a few crimson banners adorned with the words, "Warm congratulations to Su Tang on being appointed as a professor at Lonka Institute." The well-crafted congratulatory messages lent a formal air to the occasion. The surrounding chairs were draped in red covers, harmonizing with the festive atmosphere. A red carpet graced the floor, enveloping the entire auditorium in a jubilant ambience. Huang Yongsheng observed Su Ting in silence, internally fretting over whether anything had been overlooked. Yet, beside him, Fong Yi experienced a sense of familiarity. It had been the same yesterday. In the room, he had inquired if Su Ting needed anything else, to which Su Tang had responded succinctly, "It's a bit grand." This prompt reply eased the tension between the two, particularly for Huang Yongsheng. Though he held the title of president at Lonka Institute, he was acutely aware that this young man was a key talent nurtured by the nation, likely far surpassing his own standing. Then, a chill ran down Huang Yongsheng's spine. Had they perhaps overdone the decorations? Indeed, it seemed so. Fong Yi's face twitched slightly, while Huang Yongsheng appeared utterly perplexed. "What? Did I hear something?" Bewildered, he turned to Fong Yi, seeking confirmation of his understanding. Fong Yi feigned ignorance of the look, calmly suggesting, "Let us sit and talk." "All right," Huang Yongsheng responded promptly. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, with faint sounds of car brakes echoing. What was happening? Were they about to be disrupted? Huang Yongsheng frowned. Today's ceremony had been intended to be low-key, a request from Fong Yi. Although he was uncertain why Fong Yi had insisted on such restraint, he knew that sometimes his students could be a bit too blunt in their remarks, though their character was beyond reproach. With only 10 minutes until the ceremony was set to commence, was someone indeed attempting to create chaos? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. The security at Lonka Institute was generally stronger than that of ordinary universities, particularly during such an important event as a professorial ceremony, which further heightened security measures. "What is going on? Go check the front entrance, see if there's a problem," Huang Yongsheng said, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Yes." The surrounding security personnel promptly moved forward, though he found it curious that if there were truly an issue, there should have been reports. Why had the walkie-talkies remained silent? Just a few steps out, they heard the sound of marching footsteps, crisp and rhythmic. Were they trained? Huang Yongsheng was sensitive to such sounds, having once aspired to be a soldier defending the nation, only to find himself inadvertently becoming an ordinary principal. As everyone turned to look, they saw 3 individuals approaching. At the forefront walked a figure clad in plain clothes, tall and upright, with a scar adorning his face and a gaze of unwavering determination. Following closely behind were 2 others, their strides remarkably synchronized, each step mirroring the others in both cadence and length. Are these soldiers? This thought immediately flickered through Su Tang's mind. He recalled how Huang Yongsheng had specifically emphasized the importance of punctuality for today, as personnel from the military district were scheduled to visit. In Huang Yongsheng's perspective, this visit was likely a routine inspection of the school's project completions, rather than an event intended for Su Tang's commendation ceremony. However, at this moment, Su Ting felt an unsettling impression that the 3 individuals had come specifically for him, and that they harbored some ulterior motive. Motive? As Su Tang reflected on his past projects, lightsabers, explosive energy guns, and ion energy shields, he realized they all bore a significant connection to warfare. Suddenly, a previously overlooked detail struck him. Chapter 166. Is it true? Previously, at the lightsaber base, Li Yonghao had expressed his hope that the lightsaber team would develop a complete strategy at the earliest opportunity. As the captain, Yuan Fearon had indeed demonstrated the strategy in front of Su Ting. Therefore, this tactic was not conceived at random. It arose from a genuine necessity. Su Ting sensed he was on the brink of understanding something significant. What followed now was the need for confirmation. "Oh, what brings you here?" Huang Youxing exclaimed, rising promptly to greet the visitor with warmth. The Dragon Institute was home to several classified projects that spanned a wide array of fields, most of which were linked to military industry. The newcomer was Tan Yonglin, a leader from a military district, accompanied by an assistant and another individual whom Huang Youxing did not recognize. It was evident that they were not insignificant. In Huang Youxing's mind, Tan Yonglin's visit was likely a routine inspection to assess the progress of a certain project. Some deadlines could be extended, while others were non-negotiable. To his surprise, Tan Yonglin merely nodded at Huang Youxing and walked past him, heading further inside. What was happening? Wait, wasn't he here to inspect a project? Could it be related to Fang Yi? No, that didn't seem right. Then, could it be because of Su Ting? As the realization dawned on Huang Youxing, he turned in astonishment, his emotions visibly stirred. At that moment, he noticed Tan Yonglin nodding towards Fang Yi, acknowledging him before swiftly turning to Su Ting. "Professor Su, do you have a moment? There are some matters I would like to discuss with you." Indeed, they had come looking for Su Ting. In truth, Huang Youxing had no particular opinion about Su Ting's appointment as a professor at the Dragon Institute. It was a decision made by higher authorities, evident from the official documents bearing the standard red header. However, he found himself puzzled. Given Su Ting's academic background, he had only recently been a graduate student at Hucking University. He had not even completed his examinations. What could he have accomplished to warrant such an elevation to professorship at the Dragon Institute? It was evident now that even a military district leader like Tan Yonglin sought a personal meeting with Su Ting, indicating that he had made substantial contributions in military matters. For even Huang Youxing, who had encountered numerous prodigies in his tenure, had never witnessed such an extraordinary situation. One moment a graduate student at Hucking, and the next a professor at the Dragon Institute, sanctioned by upper management. Little Su mentioned he intends to pursue a path of versatile research. This must touch upon state secrets. At this moment, Huang Youxing felt he had unearthed a detail he had previously overlooked. The notorious critic Fang Yi had never once disparaged Su Ting. No, he could not dwell on this further. There was a risk in such thoughts. Very well, Su Ting replied with alacrity. For those who embark on the path of scientific research, the ability to employ their knowledge to resolve national dilemmas has always been a pursuit worth striving for. Professor Su, please take the lead. As Huang Youxing observed the departing figures of the four individuals, Fang Yi remarked with a hint of amusement. "Ah, look at your astonished expression. Did you not expect this? Our Professor Su bears a significant responsibility." "I truly did not foresee this," Huang Youxing replied, pursing his lips, ultimately refraining from voicing the question that lingered in his mind. Some inquiries are best left unasked. A wisdom that has enabled him to serve multiple terms as the president of Lonka Academy. Meanwhile, as the door swung shut with a resounding thud, two individuals behind Tan Yonglin actively wielded a small device, scanning for something as they traversed the room. After encircling the area, they nodded towards Tan Yonglin before returning to stand behind him. At this moment, the stern expression that had graced Tan Yonglin's face softened slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. They had just been ensuring that there were no listening devices or cameras present in the room, thus safeguarding the confidentiality of their forthcoming discussion. "I understand. If memory serves, Professor Su has completed 3 projects in recent months, correct?" Tan Yonglin inquired. "Indeed, the lightsaber, the explosive energy gun, and the ion energy shield." After a brief pause, Su Ting asked, "To what extent has the ion energy shield project progressed?" "It is still in the modification phase of the tokamak device," came the reply. Su Ting was not taken aback by this response. Without the cumulative effects of several badges, it would have been impossible for him to accomplish the task within 3 days. Researchers, devoid of badges or advanced technological systems, were indeed at a disadvantage. The ion energy shield project included 2 products featuring golden blueprints. Within the span of a single day, progress on the modified tokamak device was, under the circumstances, quite reasonable. The military personnel are known for their straightforwardness, and given Tan Yonglin's forthright nature and the urgency of the day, he directly posed a question to Su Ting. "In light of the current tense international situation, is Professor Su willing to contribute his strength for the nation?" Just as anticipated. Although Su Ting had mentally prepared himself, hearing those words still caused a jolt within him. Even during the early years of Longhwa's establishment, Conflicts had been employed to stabilize external affairs. To elaborate succinctly, if we do not engage in battle now, our sons and grandsons shall have to fight. Our current conflicts are fought to secure decades of peace in the future. I am willing. Su Tung's resolute response followed Tan Yonglin's inquiry. Observing that unwavering gaze, Tan Yonglin thought to himself, if Professor Su were not devoted to scientific research, he would undoubtedly make for a promising recruit. Has it already begun? Su Tung blurted out. No. It is merely that the border is somewhat restless, and the external situation is rather complex. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Yonglin added, our intelligence department has informed us that the opposition appears to be planning something. At this juncture, the implication was unmistakable. For Su Tung, there was indeed no necessity to delve further into the unfolding events. After all, he was a researcher, not a soldier. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge could impose undue psychological pressure. By the way, I learned from Academician Fang's report yesterday that Professor Su is currently embarking on a small project involving gene reagents. The application states, prolonging life and warding off ailments. Is this truly the case? In reality, Tan Yonglin, being a military man, was not particularly well versed in scientific research. He was aware of a common tendency. Researchers often tend to embellish their experimental projects slightly. If it were anyone else, they would likely regard such claims as mere embellishments to secure additional funding for their research. However, Su Ting was different. Each of his innovations, light swords, explosive energy guns, and ion energy shields, was precisely aligned with the functionalities described in the project proposal. Thus, could it be genuine? Chapter 167. The Combat Researcher. If this is indeed true, then the value of this project is exceedingly high. The ability to be immune to all ailments is something many yearn for, not to mention its additional function, prolonging life. This holds immense worth for both soldiers and researchers alike. In response to Tan Yonglin's inquisitive gaze, Su Ting slowly nodded. The functionalities outlined in the project documentation are indeed genuine. The genetic reagent can effectively confer immunity to diseases and extend lifespan. As soon as this statement was made, the three individuals in the room noticeably quickened their breathing, their faces flushing with excitement. How confident is Professor Su in bringing this to fruition? The question lingered in the air. Contemplating this, Su Ting reflected deeply. The blueprints provided by the system are infallible. The only variable is the time required to complete the project. If we consider the schematic design alone, it is undoubtedly feasible. The atmosphere became increasingly charged, akin to a fan whirring to life. However, the specific duration required remains uncertain. Unlike other researchers, Su Ting embarked on a path of comprehensive scientific exploration. His assertion to Fang Yi that this is a minor project was a candid truth, not merely a casual remark. The genetic reagent is simply a blueprint rewarded by the Black technology system. Moreover, the time for the next project to commence is imminent, and for him, the innovations presented by the Black technology will undoubtedly surpass even the most astonishing reward blueprints. Rest assured, we have faith in Professor Su's capabilities. Tan Yonglin spoke sincerely. After all, despite Su Tung's youth, he has accomplished 3 highly classified projects independently within less than a year. Furthermore, these endeavors have the potential to revolutionize modern technology. Even someone like him, an outsider, holds deep admiration for Su Ting's research prowess. In truth, there is another approach. I can provide you with the blueprints for the genetic reagent, and you can apply to form a new research team to explore it. Prior to this meeting, Tan Yonglin had been explicitly advised. If Su Ting were reluctant to share the blueprints, he should refrain from employing forceful measures to obtain them. Scholars of higher research standing garner greater respect. After all, the lightsaber, energy weapons, and ion energy shields were all designs Su Ting willingly shared. Not only that, but he even produced the finished products. In a sense, Su Tung has resolved all the challenges facing research, forming a small team of his own to accomplish what needed to be done. The subsequent researchers at the established base merely analyzed the technology. Such a researcher is almost beyond imagination. For Tan Yonglin, as a layman, he had never encountered such occurrences outside of Su Tung's work. Professor Su, if you believe. Before he could finish his thought, Su Ting interrupted him. The nation is a singular term, yet it also possesses a hierarchy. Currently, we possess both a nation and a home. In light of all my endeavors, this is a pursuit that anyone embarking on a path of scientific research would undertake. I willingly share the blueprints of the genetic reagents, finding no difficulty in doing so. Had I not been preoccupied with my own plans, I would have even been inclined to personally assemble a team to lead. As Su Tung concluded his statement, an intense silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, a crisp command rang out, "Attention." With a sharp salute, the three individuals, including Tan Yonglin, stood tall. "Salute." They offered Su Tu the most formal gesture of respect, to which he promptly reciprocated. In the ensuing moments, the room resonated solely with the sound of pens scratching across paper. In accordance with Su Ting's request, they produced a stack of blank sheets. Tan Yonglin, curious about the purpose of the white paper, observed as time ticked by, leaving the three of them in astonishment. What lay before them was the schematic diagram of the genetic reagent, drawn on the spot by Professor Su. As the military district head, Tan Yonglin had frequently interacted with professors from the Dragon Academy, even encountering academicians like Fang Yi. The distinction, however, was that Tan Yonglin preferred engaging with academicians other than those prone to boasting. Yet, even those esteemed individuals could not replicate what Professor Su was accomplishing, rendering all schematic diagrams with such precision. How many sheets had been drawn? Tan Yonglin inquired of his assistant, Xiao Jiang, who counted and replied, "This is the 30th sheet. 30 sheets." The sound of pens continued unabated. Looking back, Su Tung remained diligently focused. What am I witnessing? A human computer? Tan Yonglin's mind began to falter, losing even the most basic capacity for judgment. This was not merely a matter of 30 sheets. Each was filled with intricate details, the strokes appearing as crisp as if produced by a printer. Is this truly the most formidable scientific prodigy of modernity? Indeed, Su Teng's reputation had spread throughout the scientific community. Even someone like Tan Yonglin had heard other academicians extol Su Teng's virtues. The future leader of scientific research, the strongest among the new generation of researchers. Subsequent titles grew increasingly extravagant. At that moment, he found himself perplexed. Researchers are typically the least compliant, often disputing such accolades. Whenever such praise is voiced, there is always someone who challenges it, questioning the basis of such claims. Yet this time, even a figure as prominent as Li Rongxing remained silent, offering no rebuttal to the accolades. The scene before him seemed to articulate everything. Su Ting truly deserved his acclaim. With a final stroke, he completed his work. Assistant Xiao Jiang promptly approached to collect the latest sheet of paper, saying, "Professor Su, thank you for your hard work. No, it is indeed my responsibility." For the average person, prolonged pen holding can lead to wrist discomfort. However, Su Ting, having consumed Hongxing energy drink, remains unaffected by such fatigue. Nearby, Tan Yonglin counted. There were a total of 60 sheets of pristine white paper. A glance at the clock revealed, half an hour. In such a brief span, he managed to compose so much? Moreover, his notes were remarkably clear. Could it be that Su Teng, in some respect, was an individual accustomed to rigorous training? As this thought crossed his mind, he observed more closely and noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. It appeared that Su Teng, as a researcher, was not the fragile type. The fabric around his arms subtly bulged with movement. Thus, a combat-ready researcher? This notion suddenly emerged in his mind. Chapter 168. Humbling down on the other side, Huang Yongxing found himself at a loss. As the president of the Dragon Science Institute, he never anticipated that he would remain in this situation for such an extended period. He had originally thought that with over 20 minutes until the award ceremony, there would be ample time. Having met Tan Yonglin several times, he recalled that each encounter had been resolved within mere minutes. For the military district's leaders, time is an invaluable commodity, and they are reluctant to waste even a single minute. 5 minutes passed, and he began to sense something amiss. How could a mere president of the Dragon Science Institute hold less significance than an airdropped professor? Stealing glances at Fang Yi, he noted the typically unruly critic sitting with an unexpected decorum, exhibiting a posture so proper that even a primary school student would struggle to match it. Patience, he reminded himself. After all, this was a professor summoned by higher authorities, and it was not unusual for their discussions to extend longer. Wasn't this just part of some ideological work? He attempted to calm his racing thoughts, yet the incessant fidgeting with his pen betrayed his inner turmoil. As a member of the military, Tan Yonglin typically would not engage in ideological discussions for such a prolonged duration. The surface title of the airdropped professor could not convey the entirety of the matter. Could it be that they were discussing some top-secret concerns, perhaps related to unrest along the borders? Huang Yongxin's position afforded him a vague awareness of certain matters, yet he lacked the depth of insight. Although his role as president of the Dragon Science Institute appeared prestigious, it also signified that he had reached the pinnacle of his research career. Wait a moment. Wasn't Professor Su utilizing the Level 4 biological protection laboratory? How could that possibly relate to border issues? Oh, no. There was a detail he had overlooked. Su was a versatile researcher. His achievements in the realm of physics must be considerable, which explained Fang Yi's high regard for him. Having grasped this realization, Huang Yongxing leaned closer to Fang Yi and quietly inquired, "Does Professor Su also have significant accomplishments in the field of physics?" If anyone else had asked, Fang Yi might have ignored them, but this was his own instructor. The critic academician, despite his penchant for harsh words, excelled in other areas as well. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Curious, are we?" "Naturally, if you are." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a premonition of a spell being cast. "I must admit, I cannot disclose this information. However, if you were to sign a confidentiality agreement." At this juncture, Fang Yi paused, contemplating. "Apologies, but you do not possess the qualifications to sign a confidentiality agreement." "What is the meaning of this, my dear disciple? Is this your idea of politeness?" He mused, resigning himself to the fact that he was dealing with an academician. The staff member who had intended to inquire about postponing the award ceremony hesitated to speak up. The amiable president's expression darkened, especially with the formidable critic academician standing nearby. In an unspoken understanding among those present, the award ceremony was indefinitely delayed. Alas, it appears that the newly appointed professor possesses an impressive background. Furthermore, I harbor the belief that his tenure in this position shall not be prolonged. Oh, why do you assert such a notion? Did you not observe the individuals who just entered? Those plainclothes officers are certainly not to be trifled with. Half an hour later, with a resonant clang of the door, all eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood Tian Yonglin, accompanied by two others, saluting Su Tung before hastily passing by. They offered a slight nod to Huang Yongxing, who was seated by the roadside, as a form of greeting. "So they are not here for the school's project, but rather for Su Tung?" Huang Yongxing's demeanor shifted slightly as he pondered. "Am I merely an inconsequential bystander in this affair?" He glanced at Fang Yi, who remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by any feelings of neglect, and even found the situation quite natural. "I initially believed myself to be the most prominent among the three, yet it appears I am the most insignificant. My student is an academician, possessing knowledge far beyond my own. The professor we are to appoint today has already garnered significant attention from the higher echelons, to the extent that even the military district's leaders felt compelled to make a special visit. This revelation was utterly exhilarating for Su Tung. The discussions of the day yielded several insights. Firstly, it confirmed his earlier suspicions that peace is merely superficial. The international landscape is not as optimistic as it seems, and tensions along the border suggest that conflicts may already be brewing. Otherwise, Tin Yonglin would not have made such remarks. The urgency displayed by Yuan Firen's small team within the light sword base to develop tactics only adds to this notion. Secondly, the leadership within the upper echelons of Longhua holds a favorable view of him, to the extent that his opinions may subtly influence their decision-making. Typically, when a researcher engages in discussions with the military district's leaders, the outcome often results in being assigned to a remote base, participating in highly classified projects, and spending several years, if not decades, cut off from the outside world, maintaining only minimal contact. However, for Su Tung, the situation is markedly different. Tian Yonglin succinctly stated, "Professor Su may dictate the terms of his project. Longhua will not interfere with your ideas. Should you have any requests, simply contact me directly." This statement was not mere rhetoric. Indeed, Su Tung now possessed Tian Yonglin's contact information on his phone. This not only symbolizes Longhua's unwavering trust in him, but also signifies their robust support. Regardless of the research project, the name of the applicant shall be Su Tung. This guarantees a seamless passage. Has such treatment ever been afforded in Longhua's history? I think not. The impact of this conversation on Su Tung was profound, indeed. In many respects, he has already reached the pinnacle of the scientific research path. What researcher does not fret over funding, their brows furrowed in worry? Yet for Su Tung, these concerns are trivial. Take a deep breath and gradually relax your mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Whether it pertains to the genetic reagents or the project that is set to commence in 18 days, both present formidable challenges. One must remain humble and composed. There are countless prodigies in this world, and undoubtedly, there will be those who surpass my own capabilities. Xiaosu. Su Tung focused his gaze and realized that Huang Yongxing stood before him. Xiaosu, is it now possible to commence the conferral ceremony? What on earth happened? There has been any incident in the past half hour, has there? It was merely a conversation with Tian Yonglin that spanned half an hour. How is it that upon emerging, your demeanor has shifted to one of humility? Chapter 169, Side Quest, the legend of the scholar unable to comprehend further. Su Ting chose to halt his musings. "Well then, let us commence," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Yongxing enthusiastically responded, "Certainly." He promptly turned to organize his accompanying staff. Fang Yi, a rather unremarkable academician, relied solely on his position for authority, although he was Huang Yongxing's mentor. The latter possessed an acute awareness of boundaries. The young professor before them appeared to boast a far greater depth of knowledge. Command him? Such a notion was preposterous. Huang Yongxing was keenly aware of this reality. Otherwise, he would not have been able to serve multiple terms as the president of Lonka Academy. The ceremony for honors in Longwood differs subtly from those abroad. The general sequence involves an introduction of achievements, the honoree delivering a speech, and ultimately, a commemorative photograph. Once concluded, there are typically no celebratory feasts. Su Ting, having been appointed from outside, was a professor whose accomplishments even Huang Yongxing was unaware of. Consequently, no introduction regarding his achievements was made, and the subsequent speech concluded rather swiftly. The arrival of Tan Yonglin hinted at numerous underlying implications. The superficial details were rendered insignificant. Thus, when it came time for photographs, both Huang Yongxing and Fang Yi graciously ceded the central position to Su Ting. The staff, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from uttering any unnecessary remarks. A few minutes later, a new announcement was prominently featured on the Lonka Academy's official website. Congratulations to comrade Su Ting for being selected and becoming a new member of Lonka Academy's faculty. Below this, a photograph of Su Ting alongside Fang Yi and Huang Yongxing was displayed. In previous instances, such official news would hardly capture anyone's attention, even when seen. It would often be selectively ignored. However, today was different. As Su Ting entered, a few inquisitive students had trailed behind him, one of whom was a writer dedicated to composing campus news for Lonka Academy. In the realm of campus gossip, glasses held a notable influence. They had been awaiting the official announcement to confirm their speculations. The moment glasses refreshed the page, he stumbled upon the pinned announcement. His hands flew across the keyboard as he typed furiously. Wow, today's professor honors truly feature him. This was immediately followed by the photograph of Su Ting in the central position, crystal clear, vibrant, and even capturing the nuances of his expression. What is going on? Glasses pondered. Why is the photographer so perceptive today? All the lenses were focused on Su Ting, rather than the president or the nearby academicians. In the next moment, a flurry of previously silent observers emerged. Wait a moment. Today isn't the start of the academic year. We are nearing finals. Since when did the professor's honor ceremony commence at the end of the term? Blind monk, you've stumbled upon a key point. Enough. Let us get back to the matter at hand. TCH, if I were to voice my thoughts, the matter at hand pertains to societal issues. You should refrain from prying. Why? Retorted those beyond the screen, displaying their discontent. I revel in sparring with others, yet I recoil when the tables are turned upon me. Yes, I am indeed a contradiction. He has resolved that unless a compelling rationale is presented, today shall serve as a demonstration of his unparalleled speed, a veritable flurry of words. And why not? Is it customary for an ordinary professor to be honored with such pomp and circumstance? The principal and esteemed academicians have graced the occasion. Moreover, have you not discerned who truly occupies the center stage? You are well aware that the end of semester is not the opportune moment for appointing professors. Yet others have indeed secured such positions. Does this not elucidate everything that needs to be understood? Upon the utterance of these words, the chat group fell into an abrupt silence. Goodness, your logic is irrefutable. I find myself at a loss for a counterargument. Alas, the one who was countered felt the heat rise to their cheeks. How vexing it is to lack a rebuttal. So, shall we proceed with our posts? The members of the group, avid chroniclers of campus gossip, suddenly lacked the confidence to respond. Why not post? What holds us back? The bespectacled individual was surprisingly unfazed. The official channels have already disseminated news. Why should we refrain? However, let us ensure our titles are not so reminiscent of the UC department, but rather adhere to conventional journalistic standards. Acknowledged. Understood one. As messages flooded the chat, the group embarked on their tasks. Is it not merely a matter of crafting an appropriate headline? Who cannot accomplish that? Shocking. A professor from the Dragon Science Institute is none other than him. Just as this phrase was typed, the bespectacled individual froze. Goodness, did I truly make such a request of others? How unfortunate to err at the very outset. All that precedes should be stricken. What should I consider next? Thus, on this day, all who followed the Dragon Science Institute gossip page sensed something amiss. The normally sensationalist public account had suddenly transformed. The headline of the day read, Congratulations to Comrade Su Teng on being selected and officially becoming a new member of the Dragon Science Institute's faculty. Why does today's news headline appear so remarkably conventional? Intriguing, let me investigate. What is this? This once trivial gossip account has finally adopted a semblance of officiality? And who, pray tell, is Su Teng? How can he ascend to professorship so close to the semester's end? TCH. The petty news of this mediocre institution has piqued my curiosity. Those who clicked on it were universally astonished. Goodness. How has this individual managed to render both the principal and academicians mere background figures? Wait a moment, why does the renowned critic, the academician, appear so jovially in the photograph? Did he willingly assume the role of a backdrop? This time, the photographer's focus was undeniably on the professor. Why does he appear so youthful and remarkably handsome? Oh, how disheartening it is to realize that there are indeed those who surpass you in prowess, youth, and even aesthetic appeal. Woe is me. Meanwhile, Su Teng was enjoying his lunch in the faculty dining hall when he heard a flurry of notifications. Side quest. Progress. 10. Progress. 30. In a mere 30 seconds, the percentage surged from 1% to 30. Su Teng was taken aback. What have I done? It seems I have accomplished nothing. Reflecting on the day's events, he recalled rising from bed, having breakfast, attending the awards ceremony in the auditorium, and ultimately declining the principal's invitation, stating that he needed to return to the laboratory to complete unfinished experiments. Then, he had his meal here. Typically, any personnel changes within the school are announced on the official website. With this thought in mind, Su Teng accessed the Lonka Academy's official site. Indeed, he discovered an announcement pinned at the top regarding personnel matters. So that was it. Ding. Side quest. The legend of the academic prodigy has been completed. Su Teng was left in astonishment. Chapter 170. The Armory of Another Dimension, an additional gift for everyone, initially. It was anticipated that the side quest would require more time to complete, but unexpectedly, it was accomplished during a meal. Indeed, one must not be distracted while dining. It is prudent to finish one's meal first. Nonetheless, Su Teng was quite curious about the rewards of the side quest. However, since it was already completed, the time was of little consequence. If the food were not consumed promptly, it would soon grow cold. When it comes to cuisine, Su Teng has always been an adventurous connoisseur, eager to explore diverse dishes from various culinary traditions. For instance, today's offering was mustard duck web. The duck web was sliced into delicate pieces, generously sprinkled with seasonings, and artfully arranged on a white plate, adorned with a few vibrant green leaves. As he slowly savored each bite, he chewed thoughtfully. The mustard was perfectly balanced, delivering a pungent kick that invigorated the senses, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The overall flavor profile of the dish was a delightful blend of savory and subtly sweet. Next came the sesame sauce beef with cold noodles. The upper portion featured tender, marinated beef, adorned with white sesame seeds, while the bottom of the bowl cradled a rich broth. The white noodles served as a base. Prior to this, Su Teng had not imagined such a preparation for beef. Mixing the marinated beef with the cold noodles was a crucial step. The uncle had specifically advised him, "Young man, make sure to stir the dish thoroughly. Otherwise, the flavors won't penetrate." As he took a bite of the combined beef and noodles, Su Teng's eyes sparkled with delight. The sensations on his palate were electrifying, with a hint of numbing spiciness that was simply divine. The coolness of the white noodles helped to temper the heat, creating a harmonious balance. Truly exquisite. Meanwhile, not far away, the uncle, who was expertly flipping dishes, conversed with his nephew. "Do you think there are any professors at Lonka Academy as young as this one?" The nephew, with a slightly raised and youthful face, replied, "Perhaps there weren't before, but today there will be." "Why do you say that? Is it merely because he has access to the professor's dining hall?" The uncle seemed skeptical, noting that some professors would lend their meal cards to relatives, which did not necessarily signify anything significant. "No, it's not that," the nephew countered. "Look at this." He showed his uncle a message from a WeChat public account. "Congratulations to Comrade Su Teng for being selected as a new member of Lonka Academy's faculty." What nonsense is this? It must be a hoax. The uncle scrolled down, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Standing beside the young man was the principal, and another familiar figure, the renowned critic from Lonka Academy. Typically, in campus news, even the subject of the article would not occupy the central position in the accompanying photograph. Furthermore, the photographer would usually be considerate enough to allow these two notable figures to take the spotlight. But this time he willingly faded into the background. It was indeed true, a professor so young. The striking point, however, lay not in his youth alone. Just moments ago, while clearing his dishes, He had passed by Su Ting and overheard his self-reflective musings. At that moment, I thought to myself, what nonsense, do you really know how to cook? Now, witnessing the professor's award ceremony, I suddenly realized that it is quite reasonable for such an impressive individual to possess a refined palate. The elder gentleman lifted his gaze, staring thoughtfully at the distant figure of the esteemed chef from the Dragon Kingdom. Setting aside any conjecture, I began to wonder whether I might, in fact, have a slight chance of being inferior to him in the culinary arts. Alas, my mindset was beginning to crumble. Ding. Side quest. The legend of the scholar has been completed. Please collect your reward promptly. Initially, the system's notifications were quite ordinary. However, once Su Ting silenced the alerts and decided to finish his meal first, the exclamation marks from the advanced technology system continued to proliferate, resembling a lovesick suitor yearning for affection. Ding. Would you like to claim your reward? Why is there so much resentment? Perhaps I should delay claiming the reward for a while? Su Ting hesitated, contemplating whether this was the right course of action. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the prompt from the advanced technology system sounded again. Reward has been claimed. Interdimensional armory, blueprints incomplete. As I had surmised, with the increase in energy points, the system's functionalities had indeed been restored to a considerable extent. However, what exactly was this armory? Before I could finish my thought, Su Ting was taken aback upon clicking into it. Interdimensional armory, blueprints incomplete. When the blueprints are complete, the host can activate the production line of the armory in the interdimensional realm, along with repair lines. The host can activate it at any time without occupying physical space. Functions in space will increase or decrease according to the host's level. Current level, LV1. Contribution value, 0-100. Good heavens, what on earth is this? Su Ting was utterly astonished and could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Initially, he had not thought much about the reward for a side quest. Based on what he had received, it was either something akin to blueprints or the generation of badges. However, this blueprint concealed numerous secrets. First, it pertains directly to the blueprints themselves. Although the current blueprints are incomplete, what do they actually describe? An interdimensional armory. In the real world, armories face numerous limitations, such as geographical constraints, transportation issues, and proximity to raw materials. Yet, judging by the description of this blueprint, there is no need to worry at all. As long as one possesses the complete blueprints, one can acquire an armory that can be transported and accessed anywhere at any time. Moreover, production and repair are integrated into a single line. But, regarding operations, wait, does this not imply that the realm of artificial intelligence will soon be unlocked? Is this a hint? No, this is a clear indication. The previous system never provided such information. Until the moment a project was realized, one would remain oblivious to what one might receive next. At present, it appears that the system subtly hints at certain matters through various means. Furthermore, the second point is of paramount importance. This time, through the incomplete blueprint. Su Ting has also unveiled two new elements, level and contribution value. Is there any basis for judgment? As Su Ting perused these details, he incessantly scoured the system in search of new information. Upon finding none, he, undeterred, inquired once more, "System, could you provide a hint?" Despite his repeated queries, no new information emerged. Could it be that the battery has run out again? Su Ting recalled the last instance when, following the completion of a task, there was only a brief window for inquiry. To his surprise, it turned out to be of the rechargeable kind. It seems that I must rely on my own conjectures. Based on all existing evidence, level and contribution value should be related to the project and may even pertain to the number of participants involved. Su Ting picked up his phone and navigated to a contact, dialing the number. P.S. Given how handsome everyone is, you must have noticed that I have cut several side quests and introduced a new element, occasionally writing about food. Indeed, it is to tempt you late at night, leaving you ravenous. Chapter 171. The Blue Reagent. At this moment, Zhang Yuji and Cheng Duorong were each in their respective dormitories, perusing the latest notifications from the WeChat public account. Their skepticism towards their teacher's words was not rooted in disbelief, but rather an innocent curiosity regarding the remarkable stature of Professor Su. How could one attain such a prestigious title so close to the end of the semester? As fate would have it, they stumbled upon the WeChat post featuring its singular serious headline. Upon finishing the article, a singular thought resonated between them. They were determined to align themselves closely with Professor Su, convinced that their future accomplishments would be exceptional. What does it mean to have prestige? Ah, this is it. The illustrious critic, the esteemed academician, appeared particularly jubilant. while the president of Lonka Academy willingly assumed the role of a mere backdrop. Surely, such eagerness could not arise without the presence of something extraordinary. It was implausible. Meanwhile, the phone rang, and the screen displayed the name, Professor Su. The moment the call connected, Zhang Yuji was quick to respond. Professor Su, how may I assist you? Su Ting sensed an unusual tension, yet felt that nothing was amiss. Do you have time now? If I do, I shall head to the laboratory immediately. Good. After hanging up, Su Ting promptly retrieved Cheng Duorong's phone number. Once again, the call was answered in an instant. Not only that, but the voice on the other end conveyed a hint of exhilaration. Professor Su, should I come to the laboratory now? Is this the hallmark of a prestigious institution, where students exhibit such initiative? A strong sense of self-management? Su Ting recalled the days at Xingxing University, where peers would often express similar sentiments. It's a bit warm today. Perhaps we should postpone studying until tomorrow. Oh, it suddenly got cold. My hands are freezing. Why not warm them at the internet CAF? There was no shortage of excuses they could conjure, only peculiar rationales that had never crossed one's mind. Yes, please come to the laboratory now. All right. The sound of the door closing echoed with palpable eagerness. In truth, the reason for summoning them was twofold: to conduct experiments involving the gene reagent, and to enhance his work efficiency with additional assistance. His earlier conversation with Tan Yonglin had made it clear that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. On the surface, all appeared tranquil, yet beneath lay a current of tension. Although he had entrusted all schematics to Tan Yonglin, Su Ting understood that even with the black technology system at his disposal, achieving results was uncertain, let alone for those without such advantages. Even the rewards derived from this endeavor surpassed contemporary scientific advancements. Additionally, he aimed to unlock the newly obtained contribution value and system level. Both elements were undeniably crucial. If his conjectures were correct, they were likely tied to the project. Should they serve as his assistants, perhaps their involvement in the experiments could elevate these two metrics significantly. The two individuals who ended the phone call were filled with exhilaration. Engaging in scientific research is not merely about the laborious nature of projects. Rather, it is the concern over whether the supervising mentor possesses adequate prowess. There was a hint of perplexity regarding their previous mentor's decision to place them under Professor Su's guidance. However, that perplexity has dissipated. Professor Su, please feel free to assign tasks to me without hesitation, as long as it enhances the appeal of my resume. I would never consider myself a researcher in need of entertainment. We are akin to workhorses, spending all our time in the laboratory aside from meals and rest. The two bicycles were nearly sparking with fervor. As they approached the laboratory entrance, one deft maneuver led to a stunning drift. They finally understood why academician Liu Bowen from the School of Biology was so animated the previous day. They exchanged knowing smiles and entered after scanning their fingerprints. Professor Su looks quite dashing while shaking test tubes. Indeed, he also appears remarkably handsome when meticulously analyzing instrument data. Suddenly, strange thoughts began to surface. Stop. I had once vowed never to be a sycophant. Oh, before me stands Professor Su. Nonsense, I have never uttered such words. Is my admiration for Professor Su truly sycophantic? Even the renowned critic academician Fang Yi and President Huang Yongxing of Lonka University willingly become mere backgrounds for photographs. We are merely astute individuals recognizing the moment. Precisely. When conducting scientific experiments, interruptions are most unwelcome. Inspiration can emerge in an instant, yet it can also be easily disrupted. Thus, the two newcomers observed silently from the sidelines until Professor Su completed a small portion of the experiment and acknowledged their presence. You're here. Professor Su, do you have any instructions for us? Continue with the experimental procedures from yesterday. Understood. As for the gene reagents, the core issues were beyond their assistance. Even for Cheng Duorong, a biology major, the routine testing matters concerning the gene reagents were delegated to them, such as documenting the effects of the experimental substances on living organisms. Prior to human trials, biological experiments must first be conducted on living entities. This is particularly crucial for gene reagents, which involve alterations at the genetic level. Humans belong to the primate category, sharing similarities with several other species within this group, such as monkeys and apes. There is a humorous saying, had I not descended from the trees early on, I might very well be confined in a zoo today. While humorous, it does carry a grain of truth. The commonality lies in the genetic similarities that exist during the testing of biological agents. These similarities offer substantial experimental reference value. Numerous biological agents ultimately undergo a selection process, wherein these organisms serve as references for experimental pharmaceuticals. The most quintessential test subject, however, remains the humble white mouse. Indeed, at the forefront of experimentation, the white mouse frequently becomes the focal point for biological reagents. During the time the two individuals were present, Su Ting remained in a state of heightened awareness, marked by the activation of the badge, Mastery of Integration. The passive effects continued to manifest. The earlier observations made by the two, including test tubes and instrument data, in conjunction with the schematic diagrams, provided Su Ting with some insights. At this moment, the reagent extracted from the experimental vessel theoretically holds the potential to alter the genetic makeup of the white mouse. The intended effect being that it may offer a robust defense against viral invasion. Thus, the objective of the two individuals is to ascertain whether that vial of blue reagent possesses the desired efficacy. Chapter 172. This is my Professor Su at that moment. Zhang Yuji and Cheng Duorong stared at each other in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the blue serum before them. Last night, when we departed, Professor Su was still endeavoring to clarify the experimental procedures. Prior to our arrival, according to the content published on the WeChat public account, Professor Su was attending a ceremony honoring professors that morning. Surely, he must have taken time to eat. So, within the span of our bicycle ride, had Professor Su actually managed to prepare the blue serum for the first experimental subject, the white mouse? Wait a moment. Are we truly that incompetent? Or is Professor Su simply extraordinary? Even during our experiments with the renowned academician, it was never this outrageous. Well, it seems I am not the only one lacking in ability. By comparison, the esteemed academician doesn't he appear so remarkable after all? Zhang Yuji, the somewhat naive disciple, felt an instant sense of calm wash over him. A glance at Cheng Duorong revealed a similar sentiment. The two exchanged smiles, easing their minds, and said, "Shall we give it a try?" Indeed, we should. After all, this is arranged by Professor Su. The biological drug experiment is divided into a control group and an experimental group. Essentially, the white mice are categorized into two types, one group that has not been exposed to the blue serum and another that has. These two groups will be placed in the same experimental environment to assess the effects of the blue serum. However, considering the intention to introduce toxic gases, it is certain that the white mice will perish under normal circumstances. Therefore, the number of subjects in the control group is minimal, with the majority being in the experimental group. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The captured white mice cried out incessantly. Zhang Yuji, whose major was physics, felt somewhat awkward. Yet, he looked up to see Cheng Duorong expertly handling the situation, quickly transitioning from the center of the laboratory to its edges without even blinking. With a warm smile, he said, "Be good, little one. Daddy will give you candy, and soon you will understand how much Daddy cares for you." Upon noticing Zhang Yuji's gaze, he offered a friendly smile. In that moment, Zhang Yuji's head felt as if it might explode. Goodness, are all biology students so peculiar? The ease of his movements, the naturalness of his smile. If it weren't for the knowledge that he would soon introduce various toxic gases, I might have thought he truly cherished these little white mice. Turning his head, he saw Professor Su, clad in a white lab coat, intently observing the data from the experimental instruments. Yes, Professor Su exudes a certain warmth and charm. After all, those who study physics are inherently more striking than those in biology. With the known equation, physics Professor Su, I physics, thus. Zhang Yuji straightened his back, realizing that his clumsiness had its reasons. Indeed, it was due to his lack of charm. Cheng Duorong thought to himself, is there something wrong with this person? Why, when the blue serum is contained within a syringe, does he still smile while holding the mouse, even if he cannot inject it? Indeed, Professor Su possesses a certain charm. It appears that we, who study biology, are somewhat more grounded than those who delve into physics. In the realm of routine biological experiments, it is customary to conduct multiple experimental groups simultaneously while recording the proceedings. This practice is motivated by the sheer number of participants and the advantage of capturing the intricate details of the experiments on film. However, this time, Su Ting has mandated that each experimental group proceed individually. Although he refrains from elaborating on the rationale, the other two are acutely aware of the underlying reason. The gene reagent is not something that can be compared with other biological experiments. The phrase is immune to all ailments and prolonging life would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of demand should they be disseminated. The gas selected for the initial experimental test is chlorine. Chlorine, a yellow-green gas, in high concentrations can induce pulmonary edema within minutes to hours, leading to throat and bronchial spasms, edema, and severe asphyxiation. For the laboratory mice, exposure to high concentrations of chlorine is tantamount to certain death. The only question is how long they can endure. Shall we begin? With this utterance, the yellow-green chlorine gas begins to fill the experimental chamber, crafted to be entirely sealed to prevent gas leakage. At this moment, the laboratory mice exhibit a flicker of curiosity towards the yellow-green gas, scampering into the enclosure. The anticipation builds as everyone watches to see how long they can withstand the exposure. Chung Dworong, as a biology major, is particularly straightforward regarding the experiment. When he states that the concentration is high, it is unequivocally so, without a trace of deception. The squeaking sounds are crisp and innocent. 1 second, 10 seconds. The yellow-green gas has permeated the entire experimental chamber. The initial tension felt by the two has transformed into incredulity. Su Tong has previously shared some experimental data with them. If the blue gene reagent is not introduced, the laboratory mice can survive in high concentrations of chlorine for less than 5 seconds. Yet now, it has already been 15 seconds. Look, it's working. Following Chung Dworong's excited exclamation, Zhang Yuji notices that the once snow-white fur of the laboratory mouse begins to emit a blue luminescence. In stark contrast to the yellow-green gas, it is remarkably conspicuous. Is it possible that the gene reagent is taking effect? Though the prospect of its efficacy had crossed their minds, they never anticipated such a pronounced result. The scene is overwhelmingly vivid. The instruments are responding as well. The two turn their attention to the surrounding equipment, which is recording the heartbeat of the laboratory mouse in real time. By analyzing the heartbeat data, they can glean insights into the physiological reactions of the mouse upon inhaling chlorine and the subsequent physiological changes. The data indicates that as the high concentration of chlorine is introduced, the mouse's heart rate exhibits a downward trend, signifying that the chlorine is indeed compromising the mouse's physiological well-being. However, at the 2-second mark, the heartbeat curve begins to rise, indicating that the gene reagent is commencing its action. Just as the two were reveling in their joy, the instrument emitted a sharp click. Almost immediately, the image data began to plummet dramatically, ultimately coming to a standstill. The first experiment had failed, and the duration of that failure was 30 seconds. The two were left in stunned silence, momentarily taken aback. Alas, it appears our mindset was amiss. Chung Dworong began to speak. Is it not the case that experiments seldom succeed on the first attempt? Failure is a natural part of the process. We must persevere. He then noticed Zhang Yuji gazing at him with a peculiar expression. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. With considerable effort, Zhang Yuji suppressed the words he had initially intended to voice. Aren't we both merely assistants? Why are you putting on airs? This is my Professor Su. As the experiment progressed, the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 173. Genetic Biowarriors, Gratitude for Everyone's Gifts. As the two assistants conducted their experiments, Su Ting frequently found himself under the passive effect of the badge integration. Compared to other badges, this one was the easiest to trigger. In today's world, merely entering a state of contemplation activated its effects. Regrettably, even with the enhancement of experimental data, he still had not discovered a superior approach. Alas, it seemed that the rewards offered by the system were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 7. He wondered how their experiments were faring. Su Tong had provided the two with a blue genetic serum sufficient for an entire afternoon of experimentation. Upon opening the door, the two assistants immediately turned to him, their eyes brimming with excitement. Had they succeeded in their experiment? Before he could even inquire, Cheng Dworong exuberantly declared, Professor Su, we have achieved partial success in the experiment. Partial success? This outcome was unexpected. According to Su Tong's theoretical calculations, the probability of achieving any degree of success was quite low, hardly reaching 70%. Do elaborate, he prompted. Today we conducted 20 sets of experiments, using toxic gases such as chlorine and carbon monoxide. Among these gases, the longest survival time recorded was 5 minutes, while the shortest was 30 seconds. Notably, during the introduction of carbon monoxide, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. A peculiar phenomenon? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback. Please continue. In the initial 30 seconds, the heart rate graph of the white mouse appeared normal. However, at the 50-second mark, a blue light began to emanate from its body. Oh, that is a normal occurrence. The blue genetic serum is not merely a color. After ingestion, as time progresses, a blue light manifests within the body, signifying alterations in the organism's genes. It is well known that carbon monoxide binds with hemoglobin, which is responsible for transporting oxygen in the body. resulting in an oxygen deficiency within the organism. Consequently, from the 55th second onward, the heart rate of the white mouse began to escalate. We observed the emergence of something unusual on its surface. Based on the experimental data, we speculate that the white mouse might be capable of cutaneous respiration. Cutaneous respiration? Su Ting was stunned. Mice are mammals, equipped with specialized organs and systems for oxygen intake. If cutaneous respiration were indeed possible, the implications of this experimental data would be monumental. Show me the experimental data immediately and retrieve the video footage of the experiment. Understood. He now comprehended the excitement displayed by the two earlier. If this were indeed the case, it was conceivable that the system's genetic serum could possess extraordinary applications elsewhere. For instance, genetic biowarriors? Perhaps, when combined with lightsabers and energy blasters, and factoring in these genetic biowarriors, there could be unexpected advantages in tactical terrain reconnaissance, surveillance, and infiltration. Wait a moment. What could have caused such an effect? The schematic of the gene reagent remains unchanged. However, I may have made a slight modification. At that moment, as my two assistants had yet to arrive, Su Ting found himself lost in contemplation, pondering whether the gene reagent could be expedited through an alternative method during this interval. Subconsciously, this triggered the effect of the badge integration. Indeed, it was the badge. Could it be done this way? With this thought, Su Ting became momentarily entranced. Presently, he possessed 3 badges: Master of Modification, Golden Blueprint, and Integration. Among these, integration was the easiest to activate, while the Golden Blueprint was the most challenging, as its effect could only be applied to the Golden Blueprints. Integration resembled a passive effect, easily triggered when confronted with difficulties. Could it be related to the rewards I received? The earlier blueprint, the Dimensional Armory, although incomplete, had enabled Su Ting's system to unlock new features, contribution points, and level. Ding. You have gained 1 contribution point. Ding. You have gained 2 contribution points. Su Ting was bewildered by this sudden notification from the system. What was happening? Why had his contribution points increased? Immersing himself in thought, he examined the sources of his contribution points. Cheng Duorong has provided 1 contribution point. Zhang Yuji has provided 2 contribution points. So, this truly pertains to the scientific project? What astonished Su Ting during these hours was precisely this revelation. Cheng Duorong specialized in biology, while Zhang Yuji was in physics. Did differing disciplines yield higher contribution points? Su Ting's thoughts deepened as he observed the panel indeed changing. Current level, LV1. Contribution points, 3,100. 97 points remaining. A daunting challenge. Professor Su? Professor Su? HM? The recordings and heart rate data had been retrieved. Good. Meanwhile, the 2 assistants remarked, indeed, some individuals are not only more talented but also more diligent. Constantly contemplating the experimental issues. The recording displayed the experimental conditions, confirming Cheng Duorong's assertion. During the first 30 seconds, the mouse's heartbeat was normal, as the concentration of carbon monoxide within the chamber was not significantly high. The mouse remained lively, exhibiting vigorous behavior. The Azure gene reagent had no discernible effect, akin to a stimulant. However, the heartbeat curve began to decline, and the mouse's movements gradually slowed. The carbon monoxide commenced its effects. The turning point occurred at 55 seconds, as a blue luminescence began to manifest within the mouse. This was the gene reagent taking effect. Simultaneously, the heartbeat curve surged dramatically. Even through the screen, one can perceive the rhythmic thrum of a heartbeat reminiscent of war drums. Indeed, it appears that certain transformations have transpired upon his exterior. It seems to align with Cheng Duorong's hypothesis that the genetic reagent has rendered him impervious to the effects of carbon monoxide, enabling him to directly inhale oxygen from the atmosphere. His gaze has also shifted, suggesting an alteration in intellect. From this perspective, at that moment, however, the voice of the advanced technology system unexpectedly emerged. Ding, new project detected. The impact of genetic reagents on living organisms. Generating. Creating a new side quest. Side quest, genetic biowarrior. Quest description, modify any living organism to enable it to cooperate in executing new tactical operations. Su Ting. Chapter 174. The quadrant meteor shower. This side quest completely caught Su Ting off guard. As he gazed at the genetic reagents, he mused about the possibility of creating a genetic biowarrior. To his astonishment, it truly materialized, and it was still a side quest. Considering the rewards of past side quests, they typically yielded either badges or blueprints. With the increase in energy points, Had he begun to influence a portion of the Black Technology System's tasks? This was indeed a fortuitous development. It appeared that with the advancement of badges and blueprints, each task had grown increasingly peculiar. Each time, rather than producing merely more formidable products, they unlocked unique side quests. Could it be his charm at play? No, it must be the Black Technology System urging him to expedite his progress in the realm of scientific research. Professor Su. Professor Su. Cheng Duorong softly called from the side. Observing Professor Su's current demeanor, one couldn't help but wonder if he had conceived yet another novel idea. Surely not. Everyone was engrossed in reviewing recordings and heart rate graphs. Logically, such mundane footage and irregular graphs could hardly inspire fresh insights. Regaining his composure, Su Tung patted the shoulders of his two assistants in reassurance. You both are doing splendidly. The two assistants beamed in response. Professor Su was indeed easy to get along with. His only flaw was that occasionally, his demeanor could inadvertently dishearten researchers like themselves. However, that was inconsequential, as such discouragement was not a daily occurrence. After all, last night, Professor Su had remained silent. Yet, the upcoming experimental project required an additional component. An additional component? Cheng Duorong and Zhang Yuji were taken aback. Wasn't the experiment proceeding quite well? Why was there a need to add something, especially when the project had yet to be completed? Wait, could it be that Professor Su had discovered something different during their earlier observations? A sense of foreboding began to surface. Initially, the goal of the genetic agent was merely to produce a potion for longevity and immunity to ailments. However, after reviewing the recorded footage and heart rate graphs, a sudden epiphany struck him. While continuing the experiments with the genetic agent, they could also embark on a smaller project, the development of genetic biowarriors. Genetic biowarriors? Su Ting's final statement left both assistants momentarily speechless. Good heavens. To Professor Su, the notion of genetic biowarriors was merely a minor endeavor. However, the key point remained. Could the sight of the biological recordings and the recorded heart rate graphs, particularly that of the squeaking little mouse with a roller coaster-like heart rate, truly inspire such an idea? Why was it that he could only think, this little mouse, having received the agent, is remarkably resilient, living such an extended life? At that moment, the two were at a loss for words. The function of language seemed to falter. My mind was filled with a cacophony of thoughts, particularly the realization that my mentor had never entertained such notions during experiments. If my instructor feels the same, then all is well. Matters concerning genetic biosoldiers can be entrusted to me. The time is nearly upon us. Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal? No, Professor Su, please go ahead. I am not yet hungry. The two replied listlessly. The pressure of being in Professor Su's presence was indeed overwhelming. Even the most critical of academicians does not experience inspiration as swiftly as this. What is this if not divine intervention, a vast ocean of ideas bestowed upon us? Very well, but do take care of your health. Neglecting meals is not advisable. Understood. As Professor Su closed the door, he observed the two once more engrossed in their analysis of videos and heartbeat graphs. They seemed quite earnest, which was commendable. Professor Su, may I inquire what you would like to eat today? The owner of Jia Jia Flavor's restaurant was exceedingly more cordial this time compared to their last encounter. Had it not been for his nephew showing him a post from a public account, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the young man before him was a newly appointed professor at the Long Institute of Technology, a figure of distinction. One that both the principal and the most critical of academicians would willingly stand in the background for. The most pivotal aspect was that Professor Su did not seem particularly extraordinary in the realm of research. If he were to abandon academia, he could easily transition into a culinary critic. One serving of stir-fried diced pork, one serving of crystal pig knuckles, and finally, a small bowl of seafood soup, please. Very well, Professor Su, please take a seat, and I shall bring it over once prepared. Agreed. In matters of dining, Su Ting was always spontaneous, seizing upon whatever came to mind. Had he not pursued research, he might have very well become a food critic. His greatest aspiration was to traverse the nation, savoring the 8 major culinary traditions of Long Country. At that moment, the screens in the hall displayed the latest news. The dining area for professors differed slightly from that of the student union, the main distinction being the presence of 2 television screens at the Long Institute, typically broadcasting the latest research findings or real-time news updates. According to the latest reports, at 10 o'clock this evening, the Quadrantid's meteor shower will grace Blue Star. Astronomers have analyzed this event, declaring it the most significant meteor shower in nearly a millennium, occurring on a global scale. Experts speculate that the meteor shower's impact points will likely be in the beautiful country and northern Long Country, with the best observation locations being Star City and Sheep City. A meteor shower? Upon hearing this news, Su-tung recalled that his two assistants had mentioned it just yesterday, inquiring whether today's experiments would be particularly demanding. It appeared they had lost interest in the meteor shower, otherwise they would not have claimed to be unhungry while continuing to analyze recordings and the heartbeat patterns of the lab mice after his departure. Tap, tap, tap. He turned to see the owner bringing over steaming dishes. Professor Su, here is your meal. Thank you. No need for thanks. The owner chuckled warmly. If you find it lacking later, do let me know, and I shall gladly add more. Su-ting nodded, his attention wholly captivated by the delectable dishes before him. The quadrant meteor shower, the most magnificent in a millennium? Were his two assistants still planning to witness the meteor shower today? Such thoughts paled in comparison to the enticing aroma of the food right in front of him. It was only at this moment that Su-ting realized his hunger had grown quite profound. His stomach rumbled incessantly. One detail, however, had eluded Su-tung's notice, the reason for his ravenous appetite. The activation of the badge effect indeed intensified the dissipation of energy. Yet, these considerations seemed trivial. After all, at Home Flavor Restaurant, the owner's culinary skills were undeniably exceptional. Chapter 175, I casually inquired, and Su-ting turned his gaze towards the first dish, salt-ed diced pork. The succulent pieces of meat were neatly arranged on a pristine white plate, each morsel generously coated in a thick, glistening sauce, adorned with slices of cucumber and vegetables for an artistic touch. As I prodded it with my chopsticks, I could discern the delicate crispy layer enveloping each cube of meat. This truly tests the chef's skill. From its exterior, the pieces were fried to a perfect crisp without becoming charred. Such finesse is unattainable without genuine culinary expertise. Placing one piece in my mouth, the rich sauce burst forth upon my tongue. Crispy and tender, the quality of the meat was undeniably fresh. Moreover, the sauce was impeccably balanced, enhancing rather than overpowering the flavor of the pork. And that crispy shell indeed adds a delightful crunch. Quite impressive. After savoring the salt-ed diced pork, Su-ting shifted his attention to the adjacent crystal pork knuckle. The preparation typically involves slicing it into thin pieces, artfully stacked in a small white bowl, where the contrasting colors serve to highlight the knuckle's translucent appearance. The glistening skin of the knuckle was accompanied by a spicy sauce, chopped scallions, and minced garlic, with a rich sauce at the bottom. The vibrant color combination was visually appealing. I picked up a piece of the crystal knuckle and savored it slowly. The meat was braised to perfection, melting in my mouth, while the skin offered a delightful chewiness. The overall combination was indeed commendable. As for the final dish, the seafood soup, it was crafted with yuba, shrimp, and scallops. A robust aroma wafted upwards. Taking a sip, the fresh essence of the seafood lingered on my palate, refusing to dissipate. The ingredient pairing was exquisite. Fragrant without being fishy, fresh yet abundantly flavorful. The shrimp, through its tender flesh, revealed its remarkable freshness. Meanwhile, the nephew of Jia Flavor's restaurant observed the scene before him, perplexed, and asked, Uncle, why do I feel that if Professor Su were to cook, his flavors would surpass yours? Typically, when the nephew voiced such sentiments, he would be reprimanded for lacking respect for his elders. However, this time, an unusual silence enveloped the room. It was only after he had blurted out his thought that he realized its implications. Turning around, he found his usually irritable uncle unusually calm as he responded. Even you sense this? It seems you have indeed been putting in effort in the culinary department. The nephew, bewildered, thought, what do you mean? Even I have such a feeling? Although you are my elder, such remarks seem rather inappropriate. As Su-ting finished his meal and strolled back to the laboratory, his phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Tin Yonglin, Su-tung was momentarily taken aback. This call was unexpected. It wasn't initiated by him. Could it be regarding the gene serum? No, that couldn't be right. It was merely an afternoon. Even on his end, there had been no significant progress. Oh, wait. If one were to elaborate, there had indeed been some advancement on his part. From an ordinary project involving gene agents, a new concept of genetic biosoldiers unexpectedly emerged, catching even Su-tung off guard. Upon connection, before Su-tung could utter a word, Tin Yonglin proactively stated, Xiao Su, there is an issue regarding a military exhibition that I need to discuss with you. A military exhibition? Su-ting paused, uncertainly inquiring, is it due to the escalating tensions? After a brief silence, The voice on the other end replied, "Indeed, there is no need for me to conceal this from you. Through various channels, we have learned that the United States intends to initiate some activities. Of course, such endeavors usually do not originate from them. If this were several decades ago, Long Country would have directly sought a pretext to provoke us. In recent years, however, as Long Country's military strength has grown, they typically send their smaller allies to create minor disturbances for us." At this point, Su Ting grasped Tan Yonglin's implication. Thus, the military exhibition holds deeper significance? Precisely. It is to showcase certain weaponry. If that is the case, there are numerous categories that can be displayed. Generally, a new generation of fighter jets would be presented, demonstrating performance to inform neighboring nations of Long Country's military capabilities. Alternatively, there might be revelations regarding the new generation of aircraft carriers or even conceptual fighter aircraft. Yet, this seemingly did not require Su Tang's consultation. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Su Tang. Was Tan Uncle suggesting the exhibition of individual combat weapons? Indeed, you understand me well, Xiao Su. Speaking of which, you have indeed developed some innovations in this area recently. Light swords, energy blast guns, ion energy shields, 3 types of individual weaponry. Aside from the ion energy shield, the other 2 are ready for production. The most critical aspect is that the ion energy shield is remarkably extraordinary, although it serves as a defensive apparatus once activated. The other 2 weapons are rendered utterly inferior in comparison. Xiao Su, this time I wish to hear your opinion. Are you willing to present the individual weapons you have developed at the military exhibition? Certainly, if it can have a stunning impact, it would be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Tan Yonglin's cheek involuntarily twitched. If, that word perhaps should not be used in such a context. After meeting with Xiao Su that morning, Tan Yonglin promptly flew to the base of the energy blast gun, witnessing firsthand the formidable power of the 3rd energy scale, which created a significant explosion. Prior to visiting the base, he had heard of the blast gun's reputation as invincible below missile level. In that moment, he truly understood that it was indeed unparalleled. Professor Su is undeniably a pragmatic researcher, especially with that small device, the amplifier. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would be utterly inconceivable to believe that such a diminutive object possesses the capacity to double the power of a weapon. Astonishing, indeed. One might be fortunate enough not to succumb to terror on the spot. Here, several military district leaders have convened to deliberate on the decision to showcase the explosive energy gun, a weapon of notable distinction. However, it will not be the latest model, but rather the one you previously crafted. The characteristics of Long Kingdom are indeed emblematic of this tradition, selling one generation, showcasing another, and developing yet another. It is an age-old custom. Well, that is agreeable. After all, the explosive energy gun is relatively simple. Even in its complete form, it cannot penetrate an ion energy shield. Tan Yonglin paused momentarily, for he had called today specifically to consult Su Ting regarding this matter. As a consensus has long been reached in the realm of scientific research, one can always place their trust in young Su. During the military exhibition, even the higher-ups emphasized the importance of heeding Su Ting's counsel. Having fulfilled his task, Tan Yonglin casually inquired, "Are there any recent developments in the Gene Potion project?" "It is unlikely, given that it has only been an afternoon. I merely asked out of curiosity." Chapter 176. Unlocking New Blueprints. Tan Yonglin harbored little hope. Although he was the head of the military district and had encountered numerous prodigies in the realm of scientific research, he had witnessed even the most extraordinary among them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Ting remark, "There has been little progress with the gene serum. It remains in the experimental phase." Indeed. As expected, just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to Su Ting, he heard the subsequent statement. However, during the development of the gene serum, I unexpectedly discovered a minor project. A minor project? In Tan Yonglin's understanding, a minor project typically referred to materials discarded from internal experiments that unexpectedly proved useful. Compared to the main experiments, the significance of such minor projects was rather limited. So, there exists a minor project pertaining to the gene serum? This notion struck at the heart of Tan Yonglin's misconception. Wait a moment. The purpose of the gene serum is to promote longevity and immunize against ailments. The minor project must pertain to enhancing physical constitution or something of that nature. During the experimentation with the gene serum, I derived an idea from observing the laboratory mice. Through the gene serum, it might be possible to develop gene-enhanced biological soldiers. The lightsaber squad has already been established, and the energy weapons have entered production. If this minor project of gene-enhanced biological soldiers were to succeed, it would significantly impact military tactics. Once Su Teng finished articulating all his points, Tin Yonglin was left in a state of shock. What had he just heard from the young Su? It seemed he had mentioned minor project, gene biological soldiers. Indeed, that was it. Could this truly be classified as a minor project? Are you serious? These two statements nearly escaped his lips. Throughout his years as the head of the military district, he had never known that a minor project could be defined in such a manner. Furthermore, gene biological soldiers, in a certain sense, the project spoken of by young Su bore little distinction from the gene serum. No, in terms of military application, it might even surpass the gene serum in its potency. In light of this comparison, Tan Yonglin found himself at a loss for words. Why is it that the researchers under my command are so lacking in capability? In just an afternoon, young Su has drawn from the gene serum project the concept of gene biological soldiers, while they have merely managed to establish the experimental platform. So, young Su, do you require any assistance? On the other end of the phone, Su Ting sensed a peculiar shift in tone, as if it had suddenly turned melancholic. As if he had received a heavy blow. Were Su Teng in the military district, he would have gladly accepted Tan Yonglin's inquiry. However, they were currently at Lonka Institute, where academician Fang Yi and President Huang Yongxing had both advised him, if you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know. We will arrange it immediately. Thank you. Uncle Tan, I do not require assistance at the moment. Very well, I shall await good news from you, young Su. After the phone call ended, Su Ting quietly devised a plan in his mind to simultaneously initiate the projects of gene serums and gene biowarriors. On one hand, he hoped to expedite the research to facilitate the development of new tactics. On the other hand, the completion of side missions promised unexpected rewards. Whether it be badges or blueprints, the functionalities promised to exceed their original intentions. As Su Teng entered the laboratory, he discovered that his two assistants were still engrossed in analyzing video footage and the heart rate patterns of lab mice. Curiously, he noted their diligence. However, upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. Their hair was disheveled, their eyes vacant, fixated on the data panels. He could even hear their murmurs. This shouldn't be. Why can't I discern anything? Is it truly possible to identify gene biowarriors through this data? Su Teng's face twitched in disbelief. Goodness. One might mistakenly think they were not engaged in scientific research at all. Clearing his throat, he interrupted their reverie. The two turned, only to find the very Professor Su they had doubted standing right behind them, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Professor Su, they stammered. Please, allow us to explain. You should take a break and have something to eat. They attempted to salvage their image in his eyes, understanding the gravity of their positions as his assistants, which carried significant implications. They did not wish to squander this opportunity. Their mentor had emphasized the importance of making a good impression. However, in the afternoon, Professor Su casually glanced at the data and deduced the concept of gene biowarriors. How was one to demonstrate their worth in such a scenario? The heart of the matter had unexpectedly strayed slightly from their expectations. Actually, there is something I wish to convey to you both. Upon seeing Su Teng's serious expression, they instinctively straightened their postures, bracing for potential dismissal. Su Teng understood their anxiety. I initially told your mentor that if anyone aspired to become my assistant, I had but one requirement, a steadfast commitment to their dreams. Technical skills were not a consideration for me. Steadfast commitment to dreams? Technical skills disregarded? They were taken aback, especially considering the projects of gene serums and the imminent launch of gene biowarriors. With Professor Su's expertise, such skills indeed seemed unnecessary. In that moment, they uncovered a previously overlooked insight. Merely through data analysis, one could deduce the emergence of new gene biowarriors. A scientific genius like him appeared to prioritize attitude over technical prowess. So we were evaluated through Professor Su's lens? Zhang Yu, the eldest disciple, promptly recognized this oversight. Well then, you may go have your meal. The moment they heard these words, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. As they turned to leave, Su Ting added, I recall you mentioned wanting to witness the meteor shower the other day. If you hurry now, you might still catch up. The departing footsteps paused, and exchanging glances, they suddenly laughed, saying, No, Professor Su. I believe we have already witnessed the most beautiful meteor shower within the confines of the laboratory. Through the exchanges that evening, the two assistants finally felt at ease. The following day, Su Ting announced that both experiments would proceed simultaneously. The countdown for the new Project S blueprint had commenced. It was only then that Qing Duorong and Zhang Yuji truly comprehended the essence of that phrase. the experience of encountering someone more capable than oneself who exerts even greater effort. On the first day, after 12 hours of experimentation, neither the gene serum nor the gene biosoldier projects had shown any progress. On the second day, after 14 hours, both projects continued to remain stagnant. From that day onward, Su-tung began to sleep in the laboratory, and his two assistants followed suit. Finally, on the 10th day, a glimmer of progress emerged for both projects, only to revert to a standstill. On the 15th day, however, the experiments began to make significant strides. By the 20th day, promising advancements were finally evident. It was on this day that Su-tung's mind was graced with the voice of cutting-edge technology. Ding! A new blueprint has been unlocked. Chapter 177. Anti-gravity engine. The words of Alan Tam resonate. The situation is tense. This tension is not merely confined to the military districts. All facets of the Dragon Kingdom are compelled to take action. The competition in military prowess manifests itself across various domains: land, sea, air, and space, complemented by an array of information stations. It is undeniable that the comprehensive warfare waged by the United States in recent years, with its staggering casualty ratios, left the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom in awe, pondering, could warfare truly be conducted in such a manner? Particularly in space, which has become the focal point for nations worldwide. At this moment, within a certain aerospace base in the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Jinbong, a silver-haired gentleman in his 70s, meticulously adjusts the final data. His assistant stands nearby, not daring to utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the elder's concentration. Internally, the assistant admires, truly. He is a paragon of the elder generation of researchers. Whether for grand or minor experiments, he ensures that all data is rigorously matched before commencement, leaving no room for even the slightest error. This diligence is likely what enabled Tang Jinbong to become the overseer of the Lunar Palace project. At the age of 28, Tang Jinbong officially joined the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Bureau, dedicating his life to the nation's space endeavors. By the age of 35, he emerged as the leader of a new generation of aerospace researchers. Under his guidance, the Dragon Kingdom rapidly ascended in the realm of space exploration, continually developing projects such as Long 8 and Long 9, gradually catching up with other nations globally. A year ago, under his proposal, the Dragon Kingdom officially commenced the Lunar Palace project, shifting its ambitions from space to the moon. The Lunar Palace project encompasses numerous initiatives, broadly categorized into the collection of lunar soil and the analysis of its composition. The most critical aspect lies in establishing a stable route to the moon, culminating in the ultimate vision, the construction of a space aircraft carrier. Over the past year, the aerospace base has relentlessly tested various engine data, material development, and spacecraft fabrication. Today marks the momentous day of launching the lunar probe. From the data, everything appears flawless. It is time to initiate the experiment, Tang Jinbong instructed his secretary. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. As orders cascaded down the hierarchy, all researchers at the aerospace base were mobilized. Standing at the main control console, Tang Jinbong's eyes gleamed with hope. This endeavor represents not only his dedication, but also the collective effort of all researchers at the base. After all, it is space, it is the moon. What secrets lie upon its surface? Do remnants of other civilizations truly exist? The countdown for ignition begins. 10, 9, 2, 1, launch. With a resounding bang, the button on the master control console is pressed, and a thunderous roar emanates from outside. The fixed support has been loosened. The engine has entered its initial phase. The internal temperature remains normal. Data from each inspection has been reported. Although everything appears to be functioning well at this moment, Tang Jinbong does not allow himself to relax. The challenges of aerospace are manifold, to be precise. The experiment cannot be deemed successful until the moment of genuine lunar landing. The complexities of the space environment are overwhelming. At any stage, unexpected circumstances may arise to disrupt the current tranquility. As the launch vehicle ascends higher into the sky, it captures the attention of all. It must succeed. This is the collective sentiment. After all, the efforts of the entire base over the past year hinge on this moment. Taking the first step is the most arduous. If we can just make that leap. Just as some began to entertain such thoughts, a cacophony of alarms erupted from the control room. Warning. The internal temperature of the engine is plummeting. Energy supply is insufficient. Warning. The launch vehicle is experiencing vibrations and internal pressure is sharply declining. Warning. Simulation calculations indicate the launch vehicle cannot reach the intended velocity and will not breach the atmosphere. Warning. According to computational models, The launch vehicle will explode in 10 seconds. An explosion in 10 seconds? The worst fears have materialized. Quickly, attempt to forcibly ignite the engine, igniting all the fuel at once. No sooner had the words been spoken than the rocket was seen exploding on screen. A ferocious fire enveloped the entire display, followed by the sound of a resounding blast. The atmosphere in the base fell into a profound silence, and expressions turned somber. The explosion of the launch vehicle signifies the obliteration of over a year's worth of hard work. Yet, this is not the primary concern. The crux lies in the fact that the United States has been subtly instigating tensions, plunging the surrounding situation into precariousness. Aerospace remains one of the coveted high grounds in this competition. Clap, clap, clap. Tang Jinbang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. So what if we have failed? In research, failure is an inevitable companion. Stand tall, all of you. Those who can stand here are not the weak. You are among the elite of Dragon Country's scientific community. Regardless of what has transpired, I take pride in your choice of this vocation. Moreover, our ethos will always be fearless in the face of adversity, overcoming all challenges. Everyone, rally yourselves and analyze the reasons for our failure. With Tang Jinbang's words of encouragement, the oppressive atmosphere in the base dissipated. Yes, at this moment, an assistant approached with a phone, hesitantly stating, "This is a call from Elder Tan. He wishes to speak with you." Tang Jinbang furrowed his brow and then exhaled, "Hand it over to me." Being the head of the military region is no easy task. He is likely inquiring about the Moon Palace project. It has been more than a year now. Today marks the moment of the launch, and it is quite natural to inquire. Upon answering the call, Tang Jinbang promptly stated, "The launch of the carrier rocket has failed. We are currently analyzing the reasons, and it appears to be an issue with the engine. This indeed falls under my purview, and as the person in charge, I bear an undeniable responsibility." Just as Tang Jinbang was about to take accountability, Tin Yonglin directly interrupted his preamble. "I did not call you to discuss this." "Huh, not about this." This time, it was Tang Jinbang's turn to be astonished. Besides the Moon Palace project, could there be another significant matter occurring today? Let me think. I intended to refer someone to you. Refer someone? Yes, that person is Su Ting. Su Ting? Who is that? Wait, Tang Jinbang suddenly recalled. The creator of the lightsaber and the energy cannon. However, my field is aerospace. Isn't he a weapons manufacturer? He just mentioned to me that he wishes to initiate a new project, a gravity-repellent engine. Chapter 178. Is it truly possible to achieve a gravity-defying engine? Were it not for the words of Alan Tam, Tang Jinbang's initial reaction would have been one of incredulity. What are you talking about? Are you jesting with this old man? Yet, the conversation was with a prominent figure from the military district. Joking? Absolutely out of the question, especially regarding such lofty aspirations. In contemporary society, energy is paramount, and engines have always played a crucial role. The greater the power, the higher the conversion efficiency, and consequently, the wider the operational range. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Tang Jinbang had never contemplated the notion of a gravity-defying engine. The reason being, with today's technological capabilities, it remains entirely unfeasible. The introduction of this concept feels akin to the speculative visions of future technology and life depicted in science fiction. The concept of gravity refers to the force exerted on objects due to the attraction of our blue planet. To put it simply, every entity experiences gravity. The essence of a gravity-defying engine lies in its potential to negate the effects of gravity on all matter. The sensory manifestation of this would be the capability for stationary objects to levitate effortlessly in the air. If, indeed, such an engine could be realized, it would undeniably revolutionize the fabric of human existence. In the realm of aerospace, venturing into space would demand far less fuel, significantly alleviating the weight of aircraft and spacecraft. Everything sounds so promising, but is it truly possible? No, absolutely not. The shadow of the Moon Palace project's failure is somewhat diminished at this moment. Although Alan Tam harbors skepticism regarding this plan, he cannot help but entertain alternative thoughts. After all, this is a new generation of leading figures in the scientific community of the Dragon Nation, renowned for their groundbreaking research. Prior to this, weapons such as laser swords and energy guns existed solely within the realm of science fiction. What do you think, Xiaosu? Is it really feasible? After a prolonged silence, Tang Jinbang finally posed this question. I don't know. You don't know. His tone began to rise. If you don't know, why did you bring Su here to me? No, that is not what I meant. Alan Tam discerned the underlying implications in his tone and began to elucidate. Had Xiao Su mentioned just a day ago that he intended to delve into the gravity-defying engine project, I would have predicted his failure without hesitation. However, the circumstances have shifted. How have they shifted? What can transpire in just one day? Tang Jinbong pondered, phone in hand. Because Alan Tam steadied his emotions, suppressing his excitement as he continued. Recently, he initiated a biological project, a genetic serum, which, according to his description, possesses the effects of immunity to all ailments and the gift of longevity. At this revelation, Tang Jinbong's breath quickened. Indeed, he had mentioned his aspiration to pursue a path of comprehensive scientific discovery. However, this is truly remarkable. Transitioning seamlessly from weapon manufacturing to pioneering biological projects? Typically, it is said that shifting fields is akin to scaling mountains, yet your leap is unparalleled. This is utterly absurd. If you continue in this manner, I believe the world's geniuses can be divided into two categories, one named Su Tong and the other, merely other geniuses. In comparison to you, what do my proud accomplishments amount to? The crux of the matter lies not here. When I met him, I witnessed him sketch all the schematic diagrams in just half an hour. Wait, am I mistaken? Did you say he drew all the schematic diagrams in front of you in half an hour? The path of scientific research is typically divided into two main categories, the theoretical and the experimental. Although genuine projects are often driven by theory, theories are constantly revised. No one can produce all theoretical diagrams in one go. Experimentation is a step-by-step process. Therefore, how is it that before even commencing this, gene agent, you could illustrate all the schematic diagrams? Did you ascertain from the outset that this approach would surely succeed? Indeed, he illustrated everything. The schematic comprises 30 pages of blank paper, and our experimental team has followed the steps according to the diagrams flawlessly thus far. At this juncture, Tang Jinbong's breathing quickened. What does this imply? The anti-gravity engine may indeed be feasible. Just as Tang Jinbong was about to speak, he was interrupted by a preceding spellcasting. By the way, the most crucial point is yet to be revealed. This is not the key? I initially believed it to be pivotal, but later discovered. All right. Just tell me directly, spare me the superfluous details. Tan Yo-lin. What on earth? I hadn't finished speaking, and you were already growing impatient with me. Are you? The essential point is, that evening, I called Xiao Su, who informed me that he had an epiphany regarding a minor project that afternoon. A minor project? The experiments for the gene agent have only just commenced, and you already have inspiration for a minor project? Oh, it must be some sort of physical enhancement drug. Xiao Su told me that the minor project involves gene biological soldiers. Indeed, gene biological soldiers. He also mentioned the possibility of developing new tactics in collaboration with the lightsaber squad and the future energy gun squad. Goodness. Huh? What did you just say? A peculiar term seemed to have emerged, and Tan Yo-lin began to doubt whether he had misheard. It is not that I, the head of the Moon Palace project for over 70 years, have never encountered grand spectacles. Rather, I have truly never witnessed such grandiosity. A minor project? You were telling me that you consider gene biological soldiers to be a minor project compared to gene agent? Pray tell. In what aspect is gene biological soldiers inferior to gene agent? Regardless of the perspective one adopts, the value of the former option appears to be significantly higher. If it were to be integrated with military forces, it would render one virtually invincible in the realm of intelligence, penetration, assassination, infiltration. Though he is an experienced figure in aerospace, it is remarkable that tactical considerations arise at this moment. Therefore, what is the current progress? From the report provided by Xiao Su, things are advancing swiftly. Before he could finish his thought, Tang Jinbong exclaimed loudly, "Hurry, bring me the personnel, or rather, please summon them here. Inform Xiao Su that he is granted full authority over everything in this base." Within just a few fleeting minutes, Tang Jinbong's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. The concept of a gravity-defying engine, in Xiao Su's capable hands, truly holds the potential for realization. Chapter 179. What does it matter if a rocket explodes after hanging up the phone? The once tranquil atmosphere within the base became strangely charged. In the minds of the team, Tang Jinbong had long been regarded as a seasoned researcher. His persona was characterized by the fact that whenever a scientific project was at hand, he would never wear a cheerful demeanor. He was resolutely serious. Should any unforeseen complications arise, he would personally investigate, employing every conceivable method to uncover the issue. Today marked a catastrophic day for the Moon Palace project as the rocket spectacularly exploded right before their eyes. Based on past experiences, it was customary to convene an immediate seminar in the evening to analyze the root of the problems and swiftly arrange for new strategies. However, what did their esteemed project leader, Tang Zhenbang, just say? If they heard correctly, it seemed to be an exclamation of disbelief. Indeed, that was it. Why not inquire if others were experiencing auditory hallucinations? Why don't you go ask? One murmured. I fear for my life. Come on. You are utterly transparent, without the slightest attempt to conceal your thoughts. The two conversing quietly turned to observe the expressions of those around them, finding that everyone mirrored their own bewilderment and shock. Ahem. I have an announcement to make. Tang Zhenbang finally managed to suppress his excitement. With composure, he continued. I have just received orders from higher-ups that a young researcher will be joining our base. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that upon his arrival, we will need to allocate a portion of our team to assist with his project. Others. Did we mishear? The Moon Palace project was one that had been applied for over a year ago. Classified at the highest level of confidentiality due to its critical position in the fiercely competitive aerospace sector. The implications of leading in this field are immense, encompassing satellite monitoring, space-based weaponry, and interstellar exploration, each harboring bountiful treasures. The Moon Palace project directly addresses all three of these aspects. Consequently, from the very inception of the project, the contributing researchers had been firmly established. While personnel injuries or reductions were plausible, augmenting the team at this stage was entirely out of the question. As for reallocating half the team to pursue the project of this young researcher, this was simply unheard of. What on earth? Are we now witnessing the emergence of a second generation of researchers? No, that cannot be. The realm of research does not permit such lineage. Observing the shocked expressions of the younger researchers below, Tang Zhenbang inexplicably felt a surge of joy. The astonishment evoked by his statement was palpable. One could only imagine the existential doubts that would plague them in the days to come. Please, do not speculate foolishly. Some of you may have heard of this young man. His name is Su Teng. As for the project, it is no trouble to inform you in advance. For after all, personnel selection will be necessary. Here it comes, here it comes. What exactly is this project? I wish to see what makes this Su Teng extraordinary. The project is the anti-gravity engine. The reason for your inclusion lies in the development of this very engine, which will significantly advance the Moon Palace initiative. Well, that will be all for today. Do take some time to rest. With that, Tang Zhenbang placed his hands behind his back and strolled away leisurely. What? You say the rocket exploded today? No worries, there's no need to panic. Such incidents are mere trifles. It's just a rocket explosion, after all. It's as if there are no rocket explosions occurring at global aerospace bases. Regardless, young Su will arrive tomorrow. After toiling for over a year, he deserves a day to himself. Oh, how I love the anti-gravity engine. The assistants nearby were left in a state of astonishment. Has old Tang ever been this joyous in his life? I doubt it. The crucial point is that a rocket did explode today. The Moon Palace initiative has encountered a rocky start. Meanwhile, other researchers around were left utterly dumbfounded. Did I just hear? Anti-gravity engine? One of the bystanders continued. Yes, that's it. But, is it possible for someone to actually create such a thing? Wait. Who exactly is Su Teng? Why have I never heard of him before? An elder adjusted his glasses, perplexed. Are the young ones so arrogant nowadays? We struggle here to even take the first step in the Moon Palace initiative, and the rocket has exploded. Yet he, this young man, dares to propose an anti-gravity engine. If such a device truly exists, it would not only revolutionize daily life but would also bring about a monumental shift in aerospace. To put it accurately, it would advance us by an entire era. If the power were to be increased, planets, galaxies? No. The Milky Way itself could potentially be within reach. I have heard of. Just as he began, he fell silent. Frustrated, those around him exclaimed, "Speak up. Or else we might just burst from the tension." The earlier speaker shivered slightly, anxious as he scratched his head. Don't rush me. I'm still pondering. Just give me a moment. At that moment, a light remark floated into the air. Su Teng, creator of lightsabers and energy blasters, now 25 years old, a professor at Lonka Institute. Everyone immediately turned to see Tang's assistant reading from the dossier. His information has already been transmitted to me. By the way, he will arrive at our base by tonight at the earliest, or tomorrow at the latest. In those few simple sentences lay a wealth of information. A lightsaber. Is that the glowing weapon? An energy blaster. What on earth is that? No. These are not the focal points. The crux is this. Emotionally, old Tang seems to have faith in Su Teng. Thus, shall we evolve from the Moon Palace initiative to become the pioneers of the interstellar age? Is happiness truly arriving so unexpectedly? Will the anti-gravity engine come to fruition? If so, what harm would there be in launching a rocket today? Meanwhile, Su Tung is busy packing his belongings. At this moment, his two assistants and their mentor are engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. On a personal level, they fervently wish for Su Ting to remain in the laboratory. Over the past few weeks, both the gene potion and the genetic bio-warriors have achieved remarkable success. Particularly, the two assistants have experienced for the first time the realization that scientific research is truly arduous. Is it not merely a matter of sleeping, pondering, and dining to yield results? The dean of the Biological Institute? The renowned critic of academia? Apologies, but in comparison to Su Tung, they appear woefully inadequate. Before the brilliance of a true genius, the disparity is stark and merciless. Yet, the messenger delivering the orders is none other than Alan Tam, a prominent figure in the military district. The two assistants take a deep breath and speak. Chapter 180. Heartfelt remarks. Professor Su, will you return to Lonka Institute? When Sheng Duorong posed this question, the other two teachers fell silent, gazing intently at Su Tung. Lonka Institute, as one of the premier institutions in Long Nation, boasts abundant resources. Yet, this time, Su Ting was being transferred to a military district. Even the most prestigious school pales in comparison to a military establishment, especially when the invitation comes from a figure like Tan Yonglin, a prominent leader in the military. For Su Tung, this transition promised ample resources and connections. Lonka Institute? Regrettably, it holds little significance. Sigh, I thought my time with young Su as a student would be lengthy, yet I never anticipated it would be so brief. Fong Yi mused inwardly, a wave of tension washing over him. After all, for an academic of his stature, examining Su's experimental reports could potentially yield fresh insights. Thus, how could I possibly not return? The experiments at Lonka Institute remain unfinished, and I still hold the title of professor there, Su Tung replied with a smile. In the realm of research, Su Tung has always been a person of commitment and perseverance. The experiments on gene agents and gene biological soldiers are still ongoing. This alone would prevent him from severing ties with Lonka Institute. Furthermore, there are additional tasks at hand, as well as his esteemed mentor, not to mention his role as a professor. In Su Tung's strategic vision, his application to the military district was motivated by the pursuit of anti-gravity engines, which would be far more suitable for development there. After all, the researchers within the aerospace base are true professionals, a far cry from the students at Lonka Institute. Upon hearing Su Ting's words, everyone present collectively exhaled, an inexplicable joy enveloping the atmosphere. The sound of brakes screeching interrupted the moment, signaling the arrival of the military district's off-road vehicle to escort Su Ting. After a brief silence, Liu Bowen remarked, "Young Su, Principal Huang is not at Lonka Institute today, so he couldn't see you off." "That's quite all right," Cheng Duorong responded with a smile. "Professor Su, may you have a safe journey." "Indeed," Su Ting replied, reassured. "Even in my absence, we shall undoubtedly continue our research projects." Before Su Tung could respond, Fong Yi interjected, "What nonsense. Without Professor Su, you wouldn't even be able to produce the simplest blue agent. Research is a gradual process," he continued. "Let us not set our expectations too high. With such determination, they will surely excel in their scientific endeavors in the future." "Did you hear that?" Fong Yi turned to the two with a hint of exasperation. Adhering to Professor Su's teachings, they promptly replied. Although the two assistants had only been with Su Tung for a mere 10 days, they genuinely admired his unwavering spirit for research. It was at that moment they realized such purity existed in the world, and they vowed to take Su Ting as their role model, striving for excellence. Safe travels. Indeed, dear teacher, please take care of your health, for the development of our Dragon Nation relies on individuals like you. Nonsense. We, the old-timers, are not as significant as you suggest. Hurry back. As night fell like a gentle stream, when Su Ting turned, those present beheld a glimmer of hope radiating from his retreating figure. Regardless of the experimental process, you may choose to always believe in Su Ting, the future leader of scientific research. Beep, beep, beep. The off-road vehicle sounded its horn, signifying farewell to the four. They waved, indicating they had heard. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, Fong Yi suddenly sighed. In truth, I understand. Little Su's journey does not culminate at the Dragon Institute of Technology. For him, this is merely the beginning. While our scientific pursuits may lead us to towering edifices, his, Su Tung's, aspirations reach for the stars and the boundless sea. The greatest pride of my life does not lie in becoming an academician, but in witnessing a scientific prodigy rise in our Dragon Nation, especially as this individual is my student. To hear the truth in the morning and die content in the evening. Our generation of seasoned researchers can finally rest easy. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere grew somber. Liu Bowen, a contemporary of Fong Yi, understood the sentiments of this elder generation of researchers. Having traversed through tumultuous times, their greatest wish was to witness the prosperity and strength of our dragon nation, ensuring they would never return to past hardships. Cheng Duorong and Zhang Yu were surprisingly taken aback. What? The renowned critic, the academician, is now silent? What is this? Is he taking an emotional route with us? Wait, is this what it means for a persona to crumble? Oh, it seems we've stumbled upon a blind spot. The critic's targets vary. There are those he refrains from criticizing, such as Professor Su. Yet, there are others he does, like us. Alas, have we fallen short? Unworthy of academician Fong Yi's affection? Is our scientific expertise so lacking that even the most basic care eludes us? As these thoughts crossed their minds, Fong Yi resolutely instructed his two assistants. You spoke so recklessly before Professor Su, then you shall continue to sleep in the laboratory, diligently. Do you understand? We understand, they nodded like quails. Truly useless, not only failing in research but unable to conduct themselves properly. Cheng Duorong, Zhang Yu. Knowing the truth, we were on the verge of tears. Inside the off-road vehicle, Su Ting was deep in thought. The project released by the system, this time, still bore no time constraints. There are numerous reasons for this. But one possibility is that the technology of Blue Star is generally lacking, and the Black technology system has become more intelligent due to the increase in energy points. It possesses its own judgment. If this deduction holds, as long as time does not stretch too long, I can anticipate a commendable rating. In comparison to the previous three projects, the gravity-defying engine undoubtedly presents a significantly steeper challenge. The blueprints released by the advanced technology system for the gravity-defying engine remain incomplete. Energy, fragmented. Even some specific experimental procedures are lacking. However, certain core concepts are thoroughly articulated. For instance, the gravity-defying system provides an opposing force to an object. When this opposing force exceeds the object's weight, it can break free from the gravitational pull of the blue planet. Yet, these aspects are not the most captivating. What holds Su Ting's unwavering gaze is the system's prompt that emerges alongside the gravity-defying engine's blueprints. Note, upon the completion of the gravity-defying engine, the host will draw closer to the celestial aspirations of the vast cosmos. Note, please refrain from. Chapter 181. Clue please, do not. What is it that I should refrain from? Why does the second heartfelt note only convey half of the message? The first note connects effortlessly to other concepts. The phrase starry sea encompasses numerous interpretations. However, within the realm of aerospace, it primarily signifies the vast expanse of countless stars. The anti-gravity engine possesses the capability to transcend gravitational forces. The foremost challenge in aerospace is surmounting gravity, breaching the atmosphere, and departing from the blue planet. From this perspective, it becomes apparent that the Black technology system subtly suggests that upon the project's completion, the aerospace technology of the Dragon Kingdom is on the cusp of interstellar travel. Thus, the first heartfelt note pertains to the imminent venture into the stars. The Black technology system consistently offers similar notes, never indulging in superfluous words. If this reasoning holds, the second heartfelt note must also relate to interstellar matters. So, does this portend a piece of good news or bad news? Su Ting found himself in deep contemplation. As the energy points increased, the intelligence of the Black technology system began to restore itself more comprehensively. Once resembling an artificial intelligence with limitations, it was now evolving into a more astute entity, though crucial information remained elusive. Could it be that certain pivotal functions had yet to be unlocked? However, where could one find elements not belonging to the blue planet? Wait, it seems there actually is something. At this moment, Su Ting recalled a piece of news from over 10 days ago while dining at the cafeteria, the quadranted meteor shower. He remembered the details conveyed in the report. As Su Ting's memories resurfaced, critical information began to crystallize in his mind. According to astronomers' analyses, this meteor shower was the largest in nearly a millennium. Encompassing a global scale, experts estimated that the meteor shower would primarily land in the beautiful country in the northern regions of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? Indeed. The news had specifically mentioned that the optimal observation points were Star City and Goat City. The effects of the red star energy liquid he had ingested manifested at this moment. Anything Su Ting had seen and retained even a faint impression of would be etched in his memory, stored in a readily accessible place. If he were to recall it one day, even the minutest details would come rushing back. Surrounding soldiers were quietly discussing Su Ting. Class leader. How do you think Professor Su, being so young, has managed to learn so much along the way? If only I could have. Silence. Close your mouths. Suddenly, Su Ting opened his eyes and glanced around, startling the class leader. Professor Su, I apologize for disturbing your rest. It's no trouble, just stop the vehicle. Understood. The class leader tapped the front seat of the driver, signaling to halt. Prior to their departure, Tan Yo-Lin had instructed the class leader, throughout this journey, apart from encountering dangerous situations, whatever Professor Su requests must be executed without question. As Su Ting signaled for a halt, the squad leader immediately gestured for the vehicle to stop without a moment's hesitation. Everyone disembarked for a moment. I need to report something to Old Tan. The squad leader waved, and all personnel promptly exited the vehicle. According to the thoughtful notes provided by the advanced technology system and Su Ting's conjectures, this millennium's quadranted meteor shower might harbor other phenomena as well. However, these remain mere speculations, and substantial proof would necessitate further time. The rationale behind not disclosing this to the officers lies in the division of responsibilities. Their primary concern is their own safety. Such extraneous information need not reach their ears. As it is merely conjectural, misinterpretations could lead to unnecessary complications. Finding Tan Yonglin's number, Su Ting dialed. The phone rang and was answered almost immediately. Professor Su, is there something you need? Despite Tan Yonglin's higher rank as the head of a military district compared to Su Tong, a mere professor at the Dragon Institute, all influential figures in the Dragon Kingdom recognize that Su Ting is an individual to whom immense resources are willingly allocated. Why? Simply because he is Su Ting. That name alone suffices. Old Tan, I wish to inquire about something. A fortnight ago, a meteor shower known as the Quadrantids occurred globally, with some of its meteoric fragments landing in the Dragon Kingdom. Is there any new information regarding this? Indeed. One might find it absurd to call a military district head over matters concerning a meteor shower, and many would likely respond with disdain. Yet, in the presence of Su Tong, the situation is markedly different. I have seen the news, but I did not pay much attention to it. Should I have? After a moment of silence, Su Ting replied, while working on a project, this query suddenly came to mind, and I felt it warranted attention. The source of this information remained concealed by Su Tong, as revealing the system's involvement would not garner belief, given its secretive nature. Very well. I shall have someone look into it immediately. After a short pause, Tan Yo-Lin seemed to recall something. Is it related to the gene serum and the genetic biosoldier projects that prompted this inquiry? Upon mentioning this, Tan Yo-Lin sensed a shift, though they are all researchers. There is a stark lack of comparability. The research team he currently oversees has made only minimal progress, a fraction of which is attributable to Su Tong's shared notes. The disparity is indeed remarkable. Yet now, others have conceived new ideas, even fixating on celestial meteorites. The difference between individuals is indeed more pronounced than that between humans and animals, particularly for researchers. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Ting respond, no. It pertains to the anti-gravity engine project. Ah, indeed. I almost forgot that Professor Su has embarked on several projects simultaneously. He is remarkably versatile and even transcends disciplines. However, something feels amiss. A gravitational propulsion engine? After Tan Yo-Lin engaged in conversation with Tang Zhenbang, he took the initiative to consult various sources. Even as an outsider, he could not help but feel a sense of yearning after his research. The ability to negate gravity would allow one to float. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Others typically aim for outer space. If a gravitational propulsion engine could indeed be developed, the objective would be the vast cosmos. Interstellar travel. Goodness. Galaxies. Thus, when Su Tong announced that the project was a gravitational propulsion engine, it was no wonder that Tan Yo-Lin reacted so profoundly. Wait, does this not imply? Suddenly, all the clues began to connect. Chapter 182. The Meteor from Beyond Galactic Tourism and the Meteor from Beyond. These were matters that would not typically capture the attention of Tan Yo-Lin. However, upon receiving a prompt from Professor Su, he became acutely aware of the potential significance lurking in the shadows. Quick. Immediately dispatch someone to inquire about the progress of the meteor analysis. No, I shall go personally. The day of a military district leader is invariably busy. Yet, if it is Professor Su's suggestion, busy? That is inconceivable. In truth, I am not as occupied as I pretend to be. The sound of hurried footsteps began to echo as Tan Yo-Lin hastily spoke. Professor Su, is there any latest development? I will inform you at the appropriate time. I must hang up now. All right. Su Ting's sole intention was to relay this information to Tan Yo-Lin. The veracity of the news remains uncertain. Nevertheless, bolstered by faith in the black technology system, these matters are indeed worthy of exploration. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Blue Star, in a certain locale of the beautiful nation, rows of European-style architecture stood adorned with flourishing green ivy that enveloped most of the external walls of the buildings. From a distance, the scene was quite uplifting. Just over a fortnight ago, when Mike first arrived, he shared the same sentiment. Mike, whose full name is Mike Donnell, bears curly hair and a robust physique, with a penchant for playing football. For him, football is as vital as geological research. The former serves the purpose of fostering a healthy body, thereby enabling him to work longer in the realm of geology. Mike Donnell is an ardent geologist. Having pursued his undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies all in geology, diligently devoted to his craft. Hence, his expertise in this field is remarkably solid, in a certain light. Even though geology is a niche profession, possessing such formidable knowledge should preclude unemployment. Yet, the reality is that he, lacking in social acumen, was inexplicably dismissed a month prior. Indeed, it was utterly bewildering. He vividly recalls that day when, after work, his superior approached him and stated, "Oh, Mike, you need not come to work tomorrow." Mike assumed it was a jest, laughingly replying, "Oh, please do not joke about such matters. I find it far from amusing." A silence ensued, and the atmosphere rapidly cooled within mere seconds. Then, to his astonishment, Mike realized he had indeed been terminated. During a day of heavy drinking and a week of despondence, a job offer notification suddenly arrived in his inbox. Could it be that amidst my inebriation, I submitted a resume? This was Mike's initial reaction. What the hell? I have a job? An official offer, no less. This was his second response. Moreover, judging by the photograph at the end of the email, the environment appeared quite pleasant, and it stated that they valued his technical expertise. Regardless of one's personal appearance, it seemed they would not be concerned. Thus, Mike eagerly approached. Shortly thereafter, a voluptuous, high-heeled, form-fitting skirted secretary escorted him into the company. He mused to himself about testing the leadership here. Oh no, he lost his train of thought. The company appeared quite grand at first glance. Indeed, it was impressive, albeit not in the manner Mike had anticipated. Upon joining, he discovered that the rows of European-style buildings were none other than the renowned 5th District in the United States. The 5th District is officially described as a place for dealing with matters that are not local. More accurately, it is a hub for the study of extraterrestrial objects. There are many types of such objects: unidentified flying objects, unknown life forms, and mysterious materials. Mike was indeed utilizing his expertise, focusing on geology. However, the geology in question pertained to meteorites. Just days earlier, a rare meteor shower had introduced these extraterrestrial specimens. Moreover, the beautiful ivy adorning the exterior was, in fact, a camouflaged surveillance device, ensuring that one's appearance was of little concern while working there. After all, there were cameras everywhere, monitoring one's every move, which lent credence to their claims. Had it been merely this, Mike might not have felt discomfort. His unease stemmed from the escalating demands of his superiors. Initially, they merely required him to analyze the composition of the meteorites, but now they insisted he unearth something extraordinary within them. He could not fathom the nature of his superior's obsession. Time and again, he reiterated that these were merely extraterrestrial meteorites, devoid of any other properties. Yet, the insistence persisted. There must be something else to discover. Why? An exasperated Mike retorted. Because this is the 5th District. Damn, Mike nearly blurted out. Ultimately, under immense pressure, he contemplated resignation. Especially since there were only 2 individuals, including himself, working on meteorite research. I quit. Really? Indeed. Very well, then prepare to spend some time in a cell. On what grounds? A flushed Mike argued vehemently. Because it's all written in the contract. The supervisor slowly pulled out the contract, highlighting the fine print in red. Upon seeing this, Mike was left speechless. Why had I not noticed this clause? Reflecting on it, Mike realized it was the fault of the voluptuous, high-heeled secretary. Each time he encountered the ivy, he would reminisce about his earlier naivety and feel a profound sense of regret. Yet, what could he do? He had signed away his freedom. If he did not work, imprisonment awaited him. Beep, beep, beep. As his fingerprint was successfully verified, the doors swung open with a resounding thud. Don't head inside yet, Mike inquired. Taylor, is there any progress on the experiment? Typically, when asked in such a manner, his assistant would respond with a hint of remorse, saying, Chief, there has been little progress in the experiment. At such moments, Mike would feel compelled to retort, What are you remorseful about? You were deceived just like I was. Truthfully, I would like to know if it was also due to the voluptuous allure of the high-heeled, form-fitting skirt of a secretary. However, on this occasion, the laboratory was eerily silent, and Taylor's deep voice did not provide an answer. What is happening? Could it be that the experimental apparatus has been compromised? Geological analysis often necessitates cutting a portion of the rock sample for chemical experimentation. Ultimately, through various chemical reactions, one deduces the elements contained within, followed by meticulous microscopic observation and detailed analysis. In the past, the meteorite fragments that were sliced had never reacted with the reagents. With a sense of bewilderment, Mike hastened to push the door open. Chapter 183. Can Old Tang also smile? The experimental apparatus is in good condition. As long as the laboratory has exploded, that's a relief. This was Mike's initial reaction. Despite his disdain for some of the operational methods employed by the 5th District, he remained a dedicated researcher, harboring a deep appreciation for the experimental equipment. Don't question it. This is simply the romanticism of an engineer. Tyler, have I not mentioned before that if I call your name before he could complete his thought? Mike found himself frozen in place. The meteorite fragment, which had previously shown no reaction, began to emit a steady stream of bubbles in the test tube, gurgling away. Such unexpected delight arrived with astonishing swiftness. A previously stagnant experiment had suddenly made a breakthrough. After a moment of astonishment, Mike could no longer contain his excitement and inquired, "Well, what did you do?" "Just the usual. Well, I accidentally reversed the second and third steps, and then a reaction occurred. The second step involves electrolysis, while the third entails purification." Is it truly that simple? Mike felt a jolt of surprise at the revelation. Although perplexed, he proceeded cautiously according to Tyler's instructions. He knew not why the 5th District was so fixated on the meteorite, but he was certain there were other secrets lurking beneath. The prospect of uncovering these mysteries within the laboratory thrilled him immensely. First, purification, then electrolysis. After completing these 2 steps and adding the reagents, a reaction indeed transpired. "It really is happening," Mike exclaimed, his enthusiasm revitalized as he continued with subsequent tests. Next, he aimed to detect the elements present, eager to discern whether any substances belonging to Blue Star existed. Logically, there should be some shared elements. As several components are identical, the previously oppressive atmosphere of the laboratory began to invigorate. Faced with this unknown entity, Mike devoted his full attention. Time passed gradually yet. One revelation took him by surprise. Through his analyses, he discovered that the materials carried by this meteorite bore no affiliation to those found on Blue Star. To be precise, he had never encountered any of those elemental constituents before. Good grief, this cannot be, Mike muttered, grappling with disbelief. Within a mere few hours, he found himself questioning the validity of the knowledge he had acquired over the past 30 years. "Boss, come quickly," Tyler called out, his tone imbued with incredulity. "What is going on? I told you to keep your voice down in the lab." The remainder of his sentence trailed off as he beheld the image under the microscope. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he pondered what he was witnessing. A complete image, a white cloud. If it were merely a simple depiction of a white cloud, it would not have prompted such astonishment in Mike. The peculiar aspect lies in the red energy pulsating above the cloud patterns, resembling a badge. One cannot help but wonder if this phenomenon could possibly be of natural origin. It appears distinctly artificial. Suddenly, if it is indeed a man-made object, Mike felt an unsettling premonition and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and summon the personnel from Sector 5. We have an urgent matter to report." This marked the first time in over 10 days that Tyler witnessed his superior's face flush with anger. Meanwhile, at a certain aerospace base in the Dragon Kingdom, all researchers had gathered, engaging in hushed discussions. They had heard that Professor Su was expected to arrive shortly. "I learned that Professor Su arrived at the base last night," someone remarked. "Does this mean the Lunar Palace project will be delayed?" This statement sent a shiver through many hearts, for it was a concern that weighed heavily on their minds. They had dedicated over a year to the Lunar Palace project. And although the initial launch had not gone smoothly, resulting in a rocket explosion, their hopes remained firmly anchored to this endeavor. Professor Su had enjoyed a smooth research trajectory thus far. Yet that did not guarantee future success. In the realm of scientific inquiry, there are no assurances of a 100% success rate. Unlike video games with cheat codes, one can never predict whether the obstacle before them will be the final one. The atmosphere grew tense and somber. "Hey, why do you all have such gloomy expressions?" The assistant noticed the shift in mood and attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "Let me ask you something. What kind of person do you perceive Old Tang to be?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why the assistant posed such a question. However, they soon spoke up. Old Tang's attitude towards research is beyond reproach. No matter the type of experiment, he always ensures to supervise the site personally. Many times, he even inspects the condition of the equipment himself. Indeed, not only that, but he is also exceptionally patient with the younger generation. Regardless of who it is, he is always willing to provide thorough explanations for any confusion. Thus, while they may speculate about the absent Su Ting in the realm of research, do they not trust Old Tang's ability to discern character? The assistant's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Yes, after all these years together, they understood Old Tang's standards in evaluating individuals. Even an ordinary genius would seem insignificant in his eyes. However, Tang Zhenbong was willing to allocate half of the participants from the Lunar Palace project to the anti-gravity engine initiative, while also emphasizing that Su Ting possesses command authority at the base. This indirectly reveals much about the situation. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. The crowd turned to see two figures approaching: an elderly Tang Zhenbong, his hair white as snow, adorned with a warm smile. Wait, can Tang Lao also smile? The current situation has left them utterly astonished. The serious senior researchers have always maintained an impeccable control over their emotions. At least, the researchers within the base have never witnessed Tang Zhenbong smile before. Another individual, despite donning the same white lab coat, subtly reveals the muscles beneath. Is it possible for someone engaged in scientific research to possess such a physique? They exchanged uncertain glances, realizing that perhaps it was not they who were peculiar. As they lifted their heads to discern the newcomer's features, the collective impression was immediate: strikingly handsome, astonishingly so. Goodness, we are all engaged in research. How is it that you can be so inexplicably attractive? Moreover, with such thick hair, are you truly a scientist? Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Ting. Chapter 184. Contribution value. Before the esteemed researchers before him, Su Ting exhibited no trepidation. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Tan Yonglin had previously informed him that this aerospace base was among the earliest established in the Dragon Kingdom, and many iconic spacecraft were developed here. Just a few months prior, Su Ting had been consumed with anxiety over his graduate entrance exams, yearning to embark on a path of research. Now, only months later, he stood poised to become a colleague of those pioneering researchers. Such a reality had not crossed his mind until now. Gazing at the curious faces surrounding him, Su Ting continued, "Esteemed seniors, it is a privilege to address you today. I trust that Elder Tang has briefed you on my project. It is an honor to join this base and work alongside you. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration on the upcoming project. Are there any questions you would like to pose?" Geniuses are inherently proud, as they often excel far beyond their peers in their respective fields. This implies that if one does not possess remarkable abilities, their words may not invoke respect. Those who work at this aerospace base are the C-Army de la C-Army of intellect. In their eyes, Su Ting, so youthful, yet already a professor at the Dragon Academy of Sciences and entrusted with significant authority, must surely be a person of considerable pride. It is common for individuals in his position to share tales of their past triumphs during self-introductions to enhance their credibility. After all, the rumors they had heard from assistants about lightsabers and energy guns held a certain gravitas. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not utter a single boastful word. Instead, he humbly proclaimed it an honor to be their colleague. Such humility. At your age, I was quite the egotist, was the initial thought of many. The second thought, however, was a realization of the young man's admirable nature, so undeniably gifted yet excessively modest, even refraining from mentioning his past accomplishments. At that moment, an elder wearing glasses raised his hand to signal he had a question. "I would like to inquire," he began. Elder Tang indicated that you were the project leader. Do you possess the confidence to complete this project? While it may seem a trivial question, for a project leader to respond in front of such esteemed researchers carries significant pressure. After all, Su Ting was leading a team comprising the finest minds in the Dragon Kingdom. Without unwavering confidence, he dared not answer lightly under their scrutinizing gazes. "I am fully confident that I will successfully complete this project," Su Ting asserted. He had already single-handedly accomplished 3 projects, excluding the anti-gravity engine, with 2 additional projects currently underway. In terms of research capability, Su Ting was on par with those present. Considering the effect of several accolades he had earned, he could undoubtedly surpass them all. "I have no further questions," the bespectacled elder remarked, having intentionally posed his inquiry to test Su Ting's confidence. To witness the rise of such promising juniors brings immense joy to their seniors, surpassing all else. The path to revival is not reliant on a single generation. but rather on the contributions of many generations. This young man is truly remarkable. I wonder where Alan Tam found someone like him. Typically, the first to speak at the base is Alan Tam, being the head of the facility. However, upon first seeing Su Ting, he took a strong liking to him. Allowing Su Tung to take the reins and organize everything himself for leading a team is no easy feat, particularly when it comprises a group of meticulous and earnest senior researchers. From Su Tung's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he respected his elders, remained humble, and possessed unwavering conviction. Oh dear, it seems this young man possesses every admirable quality. I have never truly acted as someone's mentor. Having such a student would indeed be a blessing. Given time, I am certain he will shine brilliantly in the realm of scientific research, captivating all who behold him. Wait, didn't T. Allen mention that 2 academicians have become his mentors, one of whom is a rather critical academician, Fang Yi? Bah, I want to concern myself with that individual. As Tang Jinbang contemplated how to make Su Tung his student, all the researchers present were busy forming teams. After all, this base was originally established for the Lunar Palace project, which has not ceased and continues to require personnel for research. For now, it merely serves as a research base for the anti-gravity engine project. Su Luo, the anti-gravity engine. Ah, splendid. An elderly gentleman with glasses beamed with joy at the prospect of participating in such a groundbreaking project in his twilight years. From Su Ting's earlier response, even if the research ultimately failed, it would suffice that he had participated. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sixth sense. Following this young man would surely lead to the successful completion of the project. Although researchers are generally advised to dismiss such instincts, there was an undeniable confidence emanating from him. Wangqing, Lunar Palace Project? Ah, splendid. What are you sighing about? I also wish to be part of the anti-gravity engine endeavor. Prior to meeting Su Tung, some were skeptical about the project, as the concept of anti-gravity vastly exceeds current technological capabilities. They struggled with the Lunar Palace project, let alone ushering in an era of cosmic exploration. However, after witnessing Su Ting, even those once doubtful began to shift their perspectives. After all, here was someone so young, standing before them as the leader of the project. This signifies that all possibilities reside within this young man, regardless of whether he ultimately pioneers a new era. The mere pursuit of an age of cosmic exploration renders any failure a worthy endeavor. Yet, Su Tung stood frozen in place. Realizing that some researchers had joined the anti-gravity engine project team, the panel of the system illuminated. The sections labeled Contribution Value and Level began to glow. During the brief period of 10 days spent at the Dragon Science Institute working on gene serums and genetic biosoldiers, his 2 assistants had contributed a modest sum of contribution value, a mere 10 points. This was a far cry from the 100 points required for the next upgrade. When Su Tung departed from the Dragon Science Institute, these 2 categories had reverted to a dim hue. At that time, Su Ting speculated that their status might be related to the number of participants in the project. Yet now, not only had they illuminated, but the contribution value was also on the rise. The experiment had not even commenced, and yet the figures were increasing. Could it be? Chapter 185. Collective skills. The implications affecting contribution values stem from the individuals engaged in the project itself. Although those 2 assistants hail from the Dragon Institute, in comparison to previous research endeavors, they fall significantly short. Su Tang's expression shifted to one of perplexity. He could hardly fathom that the delay in his contribution value was due to the inadequacy of his teammates. Perhaps it is best not to disclose this to them. At this moment, far away, Cheng Duorong and Zhang Yuji simultaneously sneezed. Oh dear, what is this? I suddenly feel as if someone is insinuating my incompetence. The 2 exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. I believe I have noticed areas in this experiment that require modification. I too have suddenly realized something. Subsequently, the atmosphere grew quiet as both lapsed into silence once more. It was rather contrived, undeniably so. Wangqin, anti-gravity engine. Hooray! The feedback reaching Su Tung was a prompt that emerged on the Black Technology System panel. Contribution 1. Ouyang Duiyu, anti-gravity engine. Nice. Contribution 2. Su Tung. What does this mean? Is such a mechanism possible? It appeared that the Black Technology System was not merely capable of analyzing the 2 assistants in the personnel at the aviation base. It could even discern subtle variations in the smiles of the individuals within the base. In gentler terms, the disparity in skill levels is perceptible. To put it bluntly, it allows one to identify who is slacking off on the anti-gravity engine project with a mere glance. If the boss possessed the Black Technology System, It would be sheer ecstasy. The arrangements would be crystal clear, leaving no room for dissent. 98, 99. Just a fraction more contribution value. And the system could be upgraded to level 2. Shin Yufan, anti-gravity engine. As those words were uttered, an anticipatory notification sounded from the Black Technology system. Contribution 1. Detected that the host's contribution value meets the requirements for system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the system? Upgrade system, Su Tung silently affirmed. Only by experiencing the functionalities of the Black Technology system's badge and blueprints could one truly grasp its formidable power. Now, the prospect of upgrading to level 2 heightened Su Tung's anticipation. What new categories would be unlocked? New badges and new blueprints, perhaps? Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, the host's level is now level 2, unlocking a new feature, badge upgrade. Upon system upgrade, the host will receive an upgrade point, which can be applied to the badge for enhancement. Badge upgrade. When the badge is upgraded, there is a certain probability of transforming from a singular effect to a collective effect, alongside a probability of upgrading to other aspects. Transforming a singular effect into a collective effect? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback upon reading this passage. Although the textual explanation is rather brief, the underlying implications are profound. Su Tung has experienced the formidable power of the badge effect firsthand. The concept of integration often provides novel perspectives, weaving together seemingly unrelated knowledge. For researchers, what is most elusive? Inspiration. Many awe-inspiring theories and inventions are birthed from a fleeting moment of insight. The modification expert can often transform an otherwise unremarkable product into a dazzling innovation that captivates the senses. A quintessential example is the modified tokamak device, which boasts formidable power, rendering the energy ion shield exceptionally resilient. In contrast, the golden blueprint badge, when compared to others, appears somewhat superfluous. After all, its activation is contingent upon the existence of a golden blueprint. Furthermore, its effect guarantees a 100 critical production efficiency when crafting products using the golden blueprint. With the upgrade of the badge, individual skills evolve into area of effect skills. Thus, the golden blueprint is undoubtedly the first to be discarded. Choosing the modification expert? If one is surrounded by inventively inclined individuals, this badge effect becomes an unparalleled asset, yielding the greatest benefit. However, in the aerospace research base, the team comprises seasoned scholars with specialized knowledge. Currently, 2 projects await, the Moon Palace project and the anti-gravity engine. For them, innovation reigns supreme. That fleeting moment of inspiration is paramount. Detecting host will upgrade badge. Integration. Shall the upgrade continue? Yes. Upgrading in progress. As this command was issued, the badge materialized in Su Tung's mind. A delicate liquid enveloped its surface, gradually thinning as sharp points began to emerge. Upgrade complete. Badge. Integration, level 2. Group skill. The greater the number of individuals present and the higher their level of expertise, the greater the likelihood of successful activation. Upon reading this, Su Tung paused momentarily. Previously, the badge's activation relied heavily on probability. Under unfortunate circumstances, its effect would fail to trigger. However, with the upgrade, this element has been eliminated. The textual interpretation suggests that as one's educational attainment and professional expertise increase, so too does the probability of success. It has shifted from reliance on luck to a more robust activation mechanism. If I initiate the upgraded integration but fail to succeed, do not doubt. It is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies, not the badge's efficacy. At the Dragon Institute, even with an upgraded badge, the impact would hardly be evident amongst the 2 assistants. But now, Su Tung looked up to see a sea of researchers clad in white lab coats. Individuals who have persevered since the most challenging times in the Dragon Kingdom. This base is renowned for its array of spacecraft still in operation. The latest initiative is named the Lunar Palace Project Base. Here, upon activation, one can achieve the utmost benefits. What? You are referring to the anti-gravity engine? My apologies. It seems you are not as formidable as I presumed. Professor Su, the team members have already been assigned. Do you have any new directives? The secretary inquired quite directly. The esteemed researchers in the vicinity did not find this unusual. It is quite standard, as those who excel in research take precedence. Then let us commence without delay. Su Ting's statement momentarily startled the secretary. Commence directly? Typically, after the teams are organized, a meeting is held in the office for a collective discussion on the project's direction. Engaging in collaborative brainstorming has always proven to be the most effective approach. Yet, the reaction of Professor Su is rather unexpected. especially considering the presence of personnel from the Lunar Palace Project and other bases. Chapter 186. Accumulation and Eruption in front of so many people. Should we commence? It is not that we cannot, but it feels somewhat amiss. It seems that the larger the audience, the smoother the research endeavor will proceed. However, Professor Su, your project pertains to the research of the anti-gravity engine, which is even more complex than the Moon Palace Project. Not to mention, on the very first day of the Moon Palace Project's initiation, the rocket was destroyed. The assistant instinctively glanced back at Tang Jinbong, who slowly nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us heed Professor Su's instructions and begin forthwith. Everyone was taken aback. Are we truly starting now? Typically, one would first establish a general direction for the approach. To determine this, there are several strategies. One involves Su Tung outlining the research direction for the anti-gravity engine, while the other entails a collective discussion among all to finalize the research trajectory. All personnel assigned to this project turn to Su Ting, awaiting his words. Detection of host about to activate badge. Integration of knowledge. Effect range, within a 10-meter radius. Duration, 1 minute. Shall it be activated? Activate. With Su Ting's affirmation, he witnessed the activation of the upgraded badge, integration of knowledge for the first time. The badge ascended slowly, emanating a soft glow that gradually expanded. Under conditions only visible to Su Tung, the radiance instantaneously enveloped everyone within a 10-meter radius. In that moment, those within the range felt as though they were connected to Su Ting in some profound manner, all shimmering with brilliance. Countdown, 60 seconds remaining. From this moment forth, I implore everyone to disregard me. Please voice any thoughts you may have immediately, or jot them down in your notebooks. After 1 minute, we shall discuss the research direction for the anti-gravity engine. Those outside the radius were taken aback upon hearing Su Tung's proclamation. Professor Su, what does this mean? I am uncertain, but judging from the situation, it seems likely to trigger some inspiration. Inspiration? In the realm of scientific research, inspiration often serves as the key to solving a particular problem. It may even lead to groundbreaking discoveries. But you do realize that inspiration is a rare occurrence. How can one expect it to arrive at the precise moment it is needed? Is inspiration something you can purchase at a store, available in bulk? It is not that I lack belief, but I have never witnessed such phenomena. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was left in a state of astonishment. For if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such absurdity was possible. All the researchers assigned to the anti-gravity engine appeared as though they had been collectively enchanted, incessantly murmuring. The anti-gravity engine indeed has multiple pathways to failure. The core issue lies in shielding Blue Star's gravitational field to create an internal gravitational field of its own. Achieving this necessitates significant efforts in the realm of gravity. Indeed, if one merely seeks to alter gravity, there are indeed methods available. Before the thought could be fully articulated, a nearby individual interjected. In terms of practical application, the most straightforward approach involves utilizing electromagnetic propulsion to manipulate the gravitational field. This is, undeniably, a viable method. However, it is imperative to underscore a specific condition. It must be conducted in a vacuum environment. Otherwise, the experimental procedures will inevitably be influenced to some extent. Observing the individuals who swiftly transitioned into action, the researchers of the Lunar Palace Project were left astounded. What on earth is happening? How did everyone spring into action at Professor Su's command? Moreover, their demeanor appears rather peculiar. Am I mistaken? Or is that individual over there emitting light? Oh, you noticed it too? I thought I was the only one perceiving such a phenomenon. Wait, it seems that it is not just him who is glowing. Aren't all those involved in the anti-gravity engine project radiating light? Someone interjected. Following this remark, those around paused for a moment in disbelief. Thus, upon confirming the situation, they collectively found themselves in a state of astonishment. You seem to be right. This is utterly astounding. Reminiscent of certain enhancement spells from video games. Oh, you thought of that too? I assumed. I was the only one. What on earth is happening? Some researchers from the Lunar Palace Project began to feel envious. Why is this? We are all researchers, members of the Lunar Palace Initiative. Yet, it appears that your involvement in the anti-gravity engine project has transformed you. Inspiration seems to have lifted the veil, revealing the most exhilarating spectacle. At this moment, inspiration surged forth. No, this cannot be. I feel a pang of jealousy. Shall we move a little closer to observe? Someone suggested. The others glanced up. Noticing that the individuals engaged in the anti-gravity engine project were not clustered together, yet they were clearly not on the same wavelength. And yet they were conversing with remarkable enthusiasm. Some were even deeply engrossed in sketching. Let us approach a bit closer, after all. Professor Su has not forbidden us from doing so. Ultimately, someone could no longer restrain their curiosity and slowly advanced. Countdown, 20 seconds. At that moment, Su Tong experienced a surge of inspiration unlike any before. What had once flowed like a gentle stream now surged like a mighty river. Upon looking up, he noticed that the members of the Lunar Palace project had also entered within a 10-meter radius. Ah, now it makes sense. Su Tong smiled and gradually lowered his head, savoring the exhilarating influx of inspiration. The moment the researchers from the Lunar Palace project stepped into the circle, they were momentarily taken aback, for they too sensed an extraordinary shift. At this moment, their brain cells were abuzz with activity, and their thoughts flowed freely and clearly. The strength of the engine is intrinsically linked to the materials used. When the rocket exploded yesterday, the first to change was indeed the engine. Thus, the first question pertains to the need to alter the engine. Perhaps we should consider superconducting materials? In this domain, superconductors possess unparalleled advantages. Their sole drawback lies in their somewhat challenging fabrication. An idea regarding superconducting materials has suddenly struck me. As the crowd continues to swell, the enhanced effects of the badge are incessantly manifesting their influence. Among those present, two individuals stand to gain the most. One is Su Teng, as he is the origin, and the feedback from the crowd will ultimately accrue to him. The other is Tang Zhenbang, the head of the Lunar Palace project. Under the impetus of the badge's effects, his depleted inspiration begins to surge forth, and this eruption is nothing short of a culmination of latent potential. It appears he has conceived a vision for the Lunar Palace project. It is as if a grand door has swung open, revealing new possibilities. Chapter 187. The Miracle of Inspiration. Duration has expired. Badge is on cooldown, 5 days. Note, the initial cooldown period may be excessively lengthy. As usage increases, the cooldown will gradually diminish. With the voice of the advanced technology system, the effects of the badge dissipated. Su Ting awakened from his contemplative state. It must be said that the previous experience was truly remarkable, a burst of inspiration. All the queries regarding the anti-gravity engine project were elucidated in that singular moment. For instance, the energy dilemma. Typically, two considerations arise: nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. The distinction between the two lies in the following aspects. Nuclear fission involves the splitting of a large mass element into multiple smaller mass elements, whereas nuclear fusion pertains to the amalgamation of smaller mass elements into a larger mass element. Although the underlying principles are akin, the magnitude of energy release differs significantly. Nuclear fusion releases a far greater amount of energy than nuclear fission and serves as the genesis of elemental creation in the universe. Indeed, it was at that moment that Su Teng conceived the idea of creating new elements to supply energy for the anti-gravity engine. Alas, the only drawback was the excessively prolonged cooldown period. This upgraded badge would not be activated for another 5 days. Compared to the previously passive effects of the badge, the restrictions felt rather stifling. However, it mattered little. The cooldown time would eventually lessen with increased usage. Certain experiences, once tasted, lead to an insatiable craving. For instance, the effects of this newly upgraded badge. At the lunar base of the Moon Palace project, it had first showcased its formidable collective effect. The surrounding individuals gradually regained their awareness. What just happened? It felt as though inspiration surged forth in an instant. Did you experience that too? I thought I was alone in this. Wait, did I truly draw this blueprint? Onlookers began to gather. Old Wong, impressive. The curvature of this engine is simply exquisite. Honestly, I never imagined I would feel captivated by an engine in my lifetime. And your thought process regarding superconducting materials. Splendid. The materials can influence the shaft, leading to substantial advancements in temperature management. What a brilliant idea. However, I distinctly remember that during the rocket explosion yesterday, the most conspicuous change was the fluctuation in the internal temperature of the engine. Your approach could indeed address the issue fundamentally. At this moment, Tang Zhenbang, who was closest to Su Teng, also came to his senses. Among those present, the one who had reaped the most benefits, aside from Su Teng, was undoubtedly Tang Zhenbang. The badge's effects had a cumulative impact for Su Teng. The greater the number of individuals involved, and the more specialized their expertise, the more explosive the effect on Su Teng became. For an individual, the more experience one accumulates, the more profound the impact during such moments of realization. Indeed, Tang Zhenbang had experienced a remarkable epiphany. The anti-gravity engine and the Lunar Palace project are indeed interconnected. Initially, the intention was to leverage Professor Su's research achievements. However, at that moment, a surge of inspiration erupted regarding engine research, material selection, detector configuration, and rocket launch methods. It was as if one had witnessed the grandest explosion in the depths of the cosmos. "I shall return shortly," Tang Jinbong hastily instructed his assistant before departing. Those around him wore contemplative expressions, as if they had collectively entered a moment of creative epiphany. Yet, the question lingered, why did such a moment arise? Compared to before, only one additional person graced the scene. Everyone turned to gaze at Su Ting, who stood at the center, radiating brilliance. Some individuals could become protagonists of stories merely by their presence. Could it truly be him? Unthinkable. Su Ting is merely a young professor. Although he is a prodigy in the realm of scientific research, how could he possibly ignite a creative explosion among everyone? If that were the case, could this still be considered reality? Even television dramas would hesitate to portray such a scenario. At that moment, the assistant turned to Su Tong, awaiting his instructions for the next course of action. With Tang Jinbong's departure, control of the base had effectively shifted to this young man. Unsurprisingly, everyone awaited his directives. The Lunar Palace project will proceed as planned. Those involved in the anti-gravity engine project, please join me in the conference room. It is time for us to determine our next steps. Thus, understanding dawned upon the previously bewildered crowd. Was it truly Professor Su who had sparked the recent creative explosion? Good heavens, could it be that this individual is not merely a denizen of Blue Star, but a deity of the galaxy? How could anyone achieve such feats? Yet, Su Tong before us has indeed accomplished such extraordinary things. As Su Tong's words resonated, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the space. A group of individuals followed him into another conference room, while another segment of the crowd continued with the Lunar Palace project. The assistant observed the orderly operations within the base, unable to suppress his admiration. Is there truly someone in this world born for the pursuit of scientific inquiry? With him, the pace of research advances at a breathtaking speed. I recall hearing a saying circulated in other bases, regardless of the experimental process. One can always place their trust in Su Ting. In retrospect, this indeed holds true. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed on Su Ting at the forefront, awaiting his announcement. Within the minute of the badge's sustained effect, a wave of inspiration swept through the crowd. During the previous discussions, some had even sketched a rough outline of the anti-gravity engine, leaving everyone in attendance utterly astonished. They began to harbor their first doubts. Had they traversed the wrong path for the past several decades? In truth, scientific research is not as insurmountable as it seems. Tap, tap, tap. Su Tong struck the blackboard, drawing the attention of the crowd. Through the previous discussions, the subsequent approach to the anti-gravity engine had been firmly established. Energy source. We shall employ nuclear fusion, aimed at discovering new elements to provide efficient and reliable energy. Method of altering gravity. We will utilize electromagnetic drive to effect changes, with the objective of transforming the gravitational field surrounding the anti-gravity engine entirely. Below are the designated responsibilities. Chief Engineer, Su Ting. Nuclear Fusion, Su Luo, Qin Tai. A succession of names was announced, each face illuminated with excitement. They placed their trust in Su Ting, for on his very first day, all present bore witness to the miraculous eruption of inspiration. He is still so young. Under his guidance, we are destined to embark upon an era of celestial exploration. Chapter 188. This sounds utterly absurd. The atmosphere within the base has transformed. To be more precise, with Su Tong's involvement, the project's progress has accelerated significantly. Not only has the anti-gravity engine project advanced, but even the Lunar Palace program has taken on a new dimension. Generally speaking, in the event of a catastrophic occurrence such as a rocket explosion, the subsequent developments typically unfold in a predictable manner, analyzing the reasons behind the explosion, identifying the causes, theoretically addressing the issues, and ultimately conducting physical experiments. For all researchers, traversing each of these stages is fraught with challenges, laden with extensive data calculations and theoretical analyses. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Scientific research is inherently unpredictable. One cannot ascertain whether the challenges encountered are the final hurdles. Furthermore, there is no assurance that the theories formulated possess limitations under certain conditions. Particularly in the realm of aerospace, the breadth of knowledge involved is staggering: gravity, pressure, fuel, materials. A single improperly fastened screw has the potential to obliterate an entire spacecraft. Moreover, the Lunar Palace program is at the pinnacle of global expertise. For researchers, and even for Tang Jinbong, The prospect of another physical rocket test, even one that explodes before breaching the atmosphere, remains a highly probable outcome. This cohort of seasoned researchers has long since become desensitized to such occurrences. Yet, the irony lies in the fact that the core issues have been identified and resolved. They have even succeeded in constructing an engine utilizing superconducting materials. It sounds as though everything is progressing seamlessly. But, damn it. The current experimental plan is entirely different from what they initially established. What on earth is this? Did we truly create this? Why have we successfully developed an engine using superconducting materials? Moreover, this engine is exceedingly alluring. The curves, the thunderous roar. It is enough to stir the hearts of even the most seasoned engine specialists. It seems that matters have progressed a tad too smoothly. The crowd fell into silence. The atmosphere momentarily awkward. For days have elapsed since the last burst of inspiration. 4 days ago, at a particular moment, they finally encountered Tang Jinbong in the evening. To be honest, they never anticipated that the aging research veteran would possess such bright eyes. They were even more surprised to see Tang Jinbong appearing as if he had been utterly drained after just a few hours' absence. I have an idea. I know what we need to do. This time, we will surely succeed. Just yesterday, the rocket they had studied and prepared for an entire year exploded without even entering the atmosphere. Yet, upon hearing those words, everyone felt an unwavering belief that it could be accomplished, especially the researcher who had sketched the engine's enticing curves, who cheered the loudest on sight. What? Victory is assured. We shall unfurl the banner that symbolizes the Dragon Nation upon every celestial body. Admittedly, this proclamation may sound like an awkward display of youthful exuberance. Yet, inexplicably, it ignites a fervor within us. Thus, one can only wonder how the researchers of the Moon Palace project have spent these past 4 days. It seems as though everyone has been wound up like a spring, all taking refuge in the laboratory for their slumber. The outcome of these 4 days is that all new experiments are now meticulously prepared. Indeed, it is a mere span of 4 days. At this moment, the assistant, finally regaining composure, can scarcely believe their eyes and hesitantly inquires, "Director Tang, are we truly set to launch this into the heavens?" This question astonished everyone, who had been lost in a state of wonder. Indeed, within just 4 days, all preparatory work has been completed. Are we genuinely prepared to send this into the sky? Although, even if this engine is undeniably alluring and impressively powerful, one cannot help but harbor a slight apprehension regarding the potential hastiness of this endeavor. Launch. We are entering the countdown. Very well. With Director Tang Jinbong's command, the atmosphere shifted into action. After a flurry of activity, they began the countdown. 10, 9, 2, 1. Launch. A resounding roar enveloped the control room. All eyes were fixed on the slowly ascending rocket. The occupants of the control room held their breath. It must succeed. This was the collective sentiment. Data began to roll in. Engine temperature normal, internal pressure stable, fuel ratios aligning with expectations. Upon hearing this, the team exchanged glances. Their primary concern had been the engine, not due to its enticing curves or theoretically low energy yield, but because its development stemmed from a serendipitous burst of inspiration. Within a mere minute, someone had sketched out the engine's dimensions, principles, and development process. Is this plausible? Is this truly the realm of reality? It seems rather absurd. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this captivating engine was personally sanctioned by Tang Jinbong, signifying that, theoretically, it must work. Yet, even now, experimental validation confirms its formidable nature, as the experimental values align perfectly with the theoretical predictions. The rocket has breached the atmosphere, entering the second stage launch, its body having detached. It is now executing orbital maneuvers, poised to enter the vastness of space. As this information was disseminated, it signified one undeniable truth: they had succeeded. Indeed, within the span of 4 days, they had surpassed the achievements of an entire year of research. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted within the main control room. "Oldley, I see that your engine is quite impressive. Would you enlighten me on how it was crafted?" Oldley disdainfully scoffed. "Oh, just a few days ago. You were saying otherwise, asserting that one should not, at least, ought not to." "No, you are mistaken. That was my brother who said that." The former retorted with conviction. Tang Jinbong removed his spectacles, allowing tears to cascade down his face. The Moon Palace project had finally taken a significant step forward. In this moment of celebration, he suddenly recalled an individual, handsome, clad in a white lab coat, commanding the assembly. "Let us discuss it here. By the way, how is Professor Su's project progressing?" His assistant, pursing her lips, replied uncertainly, "I've heard that they have made some advancements in their research." Do elaborate. What kind of advancements? Although the inspiration that day had erupted in a rather peculiar manner, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow linked to Su Tong. As he was the only additional presence in the base that day, coincidentally, all pivotal changes occurred on that very day. Tang Jinbong believed in the power of science. The additional variable was indeed the crux of the solution. If they could achieve such feats, then surely Su Tong must have made groundbreaking progress. They appeared to be engaged in nuclear fusion. Researching new elements, it was said. Nuclear fusion? New elements. Tang Jinbong was taken aback. This sounded utterly absurd. Chapter 189. Rising Contribution Value in the Realm of Chemistry. An element is defined as a collective of atoms possessing the same nuclear charge, or proton count. Elements hold a position of paramount importance in contemporary human existence. Every material surrounding us is composed of elements, whether in the tools we utilize, the edifices we behold, or the spacecraft venturing far from our blue planet. Elements can be broadly categorized into two types. The first category comprises those found in nature, such as iron, which has played a pivotal role throughout the ancient history of the Dragon Kingdom. Iron has been integral to various applications, from cauldrons to siege weaponry. The second category consists of artificially synthesized elements, such as americium and curium, typically produced through nuclear reactions facilitated by particle accelerators or reactors. In contrast to their naturally occurring counterparts, synthetic elements are predominantly radioactive. Aside from their instability and radioactivity, they share identical chemical and physical properties with the corresponding natural elements. Crucially, the acquisition of artificial elements is fraught with challenges. One must embark on a meticulous journey of experimentation, and with a stroke of luck, one might glean some insights. However, these insights do not necessarily reflect a true grasp of the underlying principles, as they may be contingent upon certain limiting factors. We have only been apart for less than 4 days, yet you mentioned that Professor Su has made significant breakthroughs in the pursuit of new elements. Are you certain you are not fabricating this? Is it genuinely just 4 days? It couldn't possibly be 4 months or 4 years, could it? The assistant's words instilled a sense of self-doubt in Tang Jinbong. Yet, reflecting on the Lunar Palace project, one realizes that we have indeed surpassed expectations. Breakthroughs that eluded us for over a year materialized within these mere 4 days, culminating in a successful rocket launch that ascended into the heavens. Perhaps, when juxtaposed, the study of elements is not as insurmountable as it once appeared. Let us go and take a look, Tang Jinbong proposed. His curiosity piqued regarding the progress made by Professor Su and his esteemed research team. Deep down, he harbored a desire for another surge of inspiration akin to that explosive period of creativity. Once one experiences the benefits of a particular insight, it becomes exceedingly difficult to halt. For instance, that exceptional engine, not only aesthetically pleasing but also powerful and remarkably durable, was crafted from superconducting materials. The researchers who developed it now proclaim, having created this engine in my lifetime, I have no regrets. Do not inquire further. It was conceived during a moment of explosive inspiration. To replicate such an occurrence is simply not feasible, as inspiration does not strike every day. The throngs engaged in the Lunar Palace project began to shift toward a different direction. For the personnel at the base, such an occasion is a rarity that may only arise once in several decades. Typically, when a significant research project achieves success, there is a collective celebration. Yet this time, with the rocket having ascended, they chose to venture in another direction. On the other side, the anti-gravity engine project was in full swing during a period of creative inspiration, during which the team delineated the subsequent trajectory and direction of the endeavor. The first challenge was to harness a new, powerful element generated through nuclear fusion, capable of providing immense energy. The second challenge involved employing electromagnetic propulsion to address gravitational issues. Each of these tasks posed significant hurdles. In comparison, the Moon Palace project seemed considerably less ambitious. Thus, in the initial 2 days, while the spark of inspiration still lingered, Su Tong led the team in the exploration of various new elements. The facility housed a particle accelerator, which, through continuous collisions, yielded some promising results. However, some elements had such fleeting half-lives that they vanished almost immediately after detection, while others failed to meet the anticipated outcomes of the project. As the following 2 days unfolded and the initial inspiration diminished, the pace of experimentation grew increasingly arduous. Within the laboratory, the team turned their gaze towards Su Tong, who sat above them, hoping to glean new insights from him. After all, in their eyes, Su Ting was the cornerstone of this project. Although young, he possessed a wisdom that belied his years. At that moment, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying current level, LV2. Contribution value, 100,1000. Over the course of these 4 days, while some experiments had indeed faltered, the contribution value surged dramatically. Compared to his previous research at Lonka Institute on gene serums and genetic biosoldiers, the contribution garnered from this project was extraordinarily higher. During a span of over 10 days at Lonka Institute, the contribution value under level 1 had not even reached 100. It seemed evident that the greater the number of high-tech talents involved in the project, the swifter the system's advancement. It appears that upon completion of this project, the system's level may very well exceed 3. I wonder what new features will be unlocked upon evolving to level 3. Additionally, there is an evolution point, with a new evolution point. The badge can be upgraded again. In comparison, the upgraded badge's effects are undeniably powerful. The progress of the project over these 4 days had indeed encountered obstacles, but to Su Tong, this was simply par for the course in scientific research. It is seldom the case that one can produce novel outcomes immediately following the initiation of a project, especially one as transformative as an anti-gravity engine, which has the potential to revolutionize contemporary technological advancement. While the team observed Su Tong in contemplative silence, he, too, was reflecting on new approaches. In truth, he was awaiting the cooldown period of the badge effect. The last system notification indicated a cooldown of 5 days, and tomorrow marked the 5th day. If the collective skill of the badge enhances the inspiration of those who accumulate it, then the experiences of failure endured by the team during this time could serve as a foundation for future success, as long as we accumulate more when the badge takes effect. The group will experience yet another surge of inspiration. In that case, we should conduct an experiment today. When Su Ting lifted his gaze, he found everyone staring at him intently. What's wrong? Su Ting instinctively inquired. Professor Su, do you have a new idea? One person gradually spoke. Professor Su, Elder Tang has arrived. I heard that the first step of the Moon Palace project has been successful. Successful? This news momentarily left Su Ting in a state of astonishment. He had heard of the Moon Palace project. Just days ago, a rocket had exploded. That represented a year's worth of research. Yet this time merely a few days had passed, and they had achieved success. The explosion of inspiration is indeed formidable. Quickly, let Elder Tang in. Let us hear what suggestions he has regarding this project. Chapter 190. New developments in the realm of scientific research, communication amongst peers holds paramount importance. The significance of experience is repeatedly underscored due to its capacity to surmount numerous challenges, thus enabling endeavors to return to their rightful course. As one matures, seasoned researchers become increasingly adept at fulfilling this role. Thus, when Su Ting learned of Tang Jinbang's arrival, such thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Mr. Tang was summoned by the crowd outside. Upon regaining their composure, the researchers in the laboratory turned to gaze at Mr. Tang, only to perceive something amiss. The expression on his face was peculiar, a mixture of joy from a successful experiment and concern over other matters. Some astute researchers privately inquired among their former colleagues, Mr. Tang, what has transpired? Was it not reported that the Moon Palace project was a success? Why do you bear such a countenance? I am uncertain, Mr. Tang replied. Everything was proceeding smoothly until I received a phone call, after which my expression began to change. A phone call? Yes, it appears it was from the Astronomical Research Institute. The Astronomical Research Institute? The researchers who received this news were even more astonished. What could possibly come from there? Regardless of any information they might possess, it should not impact our space base. Su Ting also noted Tang Jinbang's unease and pulled him aside to inquire quietly, Mr. Tang, has a problem arisen? Indeed. The Astronomical Research Institute just called. Upon hearing this, Su Ting was momentarily taken aback. What news could emerge from there? Wait, a sudden clarity washed over him. There was indeed something that had captured his attention, prompting him to request the military district head, Tan Yonglin, to keep an ear out for updates. This was due to the recent Quadrantid's meteor shower, part of which had its meteorite landing points in Dragon Country. Could it be? Before Su Tong could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Tang Jinbang. Precisely, Mr. Tan asked me to convey some information. Several days prior, a certain astronomical research institute in Dragon Country experienced its busiest period. Following scientific detection, a grand meteor shower was predicted to occur soon, with some of the meteorite landing points concentrated in Dragon Country. Gong Chuan, the director of the Astronomical Research Institute, specifically led several staff members to secure the theoretically optimal observation location. From a geographical standpoint, this site was the closest to where the meteorites were expected to fall. At this moment, there was still some time before the meteor shower would arrive. Several employees at the Astronomical Research Institute engaged in hushed discussions. I must say, the person who surprises me most in our institute is our director Gong. With his gold-rimmed glasses, he embodies the demeanor of a frail scholar. No matter how one looks at him, he seems almost delicate. Yet, contrary to appearances, he has a penchant for extreme sports and an extraordinary fascination with celestial phenomena. As the conversation progressed, everyone couldn't help but glance at Gong Chuvin's assistant, Lu Yong, who also appeared rather frail. Remarkably, he shared a peculiar affinity with Director Gong, being profoundly captivated by celestial movements. However, not all individuals at the Astronomical Research Institute shared their fervor. Some merely sought stable employment, while others were content to find a leisurely job to gradually accumulate experience. Indeed, the competitive pressure here seemed to be the lightest across the entire research institute. Little did they know that the director was entirely earnest. Moreover, this new recruit subtly hinted at surpassing the director's expertise. One could not help but exclaim, this world is truly difficult to navigate. Why is it that everywhere one goes, there is such fierce competition? The group continued to exchange remarks in a casual manner. The meteor shower had arrived. Lu Yong exclaimed, prompting those around him to rise at once. After all, they had come for what was touted as the grandest meteor shower in history. With the necessary equipment at hand, it would be a shame not to witness it. Wow, it's truly beautiful. Quite breathtaking. It seemed that a flicker of understanding dawned upon me regarding why the director and Lu were so enamored with such phenomena. As others gazed through their telescopes at the meteor shower, a sense of awe began to stir within them. The sight was indeed mesmerizing. Against the backdrop of the vast cosmos, countless stars emerged suddenly, trailing long fiery tails as they streaked across the sky. Reflecting on this, one might ponder the insignificance of our own pains in the grand expanse of the universe, perhaps even contemplating the notion of merging into it. Wait, Gong Chuhan and Lu Yong simultaneously sensed something amiss. Why do we harbor such thoughts? After all, it is merely a meteor shower. Compared to the others, even Lu Yong, a recent addition, possessed more experience in observation. Meteor showers and extraterrestrial meteors certainly evoke myriad associations, but such thoughts were entirely unexpected. Particularly the final one, to merge and elevate oneself. What could this phenomenon signify? Master, this seems somewhat unsettling. In private, Gong Chuhan served as Lu Yong's mentor in astronomy, and during their off hours, Lu addressed him as such. I feel it too. They both raised their heads, surveying their colleagues nearby. A few individuals were seen resting their heads on their knees on the grass, while others were persistently massaging their temples, seemingly attempting to alleviate headaches. Should we check on them? Lu Yong inquired. Observing the situation, it was evident that several colleagues were not faring well. After a brief silence, Gong Chuan replied, You go see what's the matter. I will continue to observe the meteor shower. According to theoretical data, the meteors should be falling soon. All right, Master, take care. Yes, I have some headache relief medication in my backpack. Please take some to them. Understood. Gong Chuan is fond of extreme sports and once ventured into an uninhabited area during his holidays. Since that time, his backpack has often contained a few essential medications. He is not particularly concerned about the symptoms exhibited by his colleagues. Although he senses something amiss this time, the feeling is fleeting. Merely a momentary thought observed through the lens of a telescope. Regardless, it is improbable that it will lead to any further consequences. Sending Lu Yong is merely a precaution for reassurance. Here, this is a medication from Director Gong's backpack that alleviates headaches. I noticed that some of you seem unwell. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, it's nothing. After all, we are all colleagues. However, do you experience any other sensations? Lu Yong still posed the most pressing question. Chapter 191. A type of particle. Others were momentarily taken aback, soon recalling an inexplicable headache. Aside from the throbbing pain, nothing else seemed amiss. It was perplexing how such a sudden headache could manifest. Xiao Lu, could this be related to the meteor shower? Someone ventured to voice the pivotal question lingering in their mind. No, how could that possibly be connected? Lu Yong swiftly refuted, promptly extending a painkiller from his hand. Just as he was about to turn away, a thunderous sound erupted from behind, followed by a powerful shockwave. Is this a meteorite falling? The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. After all, the data merely suggested theoretical possibilities regarding the landing sites of meteorites. Witnessing a meteorite's descent ignited a surge of excitement within everyone. At the Astronomical Research Institute, this occurrence brought forth something truly extraordinary. Hurry, let's see what's happening. Indeed, it's a meteorite. Some hastily abandoned their medication, dismissing headaches as trivial. Others frantically searched for their shoes, bewildered by their sudden disarray. Only Lu Yong remembered to bring along the professional detection tools and equipment. Meteorites, in the realm of the Astronomical Research Institute, were indeed a momentous affair. However, the broader scientific community of Wangwa seemed to pay little heed. After Lu Yong reported the incident, the response was simply, understood. A designated liaison will arrive in due course. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong understood it was a clear bureaucratic response. Who would come, and when was no longer of consequence. In truth, another reason contributed to this phenomenon. The research on meteorites had not yielded any groundbreaking advancements. Over the span of more than 10 days since the meteorite was collected, no matter the approach or chemical agents introduced, no reactions occurred. It was akin to a gentleman who, despite being provoked, remained unperturbed. Surely, this cannot be an ordinary stone. Both Director Gong and Lu Yong had pondered on several occasions. If it were truly just a commonplace rock, how could it exhibit no response whatsoever? After all, carbon elements typically would generate bubbles when subjected to chemical agents. Master, could it be that we've erred in our research direction? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yong finally articulated his thoughts. Please elaborate. Director Gong paused mid-sip, turned his curious gaze towards him. At his age, it was a rare delight to have a diligent and inquisitive student. He always took the time to consider his ideas. After all, the spontaneous thoughts of youth could indeed prove to be invaluable. Do you recall the subtle feeling we experienced when we first observed the meteor shower through the telescope over 10 days ago? This remark prompted Director Gong to reflect on the events from that time. To speak candidly, that sensation is one that Gong Chuhan shall never forget throughout his lifetime. Though it was merely the observation of a meteor shower, the longing to immerse oneself in it arose inexplicably. To convey this sentiment to anyone would seem akin to joining a cult. Yet, the reality is indeed such. I still remember, though the moment was fleeting, it remains indelibly etched in my memory. Then, Lu Yong paused momentarily but ultimately expressed his thoughts. Have you ever contemplated the notion, what if this phenomenon were something entirely different? Something different? A resounding question mark appeared in Gong Chuhan's mind. He was perplexed. For instance, a probe, or perhaps something that is not of a natural origin. Xiao Lu, have you been indulging in too many science fiction films? This is a meteorite. How could it possibly? His words trailed off abruptly. Indeed, this is a meteorite. However, could a meteorite possess such an enchanting influence? Impossible. Therefore, if we were to pursue this line of reasoning, perhaps, it is conceivable that meteorites could indeed be as Xiao Lu suggested. Master, Lu Yong weakly called out. Gong Chuhan now appeared somewhat unhinged. Staring blankly at his cup, I have not uttered anything definitive. I merely presented a hypothesis. Xiao Lu, come, I believe I have conceived a new idea. It pertains to what you just mentioned. If it were true, it could validate a multitude of theories. The atmosphere in the research institute suddenly grew bustling once more. Yet, aside from the two of them, the other colleagues continued to slack off. Sai, do you think Director Gong and Xiao Lu are truly overexerting themselves? Indeed, it is ironic that in what is ostensibly the most leisurely astronomical research institute, now, even we, the employees, scarcely catch a glimpse of them. Even if some groundbreaking discovery were made regarding the meteorite, it would hardly garner any attention from the higher-ups. Makes sense. I heard the last time Xiao Lu was tasked with relaying information, the response was still the most official of inquiries. There would certainly be designated personnel for follow-up, right? Precisely. Everyone understands that it's merely an inconspicuous minor player stepping in. No sooner had these words been spoken than a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the office. What is happening? Who has entered? Could it be a thief? Typically, they would go a year or more without encountering anyone else. The sudden emergence of unfamiliar footsteps left them momentarily stunned, and their first instinct was to think this way. With a swift motion, the door swung open, revealing a group clad in military uniforms. At the forefront stood a man with a stern visage, a scar marring his face. This is Tan Yolin? Someone recognized him, taken aback. My word, how did a bigwig from the military district arrive here? Moreover, judging by his fierce demeanor, it seems he is in urgent need of something. Recently, you reported the discovery of a meteorite, and I have come to coordinate the relevant tasks. Where is the meteorite? The coordinating work. It is actually you, the esteemed figure from the military district. Everyone was taken aback. I can't believe it. This is truly astonishing. Where is it? Tan Yolin's voice elevated a few pitches. Oh, this way. Please follow me. After the initial shock, the group swiftly regained their professional composure. Someone led the way, explaining the associated processes. It is right here. They halted before the laboratory door. The director has been conducting experiments inside for some time now. Before they could finish their sentence, they glimpsed through the window to see two individuals inside applauding in celebration. Have they succeeded? Upon witnessing this, Tan Yonglin could no longer contain his curiosity and pushed the door open. What have you discovered? Gong Chuan and Lu Yong were momentarily taken aback. They were interrupted by this unexpected intrusion, but then Gong Chuan quickly recognized Tan Yonglin, the prominent figure from the military district. We have discovered a type of particle. Chapter 192. Individual Weaponry, a Particle? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. The possibility of discovering numerous minerals and other substances within a meteorite seemed rather ordinary, given its extraterrestrial origin. However, the revelation of a newly found particle struck him as rather peculiar. What characteristics might this particle possess? At that moment, the two were ensconced in a secluded chamber. Recognizing the significance of the information, Tang Zhenbong had summoned Su Ting to this private setting. According to the message relayed by Elder Tan, this particle possesses an almost negligible rest mass. A rest mass nearing zero? This was indeed unusual. Furthermore, as this particle, like others, experiences an increase in kinetic energy, its mass proportionately escalates. Notably, Elder Tan emphasized 2 points in his communication. First, this particle exhibits no radiative properties whatsoever. Second, the experiments conducted thus far are only partial. Conclusive findings remain to be uncovered, suggesting the potential for further discoveries. No radiative properties. Even this singular characteristic astonished Su Ting. Typically, particles are associated with radiation, differing primarily in the levels of emission. Some radioactive particles can be utilized for therapeutic purposes, while others contribute to pollution. Yet now, the existence of a completely non-polluting particle was simply unprecedented. The most striking aspect was its cosmic origin. Regaining his composure, Su Ting pressed further, inquiring whether the absence of radiation pertained solely to this specific particle or the entire meteorite. The particle indeed lacks radiative properties. However, during the examination of the meteorite, an odd phenomenon occurred. The radiation emanating from the meteorite's exterior progressively diminished, as if partially neutralized by the particle. Neutralized. In that instant, Su Ting contemplated numerous possibilities. Was the meteorite truly natural? Had it genuinely been partially neutralized by the particle, or could other factors be at play? Each of these possibilities warranted further investigation. Elder Tan requested to ascertain your opinion, given that Tan Yonglin is not a professional researcher and lacks the capacity for precise evaluation. He merely recognizes the anomaly and the urgency of the anti-gravity engine project. Perhaps it would be prudent to inform Elder Tan that this meteorite holds significant research value and to see if he could expedite its transport. Very well. Tang Zhenbong exited to convey this message to Tan Yonglin, leaving Su Ting alone in the chamber to ponder. Those within the base were well aware of one fact. When Professor Su is deep in thought, it is best not to disturb him, for he might be devising an ambitious plan. Tomorrow marks the 5th day, and the cooldown period for the badge will conclude. Initially, the intention was to trigger it directly. Yet now it seems wiser to await the meteorite's arrival before proceeding, uncertain of how much the cooldown period would be reduced after this activation. Su Ting recalled the previous occasion when the badge was triggered. The advanced technology system had indicated that the more frequently the badge's effect is activated, the shorter its cooldown would be. Just then, an unexpected sound caught Su Ting's attention. Ding! Side quest unlocked. Side quest. What lies behind the meteorite from beyond the heavens? Huh? A side quest has been unlocked. This task appears rather peculiar. Typically, side quests are triggered by interacting with specific objects. Yet this time, Su Ting merely heard a notification and the side quest was activated. It seems that side quests are becoming increasingly frequent. This might be related to energy points. Perhaps there are other underlying reasons? If it is indeed the energy points causing this, that would be understandable. However, if there are additional implications, it adds a layer of complexity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blue planet, a group of individuals from the beautiful nation convened for a meeting. According to the latest intelligence, Long Country had recently held a new military exhibition. What is so remarkable about a mere military exhibition? No, Jones, this exhibition presents something beyond the ordinary. With a wave of his hand, an assistant distributed the organized documents to each attendee. The central screen illuminated, showcasing various images. Past military exhibitions typically displayed types of combat aircraft or elucidated new military concepts. However, this time, Long Country introduced an array of additional weaponry, particularly focusing on individual soldier weapons. Individual soldier weapons? The man referred to as Jones chuckled inexplicably. To be frank, in the realm of long-range heavy weaponry, individual soldier weapons cannot alter the course of events. In fact, they offer little assistance in warfare. While the other participants refrained from voicing their opinions, their expressions revealed a sense of disdain. Indeed, even if an individual weapon is formidable, what difference does it make? Can a weapon truly possess the power to alter fate? The truth has always been overshadowed by prevailing narratives. I hope you can retain this attitude in due time. The images transitioned. The first to appear was a sword, albeit one with a rather unconventional shape, resembling more of a staff. This was the showcased lightsaber from the exhibition. The following video was officially released. Hiss, as the camera stabilized, the lightsaber was activated, its oscillating sound capturing everyone's attention. Now we shall witness the armor test. No sooner had the words been spoken than the lightsaber effortlessly sliced through the activated armor plate, encountering no significant resistance. Armor, JWY-07. Primarily utilized for various main battle tank armors. As this explanation was uttered, the atmosphere in the conference room began to shift into something peculiar. The once unshakable confidence seemed to have been instantly shattered. They were all too aware of the formidable thickness of the main battle tank's armor. Yet, before the activated lightsaber, even defense proved futile. Is this truly a personal weapon? It has rendered individuals uncertain of themselves. Rabbit, you have certainly surprised me. In just a short time apart. How have your personal weapons diverged so significantly from mine? You would even dare to challenge the main battle tank. Nevertheless, it is not a matter of concern, after all. This is not a conventional firearm. As long as I keep my distance, I should be safe. Jones forced himself to regain composure. Although this assertion bore a hint of forced justification, it must be acknowledged that there was indeed some merit to it. Indeed, if maintaining distance suffices, then the challenges diminish considerably. No matter how formidable you may be, if I can strike from afar, the spoil shall ultimately belong to me. There is wisdom in that. I second that. Is that so? Whoever claimed that the Dragon Kingdom showcased only this singular personal weapon? Chapter 193. Personal Vendetta. Walter pressed down forcefully on the remote control in his hand, channeling his dissatisfaction through the action. He had grown increasingly impatient with Jones. This fool only sees the rabbit through the lens of the past. What nonsense is this? Others have showcased their individual weaponry, yet you speak to me of trivialities? At this distance, it's not as if we can unleash any hot weaponry. As long as I keep him at bay, I remain invincible. Allow me to demonstrate. With a swift motion, a rugged firearm materialized before the audience. At first glance, it exuded an impression of volatility, accompanied by a palpable aura of shock. This was a new type of weapon presented at the exhibition in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Energy Blaster. Soon after, an explanatory text appeared beneath the image. Unlike conventional firearms, its most notable feature was the absence of physical ammunition. No physical ammunition? Everyone was bewildered. What is this? Did you not claim this was a firearm? Why does it not require tangible bullets? One might wonder, can something that doesn't rely on physical ammunition truly be classified as a firearm? In any other setting, the attendees would have certainly questioned the veracity of this information. Here we were, engaging in a serious discussion, yet you present me with what seems to be a jest. Are you eager to test the swiftness of the blade I wield? However, the gravity of the situation rendered levity inappropriate. The matters at hand concerned strategic planning and the forthcoming confrontations with the Dragon Kingdom. Those present were formidable figures in their respective fields. Joking was simply out of the question. Thus, it had to be true. A firearm that could operate without live ammunition. Calm down. One must remain composed. We too have our discoveries. Jones forced himself to adjust his mindset, feigning an air of invulnerability. Oh, my old comrade, this is hardly significant. Reflect on our former glories. Even though the Dragon Kingdom has developed a firearm that doesn't require physical bullets, fear not. What might such a weapon truly possess in terms of power? It likely couldn't even pierce a stone. Upon uttering this statement, several colleagues instinctively nodded in agreement. Let us not speak of ignorance. The understanding amassed over decades stood firm. Jones, I believe you truly need to have your head examined. I recall you mentioned suffering from a cold not long ago. It seems that it is not merely a cold afflicting you, but rather a complete lapse in judgment. He pressed the play button with conviction, and a video commenced, revealing a promotional clip provided by the Dragon Kingdom. Pay close attention, he urged. Jones, who was prepared to retort, found himself captivated, silently reflecting, is Walter, who has never seen the world, truly so naive to think that a firearm lacking physical ammunition possesses any real power. We even possess firearms capable of bending bullets. If necessary, the researchers within the Pentagon are more than sufficient. In merely a month's time, they could undoubtedly devise it. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In the next moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the conference room. What on earth is that? Oh my goodness. Is its power truly that immense? It must be fake. Surely it's been edited. Beside me, Jones's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated such a swift and sudden blow to his expectations. It was scarcely a second since I had finished speaking when the unexpected struck. What had transpired just moments ago? It seemed as though the ground had been upheaved and a colossal crater had formed instantly. The explosion weapon, showcased by the Dragon Nation, featured 3 distinct energy output scales. What we had just witnessed was merely the second scale of energy output. As for the absence of video footage depicting the third energy output scale, the representatives of the Dragon Nation claimed that it pertained to classified information, rendering it imprudent for display. How utterly ludicrous to invoke confidentiality while simultaneously presenting a military exhibition. Could you not be more discreet? The exhibition was already underway, complete with explanatory text. They had even drawn a red line to emphasize there are 3 energy output scales. Yet now, they choose to reveal only the second scale. What does that signify? It appears they are toying with us. Here, I have displayed the video of the second energy output scale. Now, guess the magnitude of the third. Can it instill fear in you? I must express my gratitude. Your suspenseful games only heighten my trepidation. At this moment, those who typically wield influence over a series of developments in the United States found themselves flushed with embarrassment. Dare I move? Certainly not. The audacity of the Dragon Nation is unparalleled. What sort of individual only reveals a portion of their weaponry? Disgraceful, contemptible, utterly shameless. Indeed. We must take a firm stance against such behavior. Yes, we should appeal to international organizations for assistance, claiming that the Dragon Nation possesses large-scale weaponry. In stark contrast to his earlier composure, Jones now appeared utterly exasperated. Knock, knock, knock. Walter tapped his knuckles against the table, capturing everyone's attention. Among this group, he felt utterly drained. It was as though everyone else had lost their wits, while he alone maintained a semblance of normalcy. Jones, spare us your previous rhetoric. A few years ago, you were the one inciting war under the guise of that very justification. We were all aware of the presence of large-scale weapons then. But now, you intend to wield this argument against the Dragon Nation? I assure you, should you dare to proceed, they will not hesitate to employ their large-scale weaponry against you. The distinction this time compared to last is that the Dragon Nation indeed possesses such formidable weapons. Furthermore, even if they were to strike us, their international reputation would remain untarnished. The energy weapon equates to a firearm, and a firearm signifies a small arm. Thus, the energy weapon embodies a diminutive arm lacking in power. Do not employ the duplicitous rhetoric we utilize against others on a nation that is well versed in such underhanded tactics as the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is merely a fraction of what the Dragon Nation has chosen to reveal. What are the elements they have not disclosed? Are you truly aware of the extent of their arsenal? The Dragon Nation is currently in a cycle of phasing out one generation, marketing another, and researching yet another. This pertains solely to firearms. What of their shields, vessels, and aerospace technology? How can you ascertain the entirety of their capabilities? Therefore, if you have nothing of substance to contribute, it would be prudent to remain silent. In front of everyone, Water vehemently chastised Jones without hesitation. Do not inquire further. It is merely a matter of settling personal scores. How did such a mindless individual manage to navigate their way into this assembly? What allows him to persist in this space? This particular point piqued Water's curiosity. Chapter 194. A band of inept allies. When Walter finished his statement, everyone turned their gaze towards Jones. Well, my friend, did you not claim twice that the Dragon Kingdom was nothing remarkable? Yet, in light of recent events, is this truly nothing? Should you dare to confront the Dragon Kingdom, they would undoubtedly retaliate against us. As for firearms devoid of physical bullets, they might as well be incapable of piercing even stone. According to the released footage, their weapon can unleash energy at the highest third-tier output scale. Even if we were seated within the main battle tank, we would be obliterated in a single sweep, akin to instantaneous physical annihilation. Jones, do you have anything further to say? We are extending you the opportunity to elucidate. Elucidate? What nonsense! Even by the measure of familial stature, I surpass you all. Is there truly a need for explanation? This was his internal thought. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of decorum. I have a revelation. Initially, Jones had no intention of sharing this, yet he found himself compelled to disclose it. In truth, this was his source of confidence. What revelation? Do enlighten us. Upon hearing Jones's words, curiosity sparkled in everyone's eyes, and Walter furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, the revelations thus far were sufficiently startling. Regardless of the Dragon Kingdom's motives in releasing this information, it had undeniably achieved the desired shock value. Light swords, energy cannons, each weapon transcended imagination. Not to mention, these were merely the visible aspects, what lay hidden in the shadows. Surely, there was more to unveil. After all, Jones had more to say. If he were not lacking in intellect, he was merely causing a ruckus, though the former seemed the more plausible explanation. Recent news had emerged from the 5th District. The 5th District? Upon hearing this term, all present displayed intrigue. In the beautiful country, the 5th District held significant connotations. Most prominently, it was associated with all things beyond the blue star, be they organisms or artifacts. Recently, a meteor shower occurred globally, with some meteors landing within our nation. Individuals from the 5th District retrieved these meteors. Initial research yielded no fruitful results, yet as of the day before yesterday, progress was made. Researchers discovered a cloud-like pattern on the meteorite, with red energy pulsating across its surface. At this juncture, Walter abruptly interjected. Jones, my old friend, spare us the superfluous chatter. If there is any substantial advancement, please share it. A pattern on the meteorite sounds extraordinary, but what significance does it hold? Others began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, it's merely red energy in motion. Perhaps it is merely heat-resistant bacteria. Makes sense. Jones, I have truly had enough of your rambling. Kindly take your seat. The surrounding individuals had lost patience with the man before them. Jones himself furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction as he remarked, "You bunch of foolish swine. That design, combined with the red energy, can enhance the weapon's potency." As soon as he uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had stumbled upon an astonishing topic. One person hesitantly echoed, "Did you just say?" Indeed, the design can amplify the weapon's power. Amplify the power of the weapon. Unbelievable. A firearms dealer, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed. Based on the experimental results, it could enhance potency by at least double. As for how much the final matured experiment would augment it, that remained to be seen in the conclusive data. Even without fully developed research, the potential to double the weapon's efficacy left everyone in shock. What had transpired during this meeting? Why, in a mere span of minutes, had my understanding been shattered repeatedly? They finally grasped why Jones had maintained such a firm stance during the meeting. This was a doubling of weapon efficacy. The military equipment department, the research division, and various sectors had invested countless efforts only to achieve minimal enhancements. Now, a rudimentary design could potentially double that efficacy. The fact that this research institute was primarily focused on astronomy was astounding enough. How could it possibly relate to military armaments? Clearly, I had been woefully uninformed. Jones, I wish to visit your research laboratory. What do you think? Weren't you just scolding me a moment ago? My old friend, I was momentarily swayed by water. Please do not take it to heart. Indeed, my dear comrade, I feel the same. Yes. It has long been apparent that our nation suffers in your absence. Jones, having successfully vindicated himself, cast a triumphant glance at Water, his eyes brimming with confidence. Do you see? This is what true victory looks like. It's merely a lightsaber and an energy cannon. What do Dragon Country's military exhibitions amount to? Fear not. Meanwhile, the Silent Water uncovered a troubling oversight. Why was there a design among the meteorites that could augment weapon efficacy? Was it truly a natural meteorite? Another oversight loomed. If one possessed something capable of enhancing weapon power, how could one be certain that Dragon Country did not? Yet, observing the throng surrounding Jones, Water stifled this thought. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. His companions seemed like a band of inept allies. On another front, at a certain aerospace base in Dragon Country, with the successful execution of the Lunar Palace project, Tang Jinbong and his research team delved into new investigations. Within mere days, they surpassed the achievements of the previous year, marking an exhilarating new beginning for them. In stark contrast, there lies the team led by Su Tong. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the room. Not a word was spoken, yet the eyes of all present sparkled with excitement. This was due to an exhilarating announcement made by Su Tung the previous afternoon. Recently, a meteor shower graced the globe, and a meteorite had descended near the Dragon Kingdom. Preliminary analyses conducted by the Astronomical Research Institute suggested the presence of a particular particle within this meteorite. This particle holds the potential to catalyze unimaginable breakthroughs in the anti-gravity engine project. Today marks the arrival of that very meteorite. Upon receiving this news, the entire research team was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of elation. In a mere few days, they had placed their unwavering trust in Su Ting. If Professor Su proclaimed a breakthrough, then a breakthrough was indeed imminent. The rumble of transport vehicles echoed from outside. Chapter 195, Has the cooling time ended? A wave of exhilaration swept through all the researchers. For them, nothing brought greater joy than the acceleration of their scientific projects. Moreover, this particular endeavor revolved around the anti-gravity engine. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a group clad in military uniforms entered the room. At the forefront stood Tin Yonglin, his resolute visage complemented by a prominent scar on his face, easily commanding respect and persuasion. However, this individual was a prominent figure in a military district. Not only were the researchers unable to approach him easily, but even Tang Jinbong had seldom encountered him. He had met Tin only once when the Yuangong project was initiated, and thereafter, their paths had not crossed again. Why then? Was he the one responsible for transporting the meteorite? When did such a high-ranking military official find the time for this? Tan Yonglin, typically known for his stern demeanor, surprisingly displayed a smile. Professor Su, I have successfully delivered the meteorite, as you requested. My apologies for the trouble. Oh, it was merely on my way, he chuckled. Such amiable words astonished those around him. In Tan Yonglin's presence, it seemed as though Su Tung was regarded as his equal. No, the phrase he had just uttered, I have fulfilled my duty, implied that Professor Su had summoned him? Goodness, even Tang Jinbong lacked such authority. Additionally, Professor Su was notably young. Tang, on the other hand, wielded significant influence in the Dragon Nation. With the delivery complete, Tan Yolin showed no intention of lingering at the base. As the researchers were well aware, a military district leader like him was always pressed for time. The remark about being on the way was merely a courtesy towards Su Ting. Had it been anyone else, Tan's response would have undoubtedly been, "Oh, I don't have much time. Can't you arrange for someone else?" After exchanging farewells, Su Ting shifted his focus to the box. The near-zero rest mass of the particle, devoid of any radiation. Each feature was astonishing. The crux of it all lay in the fact that it was brought from beyond the stars. Even before direct contact, Su Tung had triggered a side quest within the system. Everything about this meteorite beckoned for in-depth study. Professor Su, shall we commence the research now? Someone nearby could not help but inquire. After all, for them, entertainment and other distractions paled in comparison to this extraterrestrial marvel with immense scientific value. Yes. Let us open the box and begin our investigation, Su Ting replied. Typically, unfamiliar phenomena would be thoroughly examined within the laboratory before any findings were publicly disclosed. This approach was deemed the most prudent. Yet, Su Tang's words, "open the box and study," signified a departure from the norm. There exists a certain degree of ambiguity, does there not? Right here, in the presence of all, are we to conduct our research? This, while not entirely unfeasible, is indeed quite exhilarating. Professor Su, do you mean in front of all of us? The assistant, somewhat perplexed, inquired further. After all, among those present, it is this very individual whose words carry the most weight within the base. Indeed, it is here, Su Ting addressed the assembly. In the realm of scientific inquiry, collective wisdom has always been paramount. Many innovative ideas emerge during exchanges of thought. Solitary endeavors yield little practical benefit, especially when confronted with unprecedented phenomena. The surrounding researchers fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed at Su Ting. Clad in a pristine lab coat, he undeniably commanded their trust. Unbeknownst to them, the personnel at the base had subconsciously regarded Su Tang's insights as a benchmark in their scientific pursuits. He was young and accomplished, yet remained humble and unpretentious. Were anyone else of his age to achieve such feats, they would likely struggle to accept even well-meaning counsel. Yet Professor Su actively embraced the principle of collective brainstorming. Indeed, the disparities among individuals often transcend mere expertise. Character, too, is a worthy model for emulation. With a rhythmic tapping, the box was gingerly unsealed, revealing the meteorite before the captivated researchers. Its gray, oval form, partially sliced open, was carefully placed into a nearby compartment for preservation. Is this truly a meteorite? It is my first encounter with one. Likewise, to be candid, had it not been for Professor Su's assertions, I would never have believed that such a specimen could be related to the anti-gravity engine. A chorus of astonished voices erupted, each expressing their awe. For all present, the significance of this meteorite transcended any material worth. Within it lay particles of an unknown nature. Possessing this could herald a monumental breakthrough for the project. Some researchers began to entertain bolder thoughts. If only they could experience another surge of inspiration akin to the last. Perhaps the entire landscape of Longwa could be transformed. Ah, what folly! As if inspiration could be summoned at will. For those of their age, whose creativity had begun to wane, inspiration was akin to a rare gem. Once tasted, one became enamored with its fleeting essence. A series of experimental instruments were laid out upon the table. The surrounding researchers were taken aback. What could this signify? From the scene, it appeared Su Tung was not conducting this research alone. Could it be? Some began to suspect, their gazes glimmering with hope. It cannot be, can it? At this moment, Su Tung raised his head and proclaimed, "Scientific inquiry should never be a monologue. Here, everyone is entitled to voice their perspectives. The purpose of presenting the research instruments is to signify just this. This time, let us engage in collective exploration." Collective exploration? After a brief silence, the team was engulfed in excitement. This was a meteorite personally validated by Professor Su for its immense research potential. Moreover, it contained a type of particle never before encountered. Is it really true? Someone ventured hesitantly. With Su Tung's affirmative response, the crowd erupted in cheers. The meteorite was then divided into smaller fragments and distributed along with scientific instruments to others. For the assistant, this scene was somewhat perplexing. Tang Zhenbong had previously remarked that in the realm of scientific research, it is often the case that one person's clear direction can lead a group forward. At times, the role of the leader surpasses that of all other members combined. To the assistant, Su Ting's influence was indeed more significant than that of all the other researchers. While the division of the meteorite into smaller pieces seemed of little consequence, it carried weight simply because it was proposed by Su Ting. Remarkably, he had not said much at all. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not constitute the ideal scenario. Ding, badge cooldown period has elapsed. Chapter 196, a distinct scene observing the researchers around him gradually immersing themselves in their work. Su Tung thought to himself, the timing is just perfect. Indeed. The reason Su Tung had summoned all the researchers to partake in this study was precisely due to this. The previous surge of inspiration had merely ignited discussions, whereas this time, it was triggered directly during the research process. A new particle, a new avenue of inquiry. Coupled with the experiences gleaned from several days of experimental failures, there was a possibility of unexpected outcomes this time. Detected host request. Shall the badge be activated? Yes. The second round of the badge is about to commence. Cooling time reduced. This duration is 4.5 days. The effects of this round, compared to the previous, exhibit a decline. Activation range, a circular area with a 10-meter radius. Countdown to activation, 10, with a series of notifications. Su Tung clarified certain aspects. For instance, the inspiration explosion induced by the badge would not consistently maintain such intensity. Overall, it resembled the effects of a potion. Frequent use would diminish its potency. The sole uncertainty lay in whether this was an inherent limitation of the badge itself or a consequence of the black technology system not being fully awakened. The silver lining was that the cooling time had indeed been shortened. Although it was merely a reduction of half a day, the frequency of activation would increase. One could only wonder if, with increased usage, the badge could transition from active to passive triggering, as it had before its evolution. Furthermore, the area of effect, would it expand in the future? After all, the influence within the badge's range was quite potent, capable of providing enhancements based on personnel expertise and prior experience. As he pondered this, the voice of the black technology system echoed in Su Tung's mind once more. Countdown to activation, 2. Glancing around, he observed that everyone had entered a state of productivity, their enthusiasm palpable. Countdown to activation, 1. With the system's prompt. A resounding impact reverberated through the minds of all present. This feeling is so familiar. Could it be? The researchers, who had previously fantasized about the arrival of inspiration, were momentarily stunned. Could it be that mere words could manifest reality? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the familiar sensation surged within everyone as consciousness. Could it be? It has returned. During the past 4 days, the anti-gravity engine project had encountered numerous challenges, primarily categorized into 2 types. The first pertained to how to synthesize a new element with formidable energy through nuclear fusion. The second revolved around how to utilize electromagnetic propulsion to manipulate the surrounding magnetic fields, enabling the aircraft to possess its own independent magnetic field. Each of these issues could branch out into a plethora of sub-issues. Regarding the first type, the ability to enhance energy through a new element implied that the element's half-life could not be excessively short. Due to its brevity, there exists a propensity for the operational time of the aircraft to be merely a fraction of what is necessary, leading to an abrupt depletion of energy. For an aircraft traversing the vast expanse of the sky, this could spell doom. Consequently, in the preceding days, a cadre of researchers has tirelessly endeavored to unearth new elements. During this interval, the particle accelerator has intermittently been set into motion. Moreover, beneath the initial query lies a pressing concern, the issue of radioactivity. The properties of any new element must not exhibit excessive radioactivity, not solely for the sake of human safety, but also for the preservation of our environment. Past nuclear leaks have inflicted irrevocable damage upon certain nations, rendering those areas into veritable no-go zones even to this day. Not only humans, but even biological entities are barred from those regions. Scientific experimentation inherently carries the specter of failure should an elemental energy source inadvertently detonate. The entire facility could instantaneously transform into a restricted zone. The leaked fuel would, in turn, jeopardize the Moon Palace initiative, leading to irreparable failure. These two formidable challenges have persistently plagued the researchers over the past 4 days. Yet now, with a surge of inspiration, a plethora of extraordinary ideas has begun to permeate their minds. What if the energy-providing element were entirely non-polluting? Presently, this particle, in light of the ongoing research, appears to meet such criteria. After all, its safety characteristics are satisfactory. As a clean reactor, its reaction equation should be expressed as 2He3 1H2 2He4P, yielding 1835 MeV. Why did I instinctively conjure this particular reaction equation? Where did it originate? A certain individual, fervently scribbling, gazed in astonishment at the equation before him. The last time I felt such surprise was 5 days ago. Raising his gaze to survey his colleagues, he noticed that they too were either struck dumb by a moment of inspiration or lost in a state of frenzied murmuring. The scene resembled a chaotic ballet of minds. Particularly noteworthy was a nearby colleague who, despite being engrossed in meteorite research, a field characterized by a singular distinctive particle, was incessantly murmuring about the necessity of an electromagnetic drive to alter magnetic fields, with the foremost requirement being a vacuum environment. This environment could be artificially created, or, indeed, it could be achieved in the cosmos. Yes, precisely. The Moon Palace initiative has already seen partial success. Utilizing their rockets to transport a small payload to space should be feasible. Thus, the matter now hinges upon the experimental procedures. My goodness, the colleagues were left momentarily speechless. Judging by his quiet mutterings, it seemed he was contemplating a grand scheme. Moreover, the materials he intended to transport were anything but ordinary. Madness, sheer madness. The effect of an inspiration explosion is indeed remarkable, yet it is prone to misinterpretation. Raising my gaze, I observed Su Ting lost in thought not far away. From this perspective, it appears that Professor Su embodies a semblance of normalcy. However, I am left wondering what occupies his mind at this moment. In truth, among everyone present, Su Ting's state is the most explosive. The others are in isolated conditions, unaffected by those around them. Yet Su Ting, as the source, is the wellspring from which the badge S effects emanate. His state is one of accumulation. A fraction of the inspiration surges from each individual converges within him. While others perceive a myriad of knowledge, at this very moment, Su Ting's vision reveals something quite distinct. As he cleaves a fragment of the meteorite and encounters that particle, the scene seems to shift slightly. Chapter 197, Milovsky Particle. A procession of individuals entered the scene, engaging in animated discussions about the progress of their experiments. I heard there has been a breakthrough, one remarked. Indeed. It seems a particle devoid of radiation contamination has been discovered. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their astonished expressions palpable. A particle without radiation contamination? Are you certain? They queried, momentarily taken aback before erupting into jubilant exclamations. What splendid news! The discovery of such a particle is remarkable. Another exclaimed. Certainly. If we can harness and expand upon this, it could significantly improve our current state. Indeed, the radiation levels have become exceedingly severe. As Su Ting observed the retreating figures, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Where am I? The imagery before him seemed intrinsically linked to the non-radiative particle. Moreover, the environment appeared distinctly unlike Blue Star. Turning his gaze toward the ever-shifting walls surrounding him, he experienced a profound sensation. This was an entirely different culture. No, a different realm, starkly contrasting with Blue Star. Everything he beheld resembled a fantastical tableau, with news incessantly streaming across the walls. Above him, the nightscape morphed from the depths of the cosmos into a mechanical domain, only to transform again into a fleet of starships. What was this? In the span of a mere minute, Su-tung found himself rendered speechless by the overwhelming sights. What are all these phenomena? Are they genuine scenes? Or is everything merely a dreamlike illusion? The technology of Blue Star paled in comparison to the wonders he witnessed here. In this mechanical realm, he observed the rise of artificial intelligence, and within the cosmic depths, a multitude of warships. Was this a single world? Or a confluence of multiple realms? I was merely conducting a scientific experiment, and yet it was only a particle characterized by non-radiative properties. The rapidity of the scene's transformation astounded him. Suddenly, a realization struck Su-tung. The previous imagery did indeed reference a particle devoid of radiation, and there were others anticipating such technology. If it were to succeed, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for them. Just as Su-tung was lost in thought, the scene abruptly shifted. The vibrant tableau transitioned to a laboratory bustling with activity. Where's this? The thought barely formed when a virtual screen materialized before all present. The particle characterized by non-radiative properties shall be referred to as the Milovsky particle. In comparison to other particles, the Milovsky particle possesses unique characteristics. It has an almost negligible rest mass, and, akin to other particles, its mass increases with kinetic energy, enabling it to carry both positive and negative charges. When these particles are dispersed into the air or space, the charged Milovsky particles spontaneously form a lattice-like structure due to the repulsive forces between them. This phenomenon is referred to as the I field. The I field can produce interference effects known as the Milovsky effect, which can obstruct low-frequency electromagnetic waves, such as radar and microwave transmissions, even affecting infrared waves, though not entirely blocking them. Initially discovered at a cosmic observation station, during a solar flare cycle, the station director noted that the solar wind brought something unusually different. Thus, Milovsky particles were originally substances from the cosmos, serendipitously encountered by us. The circumstances surrounding that solar flare are classified information for the vast majority, prompting the Empire to summon its most distinguished scientists for experimentation. Through a series of investigations, we ultimately succeeded in artificially synthesizing these particles. Below are the experimental protocols and procedures. All of you must remember, the precision of this experiment is measured in micrograms. Any accidental deviation in mass could lead to disastrous consequences, with the mildest outcome being an explosion, while the gravest results. As the words hung in the air, a cascade of chemical equations and various procedural steps materialized before Su-tung's eyes. The deluge of knowledge overwhelmed him, causing him to involuntarily hum. It was this very moment that caught the attention of the lecturer above. Who is there? Before Su-tung could react, the entire scene began to fragment. Like a shattered mirror, images splintered into pieces. Bang! A series of explosions echoed, plunging Su-tung into darkness. A succession of sounds began to resonate. Effect time has elapsed. Badge enters a new cooldown period. Gentle reminder. It is sometimes better to remain unaware of certain things, as knowing too much can lead to unhappiness. However, this does not apply to the host, for from the moment you inherit, everything changes. Gentle reminder, from the moment you encountered the Milovsky particles, the desires of the world. Apologies, that was a mix-up. Beep beep beep. When Su-tung opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar laboratory, donned in a familiar white coat, surrounded by the same individuals involved in the project. There were no mechanical realms, nor battleships from the depths of the starry sea. Was this all merely a dream? The first thought that surfaced in his mind was just that. No, that cannot be right. It is certainly not a dream. Because at that moment, Su-tung indeed possessed additional knowledge. From chemical equations to the final experimental configurations, even the stipulation of precision down to micrograms was etched in his memory. This warning resonated vividly. Not to mention the voices from the advanced technology system, the reminders within the gentle notes. When it comes to truth, the system is invariably the most authentic. It can convey information without the need for truth serum. So, are those images currently unfolding? Or did they occur in the past? No, based on conjecture, it is highly probable that they transpired previously. This is because the meteorite in question contains the Milovsky particle, which has journeyed from distant realms beyond the stars to our blue planet. Thus, following this line of reasoning, the quadrantid's meteor shower may be induced by some unknown circumstances. Therefore, is your name, in fact, the Milovsky particle? Su Ting murmured. As these words escaped his lips, the voice of the advanced technological system resonated in his mind. Ding. Side quest. What lies behind the extraterrestrial meteorite? Completed. The host has successfully discerned from the badge's activation that the particle behind the meteorite is the Milovsky particle. Searching. Search successful. Chapter 198. Do you call this a minor issue? A large circular disc materialized before Su Ting, revealing several familiar items upon its surface. Amplifiers, shield expansion technology. The remaining sections appeared shrouded in gray, obscuring the nature of their contents. The disc whirred and spun before coming to a halt. Reward extraction successful. Amplifier, complete blueprint capable of enhancing weapon power within 1 minute. Increasing potency between 1 and 3 times. After 1 minute, the amplifier is destroyed without affecting the weapon. Ionic energy shield expansion technology, complete blueprint extends the effects of the ionic energy shield, allowing it to be transformed into shields for other products. Su Ting paused momentarily, taken aback by the rewards before him. The amplifier and ionic energy shield expansion technology were previously drawn from rewards. But due to the incomplete blueprints, their full potential could not be realized. He had anticipated that it would take some time to complete these blueprints. To his surprise, they were fully restored within this reward. Immersing himself in the newly completed blueprints, he began to peruse them. The complete version of the amplifier and the incomplete amplifier indeed exhibited distinct differences. The most significant variation lay in the completeness of the design. In the incomplete amplifier, the pattern was not as pronounced. Initially, it appeared merely as a white object, but now it was evident that this white form resembled a cloud. Notably, the cloud was adorned with golden edges. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though thunder was gathering nearby. Why was there a thunderous phenomenon accumulating? Su Ting felt a sense of bewilderment. The most powerful aspect of the completed amplifier was its doubled potency. The increase in power ranged from 1 to 3 times. The incomplete amplifier had previously only allowed for a 1-fold enhancement. At this moment, Su Ting recalled the test involving the third energy scale of the explosive energy gun. Even a mere 1-fold increase had transformed the testing ground into a vast crater. If it were 3 times, that would be formidable. Moreover, there appeared to be no stipulations regarding the type of weapon required on the blueprint. Typically, amplifiers are utilized for offensive weaponry. Yet, what if the amplifier were applied to an ionic energy shield? If it could achieve a 3-fold enhancement, would it not withstand even missiles? It must be said, the amplifier's efficacy exceeded Su Ting's expectations. Particularly remarkable was the emergence of another type of technology, the ionic energy shield expansion technology, which allowed for the extension of shields for other products. This notion held significant promise. At that moment, Su Ting recalled something. It seemed that upon completing tasks, the system often engaged in a random dialogue for a brief period. If it aligned with his imagination, the amplifier should also be applicable to the shield. System. I would like to inquire whether the amplifier can indeed be utilized on the shield. As soon as I finished speaking, I received a response. Host. It can indeed be used on the shield. You. Where did you learn this? Su Ting's expression twitched. This response felt eerily familiar. Ah. Isn't this how you all respond when making purchases? So, can you see certain events even while in slumber? Su Ting posed a critical question. Yes. The sound of crackling electricity emerged, indicating that the question and answer session was swiftly transitioning into a new period of dormancy. I have one more question. Can the shield expansion technology be augmented on aircraft carriers and spacecraft? Compared to the time required to answer the previous question, this one evidently demanded a longer pause. Just as Su Ting believed the system would enter another cycle of sleep, it finally responded. If the problem is resolved, then it is possible. Beep, beep, beep. This final response seemed to suggest an explanation, yet it ultimately revealed nothing substantial. The key information remained elusive. It was unclear whether the system intended to address the fundamental issues of shield expansion or the integration of weaponry post-expansion. While Su Ting pondered these matters, the voice of the advanced technology system echoed once more. Badge cooldown time, 4.5 days. Friendly reminder. Do not become overly reliant on the badge's effects. You are strong on your own. Su Ting. What is going on? Did the system acquire some peculiar knowledge during its slumber? That friendly reminder feels reminiscent of the teachings of success literature. At that moment, All the researchers around him had awakened, exchanging incredulous glances. Within just a few days, they seemed to have touched upon a new realm of understanding. Some of the older members, who had worked at the base for decades, had never before experienced inspiration bursting forth as it had just moments ago. Moreover, this was the second occurrence. The sole variable in both instances of inspiration was the presence of the young Professor Su. Thus, many had already begun to surmise that these bursts of inspiration were intrinsically linked to Su Tong. However, everyone chose to remain silently unified, opting not to inquire further. There was no doubt that Professor Su was on their side. Each person harbored their own secrets. Furthermore, the nature of Professor Su's secret was a collective skill, capable of igniting inspiration in all. So why dwell on it? The surrounding researchers whispered among themselves. Has Professor Su not yet emerged from his contemplative state? No. It has been 3 or 4 minutes. Such a long time. Then someone spoke mysteriously, inquiring about what they had all triggered this time. They recalled the news from 5 days prior, where an individual, in a similar state, had sketched the dimensions of an engine and meticulously documented every step. It was rumored that some of the materials were even superconductors. Initially, they believed that the designs merely existed in the realm of imagination. Little did they know that this engine not only possessed alluring curves, but also remarkable functionality. It was this very engine that would enable the Moon Palace project to take its first step. Consequently, those involved in the anti-gravity engine project began to anticipate the possibilities. My own concerns were rather mundane, merely a few simple queries. As the proposal was unveiled, the expressions of the crowd grew peculiar. The notion of utilizing electromagnetic propulsion to alter the magnetic field was indeed commendable and a focal point of the project's research. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that you were fixated on the vacuum environment of the Moon Palace project while intending to transport these substantial components into the heavens. Would you truly categorize this as a minor issue? Chapter 199. The Artifice of Particle Creation. Upon articulating the proposal, the individual observed the expressions of those surrounding him shift dramatically. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is there something peculiar about this? Was it not a trivial matter?" He responded sincerely, his tone imbued with warmth. At first glance, it appeared we were merely being overly cautious. Yet, prior to Su Ting's arrival, every member within the base had grappled with the challenges posed by the project. However, following the alluring incident with the engine and the astonishing completion of the lunar project within a mere 4 days, the progress of over a year had been eclipsed. Under such circumstances, transporting the equipment into space indeed seemed a minor issue. The impetus for this shift in mindset lay in the collective gaze directed towards Su Ting, who remained deep in contemplation. When this young professor graced the base with his presence, the thoughts of the research personnel underwent a remarkable transformation. It became evident that the inclusion of a single individual could wield such profound influence. A sudden hypothesis struck me. Although the nature of this inspiration remains elusive, it is apparent that it is intricately linked to Professor Su. If we could experience such a surge of creativity, what might be said of Professor Su? The very catalyst of this inspiration? This query piqued the curiosity of all present. Indeed, what of the transformative Professor Su? Might it be? I merely propose a possibility that our changes, to some extent, could coalesce around Professor Su. As soon as the thought escaped my lips, a nearby voice interjected. "Xiao Wang, have I not previously conveyed that real life is not akin to a video game? Such phenomena do not exist. Yet, perhaps, there exists a semblance of truth in that possibility." The retort was uttered softly, revealing a palpable lack of conviction. Nevertheless, the others around fell into deep contemplation. Was not the lightsaber, too, once relegated to the realm of science fiction? Even the notion of a creative explosion had been deemed impossible by all until experience proved otherwise. It dawned upon them that these seemingly impossible phenomena, when associated with Su Ting, might indeed possess a tangible existence. Thus, if one were to extrapolate, could it not be feasible to manifest a gravity-defying engine, utilizing nuclear fusion to create new elements? Further speculation arose. Would the future of scientific research in the Dragon Nation not usher in an era of stellar advancement? Some gazes ignited with fervor. Particularly, the bespectacled Su Luo, an esteemed veteran in research, found himself aging in various respects, yet his discerning eye for talent remained sharp. The moment he laid eyes upon Su Ting, he was convinced, under the guidance of this young professor, the project was destined for success, paving the way for a new generation of pioneers. For him, experiencing such a pivotal moment rendered his life devoid of regrets. With a gentle exhale, Su Ting gradually emerged from his reverie. The extended duration of this endeavor can be attributed to the comprehensive nature of the rewards. which include intricate blueprints that require time for thorough comprehension. Additionally, processing the experimental procedures and precise measurements related to the Milovsky particles is undeniably a formidable task. Within a brief span, Su-Tung has mentally simulated the process no fewer than 10 times, yet only once did he achieve success. It must be said that achieving microgram-level precision in mass is a significant test of a researcher's proficiency. A momentary lapse in attention could result in the experimental outcome deviating into an entirely different scenario. As Su-Ting regained consciousness, the first thing he perceived was the eager gaze of the surrounding researchers. Their fervent expressions were somewhat disconcerting for him. Some were nudging one another, encouraging their peers to pose questions. As the project leader, Su-Tung had unconsciously become their figure of authority in their hearts. "Speak up if you have something to say," he prompted, and one individual stepped forward to inquire, "Professor Su, do you have new insights regarding this particle?" Su-Ting was taken aback. "How did you guess?" he exclaimed, only to realize, "Indeed, I do." This revelation surprised everyone present. "Our inspiration has surged, focusing on several minor issues," one researcher remarked. "Professor Su, your tone suggests that you've resolved all the ultimate questions in one go. Professor Su, have you truly made a breakthrough? We were merely speculating." The incredulity in their voices was palpable. I do indeed have thoughts on this particle, and there is a possibility." Su-Tung paused, uncertain as to why this surge of inspiration felt so peculiar. While those around him were addressing questions, he perceived an entirely different realm concerning academic research, a level of scientific advancement from another domain. The particle in question was the Milovsky particle. It appeared as if a celestial meteorite, not naturally occurring but rather artificially crafted. Originally, this Milovsky particle was detected by a cosmic observatory following a solar flare explosion and a series of movements. Ultimately, through extensive academic inquiry, this naturally occurring phenomenon was transformed into an artificial one. Whether considering the cosmic observatory, the artificial creation of Milovsky particles, or the phenomena observed in the corridors, one could speculate the existence of another civilization, perhaps one that existed in the past or may still exist today. In comparison, it becomes evident that Blue Star's current technological advancements are severely outclassed. A century of diligent effort may not even allow one to glimpse the tail lights of the other side, and it is conceivable that they may be left increasingly further behind. For those not possessing unwavering determination, such knowledge may prove to be unhelpful, potentially even counterproductive. As such, Su-Ting ultimately refrained from articulating his thoughts. The surrounding individuals gazed expectantly, awaiting Su-Ting to elaborate, yet the silence was palpable. "Professor Su, were you about to say?" "Oh, what I meant to convey is that I wish to attempt the creation of this particle. I have a concept in mind." A mere handful of words rendered all the researchers utterly astonished. Could it be? Wasn't the meteorite only delivered today? Chronologically, Su-Ting, like us, was encountering this particle for the first time. How could some individuals, upon their initial encounter with the particle, express such audacious statements? Artificially synthesizing a particle. We have not even fully comprehended its properties. Someone, having managed to steady their nerves, timidly inquired, "Professor Su, I must have misheard you. Did you just say?" Chapter 200. The experiment is ready. The faces of those surrounding him were alight with anticipation, hoping that the words they had just heard were not mere figments of imagination. Indeed, I had just mentioned that I would endeavor to artificially create Milovsky particles in the forthcoming period. Milovsky particles? The very name suggests a significant backstory. Nevertheless, such details are inconsequential. The paramount concern lies in the successful creation of the Milovsky particles. "Professor Su, do you require an assistant?" When this question was posed, the expressions on everyone's faces revealed a palpable yearning. The project was divided into several components. Where there are core issues, there naturally exist less critical elements. For these individuals, their resumes had ceased to hold importance. The researchers who could partake in this project were already among the most elite in the Dragon Kingdom. Promotions and salary increases were not their primary considerations. Having transcended base desires, they aspired instead to fulfill their life's ambitions, to realize their personal value through the Milovsky particles. Thus, it was no surprise that so many researchers' eyes sparkled with fervor. Were it any other project, Su-Tung would not have minded. His own aspiration was to see the overall technological advancement of the Dragon Kingdom. The legacy of a nation has never been the endeavor of a solitary individual. Rather, it is the collective effort of a people, a community. However, this time, the precision of the experiment was at the microgram level. Should the experiment fail, the least consequence would be an explosion, while the most severe outcomes were utterly unpredictable. Even nations depicted in the visuals required extreme caution when faced with such experiments, let alone the Dragon Kingdom, whose research capabilities still lagged behind. This experiment was precarious, as the precision required to produce Malofsky particles was at a microgram scale. Oh, so that acid. Wait, someone suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their voice uncertain. Professor Su, did you just say microgram level precision? Yes. That is precisely why we cannot allow your participation. Hisses of astonishment filled the air. Since embarking on their scientific journeys, they had encountered numerous experiments. Yet, microgram-level precision. I dare say, none present had ever attempted such a feat. Sighs of resignation began to escape from some individuals. They had initially believed that a surge of inspiration would elevate their research capabilities, at least allowing them to assist Professor Su in routine experiments. Yet, it seemed that mere moments of inspiration could not elevate one's limitations. What was to be done remained unchanged. Su Tung discerned the unspoken sentiments behind the collective sighs. Fear not, for scientific inquiry has never been an endeavor accomplished in haste. Together, through our collective efforts, we shall surely alter the current circumstances. He then instructed the assistants, who had momentarily lost their composure. Wait a moment, I shall provide you with a list of instruments required for the experiment. Once you are prepared, please call me. Before the assistant could respond, Su Tung had already bent over his desk, engrossed in writing. The assistant had followed Tang Jinbong for over a decade and had witnessed numerous events, believing he had encountered many prodigies. There were those who could mentally calculate answers at a mere glance, and others with an IQ soaring to 190, mastering any subject with remarkable speed. Yet, he had never encountered someone like Su Ting. A polymath in scientific research, Su was involved in the study of light swords and energy weapons. Rumor had it he was the youngest professor at the Lonka Institute, where he was undertaking new research projects, particularly in the biological realm. The current endeavor, the anti-gravity engine project, was but a mundane task among his vast repertoire. The extraterrestrial meteorite before him had only arrived that morning, and in mere minutes. He spoke of artificially creating such particles. Was he truly human? Were we the same species? Moreover, not only did he propose the research of Malofsky particles, but he also outlined the necessary apparatus for the experiment before a multitude of witnesses. The precision of the experiment was to be at the microgram level. The researchers present, once hailed as geniuses in their own right, could hardly fathom this. This was the first time the assistant felt the stark disparity in the world. The distinction between individuals seemed even greater than that between humans and animals. While some remained in the laboratory to continue their study of the meteorite's composition, others began to disseminate the astonishing declarations they had just heard. What? You mean to tell me Professor Su plans to artificially synthesize the particles from the meteorite? Are you serious? Please mind your language. They are not merely particles. They are Malofsky particles. What nonsense. My concern is not the terminology, but rather, wasn't the esteemed Tam Yonglin the one who delivered the meteorite this morning? How could it be so soon? The messenger glanced at his watch. Allow me to clarify. It has only been just over half an hour since Professor Su proposed this idea, and already 10 minutes have elapsed. Thus, the elderly Su Luo adjusted his lab coat, brushing off non-existent dust, and stated earnestly, therefore, in the 20 minutes following his observation of the meteorite particles, our dear Professor Su has mentally traversed the entire experimental procedure and precisely calibrated the experimental accuracy to the microgram level. Yes, you heard correctly, microgram level. Observing the astonished expressions across the room, Su Luo reiterated the data concerning the experiment's precision. Even within the same facility, competition would still exist between the lunar project and the anti-gravity engine. For instance, they had managed to launch the rocket again in just 4 days, creating a superconducting material engine with alluring curves and immense power. Such accomplishments were indeed worthy of celebration. However, the researchers involved in the anti-gravity engine project have recently found themselves devoid of any noteworthy advancements to publicize. Until now, behold, our Professor Su audaciously proclaimed the artificial synthesis of particles from meteorites within a mere 20 minutes. Can you achieve such a feat? Absolutely not. Under the deliberate fanfare, the personnel at the base became acutely aware of this revelation. Beyond their astonishment, they were left with no other sentiments. Some discreetly inquired among the anti-gravity engine team, do you believe Professor Su can accomplish this? Scientific research, by its very nature, is fraught with uncertainty. Yet this time, every researcher echoed the same sentiment. We have faith in Professor Su's capabilities. Meanwhile, all experimental preparations had been meticulously finalized. Su Ting entered his exclusive laboratory amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers.